Red Dead Redemption 2, From Gaming to Cowboy. Chapter 1. Game over, new life start. Caleb Thorne leaned back in his worn leather chair, the glow of the television screen casting flickering shadows across his small, cluttered apartment. The room smelled of stale coffee and burnt popcorn, the remnants of a long gaming session scattered around him. Empty cans of energy drinks and a half-eaten bag of chips sat on the table beside him, forgotten as he gripped the controller tightly, his eyes glued to the screen. He was close. So close. The final mission of Red Dead Redemption 2 loomed before him. Caleb had been playing for weeks, immersing himself in the sprawling world of the Van der Linde gang. He'd ridden across the plains of New Hanover, hunted in the snowy mountains of Ambarino, and even braved the swamps of Lemoyne. He'd laughed with Lenny, shared a drink with Hosea, and watched in horror as Arthur's cough grew worse, the tuberculosis slowly claiming him. Caleb had grown attached to Arthur Morgan, the gruff but honorable outlaw who had become the heart of the story. And now, as John Marston stood on that snowy mountain, facing Micah Bell, the rat who had betrayed them all, Caleb felt a surge of adrenaline. "Come on, John," Caleb muttered under his breath, leaning forward. "Finish him." The screen flashed as John and Micah clashed in a brutal gunfight. Caleb's heart raced as he mashed the buttons, guiding John through the struggle. Finally, with well-timed shots, Micah fell to the ground, lifeless. Caleb let out a triumphant shout, throwing his hands in the air. "Yes! Finally! You got him, you son of a..." But before he could finish his celebration, the screen flickered. The PlayStation console let out a loud beep, and an error message popped up, "System error. Please restart your console." Caleb froze, his joy turning to disbelief. No. No, no, no. You've got to be kidding me. He scrambled to his feet, nearly tripping over the mess on the floor as he rushed to the console. He pressed the power button, but nothing happened. He unplugged it and plugged it back in, his frustration mounting with each passing second. "Come on, you piece of junk. I was this close to finishing the game." In a fit of rage, Caleb slammed his fist down on the console. The impact was harder than he intended, and the force of the blow sent the PlayStation skidding across the table. It teetered for a moment before falling, the power cable yanking free and sparking as it hit the floor. Caleb barely had time to react before a jolt of electricity shot through him. His body stiffened, his vision blurring as the current surged through his veins. He tried to pull away, but his muscles refused to obey. The last thing he saw was the flickering screen of the television, the error message still glaring back at him. Then, everything went black. A short time passed by for him and Caleb's eyes fluttered open, and the first thing he saw was a vast, endless blue sky stretching above him. The air was crisp and clean, carrying the faint scent of pine and earth. He took deep, gulping breaths, his chest rising and falling as if he'd just run a marathon. His heart pounded in his ears, and for a moment, he lay there, disoriented, trying to piece together what had happened. "What the hell," he muttered, his voice hoarse. He sat up slowly, his body feeling heavy and unfamiliar. He looked down at himself, his hands trembling as he touched his chest, his arms, his face. He was alive. But something was off. His clothes were different. Gone were the sweatpants and hoodie he'd been wearing in his apartment. Instead, he was dressed in a rough-spun shirt, a leather vest, and a pair of dusty trousers tucked into worn boots. A wide-brimmed hat lay beside him, and a bandana was loosely tied around his neck. It was an outfit straight out of Red Dead Redemption 2, something a drifter or a cowboy might wear. "Is this heaven?" Caleb whispered, his voice tinged with disbelief. He glanced around, taking in his surroundings. He was in a clearing, surrounded by tall trees and rolling hills. The landscape was eerily familiar, like something out of the game he'd just been playing. But it felt real. Too real. Before he could process what was happening, a sudden loud ping echoed in his mind, and a translucent blue window materialized in front of him. Caleb flinched, instinctively swatting at it, but his hand passed right through. The window remained, displaying a simple interface with text and numbers. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 6 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 5 out of 10. Charm, 4 out of 10. Luck, 5 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL1. Rifle, LVL1. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Caleb stared at the window, his mind blank for a moment. Then, slowly, a grin spread across his face. No way. Is this a system? Like, a real system? Am I in some kind of reincarnation story? This was the kind of thing he'd read about in novels or seen in anime, a protagonist reborn into a new world with special abilities. And now, it was happening to him. Caleb's grin widened as he absorbed the information on the translucent blue screen. His mind raced with possibilities, and he couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. He was in another world, or maybe the same world as Red Dead Redemption 2, but real, and he had a system to guide him. This wasn't just a second chance, it was an opportunity to live the kind of life he'd only ever dreamed of. He focused on the handgun, LVL1, and rifle, LVL1, skills first. The system provided a brief description: basic proficiency with handguns and rifles. Capable of handling and firing these weapons with minimal accuracy. Caleb smirked. It made sense. He'd never fired a gun in his past life, but he'd held a few replicas at conventions and watched enough YouTube videos to know the basics. Still, level 1 was beginner level. He'd need to practice if he didn't want to accidentally shoot his own foot off. Next, he turned his attention to firearms knowledge, LVL2. The description read, intermediate understanding of firearms mechanics, maintenance, and assembly. Can identify common issues and perform basic repairs. Caleb's eyes lit up. This had to be from his old job at the firearms factory. He'd spent months assembling, maintaining, and testing guns, learning the ins and outs of how they worked. It wasn't glamorous work, but it had given him a solid foundation. Now, that knowledge was part of his skill set in this new life. Well, that's handy, Caleb muttered to himself. At least I won't blow myself up trying to clean a gun. Then he noticed something else: his age. In his past life, he'd been 32, but the system listed him as 23. 9 years younger. Caleb ran a hand over his face, feeling the smoothness of his skin. No stubble, no wrinkles. He felt lighter, more energetic. A second chance at youth. He couldn't help but laugh. Guess I'm starting over in more ways than one. But the most intriguing skill was past life memory, LVL max. Caleb focused on it, and a detailed description appeared. Past life memory, LVL max. This skill was acquired after death, as a result of your unique circumstances, specifically, your integration with the game console at the moment of your demise. Your memories have been preserved and organized as if stored in a high-capacity USB device, allowing you to access them with perfect clarity. This skill ensures that all knowledge, experiences, and emotions from your past life remain intact and easily retrievable. Caleb's jaw dropped. Wait, so I'm basically a walking hard drive of my past life? That's insane. He paused, then grinned. But also kind of awesome. He focused further, and the system provided additional details about the skill levels, ranging from 0 to 5. Skill level system, 0 to 5. Level 0, beginner, novice. Possesses no prior knowledge or experience. Learns basic concepts through observation, hands-on practice, and foundational study. Level 1, elementary, basic. Has grasped fundamental concepts and can perform simple tasks with guidance. Developing proficiency but still requires supervision for complex activities. Level 2, Intermediate, Competent. Capable of performing tasks independently and efficiently. Understands core principles and adapts them to various scenarios. Actively seeking growth opportunities. Level 3, Advanced, Proficient. Demonstrates high expertise, handling complex challenges with ease. Innovates within the field and supports the development of others. Level 4, Expert, Master. Possesses profound knowledge and extensive hands-on experience. Recognized as an authority, excelling in problem-solving and pioneering new techniques. Level 5, Professional Master, Guru. A world-class authority whose mastery shapes the very fabric of the field. Capable of revolutionary insights, mentorship at the highest level, and visionary contributions that redefine paradigms. Caleb whistled softly. So, I'm at level 2 for firearms knowledge. Not bad, but I've got a long way to go if I want to be a gunslinger. He glanced at his handgun, LVL-1, and rifle, LVL-1, skills. And I'll need to level those up fast if I don't want to end up dead in a ditch somewhere. As he pondered his next steps, Caleb decided to check his physical attributes as well. The system provided a scale ranging from 1 to 10, with detailed descriptions for each level. Physical Attribute Scale, 1 to 10. 1. Infant level. Complete lack of development, incapable of independent movement or basic functions. 2 to 4. Below average. Frail, weak, or underdeveloped compared to the general population. 5. Average adult human. The standard for an average male or female with no specialized training or conditioning. 6 to 7. Above average. Indicative of individuals who actively train or possess natural talent. Comparable to amateur athletes or physically demanding laborers. 8 to 9. Exceptional. Elite athletes, seasoned warriors, or individuals with extraordinary genetics. 10. Peak human potential. A near-mythical level of physical prowess. Mastered through relentless effort, exceptional talent, or rare innate gifts. Caleb then looked at his own attributes, and wanted to compare what he had with the description he had just read. Strength, 6 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 5 out of 10. Charm, 4 out of 10. Luck, 5 out of 10. Not bad, Caleb muttered. Strength and agility are above average, and perception is very high, must be due to all of those gaming times. Stamina's average, though, and charm, well, I guess I'm not winning any charisma awards anytime soon. He chuckled. Luck's average too. Guess I'll have to make my own luck in this world. He stood up, brushing the dirt off his clothes. He adjusted his hat and tied the bandana around his neck. All right, Caleb, he said to himself. You've got a system, a second chance, and a whole lot of knowledge. Time to make the most of it. The dry wind nipped at Caleb's face as he trudged down the dirt road, his boots kicking up small clouds of dust with every step. The sky stretched wide and endless above, painted in hues of orange and pink as the sun dipped toward the horizon. There was an eerie familiarity to the landscape, rolling plains dotted with scraggly trees, jagged rocks scattered like forgotten relics, and a distant silhouette of mountains standing guard over the horizon. Is this really the world of Red Dead Redemption 2? Caleb wondered, narrowing his eyes against the setting sun. The scenery matched the Wild West aesthetic, almost perfectly so, but there was a subtle difference he couldn't quite put his finger on. The air smelled different, the wildlife moved with unfamiliar patterns, and the distant howl of a coyote seemed just a bit too haunting. His mind raced as he followed the trail, each footstep echoing in the hollow chamber of his thoughts. If this was the world of Red Dead, he wasn't as prepared as he'd like to be. Sure, his past life memory skill gave him an almost USB-like recall of everything he'd experienced in his previous life, but that didn't mean he was an expert on this world. He'd played through the main story, completed a bunch of character-specific side missions like the Strangers, and dabbled in a few activities here and there. But lore. The rich, hidden layers tucked behind random NPC interactions, obscure side quests, or the deep geography of the map. Not his forte. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 6 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 5 out of 10. Charm, 4 out of 10. Luck, 5 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL 1. Rifle, LVL 1. Firearms knowledge, LVL 2. Past life memory, LVL max. Chapter 2, 2. Valentine. Sure, his past life memory skill gave him an almost USB-like recall of everything he'd experienced in his previous life, but that didn't mean he was an expert on this world. He'd played through the main story, completed a bunch of character-specific side missions, and dabbled in a few activities here and there. But lore. The rich, hidden layers tucked behind random NPC interactions, obscure side quests, or the deep geography of the map. Not his forte. The devil's in the details, he thought bitterly. He remembered being too engrossed in Arthur Morgan's tragic journey, too obsessed with hunting down Micah, the snake who'd poisoned the Van der Linde gang from the inside. That obsession had driven him to rush through large parts of the game, skipping over world-building details that might have been crucial now. As he walked, his stomach growled, a sharp reminder of his immediate needs. He hadn't eaten since before his accident, and the adrenaline that had carried him this far was starting to wear off. He needed food, water, and shelter, soon. Wandering aimlessly wasn't an option. He'd die of thirst, starvation, or worse if he didn't find civilization. Just as the thought crossed his mind, he spotted something in the distance, a road sign. Relief washed over him, and he quickened his pace, his boots crunching against the dirt. The sign was old and weathered, the paint faded, but the words carved into it were still legible. Caleb's breath caught in his throat as he read them. Valentine to the left. Emerald Ranch to the right. Valentine. Caleb whispered, his voice tinged with disbelief. Emerald Ranch. He stared at the sign, his mind racing. Valentine was a name he knew well. It was one of the first towns the Van der Linde gang had visited after fleeing Blackwater and settled down at Horseshoe Overlook after getting down from the snowy mountains. A rough and tumble place full of cowboys, gamblers, and drunks. Emerald Ranch, on the other hand, was quieter, a small settlement with a strange, almost eerie vibe. He remembered it from the game, though the details were fuzzy as he didn't explore much there. Caleb let out a long, slow breath, his shoulders relaxing slightly. At least now he had a direction. He couldn't just wander aimlessly, he needed a plan. But which way should he go? Valentine was closer, and it was a town, which meant people, supplies, and maybe even work. But it also meant trouble. The place was a powder keg, and he didn't have the skills or resources to handle himself in a fight. Emerald Ranch was quieter, but it had its own share of mysteries. He remembered something about a locked-up girl and a creepy old man, but the details were hazy. Decisions, Caleb muttered, rubbing the back of his neck. He needed to think this through. Walking into Valentine's without a plan could be a disaster. He didn't have any money, no weapons except the skills the system had given him, and no real way to defend himself if things went south. On the other hand, wandering around the wilderness wasn't exactly a safe bet either. He'd seen enough of the game to know that the world was full of dangers like wolves, bears, bandits, and worse. As he stood there, weighing his options, a sound caught his attention. Hoofbeats. Distant, but unmistakable. Caleb's head snapped up, his heart rate spiking. He scanned the horizon, his eyes narrowing as he tried to pinpoint the source of the noise. A rider? A group of riders? He couldn't tell yet, but he knew one thing for sure, he wasn't ready to face anyone, friend or foe. Time to make a choice, he muttered, his voice tight with urgency. He glanced back at the road sign, then down at his hands. They were trembling slightly, a reminder of just how out of his depth he was. But he couldn't afford to freeze up now. He had to move. With a deep breath, Caleb turned left, heading toward Valentine. It was the safer bet, he decided. At least in town, he could blend in, find work, and maybe even get his hands on a gun. Out here, he was a sitting duck. The hoofbeats grew louder as he walked, the sound echoing through the quiet landscape. Caleb kept his head down, his eyes darting nervously toward the road. He didn't want to draw attention to himself, but he also didn't want to be caught off guard. His mind raced, trying to remember everything he could about Valentine. It was a rough town, full of cowboys, gamblers, and drunks. The saloon was the heart of the place, but it was also where trouble tended to brew. He'd need to be careful. As he walked, the system window flickered into view again, as if sensing his unease. Caleb glanced at it, his eyes scanning the information. His stats were still the same: strength, 6, agility, 6, perception, 8, stamina, 5, charm, 4, luck, 5, not terrible, but not great either. He'd need to improve if he wanted to survive in this world. "All right, Caleb," he muttered under his breath. "You've got this. Just keep your head down, stay out of trouble, and figure out your next move." The hoofbeats were closer now, and Caleb could see a cloud of dust rising in the distance. He quickened his pace, his boots kicking up small puffs of dirt as he walked. He didn't want to run, that would only make him look suspicious, but he didn't want to linger either. As he rounded a bend in the road, the town of Valentine came into view. It was just as he remembered it from the game, a cluster of wooden buildings, a saloon with a swinging sign, and a general store with a hitching post out front. The place was alive with activity, horses tied up outside the saloon, people milling about, and the faint sound of a piano drifting through the air. Caleb hesitated at the edge of town, his heart pounding. This was it. His first real test in this world. He adjusted his hat, pulled the bandana up over his nose, and took a deep breath. Then, with a determined stride, he stepped into Valentine. The town was louder than he'd expected, the air thick with the smell of sweat, tobacco, and alcohol. Caleb kept his head down, his eyes scanning the crowd as he walked. He needed to find a place to lay low, maybe get some food and water. But first, he needed to figure out where he was in the timeline. Was the Van der Linde gang already here? Had they moved on? Or they haven't arrived yet? He couldn't remember exactly when they'd passed through Valentine, but he knew it had been early in the game. As he walked, a voice called out to him. "Hey, stranger. You new in town?" Caleb froze, his heart skipping a beat. He turned slowly, his hand instinctively reaching for a gun that wasn't there. A man stood a few feet away, leaning against a post with a cigarette dangling from his lips. He was dressed in a dusty coat and a wide-brimmed hat, his eyes sharp and calculating. Yeah," Caleb said, forcing a smile. "Just passing through." The man studied him for a moment, then nodded. "Well, welcome to Valentine. Watch yourself here, stranger, this town ain't for the faint of heart." Caleb nodded, his throat dry. "Thanks for the warning." As the man walked away, Caleb let out a shaky breath. This was going to be harder than he thought. Caleb stood at the edge of Valentine, his heart pounding as he took in the bustling town. The air was thick with the scent of tobacco, sweat, and alcohol, and the sound of a piano tinkling from the saloon mixed with the chatter of townsfolk and the occasional whinny of horses. He adjusted his hat, pulling it lower over his eyes, and tightened the bandana around his neck. The last thing he needed was to draw attention to himself. He needed information, specifically, whether the Van der Linde gang had already passed through Valentine. If they had, it meant they were likely camped at Horseshoe Overlook, and he could start piecing together where he was in the timeline. But if they hadn't arrived yet, it meant he was earlier in the story, and that could change everything. The problem was, he didn't want to waltz into the saloon and start asking questions. That was a surefire way to attract trouble, and trouble was the last thing he needed right now. Instead, Caleb decided to blend in and gather information quietly. He needed work, too. His stomach growled again, a sharp reminder that he hadn't eaten in who knows how long. Money, food, and a place to lay low were his immediate priorities. He scanned the town, his eyes landing on the general store. That seemed like a good place to start. As he walked toward the store, he kept his head down, his hands tucked into the pockets of his dusty trousers. He passed a group of men lounging outside the saloon, their voices loud and boisterous. One of them glanced his way, and Caleb quickened his pace, his heart skipping a beat. He couldn't afford to get into a confrontation, not now. The general store was a modest wooden building with a sign that read, "Worth's General Store," hanging above the door. Caleb pushed the door open, the bell above it jingling softly. The store was dimly lit, shelves lined with canned goods, tools, and other supplies. A man stood behind the counter, his sleeves rolled up as he sorted through a stack of papers. Caleb approached the counter, clearing his throat. The man looked up, his eyes narrowing slightly as he took in Caleb's appearance. "Can I help you, stranger?" "Yeah," Caleb said, forcing a friendly smile. "I'm new in town, looking for work. You know anyone who might be hiring?" The man studied him for a moment, then shrugged. "Not much work around here unless you're willing to get your hands dirty. You any good with a shovel or an axe?" Caleb nodded. "I can handle manual labor. Anything to get started." The man scratched his chin, thinking. "Well, there's always work at the stables, Amos Levi's blacksmith and farrier. They're always looking for help mucking out stalls and tending to the horses. Pays a pittance, but it's honest work." "Thanks," Caleb said, nodding. "I'll check it out." As he turned to leave, the man called after him. "You might also try the butcher shop. They're always looking for help with deliveries and such. Just don't expect a warm welcome, old Bob runs a tight ship." He nodded hearing this, muttering a quick thanks before stepping back out into the sunlight. The stables were his first stop. They were located on the outskirts of town, a large wooden structure with several horses tied up outside. A man in a worn leather apron was brushing down a chestnut mare, his movements slow and deliberate. Caleb approached cautiously, not wanting to startle the horse. "Excuse me," he said, his voice calm. "I heard you might be looking for help around here." The man looked up, his eyes narrowing as he sized Caleb up. "You any good with horses?" "I can handle the basics," Caleb replied. "Mucking stalls, feeding, grooming. I'm a quick learner." The man grunted, setting the brush down. "All right. I'll give you a trial run. You work hard, I'll pay you fair. You slack off, you're out. Deal?" "Deal," Caleb said, nodding. He needed the work, and this was as good a place as any to start. The man handed him a shovel and pointed toward the stables. "Start with the stalls. When you're done, I'll show you the rest." Caleb got to work, the physical labor helping to clear his mind and in the hope of leveling attributes or at least attempted to level it up. As he shoveled manure and spread fresh hay, he kept his ears open, listening to the conversations around him. The stable hands talked about the usual things, the weather, the horses, the latest gossip from the saloon. But there was no mention of the Van der Linde gang, no whispers of outlaws or Pinkertons. When he finished the stalls, the stable master, a gruff man named Amos Levi, showed him how to feed and water the horses. Caleb paid close attention, knowing that any skill he could pick up would be valuable in this world. As they worked, he casually brought up the topic of newcomers in town. "Seems like a quiet place," Caleb said, brushing down a bay gelding. "You get many strangers passing through?" Levi shrugged. "Now and then. Mostly cowhands looking for work, or drifters passing through." "Why? You expecting someone?" "No, just curious," Caleb said quickly. "I'm new to the area, trying to get a feel for the place." Levi grunted, clearly uninterested in small talk. Well, if you're looking for excitement, you won't find much here. Valentine's a working town. Folks keep to themselves. Caleb nodded, filing the information away. If the Van der Linde gang had been here, it seemed they hadn't made much of an impression or they hadn't arrived yet. By the time the sun began to dip below the horizon, Caleb's arms ached, and his stomach was growling louder than ever. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 6 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 5 out of 10. Charm, 4 out of 10. Luck, 5 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL 1. Rifle, LVL 1. Firearms knowledge, LVL 2. Past life memory, LVL max. Chapter 3, 3. Work and sudden prospect. Caleb nodded, filing the information away. If the Van der Linde gang had been here, it seemed they hadn't made much of an impression or they hadn't arrived yet. By the time the sun began to dip below the horizon, Caleb's arms ached, and his stomach was growling louder than ever. Caleb's stomach growled loudly as he left the stables, after receiving his pay of $1, the ache in his arms and back a reminder of the day's labor. The sun was dipping below the horizon, casting long shadows across Valentine's dirt streets. He could smell the faint aroma of cooked meat wafting from the saloon, but he forced himself to ignore it. Food would have to wait. He needed more work, more money, and more information. The butcher stall was located at the end of the main road, a small wooden structure with a blood-stained counter and a few carcasses hanging from hooks. The smell of raw meat and sawdust filled the air, and a burly man with a thick beard and a stained apron stood behind the counter, sharpening a cleaver. This had to be old Bob. Caleb approached cautiously, his boots crunching against the dirt. The man looked up, his eyes narrowing as he took in Caleb's appearance. "What do you want?" he grunted, his voice rough and impatient. "I heard you might need help," Caleb said, forcing a polite tone. "I'm looking for work." Old Bob set the cleaver down and crossed his arms, his gaze sweeping over Caleb from head to toe. "You any good with a knife? Can you cut meat? Skin animals?" Caleb hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "I know the basics. I'm a fast learner." Old Bob scoffed, clearly unimpressed. "Basics, huh? We'll see about that." He gestured to a pile of unskinned rabbits on the counter. "Start with those. Skin 'em clean, no tears. If you mess up, you're out. Got it?" "Got it," Caleb said, stepping behind the counter. He picked up a small knife, its blade sharp and cold in his hand. He glanced at the rabbits, their fur matted with blood, and took a deep breath. He'd seen the animations in the game, Arthur skinning animals with practiced ease, and he'd watched a few hunting videos on YouTube in his past life. It wasn't much, but it was something. He picked up the first rabbit, positioning the knife carefully. His hands trembled slightly, but he steadied himself, focusing on the task. He made the first cut, slicing through the fur and peeling it back. It was messy work, and his first attempt left a few tears in the pelt, but he adjusted his technique, working more carefully. By the third rabbit, he was starting to get the hang of it. As he worked, a loud ding echoed in his mind, and the translucent blue system window appeared in front of him. Caleb blinked, glancing at the message. "Knife skills, LVL 0, beginner novice, acquired. You possess no prior knowledge or experience with knives. You are learning basic concepts through observation, hands-on practice, and foundational study. Your technique is rough, but you are beginning to understand the fundamentals of cutting and skinning." Caleb smirked, a small sense of accomplishment washing over him. "Guess I'm not completely hopeless," he muttered under his breath. Old Bob glanced over, his expression unreadable. "You're slow, but you're not butchering the pelts. Keep at it." Caleb nodded, returning to his work. The system window faded, but the notification lingered in his mind. He needed to improve his skills if he wanted to survive in this world. Knife work, shooting, riding, everything mattered. And if he could level up his abilities, he'd have a better chance of staying alive. By the time he finished skinning the rabbits, his hands were slick with blood, and his back ached from hunching over the counter. Old Bob inspected the pelts, his brow furrowed as he ran a calloused hand over the fur. "Not bad," he admitted grudgingly. "You'll do. Come back tomorrow if you want more work. I'll pay you $1 for the day." "Thanks," Caleb said, wiping his hands on a rag. He pocketed the coin, his stomach growling again. He couldn't put off eating any longer. As he left the butcher stall, the town of Valentine was settling into the quiet of the evening. The saloon was still lively, the sound of laughter and piano music spilling into the street, but the rest of the town was calm. Caleb made his way to the general store, where he bought a loaf of bread and a wedge of cheese with his hard-earned money. It wasn't much, but it would keep him going. He found a quiet spot near the stables to eat, leaning against a wooden fence as he tore into the bread. The food was simple, but it tasted like heaven after a long day of work. As he ate, his mind wandered back to the Van der Linde gang. If they hadn't arrived at Valentine's yet, it meant he had time to prepare. But if they were already here, he needed to find out where they were camped. He needed to be careful, though. Asking too many questions would draw attention, and attention was the last thing he needed. For now, he'd keep his head down, work hard, and gather information quietly. The stables and the butcher stall were good places to start, but he'd need to expand his network if he wanted to survive in this world. As he finished his meal, Caleb glanced at the system window again. His stats were still the same, but he'd gained a new skill. It was a small step, but it was progress. He just needed to keep moving forward. After his stomach had been filled, Caleb sighed as he looked at the remaining 50 cents in his hand, the meager earnings from his first day of hard work in this unforgiving world. The bread and cheese had cost him almost all of his money, and now he was faced with the reality of finding a place to sleep. His USB-like memory skill kicked in, reminding him that staying at a hotel in any town in Red Dead Redemption 2 cost $1.50 more than he had. Sleeping under the stars on an open field seemed like his only option, but the thought of being exposed to the dangers of the wilderness made him uneasy. As he stood there, weighing his options, he noticed two men walking suspiciously down the street. They kept glancing over their shoulders, their movements furtive and hurried. Caleb's curiosity was piqued. He watched as they turned into the alley behind the saloon, their hushed voices carrying just enough for him to catch snippets of their conversation. "We need to pay the sheriff soon," one of them muttered, his voice low but not low enough. "If we don't, he'll start sniffing around." "Aye, but we've got enough for now," the other replied, his Irish accent thick. "Just keep it quiet, yeah? We don't need any more trouble." Caleb's eyes narrowed. The accent, the way they talked, the mention of paying off the sheriff, it all clicked. His memory skill triggered, pulling up a vivid recollection from the game. Behind the doctor's office in Valentine, there was a back room where four O'Driscolls ran an illegal side business. In the game, Arthur had stumbled upon it, finding a Schofield revolver, a stash of cash on the table, and a safe containing even more money. It was a small but lucrative opportunity, and Caleb realized it might be his ticket to a decent night's sleep, and maybe more. He glanced around, making sure no one was watching him, then casually began to follow the two men. He kept his distance, blending into the shadows and acting as though he was just another drifter minding his own business. The men didn't seem to notice him, too engrossed in their conversation and their own paranoia. As they disappeared into the alley, Caleb hung back, leaning against a wooden post and pretending to adjust his boot. He strained his ears, catching more of their conversation. "The boss won't be happy if we're late with the payment," the first man said, his voice tense. "We've got to make sure the sheriff stays off our backs." "Aye, but we've got the money," the second man replied. "Just keep your head down and don't draw attention." Caleb's mind raced. If these men were O'Driscolls, and if they were running an illegal operation out of the doctor's back office, then there was a chance he could intercept their earnings. It was risky, he didn't have a weapon, and his knife skills were still at level 0, but the potential payoff was too good to ignore. He waited until the men were out of sight, then slipped into the alley. Caleb crouched behind the stack of crates in the alley, his eyes fixed on the back of the doctor's office where the two men had entered through. The window was covered with thick wooden planks, and the back door was reinforced with heavy metal, clearly designed to keep intruders out. Its surfaces dull and unyielding under the dim light filtering through the cracks. This wasn't going to be easy. Either the O'Driscolls had taken precautions or it was the doctor who did it. He doesn't know much as he didn't investigate the lore that deep. The place was a fortress, and Caleb didn't have the tools or the skills to break in quietly. His stomach churned at the thought of what he might have to do to get inside. Killing someone, even an O'Driscoll, wasn't something he was ready for. He'd never taken a life before, and the idea made him queasy. But he needed that money. Without it, he'd be sleeping in the dirt tonight, exposed to the dangers of the wilderness. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to think. He couldn't just barge in. He needed a plan. His USB-like memory skill kicked in, pulling up details from the game. In Red Dead Redemption 2, Arthur infiltrated the backroom by robbing the doctor and forcing him to open the entrance from the doctor's shop, but Caleb didn't have the luxury of a pre-scripted mission. He'd have to improvise. As he was thinking, suddenly the metal door creaked open, revealing a staggering O'Driscoll, muttering about needing to relieve himself. His companions, visible through the doorway, told him to shut the door, but the drunk O'Driscoll waved them off, slurring that it was fine, no one would be in the alley at this hour. This was it, Caleb's chance that he should take advantage of. Maybe his only one. He grabbed a sizable rock from the ground, its rough surface a stark contrast to the sudden chill that ran through him. He approached the O'Driscoll silently, the man still focused on his task. Caleb swung the rock with all his might, aiming for the back of the head, intent on knocking him unconscious. The impact was sickening, a dull thud followed by a muffled groan as the O'Driscoll crumpled forward, hitting the wall he'd been urinating against. Caleb's stomach churned. He saw blood oozing from the back of the man's head. Dread washed over him, cold and heavy. He fought back the urge to vomit, as he had to focus. Then, he heard a groan and as he looked down, he saw that the O'Driscoll wasn't dead, yet, he was still alive. Panic clawed at Caleb's throat, and as he looked around, he saw the knife on the O'Driscoll's belt. He grabbed it, his hand shaking. He rolled the man over, those eyes, wide and staring, already filled with a sense of death he will cause. He couldn't think. He wouldn't hesitate. He brought the knife down in a brutal, swift motion across the O'Driscoll's throat. The gurgling sound that followed was horrifying. Just before the nausea could fully overcome him, a ding echoed in his mind, but he ignored it at this time. The notifications were surreal, almost mocking, against the backdrop of what he had just done. He'd gained what looked like a skill, but his heart was a lead weight in his chest. Caleb stood over the lifeless body of the O'Driscoll, his hands trembling as he clutched the bloodied knife. The man's wide, unseeing eyes stared up at him, a haunting reminder of what he had just done. His stomach churned once again, and for a moment, he thought he might vomit. The metallic smell of blood filled his nostrils, and the weight of his actions pressed down on him like a suffocating blanket. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 6 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 5 out of 10. Charm, 4 out of 10. Luck, 5 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL 1. Rifle, LVL 1. Firearms knowledge, LVL 2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL 0, new. Chapter 4, 4. Successful heist with psychological impact. His stomach churned once again, and for a moment, he thought he might vomit. The metallic smell of blood filled his nostrils, and the weight of his actions pressed down on him like a suffocating blanket. But there was no time to dwell on it. The faint sound of voices from inside the backroom snapped him back to reality. The metal door was still ajar, and the remaining 3 O'Driscolls were just beyond it. Caleb knew he had to act quickly. If he didn't take them out now, they would come looking for their missing companion, and he'd be dead before sunrise. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to focus. The system window once again flickered in front of him, displaying 2 new notifications, not just one that surprised him. Blunt weapon, LVL-0, beginner novice, acquired. Description: you possess no prior knowledge or experience with blunt weapons. You are learning basic concepts through observation, hands-on practice, and foundational study. Your technique is rough, but you are beginning to understand the fundamentals of using blunt objects as weapons. Sneaking, LVL-0, beginner novice, acquired. Description: you possess no prior knowledge or experience with stealth. You are learning basic concepts through observation, hands-on practice, and foundational study. Your movements are clumsy, but you are beginning to understand the fundamentals of moving quietly and avoiding detection. Caleb dismissed the notifications, his mind racing. He had no time to celebrate the small victories. He needed a plan to take out the remaining O'Driscolls. The element of surprise was his only advantage, but he had to be smart about it. He crouched low, peering through the crack in the metal door. The room was dimly lit, the air thick with the smell of tobacco and whiskey. 2 of the O'Driscolls were seated at a table, playing cards and drinking. The third was leaning against the wall, cleaning a revolver. They were relaxed, their guard down, but Caleb knew that could change in an instant. He glanced at the knife in his hand, then at the rock he had used earlier. Neither was ideal, but they were all he had. He needed to take them out quickly and quietly, one by one. Caleb slipped through the door, staying low and moving silently. His heart pounded in his chest, but he forced himself to stay calm. He crept toward the man leaning against the wall, his footsteps barely making a sound. The O'Driscoll was focused on his revolver, humming a tune under his breath. He didn't notice Caleb until it was too late. Caleb lunged forward, driving the knife into the man's throat. The O'Driscoll let out a choked gasp, his eyes wide with shock as he slumped to the floor. Caleb caught him before he could make too much noise, lowering him gently to the ground. He turned his attention to the 2 men at the table. They were still engrossed in their card game, their voices loud and slurred. Caleb picked up the rock, his hands slick with sweat. He needed to take them out quickly, before they could react. He crept closer, his heart racing. The first man was laughing, slamming his cards down on the table. Caleb raised the rock and brought it down hard on the back of the man's head. The O'Driscoll crumpled forward, his face hitting the table with a dull thud. The second man looked up, his eyes widening in shock. "What the?" he started to say, but Caleb was already moving. He swung the rock again, this time aiming for the man's temple. The blow landed with a sickening crunch, and the O'Driscoll slumped to the floor, unconscious. Caleb stood there for a moment, his chest heaving as he tried to catch his breath, whereafter that he used the knife to slice the throats of the 2 O'Driscolls to kill them permanently. After that the room was truly silent now, the only sound the faint ticking of a clock on the wall. He had done it. He had taken out all 3 O'Driscolls without alerting anyone outside. But the victory felt hollow. The weight of what he had done pressed down on him, and he felt a wave of nausea wash over him. He had killed 4 men in the span of a few minutes. It was something he had never imagined himself capable of, but in this world, it was kill or be killed. He shook his head, forcing himself to focus. There was no time for guilt or regret. He needed to get what he came for and get out before anyone else showed up. Caleb moved quickly, searching the room. He found the pile of cash on the table, along with the Schofield revolver. He stuffed the money into his pockets and grabbed the revolver, the weight of it comforting in his hand. The safe was in the corner, its surface dull and unyielding. He didn't have the key, so he decided to search the room, as he didn't have any lock breaker. He searched the drawers and cabinets, across the table as well, but didn't find any key. Then he looked across the 3 years' bodies of O'Driscolls, and holding back his nausea and urge to vomit, he looked through the bodies. At the first and second body, he doesn't find any keys, and finally, on the third one, he finds the key tucked in the pocket of the O'Driscoll. He opened the safe, his eyes widening at the sight of the stacks of cash inside. He grabbed the money, stuffing it into his pockets alongside the rest. As he turned to leave, he caught a glimpse of himself in a cracked mirror on the wall. His face was pale, his eyes wide with shock and fear. He barely recognized himself. The man staring back at him was a killer, someone who had done what was necessary to survive. Caleb tore his gaze away, his stomach churning. He couldn't afford to think about it now. He needed to get out of here. Before he slips out the back door, he finds a satchel and takes it with him as it can come in handy, putting the money he had stuffed into his pocket at the satchel, then leaves the room, closing the door quietly behind him. The alley was empty, the only sound the distant hum of the saloon. Caleb moved quickly, staying in the shadows as he made his way to the hotel. He paid for a room with some of the cash, spending around $5 for 5 nights, his hands still trembling as he handed over the money. The owner didn't seem to notice, too busy counting the bills to pay attention to Caleb's state. Once inside his room, Caleb locked the door and collapsed onto the bed. His body ached, and his mind was a whirlwind of emotions. He had survived his first real test in this world, but at what cost? As he lay there, staring up at the ceiling, he knew one thing for certain: this was only the beginning. The world of Red Dead Redemption 2 was brutal and unforgiving, and he would have to become even more ruthless if he wanted to survive. Caleb's body and mind were utterly spent as he lay on the creaky bed in his rented room. The adrenaline that had carried him through the night had finally worn off, leaving him drained and heavy with exhaustion. His eyelids drooped, and despite the turmoil in his mind, sleep claimed him quickly. At first, his dreams were pleasant. He found himself back in his old apartment, sitting on his worn leather chair, the glow of the television screen casting flickering shadows across the room. The familiar smell of stale coffee and burnt popcorn filled the air, and he felt a sense of comfort and safety. But then, the dream shifted. An eagle soared overhead, its shadow passing over him, and suddenly, he was no longer in his apartment. He was back in the doctor's back room, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of the O'Driscolls. The air was thick with the metallic tang of blood, and the room felt colder, darker. The bodies seemed to stir, their eyes opening to stare at him accusingly. Voices echoed in his mind, condemning him for what he had done. "Murderer," one voice hissed. "You killed us," another whispered. "You're no better than the outlaws you despise," a third voice growled. Caleb's heart raced as he looked around, his breath coming in short, panicked gasps. "I'm sorry," he muttered, his voice trembling. "I didn't want to do it. I had no choice. It was kill or be killed." But the voices didn't stop. They grew louder, more insistent, pressing down on him like a suffocating weight. He felt the guilt and dread clawing at his chest, threatening to consume him. For a moment, he thought he might break under the pressure. Then, a bright light filled the room, cutting through the darkness. The voices faded, and the bodies disappeared. Caleb stood alone in the empty room, the light washing over him. He felt a strange sense of clarity, as if the dream was forcing him to confront the harsh reality of this world. "This is who I have to be," he whispered to himself. "This world doesn't forgive weakness. It doesn't reward kindness. If I want to survive, I have to be ruthless." The dream shifted again, and Caleb found himself standing in a vast, open field. The sun was shining, and the air was fresh and clean. He felt a weight lift from his shoulders, the psychological pressure lessening. He wasn't free of guilt, he doubted he ever would be, but he felt a sense of resolve. He had done what he had to do, and he would do it again if necessary. When Caleb woke, he was drenched in sweat, his heart pounding in his chest. He sat up abruptly, taking deep, gulping breaths as he tried to steady himself. The sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow across the room. He wiped the sweat from his face with a trembling hand, his mind still reeling from the dream. He looked around the room, grounding himself in the present. The events of the previous night felt like a distant nightmare, but the weight of his actions still lingered. He had killed 4 men. He had taken their lives to save his own. It was a harsh truth, but one he had to accept if he wanted to survive in this world. Caleb got out of bed, his body stiff and sore from the previous day's labor. He dressed quickly, his mind already turning to the tasks ahead. He grabbed a few dimes from the satchel he had taken from the O'Driscolls and headed downstairs. The hotel lobby was quiet, the morning sun casting long shadows across the wooden floor. Caleb approached the front desk, where the owner was busy polishing a set of keys. "I'd like a hot bath," Caleb said, his voice calm but firm. The owner nodded, gesturing toward a door at the back of the lobby. "Bath's through there. It'll be ready in a few minutes. Need anything else? We've got additional services, if you're interested." Caleb shook his head. "Just the bath, thanks." As he waited, he overheard a conversation between 2 hotel guests sitting near the fireplace. Their voices were low, but Caleb's heightened perception allowed him to pick up on their words. "Did you hear about the bodies they found?" one man said, his tone hushed. "4 of them, in the doctor's back room. Nasty business." "Yeah, I heard," the other man replied. "Sheriff's got the doctor in custody, but he's saying he doesn't know anything about it. Says he was tending to some patrons at the saloon last night when it happened. His alibi checks out, though. Guess the investigation's still underway." Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 6 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 5 out of 10. Charm, 4 out of 10. Luck, 5 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL 1. Rifle, LVL 1. Firearms knowledge, LVL 2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL 0. Blunt weapon, LVL 0, new. Sneaking, LVL 0, new. Chapter 5, 5. A proper shopping. "Yeah, I heard," the other man replied. "Sheriff's got the doctor in custody, but he's saying he doesn't know anything about it. Says he was tending to some patrons at the saloon last night when it happened. His alibi checks out, though. Guess the investigation's still underway." Caleb's stomach churned at the mention of the bodies, but he forced himself to stay calm. He had covered his tracks well, and there was no reason to believe anyone would connect him to the killings. Still, he knew he had to be careful. The O'Driscolls were a dangerous gang, and if they found out what he had done, they would come after him. The bath was ready soon after, and Caleb stepped into the small, steamy room. He sank into the hot water, letting the warmth soothe his aching muscles. As he washed away the grime and blood of the previous night, he tried to clear his mind. He couldn't afford to dwell on the past. He had to focus on the future. When he emerged from the bath, he felt refreshed, both physically and mentally. The weight of his actions still lingered, but it was no longer crushing. He had made his peace with what he had done, and he was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Caleb stepped out into the morning sunlight through the front door, his satchel slung over his shoulder and the Schofield revolver tucked into his belt. The town of Valentine was waking up, the streets bustling with activity. He had survived his first real test in this world, but he knew it was only the beginning. He adjusted his hat, pulling it low over his eyes, and made his way down the wooden steps. The town was already alive with activity, horses clip-clopped along the dirt roads, townsfolk chatted outside the saloon, and the faint sound of a blacksmith's hammer rang out in the distance. Caleb kept to himself, his satchel slung over his shoulder and the Schofield revolver tucked securely into his belt. He had a mission in mind, and he wasn't about to let anything distract him. He crossed the street, his boots crunching against the dirt, and approached Worth's General Store, the only general store in Valentine's. Caleb looked at the building in detail now that he was on his second day at Valentine, where it was modest, and its wooden facade weathered but sturdy, with a sign hanging above the door that read, Worth's General Store, supplies for all your needs. Caleb pushed the door open, the bell above it jingling softly as he stepped inside. The store was cozy, with shelves lined with canned goods, tools, and various supplies. The air smelled of wood polish and dried herbs, and the faint hum of conversation filled the room. Behind the counter stood who should be Mr. Worth, the middle-aged man with a neatly trimmed mustache and a friendly demeanor he met yesterday. He looked up from the ledger he was writing in and smiled as Caleb entered. "Morning, young man," Mr. Worth said, his voice warm but businesslike. "What can I do for you today?" Caleb nodded politely, stepping closer to the counter. "Morning, Mr. Worth. I'm looking to buy some new clothes, shirts, pants, boots, and a coat. Something practical and affordable, if you've got it." Mr. Worth raised an eyebrow, clearly recognizing Caleb from the day before. "Ah, right. You were in here yesterday, weren't you? Looking for work, if I recall." "That's right," Caleb said, keeping his tone neutral. "Thanks to you I found some work in the stable and the butcher stall, but my clothes are in rough shape. Need something that'll hold up." "Understandable," Mr. Worth said, nodding. He reached under the counter and pulled out a thick catalog, flipping through the pages until he found the section on clothing. "Here we are. Let's see, shirts, pants, boots, and coats. I've got a few options under $5 each. They're not the fanciest, mind you, but they'll get the job done." Caleb leaned over the counter, scanning the catalog. The designs were simple and utilitarian, plain shirts in neutral colors, sturdy pants made of rough-spun fabric, boots that looked durable but lacked any decorative flair, and coats that were more functional than fashionable. It wasn't exactly stylish, but Caleb didn't care. Practicality was his priority, especially since he didn't have a steady source of income yet. "These'll do," Caleb said, pointing to a few items in the catalog. "Can you check if you've got them in stock?" "Of course," Mr. Worth said, setting the catalog aside and moving to the shelves. He began pulling items down, checking sizes and quality as he went. While Mr. Worth worked, Caleb took the opportunity to count his money. He reached into his satchel and pulled out the stack of bills he had taken from the O'Driscolls. After paying for the hotel room, $5 for 5 nights, and the hot bath 25 cents, he was left with $71.25. It wasn't a fortune, but it was enough to keep him going for a while. Still, Caleb knew he had to be careful with his spending. Every dollar counted in this world, and he couldn't afford to waste any. Mr. Worth returned to the counter with a pile of clothes, a plain black long-sleeve shirt, a pair of dark trousers, a pair of sturdy worker boots, and a slightly worn-out duster coat. "Here you go," he said, laying them out for Caleb to inspect. "All under $5 each, just like you asked. Good quality, too. They'll last you a good while if you take care of them." Caleb examined the items, running his hands over the fabric. The shirt and pants were simple but well-made, the boots were solid and comfortable, and the coat was thick enough to keep him warm during chilly nights. It wasn't glamorous, but it was exactly what he needed. "I'll take them," Caleb said, nodding. "How much for everything?" Mr. Worth did a quick calculation, scribbling numbers on a piece of paper. "Let's see, shirts $3, pants are $4, boots are $5, and the coat's $5. That'll be $17 total." Caleb handed over the money, trying not to wince at the dent it put in his savings. But he knew it was a necessary expense. He couldn't afford to walk around in blood-stained clothes, and he needed gear that would hold up in the harsh conditions of the frontier. "Pleasure doing business with you," Mr. Worth said, handing Caleb the clothes and his change. "You need anything else?" "Ammo," supplies, maybe a new hat. Caleb wanted to refuse Mr. Worth's offer at first, but then he remembered that he was low on ammo for the Schofield revolver. He had 6 rounds already loaded in the revolver, but he didn't have any spare cartridges. That was a problem. In a world as dangerous as this, running out of bullets could mean the difference between life and death. Actually, Caleb said, hesitating for a moment before nodding, I'll take some revolver cartridges. How much for a box? Mr. Worth's eyes lit up at the prospect of another sale. Revolver cartridges, you say? The standard price is $1 for 60 rounds. Good quality, too. Made by Smith & Wesson. Caleb did the math in his head. He had just spent $17 on clothes, leaving him with $54.25. Spending $3 on ammo would still leave him with a decent amount of money, around $51.25. Having extra bullets was a necessity he couldn't ignore. I'll take 3 boxes, Caleb said, pulling out $3 and handing them to Mr. Worth. That should give me enough to last a while. Mr. Worth nodded, clearly pleased with the sale. He reached under the counter and pulled out 3 small boxes of revolver cartridges, each neatly labeled with the manufacturer's name. Here you go, he said, sliding them across the counter. 3 boxes, 60 rounds each. That's 180 rounds total. Should keep you well stocked for a good while. Caleb picked up the boxes, tucking them carefully into his satchel. The weight of the ammo was reassuring, and he felt a small sense of security knowing he wouldn't run out of bullets anytime soon. Thanks, he said, nodding to Mr. Worth. I appreciate it. Anytime, Mr. Worth replied with a smile. You take care now, and come back if you need anything else. Caleb left the store, the bell jingling softly behind him. The morning sun was warm on his face as he stepped back onto the street, his new clothes tucked under his arm and his satchel now heavier with the added weight of the ammo. He made his way back to the hotel, his stomach growling as he realized he hadn't eaten since the previous night. Once inside his room, Caleb quickly changed into his new clothes. The plain black long-sleeve shirt fit snugly, the dark trousers were comfortable and practical, and the sturdy worker boots felt solid on his feet. The slightly worn-out duster coat was a bit heavy, but it would keep him warm during chilly nights. He adjusted the collar, looking at himself in the cracked mirror on the wall. The outfit wasn't stylish, but it was functional, exactly what he needed. With his new clothes on and his satchel slung over his shoulder, Caleb felt ready to face the day. But first, he needed food. His stomach growled loudly, reminding him that he hadn't eaten a proper meal in hours. He grabbed his hat and headed out the door, making his way to Smithfield Saloon, the only saloon in Valentine's. As he approached the saloon, Caleb's memory skill kicked in, pulling up details from the game. Smithfield Saloon was a rough and tumble place, frequented by cowboys, gamblers, and drifters. It was the heart of Valentine's social life, but it was also where trouble tended to brew. Caleb knew he'd have to be careful, but he was too hungry to care. He pushed open the saloon doors, the sound of laughter and piano music spilling out into the street. The interior was dimly lit, the air thick with the smell of tobacco, alcohol, and sweat. A few patrons glanced his way as he entered, their eyes lingering on him for a moment before they returned to their drinks and conversations. Caleb ignored them, keeping his head down as he made his way to the bar. The bartender, a burly man with a thick mustache and a stained apron, looked up as Caleb approached. "What'll it be, stranger?" he asked, his tone neutral but not unfriendly. "Beef stew and a bottle of beer," Caleb said, sliding onto a stool. He remembered from his past life that the saloon served hearty meals, and beef stew was one of the cheaper options. It would fill him up without breaking the bank. The bartender nodded, scribbling the order on a piece of paper. "That'll be $3.50, he said, setting a bottle of beer in front of Caleb. "Stew'll be out in a minute." Caleb handed over the money, trying not to wince at the cost, which leaves him with $47.75. $3.50 was a lot for a meal, but he was too hungry to argue. He popped the cap off the beer and took a long swig, the cold liquid soothing his dry throat. It wasn't the best beer he'd ever had, but it hit the spot. A few minutes later, the bartender returned with a steaming bowl of beef stew. The aroma was rich and savory, and Caleb's stomach growled in anticipation. He dug in, savoring the tender chunks of beef, the hearty vegetables, and the thick, flavorful broth. It was the best meal he'd had since arriving in this world, and he ate every last bite. As he finished his meal, Caleb leaned back in his chair, feeling satisfied and refreshed. The saloon was lively around him, the sound of laughter and music filling the air. For a moment, he allowed himself to relax, enjoying the simple pleasure of a good meal. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 6 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 5 out of 10. Charm, 4 out of 10. Luck, 5 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL 1. Rifle, LVL 1. Firearms knowledge, LVL 2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL 0. Blunt weapon, LVL 0. Sneaking, LVL 0. Chapter 6, 6. Another encounter with easy cash and kickstart. As he finished his meal, Caleb leaned back in his chair, feeling satisfied and refreshed. The saloon was lively around him, the sound of laughter and music filling the air. For a moment, he allowed himself to relax, enjoying the simple pleasure of a good meal. As Caleb enjoyed his relaxing moment, his ear picked up a heated conversation from the table next to him. Two men were in the middle of a tense exchange, their voices low but sharp with anger. The first man, a wiry fellow with a scruffy beard and a hat pulled low over his eyes, was accusing the other of double-crossing him. "You backstabbed me, Tom," the wiry man hissed, his voice trembling with barely contained rage. "We had a deal. You were supposed to split the winnings with me, and now you're walking away with all of it? That's $50 that should have been mine." The other man, Tom, was broader and more composed, though his face was flushed with frustration. He leaned back in his chair, his hands raised in a defensive gesture. "Look, Jim, it ain't my fault you're bad at poker. You blew our plan by folding when you shouldn't have. That $50 is mine, fair and square. I ain't giving you a cut for messing up." Jim slammed his hand on the table, causing the glasses to rattle. "You son of a," he started, but Tom cut him off by standing up abruptly. "Save it, Jim," Tom said, his voice cold. "I ain't got time for this. You want money? Learn to play better." With that, he turned on his heel and stormed out of the saloon, leaving Jim fuming at the table. Jim sat there for a moment, his fists clenched, before he noticed Caleb subtly glancing in his direction. Their eyes met, and Jim's expression shifted from anger to something more calculating. He got up from his seat and walked over to Caleb, sliding into the chair across from him without waiting for an invitation. Before Caleb could say anything, Jim leaned in close and whispered, "You look like a man who could use some easy money. Interested?" Caleb raised an eyebrow, intrigued but cautious. He decided to play along, nodding slightly. "Maybe. What do you have in mind?" Jim glanced around the saloon, making sure no one was listening, before leaning in even closer. His voice was barely audible over the noise of the room. "That fella who just left. Tom. He double-crossed me. We were supposed to split the winnings from a poker game yesterday, but he took off with the whole pot, $50. It's mine by right, and I want it back." Caleb listened carefully, his mind already working through the possibilities. Jim continued, "Here's the deal. Tom's staying at the hotel, room number 1B. I need you to go up there, search his room, and find that money. Once you've got it, we'll split it. Half for each of us. Easy money for both of us." As Jim spoke, Caleb's memory skill activated, pulling up a faint recollection from his past life. He remembered a similar encounter in the game, where Arthur had been approached by a man with a similar proposition. In that scenario, Arthur had the option to lie about finding the money and keep it all for himself. Caleb's lips curled into a faint smile as he realized he could do the same like what he did while playing the game. "All right," Caleb said, keeping his tone neutral. "I'll take a look. But if I find the money, how do I know you won't double-cross me too?" Jim's eyes narrowed, but he nodded. "Fair point. Tell you what, you bring the money back here, and we'll split it right in front of each other. No tricks." Caleb nodded, though he had no intention of following through. "Deal. I'll be back soon." He stood up, leaving his empty beer bottle on the table, and made his way out of the saloon. The sun was still high in the sky, casting long shadows across the dirt streets of Valentine. Caleb adjusted his hat, pulling it low over his eyes, and headed toward the hotel. Room 1B was on the ground floor, at the back of the building near the bathroom. Caleb knocked lightly on the door, listening for any movement inside. When there was no response, he tried the handle. To his surprise, it was unlocked. He slipped inside, closing the door quietly behind him. The room was small and sparsely furnished, with a bed, a dresser, and a small table. Caleb quickly began searching, starting with the dresser drawers. He found a few personal items, a spare shirt, a pair of socks, and a small pouch containing a handful of coins which he take, but no sign of the $50. Next, he checked under the mattress and pillows, but still nothing. Finally, his eyes landed on a small satchel tucked under the bed. He pulled it out and opened it, his heart skipping a beat when he saw the stack of bills inside. He counted it quickly, $50, just as Jim had said and the same as what he what his skill remembers for him. Caleb hesitated for a moment, weighing his options. He could take the money back to Jim and split it, as agreed. But why should he? Jim had no way of knowing whether he'd found the money or not. And besides, he had his own expenses to worry about. With a decisive nod, Caleb tucked the money into his satchel and left the room, making sure to close the door quietly behind him. He walked back to the saloon, his mind already working on what he would say to Jim. When he returned, Jim was still sitting at the table, nursing a drink. He looked up eagerly as Caleb approached. "Well? Did you find it?" Caleb shook his head, his expression carefully neutral. "Sorry, Jim. No luck. The room was clean. No sign of the money." Jim's face fell, and he slammed his fist on the table in frustration. "Damn it. That lying cheat must have hidden it somewhere else." He looked up at Caleb, his eyes narrowing. "You sure you looked everywhere?" Caleb shrugged. "I checked the dresser, under the bed, everywhere I could think of. If the money was there, it's gone now." Jim cursed under his breath but didn't press the matter further. "All right, thanks for trying," he muttered, clearly disappointed. Caleb nodded and turned to leave, feeling the weight of the $50 in his satchel. As he stepped out into the sunlight, a small smile played on his lips. He had played his cards right, and now he had a little extra cash to help him survive in this harsh world. But he knew better than to let his guard down. In a place like Valentine, trust was a luxury he couldn't afford. Leaving the saloon, Caleb headed to the eastern part of Valentine. As he walked, he passed by the doctor's clinic, which was closed due to the ongoing investigation into the O'Driscolls he had killed the previous night, to gain the money and Schofield revolver he had in his belt. The clinic's doors were shut, and a notice pinned to the entrance explained that it was temporarily closed while the sheriff's office conducted its inquiry. Caleb felt a flicker of unease but quickly pushed it aside. He had covered his tracks well, and there was no reason to believe anyone would connect him to the killings. Ignoring the doctor's clinic, Caleb continued walking. As he passed by the sheriff's office, he spotted Sheriff Curtis Malloy standing on the terrace, smoking a cigarette. Caleb remembered Malloy well from the game, a no-nonsense lawman who took his job seriously but at the same time a corrupt one, since he also received bribes, and the most obvious one was the O'Driscoll's bribes he received that he wouldn't receive anymore. Their eyes met briefly, and Caleb, wanting to appear natural, gave a subtle nod, tipping his head slightly in acknowledgement. Malloy returned the greeting with a curt nod of his own before taking one last puff of his cigarette. He tossed the stub to the ground, crushed it under his boot, and turned to head back into his office. Caleb let out a quiet sigh of relief. He hadn't done anything to draw suspicion, but it was always better to stay on the good side of the law, especially in a town like Valentine, and Malloy as the sheriff. He continued walking, his boots crunching against the dirt road, until he came across a newspaper boy standing on the corner, shouting the day's headlines. The sight of the boy triggered Caleb's memory skill. He recalled that newspapers in the game were a valuable source of information, offering insights into current events and the world state currently. Although Caleb had never bought a newspaper in his past life, he remembered watching YouTube videos where players emphasized their importance, as it could contain stories and lore. Thanks to his memory skill, he knew this was an opportunity he couldn't pass up. Approaching the boy, Caleb pulled out a quarter from his satchel. "One paper, please," he said, handing over the 25 cents. The boy grinned, handing him a freshly printed copy of the New Hanover Gazette, and taking the quarter from Caleb. "Here you go, mister. Big news today on the headline." Caleb nodded, tucking the newspaper under his arm. The small expense left him with $97.50, a minor cost for the wealth of information he hoped to gain. He found a quiet spot near the edge of town, leaning against a wooden fence as he unfolded the paper. The first thing he noticed was the date May 3, 1899. Caleb's heart skipped a beat. This was the year the game's events began. His eyes quickly scanned the front page, and a bold headline caught his attention. "Blackwater Massacre, Town in Chaos After Deadly Heist Gone Wrong." Caleb's breath hitched as he began to read the article. The Blackwater Massacre was the event that set the entire story of the game in motion. According to the report, a botched ferry heist had left dozens dead, including lawmen and civilians. The Van der Linde gang, once a relatively known group of outlaws in the state, was now the most wanted in the nation. The article described the gang's flight from Blackwater, with rumors suggesting they had fled north into the mountains, with lawmen and bounty hunters actively trying to locate and pursue them. Caleb's mind raced. If the newspaper was reporting on the massacre, it meant the Van der Linde gang had already left Blackwater. They were likely on their way to or already trapped in the abandoned mining town of Coulter, caught in the midst of a brutal blizzard. This was the starting point of the game's story, and Caleb realized he didn't have much time to prepare. He folded the newspaper, his thoughts swirling. The world around him was moving forward, and he needed to decide his next steps carefully. The Van der Linde gang's arrival in Coulter would mark the beginning of their downfall, but it would also set off a chain of events that would shape the fate of the life he had now. Caleb knew he couldn't afford to be caught off guard. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 6 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 5 out of 10. Charm, 4 out of 10. Luck, 5 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL 1. Rifle, LVL 1. Firearms knowledge, LVL 2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL 0. Blunt weapon, LVL 0. Sneaking, LVL 0. Chapter 7, 7. Buying a horse. He folded the newspaper, his thoughts swirling. The world around him was moving forward, and he needed to decide his next steps carefully. The Van der Linde gang's arrival in Coulter would mark the beginning of their downfall, but it would also set off a chain of events that would shape the fate of the life he has now. Caleb knew he couldn't afford to be caught off guard. Deciding to begin any kind of training he could to raise his attributes and skill levels, as well as gain new skills to prepare himself for whatever was to come, Caleb rolled the folded newspaper and tucked it into his satchel. He knew that improving his abilities would be crucial for surviving in this world, especially with the Van der Linde gang's arrival looming on the horizon. One of the first skills he needed to acquire was horse riding. Horses were an integral part of this world, serving as the primary mode of transportation and a key element of daily life. Without a horse, he would be severely limited in his ability to travel, hunt, or even interact with others. With this in mind, Caleb decided to head to the Valentine stable to meet with Mr. Levi, the stable master, and purchase a horse. He knew that owning a horse would not only make his life easier but also give him the opportunity to develop his riding skills. If he could master horse riding, he would be better prepared to contact and interact with the Van der Linde gang when they eventually arrived at Valentine's. As Caleb approached the stable, he saw Mr. Levi tending to one of the horses outside. The stable master looked up and recognized Caleb immediately, a friendly smile spreading across his weathered face. "Well, if it ain't the young man from yesterday," Mr. Levi called out, wiping his hands on his apron. "You here for more work? I could use an extra hand today if you're interested." Caleb smiled and shook his head. "Not today, Mr. Levi. I appreciate the offer, though. I'll definitely take you up on it another time. Right now, I'm actually here to buy a horse." Mr. Levi's eyebrows shot up in surprise, but his smile widened. "Well, now, that's a different story. Business it is, then. Come on in, and let's see what we've got for you." Caleb followed Mr. Levi into the stable, the familiar scent of hay and horses filling his nostrils. The stable was bustling with activity, with workers tending to the horses and cleaning the stalls. Mr. Levi led Caleb deeper into the stable, gesturing to the various horses as they walked. "So, what kind of horse are you looking for?" Mr. Levi asked, his tone now all business. "We've got a range of breeds here, from sturdy workhorses to faster riding horses. It all depends on what you need and how much you're willing to spend." Caleb hesitated for a moment. Unlike in the game, where he could see stats and traits for each horse, he had no way of knowing which horses were truly good ones. He decided to rely on Mr. Levi's expertise. "I'm looking for a good horse, something reliable for both short and long journeys. I don't need anything too fancy, but I want something that's easy to maintain and can handle rough terrain. My budget is around $50 to $60. Do you have anything like that?" Mr. Levi rubbed his chin thoughtfully, then nodded. "You're in luck, son. I just got a new horse in yesterday from a horse tamer. Follow me." He led Caleb to the inner section of the stable, where a sleek black horse stood in one of the stalls. The horse had a striking coat with a subtle Rabicano pattern, a mix of black and white hairs that gave it a unique, almost shimmering appearance. It was a beautiful animal, with a strong build and an alert demeanor. "This here is a black Rabicano Tennessee Walker," Mr. Levi said, his voice filled with pride. "She's a fine horse, perfect for both short and long journeys. Easy to maintain, too. She's got a calm temperament, but she's quick when she needs to be. I was planning to sell her for $60, but since I liked the work you did yesterday, I'll give you a $4 discount. How does $56 sound?" Caleb studied the horse carefully, impressed by its appearance and demeanor. He could tell that this was a high-quality horse, at least what he could get now, and the price was within his budget as he had $97.50. He nodded, a smile spreading across his face. "She's perfect. I'll take her." Mr. Levi clapped Caleb on the shoulder, clearly pleased with the sale. "You've got yourself a fine horse, son. She'll serve you well. Let's get her saddled up for you." As Mr. Levi prepared the horse, Caleb counted out $56 from his satchel and handed it over, leaving $47.50 at his satchel. He felt a pang of regret at parting with so much money, but he knew it was a necessary investment. A good horse would make all the difference in this world. Once the horse was ready, Mr. Levi handed Caleb the reins. "There you go. She's all yours. Take good care of her, and she'll take good care of you." Caleb nodded, gripping the reins tightly. Brushing the beautiful horse on the nostril and its face, Caleb received a gentle nuzzling from the horse, causing him to chuckle. "Easy there, girl," he said softly, patting her neck. He decided to name her Morgan, a nod to the Van der Linde gang's enforcer and his favorite character, Arthur Morgan, whose name had always stuck with him from the game. It felt fitting, somehow, to name his first horse after a man who had been so deeply connected to horses in the story. Turning to Mr. Levi, Caleb said, "I also need to buy a saddle, some horse maintenance tools like a brush, and some horse treats, apples, carrots, and sugar cubes. Do you have those?" Mr. Levi nodded, clearly pleased with the additional sales. "Of course, son. Let's see what we've got." He led Caleb over to a section of the stable where various supplies were neatly organized. First, Mr. Levi picked out a sturdy, well-made saddle. "This here's a good, reliable saddle. It'll serve you well on long rides. It's $20. Next, he handed Caleb a good quality horse brush. "This brush is one of the best I've got. It'll keep Morgan's coat shiny and healthy. That'll be $8. Finally, Mr. Levi showed Caleb the horse treats. "Apples are 50 cents each, carrots are 75 cents each, and sugar cubes are $1 each. How many do you want?" Caleb thought for a moment. "I'll take 3 apples, 2 carrots, and 1 sugar cube." Mr. Levi did the math quickly. "That's $1.50 for the apples, $1.50 for the carrots, and $1 for the sugar cube. So, $22 in total for everything." Caleb nodded and handed over the money, leaving him with $25.50 in his satchel. He felt a bit lighter in the wallet, but he knew these were essential purchases. A good saddle would make riding more comfortable, the brush would keep Morgan in top condition, and the treats would help build a bond between him and his new horse. As Mr. Levi handed over the supplies, Caleb hesitated for a moment before asking, "Mr. Levi, do you know anyone who could teach me how to ride a horse properly? My skills aren't exactly polished." Mr. Levi chuckled, his eyes twinkling with amusement. "Well, I can't boast about being the best rider in the West, but I know my way around a horse. I could teach you the basics. How about this? You help me out around the stable today, and in return, I'll give you a riding lesson later this afternoon. No charge." Caleb considered the offer. Not only would he get free riding lessons, but he'd also have the chance to build a stronger relationship with Mr. Levi, who was one of the more influential figures in Valentine due to his access and control of the only stable in town. It was a win-win situation. "That sounds like a fair deal," Caleb said with a smile. "I'll help out around the stable today, and you can teach me how to ride this afternoon." Mr. Levi clapped him on the shoulder, clearly pleased. "Good man. Let's get to work, then. There's plenty to do around here." For the next few hours, Caleb helped Mr. Levi with various tasks around the stable. He mucked out stalls, filled water troughs, and helped groom some of the other horses. It was hard work, but Caleb didn't mind. He knew that every task brought him closer to mastering the skills he needed to survive in this world. As the sun began to dip lower in the sky, casting a warm golden glow over the stable, Mr. Levi called Caleb over. "All right, son. You've earned your lesson. Let's get you and Morgan acquainted properly." Caleb led Morgan out into the open area behind the stable, where Mr. Levi began to teach him the basics of horse riding. He started with how to properly mount and dismount, then moved on to controlling the horse with the reins, using his legs, and maintaining balance. Caleb listened carefully, doing his best to follow Mr. Levi's instructions. At first, Caleb felt awkward and unsteady, but as the lesson progressed, he began to get the hang of it. Morgan was a patient and responsive horse, which made the learning process easier. By the end of the lesson, Caleb was able to trot around the yard with a bit more confidence, though he still had a long way to go before he could consider himself a skilled rider, and it was at this time that he received a notification sound with the system window appeared in front of him. He saw the notification saying, "Horse Mastery, LVL1, Elementary Basic, acquired. Description: due to the Valentine stablemaster Amos Levi's training and guidance, you are now capable of riding a horse and staying on it, as well as performing basic horse maintenance and care. This skill allows you to handle horses with greater ease, understand their needs, and build a stronger bond with your mount. As you level up this skill, you will gain improved control, faster riding speeds, and the ability to perform advanced maneuvers. Additionally, your horse's trust and responsiveness will increase, making it a more reliable companion in your travels. Seeing the skill he had received, Caleb finally smiled and felt a surge of excitement. The fact that the skill had jumped straight to level 1 instead of starting at level 0 was a massive help. It meant he had more time to focus on training or acquiring other skills, as well as improving his attributes. This was a solid foundation, and he was eager to build on it. "Not bad for your first real lesson," Mr. Levi said, giving Caleb an approving nod. "You've got potential, son. Just keep practicing, and you'll be riding like a pro in no time." Caleb smiled, feeling a sense of accomplishment. "Thanks, Mr. Levi. I really appreciate the help." "Anytime," Mr. Levi replied. "Now, don't forget to take care of Morgan. A good rider takes care of his horse, and a well-cared-for horse will take care of you." Caleb nodded, patting Morgan's neck. "I will. She's in good hands." After saying goodbye to Mr. Levi and agreeing to meet at the same time for the second lesson tomorrow, Caleb mounted Morgan and rode her toward the hotel. He tied her to the hitching post at the front of the hotel, ensuring she was secure, before heading inside to clean up and rest for a bit. Name: Caleb Thorne. Age: 23. Body attributes: Strength: 6 out of 10. Agility: 6 out of 10. Perception: 8 out of 10. Stamina: 5 out of 10. Charm: 4 out of 10. Luck: 5 out of 10. Skills: Handgun, LVL1. Rifle, LVL1. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL0. Blunt weapon, LVL0. Sneaking, LVL0. Horse mastery, LVL1, new. Chapter 8. Spending time training. After saying goodbye to Mr. Levi and agreeing to meet at the same time for the second lesson tomorrow, Caleb mounted Morgan and rode her toward the hotel. He tied her to the hitching post at the front of the hotel, ensuring she was secure, before heading inside to clean up and rest for a bit. Later that evening, Caleb made his way to the saloon for dinner. He ordered the same meal he had enjoyed earlier in the day, beef stew and a bottle of beer, which cost him another $3.25. This left him with $22.25 in his satchel. As he sat down to enjoy his meal, he couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. The day had been productive, and he was making steady progress in this familiar and unfamiliar world. As he ate, Caleb noticed a poker game happening at a nearby table. 3 men were playing, and they seemed to be looking for a 4th player. One of them, a grizzled man with a wide-brimmed hat, spotted Caleb and called out to him. "Hey, young fella. You look like a man who knows his way around a deck of cards. Care to join us? We're short a player." Caleb hesitated at first. He wasn't sure if he wanted to risk his hard-earned money on a game of poker, especially with strangers who might try to take advantage of him. But then he thought about the potential benefits. If he could gain a poker skill from this, it might prove useful in the future. Plus, his perception attribute was at 8 out of 10, which gave him a decent chance of reading the other players and making smart decisions. Even if he lost some money, the opportunity to acquire a new skill was worth the risk. Caleb also remembered that he had played poker in his past life, and his memory skill had retained some of that knowledge. This gave him a slight edge, and he estimated his chances of winning at around 60 to 70%. With that in mind, he decided to take the gamble. "All right," Caleb said, standing up and walking over to the table. I'll join you for a few hands." The men grinned, clearly pleased to have a new player at the table. Caleb took a seat, and the dealer began shuffling the deck. As the game started, Caleb focused on the other players, using his heightened perception to read their expressions and body language. He played cautiously at first, folding early when the cards weren't in his favor and betting conservatively when he had a decent hand. As the game progressed, Caleb began to get a feel for the other players' strategies. The grizzled man in the hat was aggressive, often raising the stakes to intimidate others. The younger man to his left was more cautious, folding frequently unless he had a strong hand. The third player, a middle-aged man with a scar across his cheek, was harder to read, but Caleb noticed he tended to bluff when he had weak cards. Using this information, Caleb started to make more calculated moves. He won a few small pots early on, building his confidence. Then, in one pivotal hand, he managed to bluff the grizzled man into folding, despite having a weaker hand. The man cursed under his breath but grudgingly conceded the pot to Caleb. By the end of the game, Caleb had managed to win a modest amount, around $15, increasing his money to $37.25. More importantly, he received another notification. Poker skill, LVL1, Elementary Basic, acquired. Description: through observation, strategy, and a bit of luck combined with your past memory, you have gained a basic understanding of poker. This skill improves your ability to read opponents, calculate odds, and make strategic decisions during card games. As you level up, you will become more adept at bluffing, spotting tells, and managing your bets. Caleb couldn't help but smile as he pocketed his winnings. The night had been a success. He had not only gained a new skill that started at level 1 again, but also proven to himself that he could hold his own in this world. As he left the saloon and headed back to the hotel, he felt that today was a very productive day as he gained 2 level 1 skills, and these 2 skills are essential to living in the world of Red Dead. And so, from that day forward, Caleb began a rigorous training arc, dedicating himself to gaining new skills, improving the ones he already had, and working to increase his attributes. He knew that every ounce of effort he put in now would pay off in the long run, especially with the Van der Linde gang's arrival on the horizon. Each morning, Caleb woke early and headed to the Valentine stable and old Bob's butcher stall to take on labor work, just as he had done on his first day in this world. At the stable, he mucked out stalls, groomed horses, and helped with general maintenance, earning $1 a day for his efforts. At the butcher stall, he assisted with preparing meat, cleaning tools, and handling customers, earning another $1. The work was hard and often tedious, but Caleb didn't mind. It was a steady source of income, and it gave him the opportunity to train his knife skills as he worked with the butcher's tools. In the afternoons, Caleb returned to the stable for his horse riding and maintenance lessons with Mr. Levi. Under the stable master's guidance, he continued to improve his horse mastery skill, learning how to care for Morgan and ride her with greater confidence. He also took the time to bond with Morgan, feeding her apples, carrots, and sugar cubes, and brushing her coat until it gleamed. By the end of the 5 days, Caleb felt a strong connection with his horse, and his horse mastery skill had noticeably improved. Early each morning, before starting his work, Caleb would ride Morgan out to the wilderness near Valentine to practice his handgun skills. Using his Schofield revolver, he set up targets like bottles and cans he found scattered around the town. At first, his shots were shaky and inconsistent, but after 2 or 3 sessions, he began to get the hang of it. His aim improved, and he felt more comfortable handling the revolver. However, he knew that target practice alone wouldn't be enough to fully develop his skills. To truly improve, he needed to test himself against live targets. With this in mind, Caleb began hunting small animals like rabbits and medium-sized animals like deer in the wilderness, where he managed to shoot 7 rabbits and 2 deer, and he sold them to old Bob, who reprimanded him for his hunting skills since the carcasses were in poor quality. Old Bob buys 1 rabbit carcass for $1.40 each, and as for the deer carcasses he buys at $4 each. In total Caleb gained $18.50, and while happy that he gained some sum of money, he also felt unfortunate that he didn't gain a hunting skill. Hunting not only helped him refine his handgun skills and gain some money but also gave him a chance to practice his sneaking and blunt weapon skills. He would silently approach his prey, using the environment to mask his movements, and then strike with a wooden staff he had fashioned for training. Over time, he became more adept at sneaking up on animals and delivering precise blows. By the end of the 5 days, he had managed to increase his sneaking and blunt weapon skills to level 1, giving him a basic understanding and execution of these abilities. In addition to his combat and survival training, Caleb also focused on improving his physical attributes. He spent time in the wilderness doing physical exercises like running, lifting rocks, and shadowboxing. His stamina gradually increased, and by the 5th day, he noticed a significant improvement in his endurance, raising his stamina attribute to 6 out of 10. He also began to develop a basic understanding of hand-to-hand combat, earning a new skill. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL0, Beginner Basic, acquired. Description: through shadowboxing and physical training, you have gained a beginner understanding of hand-to-hand combat. This skill improves your ability to throw punches, dodge attacks, and defend yourself in close quarters combat by a bit. As you level up, you will learn advanced techniques, improve your reflexes, and increase your overall fighting prowess. By the end of the 5-day training arc, Caleb had made significant progress. He had managed to increase his stamina attribute and had improved 3 of his skills to level 1, knife, blunt weapon, and sneaking. He had also acquired a beginner-level hand-to-hand combat skill, giving him a foundation in unarmed fighting. His daily routine had been grueling, but the results were worth it. Financially, Caleb had spent $3 to extend his stay at the hotel for another 3 nights and around $10 on food and drinks from Worth's general store. However, his income from working at the stable and butcher stall had brought in $10 over the same period, and combined with the $18.50 from hunting, his money increased by $15.50 in his total funds. He now had $51.75 in his satchel, which he considered a fair trade for the progress he had made. During the past 5 days, Caleb had been so consumed by his busy work and training schedule that he hadn't found the time to buy a newspaper. However, today he managed to spare a moment to head to the eastern part of Valentine, where the newsboy was located. As he made his way there, he passed by the doctor's clinic and noticed that it had finally reopened for business. The sheriff's investigation into the doctor's backroom, where the bodies of the O'Driscolls Caleb had killed were found, had apparently come to an end. The doctor had been cleared of all charges, as his alibi held up and no evidence linked him to the killings. The only thing missing was the money, which he had taken for himself. Caleb felt a wave of relief wash over him. With no clues pointing to him and no one even suspecting him, he could finally rest easy. After all, it would be absurd for anyone to connect a young man like him to the killings without any evidence or eyewitness. He continued walking toward the intersection where the newsboy was selling newspapers. Approaching the boy, Caleb handed over 25 cents in exchange for the latest issue of the New Hanover Gazette. He immediately began reading it, eager to catch up on current events and see if there was any news about the Van der Linde gang. He needed to know if they had made their move yet so he could adapt his plans accordingly. Unfortunately, there was no mention of the Van der Linde gang in the newspaper. This meant that they were still likely holed up in Coulter, recovering from the Blackwater massacre and the subsequent blizzard. Caleb remembered from the game that they spent a little over a week in Coulter before descending to the Heartlands and setting up camp at Horseshoe Overlook. If that timeline held true, it could be any day now that members of the gang, like Uncle, Arthur, Karen, Tilly, and Mary Beth, would visit Valentine to gather supplies and look for leads. Folding the newspaper, Caleb felt a sense of urgency. He needed to prepare himself for their arrival. If he wanted to catch the attention of the Van der Linde gang, he would have to make a name for himself in Valentine's. But how? He considered several options. Perhaps he could establish himself as a bounty hunter, taking down outlaws and earning a reputation as a skilled gunslinger. Alternatively, he could try to become the best poker player in town, using his poker skills to win big and gain notoriety. He wasn't sure yet which path to take, but he knew he needed to do something to stand out. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 6 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 6 out of 10, plus 1. Charm, 4 out of 10. Luck, 5 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL 1. Rifle, LVL 1. Firearms knowledge, LVL 2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL 1, plus 1. Blunt weapon, LVL 1, plus 1. Sneaking, LVL 1, plus 1. Horse mastery, LVL 1. Poker, LVL 1, new. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL 0, new. Chapter 9, 9. The mysterious livestock disappearances. But how? He considered several options. Perhaps he could establish himself as a bounty hunter, taking down outlaws and earning a reputation as a skilled gunslinger. Alternatively, he could try to become the best poker player in town, using his poker skills to win big and gain notoriety. He wasn't sure yet which path to take, but he knew he needed to do something to stand out. As Caleb stood there, lost in thought, he realized that making a name for himself wouldn't be easy. Valentine was a rough town, full of tough individuals who wouldn't take kindly to an outsider trying to rise through the ranks. But Caleb was determined. He had already made significant progress in his skills and attributes, and he was ready to take the next step by gaining real experience. With a deep breath, Caleb decided to start small. He would continue his work at the stable and butcher stall, but he would also look for opportunities to take on bounties or participate in high-stakes poker games. He needed to build his reputation gradually, proving himself to the people of Valentine while staying under the radar of the law. If he played his cards right, he could position himself as someone the Van der Linde gang would want to recruit or at least take notice of. As he walked back toward the center of town, Caleb felt a renewed sense of purpose. The next few days would be critical. He needed to stay sharp, keep training, and seize any opportunity that came his way. The Van der Linde gang's arrival in Valentine's was inevitable, and he intended to be ready when they finally showed up. With that in mind, Caleb headed to the stable, where he planned to continue his work as he had been doing for the past 5 days. When he arrived, he noticed Mr. Levi deep in conversation with a couple of ranch hands. Their faces were serious, and Caleb could tell that something significant must have happened. Curiosity piqued, he approached them, careful not to interrupt but close enough to overhear their conversation. The ranch hands were discussing a troubling issue. Over the past 4 days, cattle and sheep had gone missing from their ranch south of Valentine. Each night, 3 cattle and 5 sheep had disappeared without a trace. While the losses weren't catastrophic, the consistency of the thefts was starting to hurt the ranchers' bottom line. Mr. Levi listened intently, asking questions about whether they had any suspects or if they had increased night patrols around the pens, to which the ranch hands replied they but didn't found anyone, well from what they see that is. Caleb, standing nearby, was surprised by what he heard. His memory skill quickly confirmed that there had been no such mission or event in Red Dead Redemption 2. While he hadn't played every side mission in the game, he had explored Valentine thoroughly and never encountered anything like this. This realization struck him: while this world was based on the game, it had its own unique problems and challenges that weren't part of the original story. It was a reminder that this world was both familiar and unpredictable. As the ranchers continued to speak, Caleb heard them refer to the thief as a ghost. The nickname came from the fact that there were no traces left behind, no footprints, no broken fences, and no signs of a struggle. It was as if the animals were vanishing into thin air. Caleb's interest was immediately sparked. This could be his chance to make a name for himself in Valentine's. By helping the ranchers solve this mystery, he could increase his reputation and prove his worth to the community. The livestock yards were an important part of Valentine's economy, and if he could protect them and their interest, it would earn him the respect and trust of the townsfolk at the same time increase his stature. After a moment of consideration, Caleb decided to step in. He gave a light cough to attract the attention of Mr. Levi and the ranch hands. All three turned their heads toward him, and Mr. Levi greeted him with a nod. "Caleb, good to see you," Mr. Levi said. "This here is Tom and Jed, ranch hands from the livestock yard south of town. Boys, this is Caleb. He's been helping me out around the stable." The ranch hands nodded politely, though their expressions remained grim. Caleb took the opportunity to introduce himself further. "Pleasure to meet you both," he said. "I couldn't help but overhear your conversation. It sounds like you've got a real problem on your hands." Tom, the older of the two ranch hands, sighed heavily. "That's putting it lightly. We've been losing cattle and sheep every night for the past 4 days. No tracks, no signs of a break-in, nothing. It's like they're just disappearing out of thin air." Caleb nodded thoughtfully. "That's strange. Before I arrived in Valentine," he said, stretching the truth a bit, "I did some traveling and picked up a thing or two about investigating missing things, livestock included. If you're willing, I'd like to help you figure out what's going on." The ranch hands exchanged glances, clearly skeptical but also desperate for any help they could get. Jed, the younger ranch hand, spoke up. "You think you can find out who's behind this? Or what's behind it?" Caleb shrugged modestly. "I can't make any promises, but I'm willing to try. If it's a person, I'll find them. If it's something else, well, I'll figure that out too." Mr. Levi, who had been listening quietly, gave Caleb an approving nod. "Caleb's a good man. If anyone can help you, it's him." Tom and Jed seemed to relax a little at Mr. Levi's endorsement. "All right," Tom said. "We'll take any help we can get. If you're serious about this, meet us at the livestock yards tonight. We'll show you around and fill you in on the details." Caleb nodded. "I'll be there. Just tell me where to go." The ranch hands gave him directions to the livestock yards, which were located a short ride south of Valentine. After finalizing the plan, they thanked Caleb and Mr. Levi before heading back to their ranch to prepare for the night. Once they were gone, Mr. Levi turned to Caleb with a raised eyebrow. "You sure about this, son? Chasing after a ghost doesn't sound like an easy job." Caleb smiled. "I'm not one to back down from a challenge. Besides, if I can help them, it'll be good for the town and good for me as well." Mr. Levi chuckled. "Well, I can't argue with that. Just be careful, all right? Ghost or no ghost, there's something strange going on out there." Caleb nodded, his mind already racing with possibilities. This was his chance to prove himself, not just to the ranchers but to the entire town of Valentine. If he could solve this mystery, it would be a major step toward building his reputation and gaining the attention of the Van der Linde gang when they eventually arrived. As he prepared for the night ahead, Caleb felt a mix of excitement and determination. The ghost of Valentine's livestock yards was about to meet its match, or even its conqueror if he could handle this right. He first helped Mr. Levi around the stable, doing his usual work. Since business was a bit slow that day, the two of them had more time to talk as they worked. Mr. Levi, noticing Caleb's interest in tracking and investigation, began to share some of his own experiences from his younger days. "You know, Caleb," Mr. Levi said as he brushed down one of the horses, "back in my day, I used to track horses and livestock that had gone missing. It's not an easy job, but there's a trick to it. You've got to pay attention to the smallest details, things like broken branches, disturbed dirt, and even the way the grass is bent. Sometimes, the tracks are faint, but they're there if you know how to look." Caleb listened intently, absorbing every word. While he didn't gain a new skill from the conversation, the knowledge was invaluable. With his high perception attribute and his memory skill, which allowed him to recall the layout of Valentine and its surroundings in detail, he felt more confident about his ability to track down the so-called ghost of the livestock yards. In the afternoon, Caleb and Mr. Levi continued their horse riding lessons. Mr. Levi was impressed by Caleb's progress. "You're a natural, son," he said as Caleb guided Morgan through a series of advanced maneuvers. "I've never seen someone pick up riding so quickly. From barely knowing how to sit on a horse to mastering the basics and even some advanced skills in just a few days, it's remarkable." Caleb smiled, feeling a sense of pride. "I've got a good teacher," he replied, giving Mr. Levi a nod of gratitude. After finishing the lesson, Mr. Levi handed Caleb his daily wage of $1, and Caleb mounted Morgan to head toward the livestock yards in the southern part of Valentine. As he rode, Caleb's mind raced with possibilities about who or what could be behind the mysterious disappearances of the cattle and sheep. He ruled out the idea of a single person being responsible, since it would be nearly impossible for one person to steal multiple animals without leaving a trace. The supernatural crossed his mind briefly. After all, the world of Red Dead Redemption 2 did have its share of strange and unexplained phenomena. But Caleb was more inclined to believe it was the work of a small, organized group of outlaws. What troubled him most was the possibility of an inside job. The fact that the animals disappeared even with patrols and guards on duty suggested that someone within the ranch might be involved. If that were the case, it would explain the lack of tracks or signs of a struggle. The thieves could be using their knowledge of the ranch's layout and routines to carry out their thefts undetected. Caleb felt a mix of nervousness and determination as he approached the livestock yards. This was his chance to prove himself, not just to the ranchers but to the entire town of Valentine. Solving this mystery would increase his reputation, earn him the trust of the community, and possibly lead to a reward. But more than that, it would be his first real test, a chance to put his skills to the test in a high-stakes situation. If it came to a gunfight, it would also be his first real combat experience, something he knew he needed to further harden his mentality and prepare for the challenges ahead. As the livestock yards came into view, Caleb took a deep breath and steadied himself. He tied Morgan to a hitching post near the entrance and approached the ranch house, where Tom and Jed were waiting for him. The two ranch hands looked relieved to see him. "Glad you made it," Tom said, extending a hand. "We've been going over the details, and we'll show you around the pens. Maybe you'll spot something we missed." Caleb nodded. "Let's get started. The sooner we figure this out, the better." As they walked through the livestock yards, Caleb kept his eyes sharp, using his heightened perception to look for any clues that might have been overlooked by Tom, Jed, and the other ranch hands. Using his perception of 8 to its maximum potential, Caleb noticed small details in the pens that seemed out of place. Among the dirt and hay, he spotted faint impressions that looked like boot prints. He crouched down to examine them more closely, his sharp eyes picking up on subtle irregularities that the ranch hands had missed. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 6 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 6 out of 10. Charm, 4 out of 10. Luck, 5 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL1. Rifle, LVL1. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL1. Horse mastery, LVL1. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL0. Chapter 10. Much bigger scale. Using his perception of 8 to its maximum potential, Caleb noticed small details in the pens that seemed out of place. Among the dirt and hay, he spotted faint impressions that looked like boot prints. He crouched down to examine them more closely, his sharp eyes picking up on subtle irregularities that the ranch hands had missed. He turned to Tom and Jed, pointing to the ground. "Look here," he said. "These look like boot prints. Do any of the ranch hands wear boots like these?" Tom and Jed exchanged glances before shaking their heads. "No," Tom said. Our boots are all the same since it's dirty work, and these prints don't match. Besides, none of us have been in this pen today. We've been keeping everyone out of here since the theft started. Caleb nodded, his mind racing. This clue might not seem like much, but his perception told him it could lead to something significant. He followed the faint trail of boot prints, his eyes scanning the ground for more signs. Soon, he found another footprint, and then another, each one barely noticeable to the untrained eye but clear to someone with his level of perception. The trail led them to one of the barns at the edge of the livestock yards. As they approached, Caleb's senses were on high alert. He motioned for Tom and Jed to stay quiet as they entered the barn. Inside, they found more evidence, tracks of cattle and sheep, along with dung and disturbed hay. It was clear that the barn had been used recently to house the animals that had been stolen. Caleb crouched down again, examining the tracks. This must be where they've been keeping the stolen cattle and sheep, he said quietly. They're using this barn as a temporary holding area. Once they've collected enough, they herd the animals out and take them somewhere else, probably to a base outside of Valentine. Tom's eyes widened. So it's not a ghost after all. It's a group of thieves. Exactly, Caleb replied. And they're organized. They know the layout of the ranch and how to avoid detection. That's why there haven't been any signs of a struggle or broken fences. They're moving the animals quietly, probably under cover of darkness. Jed clenched his fists. If they've been using this barn, they'll be back tonight. We should set a trap. Caleb nodded. That's what I was thinking. We'll need to station men around the barn and wait for them to show up. When they do, we'll catch them red-handed. Tom looked at Caleb with newfound respect. You've got a good eye, son. We've been searching for days and didn't notice any of this. Caleb shrugged modestly as he lied. I've had some experience with tracking. Let's just focus on catching these thieves. The three of them quickly devised a plan. They would station ranch hands around the barn, hidden in the shadows, and wait for the thieves to arrive. Caleb volunteered to take the most dangerous position, inside the barn itself. If the thieves entered, he would be the first to confront them. As night fell, the ranch hands took their positions, armed with rifles and revolvers. Caleb crouched in the corner of the barn, his Schofield revolver in hand. The air was tense, and every sound seemed amplified in the darkness. Hours passed, and just as Caleb began to wonder if the thieves would show up at all, he heard the faint creak of the barn door opening. His heart pounded as he watched three shadowy figures slip inside. They moved with practiced ease, clearly familiar with the barn's layout. Caleb waited until they were fully inside before stepping out of the shadows, his revolver aimed at the closest figure. "Don't move," he said, as he steadied his voice trying to not show his nervousness. "You're surrounded." The thieves froze, their eyes wide with shock. Before they could react, Tom and Jed burst in from the other side, followed by several ranch hands. The thieves were quickly disarmed and restrained, their faces pale with fear. Caleb holstered his revolver and approached the leader of the group, a wiry man with a scar across his cheek. "Who are you working for?" he demanded. The man hesitated, but under the pressure of Caleb's gaze and him kicking the man several times, he cracked. "We're just hired hands," he admitted. "There's a man in outside Valentine who pays us to steal the animals. He sells them to buyers outside of town." Caleb exchanged a glance with Tom and Jed. "Looks like we've got more work to do," he said. "But for now, let's get these men to the sheriff. I will try to track this mysterious man." As the thieves were led away, Caleb felt a surge of satisfaction. He had solved the mystery of the ghost and proven himself to the ranchers. His reputation in Valentine would surely grow after this, at least by a minuscule amount since the true mastermind hadn't been caught yet. But as he walked back to the ranch house, Caleb couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning. The man from outside of Valentine who had hired the thieves was still out there, and if he wasn't fast enough the man could be suspicious about what happened tonight and flee. At the ranch house, Tom, Jed, and the other ranch hands tied up the 3 thieves securely. They gave Caleb the honor of leading the group in bringing the captured men to Sheriff Malloy, acknowledging that without his sharp perception and quick thinking, the mystery of the ghost might never have been solved. Caleb mounted Morgan, with one of the thieves tied up and slung over the back of his horse. The group set off toward the sheriff's office, the other 2 thieves being led by the ranch hands on their own horses. As they rode through the town, the sight of the captured thieves drew the attention of the few townsfolk still out at this late hour. People gathered on the porches and in the streets, whispering and pointing as Caleb led the procession. The thief tied to Morgan began thrashing and pleading, his voice desperate. "Please, let me go," the man begged, his voice trembling. "I'll tell you where the man who hired us is camped. Just let me go, and I'll give you everything you need to find him." Caleb slowed Morgan slightly, considering the man's offer. He weighed the pros and cons quickly. If he let the man go, he could gain valuable information about the mastermind behind the thefts. But if he kept him tied up, the man might refuse to talk, and the trail could go cold. After a moment, Caleb leaned down slightly and whispered to the thief, "Tell me where the camp is, and I'll let you go. But if you're lying, I'll hunt you down myself." The thief's eyes widened with hope. "I swear it's the truth. The camp is in the woods, some miles southeast of Valentine, south of Twin Stack Pass. The man who hired us has a band of bodyguards, 4 or 5 men, protecting him. That's all I know, I swear." Caleb nodded, his expression unreadable. He discreetly pulled out his knife and cut the ropes binding the thief. The man fell off Morgan with a grunt, landing hard on the ground. For a moment, he looked up at Caleb with a mix of gratitude and disbelief, then scrambled to his feet and bolted into the darkness. Tom, Jed, and the ranch hands shouted in surprise, thinking the thief had somehow freed himself. "Caleb! He's getting away!" Tom yelled, reaching for his rifle. But Caleb was already moving. He drew his Schofield revolver in one smooth motion, took aim, and fired. The shot rang out, and the fleeing thief dropped to the ground, a bullet hole in the back of his head. He showed a bit of grimace, but the nauseous feeling he had in the past wasn't as strong as before, and he felt that he was beginning to get used to killing people. While it was good, he also had to manage himself so that he would become a psychopathic person. Meanwhile, the townsfolk gasped, and the ranch hands stared at Caleb in stunned silence. Caleb holstered his revolver, turning his face to a calm but resolute one. "He was a fool to think I'd let him go," he said simply. "He gave me the information I needed, but I couldn't let him live. He'd only cause more trouble." Tom and Jed exchanged uneasy glances but nodded in understanding. They continued on to the sheriff's office, where they handed over the remaining 2 thieves to Sheriff Malloy. The sheriff listened intently as Caleb explained what had happened, from tracking the thieves to the confrontation in the barn and the escape attempt. Sheriff Malloy leaned back in his chair, a look of approval on his face. "You've done good work tonight, Caleb," he said. "Valentine owes you a debt of gratitude. Here's $20 for your trouble." Caleb accepted the money with a nod, tucking it into his satchel. The sheriff then leaned forward, his expression serious. "You've got a sharp mind and a steady hand. Have you ever considered becoming a bounty hunter? If you're interested, I'd like to offer you the bounty to track down this outsider who's been stealing our livestock. He's a threat to the town, and I'd feel better knowing someone like you is on the case." Caleb considered the offer. Becoming a bounty hunter would give him a chance to further build his reputation and earn some much-needed money. It would also put him in a position to gain the attention of the Van der Linde gang when they arrived at Valentine's. After a moment, he nodded. "I'll do it," Caleb said. "But I'll need some supplies and information. Do you have any leads on this man besides what the thief told me?" Sheriff Malloy shook his head. "Not much, I'm afraid. But if he's camped near Twin Stack Pass, that's a good place to start. Be careful, though. If he's got bodyguards, he's not going to go down without a fight." Caleb nodded again, his mind already working on a plan. He thanked the sheriff and left the office, stepping out into the cool night air. Tom and Jed were waiting for him outside, their expressions a mix of admiration and concern. "You sure about this, Caleb?" Tom asked. "Tracking down a man like that, it's dangerous work." Caleb shrugged. "It's what I do now. Besides, if I don't stop him, he'll just keep causing trouble for Valentine. I'll head out at first light." The ranch hands wished him luck, and Caleb made his way back to the hotel. As he lay in his bed at the hotel that night, his mind raced with thoughts of the upcoming hunt. He knew it wouldn't be easy, but he was ready. This was his chance to prove himself, not just to the people of Valentine, but to himself as well. At the light of dawn, Caleb woke up from his sleep, feeling a mix of anticipation and determination for the day ahead. He knew that tracking down the mastermind behind the livestock thefts would be a challenging task, and he needed to be fully prepared. After dressing quickly, he headed downstairs to order a bath, which cost him 25 cents. The warm water helped clear his mind and soothe his muscles, leaving him feeling refreshed and ready for the journey. Once he was clean and dressed, Caleb left the hotel and made his way to Worth's general store. Mr. Worth had just opened the store for the day, and he greeted Caleb with a warm smile. "Good morning, Caleb. What can I do for you today?" Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 6 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 6 out of 10. Charm, 4 out of 10. Luck, 5 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL1. Rifle, LVL1. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL1. Horse mastery, LVL1. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL0. Money, $72.75. Chapter 11. Found the mastermind camp. After dressing quickly, he headed downstairs to order a bath, which cost him 25 cents. The warm water helped clear his mind and soothe his muscles, leaving him feeling refreshed and ready for the journey. Once he was clean and dressed, Caleb left the hotel and made his way to Worth's general store. Mr. Worth had just opened the store for the day, and he greeted Caleb with a warm smile. "Good morning, Caleb. What can I do for you today?" Caleb returned the smile and got straight to the point. "I'll be leaving Valentine for some time, maybe up to 2 or 3 days, and I need some provisions to stock up and some equipment as well, not just for these journey but others I could possibly do as well. I'm looking for canned goods, dried foods, matches, water canteens or water skins, a pair of binoculars, a rope, a compass, and a map of the surrounding area. Do you have all of that?" Mr. Worth's eyes widened slightly at the bulk order, but he nodded enthusiastically. "I've got everything you need. Let me gather it for you." He moved around the store, collecting the items Caleb had requested. After a few minutes, he returned with the following items. Canned goods, 5 cans of beans, 5 cans of peaches $4.50. Dried foods, 5 packs of dried meat, 5 packs of dried fruit $5. Matches, 5 boxes 50 cents. Water canteens, 2 $4. Binoculars, 1 pair $10. Rope, 1 $2. Compass, 1 $5. Map of the surrounding area, 1 $3. Mr. Worth tallied up the total. "That'll be $34 even," he said, handing Caleb the items. "You planning a big trip?" Caleb nodded as he handed over the money. "I've got some business to take care of outside of town. Shouldn't be more than 2 days, could possibly be faster, but I just want to be prepared." Mr. Worth raised an eyebrow but didn't press further. "Well, good luck out there. Be careful, and come back safe." Caleb thanked him and left the store, putting the supplies on both of Morgan's saddlebag. His next stop was the gunsmith's shop, the only one in Valentine's, and as he entered, the owner, R.L. Dalton, or Mr. Dalton, as most people called him, greeted him with a cheerful smile. "Morning, stranger," Mr. Dalton said. "What can I do for you today?" Caleb approached the counter. "I need some revolver cartridges, 2 boxes, and some gun oil to maintain my revolver." Mr. Dalton nodded and quickly retrieved the items. 2 boxes of revolver cartridges will be $2, and the gun oil is $3. That'll be $5 in total. Caleb paid for the items and thanked Mr. Dalton before leaving the shop. With his supplies in hand, he made his way to the stable to prepare Morgan for the journey. He bought some horse treats, apples, carrots, and sugar cubes, costing him another $6, leaving him with $27.75 in his satchel. As he fed Morgan and checked her saddle and gear, Caleb felt a sense of readiness. He had everything he needed for the trip: food, water, navigation tools, and ammunition. Now, it was time to head out and track down the mastermind behind the livestock thefts. Mounting Morgan, Caleb rode out of Valentine, heading southwest toward Twin Stack Pass. The morning sun cast long shadows across the landscape, and the air was crisp and cool. Caleb kept his eyes sharp, using his high perception to scan the terrain for any signs of dangers along the way he could possibly encounter, from wildlife or outlaws. As he rode, he couldn't help but think about the challenges ahead. The mastermind had bodyguards, and Caleb knew he would likely face high first true gunfight. He felt was ready, but it's good to be cautious, and use the element of surprise and the surrounding environment. He had his Schofield revolver, his supplies, and his wits. This was his chance to prove himself, not just to the people of Valentine, but to himself as well. The journey to Twin Stack Pass wasn't that far, as it would take 25 to 30 minutes top, but Caleb was determined. He would find the camp, confront the mastermind, and put an end to the threat to Valentine's livestock for his personal objective. It was Caleb's first time venturing so far from Valentine, and as he rode through the surrounding terrain, he was struck by the beauty of the natural world. The landscape was even more breathtaking than he remembered from the game. The wild deer grazing peacefully in the distance, the birds soaring overhead, and the gentle rustling of the wind through the trees created a serene atmosphere that momentarily eased his tension. The lifelike version of this world was far more vivid and beautiful than anything he had experienced in the game, and it reminded him of how real and dangerous this place truly was. As he passed through an area named Citadel Rock, the scenery shifted to a rocky, rugged terrain. Then he continued heading south according to the map and arrived at Twin Stack Pass. Where its area was dominated by large stone formations, lush vegetation of grass, and hills made of massive boulders with roads between the hills of hill boulders. The name, Twin Stack Pass, was fitting, as the towering stones with Rhoda in the middle of it could pass through. Caleb knew that this kind of terrain could easily hide crevices or gaps, creating an area that was hidden, making it an ideal location for a hidden camp. While the open surroundings would make it easier to spot movement, it also meant that he would have limited cover, increasing the risk of being ambushed. After heading further south, Caleb guided Morgan to the top of a rocky hill, dismounted, and pulled out his binoculars. He scanned the area carefully, his high perception allowing him to pick up on even the smallest details. However, after several minutes of searching, he found no signs of the thieves' camp. This told him that the mastermind and his men were likely using one of the caves or crevices in the area as their base, which made the task of finding them much more challenging. Caleb sighed, realizing that this mission would require patience and caution. He would need to stay in the area for a couple of days, carefully searching for clues while avoiding detection. Fortunately, he had brought enough supplies to last him a week if necessary. He decided to set up a temporary camp in a secluded spot where he could observe the area without being seen. After finding a suitable location, Caleb tied Morgan to a small tree and began unpacking his supplies. He set up a small camp with bushes and hills behind him, ensuring that it was well concealed from prying eyes. He then took out his map and compass, marking the areas he had already searched and planning his next steps. He was scouting the area for 2 days before he finally found something. At the third day, when the sun began to set, Caleb decided to conduct a quick reconnaissance of the area before nightfall once again. He moved quietly, using his sneaking skill to avoid making noise and his high perception to spot any potential dangers. He kept his Schofield revolver close at hand, ready for any unexpected encounters. After an hour of searching, Caleb found something promising, a set of fresh boot prints leading toward a large crevice inside a large hill. The prints were faint, but his keen eyes picked them out easily. He crouched down to examine them more closely, noting that they matched the ones he had seen at the livestock yards. This had to be the trail he was looking for. Caleb followed the boot prints cautiously, his senses on high alert. The crevice led to a hidden path that wound deeper into the rocky terrain. As he moved forward, he began to hear faint voices in the distance. He slowed his pace, using the rocks for cover as he crept closer to the source of the noise. Peering around a large boulder, Caleb finally spotted the thieves' camp. It was nestled in a small rocky terrain surrounded by the hill from every side except the entrance, and top of the hall, with a makeshift tent and a fire pit at its center. 5 men were gathered around the fire, talking and laughing, while a 5th man, who appeared to be the leader, sat slightly apart, examining a map. Caleb counted 6 men in total, more than what the thief had said. Caleb's heart raced as he assessed the situation. He was outnumbered, and the camp's location made it difficult to approach without being seen. He would need to come up with a plan to take them down without alerting the entire group. His mind raced through the possibilities, a stealthy approach, a diversion, or perhaps even waiting for the right moment to strike. For now, Caleb decided to observe the camp and gather more information. He found a hidden vantage point where he could watch the men without being seen and settled in for the night. As darkness fell, he kept his eyes on the camp, noting their routines and listening to their conversations. He learned that the leader's name was Harlan, and the group planned to move the stolen livestock they had hidden in an area near the camp to a buyer in the next 2 days. Caleb knew he had to act quickly. He couldn't let them leave with the animals, but he also couldn't risk taking on all 5 men at once. As he sat in the darkness, he began to formulate a plan. He would wait until the men were asleep, leaving 1 or 2 men as sentries, then use his sneaking skill to take them out one by one. If things went south, he would rely on his Schofield revolver and the element of surprise to even the odds. The night stretched on, and Caleb remained patient, his determination unwavering. Caleb kept waiting, the hours dragging on as he fought to stay awake. The night was quiet, save for the occasional crackle of the fire in the thieves' camp and the distant hoot of an owl. He estimated that it was past midnight, the perfect time to strike. The camp was mostly silent now, with only the 2 sentries still awake. The rest of the men, including the leader Harlan, were asleep in their bedrolls, their snores faintly audible in the stillness of the night. Caleb rubbed his eyes, trying to shake off the drowsiness that threatened to overtake him. He couldn't afford to make a mistake now. Taking a deep breath, he peered out from his hiding spot to assess the situation. The 2 sentries were positioned on opposite sides of the camp, each armed with a repeater rifle. One of them, a burly man with a thick beard, was smoking a cigarette, his eyes scanning the darkness lazily. The other, a leaner figure with a hat pulled low over his face, was pacing back and forth, occasionally stopping to stretch. Caleb's heart pounded as he formulated his plan. He would take out the smoking sentry first, as he seemed more distracted. Then, he would deal with the second sentry before they could raise the alarm. If he moved quickly and quietly, he could neutralize both men without waking the others. With his knife in hand, Caleb crept out of his hiding spot, using the shadows and the rocky terrain to his advantage. His sneaking skill, though still at level 1, was enough to keep him silent as he approached the smoking sentry. The man was leaning against a boulder, his repeater rifle resting against his side as he took a long drag from his cigarette. Caleb moved closer, his boots barely making a sound on the rocky ground. But just as he was within striking distance, his foot caught on a small stone, sending it skittering across the ground. The sentry's head snapped up, his eyes widening as he turned toward the sound. Caleb's instincts kicked in. He lunged forward, clamping one hand over the man's mouth while driving his knife into the side of his neck. The sentry's eyes bulged in shock, and he let out a muffled gurgle as blood spurted from the wound. Caleb held him tightly, his own heart racing as he felt the man's body go limp. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 6 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 6 out of 10. Charm, 4 out of 10. Luck, 5 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL1. Rifle, LVL1. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL1. Horse mastery, LVL1. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL0. Money, $27.75. Chapter 12, 12. Success. Caleb's instincts kicked in. He lunged forward, clamping one hand over the man's mouth while driving his knife into the side of his neck. The sentry's eyes bulged in shock, and he let out a muffled gurgle as blood spurted from the wound. Caleb held him tightly, his own heart racing as he felt the man's body go limp. The sentry's repeater rifle slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground, but thankfully, the sound wasn't loud enough to alert the others. Caleb carefully lowered the man's body to the ground, his hands trembling slightly as he wiped his knife on the dead man's shirt. Blood had splattered onto his gloves and shirt, but he didn't have time to worry about that now. He slung the repeater rifle over his shoulder, feeling the weight of it against his back. It was an addition to his arsenal of weapons, and it would come in handy if things went south. Caleb turned his attention to the second sentry, who was still pacing near the edge of the camp. The man hadn't noticed anything amiss yet, but Caleb knew he had to act quickly. He began to move toward the second sentry, his knife ready, when he heard the man call out. "Hey, Bill. You still awake over there?" the sentry called, his voice low but carrying in the quiet night. When there was no response, the man frowned and started walking toward the spot where Caleb had just killed the first sentry. "Bill. You better not be sleeping on the job again, you lazy." Caleb cursed under his breath. He had hoped to take out the second sentry before he could raise the alarm, but now he had no choice. He crouched behind a boulder, his mind racing. If the sentry found Bill's body, the camp would be on high alert, and Caleb would be outnumbered. He needed to act fast. As the sentry approached, Caleb tightened his grip on his knife and waited for the right moment. The man was just a few feet away now, his repeater rifle held loosely in one hand. Caleb could see the confusion on his face as he spotted Bill's body lying on the ground. "What the sentry began, but before he could finish, Caleb sprang from his hiding spot. He tackled the man to the ground, knocking the repeater rifle from his hands. The sentry struggled, trying to shout, but Caleb silenced him with a swift stab to the throat. The man's eyes widened in shock, and he let out a choked gasp before going still. Caleb crouched over the body, his chest heaving as he tried to catch his breath. He had taken out both sentries, but the noise of the struggle might have alerted the others. He listened carefully, his ears straining for any sign that the camp was waking up. For a moment, there was only silence. Then, he heard a rustling sound from the direction of the tent. Caleb's heart sank. He had hoped to take out the sentries without waking the others, but it seemed his luck had run out. He quickly grabbed the second sentry's repeater rifle and slung it over his shoulder alongside the first one. Then, he moved to a better position, using the rocks for cover as he prepared for the inevitable confrontation. The rustling grew louder, and soon, one of the thieves emerged from the tent, rubbing his eyes and yawning. "What's all the noise out here?" the man grumbled, his voice thick with sleep. He stumbled toward the fire, clearly unaware of the danger. Caleb took a deep breath, steadying his nerves. He had two options: try to take out the man silently or risk a gunfight. He decided on the former, hoping to buy himself more time. He crept closer, his knife at the ready, but before he could strike, the man spotted Bill's body lying on the ground. "What the hell?" the thief exclaimed, his voice rising in alarm. He reached for the revolver at his hip, but Caleb was faster. He lunged forward, driving his knife into the man's chest. The thief let out a strangled cry, but it was cut short as Caleb twisted the blade and pulled it free. The commotion was enough to wake the rest of the camp. Caleb heard shouts from inside the tent, and he knew he was out of time. He dropped the knife and grabbed one of the repeater rifles, aiming it at the tent as the remaining thieves scrambled to their feet. The leader, Harlan, was the first to emerge, his eyes blazing with fury as he spotted Caleb. "Who the hell are you?" he snarled, raising his revolver. Caleb didn't answer. He fired a shot from the repeater rifle, hitting Harlan in the shoulder and sending him stumbling back into the tent. The other two thieves burst out as well, their weapons drawn, but Caleb was already moving. He fired again, taking down one of the men with a well-placed shot to the chest. The other thief ducked behind a boulder, returning fire with his revolver as Caleb dove for cover. The night erupted into chaos as bullets ricocheted off the rocks. Caleb's heart pounded as he reloaded the repeater rifle, his hands trembling slightly but steady enough to get the job done. He peeked out from behind his cover, spotting the last thief crouched behind a boulder a few yards away. The man was reloading his revolver, his movements frantic. Caleb took a deep breath, steadying his aim. He fired a shot, hitting the thief in the leg and causing him to cry out in pain. The man dropped his revolver and clutched his wound, his face pale with fear. Caleb emerged from his cover, his repeater rifle trained on the injured thief. "Don't move," he said, his voice firm despite the adrenaline coursing through his veins. The man doesn't follow his order and tries to raise his right hand, then holds the revolver, his eyes wide with terror. But he was too slow as Caleb already aimed the repeater at him, and shot him right in the head, killing him instantly. Harlan, meanwhile, was still alive but wounded due to Caleb's shot on his shoulder. He crawled out of the tent, clutching his shoulder and glaring at Caleb. "You're dead, you hear me?" he spat, his voice weak but filled with venom. "You think you can just waltz in here and—" Caleb didn't let him finish. He approached Harlan's shot, and hitting Harlan in the face with a well-placed kick and silencing him for good. The camp fell silent once more, the only sound the crackling of the fire and the neighs of the thieves' horses who were spooked by the gunshots. Caleb lowered the repeater rifle, his hands trembling as the adrenaline began to fade. He had done it. He had taken down the entire group, including the mastermind behind the livestock thefts. But the victory felt hollow as he looked around at the bodies scattered across the camp. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to focus. There was still work to be done. He needed to search the camp for any evidence that could tie Harlan to the thefts and recover the stolen livestock. And then, he would need to return to Valentine and report his success to Sheriff Malloy. Caleb took a moment to steady himself after the adrenaline-fueled confrontation. The camp was eerily quiet now, save for the crackling of the fire and the occasional whinny from the thieves' horses. He knew he couldn't afford to waste time as he had spent 2 days. The sooner he tied up loose ends, the sooner he could return to Valentine and claim his reward. First, he approached Harlan, who was still unconscious from the kick to the face. Caleb pulled out the rope he had purchased from Worth's general store and began tying Harlan's hands and feet securely. He made sure the knots were tight enough to hold but not so tight as to cut off circulation. Once Harlan was restrained, Caleb searched the camp for medical supplies. He found some clean bandages and a bottle of whiskey, which he used to clean and dress Harlan's shoulder wound. It wasn't a perfect job, but it would keep the man alive long enough to face justice. With Harlan taken care of, Caleb turned his attention to the rest of the camp. He began a thorough search, looking for anything that could tie Harlan to the livestock thefts or provide information about the stolen animals. He started with the makeshift tent, rummaging through the thieves' belongings. Among the clutter, he found several items of interest. 5 cattleman revolvers, which he set aside so later he could sell it. A double-action revolver, clearly belonging to Harlan, given its ornate design and superior craftsmanship, and he put it on his other holster in his belt. Several tonics, similar to the ones he had seen in the game, which he pocketed for future use. Canned goods and dried foods, which he added to his supplies. 80 rounds of regular repeater cartridges, a welcome addition to his ammunition stockpile. Several bottles of whiskey and beer, which he took so he could consume it or use it for other purposes. A map that showed the location of the stolen livestock, hidden in a nearby area. The most significant find, however, was an iron lockbox tucked under Harlan's bedroll. Caleb tried to open it, but it was locked. Using his knife, he pried it open, revealing a stack of paper bills and several pieces of paper. He counted the money first, $100 in total, a substantial sum that would significantly boost his funds. The papers turned out to be letters from Harlan's buyers, confirming that they had purchased stolen livestock. The letters were damning evidence, clearly linking Harlan to the thefts. Caleb carefully folded the letters and tucked them into his satchel, along with the money. Next, Caleb turned his attention to the thieves' horses. The 5 Kentucky saddlers were tied up in a small crevice near the camp, their ears twitching nervously as Caleb approached. The horses were clearly agitated, likely from the gunfire and the unfamiliar scent of blood. Caleb moved slowly, speaking in a calm, soothing voice as he approached the nearest horse. He reached out gently, letting the animal sniff his hand before patting its neck. The horse seemed to relax slightly, and Caleb repeated the process with the others. As he worked, Caleb realized that transporting the horses and the stolen livestock back to Valentine would be a challenge. He couldn't herd 5 horses and a group of cattle and sheep on his own, especially with Harlan in tow. He needed a plan. First, he decided to locate the stolen livestock. Using the map he had found, Caleb made his way to a nearby clearing where the animals were being held. The cattle and sheep were penned in a makeshift fence, looking stressed but otherwise unharmed. Caleb counted them quickly. There were 5 cattle and 15 sheep, a significant haul that would make the ranchers in Valentine very happy. Returning to the camp, Caleb began to formulate a plan. He would need to bring Harlan and the evidence back to Valentine, but he also wanted to recover as much of the stolen livestock as possible. He decided to take Harlan and the horses with him first, then return with help to retrieve the animals. Caleb tied Harlan to the back of one of the Kentucky saddlers, ensuring the man was secure but not in danger of falling. He then mounted Morgan and led the other 4 horses behind him, using a length of rope to create a makeshift lead. The journey back to Valentine would be slow, but it was manageable. As he rode, Caleb's mind wandered. He thought about the fight at the camp, the lives he had taken, and the blood on his hands. He felt a pang of guilt but pushed it aside. This was the world he lived in now, and he had to adapt if he wanted to survive. Still, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was changing, becoming harder and more ruthless. He vowed to keep himself in check, to not lose his humanity in the process. The sun was high in the sky by the time Caleb reached Valentine. The townsfolk stared as he rode in, leading a string of horses with a bound and bloodied Harlan in tow. Caleb ignored the curious glances and made his way straight to the sheriff's office. Sheriff Malloy was standing outside, smoking a cigarette, and his eyes widened as he saw Caleb approaching. "Well, I'll be damned," Malloy said, tossing his cigarette to the ground. "You actually did it. I thought I would never hear from you again, young boy, as 2 days have passed by." Caleb dismounted and gestured to Harlan. "This is Harlan, the man behind the livestock thefts. I've got evidence linking him to the crimes, and I've located the stolen animals. They're still at the camp, but I'll need help to bring them back." Malloy nodded, clearly impressed. "You've done good work, Caleb. Real good work. Let's get this scum locked up, and then we'll figure out how to retrieve those animals." With Harlan safely in a cell, Caleb handed over the letters and other evidences. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 6 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 6 out of 10. Charm, 4 out of 10. Luck, 5 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL 1. Rifle, LVL 1. Firearms knowledge, LVL 2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL 1. Blunt weapon, LVL 1. Sneaking, LVL 1. Horse mastery, LVL 1. Poker, LVL 1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL 0. Money, $127.75. Chapter 13. Fame grows in Valentine. Malloy nodded, clearly impressed. You've done good work, Caleb. Real good work. Let's get this scum locked up, and then we'll figure out how to retrieve those animals. With Harlan safely in a cell, Caleb handed over the letters and other evidence. Sheriff Malloy took the letters and other pieces of evidence from Caleb, his eyes scanning the contents with a focused intensity. After a few moments, he nodded in satisfaction, clearly pleased with what he saw. This is solid proof, Malloy said, setting the letters down on his desk. Harlan won't be able to weasel his way out of this one. And it's good to know that the buyers didn't realize the livestock was stolen. We'll let them off with a warning, but I don't think we need to pursue them any further. Caleb nodded, relieved that the situation was being handled so efficiently. Sheriff Malloy opened a drawer in his desk and pulled out a stack of dollar bills. He counted them carefully before placing the money on the table in front of Caleb. This is $50, Malloy said. The ranchers pooled it together as a reward and a thank you for what you've done. They're mighty grateful, Caleb. You've done this town a great service. Caleb smiled, feeling a sense of pride as he took the money and tucked it into his satchel. Thank you, Sheriff. I'm just glad I could help. Malloy leaned back in his chair, studying Caleb with a thoughtful expression. You've got a knack for this kind of work. Ever thought about making it official? We could use someone like you as a deputy here in Valentine. Caleb hesitated, considering the offer. While the idea of becoming a deputy was appealing, he knew that his ultimate goal was to make a name for himself and eventually cross paths with the Van der Linde gang. For now, he decided to keep his options open. I'll think about it, he said. But first, I need to help bring back the stolen livestock. The animals are still near the camp at south of Twin Stack Pass. I'll need a couple of your deputies to help me round them up and bring them back to the ranchers. Sheriff Malloy nodded and called for two of his deputies, a pair of rugged men named Hugh and Barnes. They entered the office, their hats in their hands, and listened as Malloy briefed them on the situation. Caleb here has located the stolen livestock. You two will ride with him to Twin Stack Pass, help him round up the herd, and bring it back to the ranchers. Understood? Yes, sir, the deputies replied in unison. Caleb led the way out of the sheriff's office, tying the 5 Kentucky saddlers he had brought back to the hitching post outside. He mounted Morgan and waited for the deputies to saddle up their own horses. Once they were ready, the 3 of them set off toward Twin Stack Pass, the deputies following Caleb's lead. The ride back to the camp was uneventful, the midday sun casting long shadows across the rugged terrain. Caleb kept his eyes sharp, scanning the landscape for any signs of danger. His high perception allowed him to spot potential threats before they became a problem, and he felt a sense of confidence as he guided the group toward their destination. When they arrived at the livestock location, Caleb dismounted and led the deputies to the makeshift corral where the stolen livestock was being held. The cattle and sheep were still there, grazing peacefully now that the chaos of the previous night had passed. Caleb felt a sense of relief as he counted the animals, 5 cattle and 15 sheep, all accounted for. All right, Caleb said, turning to the deputies. Let's get these animals rounded up and back to Valentine. We'll need to move carefully to avoid spooking them. The deputies nodded and set to work, using their experience to guide the livestock into a manageable herd. Caleb helped where he could, using his horse mastery skill to keep the animals calm and moving in the right direction. It was slow, tedious work, but by late afternoon, they had the herd ready to move. The journey back to Valentine was even slower, as the group had to navigate through the terrain while keeping the livestock together. Caleb rode at the front, guiding the herd with Morgan, while the deputies flanked the sides to prevent any stragglers from wandering off. The sun was beginning to set by the time they reached the outskirts of Valentine's, the golden light casting a warm glow over the town. As they approached the livestock yard south of Valentine, the ranchers led by Tom and Jed came out to meet them, their faces lighting up with relief and gratitude. "You've done it!" Jed exclaimed, clapping Caleb on the shoulder. "We can't thank you enough for bringing back our animals." Caleb smiled, feeling a sense of accomplishment as the ranchers took charge of the herd. The deputies helped guide the animals into the pens, and Caleb took a moment to rest, leaning against a fence post as he watched the scene unfold. He had done it. He had solved the mystery of the livestock thefts, brought the mastermind to justice, and returned the stolen animals to their rightful owners. It was a good day's work to elevate his reputation here in Valentine's. As the ranchers finished securing the livestock, Tom approached Caleb with a small pouch in his hand. "This is for you," the man said, handing Caleb the pouch. "It's not much, but it's a token of gratitude from us the ranch hands as our pay doesn't need to be cut anymore." Caleb opened the pouch and found $20 inside. He thanked the rancher and tucked the money into his satchel, feeling a sense of satisfaction as he realized how much his efforts had paid off. Between the reward from Sheriff Malloy, the money from the lockbox, and the additional rewards from the ranchers, he now had a substantial sum to his name once again. With the job done, Caleb and the deputies returned to the sheriff's office to report their success. Sheriff Malloy was waiting for them, a proud smile on his face. "You've done well, Caleb," he said. "Valentine owes you a debt of gratitude. If you ever decide to make this line of work official, you know where to find me." Caleb nodded, appreciating the offer. "I'll keep that in mind, Sheriff. For now, I think I'll take some time to rest and figure out my next move." As Caleb left the sheriff's office, he felt a sense of pride and accomplishment. He had proven himself capable of handling dangerous situations and earning the trust of the people of Valentine. At the bar, Arthur ordered 2 glasses of whiskey. As they sipped their drinks, Arthur turned to Caleb, his expression thoughtful. "You're an interesting fella, Caleb. Most folks around here wouldn't have stepped in to help like you did. Especially not with someone like me." Caleb shrugged, his tone casual. "I've always believed in doing what's right. Doesn't matter who's involved. Besides, you and your friends seem like good people, despite, well, whatever your line of work was." Arthur chuckled, though there was a hint of bitterness in his voice. "Good people, huh? That's a stretch. But I appreciate the sentiment." The conversation continued, with Caleb carefully steering it toward topics that would further endear him to Arthur. He shared stories of his time in Valentine's, subtly highlighting his skills and values without coming across as boastful. Arthur, in turn, opened up a bit more, sharing anecdotes about his life, of course not so open as to talk about the gang, but he opened up a bit more compared to before. By the time they finished their drinks, Caleb felt that he had made significant progress in building a rapport with Arthur. The man was still guarded, but there was an increased respect in the way he looked at Caleb. Caleb paid for the drinks, to which Arthur at first declined, but Caleb insisted, causing Arthur to relent as Caleb paid their tab $3. As they stepped outside, Arthur clapped Caleb on the shoulder. "You're all right, Caleb. If you ever need anything, you can send an mail to me here in Valentine by the name of Tacitus Kilgore, that's my business name. I sometimes come up to check if there was a mail for me." Caleb nodded, his expression sincere. "Thanks, Arthur. I'll keep that in mind." After their conversation at the saloon, Caleb and Arthur stepped out into the cool evening air. The streets of Valentine were quieter now, with only a few townsfolk milling about. Caleb turned to Arthur, his tone casual but thoughtful. "You need a ride back to your place. Looks like your only ride was taken back by Uncle and the ladies." Arthur hesitated, his expression thoughtful. He scratched his beard, clearly weighing his options. Caleb could see the gears turning in Arthur's mind. The man was still cautious, still trying to gauge whether Caleb could be fully trusted. After a moment, Arthur shook his head. "Nah, I'll manage. Thanks for the offer, though." Caleb nodded, not pressing the issue. He had expected Arthur to decline, given the man's guarded nature. But the fact that Arthur had taken a moment to consider the offer was a sign of progress. Caleb's actions, helping Karen and Tilly, intervening with Jimmy Brooks, and even returning the borrowed horse, had clearly made an impression. Arthur wasn't ready to fully trust him yet, but the foundation was being laid. "All right," Caleb said, his tone easy. "If you change your mind, you know where to find me." Arthur gave a small nod, his expression unreadable. "I'll keep that in mind. Take care, Caleb." With that, Arthur turned and walked toward the stables. Caleb watched him go, noting how Arthur paused briefly before turning left and disappearing into the shadows. Caleb could only speculate whether Arthur was walking back to Horseshoe Overlook or planning to borrow another horse for the journey. Either way, Caleb knew better than to follow. Pushing too hard would only raise suspicions. Instead, Caleb turned his attention to Morgan, who was still tied to the hitching post outside the saloon. As he approached her, a sudden flicker in his vision caught his attention. A system window appeared before his eyes, its text glowing faintly in the dim light. New skills and function acquired due to meeting Arthur Morgan and the members of Van der Linde gang. Eagle Eye, LVL1, Elementary Basic. Dead Eye, LVL1, Elementary Basic. Map function unlocked. Caleb blinked, surprised but quickly thrilled. He hadn't expected to gain these skills, especially since he doesn't know how to get them, unlike practical skills. Eagle Eye and Dead Eye were both incredibly powerful abilities, each with its own unique applications. The map function, meanwhile, would be an invaluable tool for navigation and exploration. He focused on the descriptions, eager to understand what these new skills entailed. Eagle Eye, LVL1, Elementary Basic. Description: Eagle Eye allows you to perceive the world with heightened clarity and precision. When activated, time slows slightly, and your senses sharpen, enabling you to track trails, spot clues, and identify important details in your surroundings. This skill is particularly useful for hunting, tracking, and investigating. As you level up, the duration and effectiveness of Eagle Eye will increase, allowing you to uncover even the most subtle traces and patterns. At this level, you can enter Eagle Eye for a duration of 5 seconds. Dead Eye, LVL1, Elementary Basic. Description: Dead Eye is a combat focuses skill that enhances your accuracy and precision. When activated, time slows considerably, allowing you to mark multiple targets and execute precise shots with ease. This skill is invaluable in gunfights, enabling you to take down enemies quickly and efficiently. As you level up, the number of targets you can mark and the duration of Dead Eye will increase and the cooldown will decrease, making you a formidable opponent in any battle. At this level, the longest time you can use your Dead Eye is 7 seconds and the cooldown needed is 3 minutes. Map function. Description: The map function automatically records and updates your exploration progress. As you travel, the map will fill in with details of the areas you've visited, including landmarks, roads, and points of interest. Unlike the game's map, this function is not limited to a specific region, it will continue to expand as you explore new territories, even outside of America. This makes it an essential tool for navigation and planning your journeys. Caleb couldn't help but smile as he read through the descriptions. These skills would give him a significant advantage, both in combat and in his day-to-day activities. The map function, in particular, would be incredibly useful for keeping track of his travels and planning his next moves. He glanced at Morgan, who was patiently waiting by the hitching post. "Looks like we've got some new tricks up our sleeves, girl," he said, patting her neck. Morgan snorted softly, as if in agreement. Caleb untied Morgan and mounted her, feeling a renewed sense of purpose. With these new skills, he was better equipped to handle whatever challenges lay ahead. Whether it was helping the Van der Linde gang, dealing with outlaws, or simply surviving in this harsh world, Caleb knew he had the tools to succeed. As he rode through the quiet streets of Valentine, Caleb decided to test out his new abilities. He activated Eagle Eye, and the world around him seemed to slow down slightly. The faint tracks left by horses and wagons became more visible, and he could even spot the subtle movements of a rat scurrying across the road. The skill was as impressive as he had hoped. Next, he tried Dead Eye. Drawing his Schofield revolver, he focused on a distant rat he had seen scurrying across the street. Time slowed to a crawl, and he felt a strange sense of calm as he marked the rat with a glowing X. When he pulled the trigger, the shot was perfectly accurate, hitting the rat with a loud squeak coming out. Caleb quickly holstered his revolver, hoping no one had noticed. Finally, he opened the map function. A detailed map of Valentine and its surrounding area appeared in his mind's eye, complete with markers for the saloon, stables, and other key locations across Valentine. The map even showed the path he had taken to and from Twin Stack Pass with Citadel Rock in the middle, though the area beyond was still blank. Caleb made a mental note to explore more in the coming days. Caleb closed the map window, feeling a sense of satisfaction as he returned to the main system interface. The new map section was a welcome addition, and he marveled at how intuitive it was. All he had to do was think about opening the map, and it appeared before his eyes, displaying his current location and the areas he had explored. The ability to zoom in and out was particularly useful, and Caleb knew it would be invaluable for navigating the vast and often treacherous landscapes of this world. As he rode Morgan toward the hitching post outside the hotel, Caleb couldn't help but reflect on how much his situation had improved in such a short time. Meeting Arthur and the Van der Linde gang had been a stroke of luck, but the unexpected acquisition of Eagle Eye, Dead Eye, and the map function felt like a reward for his efforts. These skills would give him a significant edge, both in combat and in his day-to-day activities. Combined with his past life memory skills, Caleb felt he could use the knowledge he had much more efficiently. He could enrich himself with some of the knowledge he has about the treasures, as he has done a bit before when he plays the game. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 6 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 6 out of 10. Charm, 4 out of 10. Luck, 5 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL1. Rifle, LVL1. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL1. Horse mastery, LVL1. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL0. Eagle Eye, LVL1, new. Dead Eye, LVL1, new. Money, $242.00. Chapter 18. Harland hanged. These skills would give him a significant edge, both in combat and in his day-to-day activities. Combined with his past life memory skills, Caleb felt he could use the knowledge he had much more efficiently. He could enrich himself with some of the knowledge he has about the treasures, as he has done a bit before when he plays the game. He dismounted Morgan and began unloading the supplies and clothes from her saddlebags. The hotel clerk was different from the one in the morning, and greeted him with a bright smile as he approached the front desk. "Good evening, Mr. Thorne. How can I assist you tonight?" Caleb returned the smile. "I'd like to extend my stay for another 10 days, he said, placing $10 on the counter. "Also, if it's possible, I'd like my clothes washed. I'm willing to pay an extra $1 for the service." The clerk's smile widened. "Of course, Mr. Thorne. We'd be happy to take care of that for you." If you'd like, you can hand your clothes to me, and I'll ensure they're cleaned and returned to your room by tomorrow morning. Caleb nodded and handed over his clothes. Thank you. One more thing, I'd like to take a hot bath if one's available. The clerk gestured toward a hallway to Caleb's left. You're in luck, sir. A hot bath has just been prepared. It's the second door on the left. That'll be 25 cents. Caleb paid the fee and made his way to the bathroom, eager to wash away the grime of the day. The room was warm and inviting, with steam rising from the large tub of hot water. Caleb quickly undressed and stepped into the bath, sighing in relief as the heat soothed his tired muscles. As he relaxed, a soft knock sounded at the door. Excuse me, sir, a young woman's voice called from the other side. I'm here to offer assistance with your bath. It's 50 cents for a wash and massage, if you're interested. Caleb considered the offer. While he wasn't interested in anything beyond a wash and massage, the idea of some extra relaxation was tempting. Come in, he called, making sure to keep himself covered. The door opened, and a young woman entered, carrying a tray with soap, a sponge, and a towel. She gave Caleb a polite smile. Good evening, sir. My name's Clara. I'll take good care of you. Caleb nodded, returning her smile. Thank you, Clara. Just the wash and massage, please. Clara set the tray down and began her work, her hands skilled and efficient. She washed Caleb's back and shoulders, her touch firm but gentle. As she worked, Caleb couldn't help but feel a sense of calm wash over him. The stress of the day seemed to melt away, and for a moment, he allowed himself to simply relax. You've got quite rough skin, Clara remarked as she worked. You must have been through a lot these past couple of days. Caleb chuckled softly. You could say that. Life out here isn't exactly easy, as you must have known. Clara nodded in understanding. That's true. But you seem like the kind of man who can handle himself. I've heard some of the townsfolk talking about you. They say you've been helping out around here. Caleb shrugged modestly. Just doing what I can. It's not much, but it's something. Clara finished the massage, kissing Caleb on the forehead, and stepped back, giving Caleb a respectful nod. There you go, sir. All done. If you need anything else, just let me know. Caleb thanked her and handed her the 50 cents. You've been a great help, Clara. I appreciate it. After Clara left, Caleb finished his bath and dried off, feeling refreshed and rejuvenated. He dressed in a clean set of clothes and returned to his room to take a rest. As he settled into bed, Caleb opened the map function again, studying the areas he had explored so far. Valentine and its surroundings were now clearly marked, but the rest of the map remained blank. Caleb knew he would need to venture further afield to unlock more areas, but for now, he was content to focus on his immediate goals. The next morning, Caleb woke early, feeling well rested and ready for the day ahead. He heard a knock on the door, and saw a hotel staff giving him his freshly washed clothes neatly folded. The hotel staff had done an excellent job, and Caleb thanked her while also giving her a tip of $1 for her great work. After that, he packed his clothes inside the wardrobe and headed downstairs. Caleb stepped out of the hotel into the crisp morning air, the sun just beginning to rise over the rooftops of Valentine. He stretched, feeling the stiffness in his muscles from the previous day's activities, and made his way over to Morgan, who was patiently waiting at the hitching post. Good morning, girl, Caleb said warmly, patting Morgan's neck and scratching behind her ears. The horse let out a gentle snort, nuzzling his hand in appreciation. As Caleb reached into his satchel to pull out an oat cake for Morgan, he noticed Sheriff Malloy approaching with a couple of deputies in tow. The sheriff tipped his hat in greeting. Morning, Caleb. Fine day, isn't it? Caleb nodded, offering a polite smile. Morning, Sheriff. It sure is. What brings you out this early? Sheriff Malloy's expression turned serious. We're about to hang Harland, the man you brought in for being the mastermind behind the livestock thefts. Thought you might want to be there, seeing as you're the one who caught him. It's not every day we get to see justice served so clearly. Caleb was surprised by the invitation but quickly masked it. He knew that building a good relationship with Sheriff Malloy and the townsfolk was crucial, and attending the hanging would only solidify his reputation. "I'd be honored to join you, Sheriff," he said, his tone respectful. Sheriff Malloy nodded, clearly pleased with Caleb's response. "Good young man. Let's head over. It's just around the corner." The group made their way toward the gallows, which were located behind the hotel and to the left of the butcher's stall. As they passed the butcher's stall, Caleb greeted old Bob, who was busy sharpening his knives. "Morning, Bob," Caleb called out. Old Bob looked up and gave a gruff nod. "Morning, Caleb. Heard you're the one who caught that no-good rustler. Fine work." Caleb tipped his hat in acknowledgement. "Just doing my part." When they reached the gallows, Caleb saw that a small crowd had already gathered. Townsfolk stood in clusters, murmuring among themselves as they waited for the hanging to begin. Harlan stood on the platform, his hands bound and a noose around his neck. His face was pale, and his eyes darted around nervously as he realized the gravity of his situation. The deputies went to the front of the gallows, while Sheriff Malloy and Caleb climbed the stairs to the platform, the sheriff taking his place at the front while Caleb stood slightly to the side, observing quietly. The deputy who had been guarding Harlan stepped back, giving the sheriff space to address the crowd. Sheriff Malloy raised his hands, and the murmuring crowd fell silent. "Good people of Valentine," he began, his voice strong and commanding. "Today, we gather to see justice served. This man, Harlan, stands accused of masterminding the theft of livestock from our hardworking ranchers. His actions have caused hardship and suffering for many in our community." The crowd murmured in agreement, some shaking their heads in disapproval. Sheriff Malloy continued, his tone solemn. "But thanks to the efforts of Caleb Thorne, this criminal was brought to justice. Caleb's bravery and dedication have proven him to be a true friend to Valentine, and we are proud to welcome him into our community." Caleb felt a mix of pride and discomfort as the crowd turned their attention to him, some applauding and others nodding in approval. He gave a small nod of acknowledgement but remained silent, letting Sheriff Malloy take the lead. The sheriff then turned to Harlan, his expression stern. "Harlan, you have been found guilty of your crimes. May God have mercy on your poor soul." He then gestured to the deputy, who stepped forward and placed his hand on the lever. Harlan's eyes widened in panic, and he began to struggle against his bonds. "Wait. Please. I didn't mean to." His words were cut off as the deputy pulled the lever, and the trapdoor beneath Harlan's feet opened. The crowd gasped as Harlan dropped, the rope snapping taut. He thrashed violently, his legs kicking as he struggled for breath. The townsfolk watched in silence, some with grim satisfaction, others with averted eyes. Caleb stood stoically, his expression unreadable. He had seen death before, but the sight of a man being hanged was still unsettling. He reminded himself that Harlan was just a means to an end for him, to gain fame and acknowledgement from the people due Valentine. Still, he couldn't help but feel a pang of unease as Harlan's struggles gradually ceased, his body going limp. Sheriff Malloy turned to the crowd once more. "Let this be a lesson to all who would seek to harm our community. Justice will always prevail in Valentine." The crowd dispersed slowly, some lingering to discuss the hanging, while others went about their day. Sheriff Malloy turned to Caleb, his expression softening. "You did good work, Caleb. The town owes you a debt of gratitude." Caleb nodded, his tone respectful. "Just doing what's right, Sheriff. I'm glad I could help." Sheriff Malloy clapped him on the shoulder. "My offer still stands. If you ever decide to make this line of work official, you know where to find me. We could use someone like you as a deputy here in Valentine." Caleb gave a small smile. "I'll keep that in mind, Sheriff. For now, I've got a few things to take care of." The sheriff nodded, understanding. Fair enough. Take care, Caleb. As Sheriff Malloy and the deputies walked away, Caleb took a moment to collect himself. The hanging had been a sobering reminder of the harsh realities of this world, but it had also solidified his place in the community. He knew that his actions had earned him the trust and respect of the townsfolk, and that was no small thing. Caleb made his way back to Morgan, who was still patiently waiting at the hitching post. He gave her another pat and a piece of oatcake before mounting up. "Let's get moving, girl," he said softly. "We've got a lot to do today." Caleb mounted Morgan and rode out of Valentine, his mind set on exploring the surrounding areas to unlock more of the map. The morning sun cast a golden glow over the landscape, and the crisp air filled his lungs as he guided Morgan eastward, passing through Citadel Rock. The familiar terrain brought back memories of his recent adventures where he had managed to capture Harland and kill his bodyguards, but Caleb was eager to see what lay beyond. As he rode, he activated the map function, watching as the areas he passed were gradually filled in with details. The train station at the Heartland oil fields came into view, and Caleb saw that its location slowly revealed on the map before turning south. The road stretched out before him, winding through rolling hills and open plains. The scenery was breathtaking, and Caleb couldn't help but feel a sense of freedom as he rode. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 6 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 6 out of 10. Charm, 4 out of 10. Luck, 5 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL1. Rifle, LVL1. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL1. Horse mastery, LVL1. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL0. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Money, $229.25. Chapter 19, 19. Exploring and finding stuff. The train station at the Heartland oil fields came into view, and Caleb saw that its location slowly revealed on the map before turning south. The road stretched out before him, winding through rolling hills and open plains. The scenery was breathtaking, and Caleb couldn't help but feel a sense of freedom as he rode. When he reached Twin Stack Pass, Caleb turned southwest, following the road as it led him through a somewhat dense forest. The trees towered overhead, their branches forming a canopy that filtered the sunlight into dappled patterns on the ground. Caleb recognized the outline of the forest and realized that to his left, just beyond the trees, was Horseshoe Overlook, the camp of the Van der Linde gang. He made a mental note of its location, careful not to linger too long in case any of the gang members were nearby. Continuing forward, Caleb passed through a three-way intersection and followed the road as it descended into lower ground. The terrain changed, becoming more rugged and rocky as he approached Caliban's seat. He turned right at the intersection, following the road as it curved along the edge of a cliff. The Dakota River came into view on his left, its waters glistening in the sunlight. Caleb slowed Morgan to a walk, taking in the serene beauty of the river and the lush plantations that lined its banks. As he rode along the river, Caleb felt a sense of peace wash over him. The world seemed quieter here, far removed from the chaos of Valentine and the dangers of the gang. He followed the road until he reached Cumberland Falls, where the river widened and the water flowed more gently. Caleb guided Morgan through the shallow part of the river, the horses' hooves splashing in the cool water as they crossed to the other side. Once on the opposite bank, Caleb continued forward, the road leading him toward Wallace Station. The journey had taken him nearly 2 hours, and he decided it was time to take a break. He found a suitable spot near the station, dismounted Morgan, and set up a small campfire. Using the canned food he had brought, a canned meat and canned vegetables, he prepared a simple meal, heating the contents over the fire. As he ate, Caleb let Morgan graze on the nearby grass, while giving her an apple and a sugar cube as a treat. The horse seemed content, and Caleb took the opportunity to rest and reflect on his journey so far. The map function had proven to be incredibly useful, and he was pleased with how much of the surrounding area he had already uncovered. After a 30-minute well-needed break, Caleb extinguished the campfire and mounted Morgan once more. He made a U-turn and headed back the way he had come, turning left at the intersection and riding north upward. The road was quiet, with only the occasional bird call breaking the silence. Caleb enjoyed the solitude, using the time to think about his next steps. When he reached the area known as Cattail Pond, Caleb turned right at the three-way intersection, heading northeast. The road led him through a picturesque valley, with towering cliffs on either side. As he rode, he noticed three distinct landmarks up ahead: Window Rock, Wynyard Strait, and Granite Pass. The sight was awe-inspiring, and Caleb couldn't help but marvel at the natural beauty of the landscape. He dismounted Morgan and took a moment to explore the area on foot. Window Rock, with its distinctive arch, offered a stunning view of the valley below. Wynyard Strait, a narrow passage between two cliffs, was equally impressive, its walls rising high above him. Granite Pass, with its rugged terrain and scattered boulders alongside the train tracks, felt almost otherworldly. Caleb continued his journey, following the road southward until he arrived at Kotora Springs. The area was serene, with steam rising from the natural hot springs and the sound of bubbling water filling the air. As he explored, the map function updated, revealing that this was the location of the legendary wolf. Caleb's memory stirred as he recalled the legendary animals he had hunted in the game: the bear, alligator, buck, and elk. He hunted the legendary bear and alligator because he found them through the main mission, while the legendary buck and elk he hunted as their trinket had a very good effect. He had never gotten the chance to hunt the legendary wolf, but he remembered its location from videos and forums he had watched and read during his time playing the game, trying to find requirements for achieving a gold trophy for completing missions. The thought of hunting the legendary wolf intrigued him, but for now, Caleb decided to focus on his current exploration. He made a mental note to return to Kotora Springs later, perhaps after he had gathered more supplies and prepared himself for the hunt. Leaving Kotora Springs, Caleb headed south, veering off the main road and making his way toward the train tracks. The scenery was breathtaking, with towering cliffs and the Dakota River winding through the valley below. As he approached the train track bridge, Caleb dismounted Morgan and walked to the edge, taking in the view. The ravine below was deep, and he noticed the remnants of a train wreck scattered across the rocky terrain. His memory skill kicked in, recalling a Red Dead Redemption 2 forum post he had read long ago. The post mentioned hidden gold bars scattered throughout the world, some of which could be found without the use of treasure maps. Caleb's instincts told him that the train wreck below might hold something valuable. Determined to investigate, he guided Morgan down the rocky hills, taking a detour to find a safe path to the ravine. After a careful descent, Caleb arrived at the site of the train wreck. The wreckage was old, with rusted metal and broken wood scattered across the ground. He activated his eagle eye skill, scanning the area for any hidden clues. At first, he found nothing of interest on the outside of the wreckage, but his attention was drawn to one of the cargo cars that had an open side. Caleb entered the cargo car, stepping over broken wood and scattered debris. The interior was a mess, filled with clothes, stones, and dirty cans. As he searched, he noticed a large chest partially hidden beneath a pile of broken boards. He cleared the debris and pulled the chest out, opening it to reveal a bag filled with jewelry, a stack of dollar bills totaling $20, and a coin sack containing $13.19. Caleb smiled, pleased with the find. He placed the items in his satchel, adding $33.19 to his funds. Leaving the first cargo car, Caleb turned his attention to another one that was positioned vertically. The opening was high up, and Caleb knew it would be risky to climb. He searched the area and found several barrels and the chest he had just emptied. Using the barrels and chest as stepping stones, he carefully climbed up to the opening and entered the cargo car. Inside, the space was cluttered with clothes and miscellaneous items, most of which were worthless. However, as Caleb jumped down to the bottom of the car, he spotted 2 gold bars gleaming in the dim light. His eyes widened in surprise, and he couldn't help but laugh with delight. He quickly stored the gold bars in his satchel, feeling the weight of his newfound wealth, not figuratively but physically as well. Alongside the gold bars, he found a bottle of rum and a tonic labeled Valerian, which he also took. Climbing out of the cargo car, Caleb felt a sense of accomplishment. The train wreck had yielded more than he had expected, and he was eager to see what else he might find. As he made his way back to Morgan, he couldn't help but feel a renewed sense of optimism. After his successful exploration and the discovery of the gold bars at the train wreck, Caleb took a moment to tend to Morgan. He patted her affectionately, fed her a sugar cube as a treat, and brushed her coat with the horse brush he carried inside Morgan's saddlebags. Morgan responded with a gentle snort, nuzzling Caleb's hand as if to thank him for the care. Once Morgan was groomed and ready, Caleb mounted her and carefully guided her up the rocky hills, taking his time to ensure a safe ascent back to the road. When they reached the top, Caleb paused to take in the view. The landscape stretched out before him, a patchwork of rolling hills, dense forests, and winding rivers. The map function updated as he rode, revealing new locations and landmarks. Caleb felt a sense of accomplishment as he saw the areas he had explored fill in with detail, as it would help him massively. He turned northeast, following the road from Kotora Springs, eager to uncover more of the world. As he rode, the name Wapiti Indian Reservation appeared on his map. Caleb's memory stirred, recalling the characters Rains Falls and his son, Eagle Flies, from the game. He remembered how Dutch's manipulation had led to tragedy for the Wapiti tribe, and how Eagle Flies had been driven to desperate actions against Cornwall's oil company. Caleb felt a pang of sympathy for Rains Falls, who had lost his son due to Dutch's growing instability and Micah's poisonous influence that eroded Dutch, either showing the true nature he had or causing the egomaniac to snap. He resolved to keep an eye on the situation and, if possible, help the Wapiti tribe avoid the fate he knew awaited them and maybe even work alongside them. Continuing his journey, Caleb passed through Calumet Ravine, a rugged area with steep cliffs and narrow paths. The road led him over a bridge, and he followed it southward until he reached Donner Falls. The sight of the waterfall was breathtaking, the water cascading down into a misty pool below. Caleb took a moment to appreciate the natural beauty before pressing on. Eventually, he arrived at Bacchus Station, a small train station nestled in the wilderness. The nearby Bacchus Bridge spanned a deep ravine, its iron structure weathered but sturdy. Caleb decided to take a break here, setting up a small campfire near the station. He heated another pair of canned meals, meat, and vegetables, and ate while drinking from his water canteen. Morgan grazed nearby, and Caleb made sure to give her water as well. The sun was high in the sky and, signaling that it was well past noon. Caleb hadn't realized how much time had passed, but he was pleased with the progress he had made and also made a mental note to buy a pocket watch at the general store. After his meal, Caleb extinguished the campfire and mounted Morgan once more. He continued south, passing Fort Wallace, the old military outpost that stood as a reminder of the conflicts that had shaped the region and was still active military outpost. The fort was quiet, its walls weathered by time but still stood strong, and Caleb didn't linger a long time because he knew guards were patrolling the wall of the fort. He followed the road until he reached an intersection and turned right, entering Cumberland Forest. The dense trees provided shade from the afternoon sun, and the air was filled with the sounds of birds and rustling leaves. Caleb took the left road and followed it through the forest, the map function updating as he went. The road eventually led him to another intersection, where he turned left and headed south. As he rode, the landscape began to change, the dense forest giving way to open plains. In the distance, he saw the familiar outlines of Valentine's buildings. He had come full circle, returning to the town he now called home. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 6 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 6 out of 10. Charm, 4 out of 10. Luck, 5 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL1. Rifle, LVL1. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL1. Horse mastery, LVL1. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL0. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Money, $262.44. Chapter 20. Storing the gold bars and jewelry. Caleb took the left road and followed it through the forest, the map function updating as he went. The road eventually led him to another intersection, where he turned left and headed south. As he rode, the landscape began to change, the dense forest giving way to open plains. In the distance, he saw the familiar outlines of Valentine's buildings. He had come full circle, returning to the town he now called home. As he approached Valentine, Caleb noticed more people on the road, townsfolk going about their business, travelers on horseback, and wagons loaded with goods. The bustling activity was a stark contrast to the solitude of the wilderness, and Caleb felt a sense of familiarity as he rode through the outskirts of town. He passed the church, its steeple rising above the rooftops, and turned right onto the main street. The heart of Valentine was alive with activity. Saloon doors swung open as patrons came and went, shopkeepers called out to passers-by, and children played in the dirt streets. Caleb navigated through the crowd, guiding Morgan toward the hotel at the end of the road. He dismounted and tied her to the hitching post, giving her one last pat before heading inside. The hotel clerk greeted him with a warm smile. "Welcome back, Mr. Thorne. How was your day today?" Caleb smiled at the hotel clerk and said, "Today was a very good and productive day for me." He then leaned slightly on the counter, his tone shifting to one of curiosity. "What do you think of Valentine Bank? Is it a safe place to store money and valuables?" The clerk, momentarily stunned by the question, quickly regained his composure. He adjusted his glasses and replied, "Oh, the Bank of Valentine. I believe it's very secure and safe. The sheriff's office is just a couple of buildings away, and deputies are always guarding the front of the bank. They patrol the main street area with repeaters or shotguns in hand as a deterrent. Security is high, especially since Valentine hosts the livestock auction yard. Many ranchers, livestock farmers, and landowners come to participate either as buyers or sellers. The bank is the only safe place for them to store and withdraw their cash." Caleb nodded thoughtfully. He had indeed seen the patrols around the bank at night, and if the clerk spoke so highly of its security, it seemed the townsfolk trusted it. But Caleb wanted to dig deeper. What about the bank's reputation? External security seems solid, but what about internal security? Any news of embezzlement or corruption among the bank employees? The clerk's expression turned contemplative. He scratched his chin and said, "Well, there was some news in the past about embezzlement. It was dealt with quietly by the sheriff and an angry mob of townsfolk. The bank's reputation took a hit, and they had to work hard to rebuild trust. But since then, there's been no such news. The bank has regained its standing as a trusted institution." Caleb raised an eyebrow. "So, it's safe now?" The clerk nodded enthusiastically. "Absolutely. Many store owners, including the hotel owner, keep their hard-earned money there. Even I have an account. If you're thinking of opening one, I'd recommend it." Caleb smiled. "I think I will. Tomorrow, I'll head to the bank and open an account. Thanks for the information." He reached into his satchel, pulled out 25 cents, and handed it to the clerk. "I'd like a hot bath, please." The clerk accepted the coins and directed Caleb to the bathhouse. Caleb entered the bathroom, stripped off his dusty clothes, and sank into the warm water. As he relaxed, a gentle knock echoed through the room. A woman's voice offered, "Would you like a bath and massage for 50 cents?" Caleb politely declined as he wanted to be alone with his thoughts. "No, thank you. I'd like to do it alone." The woman nodded and gave her confirmation. The sound of her footsteps walking away could be heard. Alone in the tub, Caleb's mind wandered to the 2 gold bars he had discovered earlier. He knew they were too valuable to carry around, and storing them in the bank's safety deposit box seemed like the best option. Because he knew from the game that 1 gold bar was worth $500 and since he had 2, its worth was $1,000 in total, and he had a very large sum of money in his hand. He knew the price because he remembered using his memory skill when he played the game after saving Jack from the Braithwaite Manor and burning it down. He returned to see if there was any valuable left and found a gold bar thereafter using his eagle eye. He reached every corner of the manor as the Braithwaite was said to have a high amount of gold and he wanted to see if it was true, but he only found one at the time, inside a lockbox that was under the floorboard that had been burned down. He also thought about the jewelry and cash he had found, adding to his growing wealth. The day had been incredibly fruitful, and he felt a sense of accomplishment. After his bath, Caleb dried off, dressed in clean clothes, and returned to his room. He sat on the edge of the bed, pulling out his satchel to inspect his findings. The gold bars gleamed in the dim light, and he carefully wrapped them in cloth to keep them safe until tomorrow. The jewelry and cash were neatly organized, and he counted his total funds, $262.44. It was a substantial amount, and Caleb felt a surge of pride. As he lay in bed, Caleb reflected on his journey so far. The map function had been invaluable, helping him navigate and uncover new locations. He had explored vast landscapes, from the dense forests of Twin Stack Pass to the serene beauty of Kotora Springs. The discovery of the train wreck and its treasures had been a highlight, and he was eager to see what else the world had to offer. The next morning, Caleb woke up early, feeling refreshed. He dressed quickly, strapped on his holster, and headed downstairs. After a quick breakfast of a chunk of bread and some canned fruit, he mounted Morgan and rode to the Bank of Valentine. The bank was a sturdy brick building with a large sign above the entrance. 2 deputies stood guard outside, their repeaters slung over their shoulders. Caleb tied Morgan to the hitching post and entered the bank. The interior was spacious, with a high ceiling and polished wooden counters. A teller greeted him with a smile. "Good morning, sir. How may I help you?" "I'd like to open an account," Caleb said. "And I'd also like to rent a safety deposit box." Caleb listened carefully as the teller explained the requirements for opening an account and renting a safety deposit box. The teller, a middle-aged man with a neatly trimmed mustache, spoke in a professional tone. "Opening an account requires a minimum deposit of $10, and there's a one-time fee of $3 to cover the paperwork and account setup. You'll receive a passbook as proof of ownership and to record your transactions. As for the safety deposit box, the annual fee is $10. You can store any valuables you wish, but if the box becomes full, you'll need to rent an additional one. You'll receive the only key to your box, ensuring its security." Caleb nodded, considering the information. "I'll do both," he said decisively. He reached into his satchel and counted out the required fees, $3 for the account setup and $10 for the safety deposit box. He then added $40 to deposit into his new account, handing the total sum to the teller. The teller accepted the money and began recording the transaction in the bank ledger. He carefully wrote the details in Caleb's new passbook, noting the date, the deposit amount, and the total balance. "Here's your passbook, Mr. Thorne," the teller said, handing it over. "It's important to keep this safe, as it serves as proof of your account and transactions." Caleb took the passbook and tucked it into his satchel. The teller then called over a security guard and guided Caleb to the vault where the safety deposit boxes were kept. The teller handed Caleb the key to his rented box and stepped back, allowing Caleb to open it privately. Caleb carefully placed the 2 gold bars and the bag of jewelry inside, ensuring they were secure. He locked the box, pocketed the key, and rejoined the teller and security guard. "Thank you," Caleb said as they returned to the front desk. The teller nodded politely, and Caleb left the bank, feeling a sense of relief knowing his valuables were safe. Caleb then left the bank, mounted Morgan, and rode toward the general store. The streets of Valentine were bustling with activity, and Caleb navigated through the crowd with ease. He dismounted outside the store and entered, greeted by the familiar sight of Mr. Worth behind the counter. "Welcome, Mr. Thorne," Mr. Worth said with a warm smile. "How can I help you today?" "I'd like to buy a pocket watch," Caleb replied. "I've been needing one for a while now." Mr. Worth nodded and excused himself for a moment. He returned with a sleek pocket watch, placing it on the counter. "This is a Jensen pocket watch," he explained. "Normally, it's priced at $15.50, but since you're a regular and have done good deeds for Valentine, I'll give you a discount. You can have it for $12. Caleb appreciated the gesture and handed over the money. "Thank you, Mr. Worth. Your kindness is much appreciated." "Anytime, Mr. Thorne," Mr. Worth replied. "Take care now." Caleb left the general store and glanced toward the saloon, which was just to the left of the store. He decided to leave Morgan tied up outside the general store, as the saloon was close enough. Though he had already eaten breakfast, he was still hungry and thought a glass of whiskey or perhaps a few would be a good way to unwind. As Caleb entered the saloon, the lively atmosphere enveloped him. To his right, a group of men were playing poker, their laughter and banter filling the air. To his left, he noticed two familiar figures, a Mexican man in a blue jacket and a black man with long hair wearing a blue long-sleeved shirt with white dots. They were laughing and drinking with two working girls, red hair and black hair, leaning on the bar. Caleb immediately recognized them as Javier Escuela and Charles Smith. Caleb's heart raced. If Javier and Charles were here, it meant Arthur would likely arrive soon. This was the perfect opportunity to get closer to the Van der Linde gang. Caleb remembered the saloon brawl mission from the game, where a drunk Bill Williamson caused chaos. If Caleb played his cards right, he could help the gang during the brawl and earn their trust. Caleb approached the bar and ordered a lamb fry for $5 and a glass of whiskey for 50 cents. He stood facing Mr. Douglas, eating and drinking while keeping an eye on Javier and Charles. As he sipped his whiskey, he overheard Javier's voice. "We got a wild one here," Javier exclaimed, raising his glass. The group cheered, "Hey!" Javier laughed and then his tone shifted. "Oh, Arthur. Come here, come over here. I wanted you to meet our friends." As Javier said that, he let out a small chuckle. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 6 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 6 out of 10. Charm, 4 out of 10. Luck, 5 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL1. Rifle, LVL1. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL1. Horse mastery, LVL1. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL0. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Money, $191.94. Bank, $40, 2 gold bars, and a large bag of jewelry new. Chapter 21. Valentine Saloon Brawl. "We got a wild one here," Javier exclaimed, raising his glass. The group cheered, "Hey!" Javier laughed and then his tone shifted. "Oh, Arthur. Come here, come over here. I wanted you to meet our friends." As Javier said that, he let out a small chuckle. Caleb turned slightly, catching a glimpse of Arthur Morgan entering the saloon. Arthur, wearing his signature hat and rugged attire, approached Javier and Charles with a smirk. "Pleased to meet you," Arthur said, his voice carrying a hint of amusement. The two working girls, the red-haired woman and the black-haired woman, turned their attention to Arthur as he approached. The red-haired one spoke first, her tone teasing. "Well, ain't you just the tough as Teak Mountain man?" The black-haired woman chimed in, playfully swatting at the red-haired woman. "Oh, you be quiet, Anastasia. Anyone can tell that this one's a pussycat." Javier, hearing the exchange down the side, let out a chuckle and agreed. "Exactly. Yes, he's a pussy, cat." He turned to Arthur with a grin. "Ain't that so, Arthur?" Arthur rolled his eyes but played along. "Whatever you say," he replied dryly. He stands and takes several steps to the right, still looking at the two women. "How much do you cost, anyway?" Anastasia raised an eyebrow, feigning offense. "Well, ain't that a nice way to talk to a lady?" Arthur smirked, his tone sharp, and his eyes gleamed with mischief. "Oh, I didn't know I was talking to a lady." The comment struck a nerve, and both women were visibly offended. Anastasia huffed, "Excuse me," before storming off, followed closely by the black-haired woman. Charles, ever the gentleman, tried to gently stop the black-haired woman by reaching for her arm. She stretched out her hand, allowing Charles to touch it briefly, but she kept walking away as she looked back. Meanwhile, Javier let out an exasperated sigh as he looked at both girls leaving, and then turned to Arthur. "Well, I must say, you got a fine way with the women, amigo." Arthur shrugged, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Yeah, a regular dandy and charmer." As he spoke, he took the spot where the two women had been standing, positioning himself between Javier and Charles. His words elicited a laugh from Javier, who shook his head in amusement. Arthur reached for the glass of whiskey on the bar but paused when he noticed Caleb sitting nearby, casually eating his lamb fry and sipping his whiskey. Arthur greeted him with a nod. "Well, ain't this a surprise?" "Hello, Caleb. Nice to see you again." Caleb, who had been pretending not to eavesdrop, acted surprised and turned to Arthur. He raised his glass in a salute. "Oh, Mr. Morgan. I didn't expect to see you again so soon." He downed the rest of his whiskey in one gulp and set the glass on the bar. His eyes flicked to Javier and Charles, and he asked Arthur, "Are these two your friends?" Javier and Charles remained silent, letting Arthur take the lead. Arthur nodded. "Yeah, these two are my friends. To my left is Javier Escuela, and to my right is Charles Smith." He gestured to Caleb. "This is Caleb Thorne. He helped me, uncle, and the girls when we first came to Valentine's a few days ago." With Arthur vouching for Caleb, Javier and Charles relaxed slightly. If Arthur was willing to introduce them by their real names, it meant Caleb wasn't a threat. Javier saluted with the glass of whiskey in his hand to Caleb. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Thorne." Charles nodded in greeting. "Likewise." Caleb returned Javier's gesture and nodded to Charles, trying to contain his excitement. "Nice to meet you as well, Mr. Escuela, Mr. Smith." Arthur, meanwhile, finished his glass of whiskey and turned to Javier. "Where's Bill?" Javier sighed. "Oh, man, I don't know. But I dread to think about it." As if on cue, the saloon doors swung open, and a large, burly man in a dark blue and white striped shirt stormed in. Bill Williamson's face was flushed with anger, and he immediately bumped into a man trying to leave the saloon. Bill grabbed the man by the shirt and snarled, "Hey, watch where you're going, pal." He shoved the man hard, sending him stumbling backward. The man, trying to defuse the situation, said, "Hey, take it easy, pal." Bill wasn't having it. He grabbed the man's shirt with both hands and growled, "Take it easy, huh?" Arthur, watching the scene unfold, muttered to Javier and Charles, "Is he about to kiss that guy or punch him?" Before anyone could answer, Bill threw a punch, sending the man crashing into the poker table behind him. The players scrambled to get out of the way, and Javier groaned. Oh, and we get our answer. The punch was the spark that ignited the saloon brawl. The man Bill had attacked shouted for help, and soon, the entire room erupted into chaos. Patrons turned on Arthur and his group, fists flying in every direction. Javier squared off against a man near him, Charles hurled a chair at an attacker, and Arthur charged toward a man near the door. Bill, meanwhile, found himself surrounded by 3 or 4 men, swinging wildly to fend them off. Caleb, standing near the bar, watched the chaos unfold. The saloon owner, Mr. Douglas, shouted at him, "Do something, Caleb. Break up the fight." But Caleb had other plans. Instead of trying to stop the brawl, he joined in, rushing to Bill's aid. Bill was outnumbered, and Caleb knew this was his chance to prove himself to the gang. He threw himself into the fray, punching and dodging as best he could. His hand-to-hand combat skills were rudimentary, but adrenaline kept him going. He took a few hits, one to the ribs, another to the jaw, and one to his gut, but he gritted his teeth and fought back. Arthur, having knocked out his opponent, noticed Caleb helping Bill. He exchanged a quick glance with Javier, who had just taken down his own attacker, and the two of them moved to even the odds. Arthur grabbed a man who was about to punch Caleb from behind and yanked him away, delivering a solid uppercut that sent the man sprawling. Javier, meanwhile, tackled another assailant, pinning him to the ground. With Caleb's help, Bill managed to knock out one of his attackers. The remaining 2, seeing their comrades fall, hesitated just long enough for Charles to intervene. He grabbed one man by the collar and slammed him into the bar, while Arthur and Javier dealt with the other. At this time, a loud voice boomed from upstairs. "What the hell is going on down there?" Caleb turned to see a big, tall man with a large belly and broad shoulders stomping down the stairs. His heavy steps thudded against the wooden floor, and his presence immediately attracted attention as it radiated intimidation. Mr. Douglas, the saloon owner, shouted from behind the bar, "No, Tommy. Stay out of this." But Tommy ignored him, stepping off the last 2 stairs and growling, "Come here, you little greaser." Javier, never one to back down from a challenge, stepped forward and punched Tommy square in the face. The impact echoed through the saloon, but Tommy barely flinched. Instead, he absorbed the punch and retaliated with a series of brutal blows to Javier's gut, each one forcing Javier to stagger backward. Arthur, seeing Javier in trouble, moved to help, but Caleb noticed a man sneaking up behind Arthur with a chair raised high, ready to strike Arthur like in the game. Without hesitation, Caleb stepped in, taking the hit for Arthur. The chair slammed into Caleb's back, and he grunted in pain but managed to stay on his feet. Arthur, startled by the impact, turned to see Caleb shielding him. Caleb, gritting his teeth through the pain, shouted, "Help Mr. Escuela. I've got this." Arthur nodded and rushed to Javier's aid, leaving Caleb to deal with the man who had struck him. Caleb, despite the pain, swung a punch at the man, hitting him square in the jaw. The man stumbled, but Caleb wasn't done. He followed up with a swift kick to the man's groin, causing him to double over in agony. Caleb then delivered a final blow to the man's gut, knocking him to the ground while bellowing in pain. Meanwhile, Arthur reached Tommy and shouted, "Hey, tough guy." Tommy, before he could turn his head, just in time received a punch to the back of his head. The blow caught Tommy off guard, and he released Javier, who crumpled to the floor, clutching his stomach. Tommy turned his full attention to Arthur, grabbing him by the shirt with one hand and delivering a powerful punch to Arthur's jaw. Arthur staggered but didn't fall. Tommy, however, wasn't finished. He grabbed Arthur with both hands and hurled him over a nearby table, sending him crashing near the saloon window. Tommy sneered, "You want some, huh?" He grabbed Arthur again, lifting him off the ground and preparing to throw him through the window. Caleb, seeing Arthur in danger, acted quickly. He grabbed a chair and smashed it against Tommy's back, causing the big man to release Arthur. Before Tommy could turn around, Caleb followed up with a well-timed kick to Tommy's groin. Tommy let out a wail of pain, doubling over and giving Arthur enough time to scramble to his feet. This time, Arthur was the one who took control. He grabbed Tommy and, with a surge of strength, hurled him through the saloon window. Tommy crashed onto the main street of Valentine, drawing the attention of everyone nearby. The townsfolk gathered around, forming a circle as Tommy struggled to his feet, clutching his crotch in pain. Tommy glared at Arthur, who stepped out of the saloon, dusting himself off. "Come on, pretty boy." Tommy taunted, though his voice was strained. Arthur raised an eyebrow, flabbergasted. "Pretty boy? You kidding me?" The two men squared off, trading punches and shoves in the middle of the street. Caleb, Javier, Charles, and Bill emerged from the saloon, cheering Arthur on. Caleb, still holding his pain and nursing his wounds, watched the fight intently. Thanks to Caleb's earlier intervention, Arthur had the upper hand. He landed a powerful uppercut that sent Tommy sprawling to the ground. Arthur didn't let up. He pinned Tommy down and began punching him repeatedly in the face. The crowd watched in awe, some cheering, others gasping at the brutality. Just as it seemed Arthur might go too far, a middle-aged man rushed forward, pleading, "Please, stop. Stop. I beg you, please. You've won the fight already. Surely that's enough." The man, who was familiar to Caleb, held up his hands in a desperate attempt to stop Arthur. Caleb, recognizing Thomas and knowing the danger he posed, quickly pulled a cloth from his satchel and covered his mouth and nose. He stepped forward, positioning himself between Arthur and Thomas. "What business is it of yours?" Caleb demanded, his voice muffled by the cloth. Thomas coughed lightly, his face pale. No business, sir. But please, I beg you." Caleb didn't wait for Arthur to respond. He grabbed Thomas by the shoulders and shoved him toward the barely conscious Tommy. "Take care of your friend and stay out of this," Caleb said firmly. Arthur, still breathing heavily, nodded in agreement. He and Caleb walked away from the crowd, heading toward the alley between the saloon and the general store to cool off. Arthur stretched his arms and winced, holding his side where Tommy had landed a few solid blows. "That was some fight," Caleb said, leaning against the wall of the alley. "You all right?" Hearing this, Arthur chuckled with some raspiness, making it clear he was holding his pain. "I'll live. Thanks for the help back there. You took a hell of a hit for me." Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 6 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 6 out of 10. Charm, 4 out of 10. Luck, 5 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL 1. Rifle, LVL 1. Firearms knowledge, LVL 2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL 1. Blunt weapon, LVL 1. Sneaking, LVL 1. Horse mastery, LVL 1. Poker, LVL 1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL 0. Eagle eye, LVL 1. Dead eye, LVL 1. Money, $191.94. Bank, $40, 2 gold bars, and a large bag of jewelry. Creators. Chapter 22. Meeting Dutch and Trelawney. "That was some fight," Caleb said, leaning against the wall of the alley. "You all right?" Hearing this, Arthur chuckled with some raspiness, making it clear he was holding his pain. "I'll live. Thanks for the help back there. You took a hell of a hit for me." Caleb shrugged, trying to downplay it. "Just doing my part. Couldn't let you get blindsided." Arthur studied Caleb for a moment, his expression thoughtful. "You've got guts, kid. Not many folks would jump into a brawl like that, especially for people they barely know." Caleb met Arthur's gaze. "I figure if you're going to run with a group like yours, you've got to prove you can handle yourself." Arthur nodded, a hint of respect in his eyes. You've done that, all right. Javier, Charles, and Bill owe you one. Hell, I owe you one. Caleb smiled, though it was strained by the pain in his ribs. Just glad I could help. Arthur clapped Caleb on the shoulder, though he winced as he did so, and Caleb, who was on the receiving end, was the same as well. Come on, let's get back to the others. They will want to thank you for your help. Thanks to Caleb's intervention, Arthur wasn't as battered and dirty as he had been in the game after the fight with Tommy. As Arthur and Caleb prepared to head back to the front of the saloon, a familiar voice called out, its accent unmistakable. Making new friends again, I see, Arthur. Both men turned to see two figures approaching them. Caleb immediately recognized them, Dutch van der Linde and Josiah Trelawney. Dutch, dressed in a fancy vest and jacket, his signature facial hair and charismatic demeanor on full display, exuded an air of authority. Beside him, Trelawney, with his formal attire and top hat, looked every bit the theatrical con man Caleb remembered from the game, and even put the one in the game in shame. Caleb felt a mix of emotions as he laid eyes on Dutch. Excitement, anger, and disappointment swirled within him. He knew what Dutch would become later in the story, a man consumed by his own ego and paranoia, leading the gang to ruin and Arthur's death. As for Trelawney, Caleb had mixed feelings. The man was a master of disguise and deception, more so than even Hosea, but his charm and wit made him hard to dislike. Dutch's voice broke Caleb's thoughts. Look who we found sniffing about, he said, gesturing to Trelawney. Arthur chuckled. Josiah Trelawney, he said, his tone a mix of amusement and surprise. Trelawney, ever the showman, gave a theatrical bow. The very same, he replied with a flourish. Dutch added, indeed. The very same. Arthur stepped closer, a smirk playing on his lips. Well, well. I thought you'd gone to New York. Trelawney waved a hand dismissively. And miss all of this glamour? You must be joking. Arthur laughed, shaking his head. How are you, Trelawney? Well, quite well indeed, Trelawney replied, his tone light and jovial. His eyes then flicked to Caleb, who stood a few steps behind Arthur. And who is this fine young gentleman? Dutch, too, turned his attention to Caleb, his sharp eyes scrutinizing the newcomer. Yes, Arthur, who is your friend here? Caleb stepped forward, introducing himself with a polite nod. Good day, gentlemen. My name is Caleb Thorne. Arthur, standing beside Caleb, added, Mr. Thorne here helped me, uncle, and the girls a couple of days ago when we first came to Valentine. And just now, he helped me, Javier, Charles, and Bill in a saloon brawl. Even the odds a bit. Trelawney's eyes lit up with interest. Why, what a good man you are, Mr. Thorne. I'm Josiah Trelawney, at your service. He gave another theatrical bow, his top hat tipping slightly. Dutch, after receiving a subtle nod from Arthur signaling that Caleb could be trusted, at least for now, smiled and extended a hand. Thank you for lending a hand to my friends, Mr. Thorne. I'm Dutch van der Linde. You can call me Dutch or Mr. van der Linde. Caleb shook Dutch's hand, though the motion caused a twinge of pain from his bruised ribs. He managed a smile and a pained chuckle. It's what I should do for friends, he said, glancing at Arthur. Well, I hope Arthur considers me a friend. I'm just a drifter, arrived in Valentine a couple of weeks ago after leaving my hometown far to the west, and seeing Arthur and Uncle looking like trustees as well. When I met them I feel a sense of connection, that's why I approached them. As Caleb said so, Trelawney, ever the conversationalist, turned his attention to Javier, Charles, and Bill, who had joined the group. Ah, Javier and Charles. I've missed you, and Bill, looking as well as can be. Gentlemen, always a pleasure. Javier and Charles nodded in acknowledgement, their expressions softening as they turned their attention to Caleb. Thanks for the help back there, Charles said, his voice calm but sincere. Javier, even though hurting from the break, lapped Caleb on the shoulder, though the motion made Caleb wince. "You're my friend now," Javier declared with a grin. "Anyone who fights like that for us is one of us." Bill, ever the hothead, grunted in agreement. "Yeah, you held your own. Thanks for the backup." Caleb nodded, feeling a sense of accomplishment. "Just doing my part," he said modestly. Dutch, observing the exchange, stepped forward, his presence commanding attention. "Well, Mr. Thorne, it seems you've made quite the impression on my boys. That's no small feat." Caleb met Dutch's gaze, trying to keep his expression neutral. "I'm just glad I could help. Valentine's been good to me so far, and I figure it's only right to lend a hand when I can." Dutch's smile widened, though there was a calculating glint in his eyes. "A man of principle. I like that. We could use more men like you in our endeavors." Caleb noticed the calculating glint in Dutch's eyes, a subtle but unmistakable sign of the man's shrewdness. His high perception stat allowed him to pick up on the nuances of Dutch's demeanor, and he knew exactly what the gang leader was thinking. Dutch saw Caleb as a potential asset, someone who could be used to further the gang's interests. But Caleb also knew that this version of Dutch was different from the man he would become later in the story. This Dutch was still somewhat sane, still filled with hope, and not yet poisoned by Micah's influence. Caleb understood that Dutch wanted to take advantage of his knowledge of Valentine and likely saw him as a naive drifter who could be manipulated for the gang's benefit. But Caleb was determined to prove Dutch wrong. He wasn't some pawn to be played with, and he intended to surprise Dutch just as the Greys and Braithwaites had done in the game. Caleb had his own agenda, which was to join the Van der Linde gang, earn their trust, and change the course of the story to prevent the tragedy that awaited them. Caleb played along, acting interested and eager. His performance was flawless, partly because he genuinely wanted to join the gang and partly because he knew he had to tread carefully. He nodded enthusiastically at Dutch's offer, his expression a mix of gratitude and excitement. "I'd be honored to help in any way I can, Mr. Van der Linde. Valentine's been good to me, and I'd like to repay the kindness I've found here." Arthur, however, wasn't entirely convinced. He stepped closer to Dutch, his voice low but firm. "Are you sure about this, Dutch? I mean, I don't distrust him, but, are you sure?" Dutch waved a hand dismissively, his charismatic smile never wavering. "Of course, Arthur. A young man with such good principles as Mr. Thorne here would be eaten alive by this world if there's no one to look after him. We've all been there, haven't we?" Arthur frowned but didn't argue further. He glanced at Caleb, his expression a mix of skepticism and reluctant approval, not that he disliked Caleb, he actually liked the kid, but their situation now forced him to be more cautious. The others, too, seemed unsure. Javier and Charles, though grateful for Caleb's help in the brawl, still didn't know him well enough to fully trust him. Bill, as usual, followed Dutch's lead without question, his sense of needing approval from Dutch was unwavering. Trelawney, ever the cautious one despite his theatrical demeanor, observed Caleb with a keen eye. He was a man who thrived on deception and knew better than to trust too easily. His presence in the gang was sporadic, coming and going as he pleased, but he always brought valuable information and resources, something that Dutch appreciate and allows him to do whatever he wants. For Caleb, Trelawney's cautious nature made him a valuable ally, and he knew he'd have to earn the man's trust over time. Dutch turned back to Caleb, his tone warm but with an underlying edge of calculation. "If you or the others need anything, Mr. Thorne, I hope you'll come to us for help. We look out for our own." Caleb seized the opportunity, his face lighting up with genuine enthusiasm. "Of course, Mr. Van der Linde. After the brawl we just had, I already think of everyone here as my friends, especially Arthur." He glanced at Arthur, who gave a small nod of acknowledgement. Dutch laughed, a rich, hearty sound that filled the alley. "Thank you, Mr. Thorne. If you ever need anything, you can find us at our camp near Horseshoe Overlook. Just ask for Arthur or Charles, and they'll point you in the right direction." Caleb nodded, his mind already racing with plans. He knew this was his chance to integrate himself into the gang and start making a difference. But he also knew he had to be careful. The Van der Linde gang was a tight-knit group, and earning their trust wouldn't be easy. He'd have to prove himself repeatedly, just as Kieran had done, though under very different circumstances. As the group began to disperse, Arthur lingered for a moment, his eyes narrowing as he studied Caleb. "You sure about this, kid? Running with us, it's not exactly a life of glamour. Especially at this time." Caleb met Arthur's gaze, his expression earnest. "I know it's not, Mr. Morgan. But I've been on my own for a while now, and I've seen what this world can do to people who don't have anyone to watch their backs. If I can help you all, even a little, then I'd like to." Arthur nodded slowly, his skepticism giving way to a grudging respect and somewhere admiration as well. "All right, then. Just don't go getting yourself killed. We've got enough trouble as it is." Caleb chuckled, though the motion made his ribs ache. "I'll do my best." With that, Arthur clapped Caleb on the shoulder, gently this time, and turned to follow Dutch and the others. Caleb watched them go, a sense of determination settling over him. He had taken the first step toward changing the course of the story, but he knew the road ahead would be long and fraught with danger, especially since Pinkertons and bounty hunters was shunting down the gang. At this moment, the system window suddenly appeared in front of Caleb, catching him off guard. He quickly scanned the notifications and saw that his hand-to-hand combat skill had leveled up to level 1, thanks to his involvement in the saloon brawl. Additionally, his charm stat had increased from 4 to 5, which was a pleasant surprise. Caleb assumed this boost was due to his ability to navigate the conversation with Dutch and the gang, managing to convince them of his sincerity and usefulness. The upgrade to his charm stat was particularly significant to Caleb. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 6 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 6 out of 10. Charm, 4/10 5 out of 10. Luck, 5 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL 1. Rifle, LVL 1. Firearms knowledge, LVL 2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL 1. Blunt weapon, LVL 1. Sneaking, LVL 1. Horse mastery, LVL 1. Poker, LVL 1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL 0, LVL 1. Eagle eye, LVL 1. Dead eye, LVL 1. Money, $191.94. Bank, $40, 2 gold bars, and a large bag of jewelry. Chapter 23. Stocking on medical care. Additionally, his charm stat had increased from 4 to 5, which was a pleasant surprise. Caleb assumed this boost was due to his ability to navigate the conversation with Dutch and the gang, managing to convince them of his sincerity and usefulness. The upgrade to his charm stat was particularly significant to Caleb. While improving his combat skills was important, increasing his charm meant he could better influence others, build relationships, and navigate social situations, skills that were crucial for his long-term plans with the Van der Linde gang. He couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment. The gang was proving to be his lucky charm in this world. Since meeting them, he had gained the map function, unlocked new skills, leveled up his combat abilities, and now even improved his charm. Despite the bruises and aches from the brawl, Caleb felt a surge of optimism. As Caleb basked in his small victory, he doesn't know that Arthur and the rest of the gang gathered near Valentine's stable, just to the left of the cluster of camps, where they were deep in conversation talking about some topics they can't talk when Caleb was present. But even if Caleb wasn't present, the conversation they have was something Caleb will already knew about from the game. "I went to Blackwater to look for you all, gentlemen," Trelawney said, his tone theatrical yet serious. "And you're not very popular there, it seems." Dutch nodded, his expression grim. "You're right. We ain't too popular back in Blackwater." Arthur, still holding his jaw where Tommy had landed a punch, chimed in, while pointing at Trelawney. "We left a lot of money there." Trelawney raised a finger, as if to emphasize his next point. "And young Sean, it seems." Dutch's eyes widened at the mention of Sean. "Sean? You found him?" Trelawney nodded. "Yes, I have. He's being held by a group of bounty hunters who are trying to see how much money the government will pay for him. I know he's in Blackwater, but there's talk of them moving him soon." Arthur winced, both from the pain in his jaw and the gravity of the situation. "If we step foot in Blackwater, we're dead men for sure." Dutch's expression darkened. "There'll be Pinkertons all over the place. But if he's alive, we gotta try." Arthur nodded in agreement. "Yeah, of course." Trelawney turned to Dutch, his tone cautious. "It's you they want, Dutch." Dutch smirked, though there was no humor in it. "Always is." The gang leader then turned his attention toward the alley where Caleb was previously, who he seen heading north, maybe to the doctor. "This might be a good task to enlist young Mr. Thorne help," Dutch said, his voice carrying a note of authority. The group was visibly surprised by Dutch's suggestion. Arthur, as the voice of reason and much more brave, spoke up. "Really, Dutch? Asking him to join our endeavors is one thing, but enlisting his help to rescue Sean? Is it really a good idea?" Dutch's gaze softened as he looked at Arthur. "He's just like you when I first met you, Arthur. And John. And Lenny. When I found you all, you were young, alone, and in need of guidance. I feel the same about Mr. Thorne. Such a young man shouldn't be left to fend for himself in a world like this, especially if he was very far from home." Arthur hesitated, his skepticism evident, but he didn't argue further. The others, too, seemed to accept Dutch's decision, though Dutch could sense their reservations. Dutch's charisma and leadership were undeniable, and the gang trusted his judgment, for now. Dutch clapped his hands, signaling the end of the discussion. "All right, here's the plan. Charles, I want you to find out what you can about Sean's location and the bounty hunters holding him. Be very careful." Charles nodded, his expression serious. "Understood." After that, Charles immediately went away to do his task. Dutch then turned to Trelawney. "Josiah, take Javier with you. See if you can gather any more information about the bounty hunters and their movements." Trelawney tipped his hat. "Consider it done." Trelawney takes Javier, leaving the group. Finally, Dutch addressed Arthur. "Arthur, I want you to find out more about Caleb Thorne here in Valentine. Discreetly, of course. Then ask young Mr. Thorne if he wanted to join you or not. Once you're done, join Charles, Javier, and Trelawney when you're ready." Arthur gave a reluctant nod. "All right, Dutch." As Dutch finished giving out his order, Bill stepped forward, looking confused. "Well, what about me?" Dutch raised an eyebrow, a confused and angry tone on his voice. "Well, exactly. What about you?" Bill blinked, clearly flustered. "What does that mean?" Dutch sighed, clapping Bill on the shoulder. "Ah, Bill. Come on, follow me back to camp." Back to Caleb, just as Dutch had observed, he was heading up the main street toward the doctor's office. The bruises from the brawl were throbbing, and Caleb wanted to buy some medicine to alleviate the pain. He was also curious about the variety of medical supplies available in this time period. In the game, he remembered there being only a few options like health cures, snake oil, bitters, and chewing tobacco. He wondered if the doctor's office in Valentine might have more to offer. As he entered the doctor's office, the familiar scent of herbs and antiseptics filled the air. Behind the counter stood Ben Calloway, the town's doctor, whom the locals affectionately called Doc Calloway. The man looked up from his work and greeted Caleb with a warm smile. "Welcome, Mr. Thorne," Doc Calloway said, his voice friendly. "I've heard a lot of good things about you. Word around town is that you've been a hero for our ranchers." As a token of appreciation, I'll give you the best treatment and medicine available. Caleb smiled, feeling a small pang of guilt. He remembered the O'Driscolls he had killed in the doctor's backroom during his earlier days in Valentine. In the game, Arthur's actions had implicated Doc Calloway, leading to him being questioned by the sheriff, and maybe even extorted. But here, no one knew it was Caleb who had taken out the O'Driscolls. Seeing Doc Calloway happy and thriving, rather than depressed and extorted, eased Caleb's conscience. "Thank you, Doc," Caleb said, his tone sincere. "I appreciate the kindness." Doc Calloway nodded, his expression professional but kind. "Now, what can I do for you today?" Caleb explained his needs. "I've got some bruises from a recent altercation. I'm looking for ointments and tonics to help with the pain. I'd also like to stock up on some basic medical supplies, bandages, elixirs, anything that might come in handy. Oh, and some horse medicine, if you have it." Doc Calloway's eyes lit up. "Ah, a man who likes to be prepared. I like that. Let me see what I've got for you." The doctor moved around the shop, gathering items and placing them on the counter. He listed each item and its price as he went. 2 bruise ointment, $5. 3 pain relief tonic, $8.50. 6 health cure elixir, $12. 3 snake oil, $6. 2 bitters, $4.50. Asterisk bandages, pack of 10 $7. Horse medicine, $3.57. That brings your total to $46.57, Doc Calloway said, tallying up the prices. "But since you've been such a help to the town, I'll give you a discount. Let's call it $40 even." Caleb nodded, appreciating the gesture. "Thank you, Document. That's very generous of you." He handed over the money and began packing the supplies into his satchel. As he did, he couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. These supplies would come in handy, especially if he was going to be involved in the gang's activities. The horse medicine, in particular, would be useful for Morgan, who had been his steadfast companion since he arrived in this world. As Caleb finished packing, Doc Calloway leaned on the counter, his expression thoughtful. "You know, Mr. Thorne, it's not often we get newcomers who make such a positive impact on the town. You've got a good heart. Just be careful out there. Valentine can be a rough place." Caleb met the doctor's gaze, nodding solemnly. "I'll keep that in mind, Document. Thanks again for the help." With his supplies secured, Caleb left the doctor's office and stepped back onto the bustling streets of Valentine. The town was alive with activity, ranchers talking and haggling over livestock, children playing in the dirt, and townsfolk going about their daily routines. As he walked toward the saloon to put his belongings on Morgan, Caleb's mind turned to the task ahead. Dutch had hinted at involving him in some of the endeavors of the gang, and even if they can't take about it to his face, he knew that the next mission of the gang was to rescue Sean, and Caleb knew this was his chance to prove himself to the gang. He knew the risks. The area of Blackwater and its state was crawling with Pinkertons and bounty hunters, and stepping foot there was a death sentence for anyone associated with the Van der Linde gang. But Caleb was determined. He had a plan, and he was ready to see it through. Caleb didn't know when the gang would start the mission to rescue Sean. In the game, Arthur could initiate the mission whenever he wanted, but here, Caleb had no control over the timeline. He realized he might have to stay in Valentine for a while longer, even though he had plans to explore and open up more areas on the map. His initial plan was to take a coach from Valentine to Strawberry and then from Strawberry to Emerald Ranch, with Morgan following behind. Emerald Ranch was a place Caleb wanted to investigate. He remembered the rustlers' problem that Jed and Tom told him about, and thought he could solve it, earning some money and reputation in the process. He also wanted to meet Seamus, the fence Arthur and Hosea had partnered with in the game. Seamus bought stolen wagons for $20 to $40, and Caleb saw this as a lucrative opportunity. From Seamus, he could also purchase useful items like dynamite, throwing knives, tomahawks, and other tools that a fence typically sold. But Dutch's offer, or rather, his calculated suggestion, to involve Caleb in the gang's endeavors had thrown a wrench in his plans. Caleb wasn't sure if Dutch was genuinely trying to help him or simply using him for his knowledge of Valentine and the surrounding areas. Dutch was a complicated man, and Caleb knew better than to take his words at face value. Still, he couldn't deny that this was an opportunity to prove himself and gain the gang's trust. As Caleb pondered his next move, he arrived back at the front of the saloon where Morgan was hitched to the hitching post, and he out the things he have inside Morgan's saddlebag. He then gave Morgan a treat of oatcake for waiting patiently, patting her affectionately. Nearby, Mr. Douglas and a few hired hands were cleaning up the mess from the earlier brawl. The saloon owner looked up and gave Caleb an angry glare, causing Caleb to smile awkwardly before mounting Morgan and riding toward the butcher stall. Caleb planned to buy some meat from old Bob and cook it over a campfire later. But as he approached the butcher stall, he heard shouting coming from behind the hotel. Curiosity piqued, he guided Morgan toward the commotion. Behind the hotel, he saw two men intimidating and roughing up another man near a tree. Caleb immediately recognized the situation. It was the O'Driscolls collecting a debt, a random encounter from the game. Caleb dismounted Morgan, thinking this was a chance to make a small profit while also dealing a blow to the O'Driscolls' operation and influence here in Valentine. He approached the scene, his hand resting on the hilt of his knife. One of the O'Driscolls had the man pinned against the tree, his left hand gripping the man's shirt while his right hand delivered a punch to the gut. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 6 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 6 out of 10. Charm, 5 out of 10. Luck, 5 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL1. Rifle, LVL1. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL1. Horse mastery, LVL1. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Money, $151.94. Bank, $40, 2 gold bars, and a large bag of jewelry. Chapter 24, 24. Invited to rescue Sean. Caleb dismounted Morgan, thinking this was a chance to make a small profit while also dealing a blow to the O'Driscolls' operation and influence here in Valentine. He approached the scene, his hand resting on the hilt of his knife. One of the O'Driscolls had the man pinned against the tree, his left hand gripping the man's shirt while his right hand delivered a punch to the gut. "You pay up, or we keep this up," the O'Driscoll growled. "It'll cost a sweet penny to get out of this, friend." The other O'Driscoll stood nearby, watching the scene with a smirk. Caleb stepped forward, his voice firm. "Hey! What's happening here? Leave that man alone." The O'Driscoll holding the man ignored Caleb, continuing to threaten his victim. "You borrow from the O'Driscoll boys, you pay the O'Driscoll boys back." The second O'Driscoll turned to Caleb, his expression menacing. "What you staring at? Move along before I make you. You hear me?" The man being threatened pleaded, "I made it right with you, I swear. Just give me time please." Caleb didn't respond to the O'Driscoll's warning. Instead, he acted quickly, delivering a sharp kick to the man's crotch. The O'Driscoll doubled over in pain, and Caleb followed up with a powerful punch to the gut and a left jab to the face, knocking him to the ground. The second O'Driscoll released the man he was holding, causing him to fall down, and lunged at Caleb, throwing a wild punch. Caleb dodged the blow and countered with a right hook to the jaw, followed by a left jab. He then kneed the man in the stomach and finished him off with an uppercut, sending him sprawling to the ground. The man who had been threatened sighed in relief and stood up, his voice trembling. "You might have saved my life, stranger. You're a gentleman. Caleb shook his head modestly. No problem, friend. They won't bother you anymore. The man chuckled weakly. If only there were more men like you and less of these damn O'Driscolls. He nodded gratefully and walked away, leaving Caleb alone with the two unconscious O'Driscolls. Caleb knelt beside the men, his knife glinting in the dim light. He made quick work of them, slicing their throats to ensure they wouldn't cause any more trouble. He then searched their bodies, finding $10 in each of their pockets, 2 silver buckles, and 2 silver pocket watches. He stashed the loot in his satchel and left the area quickly, making sure no one had seen him. As Caleb mounted Morgan and rode away, he felt a mix of satisfaction and unease. He had dealt with the O'Driscolls efficiently, but he knew this wouldn't be the last time he crossed paths with them, especially if he was successful joining the Van der Linde gang. With more money in his pocket, Caleb headed toward old Bob's butcher stall. The smell of fresh meat filled the air as he approached, and old Bob greeted him with a nod. Afternoon, Mr. Caleb Thorne. What can I get for you today? Caleb returned the greeting with a smile. Afternoon, Mr. Bob. I'll take a prime beef joint and a tender pork loin, please. Old Bob nodded, wrapping the cuts of meat he have cut with a brown cloth. That'll be $8 total. Caleb handed over the money and took the meat, thanking old Bob before making his way to the cluster of camps beside the Valentine stable. He hitched Morgan to a post and set up at one of the campfires, where he began cooking the meat slowly over the flames. The aroma of sizzling beef and pork soon filled the air, making Caleb's stomach growl in anticipation. While the meat cooked, Caleb opened a can of vegetables and a can of meat, heating them over the fire as well. He didn't have any spices, but the simple meal would be enough to replenish his energy after the day's events and filled his hunger as well. Once everything was ready, he sat down by the fire and began eating, savoring each bite. The prime beef joint was tender and flavorful, while the tender pork loin was juicy and satisfying. The canned vegetables and meat added variety to the meal, and Caleb ate until he was stuffed. He felt exhausted after the day's activities, the saloon brawl, taking down the O'Driscolls, and all the walking and riding around Valentine had drained his stamina. As he finished his meal, he reached for the bottle of aged pirate rum he had found in the train wreck. The bottle was dusty and unlabeled, but Caleb remembered from his memory skill that this particular rum were drink for its potency and its ability to gain stamina experience gains in the game. Caleb uncorked the bottle and took a slow sip. The rum was strong, with a rich, smoky flavor that burned slightly as it went down. He drank it slowly, savoring the taste and feeling the warmth spread through his body. As he emptied the bottle, he began to feel a slight buzz, but he remained sober and conscious. Just then, the system window popped up in front of him, displaying a notification. Consuming more aged pirate rum increases stamina experience gains. Continued consumption may lead to improvements in stamina stats. Caleb smiled, feeling a sense of satisfaction. This was a useful discovery. If he could find more of this rum during his journey, he could potentially boost his stamina stats simply by drinking it. It was a small but significant advantage, and Caleb was eager to make the most of it. After finishing the rum, Caleb took out the bruise ointment and pain relief tonic he had purchased from Doc Calloway. He applied the ointment to his bruises, feeling the cooling sensation soothe his sore muscles. Then he drank the tonic, which had a bitter but medicinal taste. Almost immediately, he felt the pain in his ribs and jaw begin to subside. With his body feeling more relaxed, Caleb cleaned up the campsite, disposing of the empty cans and wrapping paper. He then returned to the hotel, where he made his way up to his room on the second floor. After changing into clean clothes, he collapsed onto the bed, feeling the weight of the day finally catch up to him. 2 days passed, and Caleb spent his time training his physical body. He jogged around town, did push-ups, sit-ups, and some basic calisthenics. His actions attracted the attention of the townsfolk, who watched him with curiosity and admiration. In this time period, structured exercise was virtually unheard of. Most people got their physical activity through manual labor, farming, ranching, and other demanding jobs. Seeing someone like Caleb, who deliberately exercised for the sake of fitness, was both strange and intriguing. The townsfolk, especially the men, began to see the benefits of Caleb's routine. Some even started mimicking his exercises, though they lacked the discipline and consistency Caleb had. The women and working girls, on the other hand, threw flirty glances his way, impressed by his dedication and physical appearance. But Caleb ignored their advances. He had no interest in contracting diseases or getting entangled in romantic distractions. His focus was on joining the Van der Linde gang, staying alive, and ensuring his safety. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Caleb, Arthur had been busy over the past 2 days. He had been traveling back and forth between the gang's camp at Horseshoe Overlook and Valentine, discreetly investigating Caleb. Arthur asked around town, gathering information about the young man who had so quickly earned Dutch's interest. To his surprise, everyone he spoke to had nothing but positive things to say about Caleb. The ranchers at the southern part of Valentine praised Caleb for foiling an attempted livestock theft and bringing the mastermind to justice. The thief had been hanged a few days ago, and the ranchers were grateful for Caleb's bravery. Others mentioned seeing him working at the stables with Mr. Levi and helping out at old Bob's butcher stall. The general consensus was that Caleb was a good, kind, helpful, and brave young man. Arthur, who already had a bit of respect, a bit of admiration, and good impression of Caleb, began to see him in a new light. The fact that Caleb had faced dangerous situation and come out unscathed impressed Arthur. He also noticed Caleb's physical training routine over the past 2 days. Arthur, with his years of experience as an outlaw and his own physical labor, recognized the benefits of Caleb's exercises. It was clear that Caleb was preparing himself for something, and Arthur couldn't help but respect his dedication. On the 3rd day, Arthur made his way to the hotel to speak with Caleb. As he approached, he saw Caleb walking out from the hall to the left. Caleb, noticing Arthur, was surprised but quickly smiled and greeted him. "Hello, Arthur. It's good to see you. What brings you to Valentine today?" Arthur returned the smile, his tone friendly but measured. "Hello, Caleb. I came to town today to meet you. I wanted to talk about the endeavor that Dutch offered you 3 days ago." Caleb's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't expected the mission to rescue Sean to come up so soon. In the game, this mission didn't interrupt Arthur's personal time with other gang members, like his missions with Hosea. Caleb quickly composed himself and nodded. "Of course. Let's step outside so we can talk privately." Caleb led Arthur to the terrace of the hotel, where they could speak without being overheard by the hotel clerk or other guests. The 2 men stood by the railing, overlooking the bustling streets of Valentine. Caleb turned to Arthur, his expression serious. "So, what kind of endeavor does Mr. Van der Linde need my help with?" Arthur leaned against the railing, his arms crossed. "We've got a situation. One of our boys, Sean, has been captured by bounty hunters. They're holding him in Blackwater where, well, let's just say me and the gang was wanted by the law, and some agency known as Pinkerton's agency was hunting us down, and so we need to get him out. Dutch thinks you could be useful on this mission." Caleb nodded, his mind racing. He had expected this, but hearing it from Arthur made it feel more real. "I understand. I have never been at Blackwater before, but if it was like how you derived it, Arthur, then it was a dangerous place, especially if the Pinkertons crawling all over it. But if you think I can help, I'm in." Arthur studied Caleb for a moment, his expression unreadable. "You've got guts, kid. I'll give you that. But this isn't going to be easy. If we step foot in Blackwater, we're risking our lives. You sure you're ready for that?" Caleb met Arthur's gaze, his determination clear. "I'm ready. I've faced danger before, and I know what's at stake. If I can help bring Mr. Sean back, I'll do whatever it takes to help." Arthur nodded, seemingly satisfied with Caleb's response. "All right. We'll leave at first light tomorrow to join Javier, Charles, and Trelawney. Meet me at the camp at Horseshoe Overlook this evening. Bring whatever supplies you think you'll need, ammo, medicine, anything. And be ready for a fight. Caleb nodded again. I'll be there. As Arthur turned to leave, Caleb called out to him. Arthur, wait. Arthur paused, looking back at Caleb. Yeah. Caleb hesitated for a moment before speaking. Thanks for trusting me with this. I won't let you and Mr. Van der Linde down. Arthur gave a small, almost imperceptible smile and a little nod. You'd better not. With that, Arthur walked away, leaving Caleb alone on the terrace. Caleb took a deep breath, feeling a mix of excitement and apprehension. The mission to rescue Sean was a turning point, and he knew it would test his skills and resolve. But he was ready. He had trained hard, gathered supplies, and gained some experience. Now it was time to gain the trust of the gang, by proving himself. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 6 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 6 out of 10. Charm, 5 out of 10. Luck, 5 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL1. Rifle, LVL1. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL1. Horse mastery, LVL1. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Money, $171.94. Bank, $40, 2 gold bars, and a large bag of jewelry. Chapter 25. Going to Horseshoe Overlook. With that, Arthur walked away, leaving Caleb alone on the terrace. Caleb took a deep breath, feeling a mix of excitement and apprehension. The mission to rescue Sean was a turning point, and he knew it would test his skills and resolve. But he was ready. He had trained hard, gathered supplies, and gained some experience. Now it was time to gain the trust of the gang, by proving himself. Caleb entered the hotel and made his way up to his room, his mind focused on the mission ahead. He knew he needed to be prepared for anything, so he began gathering his supplies. He took his carbine repeater and slung it over his shoulder, ensuring it was loaded and ready. Next, he grabbed several boxes of ammunition for his Schofield revolver and carbine repeater, placing them carefully in his satchel. He also packed his binoculars and pocket watch, essential tools for scouting and keeping track of time during the mission. Once he was satisfied with his preparations, Caleb left the hotel and headed across the street to the general store. The bell above the door jingled as he entered, and Mr. Worth greeted him with a friendly smile. "Afternoon, Caleb. What can I do for you today?" Caleb returned the smile. "Afternoon, Mr. Worth. I need a few things for a trip I'm taking. Let me get 5 salted beef, 2 packs of premium cigarettes, and 2 bottles of Kentucky bourbon." Mr. Worth nodded and began gathering the items. He placed them on the counter and tallied up the cost. "That'll be $17.06, Caleb." Caleb handed over the money and thanked Mr. Worth before leaving the store. He made his way to Morgan, who was hitched to the post outside the hotel. Caleb patted her affectionately and brushed her coat with the horse brush he carried. He then checked the saddlebags, ensuring that the medical supplies he had purchased from Doc Calloway were still there, alongside his ropes and other essentials. Everything was in order. Next, Caleb rode Morgan to the stables, where he met Mr. Levi. The stable owner greeted him warmly. "Afternoon, Caleb. What can I do for you?" "I need Morgan treated and serviced before I head out," Caleb said. "And I'd like to buy some treats for her as well." Mr. Levi nodded. "That'll be $5 for the service and you go select the treats. I'll get her ready for you." Caleb paid the $12 and waited patiently as Mr. Levi and his staff tended to Morgan. They brushed her coat, checked her hooves, and ensured she was in top condition. Meanwhile, Caleb selected the treats, 4 carrots, 4 apples, and 1 classic oat cake, paying $7 in total. He placed them in Morgan's saddlebags, knowing she deserved the best after all the hard work she had done. After about 20 minutes, Morgan was ready. Caleb thanked Mr. Levi and said, "I'll be leaving Valentine for a couple of days, Mr. Levi, so I won't be able to continue our horse training sessions." Mr. Levi smiled warmly. "Don't worry, son. You've already mastered everything I can teach you. You're a natural. Safe travels, and come back soon." Caleb nodded, feeling a sense of gratitude for the stable owner's kindness. "Thank you, Mr. Levi. I'll see you when I return." With that, Caleb mounted Morgan and rode out of the stables. He glanced at the sky, noting that the sun was beginning to set. He pulled out his pocket watch and saw that it was already 4 p.m. Time was slipping away, and he needed to ensure everything was in perfect order before heading to Horseshoe Overlook. Caleb took a few minutes to clean and inspect his Schofield revolver and carbine repeater, ensuring they were in optimal condition. He loaded both weapons and practiced drawing them a few times, feeling the weight and balance in his hands. Satisfied, he packed them away and double-checked his supplies. Just as he was about to leave, Caleb realized he didn't have a mask to conceal his identity during the mission. He quickly rode back to the general store and asked Mr. Worth, "Do you sell bandanas?" Mr. Worth nodded. "Yes, I do. They're $3 each." Caleb bought 2 bandanas, paying $6, and thanked Mr. Worth once more. He tucked the bandanas into his satchel, feeling more prepared now that he had a way to hide his face if necessary. With everything in order, Caleb set out for Horseshoe Overlook. He relied on the map function to guide him, as he had already explored the area and unlocked that part of the map. The journey was peaceful, with the golden hues of the setting sun casting long shadows across the landscape. Caleb took in the beauty of the heartlands, the rolling hills and open plains, reminding him of why he had come to love this world despite its dangers. As he approached the Van der Linde gang's camp, Caleb felt a mix of excitement and nervousness. This was his chance to prove himself to the gang and earn their trust. He knew the mission to rescue Sean would be dangerous, but he was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Caleb passes through the trees and arrived at the camp. He was greeted by the sight of tents, campfires, and the familiar area where he sometimes here when he plays the game. He saw Arthur was waiting for him near the entrance, his expression serious but welcoming. "Glad you made it, Caleb. We're heading out at first light. Before that, let me introduce you to some of the people here at the camp, then get some rest and be ready." Caleb, hearing that, was excited while nodding his head. "I like that. I'm happy to meet everyone." "Thanks, Arthur." Caleb followed Arthur as they made their way toward the main tent at the center of the camp, which belonged to Dutch. As they approached, Caleb noticed Dutch inside the tent, engaged in a flirtatious conversation with a woman who must have been Molly O'Shea. Arthur called out, "Dutch, Caleb's here." At the sound of Arthur's voice, Dutch and Molly turned to their left, spotting Arthur and Caleb standing nearby. Dutch's face lit up with a warm smile as he stepped forward. "Welcome, Mr. Thorne. It's great to see you here. Thank you for agreeing to help us in our little endeavor, even though it's a dangerous one." Dutch extended his hand, and Caleb shook it firmly, returning the smile. "No problem, Mr. Van der Linde. I'm happy to help a friend in need. And don't worry, I've had my fair share of danger." Dutch chuckled, clearly pleased with Caleb's response. "Really now? Well, that's great news if I've ever heard it. A young man with good principles and experience handling dangerous situations. I think we've found you in a much better situation compared to when I found Arthur here when he was young." Dutch glanced at Arthur, who groaned in response. "Oh, Dutch, that was years ago. No need to reminisce about it now." Dutch laughed heartily, patting Arthur on the back. "Oh, Arthur, when you reach mine and Hosea's age, reminiscing about the past will become your favorite pastime, I assure you. After the light-hearted exchange, Dutch turned to Molly and gestured toward her. Oh yes, Mr. Thorne, let me introduce you to my sweet flower, Miss Molly O'Shea. Molly, this young man is Caleb Thorne, who will be helping us rescue Sean. Molly giggled softly, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Caleb. Caleb tipped his hat slightly in a polite gesture. Nice to meet you, Miss O'Shea. Mr. van der Linde is truly lucky to have you as his flower. Molly smiled warmly, pleased to be praised like that as it involves Dutch. Nice to meet you too, Mr. Thorne. Dutch laughed, clearly enjoying the exchange. He patted Caleb on the shoulder. Oh, Mr. Thorne, you know the right words to say. Arthur, learn from Mr. Thorne here. Even though he's much younger than you, but he knows the right words to speak. Arthur grunted, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Of course, I'll learn from Caleb on how to be a good, civilized young gentleman. The sarcastic remark caused both Dutch and Caleb to laugh. Once the laughter subsided, Dutch gestured for Caleb to follow him. Come, Mr. Thorne. Let me introduce you to the rest of my family who are currently present at the camp. Dutch led Caleb to the other side of his tent, which faced the main campfire. Arthur followed, standing to Caleb's left. Dutch called out to the camp, his voice carrying authority and warmth. Everyone, gather around. I'd like to introduce you to someone. The gang members, who had been busy with their tasks, began to gather around the campfire. Dutch stood at the center, with Caleb and Arthur by his side. He began the introductions, starting with Hosea Matthews, the co-founder and second in command of the gang. Hosea was a seasoned conman and a father figure to many in the group. He gave Caleb a nod and a warm smile. Welcome, son. It's good to have you here. Next, Dutch introduced Miss Susan Grimshaw, the camp caretaker who oversaw the daily operations and kept everyone in line. Susan gave Caleb a sharp and cautious look. Don't cause any trouble, and we'll get along just fine. Mr. Simon Pearson, the camp cook and butcher, was introduced next. He waved enthusiastically, his apron stained with grease and flour. If you're hungry, come find me. I'll whip up something good for you. Reverend Orville Swanson, the gang's resident conman and occasional spiritual guide, was next. He gave Caleb a slightly unsteady nod, his eyes bloodshot but kind. Welcome, my boy. May the Lord watch over you. Her Leopold Strauss, the bookkeeper, accountant, and loan shark, was introduced with a formal bow. A pleasure to meet you, Herr Thorne. If you ever need a loan, you know where to find me. Miss Abigail Roberts, a skilled thief who spent most of her time managing the camp's daily chores, was introduced alongside John Marston, her partner and the father of her child, Jack. John gave Caleb a firm handshake, his expression guarded but not unfriendly. Welcome, kid. Don't mess up. Jack, their young son, peeked out from behind Abigail and gave Caleb a shy wave. Hello, Mr. Caleb. Caleb smiled warmly and waved back. Hello, Jack. It's nice to meet you. Dutch then introduced Uncle, Karen, Mary Beth, and Tilly, the three women Caleb had already met and helped during their visit to Valentine alongside Arthur. They greeted Caleb with smiles and nods, clearly grateful for his assistance. Finally, Dutch introduced Bill Williamson, who Caleb had also met during the saloon brawl in Valentine. Bill gave Caleb a gruff nod. You held your own in that fight. Don't screw this up. Once the introductions were complete, Dutch addressed the group. This young man with good principles is Mr. Caleb Thorne. He's here to help us rescue Sean. Some of you have already met him and been helped by him in Valentine. I want everyone to treat him kindly while he's staying here to help us. The gang members murmured their agreement, and Caleb felt a sense of acceptance wash over him. He had taken the first step toward earning their trust, but he knew the real test would come during the mission to rescue Sean. As the group dispersed, Dutch turned to Caleb. Get some rest, Mr. Thorne. We leave at first light. Be ready for anything. Caleb nodded. I will, Mr. van der Linde. Thank you. Arthur clapped Caleb on the shoulder. Come on, I'll show you where you can set up your bedroll. You'll need a good night's sleep for tomorrow. Caleb followed Arthur to a quiet spot near the edge of the camp, where he set up his bedroll and prepared for the night. As the stars began to appear in the sky, Caleb lay back and reflected on the journey that had brought him here. He had come a long way since arriving in this world, and he knew that the mission to rescue Sean would be a defining moment in his story. With determination in his heart, Caleb closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep, ready to face the mission tomorrow would bring as he knew it ins and outs. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 6 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 6 out of 10. Charm, 5 out of 10. Luck, 5 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL1. Rifle, LVL1. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL1. Horse mastery, LVL1. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Money, $140.88. Bank, $40, 2 gold bars, and a large bag of jewelry. Chapter 26, 26. Journey to Blackwater. Filled with conversation. He had come a long way since arriving in this world, and he knew that the mission to rescue Sean would be a defining moment in his story. With determination in his heart, Caleb closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep, ready to face the mission tomorrow would bring as he knew it ins and outs. The next day at dawn, Caleb was awakened by the sound of someone calling his name. He squinted against the morning light, his vision slowly adjusting to reveal Arthur standing over him. Arthur was already dressed and ready for the day, his expression a mix of amusement and impatience. Good morning, Mr. Thorne, Arthur said with a smirk. Looks like you've woken up from your beauty sleep there. Why don't you freshen up over there at the barrel of clean water behind Pearson's wagon, and then meet me at the front of the camp? Caleb sat up on his bedroll, stretching his arms and yawning. Good morning, Mr. Morgan. Of course, I'll freshen up right away. Arthur chuckled and walked off toward the entrance of the camp, where the horses were hitched or grazing nearby. Caleb took a moment to stretch his body, working out the stiffness from sleeping on the ground. He then made his way to Pearson's wagon, where he found the camp cook busy at his table, chopping meat with a cleaver. Pearson looked up and greeted Caleb with a cheerful smile. Good morning, Mr. Thorne. You're an early riser, huh? I've prepared some coffee and stew over there in the cauldron by the campfire to the right of my wagon for you facing me. Help yourself before you head out with Arthur. Caleb nodded gratefully. Thank you, Mr. Pearson. I appreciate it. I'll enjoy the coffee and stew. After thanking Pearson, Caleb walked to the 2 barrels of clean water behind the wagon. He cupped his hands and splashed water on his face, the coolness waking him up fully. He ran his wet hands through his hair, smoothing it back, and took a moment to compose himself before heading to the campfire beside Pearson's wagon. At the campfire, Caleb found a cauldron of stew simmering over the flames and a pot of coffee beside it, just like in the game. He grabbed a bowl and ladled himself a serving of stew. The aroma was hearty, though it lacked some spices. Still, Caleb ate it quickly, savoring the warmth and energy it provided. He then poured himself a cup of coffee, the strong brew helping to clear the last remnants of sleep from his mind. Once he finished, Caleb cleaned his bowl and cup, placing them back where he found them. He then made his way to the front of the camp, where Arthur was waiting. Arthur was patting his horse, a Kentucky saddler, the same horse he had taken from Sadie Adler's stable at the beginning of the game. Arthur looked up as Caleb approached, a teasing glint in his eye. Well, you took your sweet time, huh, Mr. Thorne? Enjoying your morning yet? Caleb could hear the sarcasm in Arthur's voice and decided to play along. Oh, yes, of course, Mr. Morgan. I took my time enjoying this peaceful morning. The stew and coffee were quite good, thanks to Mr. Pearson. I must say, it was a lovely start to the day of long hard work. Arthur chuckled and shook his head. All right, come on, Caleb. Get on your horse. It's time for us to join Javier, Charles, and Trelawney at a location near Blackwater. Caleb nodded and mounted Morgan, giving her a gentle pat. Good morning, girl, he said softly. Morgan responded with a gentle snort, her ears twitching as she acknowledged him. Arthur mounted his own horse and turned to Caleb. You ready, Mr. Thorne? Caleb met Arthur's gaze with a confident smile. I'm born ready, Mr. Morgan. Arthur nodded, a hint of approval in his expression. Then let's ride. The two of them set off, leaving the camp behind. Caleb kept an eye on the map function, watching as the area updated with their progress. The journey to the meeting point near Blackwater was quiet, the early morning air crisp and filled with the sounds of nature. The rolling hills and open plains of the heartland stretched out before them, bathed in the golden light of the rising sun. As they rode, Arthur broke the silence. You ever been to Blackwater before, Caleb? Caleb heard Arthur's question about Blackwater and would have loved to say yes, he had been there many times, of course, from the countless hours he had spent playing the game as both Arthur and John, coming in and out from Blackwater. But he held himself back, knowing that revealing such knowledge would raise too many questions. Instead, he shook his head and replied, No, I've never been to Blackwater. I came from the west and made my way straight to Valentine. But I've heard about Blackwater along the way. I even read about a massacre that happened there almost a month ago in a newspaper I bought in Valentine. Arthur's expression darkened at the mention of the massacre. He was silent for a moment, his jaw tightening as if the memory weighed heavily on him. Then, he turned to Caleb and asked, What do you think of it? Caleb took a deep breath, choosing his words carefully. Well, I can't say I'm a saint myself. I've had my fair share of, let's say, questionable actions. Killing and bit of stealing, sometimes it's necessary in this world. But a massacre involving innocent people? That's not my cup of tea. It only brings the law and the government down on your head, especially when it happens in a civilized and populated city like Blackwater. Arthur sighed, his shoulders slumping slightly as if the weight of the truth was too much to bear. He looked ahead, his voice low and somber. Yeah, well, there's something you should know, Mr. Thorne, before you decide to join our family. That Blackwater massacre. It was us. Our gang. And before you ask why, no, we didn't plan for it to happen. Hell, I wasn't even there during the ferry robbery. I was on the other side of town. But something went wrong, and, well, here we are now, running from the law, with losses. Caleb fell silent, his face a mask of contemplation. Internally, however, his mind was racing. He knew the details of the Blackwater massacre all too well. The Callender brothers, Davy and Mac, and Jenny Kirk, all members of the Van der Linde gang, had died because of it. Davy had succumbed to his injuries shortly after the gang arrived at Coulter, and Jenny had died on the way there. Mac, separated from the gang during the chaos in Blackwater, had been found by Agent Milton of the Pinkertons. Suffering from multiple gunshot wounds, Mac had been interrogated and then mercy killed by Milton. The massacre had happened because Dutch, swayed by Micah's influence, had decided to rob the ferry without Arthur and Hosea's guidance. The situation had spiraled out of control, culminating in the death of an innocent pregnant woman, shot in the head, an act Micah had encouraged. It was a stark reminder of how Dutch's judgment had faltered without Arthur and Hosea to temper his decisions. While Caleb was lost in thought, Arthur, who had ridden a couple of steps ahead, turned to look at him. Seeing the young man's pensive expression, Arthur sighed and faced forward again. He had grown to like Caleb, despite his youth and inexperience. There was something about the kid's determination and honesty that reminded Arthur of himself at a younger age. But the life of an outlaw was no easy path, especially now with the Pinkertons and bounty hunters hot on their trail. Arthur hoped Caleb would think twice before accepting Dutch's offer to join the gang. Caleb, sensing Arthur's melancholy, finally spoke up. "I believe everyone in the camp is a kind person, well, kind for an outlaw, at least. What happened in Blackwater was a terrible thing, but I think it happened because of some unfortunate circumstances and poor judgment. Life's full of circumstances and poor judgment, isn't it?" Arthur was surprised by Caleb's response. The young man's outlook on life reminded him of Dutch in some ways, optimistic, almost philosophical, even in the face of hardship. Arthur chuckled softly, a hint of amusement in his voice. "Yeah, true. What's life without circumstances and poor judgment, huh?" The two continued their ride in companionable silence for a while, the rhythmic clatter of hooves against the dirt road filling the air. Caleb kept an eye on the map function in his mind, watching as their progress updated. They passed through Flat Neck Station, crossed Bard's Crossing at the Dakota River, and rode past Riggs Station. Now, they were approaching the Upper Montana River, a river crossing that marked the boundary between the northern and southern parts of West Elizabeth. Arthur reined in his horse slightly, allowing Caleb to catch up. "We're getting close to the meeting point," Arthur said, his voice low. "But we need to be careful. The southern part of West Elizabeth and New Austin are crawling with Pinkertons and bounty hunters. They're patrolling the area, looking for us, especially Dutch. He's their primary target." Caleb nodded, his expression serious. "Understood. We'll keep a low profile." As they approached the river crossing, Arthur dismounted and gestured for Caleb to do the same. "We'll cross on silently and act natural," Arthur explained. "It's quieter that way. Less chance of drawing attention." Caleb followed Arthur's lead, patting Morgan and gives her a treat of oatcakes. The two men then rode cautiously, their horses step soft against the river ground. The river was wide but shallow, its waters glistening under the morning sun. Arthur scanned the area, his hand sometimes resting on the hilt of his revolver. Caleb mirrored his actions, his senses heightened as he kept an eye out for any signs of danger. They crossed the river without incident, and the sound water behind them could be heard. Now on the other side, Arthur led Caleb to a small grove of trees to hide and let their horses take some rest. As they let their horses rest, Arthur and Caleb took the opportunity to check their weapons. Arthur was meticulously wiping down his cattleman revolver, ensuring it was in pristine condition. His eyes flicked over to Caleb, who was inspecting his Schofield revolver. Arthur raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised. "That's a fine piece you got there, Caleb," Arthur remarked, his tone a mix of admiration and curiosity. "Schofield revolvers don't come cheap. How'd you manage to get your hands on one?" Caleb smiled, a hint of pride in his expression as he ran a cloth over the polished metal of the revolver. "Thank you, Arthur. It's a good gun, and it served me well so far as I stayed in Valentine. As for how I got it, well, it's quite the story." Arthur leaned back against a tree, clearly intrigued. "I've got time. Let's hear it." Caleb chuckled softly, his mind briefly flashing back to the events that had led him to acquire the Schofield, of course embellished it a bit to impress Arthur. "It was back in Valentine. I'd managed to find out about a group of gang members who were extorting protection money from the local shops. They were using the back room of the doctor's office as their hideout. One night, I decided to pay them a visit." Arthur's eyes narrowed slightly, his interest piqued. "Go on." "I waited until late at night," Caleb continued, his voice low but steady. "One of the gang members came out to take a piss, drunk as a skunk. I took him out quietly, then slipped through the back door. It was a steel door, but it wasn't locked. Inside, I found the rest of his friends, all of them drunk and careless. I dealt with them one by one with a knife, took their money, and found this beauty tucked away in a drawer. After that, I slipped out the same way I came in." No one ever knew it was me. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 6 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 6 out of 10. Charm, 5 out of 10. Luck, 5 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL1. Rifle, LVL1. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL1. Horse mastery, LVL1. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Money, $140.88. Bank, $40, 2 gold bars, and a large bag of jewelry. Chapter 27, 27. Rescuing Sean McGuire PT-1. I waited until late at night, Caleb continued, his voice low but steady. One of the gang members came out to take a piss, drunk as a skunk. I took him out quietly, then slipped through the back door. It was a steel door, but it wasn't locked. Inside, I found the rest of his friends, all of them drunk and careless. I dealt with them one by one with a knife, took their money, and found this beauty tucked away in a drawer. After that, I slipped out the same way I came in. No one ever knew it was me. Arthur let out a low whistle, clearly impressed. You've got some guts, kid. I'll give you that. But how'd you manage to keep it quiet? Valentine's a small town. People talk. Caleb shrugged, a sly grin spreading across his face. I made sure there were no witnesses. And even if there were, they'd have no reason to suspect me. I kept my head down, acted like any other drifter passing through. If anyone had known, I wouldn't have been able to stay in Valentine as long as I did. Arthur chuckled, shaking his head in disbelief. Well, Mr. Thorne, you're full of surprises. I never would have guessed that the kind, naive-looking kid I met in Valentine had such a dark side. You hide your true self well. I almost wonder if you approached us without knowing who we were, or if you had some ulterior motive. Caleb laughed softly, his tone light but firm. If I had bad intentions, Mr. Morgan, I would have struck the moment you told me where the gang's camp was. I'm here because I believe in what you're doing, or at least, I believe in the people in your gang. Arthur nodded, his expression softening. Fair enough. I'll admit, you've got a good head on your shoulders. Just don't go getting yourself killed trying to prove it. After a brief rest, the two men mounted their horses and continued their journey. They followed the road for a while before turning left into the open plains. The landscape stretched out before them, vast and untamed, with the distant silhouette of Blackwater looming on the horizon. Caleb kept an eye on the map function in his mind, watching as their location updated in real time. Eventually, they reached an upper cliff area that overlooked Blackwater. From their vantage point, they could see the port to the left, a large building in the center, and a cluster of camps scattered around the area. The sight of the town sent a shiver down Caleb's spine. He knew all too well the dangers that lurked there. As they approached the edge of the cliff, they spotted a tent erected among a cluster of trees, with a campfire burning nearby. To the right, at the very edge of the cliff, Charles and Javier were lying prone, peering through binoculars at the town below. Arthur and Caleb dismounted and crouched low as they approached the two men. As they drew closer, they overheard Javier asking, "How many?" Charles replied, his voice calm but tense, "A lot. Uniforms everywhere." Javier cursed under his breath. "Do you see Sean?" Charles adjusted his binoculars, scanning the area below. "No, I don't think so." "Damn it," Javier muttered. "Where's Trelawney?" Charles shrugged. "Who knows?" At that moment, Arthur moved into position between Charles and Javier, lying prone beside them. Caleb followed suit, positioning himself to the left of Charles. Arthur greeted the two men with a casual, "Hey." Charles glanced over and nodded. "Hey." Caleb also offered a quiet greeting, which Javier returned with a curt nod. Arthur then asked, "Where's that little Irish bastard?" Charles sighed, still peering through his binoculars. "I'm not quite sure. Trelawney's off trying to find out." Arthur frowned, his eyes narrowing as he stared down at Blackwater. "Has anyone been into Blackwater to see how things lie?" Javier shook his head. "Too risky. The place is crawling with Pinkertons, bounty hunters, and pictures of Dutch and Hosea. If we go in there, we'll be spotted in no time." Arthur groaned gruffly and said, "We got a lot of money sitting in that town." Javier replied, his tone cautious, "And that's where it gotta remain, for now." As Javier spoke, Arthur gestured to Charles for the binoculars. Charles handed them over without a word, and Arthur raised them to his eyes, scanning the camp area below. "What haven't they hanged Sean yet, I wonder?" Arthur muttered, his voice low and thoughtful. Unlike in the game, where Charles would have responded, Caleb spoke up instead. "I suspect they might be using Mr. Sean as bait to lure us out. Or maybe they want to make a public spectacle of his trial." Charles nodded in agreement, his expression grim. "I was thinking the same thing. They're not just holding him for no reason." At that moment, the group heard faint footsteps approaching from the left. They turned to see Trelawney crouching low as he joined them, his movements quick and precise. "Gentlemen," Trelawney said in his usual dramatic tone, "Sean is being moved up the upper Montana, then to a federal prison out west." Arthur's jaw tightened as he processed the information. "Damn. Well, we can't be rescuing people from some federal prison." Charles, visibly frustrated, covered his face with both hands for a moment before letting out a sigh. Caleb, however, leaned forward and said, "Then we should rescue Mr. Sean now." Arthur nodded, his expression resolute. "Or we cut him loose." Javier and Charles immediately turned to look at Arthur, their faces a mix of surprise and disapproval. Charles was the first to respond, his voice firm. "We're not cutting anyone loose, Arthur." Arthur raised a hand in a placating gesture. "Of course not. I'm just saying we need to act fast." Trelawney chimed in, his tone urgent. "Ike Skelding's boys are moving him to a camp nearby before handing him over to the government." Arthur's eyes narrowed as he processed the information. "So, I guess, we need to stop them before they get to camp." He turned to Charles, his voice steady. "Charles, why don't you take Javier and head up on the north side?" As he spoke, Arthur turned to look backward and pointed north, and Charles followed his gaze. Arthur continued, "We'll head up on the other side of the valley and meet you there. That way, we'll have them covered from both directions." Charles and Javier nodded, their expressions serious. Without another word, they began to crawl backward slowly, then crouched and moved off to carry out Arthur's plan. Meanwhile, Arthur turned to Caleb and Trelawney. "Caleb, Josiah, come on. Let's go see." The three of them followed the same cautious retreat, crawling backward before rising to a crouch and heading toward their horses. As they walked, Trelawney glanced at Caleb and said, "Nice to see you again, Mr. Thorne. I didn't expect to see you here, helping us in this dangerous endeavor." Caleb smiled, his tone polite but firm. "Nice to see you too, Mr. Trelawney. Arthur and Mr. van der Linde asked for my help, and as their friend, I couldn't refuse." "What kind of friend doesn't help when they're needed?" Trelawney's eyes sparkled with approval. "Ah, good words, my boy. I knew I had a good impression of you since the moment I saw you back in Valentine. There's a reason for that." Arthur, who had been listening quietly, let out a small chuckle. "Well, let's hope your good impression pays off today, Josiah." As they reached their horses, Trelawney turned to Arthur, his expression more serious. "You know, Arthur, the government, or people the government likes, seem to be very angry." Arthur's response was calm but tinged with frustration. "Sure. Well, we'll rescue Sean, and then we'll get ourselves lost this time, good and proper. It's a big country. Trelawney nodded, though his expression was doubtful. I hope so. Caleb remained silent, his thoughts swirling. He knew that from this point forward, from the moment the Blackwater massacre happened, the Van der Linde gang was on a downward spiral. Dutch's slow descent into paranoia in the near future and Micah's growing influence would only make things worse. Caleb's presence here was meant to change that, to prevent the gang's inevitable collapse or at least part ways in a better situation. But he also knew it wouldn't be easy. As the conversation died down, the three men mounted their horses and began riding north toward the cliffside beside the river. Arthur, leading the way, called back over his shoulder, "Let's head upriver and find this boat." Caleb, feeling as though he had taken Javier's place in this mission, added, "We should keep our eyes open for Pinkertons or bounty hunters, Arthur. They could be patrolling all over this area like you have told me." Trelawney nodded in agreement. Yes, south of the river in West Elizabeth isn't a very welcoming place right now. Arthur's response was grim. Then it's definitely as bad as we thought down here or worse. Trelawney continued the conversation, his tone thoughtful but cautious. "I keep hearing about this woman, Heidi. You're quiet back there." Hearing this, Caleb let out a soft chuckle. "Well, I just like listening to the banter between you two. It's like watching siblings who haven't seen each other for some time." Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 6 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 6 out of 10. Charm, 5 out of 10. Luck, 5 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL1. Rifle, LVL1. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL1. Horse mastery, LVL1. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Money, $140.88. Bank, $40, 2 gold bars, and a large bag of jewelry. Chapter 28. Rescuing Sean Maguire PT2. Arthur glanced back at Caleb, who had been quietly listening to the exchange. "You alright, Caleb? You're quiet back there." Hearing this, Caleb let out a soft chuckle. "Well, I just like listening to the banter between you two. It's like watching siblings who haven't seen each other for some time." Trelawney laughed, his tone warm. "Why, that's cute, dear boy. Very cute." The conversation died down as they continued to ride alongside the cliff, their eyes never leaving the boat below. Trelawney eventually broke the silence, his voice urgent. "Push up, come on." He urged his horse to pick up the pace, and Arthur and Caleb followed suit. Trelawney continued, his tone serious. "Apparently, there's a camp somewhere around here where the bounty hunters meet and transfer prisoners before continuing out west. I imagine that's where they're headed." The three of them kept their eyes on the boat as it eventually came to a stop on the shore. Trelawney reined in his horse and gestured for the others to do the same. "Look, they've stopped. Get your binoculars out and let's see what we're dealing with here." Caleb, Arthur, and Trelawney quickly retrieved their binoculars and trained them on the scene below. They watched as a bounty hunter grabbed a man whose hands were tied behind his back and whose head was covered with a sack. The man was roughly pushed off the boat, and 2 more bounty hunters approached him. Caleb, playing the role Javier would have taken if he were there, asked, "So, who are these bounty hunters?" Arthur's voice was low and steady. "Don't know too much about Ike Skelding's boys, but I hear they're a big crew and wild. Built some reputation in the last year or two catching bounties." Trelawney chimed in, his tone confident. "Well, that looks like dear Sean to me, Arthur." Arthur nodded, a hint of amusement in his voice. Certainly kicking up enough of a fuss. Yep, that's definitely Sean. As they watched, one of the bounty hunters delivered a couple of sharp kicks to Sean, who stumbled but remained defiant. Caleb couldn't help but comment, "Well, they're giving him a decent kicking, I should say." Arthur chuckled, his tone almost fond. "Well, Caleb, you can't imagine the shit he must have been giving them." Caleb laughed softly, knowing all too well how Sean could be from his memories of the game. "I can only imagine how." The bounty hunters began leading Sean up the canyon, and Trelawney pointed it out. "They're taking him up the canyon." The three of them used their binoculars to scan the area, and Arthur was the first to spot Charles and Javier on the other side of the canyon. He lowered his binoculars and turned to the others. "There's Charles and Javier on the other side. Let's go." With Arthur's words, the three of them turned their horses left to ride down the cliff. As they began their descent, Caleb spoke up, his voice low but urgent. "What should we do with the two bounty hunters that stayed behind to guard the boat?" Trelawney, ever the quick thinker, responded immediately. "I've got an idea. Follow me." Under Trelawney's lead, they continued along the cliff for a bit before turning right onto a narrow canyon path that led them down toward the river. The path eventually brought them to a crossing point where they could make their way to the other side, where the bounty hunters were taking Sean. As they rode down, arriving several steps away from the river, they spotted the two bounty hunters standing side by side but facing opposite directions, clearly on guard. Arthur signaled for Caleb to dismount, and Caleb followed suit, slinging his carbine repeater over his shoulder after retrieving it from Morgan's saddle. Trelawney, still on his horse, turned to face Arthur and Caleb. Arthur stepped closer to the river, his voice barely above a whisper. "We should do this quietly and take them out without alerting the others." Trelawney nodded, his expression calm but determined. "Leave it to me, gentlemen. I'll go around and create a distraction. Then you two sneak across and do the dirty work." Arthur gave a curt nod. "Okay." Trelawney turned his horse and rode off to the left, crossing the river at a different location to approach the bounty hunters from another angle. Meanwhile, Caleb crouched low, his knife in hand, and whispered to Arthur, "We should get into the river and hide behind those rocks. We'll wait for Mr. Trelawney to distract them before we move in." Arthur agreed, and the two men crouched down, entering the river silently. They hid behind a large rock in the shallow part of the river, their eyes fixed on the bounty hunters. They didn't have to wait long before Trelawney made his move. Trelawney rode up to the bounty hunters, his voice panicked and exaggerated. Gentlemen. Excuse me, dear brothers. My wife is taken ill, gravely ill." He dismounted his horse and approached the two bounty hunters, who immediately raised their guard. One of the bounty hunters, a burly man with a thick beard, stepped forward. "What's the problem?" Trelawney continued his act, his voice trembling. "It's dear Bessie. She's. He clutched his chest dramatically, his breathing heavy. "I'm beside myself. If I lose Bessie, I lose everything." The other bounty hunter, a younger man with a scar across his cheek, tried to calm Trelawney down. "Calm down, mister. Where is she?" Trelawney shook his head wildly, his hands flailing. Oh, I can't. I can't. 2M having a fit." With that, he collapsed to the ground, feigning a panic attack. The two bounty hunters, now thoroughly distracted, looked down on him, unsure of what to do. Arthur, watching from behind the rock, whispered to Caleb, "You take the one on the right, and I'll take the one on the left. Stay low." Caleb nodded, his grip tightening on his knife. The two men crept forward, their movements silent and deliberate. As they reached the bounty hunters, Arthur struck first, driving his knife into the side of the neck of the bounty hunter on the left. The man crumpled to the ground, not uttering a sound. Caleb, meanwhile, moved swiftly behind the bounty hunter on the right. He clamped his left hand over the man's mouth to muffle any cries and sliced his throat with the knife in his right hand. The bounty hunter struggled briefly before Caleb silenced him with a final stab to the heart. He lowered the body to the ground gently, ensuring it made no noise. Trelawney, still on the ground, glanced up and saw that the deed was done. He stood up, brushing himself off with a satisfied smirk. "A pleasure as always, gentlemen. I think you have it from here." With that, he mounted his horse and rode off, leaving Arthur and Caleb to handle the rest. Caleb quickly searched the body of the bounty hunter he had killed, finding $2 and a silver pocket watch. He tucked the items into his satchel before standing up. Arthur did the same with the other bounty hunter, then drew his cattleman revolver from its holster. "Come on, Mr. Thorne," Arthur said, his voice low but firm. "Let's get up there and rescue Sean." Caleb nodded, slinging his carbine repeater into his hands and cocking it to ensure it was ready to fire. The two men moved cautiously toward the canyon entrance, their eyes scanning for any signs of danger. Caleb remembered from the game that there were two more bounty hunters stationed halfway up the canyon path. He crouched behind a rock and peered around the side, spotting the two men just as he had expected. "We've got two of them halfway up the canyon, Mr. Morgan," Caleb whispered. "Let me deal with them." Arthur nodded, his expression serious but approving. "Go ahead. Show me what you've got." Caleb took a deep breath, steadying his aim. He raised his carbine repeater, lining up the sights on the head of one of the bounty hunters. He exhaled slowly and squeezed the trigger. The shot rang out, and the bounty hunter dropped instantly. The second man, startled, fumbled for his revolver, but Caleb was already taking aim again. Another shot, and the second bounty hunter fell. Arthur didn't have time to praise Caleb's marksmanship. Shouts erupted from further up the canyon, and the sound of gunfire filled the air. "Come on, Caleb," Arthur barked. "We need to get past these sons of bitches. Let's move." The two men sprinted into the canyon, staying low to avoid the hail of bullets raining down on them from their front and above. The canyon walls echoed with the sound of gunfire as Ike's men opened fire from their positions. Arthur and Caleb returned fire, their shots precise and calculated. Caleb's heart raced as he moved from cover to cover, his carbine repeater barking with each shot. He took down another bounty hunter who had been trying to flank them, his aim steady despite the chaos. Arthur, meanwhile, was a force of nature, his revolver spitting lead with deadly accuracy. Caleb and Arthur continued to press forward, their guns blazing as they took cover and moved strategically through the canyon. The air was thick with the sound of gunfire, the smell of gunpowder, and the cries of the Ike's boys as they fell one by one. Caleb, feeling the pressure of the situation, decided it was time to use his dead-eye skill. The world around him slowed, his vision tinged with a faint yellow hue as he focused on the bounty hunters ahead. He marked 5 of them with red X's on their heads, his instincts taking over as he commanded his body to fire. His carbine repeater barked in rapid succession, each shot finding its mark with deadly precision. The 5 bounty hunters dropped instantly, their heads snapping back as the bullets struck true. Arthur, who had been firing beside him, paused for a moment, clearly impressed by Caleb's display of skill. After the skill he shown at the entrance of the canyon, he was already impressed, but he was much more impressed, as he doesn't expect such precision from the young man, but it was clear that Caleb could hold his own in a fight. As the 7 seconds of dead-eye passed, Caleb felt the world return to normal speed. He quickly crouched behind a rock, but not fast enough to avoid a grazing bullet that tore through the fabric of his shirt and bit into his shoulder. The searing pain hit him like a wave, but he gritted his teeth and took a deep breath, refusing to let it slow him down. Arthur, noticing Caleb's injury, called out, "You okay there, Caleb?" Caleb nodded, his voice steady despite the pain. "Yeah, I'm okay. Just got grazed." "Keep firing, Arthur." Without wasting another moment, Caleb reached into his satchel and pulled out a tonic that was said could lessen the feels of pain. He downed it quickly, the bitter liquid numbing the pain in his shoulder almost instantly. He tossed the empty bottle aside and raised his carbine repeater again, joining Arthur in the fight. Above the canyon, Charles and Javier had entered the fray, their revolvers barking as they picked off the remaining Excalding boys from their elevated position. The combined firepower of the four men quickly turned the tide of the battle. Reloading and firing in unison, they managed to clear the canyon of enemies. Arthur, seeing that it was over, shouted over to Caleb, "Come on, quick. Let's get up there and regroup with Charles and Javier." Caleb followed Arthur as they moved to the left side of the canyon, following the path upward. As they turned a corner, Caleb remembered from the game that 2 more bounty hunters would be lying in wait. He called out a warning, "Be careful, Arthur." Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 6 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 6 out of 10. Charm, 5 out of 10. Luck, 5 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL 1. Rifle, LVL 1. Firearms knowledge, LVL 2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL 1. Blunt weapon, LVL 1. Sneaking, LVL 1. Horse mastery, LVL 1. Poker, LVL 1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL 1. Eagle eye, LVL 1. Dead eye, LVL 1. Money, $142.88. Bank, $40, 2 gold bars, and a large bag of jewelry. Chapter 29. Successfully saving Sean. Arthur, seeing that it was over, shouted over to Caleb, "Come on, quick. Let's get up there and regroup with Charles and Javier." Caleb followed Arthur as they moved to the left side of the canyon, following the path upward. As they turned a corner, Caleb remembered from the game that 2 more bounty hunters would be lying in wait. He called out a warning, "Be careful, Arthur." Before the bounty hunters could react, Caleb activated his Dead-Eye skill again. The world slowed, and he marked both men with red XS on their heads. His body moved on its own, firing 2 precise shots that dropped the bounty hunters where they stood. Arthur, impressed by Caleb's quick thinking and accuracy, gave him a nod of approval. "Good shooting, Caleb. Let's keep moving." Caleb slung his carbine repeater over his shoulder and drew his Schofield revolver, ready for close-quarters combat. They reached the top of the canyon and regrouped with Charles and Javier. Charles, ever the stoic, asked, "All good?" Arthur shook his head. "Wouldn't go that far." Caleb here got grazed by a bullet on his shoulder. Javier turned to Caleb, looking at him while asking, "You okay, Mr. Thorne?" Caleb gave a reassuring nod. "Yeah, I'm fine, Mr. Escuela. Just a graze. Nothing to worry about." Charles gestured toward the path ahead. "Their camp's up this way. Come on." The 4 men moved quickly, following Charles as he led them up a small hill. Javier, as they run up the hill, shouted, "Charles, you'll take the right. I'll go left." Charles nodded. "Okay." Arthur and Caleb positioned themselves between Javier and Charles, their guns at the ready. As they crested the hill, they saw the logging camp that the Excalding boys had been using as their base. The camp was bustling with activity, the remaining bounty hunters scrambling to defend themselves. Javier let out a battle cry. "Let's take these hijos de putas." The remaining Excalding boys opened fire, their revolvers and repeaters spitting lead. The 4 men took cover, returning fire with precision and determination. Arthur, reloading his revolver, shouted over the gunfire, "Goddamn army of these bastards. How much is Sean's bounty?" Charles, hearing what Arthur had just said, replied, "Maybe we should turn him in ourselves." Arthur chuckled darkly. "Still time." Caleb, after taking down another bounty hunter with a well-placed shot, shouted, "Let's push forward." Javier, spotting a sniper in a tower to the left, called out, "Look out. We got one shooting from the tower." Caleb didn't hesitate. He raised his revolver and fired several shots, hitting the sniper in the chest and sending him tumbling from the tower. With the sniper down, the 4 men pushed forward, clearing the camp of enemies. As they pushed forward, Caleb remembered from the game that there would be more coming down from the hill and on the top of the hill, so he immediately shouted, "There's more coming down from the hill and there's also some on the top of the hill." As they shot every single one of them, the remaining 2 bounty hunters, realizing they were outmatched, turned and fled. Javier shouted, "Look, they're running away." Caleb activated his Deadeye skill one last time, marking the fleeing men with red XS. His body moved automatically, firing 2 precise shots that dropped the bounty hunters in their tracks. Javier whistled, clearly impressed. "Wow, that's a great shot, brother." Charles nodded in agreement. "Yeah, that's a pretty nice shot." With the camp now silent and the last of the Ike-Skelding boys dead, Arthur called out, "Okay, let's get Sean." Caleb, who was closest to the tree where Sean was hanging upside down, raised his revolver and shot the rope. Sean fell to the ground with a thud, quickly sitting up and trying to free his feet from the ropes. Arthur approached, pulling out his knife and cutting the ropes. As he helped Sean to his feet, the Irishman couldn't resist a quip. "You know, you're a lot less ugly from that other angle, Arthur." Arthur rolled his eyes but couldn't hide a small smile. "Come on, you idiot." As Sean stood, brushing himself off, Caleb couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment. They had done it, they had rescued Sean. But as he looked around at the carnage of the camp, he knew this was just the beginning, as the Van der Linde gang's troubles were far from over, as some of the events aren't something that he could change immediately without thinking of the consequences. As Caleb was lost in thought, Sean, who had finished brushing himself off, turned to Arthur with a mischievous grin. "Do I get a hug, Arthur?" A warm embrace for a lost brother, now found. Arthur, clearly exasperated but amused, walked back to face Sean. He chuckled gruffly and placed his left hand on Sean's right shoulder. "You know, nothing means more to me than this gang. The bond we share, it's the most real thing to me. I would kill for it. I would die happily for it, but in spite of all that, I would have easily left you here to rot if Charles hadn't stopped me." With that, Arthur released his grip on Sean's shoulder and stepped back. Sean, unfazed by Arthur's words, replied with a smirk, "I don't believe a word of that, Arthur." Arthur's expression shifted to one of mild annoyance, and for a moment, it seemed like he regretted saving Sean. He grabbed Sean's right arm and pushed him toward Javier. "Get him out of here," Arthur said, his tone firm but not unkind. Sean stumbled a few steps backward, still grinning as he looked at Arthur. "You're a great man, Arthur Morgan. The kind a young whippersnapper can really admire." Javier stepped between them, his hand raised as if to stop Sean but ultimately deciding against it. Arthur rolled his eyes and muttered, "Oh, shut up." Before Arthur could say anything further, Sean cut him off, his attention shifting to Caleb. "Well, who is this young fellow who's almost as handsome as me, Arthur?" "I'm the young, charismatic, and handsome Irishman, Sean Maguire." Caleb couldn't help but chuckle at Sean's antics, while Arthur, Javier, and Charles let out small groans, clearly already annoyed by Sean's non-stop chattering. Caleb tipped his hat politely and introduced himself. "Hello, Mr. Maguire. My name is Caleb Thorne, a friend of Arthur's. I was asked by Arthur and Mr. Van der Linde to lend a hand in helping to save you." Sean laughed heartily, his voice carrying across the camp. "Oh, Arthur Morgan, you're ashamed to say that you miss me, but you enlisted the help of others to come and save me." Arthur, having reached his breaking point with Sean, ignored him and turned to the group. "All right, introductions can be done later. We should split up. Javier, will you escort Mr. Maguire back to camp? Charles, best you ride separately. Caleb, you're with me. Be careful, there's patrols everywhere." Charles nodded and quickly made his way to his horse, while Sean followed Charles, heading toward Javier's horse. Javier turned to Arthur and Caleb before mounting his horse. "What about you two? Arthur replied, "The two of us are gonna see what's worth taking here. We'll meet you back at camp as soon as we can." Javier nodded. "All right." He then headed toward his horse, with Sean already seating on the behind of Javier's horse. Sean, ever the chatterbox, looked at Javier who was approaching and said, "Have I got stories for you, Javier?" Javier, clearly used to Sean's antics, replied dryly as he get on his horse, "Yeah. I can't wait." Sean continued, undeterred. "I imagine you all missed me a lot, but fear not, the joy's back in your lives now." Arthur and Caleb watched as Javier, Charles, and Sean rode off, the sound of Sean's voice fading into the distance. Once they were out of sight, Arthur whistled for his horse, and Caleb did the same for Morgan. The two men began to search the logging camp, looting the dead bodies of the Ike-Skelding boys and scouring the area for anything of value. Arthur called out to Caleb as they worked. "Take whatever you can. We'll split it later." Caleb nodded and moved through the camp, methodically searching the bodies. He managed to collect $12.53, along with 3 gold-plated buckles, 2 silver-plated buckles, and 2 platinum pocket watches. Arthur, meanwhile, found a decent amount of money and a few valuable trinkets of his own alongside other valuable-like provisions. Once they had finished looting, the two men mounted their horses and began the ride back to camp. Arthur took the lead, guiding them through the rugged terrain with practiced ease. As they rode, Arthur turned to Caleb and asked, "So, what's your impression of Sean after meeting him?" Caleb chuckled, shaking his head. "He's certainly a character. I can see why the gang puts up with him, though. He's got a way of lightening the mood, even in the worst situations." Arthur let out a dry laugh. "That's one way to put it. Sean's a good man at heart, but he's got a mouth that never stops. Still, he's loyal, and that counts for a lot in this life." Caleb nodded, his expression thoughtful. "I can see that. He's got a lot of energy, and he's clearly got a strong bond with the gang. It's good to have someone like that around, especially when things get tough." Arthur glanced at Caleb, a hint of approval in his eyes. "You're not wrong. Sean's been with us for a long time, and he's saved our hides more than once. Just don't let him talk your ear off, or you'll regret it." Caleb laughed, the sound carrying through the quiet landscape. "I'll keep that in mind." After Arthur and Caleb finished their conversation about Sean, Arthur turned his attention to the wound on Caleb's shoulder. "How's that graze holding up?" Arthur asked, his tone casual but concerned. "You sure it's not worse than you're letting on?" Caleb glanced at his shoulder, where the fabric of his shirt was torn and stained with a small amount of blood while the pain still stings, albeit a little bit. "It's just a graze, Arthur. Nothing serious. I've had worse. But thank you for asking." Arthur nodded, though his expression remained thoughtful. "All right, but when we get back to camp, let Miss Grimshaw or Reverend Swanson take a look at it. Better safe than sorry." Caleb agreed with a nod. "Fair enough. I'll make sure to have it checked." The ride back to camp was filled with light conversation, mostly about the landscape and the events of the day. Caleb kept an eye on his map function, noting that they were retracing their earlier route when they ride from the camp to meet up with Charles, Javier, and Trelawney. They passed through Riggs Station, crossed Bard's Crossing, and rode past Flatneck Station before heading north through a small forest of trees. Eventually, they arrived at Horseshoe Overlook, the gang's current camp. As they approached the camp, Arthur turned to Caleb with a knowing smile. "Oh, and one more thing, Caleb. Don't be surprised when we get back. The camp's probably already preparing for a party. The gang loves any excuse to celebrate, and Sean's return is as good a reason as any." Caleb chuckled, recalling the lively atmosphere from the game. "I figured as much. A party sounds like a good way to lift everyone's spirits after everything all of you have been through." Arthur nodded, his expression softening. "Yeah, we've had our share of bad luck lately. A little celebration might do us all some good." When they finally arrived at the camp, it was exactly as Arthur had predicted. The air was filled with laughter, music, and the smell of food cooking over the fire. The gang members were bustling about, their faces lit up with smiles and relief. Sean's return had clearly lifted everyone's spirits, and the atmosphere was one of joy and companionship. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 6 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 6 out of 10. Charm, 5 out of 10. Luck, 5 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL 1. Rifle, LVL 1. Firearms knowledge, LVL 2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL 1. Blunt weapon, LVL 1. Sneaking, LVL 1. Horse mastery, LVL 1. Poker, LVL 1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL 1. Eagle eye, LVL 1. Dead eye, LVL 1. Money, $155.41. Bank, $40, 2 gold bars, and a large bag of jewelry. Chapter 30. Party celebration on Sean's return. When they finally arrived at the camp, it was exactly as Arthur had predicted. The air was filled with laughter, music, and the smell of food cooking over the fire. The gang members were bustling about, their faces lit up with smiles and relief. Sean's return had clearly lifted everyone's spirits, and the atmosphere was one of joy and companionship. Arthur was happy to see this as the gang needed such good news and atmosphere since they had just been hit with bad news after bad news before, and looks like after getting down from Coulter and camped at Horseshoe Overlook, the situation turned around and good things was coming. As for Caleb, he just saw this as something that uplift the spirit and hope of the gang, because he knew from the game more will come and he was in a dilemma, whether to save or kill Micah when he was put in jail on Strawberry after killing a person, and it was Lenny who bring the news and with him not present, it meant it hadn't happened yet. As he was thinking so, he saw Arthur dismounted and hitching his horse to the post near the camp's entrance. Caleb followed suit, securing Morgan beside Arthur's horse. As they entered the camp, they were immediately greeted by the sight of Dutch striding toward them, a cigar in his hand and a broad smile on his face. Arthur. Oh, Arthur. Dutch called out, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. There you are. Arthur turned to face Dutch, a hint of amusement in his eyes. You seem in a good mood, Dutch. Dutch chuckled, taking a puff of his cigar. I am, son, I am. Let's have some fun tonight. Let's enjoy ourselves. Arthur raised an eyebrow. We having a party? Dutch's smile widened. Maybe, just a little one. Oh, and Caleb, son, he added, turning to the young man, thank you for your help today. You're more than welcome to join the festivities. We'll save the serious talk for tomorrow. Caleb tipped his hat politely. Thank you, Mr. van der Linde. I'm happy to join in the celebration. And of course, we can talk whenever you're ready. Dutch clapped Caleb on the shoulder, clearly pleased with his response. Good man, good son. Now, let's make the most of tonight. With that, Dutch turned and raised his voice, addressing the entire camp. Mr. McGuire is back. So, come on, let's have ourselves a party. The camp erupted in cheers and applause, the energy palpable as the gang members began to gather around the fire. Arthur and Caleb made their way to the round table between Dutch's tent and Pearson's wagon, where several members of the gang were already seated. Uncle was lounging on a crate with a beer in hand, Javier was tuning his guitar, and Karen sat nearby, also holding a beer. Sean, already visibly drunk, had dragged a small wooden box over to the table and climbed onto it, much to Karen's amusement. Oh, no speeches, please. Karen called out, though her tone was playful. Sean, undeterred, raised his bottle of beer and declared, but I'm back home now. So everything's going to be okay. Uncle Sean is back. He took a swig from the bottle before continuing. And don't you worry, Miss Grimshaw, you old crone, I'll keep them girls in line. If I have to whip 'em, I will. The camp erupted in laughter, the girls teased him shouting let's see if you dare, and Sean, encouraged by the reaction, went on. And don't you worry, Mr. Pearson, you drunk old shitbag. It'll be nothing but the finest game in the pot now that Dead-Eye McGuire's back. He laughed heartily before adding, and don't worry about nothing, Miss Grimshaw, we'll have this camp running like clockwork. I love you bastards, have fun. Have lots of fun. With that, Sean stepped down from the box, and the girls, Karen and Tilly, cheered loudly while the others clapped or cheered in their own way. Yeah, Sean! Karen shouted, raising her beer in a toast. As Sean approached the round table, Karen teased, oh, here comes trouble. Javier, strumming his guitar, added with a smirk, I just can't get rid of you, can I? Sean grinned and took a seat on a small barrel. Mind if I join you fine folks, he asked, his tone dripping with mock formality. Then, spotting Arthur and Caleb, he raised his bottle and shouted, aha! Here come the two heroes of the hour who came to save the young, dashing me. The group laughed, and Arthur shook his head, though he couldn't hide a small smile. You're insufferable, Sean. Caleb, meanwhile, standing beside Arthur, accepting a beer from Karen. Thanks, he said, raising the bottle in a silent toast to everyone there. As the night wore on, the party grew livelier. Javier played his guitar, his fingers dancing over the strings as he led the group in song. Karen and Sean singing together, their laughter ringing out across the camp. Even Miss Grimshaw, despite her earlier protests, seemed to be enjoying herself, sipping on a glass of whiskey and exchanging stories with Reverend Swanson. Caleb found himself caught up in the festivities, the warmth of the fire and the camaraderie of the gang making him feel more at home than he had in a long time. He chatted with Arthur, Javier, and even Sean, who, despite his drunken antics, had a way of making everyone feel included. At one point, Arthur leaned over to Caleb and said, you know, for a newcomer, you fit in pretty well. The gang's taken a liking to you. Caleb smiled, feeling a sense of pride. Thanks, Arthur. That means a lot. Caleb left the round table and began to wander around the camp, taking in the lively atmosphere. The sound of laughter, music, and the crackling fire filled the air, and for a moment, he allowed himself to simply enjoy the moment. As he walked, he heard the faint sound of a phonograph playing from inside Dutch's tent. Curious, he made his way over around the tent. There, he saw Dutch and Molly engaged in a simple ballroom dance, their movements graceful and synchronized. Molly laughed happily as they twirled around in place in front of Dutch's tent, her joy evident. Caleb couldn't help but smile at the sight. Standing just beside the tent, watching with a hint of envy, was Mary Beth. Her eyes were fixed on the dancing couple, and Caleb could see the longing in her expression. Caleb remembered from the game that Mary Beth had a love for dancing and had even asked Arthur to dance with her during the camp celebrating Sean's return, which was now. Seeing her now, he couldn't help but notice how beautiful she was. Her auburn hair caught the firelight, and her gentle features were even more striking in person than they had been in the game twice not thrice time. This was the first time Caleb had truly taken the time to appreciate her beauty, as his earlier interactions when he met her at Valentine for the first time with Uncle, Arthur, Tilly, and Karen, he was more focused on making a good impression on Arthur, as he was the only way to put his foot in inside the Van der Linde gang. Feeling a surge of confidence, Caleb approached Mary Beth with a warm smile. Hello, Miss Mary Beth, he said, his tone friendly. Why do you look a bit glum? Mary Beth, startled by his sudden appearance, turned to face him. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she returned his smile. Oh, Mr. Thorne, you surprised me there. No, I'm not glum. It's just. I love dancing, but I haven't had a partner to dance with tonight. Caleb's heart skipped a beat. This was his chance. Well then, he said theatrically, offering his hand to her, I offer myself as your dance partner, Miss Mary Beth. Mary Beth giggled, covering her mouth with her hand. Oh my, that's very kind of you, Mr. Thorne. You can call me Mary Beth or Miss Gaskill, if you prefer. But tell me, do you know how to dance? Caleb chuckled, his expression sheepish. I'd love to say yes, but let's just say my skills are non-existent. However, for you, Miss Gaskill, I'd be willing to learn. And what better way to learn than from you who love to dance? Mary Beth's face turned a deeper shade of red at his flattering words. She giggled again, clearly charmed by his sincerity. You have a way with words, Mr. Thorne. I'd be happy to teach you how to dance. With that, she took his hand, and the two of them joined Dutch and Molly, standing several steps beside them so as to not bump into them. The phonograph's melody filled the air as Caleb and Mary Beth began to dance. At first, Caleb's movements were awkward and hesitant, but Mary Beth was a patient and encouraging teacher. She guided him through the steps, her hands gentle but firm as she corrected his posture and timing. As they danced, Caleb found himself relaxing. Mary Beth's laughter was infectious as she was happy to be dancing, and her presence put him at ease. You're a quick learner, Caleb, she said with a smile after a few minutes. Look at you, dancing like an expert already. Caleb laughed, his confidence growing with each step. When I have such a beautiful and kind teacher as you, Miss Gaskill, it's hard not to improve hoping to impress you. I hope I'm not embarrassing myself too much. Mary Beth's cheeks flushed again, but she didn't look away. Not at all. You're doing wonderfully. Encouraged by her words, Caleb decided to take a risk. As the music swelled, he twirled Mary Beth, causing her to laugh in delight, and they continued to dance while having happy conversation. The tension between them grew, a pleasant and unexpected connection forming as they moved and talked together. Caleb was surprised by how quickly he had bonded with Mary Beth, as he had never bonded so easily and fast with someone before. It wasn't just her beauty that drew him and which was the first reason as to why he decided to approach her, it was her kindness, her warmth, and the way she made him feel at ease. As the dance continued, Caleb twirled Mary Beth once more before pulling her close and dipping her dramatically. Mary Beth gasped in surprise before bursting into laughter. You're getting pretty good, Caleb, she said, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Caleb grinned, helping her back to her feet. Thank you, Mary Beth. I couldn't have done it without you. The two of them ended the dance with a bow and a curtsy, both laughing as they caught their breath. Mary Beth thanked Caleb, her voice warm and sincere. Well, thank you, Mr. Thorne, for the wonderful dance. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Caleb tipped his hat, his smile genuine. Thank you as well, Miss Gaskill, for the dance and the lesson. I couldn't have asked for a better teacher. At that moment, Dutch, who had been dancing with Molly, chimed in with a grin. Why, great dancing, Caleb and Mary Beth. The two of you almost outshone me and Miss O'Shea. Molly laughed, playfully swatting Dutch's arm. Oh, don't be silly, Dutch. They were wonderful, weren't they? Mary Beth blushed at the praise, while Caleb chuckled modestly. Thank you, Mr. van der Linde. We were just following your lead. As the music continued to play, Caleb and Mary Beth stepped out of the way, leaving Dutch and Molly to their dance. The two of them walked back toward the campfire, where the rest of the gang was still celebrating. The night was alive with laughter, music, and the warmth of camaraderie. As they reached the fire, Mary Beth turned to Caleb with a smile. Thank you again for the dance, Caleb. It was lovely. Caleb returned her smile, his heart swelling with affection. The pleasure was mine, Mary Beth. I hope we can dance again sometime. And Mary Beth's eyes sparkled with warmth as she heard what Caleb had just said. I'd like that, Caleb. I will hold your promise. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 6 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 6 out of 10. Charm, 5 out of 10. Luck, 5 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL 1. Rifle, LVL 1. Firearms knowledge, LVL 2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL 1. Blunt weapon, LVL 1. Sneaking, LVL 1. Horse mastery, LVL 1. Poker, LVL 1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL 1. Eagle eye, LVL 1. Dead eye, LVL 1. Money, $155.41. Bank, $40, 2 gold bars, and a large bag of jewelry. Creators. Chapter 31, 31. An offer he was waiting for. Caleb returned her smile, his heart swelling with affection. The pleasure was mine, Mary Beth. I hope we can dance again sometime. And Mary Beth's eyes sparkled with warmth as she heard what Caleb had just said. I'd like that, Caleb. I will hold your promise. After his brief but meaningful interaction with Mary Beth, Caleb felt a warmth in his heart that he hadn't experienced since arriving in this world. The constant danger, the killings, and the harsh realities of life as an outlaw had made him feel numb, but Mary Beth's kindness and the simple joy of dancing with her had rekindled something inside him. As he watched her laugh and enjoy the festivities, he couldn't help but smile. However, what Caleb doesn't realize is, his moment of reflection was seen by Karen and Arthur. She had been sitting on Sean's lap but had gotten up to stand beside Arthur, beer in hand. Well, she said, her quite low voice teasing as she nudged Arthur. Why don't you look at that, Arthur? It looks like our new friend has taken an interest in our Mary Beth. Arthur chuckled, his eyes flicking toward Caleb and Mary Beth. I don't think it'll be that easy for Caleb to win Mary Beth's heart. Let's just see how it goes. Don't bother them, Karen. Karen hearing that laughed loudly, her voice carrying across the campfire. The sudden outburst caught the attention of everyone, including Javier, who stopped playing his guitar mid-song. Karen, realizing she had disrupted the music, quickly apologized. Looks like the drink's beginning to get to me. Sorry, fellers. The gang laughed it off, and the music resumed. Caleb, feeling a bit self-conscious, decided to wander the camp again. As he walked, he noticed a figure sitting alone behind one of the tents. It was Sadie Adler, her posture slumped and her face shadowed by grief. Caleb's heart ached for her. He knew from the game that Sadie was still mourning the loss of her husband and the horrors she had endured at the hands of the O'Driscolls. She hadn't yet transformed into the fierce, vengeful woman she would become, and Caleb felt compelled to offer her some comfort. He approached her slowly, careful not to startle her. When he was a few steps away, he stopped and spoke in a gentle tone. Hello, Mississippi. We haven't been properly introduced. I'm Caleb Thorne. I couldn't help but notice you're sitting here alone. Sadie looked up, her eyes red and weary. Her voice was raspy, heavy with grief. Hello. I just wanted to be alone. I'm not in the mood for a party. My name's Sadie Adler. Caleb tipped his hat respectfully. Nice to meet you, Miss Adler. I understand. I'll leave you be, but if you ever need someone to talk to or any help, you can come find me. Take the time you need. Sadie nodded, her expression softening slightly. Thank you, Mr. Thorne. I appreciate it. Caleb gave her a small smile before walking away, leaving her to her thoughts. He knew Sadie was guarded and that it would take time for her to trust anyone. For now, he was content with making a good first impression. As he continued his walk around the camp, Caleb remembered Kieran Duffy, the former O'Driscoll who was tied to a tree behind Pearson's wagon. Kieran had been a likable character in the game, and his brutal death had been one of the most shocking moments for Caleb. He decided to pay Kieran a visit, though he knew he had to tread carefully. Kieran was still seen as an enemy by most of the gang, and Caleb couldn't afford to appear too sympathetic toward him. When Caleb turned the corner behind Pearson's wagon, he saw Kieran tied to the tree. The young man looked exhausted, his face pale and his body listless. It was clear he hadn't eaten or been treated well since his capture. Kieran looked up as Caleb approached, his eyes widening with a flicker of hope as it was an unfamiliar face. So he thought a stranger had accidentally stumbled upon the camp. Hey. You. Yeah, you, mister. Can you untie me, please? These lunatics tied me up here and have been torturing me. Kieran's voice was desperate, his words tumbling out in a rush. Caleb chuckled softly, shaking his head. Oh, please, mister. Don't think you can take advantage of me. I'm a friend of Arthur and Mr. van der Linde. Caleb Thorne's the name. I don't know who you are, but if they tied you up here, there must be a good reason. Kieran's hope deflated as he heard this, and he groaned in frustration. God damn it. You're here to play with my hopes, aren't you? Those people must have sent you here to toy with me. Caleb raised an eyebrow, his tone calm but firm. Well, easy there, partner. No one's here to play or toy with you, at least, not me. I already introduced myself. It's rude not to return the favor. Kieran sighed, his shoulders slumping. Kieran Duffy. The name's Kieran Duffy. Caleb nodded. Nice to meet you, Mr. Duffy. Now, what got you all tied up here on this tree? Kieran's expression darkened. They all think I'm part of the O'Driscolls. I did ride with them for a couple of months, but I ain't one of them. They just won't believe me. Caleb crossed his arms, his expression thoughtful. There must be a reason they don't believe you. I've heard of the O'Driscoll's boys and their leader, Colm O'Driscoll. Nasty bunch, from what I've heard. Is there something you're hiding from them, Mr. Duffy? Something that might make them trust and release you if you came clean? Kieran hesitated, his eyes darting around nervously. You don't know nothing, mister. Caleb sighed, realizing Kieran wasn't ready to talk yet. All right, Mr. Duffy. I'll leave you be for now. But if you change your mind and decide to share something useful, let me know. It might just save your skin and maybe your balls. Kieran hearing that didn't respond, his head hanging low. Caleb gave him one last look before walking away, as he had hinted that he should come clean. He knew Kieran would eventually reveal the location of the O'Driscoll hideout at 6 Point Cabin after being threatened with losing his balls, but for now, the young man was too scared and mistrustful to talk. Caleb decided to revisit the issue tomorrow, after his meeting with Dutch. Leaving Kieran behind, Caleb made his way to the entrance of the camp where Morgan was hitched. He patted her gently, his voice soft as he spoke. How are you doing, girl? Morgan responded with a gentle snort, nuzzling her face against Caleb's hand. He chuckled and pulled out an apple from his satchel, offering it to her as a treat. You deserve it, he said, watching as she eagerly munched on the fruit. After tending to Morgan, Caleb rejoined the festivities, which continued well into the night. The camp was alive with laughter, music, and the occasional burst of drunken singing. Caleb found himself drawn into the revelry, sharing stories and drinks with the gang members. It was a rare moment of peace, and he allowed himself to enjoy it fully. By the time dawn broke, the party had finally wound down. Exhausted, Caleb retreated to his bedroll, which was positioned in the same spot as before. He fell asleep almost instantly, the events of the day catching up to him. When Caleb woke, the camp was already bustling with activity. He checked his pocket watch and saw that it was 9 in the morning. Despite still feeling a bit groggy, he decided to get up and start his day. He freshened up using the clean water from the barrel behind Pearson's wagon, splashing his face and running his wet hands through his hair to wake himself up fully. Feeling more alert, Caleb returned to his bedroll and ate 2 of the 5 salted venison strips he had bought earlier. As he ate, John Marston approached him, a casual smile on his face. Morning, Mr. Thorne, John greeted. Just wanted to say you did a good job bringing Sean back alongside Arthur, Javier, and Charles. Though, I'm starting to wish we hadn't saved him with all his non-stop talking. Caleb swallowed the bite of venison he had been chewing and nodded. Morning, Mr. Marston, wasn't it? John nodded, and Caleb continued, it's what I had to do. Arthur and Mr. van der Linde asked for my help, so I helped. Nothing to brag about. And just hang on, Mr. McGuire's just trying to, let's say, liven up the camp in his own way. John chuckled at Caleb's words, and the two of them shared a laugh. As they were laughing, Arthur approached, his expression serious but friendly. Sorry to interrupt, gentlemen. Caleb, come with me. Dutch wants to speak with you. Caleb nodded, finishing the last of his venison and standing up. John tipped his hat and said, well, then, I'll leave you two to it. With that, he walked away. Caleb followed Arthur as they made their way to Dutch's tent in the center of the camp. When they arrived, Caleb saw that Hosea was also there, seated beside Dutch. There was no sign of Molly, and the atmosphere was calm but expectant. Dutch greeted them with a warm smile. Ah, welcome, son. I hope you had a good rest after our little party last night. And thank you, Arthur, for fetching Caleb for me. Arthur nodded. No problem, Dutch. He turned to leave, but Dutch stopped him. No, son, you stay. I'd like both you and Hosea's thoughts on the matter I want to discuss with Mr. Thorne here. Arthur exchanged a glance with Hosea, who gave a subtle nod. Arthur stayed, standing beside Dutch as the three of them turned their attention to Caleb. Caleb, for his part, put on a slightly confused expression, though inwardly he was curious about what Dutch wanted to discuss but also had a feeling what he wanted to talk ate. Dutch leaned forward, his tone warm but commanding. You've given us a big help, Mr. Thorne, in saving Sean. I'd like to thank you personally for doing something that you had no part in and that could have brought you unwanted attention from the law. Isn't that right, Hosea? Hosea nodded, his expression thoughtful. Yes, that's right, Dutch. Young man, you've helped us in a big way, and we thank you for it. Arthur here has also told us about your impressive skills with your guns during the gunfight to save Sean. Arthur nodded in agreement, his expression one of quiet respect. Caleb's got a good head on his shoulders and a steady hand. He's a natural shooter. Caleb put on a sheepish smile, scratching the back of his neck. Why, thank you for the kind words, Mr. van der Linde, Mr. Matthews, and Arthur. I was just helping a friend who came to me for help. That's the belief my pa and ma instilled in me before they passed away. Dutch's expression softened, and he nodded solemnly. That's a great teaching to pass on to their son. I'm sorry to hear about your parents, but I'm sure they'd be proud of the man you've become. Hosea and Arthur echoed Dutch's sentiments, offering their condolences. Caleb accepted their words with a grateful nod, though inwardly he felt a pang of guilt for fabricating the story about his parents. Still, if it helped him gain their trust, he was willing to roll with it. After a moment of silence, Caleb spoke up. Well, Mr. van der Linde, what did you want to talk to me about? I've been curious ever since you said yesterday that we'd save the serious conversation for this morning. Dutch chuckled and stood up, his presence commanding as he looked directly at Caleb. Well, son, I have a feeling that your meeting with Arthur, uncle, and the girls in Valentine was fate bringing us together. A young man with principles like yours couldn't survive alone out there. Sure, you've got the skills, but you also need people you can trust to watch your back. So, how would you like to join our big family here? Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 6 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 6 out of 10. Charm, 5 out of 10. Luck, 5 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL 1. Rifle, LVL 1. Firearms knowledge, LVL 2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL 1. Blunt weapon, LVL 1. Sneaking, LVL 1. Horse Mastery, LVL1. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand Combat, LVL1. Eagle Eye, LVL1. Dead Eye, LVL1. Money, $155.41. Bank, $40, 2 gold bars, and a large bag of jewelry. Chapter 32, 32. Officially part of the Van der Linde gang. Dutch chuckled and stood up, his presence commanding as he looked directly at Caleb. Well, son, I have a feeling that your meeting with Arthur, uncle, and the girls in Valentine was fate bringing us together. A young man with principles like yours couldn't survive alone out there. Sure, you've got the skills, but you also need people you can trust to watch your back. So, how would you like to join our big family here? As Dutch spoke, a glint of self-satisfaction and shrewdness flashed in his eyes. Caleb noticed it of course, but he kept his expression neutral, and said nothing. Arthur and Hosea, on the other hand, seemed surprised by Dutch's offer, though they quickly masked it with a neutral expression. Arthur especially already knew that Dutch would do though, as he had said so when they talked about saving Sean in Valentine. But he didn't expect that unlike the usual where he brought this up to him and Hosea first, Dutch offered Caleb to join the gang without consulting to them first. Caleb, meanwhile, took a moment to process the offer. He had known this moment might come, but hearing it directly from Dutch still felt significant. He glanced at Arthur and Hosea, then back at Dutch. Mr. Van der Linde, Caleb began, his tone respectful, I'm honored by your offer. You've all been kind to me, and I've come to respect this gang and what you stand for. If you'll have me, I'd be proud to join your family. Dutch's smile widened, and he clapped Caleb on the shoulder. That's what I like to hear, son. Welcome to the Van der Linde gang. Hosea and Arthur exchanged a glance, their expressions a mix of approval, curiosity, and worry. But Arthur still stepped forward, extending his hand to Caleb. Welcome, Caleb. You've already proven yourself. I'm glad to have you with us. Caleb shook Arthur's hand firmly, a sense of success and satisfaction settling over him. Thank you, Arthur. I won't let you down. Hosea chimed in, his voice warm but measured. Welcome, son. If you need any advice or someone to talk to, you can come to me. Caleb turned to Hosea, his expression grateful. Thank you, Mr. Matthews. I'll do so. Dutch, still smiling, waved a hand dismissively. Son, no need to call me Mr. Van der Linde or Hosea Mr. Matthews anymore. You can just call us Dutch and Hosea. Except for business, just act casual like everyone else does. Caleb nodded, understanding the informal nature of the gang. Understood, Dutch. Dutch stood up from his seat and walked to the front of his tent, his presence commanding as always. Hosea, Arthur, and Caleb followed suit, standing beside him. Dutch raised his voice, calling out to the camp. Come, everyone. Gather around. I'd like to introduce you to the newest member of our family. All of you more or less have been familiar with him and have interacted with him. Please welcome Mr. Caleb Thorne. The gang members, already awake and going about their daily routines, gathered around. Some clapped enthusiastically, while others offered polite nods. The reactions were mixed, some were skeptical, others were genuinely happy with the new addition. But one thing was clear, everyone respected and accepted Dutch's decision, even if they had their own reservations. Only Hosea and Arthur, who were closest to Dutch and brave enough to question his decisions, exchanged a wary glance. Sean, still a bit groggy from the previous night's drinking, shouted, a great addition to the group, sir. His voice was slurred but enthusiastic, drawing a few chuckles from the others. The girls, Karen, Tilly, and Mary Beth, were especially pleased. They were always happy to have someone new in the camp, and Caleb's good looks were an added bonus. Mary Beth, in particular, gave Caleb a warm smile, her cheeks tinged with pink as she remembered their dance the night before. Caleb stepped forward, standing beside Dutch, and addressed the group. Thank you, everyone, for the warm welcome. I'm honored to be part of this family." The gang dispersed after the brief introduction, returning to their tasks. Dutch turned to Arthur and said, "Arthur, why don't you make some space at your tent so Caleb can place his bedroll there? I think the two of you could become the perfect partners." Arthur nodded, his expression neutral but agreeable. "No problem, Dutch. I can make some room." Caleb, however, spoke up. "There's no need for that. The place where I've been keeping my bedroll is already perfect." Dutch patted Caleb on the shoulder, his tone firm but kind. "Why, son, we can't have that. You don't have a roof over your head to shelter you from the rain. And except for Arthur's place, the others are already cramped up." Caleb nodded, realizing Dutch had a point. In truth, he was satisfied with the idea of staying with Arthur. Not only was Arthur's tent located beside the wagon that served as the gang's arsenal of ammunition, but it also gave Caleb the opportunity to get closer to Arthur and begin influencing him bit by bit to trust him, and increase the possibility of him listen to his ideas and suggestions. "All right, Dutch," Caleb said. "I'll move my things to Arthur's tent." Dutch smiled, clearly pleased with Caleb's compliance. "Good. Arthur, why don't you help Caleb move his things and show him where your tent is? He can help you arrange the space." Arthur nodded and gestured for Caleb to follow him. "Come on, Caleb. Let's pack your things, and I'll show you where my tent is." As the two men walked toward Caleb's bedroll, Dutch and Hosea watched them go. Once they were out of earshot, Hosea turned to Dutch, his expression serious. "Dutch, is this really the right time and the right thing to do? Bringing in a new member while we're in such a tight situation? The kid might not even fully understand how dangerous our current circumstances are." Dutch placed a hand on Hosea's shoulder, his tone calm but resolute. "Yes, old friend. Believe me, this is the right thing to do. Didn't you see how everyone's spirits were lifted with Caleb's addition to the gang? And I have a plan in mind, one that will get us out of this mess. Have faith in me." Hosea sighed, his expression still uncertain, but he nodded. "All right, Dutch. I trust you. But let's not forget to keep an eye on the boy. He's skilled, but he's still young and inexperienced in our ways." Dutch chuckled, his confidence unwavering. "Don't worry, Hosea. Caleb's got potential, that's why I put him under Arthur's eye. I can see it. He'll prove himself in time." Meanwhile, Arthur and Caleb reached the spot where Caleb's bedroll was placed. As Caleb began gathering his belongings, Arthur spoke up. "You know, Dutch doesn't usually bring new people into the gang so quickly. He must see something special in you." Caleb shrugged, his tone modest. "I'm just trying to do my part, Arthur. I've got a lot to learn, but I'm willing to put in the work." Arthur nodded, his expression thoughtful. "That's a good attitude to have. Just remember, this life isn't easy. It's dangerous, and it's not for everyone. But if you stick with us, you'll find that this gang is more than just a group of outlaws. We're a family." Caleb met Arthur's gaze, his expression sincere. "I understand, Arthur. And I'm grateful to be part of it." The two men finished packing Caleb's belongings and made their way to Arthur's tent. As they arranged the space to accommodate Caleb's bedroll, Arthur gave him a brief tour of the place. "This is where we keep most of our ammunition and supplies," Arthur explained, gesturing to the wagon. "If you ever need anything, just let me know." Caleb nodded, taking in the layout of the camp from Arthur's tent. "Thanks, Arthur. I appreciate it." As they finished setting up, Arthur clapped Caleb on the shoulder. "Welcome to the gang, Caleb. Don't forget to contribute whatever you can, both money or labor is appreciated." Caleb smiled, feeling a sense of belonging that he hadn't felt in a long time. "Thanks, Arthur. Don't worry, I will try my best to contribute in any way I can." After that, Arthur left to attend to his own tasks. Caleb found himself with some free time. Eager to contribute to the gang and make a good impression, he decided to take on some physical labor around the camp. He recalled from the game that there were several activities he could do to help out, such as cutting logs, distributing hay bales, and fetching clean water. These tasks not only contributed to the camp's upkeep but also helped build trust and relation with the other members as well. Caleb removed his coat and rolled up his sleeves, ready to get to work. He first approached Susan Grimshaw, who was overseeing the girls as they washed clothes and knitted. The girls, Karen, Tilly, and Mary Beth, were chatting and laughing as they worked, their spirits high after the previous night's celebration. "Miss Grimshaw, ladies," Caleb greeted them with a warm smile. "Good morning." Susan turned to him, her stern demeanor softening slightly as she recognized him. "Good morning, Mr. Thorne. Is there something you need?" The girls also greeted him cheerfully, with Mary Beth giving him a particularly warm smile. Caleb felt a slight flutter in his chest but quickly refocused. "Well, I'm new to the camp, Miss Grimshaw, and I've got nothing to do at the moment. I'd like to ask if there's anything I can do to help contribute around here." Susan's expression softened further, clearly pleased with his initiative. "Why, that's good to hear, Mr. Thorne. There's plenty you can do to help. You can cut some logs for the campfire, distribute the hay bales for the horses, and fetch clean water for the barrels and wash basin. Of course, there are other tasks as well, but you can leave those to the girls for now." Caleb nodded, appreciating the guidance. "Thank you, Miss Grimshaw. I'll get started right away." As he walked away, Caleb's mind wandered to other ways he could contribute. Hunting game for provisions was another option, but he'd need to learn how to use a bow as it was an essential skill to have as well. He thought of asking Charles for lessons, as Charles was the most skilled in using a bow in the gang and could teach him the finer points of archery, which could boost the level of skill he could get from it. Improving his bow skills would not only help the camp but also improve the varieties of abilities he have. Caleb got to work immediately, starting with cutting logs. He grabbed an axe from the tool rack near Pearson's wagon and headed to the pile of uncut logs. With steady, practiced swings, he began splitting the logs into manageable pieces for the campfire. The rhythmic sound of the axe striking would echo through the camp, drawing the attention of a few gang members who nodded appreciatively at his efforts. Next, Caleb moved on to distributing the hay bales. He carried them one by one to various spots around the camp, ensuring the horses had plenty of feed. The animals whinnied softly as he approached, their ears twitching in recognition. Caleb took a moment to pat Morgan on the neck, whispering a few words of encouragement to her before moving on to the next task. After the hay bales were in place, Caleb fetched clean water from the nearby river, filling the barrels behind Pearson's wagon and the wash basin. The work was physically demanding, but Caleb found it satisfying. It gave him a sense of purpose and allowed him to contribute to the gang in a meaningful way. As he worked, Caleb noticed that his efforts didn't go unnoticed. Several gang members, including Pearson and Hosea, commented on his hard work, praising his willingness to pitch in. Even Miss Grimshaw gave him an approving nod as she passed by, her usual stern expression softened by a hint of a smile. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 6 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 6 out of 10. Charm, 5 out of 10. Luck, 5 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL1. Rifle, LVL1. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL1. Horse mastery, LVL1. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Money, $155.41. Bank, $40, 2 gold bars, and a large bag of jewelry. Chapter 33. Learning to use a bow. It gave him a sense of purpose and allowed him to contribute to the gang in a meaningful way. As he worked, Caleb noticed that his efforts didn't go unnoticed. Several gang members, including Pearson and Hosea, commented on his hard work, praising his willingness to pitch in. Even Miss Grimshaw gave him an approving nod as she passed by, her usual stern expression softened by a hint of a smile. Once the physical tasks were complete, Caleb turned his attention to the gang's finances. He remembered the contribution box in front of Dutch's tent and decided to donate some of the valuables he had looted from the Ike Skelding boys. Opening his satchel, he pulled out 2 platinum pocket watches, 1 silver pocket watch, 3 gold-plated buckles, and 2 silver-plated buckles. He placed them carefully into the contribution box, feeling a sense of satisfaction as he did so, which intrigued him as to why he felt that way, maybe due to him playing the game before, which made him feel nostalgic. Dutch, who had been observing Caleb's efforts from his tent, stood up and approached him with a pleased expression. "That's what I like to see, son," he said, clapping Caleb on the back. "It's not even your first full day in the gang, and you've already contributed your energy around the camp and valuables to the gang funds. That's the kind of attitude we need around here, and I hope all men here learn from you." Caleb smiled, acting like he felt a sense of pride thanks to Dutch's words. "It's what I should do, Dutch. I'm part of the gang now, and I want to contribute in any way I can. I feel more at home when I'm helping out, not just lazing around." Dutch nodded, his approval evident. "You've got a good head on your shoulders, Caleb. Keep it up, and you'll go far with us." As Dutch walked away, Caleb felt a renewed sense of belonging. He had taken another step toward integrating himself into the gang, and the positive reactions from the others reinforced his will to change the fate of the gang. After contributing to the camp and earning the approval of Dutch and the others, Caleb checked his pocket watch and saw that it was already 1 in the afternoon. He wondered what he should do next to continue making himself useful. As he pondered, he noticed Charles walking toward the entrance of the camp. Seeing this as an opportunity, Caleb decided to approach Charles and ask him for archery lessons. Not only would this help him improve his skills, but it would also allow him to build a stronger relationship with Charles, who was one of the most skilled members of the gang. Caleb quickly made his way toward Charles, calling out to him as he approached. "Mr. Smith. Can I talk to you for a second?" Charles turned around, his expression calm and composed as always. When he saw it was Caleb, he nodded. "Of course. What's the problem, Caleb? And please, just call me Charles." Caleb nodded, appreciating Charles's straightforwardness. "Well, Charles, I'd like to learn how to use a bow. Arthur mentioned that you're the best bow user in the gang and that you've taught him how to use one as well." Charles raised an eyebrow, his expression thoughtful. "Yes, I've taught Arthur how to use a bow and how to track and hunt animals. Why do you want to learn?" Caleb's response was earnest and well-reasoned. "In my opinion, bow skills are an essential skill to learn, especially in our way of life. Bows can be used for both hunting and stealth combat. I primarily want to learn so I can help the gang by hunting for food. Using guns to hunt near the camp would attract too much attention, and I don't want to risk that." Charles studied Caleb for a moment, his instincts telling him that the young man's words were genuine. After a brief pause, he nodded. "All right, I can teach you. Do you have a bow and a quiver for arrows?" Caleb shook his head, a hint of embarrassment in his expression. "Ah, that's the thing. I don't have a bow or a quiver yet. I didn't want to get ahead of myself since I hadn't asked you about lessons yet." Charles's usually serious demeanor softened, and a small smile appeared on his face. "No problem, Caleb. I have some bows I've made in my free time. You can have one, and I'll lend you a quiver as well. As for arrows, I can give you a few to start, but you'll need to make or buy your own in the future. The general store and gun store in Valentine sell them." Caleb's face lit up with gratitude. "Thank you, Charles. I really appreciate this. I'll make sure to repay the favor." Charles waved a hand dismissively. "No need for that. We're brothers now. No need to repay favors. Caleb, however, insisted. If we're brothers, then in my mind, I have to repay this favor. It's only right. Charles chuckled softly, recognizing Caleb's determination. All right, if you insist. Let's get you set up. The two men walked over to Charles's horse, which was grazing near the entrance of the camp. Charles retrieved a bow and a quiver from his saddlebag, handing them to Caleb along with a handful of arrows. Here you go. This should get you started. Caleb took the bow and quiver, examining them with a sense of excitement. The bow was well crafted, its wood smooth and sturdy, and the quiver was filled with arrows that looked sharp and ready for use. Thank you, Charles. This means a lot to me. Charles nodded. No problem. Now, let's head to a good spot for you to practice. Get your horse, and follow me. Caleb quickly mounted Morgan and followed Charles as they rode out of the camp. They passed through the small forest of trees surrounding Horseshoe Overlook, then turned left and headed north. Caleb kept an eye on the map function in his mind, noting their route as they traveled. Eventually, they arrived at Caliban's Seat, a rocky area known for its abundance of wildlife. Caleb recognized it from the game as a prime hunting spot, filled with deer, rabbits, and squirrels. Charles dismounted and hitched his horse to a nearby tree. Caleb followed suit, securing Morgan beside Charles's horse. The two men then walked a short distance to a clearing where Charles began the lesson. All right, Caleb, Charles said, his tone calm but firm. Using a bow is about precision, patience, and control. It's not like using a gun, where you can rely on speed and firepower. With a bow, you need to focus on your stance, your grip, and your aim. Caleb listened intently, nodding as Charles explained the basics. Charles demonstrated the proper stance, showing Caleb how to position his feet and hold the bow. Your feet should be shoulder-width apart, and your body should be perpendicular to your target. This gives you stability and balance. Caleb mimicked Charles's stance, adjusting his posture as Charles guided him. Like this? Almost, Charles said, stepping closer to adjust Caleb's shoulders. Keep your back straight and your shoulders relaxed. Tension will throw off your aim. Once Caleb's stance was correct, Charles moved on to the grip. Hold the bow firmly but not too tightly. Your grip should be steady but flexible, allowing the bow to do the work. Caleb adjusted his grip, feeling the weight of the bow in his hands. Charles then showed him how to nock an arrow and draw the string. Pull the string back smoothly, using your back muscles, not just your arms. Keep your elbow high and your aim steady. Caleb followed Charles's instructions, drawing the string back and aiming at a nearby tree. His first shot missed the mark, the arrow landing a few feet to the left. Charles chuckled softly. Not bad for a first try. Let's try again. Over the next hour, Charles patiently guided Caleb through the basics of archery. Caleb's aim improved with each shot, and by the end of the session, he was hitting the tree more consistently. Charles nodded in approval. You're a quick learner, Caleb. With more practice, you'll be a skilled hunter in no time. Caleb smiled, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Thanks, Charles. I couldn't have done it without your guidance. Charles clapped him on the shoulder. You're welcome. Remember, practice is key. The more you use the bow, the better you'll get. And don't forget to track your arrows. You'll need to retrieve them after each practice session. After Caleb retrieved the arrows from the trees, Charles decided it was time for Caleb to practice on live targets. He gestured for Caleb to follow him, and the two men began to scour the area, crouching low and moving slowly to avoid alerting any nearby animals. As they moved, Charles shared his knowledge on how to track and hunt animals, pointing out signs like tracks, droppings, and disturbed foliage. Caleb listened intently, absorbing every bit of information. He knew that tracking was just as important as shooting when it came to hunting, and he was eager to learn from Charles, who was clearly an expert in the field due to his way of life and experience before joining the gang. As they crept through the underbrush, Charles suddenly held up a hand, signaling Caleb to stop. Ahead of them, a couple of rabbits were hopping across a small clearing. Charles whispered, "Hold still. This is your chance. Try to shoot one of the rabbits." Caleb nodded, his heart pounding with a mix of excitement and nervousness. He adjusted his stance, crouching low to the ground as he nocked an arrow and drew the bowstring. He took a deep breath, focusing on the rabbit, and aimed carefully. As he exhaled, he released the arrow. The arrow flew through the air with a soft whoosh, striking one of the rabbits squarely in the head. The other rabbits immediately scattered, disappearing into the brush. Charles clapped Caleb on the back, a rare smile on his face. "Great shot, Caleb. I think you don't need me guiding and teaching you from the side anymore. You should gain practical experience by hunting down some game. How a bow is used in hunting and combat is the same." Caleb, however, was momentarily distracted by the loud ding and the sudden appearance of the system window in front of him. The notification read: "Bow, LVL2, Intermediate Competent, Acquired." Description: Due to Charles Smith's expert training and guidance combined with him imparting his knowledge and experience, as well as your dedication and focus, you are now capable of competently using a bow effectively. You understand the core principles of using a bow and can adapt them to various scenarios, both in hunting and combat. Your skill level with the bow has significantly improved. Caleb was both surprised and ecstatic. He hadn't expected to gain a level 2 bow skill so quickly, and the notification filled him with a sense of accomplishment. As he inwardly celebrated, Charles noticed his distracted expression and asked, "Hey, Caleb, you okay, man?" Caleb snapped out of his thoughts and quickly replied, "Huh. Oh, I'm okay, Charles. Just surprised by my own skills. Let's take the rabbit I just shot and maybe hunt a couple more rabbits and 2 deer as well. What do you think?" Charles nodded, his expression approving. "That's a good idea. It'll stock Pearson's meat supplies for several days. Do you want me to help you hunt them, or do you want to hunt them yourself to train your bow skills?" Caleb pondered for a moment before answering. "Let me hunt them myself. I want to gain experience shooting live targets and find a comfortable way to use the bow." Charles agreed, and the two men set off to track more game. Caleb's decision to hunt alone wasn't just about improving his skills, he also wanted to spend more time with Charles, building their relationship and learning more about him much deeper than what he knew from the game. As they moved through the woods, they talked about various topics, from hunting techniques to life in the gang. Name: Caleb Thorne. Age: 23. Body attributes: Strength: 6 out of 10. Agility: 6 out of 10. Perception: 8 out of 10. Stamina: 6 out of 10. Charm: 5 out of 10. Luck: 5 out of 10. Skills: Handgun, LVL1. Rifle, LVL1. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL1. Horse mastery, LVL1. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Money, $155.41. Bank, $40, 2 gold bars, and a large bag of jewelry. Chapter 34. Talking with Jack. Charles agreed, and the two men set off to track more game. Caleb's decision to hunt alone wasn't just about improving his skills, he also wanted to spend more time with Charles, building their relationship and learning more about him much deeper than what he knew from the game. As they moved through the woods, they talked about various topics, from hunting techniques to life in the gang. Caleb asked Charles about his background, curious to learn more about the quiet, skilled man who had become such an integral part of the gang in his mind, even though he was sure not many had realized it yet. Charles shared bits and pieces of his story, explaining how he had grown up in a world that often didn't accept people like him, who were born from a black man and an Indian woman. His calm demeanor and deep sense of justice had drawn him to the Van der Linde gang, where he found a sense of belonging. In turn, Caleb shared some of his own experiences, carefully weaving in fabricated details about his past to align with the story he had told Dutch and the others. He spoke of his parents' teachings and how they had shaped his values, which resonated with Charles. The two men found common ground in their shared respect for loyalty and fairness, increasing their bond even further. As they continued their hunt, Caleb's bow skills continued to improve. He managed to take down 2 more rabbits and a deer, each shot more precise than the last. Charles offered occasional advice, but for the most part, he let Caleb figure things out on his own, trusting Caleb's growing confidence and ability. By the time they had finished, Caleb had successfully hunted 2 rabbits and 2 deer. The 2 men worked together to skin and prepare the animals, ensuring that the meat would be usable for the camp. Charles showed Caleb how to properly field dress the deer, explaining the importance of preserving the meat and avoiding waste. As they loaded the meat onto their horses, Charles turned to Caleb with a rare smile. "You did well today, Caleb. You're a quick learner, and you've got a good eye. With more practice, you'll be one of the best in using a bow in the gang." Caleb smiled, feeling a sense of pride. "Thanks, Charles. I couldn't have done it without your help. I'm grateful for the lessons and for the company." Charles nodded, his expression warm. "Anytime, Caleb. We're brothers now. If you ever need help or just want to talk, you know where to find me." The 2 men stowed the 2 deer carcasses on the back of their horse, and the several rabbit carcasses were stowed as well on the side of their saddle. Then they mounted their horses and began the ride back to camp. As they traveled, Caleb reflected on the day's events. He had not only improved his bow skills but also strengthened his bond with Charles. When they arrived back at Horseshoe Overlook, the camp was alive with activity. Pearson, as the camp's cook, was thrilled to see the large quantity of fresh meat and immediately began preparing it for storage. Dutch and Hosea watched from a distance, their expressions approving as they saw Caleb and Charles working together. Dutch approached them, his tone warm and appreciative. "Good work, boys. This will keep us fed for a while. Caleb, my son, you're proving to be a valuable addition to the gang. Don't forget to take a rest after such a busy day of work." Caleb tipped his hat, his expression humble. "Thank you, Dutch. I'm just doing my part. I will take a rest after this." As the sun began to set, Caleb took a moment to rest by the campfire. As Caleb was taking a rest by the campfire, looking deeply at the fire burning the wood and listening to the crackling noise, a plate filled with a slice of venison cooked with spices and a side of vegetables suddenly appeared before his eyes. Surprised, Caleb looked up and saw Pearson standing there, holding the plate with a grin. "Here, Mr. Thorne," Pearson said with a hearty laugh. "A special gift from me to you for the hard work you've done today. But don't tell anyone else, Caleb smiled, taking the plate, fork, and knife from Pearson. "Thank you, Mr. Pearson. You don't have to do this, though. I just did what anyone else would have done." Pearson chuckled, shaking his head. "Why, Mr. Thorne, you don't know the boys around here. Except for Mr. Smith and Mr. Marston, who's still recovering from his injuries, it'd be a less common occasion for them to do what you've done for the camp. Don't worry, this is just a one-time gift for the great work you've done, even though you've just joined this family." Caleb nodded, thanking Pearson once again before digging into the meal. The venison was tender and flavorful, the spices blending perfectly with the natural richness of the meat. The vegetables, though simple, complemented the dish well. As he ate, he listened to the sounds of the camp, the chatter of the gang members, the crackling of the fire, and the occasional whinny of the horses. As he enjoyed his meal, Jack approached and sat on the log beside Caleb, watching him eat with wide, curious eyes. "Hello, Uncle Caleb," Jack said. "Why aren't you eating the stew like the rest of us?" Caleb looked up and smiled. Hello, Jack. I'm planning to eat the stew actually, but Mr. Pearson made this for me as a gift. Keep it a secret, okay? Jack nodded solemnly. Okay, Uncle Caleb. I'll keep it a secret. As Caleb continued eating, he noticed Jack's eyes lingering on the remaining quarter of the venison. The boy's desire to try it was written all over his face. Caleb chuckled softly. Do you want to try it, Jack? It's pretty good and still warm. Jack's face lit up. Can I, Uncle Caleb? Of course, Caleb said, laughing. Come sit beside me. I'll cut the meat for you. Jack hurriedly moved closer, taking the fork Caleb offered him. He began eating the venison, his eyes widening with delight. It's delicious, he exclaimed between bites. Caleb smiled, watching the boy enjoy the food. You're not embarrassed to talk to me anymore, Jack. When we first met, you hid behind your father and mother. Jack swallowed the meat and looked up at Caleb. Uncle Arthur and Uncle Sean said I don't have to be shy around you anymore. They said we're family now, and you're going to stay with us. Caleb's heart warmed at Jack's words. He gently stroked the boy's head. That's right, Jack. We're family now. As the two of them talked, Abigail's voice called out from nearby. Jack, are you bothering Uncle Caleb? Both Caleb and Jack looked up to see Abigail approaching, her hands on her hips. Jack quickly replied, No, Mama. Uncle Caleb was giving me a taste of his cooked venison. It was really good. Caleb laughed. Jack, didn't we say it was a secret? Jack's face fell slightly. I remember, Uncle Caleb. I just wanted to tell Mama because it was so delicious. I'm sorry. Caleb ruffled Jack's hair. It's okay, Jack. No need to apologize. Abigail smiled, her expression softening as she looked at Caleb. Mr. Thorne, you've got quite a way with him. He doesn't warm up to just anyone. Caleb shrugged modestly. He's a good kid, Mrs. Roberts. Smart, curious, and full of life. It's easy to get along with him. He will grow into a fine man one day. Abigail's smile deepened, though there was a hint of sadness in her eyes. He's been through a lot, even if he doesn't show it. This life, it's not easy for us, let alone for 4-year-old. But he's strong, just like his father. She paused, her voice softening. Thank you for taking the time with him. It means more than you know. Caleb nodded, his gaze returning to Jack, who was now happily finishing the last of the venison. He's welcome to join me anytime. In fact, I was thinking of taking him along on my next hunt and showing him around. What do you think, Jack? Want to learn how to hunt some animals and bring some meat for everyone? Jack's eyes lit up with excitement. Really, Uncle Caleb? You take me with you? Of course, Caleb said, smiling. But only if your mother says it's all right. Abigail hesitated, her protective instincts warring with her desire to see Jack happy. She glanced at Caleb, her expression thoughtful. Well, as long as you promise to keep him safe, Mr. Thorne. And no going too far from camp, understand? You have my word, Caleb said earnestly. I'll make sure he's safe and sound. Jack beamed, practically bouncing with excitement. Thank you, Mama. Thank you, Uncle Caleb. Caleb laughed as he watched Jack's excitement, his small face lighting up at the prospect of joining him on a hunt. Abigail, standing nearby, couldn't help but smile at her son's enthusiasm, though her protective instincts were still evident in her cautious tone. Promise me, Jack, she said, kneeling slightly to meet his eyes, that you'll listen to Uncle Caleb when he takes you out, okay? And stay close to him. Don't wander off alone, it's dangerous out there. Jack nodded vigorously, his expression serious as he made his promise. I promise, Mama. I'll stay close to Uncle Caleb and do everything he says. Abigail ruffled his hair affectionately before standing up and glancing at Caleb. You'll take good care of him, won't you, Mr. Thorne? Of course, Caleb replied with a reassuring smile. I'll make sure he's safe and sound. He's in good hands. Jack, still buzzing with excitement, turned to Caleb. When will we go out, Uncle Caleb? Tomorrow. In the morning? Caleb chuckled, ruffling the boy's hair. I don't know yet, Jack, but I'll let you know when I'm ready to head out again. You'll be the first to know, all right? Jack grinned, clearly satisfied with the answer. After finishing the last piece of venison, he thanked Caleb for the meal and followed Abigail to their tent to wash up and get ready for bed. Caleb watched them go, a soft smile on his face. There was something deeply satisfying about seeing Jack so happy, and he felt a sense of pride in being able to bring that joy to the boy. Once they were out of sight, Caleb stood up and carried the empty plate, fork, and knife over to the washing bucket behind Pearson's wagon. As he set the dishes down, his eyes fell on Kieran Duffy, who was still tied to the tree. The O'Driscoll captive looked even worse than the day before, his face was pale, his eyes sunken, and his energy seemed completely drained. Caleb frowned, feeling a pang of pity despite his better judgment. He approached Kieran slowly, stopping a few steps away. Will you talk now, Mr. Duffy? Caleb asked, his tone calm but firm. Why are you torturing yourself for the O'Driscolls when you claim you're not one of them? Kieran lifted his head weakly, his eyes barely focusing on Caleb. I ain't bein' loyal, mister, he croaked. I truly don't have anything to say. And you people, you're no better than the O'Driscolls. Killers, thieves, torturers, all the same. Caleb's expression hardened, and he stepped closer, his hand resting on the handle of his Schofield revolver. Without warning, he struck Kieran's head with the butt of the gun, causing the man to cry out in pain. Why'd you do that, mister? Kieran shouted, his voice trembling. It just proves my point, you're no different from them. Caleb leaned in, his voice low and steady. We're not the same as the O'Driscolls. They kill, rape, and torture for fun. We're a family trying to survive and help those in need, while enriching ourselves at the same time. There's a large difference between us and the O'Driscolls. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 6 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 6 out of 10. Charm, 5 out of 10. Luck, 5 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL 1. Rifle, LVL 1. Firearms knowledge, LVL 2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL 1. Blunt weapon, LVL 1. Sneaking, LVL 1. Horse mastery, LVL 1. Poker, LVL 1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL 1. Eagle eye, LVL 1. Dead eye, LVL 1. Bow, LVL 2. Money, $155.41. Bank, $40, 2 gold bars, and a large bag of jewelry. Chapter 35. Kieran information to pay a social visit. Caleb leaned in, his voice low and steady. We're not the same as the O'Driscolls. They kill, rape, and torture for fun. We're a family trying to survive and help those in need, while enriching ourselves at the same time. There's a large difference between us and the O'Driscolls. Kieran glared at him but said nothing. Caleb sighed, holstering his revolver and crossing his arms. How about this, Mr. Duffy? I'll make you a deal. You'll get food and water twice a day, and in return, you'll tell me everything you know about the O'Driscolls. And as a bonus, I'll make sure Mr. van der Linde doesn't cut off your balls and turn you into a eunuch. What do you say? Kieran's eyes widened in panic at the mention of castration. Cut off my balls, he stammered. You're bluffin', mister. Ain't no way you do that. Caleb's expression didn't change. He drew his knife and pressed the blade against Kieran's finger, his voice now cold. I'm losing my patience, Mr. Duffy. I've offered you a deal that could save your life, and you're testing me. How about I start by cutting off a finger, and then we'll see what Mr. van der Linde has to say about your balls. Kieran's breath quickened as he felt the sharp edge of the blade against his skin. Caleb applied just enough pressure to make the threat real, and Kieran's resolve crumbled. Okay. Okay, mister. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Just stop. Caleb smiled, pulling the knife away and slipping it back into its sheath. He reached into his satchel and pulled out a bandage, wrapping it around Kieran's finger where the tip of his knife had pressed. That's more like it, Mr. Duffy. Why do you need to make me resort to violence? Now, why don't you tell me what you know? Kieran took a few shaky breaths, his eyes darting around as if expecting someone to jump out and stop him. Colm O'Driscoll, he hates your boss. Hates him more than anything. He's holed up at 6 Point Cabin. I can take you there, I remember where it is. I don't like him, neither. I mean, I like him even less than I like you all, no offense. Caleb chuckled, patting Kieran on the shoulder. None taken. It just proves we're a step above Colm and his boys. He reached into his satchel again and pulled out a piece of salted venison, pouring it into Kieran's mouth. Here, Mr. Duffy. A little something to hold you over. You've earned it. Kieran felt the taste of meat in his mouth and soon chewed it, while trying to hold the meat in his mouth so that it wouldn't fall off. Caleb watched him eat, his expression thoughtful. You did the right thing, Kieran. This information could save lives, maybe even yours. As Kieran continued to chew on the venison, Caleb turned and walked back toward the campfire, his mind already racing with plans. He needed to inform Dutch and the others about what he'd learned. 6 Point Cabin was a lead they couldn't ignore, and if they moved quickly, they might be able to catch Colm O'Driscoll off guard. When he reached the fire, he found Dutch and Hosea deep in conversation. They looked up as he approached, and Dutch raised an eyebrow. Something on your mind, son? Caleb nodded, his expression serious. I've got some information about a man named Colm O'Driscoll. That O'Driscoll guy finally talked after I persuaded him. Arthur have said to me that you and Arthur captured him to gain information. He says Colm's holed up at 6 Point Cabin. Dutch's eyes narrowed, and a slow smile spread across his face. Well, looks like our little captive finally decided to be useful. Good work, son. We'll need to act on this quickly. Hosea leaned forward, his expression thoughtful. 6 Point Cabin, huh? Never heard of it. Does he tell you where its exact location was, son? Caleb actually knew where its location was from the game. It was to the north of Valentine, inside of Cumberland Forest, and he had passed through Cumberland Forest before when he explored to unlock more areas in his map function. Even though he had passed Cumberland Forest, the area was huge and the map size was much bigger than the one in the game, so he didn't know its exact location, and Kieran's knowledge of where its location was their only way to get to Colm O'Driscoll. So Caleb shook his head in response to Hosea's question, his expression carefully neutral. No, he didn't tell me the exact location, Hosea, he said, his tone measured. But the O'Driscoll boy offered to lead us there himself. He claims he remembers where it is and takes us there in exchange for his freedom. Dutch's eyes narrowed, stands up from his seat and got out of his tent, where Hosea and Caleb followed suit, takes out a cigar from his pocket and lit it up, then he took a long drag from his cigar, the smoke curling around his face as he exhaled. I see, he said, his voice low and thoughtful. If that boy could bring us to Colm, we should use him then. Hosea, however, wasn't as quick to trust. He leaned forward, his brow furrowed with concern. What do you think, Dutch? Are we sure this isn't some kind of trap? What if the boy leads us straight into an ambush? Dutch turned to Hosea, his expression resolute. We have no other choice, Hosea. If we can end Colm now, the blood feud that started all those years ago can finally come to an end. This is our chance. Caleb, playing the role of the curious newcomer, chimed in. I'm sorry to ask, Dutch, Hosea, but what's this feud with Colm O'Driscoll all about? I've heard of the O'Driscolls, they're a nasty bunch, but I don't know the history between you and Colm. Dutch and Hosea exchanged a glance, a silent conversation passing between them. Finally, Dutch sighed and turned to Caleb. It's a long story, son, and we don't have much time to get into it. But what I can tell you is this, I killed Colm's brother, and in return, he killed a woman I held dear. Since then, it's been a never-ending feud of pain and betrayal between us and the O'Driscolls. Blood for blood, pain for pain. Caleb nodded, his expression sympathetic. I see. I'm sorry to hear that, Dutch. So, what's the plan now? Dutch took another puff of his cigar, his eyes hardening with determination. We take the fight to Colm. We end this thing once and for all. You've done good work tonight, Caleb. Get some rest. Tomorrow morning, I'll have Arthur, you, and a few others take that O'Driscoll boy to 6 Point Cabin. We'll take Colm and his boys out before they even know what hit them. Caleb nodded again, his face turned serious. Understood, Dutch. I'll be ready. As Caleb turned to leave, Hosea placed a hand on Dutch's arm, his voice low and urgent. Dutch, are you sure this is the right move? We need to lay low, not start a war with Colm. This could bring a lot more trouble than it's worth. Dutch sighed, his shoulders sagging slightly under the weight of Hosea's words. I know, Hosea. But we can't let this opportunity slip away. Colm's caused us enough pain. If we can end him now, it'll bring peace to us and to Annabelle's memory. Hosea didn't look convinced, but he didn't argue further. He simply nodded, his expression troubled, as Dutch turned and walked back into his tent. On the other hand, as Caleb made his way to his bedroll beside Arthur's tent, his mind raced with thoughts of the upcoming mission tomorrow. When he arrived at the tent, he saw that Arthur's bed was empty, and it meant he hadn't come back yet from whatever Arthur was doing outside. As he lay down on his bedroll, Caleb stared up above, looking at the large cloth used as a ceiling for Arthur's tent. He thought about the gang, about Dutch's determination to end the feud with Colm, and about the risks they were about to take. He knew this mission could change everything, for better or worse. If they don't manage to catch Colm in time, or he has left when they arrive like in the game, then Colm will come to them just like in the game, and a new round of war between the two gangs will start once again. The camp was quiet now, most of the gang members that were present in the camp had retired for the night. The only sounds were the crackling of the campfire and the occasional rustle of leaves in the breeze. Caleb closed his eyes, trying to calm his mind and get some rest, but sleep soon shrouded him. The next morning, Caleb was woken by the sounds of the camp stirring to life. The voices of the gang members, the clatter of pots and pans, and the occasional whinny of horses filled the air. He opened his eyes and saw Arthur just getting up from his bed, stretching before walking over to the shaving kit and mirror he kept outside his tent. Arthur began shaving his facial hair, his movements slow and deliberate. Caleb sat up from his bedroll and greeted Arthur with a yawn. Good morning, Mr. Morgan. Looks like you came back late last night. Arthur, still focused on shaving, replied without looking up. Good morning, Mr. Thorne. Yeah, I had some business to attend to outside. Got some money for the gang. Caleb stood and stretched, his muscles stiff from sleeping on the ground. Okay then. Oh, have you heard from Dutch yet? He said today the two of us, along with a few others, would be heading to a place called 6 Point Cabin. Arthur paused mid-shave, his razor hovering near his cheek. He turned to look at Caleb, his brow furrowed. What? 6 Point Cabin? No, Dutch haven't said anything to me yet. When I got back last night, everyone was already asleep, except for those on guarding around the camp. What's this about? Caleb explained the situation, carefully tailoring the story to avoid revealing too much about his own knowledge. I heard from a few folks in the camp that this O'Driscoll boy named Kieran was captured by you and Dutch to get information about the O'Driscolls. So, I took a chance and tried to persuade him to talk. Turns out, he cracked and gave us the location of Colm O'Driscoll. He's holed up at 6 Point Cabin, and he's willing to lead us there. Arthur's eyes widened in surprise, and he let out a low chuckle. Well, I'll be damned. I didn't expect that O'Driscoll boy to talk, let alone for you to be the one to get him to spill. Good work, Caleb. Caleb shrugged modestly. Thank you, Arthur. It was nothing, really. Just a combination of hard and soft work, with a bit of bluffing and lying thrown in. Arthur laughed, finishing up his shave and splashing water on his face to rinse off the remnants of soap. Don't sell yourself short, kid. You've been putting in good work since you joined us. Now, let's go talk to Dutch and figure out how we're gonna handle this 6 Point Cabin situation. If we can end Colm, it'll be a hell of a win for the gang. After changing into their usual clothes, Caleb now wearing a new pair of boots Arthur had given him, the two men made their way to Dutch's tent. As they approached, they heard Dutch and Molly laughing together, their voices carrying through the canvas walls. Arthur cleared his throat loudly, interrupting the flirtatious banter. Morning, Dutch, Arthur said, his tone casual but firm. Sorry to interrupt, but Caleb here just filled me in on the plan to head to 6 Point Cabin. You want us to take the O'Driscoll boy and a couple of others to pay Colm a visit? Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 6 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 6 out of 10. Charm, 5 out of 10. Luck, 5 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL1. Rifle, LVL1. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL1. Horse mastery, LVL1. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead-eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Money, $155.41. Bank, $40, 2 gold bars, and a large bag of jewelry. Chapter 36, 36. Caleb version of paying a social call PT1. Arthur cleared his throat loudly, interrupting the flirtatious banter. Morning, Dutch, Arthur said, his tone casual but firm. Sorry to interrupt, but Caleb here just filled me in on the plan to head to 6 Point Cabin. You want us to take the O'Driscoll boy and a couple of others to pay Colm a visit? Dutch looked up, his expression shifting from amusement to seriousness as he turned his attention away from Molly. Good morning, boys. Yes, Arthur, I assume Caleb's told you everything. I want you and Caleb to take 2 more men and that O'Driscoll boy with you. Head to 6 Point Cabin and pay a social visit to our dear friend Mr. Colm O'Driscoll. Let's end this feud once and for all. Arthur nodded, his jaw tightening. Understood, Dutch. We'll get it done. Dutch's gaze shifted to Caleb, his expression softening slightly. I couldn't stop saying how good of a work you'd have done, son. Keep it up. This could be the break we've been waiting for. Caleb tipped his hat respectfully in reaction to Dutch's words. Thank you, Dutch. I'll do my best. While inwardly Caleb knew that this was a break Dutch been waiting for, not for the gang because it was Dutch who had the hatred and the others just receive impact as well. As they left Dutch's tent, Arthur turned to Caleb, his expression serious. All right, let's get this show on the road. I'll go check on John if he was good to join us and grab Charles. If John's still tending his scar, I'll go get Javier. They're good in a fight, and we'll need all the help we can get if things go south. You go get the O'Driscoll boy ready. Make sure he's fed and watered, we don't want him passing out on us before we get there. Caleb nodded. Got it. I'll meet you at the horses in 15 minutes. Caleb made his way over to the tree where Kieran was still tied up. The O'Driscoll looked even worse than the night before, his face pale and his eyes hollow. Caleb stand in front of him looking at him, his expression stern. "We're heading out soon," Caleb said, his voice low. "You're leading us to 6-Point Cabin. If you try anything, if this is a trap, you won't live to regret it. Understand?" Kieran nodded weakly, his voice barely above a whisper. "I understand, mister. I'll take you there." Caleb untied Kieran and helped him stay on his feet. Using the ropes to tie his hand, he then says, "Good. Let's get you some food and water. You'll need your strength for the ride." 15 minutes later, the group was ready to go. Arthur, Caleb, Javier, and Charles stood by their horses, their weapons checked and their supplies packed. Kieran stood awkwardly on the side, his hands was tied. Dutch approached, his expression grim but determined. "This is it, boys," Dutch said, his voice carrying the weight of the moment. "End Colm, and we end this feud. Be careful out there. I don't want to lose any of you." Arthur tipped his hat. "We'll get it done, Dutch. Don't worry." After Arthur's words, he climbed onto his horse, turning to John with a stern expression. "John, you take this little rattlesnake with you," he said, nodding toward Kieran. "Any nonsense, kill him." John, who had been adjusting his saddle, nodded and replied, "Sure. Come on, O'Driscoll, let me untie those ropes." He untied Kieran's hands and helped him onto the back of his horse. Kieran looked uneasy but didn't resist, knowing he had no choice but to comply. Caleb mounted Morgan, while Charles climbed onto his own steed. Arthur, now seated on his horse, turned to the group and said, "Mr. Marston, Mr. Smith, Mr. Thorne, we've got a social call to make." He then turned to Kieran, his voice sharp. "Where we heading, O'Driscoll?" Kieran, sitting awkwardly behind John, replied, "I ain't no O'Driscoll." Arthur smirked. "But you sure as hell was. Now, tell us where we're headed." Kieran hesitated, then said, "Up into the hills, behind Valentine." "I'll show you the way." Arthur nodded. "All right then, O'Driscoll. Show us the way. We're going to pay your old buddies our respects. John, you take the lead and follow his directions. We'll follow behind." John nodded and guided his horse to the front of the group, with Kieran seated behind him. The group rode out of the small forest surrounding the camp, heading toward the main road. As they rode, John glanced back at Arthur and asked, "So, he's taking us to Colm?" Arthur replied, "That's what he says, according to Caleb." Kieran, feeling the need to assert himself, chimed in, "I'm taking you to him. Look, Free'll give you more directions when we're close. But if I know where we are, it's up past Valentine." John chuckled, shaking his head. Sharing a saddle with an O'Driscoll. Who'd have thought? Kieran, growing frustrated, snapped, "How many times I gotta say? I ain't O'Driscoll." John smirked, clearly enjoying the banter. "You sure look like one. And you smell like, goddamn, you smell like one too." Kieran, now visibly annoyed, shot back, "I smell like horseshit." John laughed, his tone light. "That's right. Boy, are you high." Caleb and Charles, riding behind them, remained silent. Charles, as usual, was a man of few words, while Caleb had already anticipated this conversation, though he noted the slight changes due to Charles being present instead of Bill. It was a small but significant butterfly effect, and Caleb wondered how it might alter the course of events. As they rode out of the forest and reached a three-way intersection, they turned left onto the main road. The group followed the path, the tension between them palpable. Kieran, scanning the landscape, suddenly spoke up. Hey, if I got my bearings, it's over here. Yeah. I know this country. Take this track up through the rocks." The group followed Kieran's directions, riding in silence for a while. Caleb, sensing an opportunity to build rapport with John, decided to break the quiet. "So, how are you holding up, Mr. Marston? I heard you've got some pretty nasty scars that needed healing. John, who had been lost in thought, glanced back at Caleb. Fine. Still in pain, but I'm fine. Thanks for asking, Caleb. And just call me John when it's not official business. Caleb nodded, a small smile on his face. That's good to hear. And okay, John. Arthur, riding beside them, chimed in with his usual dry humor. You damn well should be, after all that bed rest. John rolled his eyes, clearly used to Arthur's jabs. Hey, all right. Abigail wouldn't let me up. You know her, she won't be reasoned with. Arthur smirked, his tone teasing. Well, when you were having a failure of reason, and hiding behind your woman, we were getting shot at. Caleb, acting like he thought he sensed some tension, inserted himself to mediate. I'm sure John would do the same for you and all of us if we were in a bad way, Arthur. John shot Caleb a grateful look. Thank you, Caleb. See, Arthur. That's how a friend should be. Arthur chuckled, though his tone was still light. I sure hope so, Caleb. But I fear he don't know how to help anyone, excepting himself. John, faking like he was annoyed, turned to Kieran and said, You see, O'Driscoll. If this is how he treats his friends, imagine what he does to his enemies. Kieran, who was silent, John looked at him, and asked a question, so he responded, I got an inkling of what you all do your enemies when my finger was stabbed slowly, and that your boss wanted to cut off my balls, making me an eunuch, so that I talk. Kieran's response about his finger being stabbed and Dutch's supposed threat to cut off his balls caught Arthur, John, and Charles off guard. While they weren't surprised by the idea of using force to extract information, the specific mention of castration was unexpected. Arthur and Charles turned to look at Caleb, their expressions a mix of amusement and mild concern. John, unable to turn around fully due to Kieran sitting behind him, glanced over his shoulder as best he could. Caleb, riding Morgan directly behind John, noticed their looks and let out a chuckle. I may have said that, Caleb admitted with a shrug, but it got him to talk, didn't it? John laughed, shaking his head. Very funny, Caleb. I didn't expect you to have this side to you. Now I see why Arthur gets along with you so well, you're both cut from the same cloth. Arthur smirked, his tone loud but teasing. And that's why I like him better than I like you, John. Caleb's a man of action. He'll do what he says. But I didn't expect this side of you, Caleb. Unlike me, I don't go around threatening to cut people's balls off. Charles, who had been quiet mostly on their ride, chimed in with a rare comment. Remind me not to anger you, Caleb. I don't want to lose my balls. Caleb shook his head, chuckling despite himself. He knew they'd gotten the wrong impression of him, but there was no point in correcting them now. If he tried to explain that he'd been bluffing, it would only make things worse. Instead, he decided to let the moment pass, knowing it would become just another story told around the campfire at the camp. As the group continued riding, Kieran suddenly spoke up again, his voice hesitant. Hey, now we go left, the road'll take us around. They arrived at a four-way intersection and followed Kieran's direction, turning left onto a narrow path. They passed under a small wooden bridge, the sound of their horses' hooves echoing softly. Kieran pointed ahead. Those are the hills. Head for M. John, guiding his horse, called back to the group. Save your horses, boys. We've got to climb ahead. As they rode, Kieran, seemingly emboldened by the earlier conversation, spoke up again. You know, you all ain't that different from the O'Driscolls. Caleb, surprised by Kieran's words, and he would say such thing again even though he had persuaded him that they were different from O'Driscolls, interjected before anyone else could respond. Mr. Duffy, didn't I already tell you that we're very, very different from the O'Driscolls? Kieran didn't respond, but John, clearly annoyed, took over. Wait a minute, Caleb. Let me handle this. He turned his head slightly toward Kieran. What did you just say, O'Driscoll? Kieran, his voice shaky but defiant, replied, "I've been watching you all these weeks, Anne." John cut him off with a sharp laugh. "You've been tied to a tree. You don't know anything about this gang." Kieran persisted, his tone growing more confident. "Yeah, well. I'd say you don't know much about the O'Driscolls. But maybe I know more about you than you know about them. And I know all about them, so." Caleb, tired of Kieran's insinuations and wondering why the butterfly effect doesn't take this conversation out, interjected again. "Then tell us, Mr. Duffy. How are we like the O'Driscolls, Kieran hesitated for a moment before answering. "You're outlaws, like them. You're out to survive, like them. You live rough, you live hard, fighting the law, nature, you're out for yourselves." John, his patience wearing thin, responded sharply. "See? This is why you're an O'Driscoll. You're out to survive. We're out to live, free." There was a brief silence as John focused on guiding his horse through the rocky terrain. Then he continued, his voice firm. "Colm's a sneak thief and a killer. As for Dutch, well, Dutch is more like a teacher." Kieran's voice grew quieter, almost a mumble. "From where I've been, you just looked the same, is all." John shot back, his tone final. "Then you looked, but you ain't seen." Meanwhile, Arthur, who had been growing increasingly annoyed by Kieran's comments, finally spoke up. "John. Shut that boy up." Hearing that, John nodded, his voice firm as he addressed Kieran. "Enough out of you. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 6 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 6 out of 10. Charm, 5 out of 10. Luck, 5 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL1. Rifle, LVL1. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL1. Horse mastery, LVL1. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Money, $155.41. Bank, $40, 2 gold bars, and a large bag of jewelry. Creators. Chapter 37, 37. Caleb version of paying a social call PT2. John shot back, his tone final. "Then you looked, but you ain't seen." Meanwhile, Arthur, who had been growing increasingly annoyed by Kieran's comments, finally spoke up. "John. Shut that boy up." Hearing that, John nodded, his voice firm as he addressed Kieran. "Enough out of you." After John told Kieran to shut up, the group rode in silence for a while, the tension thickening as they approached their destination. The landscape grew more rugged, the path narrowing as they ascended into the hills. Kieran, seated behind John, occasionally gave directions, his voice shaky but clear. The group followed his lead, their eyes scanning the surroundings for any signs of danger. As they rode they saw a couple of buildings to their left ahead. Arthur broke the silence, his voice loud and commanding. "Boys, we're almost on M." He paused, letting his words sink in before continuing. "Now, who knows if this son of a bitch we got with us is telling the truth, but if it's what he says it is, and Colm O'Driscoll's here, we can end years of fighting, here and now." The weight of Arthur's words hung in the air as they rode past the buildings. Kieran, sensing the group's focus, spoke up again. "Okay, now cut left up here. WWE go down the hill, into the forest." Following Kieran's direction, they turned left, steering off the main road and onto a narrow, overgrown path. Arthur, his voice low but firm, laid out the plan. "We're going in quiet, taking them out as we find trying not to set things off. But if we do, we move quick and hard, and settle this like we know how, okay? John, Charles, and Caleb nodded in agreement. John was the first to respond, his tone steady. Okay by me. Charles, ever the man of few words, simply said, okay, Arthur. Caleb, gripping the reins of his horse tightly, added, following you, Mr. Morgan. Arthur gave a curt nod. All right then. They continued riding, following Kieran's directions as they turned right down the hill. The path led them through a cluster of trees, the dense foliage providing cover but also making the ride more treacherous. Kieran pointed ahead. Through the trees here. The group maneuvered their horses through the trees, emerging on the other side onto a main road. They crossed the road quickly, heading toward the opposite side. Kieran, his voice growing more urgent, said, "Hey, we're real close. I'd leave your horses on the other side of this clearing." Caleb, following the plan, began preparing his weapons. He slung his carbine repeater across his body and secured his bow over his shoulder. He also attached a sleeve of arrows to the back of his belt, ensuring he had enough ammunition for whatever lay ahead. The others followed suit, checking their weapons and preparing for the confrontation. As they continued to ride, Kieran gave the direction, his words turned cautious but determined. "This is it," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "The cabin's just the other side of this hill." Arthur, his hand resting on the grip of his revolver, nodded. "Okay, off your horses, let's go." The group dismounted and tied their horses to nearby trees, ensuring they were out of sight. They moved quietly through the plain hill, their weapons at the ready. Kieran, still in the lead, turned to the group and said, "Follow me, all right? It ain't far." John, walking close behind Kieran, kept a watchful eye on the O'Driscoll captive. "We might share a horse, but we ain't friends," he said, his tone sharp. "Remember, I'm watching you, every moment." Kieran, his face pale but resolute, replied, "I ain't gonna shoot you now. Come on. It'd be suicide." Caleb, walking beside Charles with Arthur and John ahead of them, decided to chime in. He knew his earlier bluff about castration had left an impression, and he decided to lean into it to scare Kieran, not caring that it would deepen the wrong impression the others had of him. "Mr. Duffy," Caleb said, his voice cold and deliberate, "if you ever think of doing so, you'll die in a horrible way. You'll lose your balls first, and then we'll kill you." Kieran flinched at Caleb's words, his face paling even further. "Jesus Christ, come on." As for Arthur and John, they exchanged a glance, their expressions a mix of amusement and mild concern. Charles, walking beside Caleb, raised an eyebrow but said nothing. John chuckled, shaking his head. "Damn, Caleb. You're one scary son of a bitch." Arthur smirked, his tone light but teasing. "Remind me not to get on your bad side, kid. I don't want to wake up one morning without my balls due to angering you." Caleb shrugged, his expression neutral. "Just making sure he understands the stakes." After that, everyone walked for a little while, and John, walking beside Kieran, said, "Okay, get down." Everyone followed suit as they crouched when they arrived at the top of the small hill. John was to the left of Kieran, while Arthur was to the right of Kieran, and to his right was Caleb and then Charles. They overlooked a forest of tall trees with a cabin not far away below. Kieran at this time said, "The cabin's in the clearing down there. There'll be a bunch of fellers hiding down there too." Arthur, beside him, looking over the cabin below, asked, "Are these fellers armed?" Kieran replied with a bit of a high pitch, "Armed, drunk, wary of strangers." "Yup." Arthur continued to ask, "And Colm O'Driscoll?" Kieran replied, "Oh, he'll be holed up in his cabin. Be passed out, booze blind, likely as not." Charles, who was on the right side, suddenly said, "Hey, over there, a group of people is coming." As he spoke, he pointed his hand toward a group of 3 O'Driscolls below who were coming from the right. John, seeing this, reacted quickly. He immediately moved behind Kieran, closed Kieran's mouth with his left hand, and took out his revolver with his right hand, placing it to the side of Kieran's head. At this time, they saw the 3 O'Driscolls walking, where the one in the middle was holding a rifle. They were talking loudly, with one of them saying, "So, who's gonna tell him that we ain't got nothing for the pot?" One of the other O'Driscolls replied, "Let me think, the feller that spooked the game, I reckon." The one who asked was the O'Driscoll at the back, who said, "Well, I'm gonna drain it, two'll catch up." After saying that, he positioned himself beside a tree, opened his pants, and began to take a piss. The one in the front of the group at this time said, "Nah, we ain't gonna fall for that. We're gonna wait, so you can tell him yourself." They stopped several steps ahead of the one who was taking a piss, who replied, "Yeah. The one holding the rifle said, "If anyone's actually gonna shoot the messenger, it'd be that mean son of a bitch." The one who was taking a piss replied, "Yes, sir." The other one said, "Come on, shake it off," and the one who was taking a piss shushed them. Arthur, seeing and hearing this, said to everyone, "Come on." Caleb, who was to his right, asked Arthur, "What are we going to do about the one who's taking a piss by the tree, Arthur? I could take care of him if you want." Arthur, hearing this, said, "Okay then, you go take care of him. Nice and quiet, okay?" Caleb nodded his head and walked silently down the hill while crouching. He took out his knife as he approached the O'Driscoll who was taking a piss on the tree. He waited for the 2 O'Driscolls to stop talking with the one taking a piss, and he immediately made his move. Caleb shut the mouth of the O'Driscoll with his left hand and stabbed him in the neck a couple of times with his knife, killing him instantly and helping the body fall down silently. After that, he was soon joined by John, Arthur, and Charles, who hid behind the trees, taking a careful position and not making any sudden moves. Charles at this time whispered, asking Arthur, "Arthur, what do we do to the other 2? Arthur, hearing this, whispered back, "Charles, right. Caleb, left. The 2 of you brought your bows, so in 3, both of you shoot them right in the head. Take them out from a distance. Got it?" Charles and Caleb nodded their heads, took out their bows and an arrow, and immediately entered into shooting position. Arthur counted for them, 1, 2, 3. On 3, both of them released their arrows, hitting the 2 O'Driscolls right in the back of their heads. John, seeing this, said, "Good work. We moving on the camp? I left our guide up there. He's meek as a lamb." Arthur gave the signal for them to move forward sneakily and replied to John, "He better be." As they crouched forward, they saw an O'Driscoll sitting on a log facing toward the cabin. John asked, "Feller on the log, what we doing about him?" Arthur replied by saying, "Take him quiet, Marston. Get your hands dirty for a change." John nodded, saying, "Okay," and sneakily approached the O'Driscoll. He took his knife out, and when John arrived at the back of the O'Driscoll, he shut his mouth with his left hand and stabbed his knife repeatedly into the neck and chest of the O'Driscoll. John then put down the body of the O'Driscoll behind the log and asked Arthur, "Okay, now what?" "We're at the perimeter." Everyone joined him to hide behind the log, crouching low to avoid detection. Arthur, his eyes scanning the camp below, pointed to the left side of the camp. "John, you take the left side with me. Caleb, Charles, both of you go right and take them out silently as long as we can. But when a gunshot sounds, we go guns blazing. Got it?" John, Caleb, and Charles nodded in agreement. Arthur gave the signal to move, and the group split up. Arthur and John moved to the left, while Caleb and Charles circled around to the right side of the camp. As they approached, they spotted a group of 5 O'Driscolls and 3 women, likely companions for the outlaws. They hid behind a wagon, their weapons at the ready. Caleb whispered to Charles, "So, how do we want to do this, Charles?" Charles, his voice low and steady, replied, "Let's take them out with our bows. We do this silently and let the ladies go. Their screams might alarm the O'Driscolls, but it's better to let them go. They're innocent." Caleb nodded, agreeing with Charles's plan. Alright then, I'll follow your lead. Whenever you're ready. Caleb immediately took out an arrow and nocked it, his movements smooth and practiced despite his relatively recent introduction to archery. Charles did the same, crouching silently toward a tree to the right of the wagon. He hid behind a bush, his bow drawn, and took aim at the nearest O'Driscoll. With a soft thwip, Charles's arrow found its mark, striking the O'Driscoll in the head and dropping him instantly. Caleb, seeing the signal to attack, moved out from his position to the left of the wagon. He activated Deadeye, the world slowing down around him as he focused on the remaining O'Driscolls. To his surprise, he wasn't restricted to marking just one target like in the game. He quickly placed an X on 3 O'Driscolls, his body moving almost automatically as he fired 3 arrows in rapid succession. Each arrow struck its target in the head, the O'Driscolls collapsing before they could even react. Caleb then deactivated Deadeye, feeling the familiar cooldown timer begin. He glanced at Charles, who had already taken out the last O'Driscoll with a well-placed arrow. The women, now free, screamed and scrambled away, their cries echoing through the camp. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 6 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 6 out of 10. Charm, 5 out of 10. Luck, 5 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL1. Rifle, LVL1. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL1. Horse mastery, LVL1. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Deadeye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Money, $155.41. Bank, $40, 2 gold bars, and a large bag of jewelry. Chapter 38. Caleb's version of paying a social call end. Each arrow struck its target in the head, the O'Driscolls collapsing before they could even react. Caleb then deactivated Deadeye, feeling the familiar cooldown timer begin. He glanced at Charles, who had already taken out the last O'Driscoll with a well-placed arrow. The women, now free, screamed and scrambled away, their cries echoing through the camp. Charles looked at Caleb, his expression a mix of surprise and admiration. Wow, you shoot your arrows very fast, Caleb. I didn't expect you could shoot at such a rate, especially since you just learned to use a bow yesterday. Caleb chuckled, shrugging modestly. It was just luck. I didn't expect such action from me either. Might have been the heat of the moment. Charles nodded, though his expression suggested he wasn't entirely convinced by Caleb's words, but he accepted it anyway. Either way, good work. Caleb put away his bow and drew his Schofield revolver, checking the chamber to ensure it was loaded. Charles did the same, his revolver gleaming in the dim light. The screams of the women had attracted the attention of the remaining O'Driscolls, and the camp erupted into chaos as gunfire broke out. Caleb and Charles took cover behind a log and a rock respectively, firing at the O'Driscolls who were now scrambling for their weapons. To the left side of the camp, Arthur and John were also engaged in a fierce shootout, their voices carrying over the sound of gunfire. Run and hide, if you know what's good for you. Arthur shouted, his voice commanding as he fired his revolver. John, ever the joker even in the heat of battle, added, he wasn't lying, that little toad. Caleb, crouched behind the log, shouted toward their direction after shooting an O'Driscoll in the chest. I think we better focus on killing all of these O'Driscolls first, talking later. The shootout continued, the air thick with the smell of gunpowder, the sound of guns fired, and the sound of bullets whizzing past. Charles, his voice raised to be heard over the chaos, shouted, there's more coming back into the camp. Caleb could still hear John trash-talking the O'Driscolls as he fired, and he couldn't help but shake his head in amusement. Despite the danger, John's humor was a welcome distraction. Caleb switched to his carbine repeater, firing precise shots at the O'Driscolls who were trying to flank them. After what felt like an eternity of gunshots exchanged, John's voice rang out again. "That's it. They're turning tail." Arthur, his tone firm, responded, "Leave M. Colm's still here." Caleb, joining the conversation as the gunfire died down, said, "Kieran said Colm should be in the cabin. Let's regroup and check it out." The group met in the center of the camp, their weapons still drawn as they scanned the area for any remaining threats. Arthur, his expression grim, said, "I'll check the cabin. All of you look out here and loot whatever you can." Caleb nodded, though he hesitated for a moment. He remembered from the game that Arthur would be ambushed by an O'Driscoll when he tried to enter the cabin, who knows him down using the door. Kieran then would come and save him, earning some trust in the process from Arthur. Caleb decided not to follow Arthur, wanting to give Kieran the chance to prove himself, and began integrating with the gang. As Arthur approached the cabin, Caleb, John, and Charles began looting the bodies of the fallen O'Driscolls and around the camp. They found ammunition, sums of money, valuables, and some supplies that would be useful back at camp. Caleb kept an ear out for any signs of trouble, his revolver still in hand. Suddenly, they heard a crash from the direction of the cabin. Caleb's head snapped up, and after exchanging looks with Charles and John, they immediately headed toward the door of the cabin on the opposite side. Meanwhile, at this time, Arthur stumbles backward, his revolver falling down and out of his reach, as an O'Driscoll bursts through the door, knocking him to the ground. The O'Driscoll raised his repeater and let out a laugh, while he was aiming it at Arthur, but before he could pull the trigger, a shot rang out and the O'Driscoll was shot in the chest. Kieran, who had been hiding nearby and watching around, stepped out from behind a tree, with a revolver in his hand smoking. The O'Driscoll collapsed while groaning and soon died, while Arthur seeing this took a deep breath, as he felt like his life flashed before his eyes. Kieran, still visibly shaken, asked Arthur, "You all right?" Arthur, lying on the ground, took a deep breath and replied, "Sure, thank you." He quickly got to his feet, brushing himself off and retrieving his revolver. Kieran, meanwhile, took a few steps back, his eyes darting toward the cabin as if expecting Colm O'Driscoll to burst out at any moment. Arthur, his revolver now firmly in hand, cautiously entered the cabin, sweeping the room with his weapon. Inside, he found 3 dead, drunk O'Driscolls sprawled across the floor. There was no sign of Colm. Frustrated, Arthur fired 3 shots into the bodies, ensuring they were truly dead, before muttering, "Colm O'Driscoll, he ain't here. You set us up." He stormed out of the cabin, his eyes locking on Kieran, who was standing a few feet away. Arthur shouted, "Come here." Kieran, hesitating, holstered his revolver and approached Arthur. "What?" Arthur, his anger palpable, closed the distance between them. "You set us up," he accused, his voice low and dangerous. Kieran, trembling but defiant, replied, "No, I didn't." Arthur, now standing directly in front of Kieran, pointed his revolver at the man's face. "You did. Colm O'Driscoll ain't here." Kieran, desperate and panicked, shouted, "He was here. I swear, I swear, if I was setting you up, 2 wouldn't have saved your life." At that moment, Caleb, John, and Charles arrived, having heard the commotion. Caleb, though surprised that Colm wasn't in the cabin, quickly assessed the situation. He heard gunshots 3 times after the first gunshot, and he thought Colm was inside. That's why Arthur fired his revolver after the first shot was Kieran saving Arthur. But it turns out Colm wasn't there just like in the game, even though he felt they were much faster compared to the timeline in the game, proving that Colm has long gone from this hideout, and was robbing or traveling at a different schedule than the one Kieran knows about. So he stepped forward, raising his hands in a calming gesture toward Arthur. "Whoa, whoa, easy, Arthur. What he just said was a very good point." Arthur sighed, lowering his revolver but still glaring at Kieran. "All right then, go on, get out of here." Kieran, stunned, stammered, "Eh?" Arthur, his patience wearing thin, repeated, I won't kill ya. Kieran, still processing, insisted, I didn't set you up. Arthur took a step closer, his voice firm. Get lost. Kieran, now desperate, pleaded, get lost. That's as good as killing me. Caleb, seeing an opportunity to intervene, cut in. What he just said is true, Arthur. If he goes out alone, Colm O'Driscoll will surely hunt him down, as the surviving O'Driscolls would surely tell him. He'll be furious about what happened here. Arthur, his frustration evident, looked at Arthur, so. Let him be hunted down. Kieran, his voice rising in panic, added, what Mr. Thorne said is true. Colm O'Driscoll will lose his mind over this. So, I'm one of you now. Arthur groaned, running a hand through his mouth as he weighed his options. Caleb, Charles, and John stood silently, waiting for Arthur's decision. Caleb, inwardly, already knew what Arthur would decide. Finally, Arthur sighed and said, give me a break. He then approached and pointed at Kieran, his tone stern. All right then, but I'm warning you. Kieran, relieved but still cautious, took a step back. Oh, I know. John and Charles walk behind, Arthur who gives out an instruction. Come on, let's go back to camp. Caleb, who was standing still, however, acted like he hesitated. Wait, we don't want to search what's inside the cabin. We got some pretty good loot from the camp and the bodies of the O'Driscolls, but there must be something good inside too, right? Arthur, Charles, and John turned to look at Caleb, considering his suggestion. Kieran, eager to prove his usefulness, chimed in, yes. There's usually some cash inside. They place it on the chimney. Kieran started to jog toward the cabin, but Arthur stopped him with a firm hand. No, me and Caleb will go in and check it. The rest of you boys better go back to camp. Arthur and Caleb headed toward the door of the cabin, their weapons still drawn as they prepared to search the interior. Kieran, who had been stopped by Arthur earlier, called out, see, Arthur, I ain't so bad. Both Arthur and Caleb turned to look at Kieran, who was now standing with Charles and John. Arthur, his expression still stern but slightly softened, looked at John and said, hey, John, you tell Dutch old Kieran ain't worth killing, just yet. John, ever the joker, smirked and replied, all right, Arthur. Come on, O'Driscoll, we'll keep you until you're worth killing. With that, John, Charles, and Kieran left the camp, where John and Charles whistled for their horses and they mounted their horse to ride back to Horseshoe Overlook. Arthur and Caleb entered the cabin, the dim light filtering through the cracks in the walls. Caleb's eyes immediately fell on the 3 dead O'Driscolls lying on the floor. He realized why Arthur had fired his revolver 3 times, it was to ensure the men were truly dead, a detail that differed from the game. Caleb knelt beside the bodies, quickly looting them for money and valuables. He pocketed the cash and small trinkets, making a mental note to count it all later when he arrived back on camp. Meanwhile, Arthur moved toward the chimney, his hands reaching into the soot-covered interior. After a moment of searching, he felt a lump hidden within the bricks. A smile spread across his face as he pulled out a large stack of dollar bills. Well, Arthur muttered, beginning to count the money. Caleb, having finished looting the bodies, moved to the table where 4 small stacks of dollar bills lay. He quickly counted them, finding a total of $88, with $22 per stack. He discreetly tucked the money into his satchel, ensuring Arthur didn't notice. Caleb then waited patiently as Arthur finished counting the larger stack, which he already knew it was $600 in total. After a few moments, Arthur let out a loud laugh, clearly pleased with their haul. Caleb seized the opportunity to ask, how much do we get, Arthur? Arthur turned to Caleb, a grin on his face. Well, we got $600 here, Caleb. A pretty good haul, I'd say. Half of it goes to the gang fund that Dutch will hide away in a safe place outside of camp. The other half, we share equally between the 4 of us. Remember this if you ever go out to rob, either alone or with others. Caleb nodded, acting as though he was just learning about the gang's fund system. Okay, I understand. I'll keep that in mind, Arthur. But... He paused, glancing toward the chimney. Can I get a smaller share which goes to you, John, and Charles, in exchange for that beautiful shotgun hanging above the chimney? Arthur followed Caleb's gaze, his eyes landing on the double-barreled shotgun mounted above the fireplace. He chuckled, shaking his head. Looks like my eyes are beginning to fail me. I can't believe I missed such a big gun right above me. Well, I'd like to have it as well, but since you're proposing a smaller cut, how about this, you get none of the cut and all of it shared equally between me, Charles, and John, but you can keep the shotgun and anything you loot. You can decide whether to give it away or keep it. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 6 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 6 out of 10. Charm, 5 out of 10. Luck, 5 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL 1. Rifle, LVL 1. Firearms knowledge, LVL 2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL 1. Blunt weapon, LVL 1. Sneaking, LVL 1. Horse mastery, LVL 1. Poker, LVL 1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL 1. Eagle eye, LVL 1. Dead eye, LVL 1. Bow, LVL 2. Money, $155.41. Bank, $40, 2 gold bars, and a large bag of jewelry. Chapter 39. Gains of loots. Arthur followed Caleb's gaze, his eyes landing on the double-barreled shotgun mounted above the fireplace. He chuckled, shaking his head. Looks like my eyes are beginning to fail me. I can't believe I missed such a big gun right above me. Well, I'd like to have it as well, but since you're proposing a smaller cut, how about this, you get none of the cut and all of it shared equally between me, Charles, and John, but you can keep the shotgun and anything you loot. You can decide whether to give it away or keep it. Caleb's eyes lit up at the offer. It was a generous deal, almost too good to be true. But he didn't want to cause any suspicion or resentment from John or Charles, so he decided to put up some act. Really, Arthur? I mean, it's such a generous offer, but I don't know if the others will oppose this. I don't want to cause a problem or make a bad impression on anyone. Arthur waved off Caleb's concern. Of course, it's not a problem. What you loot doesn't need to be shared with the gang. Just think of it as you giving a bigger share to me, John, and Charles in exchange for the shotgun and maybe around $60 worth of loot in total from money and valuables you looted. So, what do you say? Caleb, already having pocketed $88 without Arthur's knowledge, knew he was coming out ahead. Combined with the valuables he'd looted, he estimated his total haul to be around $150 to $160. But he didn't want to risk raising suspicion, so he offered a compromise that would not only benefit the gang but also strengthen his relationship with Arthur. I would love to agree, Caleb said, his tone thoughtful. But how about this, my cut is donated to the gang's fund in exchange for the shotgun. I think it's a good deal, don't you? Arthur raised an eyebrow, clearly impressed by Caleb's suggestion. Well, aren't you full of surprises? All right, kid, you've got yourself a deal. The shotgun's yours, and your cut goes to the gang fund. Dutch'll be pleased to hear that. Caleb smiled, feeling a sense of satisfaction. He had not only secured a powerful weapon but also earned Arthur's respect and trust. As Arthur handed him the double-barreled shotgun, Caleb couldn't help but admire its craftsmanship. It was a fine weapon even though it was in poor condition, but he could clean it up, and this weapon would serve him well in future battles. The two men finished looting the cabin, finding a few more valuables and supplies that would be useful back at camp. Arthur took the $600 and divided it as planned, setting aside half for the gang fund and splitting the rest for himself, John, and Charles. As for Caleb, true to his word, donated his share to the gang fund, earning a nod of approval from Arthur. As they exited the cabin, Arthur clapped Caleb on the shoulder. "You've got a good head on your shoulders, kid. Dutch was right about you. Keep this up, and you'll go far in this gang." Caleb nodded, his expression humble. "Thank you, Arthur. I'm just doing my part." The two men mounted their horses and rode back to Horseshoe Overlook, the sun beginning to set over the horizon. The camp was alive with activity as the gang members prepared for the evening. Dutch and Hosea were waiting near the campfire, their expressions a mix of solemnness and anticipation. "I already heard from John, that Colm wasn't there in the cabin," Dutch said as Arthur and Caleb dismounted. "It's a shame that we don't get to him, but we at least put a big hole in his operation. Did you find the money Kieran said to you?" Arthur nodded his head. "Yeah, Colm wasn't there. But just like you said, Dutch, we took out a good number of his men and brought back some loot for the camp." He then handed Dutch the money for the gang fund, and also explaining Caleb's contribution. Dutch's eyes narrowed, but he nodded in approval. "Good work, boys. We'll get him next time." He turned to Caleb, his expression softening. "You've done well, Caleb. Keep it up." Caleb tipped his hat respectfully. "Thank you, Dutch. I'll do my best." After that, Dutch signaled to Hosea and Arthur that he wanted to speak with them privately. Caleb, with his high perception, noticed this, and immediately excused himself. "I'll go to Arthur's tent to rest up and clean the double-barreled shotgun with some gun oil," he said, tipping his hat respectfully before walking away. Dutch and Hosea exchanged a glance, both men visibly impressed by Caleb's ability to read the room. "Smart kid," Hosea remarked, his voice low. "Knows when to step back and when to step up." Dutch nodded, his expression thoughtful. "He's got a good head on his shoulders. We'll see how far he can go with us." Caleb made his way to Arthur's tent, his mind already racing with plans. As he walked, he noticed the camp was bustling with activity. Pearson was busy preparing dinner, while Uncle was lounging by the fire, nursing a bottle of whiskey. The women were tending to chores, and the men were either cleaning their weapons or sharing stories from the day's events or gets up to guard around the camp. Caleb reached Arthur's tent and, after a quick glance around to ensure no one was watching, slipped around to the other side of the wagon. He found a flat stone to sit on and began unpacking the loot he had stashed in his satchel. The weight of the valuables had made his satchel unusually heavy, and he was eager to sort through his haul. Unlike in the game, where Arthur could carry an absurd amount of items thanks to the legend of the East Satchel, Caleb's inventory was limited. He had been selective in what he took, focusing on valuables like pocket watches, buckles, jewelry, and cash. As he laid out his loot, he couldn't help but smile. He had managed to gather quite the collection, consisting of 2 platinum pocket watches, 3 gold pocket watches, 5 silver pocket watches, 3 gold-plated buckles, 4 silver clam buckles, 2 silver emblem rings, 1 silver chain bracelet. All of this valuables in total worth $122, remembering the price of each item when he sells it thanks to his memory skills. Combined with the money he had looted from the dead bodies around the camp, $18.58, and the $88 he had discreetly taken from the table inside the cabin, Caleb's total haul came to $228.58. It was a small fortune, especially considering the gang's current financial situation. Caleb's mind raced with possibilities. He could sell some of the valuables to a fence, donate a small portion of money to the gang fund to earn more respect and trust, and use the rest to upgrade his gear. He had his eye on a bandolier and a new holster that was sold at the gun store in Valentine, which would allow him to dual-wield revolvers. The thought of walking into a gunfight with 2 Schofields at his side was exhilarating. After carefully repacking his satchel, Caleb returned to Arthur's tent and sat on his bedroll. He pulled out a bottle of gun oil and began cleaning the double-barreled shotgun. The weapon was in poor condition, its barrels caked with grime and its wooden stock full of dirt and dust, and it looks worn. But Caleb knew that with a little care, it could be restored to its former glory. As he worked, Sean Maguire passed by Arthur's tent. The Irishman's eyes lit up when he saw the shotgun in Caleb's hands. He let out an impressed whistle and said in his thick accent, "What a good toy you have in your hand, Caleb. It could blow someone to pieces. You'll have to lend it to me sometime." Caleb looked up and laughed, his tone light but teasing. "You can borrow it sometimes, Mr. Maguire. But I don't know if it'll be the barrel or the handle pointing at you when I lend it to you." Sean's eyes widened, and he let out a nervous chuckle. "I don't know if I should be happy or afraid hearing that, Caleb. But you and Arthur share the same sense of humor. I can see now why both of you became friends." Caleb chuckled as Sean walked away, shaking his head. The Irishman's reaction reminded him of how much he used to enjoy antagonizing Sean in the game. Sean's over-the-top personality and quick wit made him one of the more entertaining members of the gang. As Caleb continued cleaning the shotgun, his thoughts turned to the future. He knew the gang's situation was precarious. Colm O'Driscoll was still out there, and the law was scouring and closing in on the gang. Not just the law but Leviticus Cornwall was also on the horizon. But Caleb was determined to make the most of the situation now. The more he lived in this world and interact with the gang, the more his perception and how he see things began to change. He had already earned the basic trust of Arthur and Dutch, and he was building relationships with the other gang members. With his knowledge of the game's events and his growing skills, he felt confident he could make a difference, but it also needed the gang, especially Dutch, wanted that difference to happen unknowingly. Once the shotgun was clean and in good working order, Caleb set it aside and began organizing his loot. He decided to keep the platinum pocket watches and the silver chain bracelet for himself and planned to store it in the bank, as they were the most valuable items. The rest he would sell to Seamus, the fence that was in Emerald Ranch, which was the place he considered to go soon. He also set aside $30 to donate to the gang fund tomorrow morning, knowing it would earn him even more goodwill. After organizing his loot and cleaning his new shotgun, Caleb made his way toward Pearson's stew pot, his stomach growling in anticipation. The rich aroma of the camp stew filled the air, and he eagerly scooped a generous portion into his bowl. Balancing the warm meal carefully, he began wandering through camp, taking in the evening's activities while he ate. His wandering led him toward the washing area where the soft glow of a lantern caught his attention. There, sitting on an upturned crate with a leather-bound journal in her lap, was Mary Beth Gaskill. The golden lantern light illuminated her delicate features as she scribbled intently, her brow slightly furrowed in concentration. Caleb paused mid-step, struck by how the warm light accentuated her natural beauty, the way it made her auburn hair glow and highlighted the thoughtful curve of her lips as she wrote. Compared to the manufactured beauty of celebrities from his past life, Mary Beth possessed something far more captivating, an authenticity and quiet intelligence that radiated from her. Combined with her beauty makes her very attractive. He remembered from the game how both Dutch, who was like a father figure to her, and the rat Micah had shown inappropriate interest in her, their gazes always carrying an unsettling hunger that made him and many gamers hate them more. The thought made his grip tighten slightly on his bowl. At this time, Mary Beth suddenly looked up, her pen pausing as she sensed his presence. For a brief moment, their eyes locked, and Caleb saw her cheeks flush pink. Unlike when Dutch or Micah watched her, however, her discomfort quickly faded into a shy smile when she recognized it was Caleb. There was something different in how he looked at her, with appreciation rather than possession, something she noticed since they shared a dance. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 6 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 6 out of 10. Charm, 5 out of 10. Luck, 5 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL 1. Rifle, LVL 1. Firearms knowledge, LVL 2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL 1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL1. Horse Mastery, LVL1. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle Eye, LVL1. Dead Eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Money, $261.99. Bank, $40, 2 gold bars, and a large bag of jewelry. Chapter 40, 40. Emerald Ranch and Seamus. At this time, Mary Beth suddenly looked up, her pen pausing as she sensed his presence. For a brief moment, their eyes locked, and Caleb saw her cheeks flush pink. Unlike when Dutch or Micah watched her, however, her discomfort quickly faded into a shy smile when she recognized it was Caleb. There was something different in how he looked at her, with appreciation rather than possession, something she noticed since they shared a dance. Caleb's own face burned when he realized he'd been caught staring. He nearly choked on his stew, quickly swallowing before offering an awkward greeting. "Hello, Miss Gaskell," he stammered, gesturing vaguely toward the darkening sky. "It's a good evening tonight, isn't it? Stars are shining, Mary Beth's musical laughter rang out as she gently closed her journal. "Mr. Thorne," she teased, her eyes sparkling with amusement at his reaction, "while it is a beautiful evening, the stars haven't shown themselves yet. Are you feeling okay?" Caleb's ears turned crimson. He let out a self-deprecating chuckle and rubbed the back of his neck. "Well, yes, but I'm sure the stars will be beautiful tonight when they do appear sometime soon," he recovered weakly before quickly changing the subject. "By the way, what are you doing, Miss Gaskell?" Mary Beth chuckled a bit and decided to take pity on him, gracefully allowing the topic shift. She held up her journal with a wistful smile. "Oh, I was just writing. I love to write, you see. Sometimes I hear the most beautiful words in my head, but when I put them to paper." She made a comically disappointed face. "They turn absolutely poppycock. But I love it all the same." At her words, Caleb's memory skill activated, recalling Mary Beth's companion quest from the game where she longed for a proper fountain pen. The opportunity to connect with her and potentially complete that quest sent a thrill through him, a thrill that confuses and excites him at the same time. "That's a wonderful hobby, Mary Beth," he said sincerely and becoming more easygoing, dropping the family name calling, stepping closer. "Writing is such a great way to relieve stress. Are you dreaming of becoming a writer one day?" Mary Beth's eyes widened in surprise, her pen slipping from her fingers. It was rare anyone in camp took her aspirations seriously. "Yes," she exclaimed, her voice hushed with excitement. "I dream of becoming a writer, having a beautiful fountain pen and a quiet room where I can write the most wonderful stories." Caleb nodded enthusiastically. "I believe you'll achieve those dreams, Mary Beth. I'd love to read the stories you write one day. I've always enjoyed a good tale." He hesitated before adding, "I may not know how to find you a quiet room, but I can certainly keep an eye out for a fountain pen if you'd like." Mary Beth's hands flew to her mouth, her eyes shimmering in the lantern light. "Oh, Caleb. That's so kind of you." Her genuine delight made Caleb's heart skip a beat. "I've been using this dreadful pencil that keeps breaking. A proper fountain pen would be." She sighed dreamily. "Well, it would be just wonderful." "I'll make it my mission then," Caleb promised with a playful bow that made her giggle again. "Though I should warn you, my handwriting is a bit atrocious, so in return you'll have to teach me how to use one properly when I find it." Mary Beth agrees amidst her laughter at Caleb's antics, but it was cut short by a gruff voice behind them. "What's this? Our new boy trying to charm our Mary Beth?" Caleb turned to see Bill Williamson lumbering toward them, a bottle of whiskey in hand. His beady eyes showed signs of a bit drunk as it darted between them suspiciously. "Just discussing literature, Mr. Williamson," Caleb said smoothly, though his grip tightened on his bowl. "Miss Gaskell was telling me about her writing and dreams of becoming a writer." Bill snorted, taking a swig from his bottle. "Writin'? What good's that gonna do out here?" He leered at Mary Beth. Ain't you got better things to do, girl? Like helpin' around camp? Mary Beth shrank back slightly, but Caleb stepped between them. Actually, storytelling is an important tradition. Why, I bet even you've enjoyed a good tale around the campfire, Bill. Bill's face twisted in confusion, caught off guard by Caleb's response. Well. I mean, yeah, but. Exactly. Caleb clapped him on the shoulder with just enough force to make Bill stumble, who not realizing it was due to him feeling tipsy or due to Caleb that he stumbled. And who better to record our gang's adventures than someone with Miss Gaskell's talents? Why, I'm sure that even Dutch would probably appreciate having our exploits documented properly. The mention of Dutch's approval made Bill hesitate and began to think it over. Well, when you put it that way. Mary Beth shot Caleb a grateful look before standing. I should go help Tilly with the supper's cleanup, she murmured, tucking her journal under her arm. Thank you for the lovely conversation, Mr. Thorne. Caleb tipped his hat. The pleasure was mine, Miss Gaskell. I'll let you know about that pen. As Mary Beth hurried away, Bill rounded on Caleb. You best watch yourself, new boy. Don't think that Dutch accepts you to the gang, you can do anything, we don't take kindly to. To what? Polite conversation. Caleb interrupted, his voice dropping to a stoic calmness. Or is there some rule in the gang against being civil to our fellow members I'm unaware of? Bill opened his mouth, then closed it again, his face turning red. With a final grunt, he stomped off toward the campfire where Uncle was holding court with another tall tale. Caleb exhaled slowly, watching Bill retreat. That could have gone worse. He'd need to be careful, making enemies in camp wouldn't help his situation, especially with someone like Bill who was hot-tempered and always looked for Dutch's approval. Still, seeing Mary Beth's delighted expression had been worth it. He finished his stew in thoughtful silence, mentally adding, find fountain pen, to his growing list of tasks. Tomorrow he'd donate the share of money he prepared to the lockbox, then ride to Emerald Ranch to sell his loot and visit the fence, Seamus, while also look into the livestock rustling there as well. Also, maybe he could find Mary Beth's pen there, because his memory skill had made him remember that he found the fountain pen inside a cabin, where its location was to the southeast of Emerald Ranch inside an cabin. After that Caleb slept fitfully on his bedroll, the hard ground combined with the combat activity yesterday leaving his muscles stiff by dawn. As the first light filtered through the trees, he groaned and stretched, rolling his shoulders to ease the soreness. Determined to stay in shape, he pushed himself up and began a rigorous routine, 50 push-ups, 50 sit-ups, and a series of stretches to loosen his limbs. Then, he jogged laps around the perimeter of Horseshoe Overlook, his breath forming mist in the crisp morning air. The gang members, just beginning to stir, watched with mixed reactions. The first was Charles Smith, who paused while sharpening his knife, nodding approvingly. The second one was Javier, that smirked and called out, Oi, nuevo. You training to outrun the law or just showing off? The third one was Bill, whom nursing a hangover, spat on the ground. Ain't no need for that fancy exercise. Real men work with their hands. And lastly, Karen, who was leaning against a wagon, whistled. Damn, Thorne. If you keep that up, you might give Arthur a run for his money. Ignoring the comments, Caleb finished with a final sprint before heading to Arthur's tent. He retrieved the $30 he'd set aside and dropped it into the gang's lockbox. Pearson grunted in acknowledgement as Caleb passed by and washed up at the water barrels behind the supply wagon, scrubbing away sweat and dirt. After changing into clean clothes, freshly laundered by Tilly and Mary Beth, he strapped on his double-barreled shotgun and holstered his Schofield revolver. As he walked toward Morgan, which was hitched on the hitching post on the entrance of the camp, he spotted Dutch near his tent, sipping coffee while looking out on the horizon. Morning, Dutch, Caleb greeted. Dutch turned, his charismatic smile in place. Ah, good morning, son. You're up early. Figured I'd ride out today and leaving the camp for a while, Caleb said. Scout for leads, maybe show my face in Valentine and keeping up appearances, to keep my reputation solid there. Dutch chuckled, clapping him on the shoulder. You didn't have to tell me, but I appreciate it. Hell, the rest of these boys could learn a thing or two from your attitude. Caleb chuckled. If everyone acted like me, you'd be bored out of your mind here in camp, Dutch. Dutch laughed heartily when he hear it. True, very true. Lord knows what I'd do if they all acted like you or old Hosea, I'd lose my damn mind. Well, go on, then. Don't let me keep you, do what you need to. With a nod, Caleb strode to Morgan, who whinnied eagerly at his approach. Hey, girl, he murmured, feeding her an apple and a carrot before brushing her coat. After a final pat, he mounted up and rode out of camp. He guided Morgan out of camp, trotting through the dense trees before breaking into an open gallop once they hit the road. Activating his map function, he noted the areas he had already explored previously, the Twin Stack Pass and the Heartland oil fields. Emerald Ranch, he remembered from his past life memory skill, lay further east. The ride took about an hour, the landscape shifting from the woodland area around camp to open plains. Soon, the large red and green door barn that for him iconic to Emerald Ranch came into view, exactly as he recalled from the game. To the right of the barn stood Seamus's makeshift fence operation, a simple table made of crates, a wooden box, and a lantern. Caleb hitched Morgan to a hitching post across the road from the barn and approached as the fence eyed him warily as Caleb leaned in. Morning, sir, Caleb greeted casually. Heard from some discreet sources that you're the man to see about buying and selling certain goods. Valuables, tools, that sort of thing. Seamus, mid-drag on his cigarette, froze. His eyes narrowed. I don't know where you heard that, partner, he muttered, voice low. But this here's a private sideline. You don't go announcing it to the world. Caleb smirked. Relax, mister. I'm not the law, and I'm not here to cause trouble, just wanting to do business and looking to make a deal. Seamus exhaled a slow stream of smoke, his sharp eyes scanning Caleb up and down before flicking toward the road to ensure no unwanted ears were nearby. Satisfied, he leaned forward slightly, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. All right, stranger. Let's say I am the man you're looking for. What exactly are you selling? Caleb smirked, reaching into his satchel. A little bit of everything. He then reached into his satchel and pulled out 3 gold pocket watches, 5 silver pocket watches, 3 gold-plated buckles, 4 silver clam buckles, and 2 silver emblem rings, carefully laid them out on the table. Seamus's eyes gleamed as he looked at the things Caleb had put on his table, and he picked up a particular golden pocket watch, opening and turning it over in his fingers. Quality pieces, he murmured. Not the usual trash folks bring me. He glanced up. You rob a stagecoach or something? Or something, Caleb replied vaguely. Let's just say the previous owners won't be missing them. Seamus chuckled darkly before pulling out a small ledger, running his nicotine-stained finger down the columns. Let's see now, gold pocket watch, $10 apiece. Silver pocket watch, $8 apiece. Gold-plated buckles, $3 each. Silver clam buckles, $1 apiece. Them silver rings, $3 apiece. He tapped the page. Comes to $89 for the whole lot. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 6 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 6 out of 10. Charm, 5 out of 10. Luck, 5 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL1. Rifle, LVL1. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL1. Horse mastery, LVL1. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle Eye, LVL1. Dead Eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Money, $261.99. Bank, $40, 2 gold bars, and a large bag of jewelry. Chapter 41, 41. Fountain Pen and Emerald Ranch rustlers solved. Seamus chuckled darkly before pulling out a small ledger, running his nicotine-stained finger down the columns. Let's see now: gold pocket watch, $10 apiece. Silver pocket watch, $8 apiece. Gold-plated buckles, $3 each. Silver clam buckles, $1 apiece. Them silver rings, $3 apiece. He tapped the page. Comes to $89 for the whole lot. Caleb's past life memory skill instantly confirmed these were the exact prices from the game. The items' pristine condition likely kept their value high. That's fair, he nodded. I accept. Seamus counted out $89 in worn bills, sliding them across the makeshift table. Pleasure doing business with a man who knows value when he sees it. Caleb tucked the money into his satchel. Why thank you, mister. Pleasure doing business with you. I'll come again when I've got more to sell. He hesitated, then added casually, you don't happen to sell items that can produce loud noises, do you? Seamus's smile turned knowing. I do sell some items that can make considerable noise. Why? Wanna buy one? His hand drifted toward a crate beneath the table. Caleb shook his head. Not today. Just good to know for future reference. The confirmation that Seamus sold dynamite was valuable intel. As Caleb turned to leave, he suddenly remembered his other objective. Before I go, you mentioned livestock rustling's been troubling the ranch? Seamus's expression darkened. Been happening regular like. Every 3 days like clockwork. Ranch hands patrol constantly, but the moment they slack off, poof. Cattle, sheep, pigs, gone. They've tried tracking M, but I think they lose M in the dark every time. He spat in disgust. Damned nuisance for both my legitimate and other business. Caleb frowned. The pattern matched Valentine's rustling exactly. Were frontier ranchers really this incompetent, or was there more to it? Any idea where they take the stolen animals? If I knew that, I'd have collected the reward myself, Seamus grunted. Talk to the ranch hands if you want details. A big fella named Clive usually oversees the night watch. Thanking Seamus, Caleb mounted Morgan and rode into Emerald Ranch proper. The settlement had a tired, beleaguered air. To the left stood fenced pastures with listless livestock, mostly cattle. To his right, ranch hands milled about with wary exhaustion. Spotting a grizzled big man in a leather vest talking loudly, Caleb approached. Excuse me, are you Clive? The man turned, eyes narrowing. Who's a skin? My name Caleb Thorne. Heard you've got rustler troubles. I recently helped Tom and Jed over in Valentine with their missing livestock there, and they informed me that in Emerald Ranch, something similar happened. Thought I might offer my services here. Clive's posture relaxed slightly. Valentine, eh? Jed's my cousin works. He has said in his letter that some outsider actually solved their problem, so it's you then. His skeptical once-over made it clear he didn't believe that the outside mentioned by Jed stood before him. What's your angle? No angle. Just a man who knows his way around tracking after dark. Caleb patted Morgan's neck. My horse here's got better night vision than most. And I've got. He tapped his temple meaningfully. Good instincts in this kind of matter if I say so myself. After a long pause, Clive sighed. All right, mister. Here's the situation. He gestured toward the eastern pastures. Every 3 nights, about 3 heads go missing. Always from different pens. Little to no tracks, small noise, and when we realize the animal was gone, we have searched around but no results. He then lowered his voice. We even have sent our dogs, but they suddenly stop tracking and just stay put like they can't track or smell the livestock anymore. Mind if I examine the pens? Clive shrugged. Knock yourself out, mister. Just don't interfere with the night watch. We're doubling patrols tonight. As Caleb dismounted to inspect the perimeter, his enhanced perception picked up details others might miss, which was that there was a fence damaged, where it was cut to make space and then carefully repaired afterward. He also saw some faint track of the cattle marks leading toward the tree line, and could smell the unusual smell that lingered in the air. Clive and the ranch hands could think it was the livestock smell, but for Caleb, this was a different smell, as it smells like mint and many things mixed into one. His suspicion grew, and Caleb followed the trail into the small forest to the southeast of the pens. When he reached there, he activated his eagle eye and spotted a hidden makeshift pulley on the tree branch, discarded burlap sack smelling strongly of mint and several things mixed in it as well, and then several tracks of not just one but 2 wagon ruts heading northeast. Well, Caleb murmured. It's a sophisticated operation, one that was much smarter than the ones in Valentine. The mint that was mixed with other herbs would mask the animals sent from dogs, while the pulleys suggested they'd been loading livestock silently onto wagons. Returning to Clive, Caleb laid out his findings to Clive and the ranch hands. Clive and the ranch hands' face paled. That explains why chasing and tracking with our dogs never worked, they're already gone by the time we notice. Stupid that we don't expand our search area. It's not stupid, you all just don't think of it that way. I'm also surprised, as this is the first time I saw an elaborate rustling. Here's what we'll do. Caleb then outlined a plan, which consisted of making a bait pen, where they would isolate some cattle in the most vulnerable pasture, put some hidden watch, station men along the route they had found, and then wait for the right timing, strike as they're loading the wagon. Clive agreed eagerly. We'll set it up tonight. You'll join the ambush? Caleb nodded. Wouldn't miss it. But first, I've got another errand east of here. Following his memory's guidance, Caleb rode to the east of Emerald Ranch and searched around for the cabin, which he knew was inside the forest to the left of the road, and from his map function he soon found the road that was made like cut lines and followed it. Soon he arrived at the cabin, where it was like in the game. Getting off from Morgan, he takes out his Schofield just in case, even though he remembers that inside the family that lived here was all dead, and then pushes the door inside. The cabin's interior was exactly as Caleb remembered from the game, a tragic family tableau frozen in death. The father slumped against the dining table, the mother called down near the dining table, trying to reach their son who slumped dead forward in his rocking horse, and the grandmother still seated in her rocking chair as if merely asleep. The air hung heavy with the scent of decay and wood smoke. Caleb pushed down the bile rising in his throat from the smell inside and moved directly to the nightstand beside the grandmother's chair. The drawer slid open with a creak, revealing the prized fountain pen nestled in its velvet-lined box. The silver plating gleamed even in the dim light, completely untouched by time. He carefully placed it in his satchel. Turning back to the deceased family, an unfamiliar pang of guilt twisted in his chest. In the game, he'd looted their house for any loot without a second thought. But standing here now, seeing the way the mother's arms trying to reach her child. No, Caleb muttered to himself. They deserve better. He remembered the lantern hanging by the door outside. A plan then was formed. Going outside and taking it down, he placed it carefully on the dining table, then methodically arranged flammable materials around the room, curtains pulled down, blankets piled near the bodies. With one last look at the family, he stepped outside. Then he shot his Schofield and its sound shattered the forest's silence. The bullet struck true, igniting the lantern's oil in a whoosh of flames that quickly spread through the dry cabin. Caleb watched as firelight danced behind the windows, the roof catching fast despite the stone walls. Soon, the entire structure was engulfed, a blazing pyre to send these forgotten souls to rest. Morgan snorted nervously at the growing inferno. Easy girl, Caleb soothed, mounting up. As they rode away, he didn't look back. By twilight, Caleb returned to Emerald Ranch, where Clive and 6 ranch hands waited nervously near the prepared bait pen. You find what you needed? Clive asked, eyeing the distant glow on the horizon. Caleb simply nodded. Let's focus on the task at hand. They took positions along the rustlers' expected route, Caleb and 2 men near the pulley system, Clive and the others spread along the treeline. The wait stretched endlessly, the only sounds being the occasional lowing of cattle and the chirp of crickets. Then, right on schedule, shadows emerged from the woods, where 2 wagons soon were parked near the pulley system. Caleb's enhanced perception picked out 8 figures moving with precision, where 2 cutters, with wire tools, 3 herders, carrying those scent masking burlap sacks, and 3 guards, with carbine repeaters at the ready. The operation unfolded exactly as predicted. The fence was cut silently, 3 cattle ushered toward the trees, and the pulley system prepared for loading. Caleb let them commit fully before giving the signal, a perfect imitation of a raven cry. Immediately Clive and his men opened fire from concealed positions. Caleb activated Deadeye, killing the 3 rustlers with precise shots to their heads using his Schofield, and he also made a well-placed shot round shattered the pulley mechanism. The 3 cattle panicked when they heard the gunshot, and one of them kicked one rustler square in the chest, causing his ribs to crack and killing him instantly, and the remaining rustlers broke for the woods but were run down and captured by the ranch hands. In the chaotic aftermath, Caleb attempted to interrogate the captives, but they remained tight-lipped even when faced with Clive's threats. Their discipline suggested this was more than simple banditry, these were professionals. Clive clapped Caleb on the back, his earlier skepticism replaced by open admiration. Damn fine work, mister. If it weren't for your help, we'd still be chasing nothing and lose more cattle, sheep, and pigs. Mr. Barlow, the ranch owner, will want to thank you proper tomorrow when he hears the news. Caleb wiped soot from his revolver. Glad to help. Mind if I bunk here tonight? Didn't bring my camp gear since I planned to ride back to Valentine. Course. We've got a spare cot in the bunkhouse, Clive said. Then, lowering his voice, between you and me, that reward's likely to be mighty generous. Barlow's been losing sleep over these rustlers for weeks. The bunkhouse cot was lumpy, but after the day's events, Caleb slept like the dead. He woke to Clive shaking his cot. Barlow wants to see you, mister. And, you might want to see this. Clive's face was grim. Outside, a disturbing scene unfolded. The 4 captured rustlers hung from the ranch's barn, their necks snapped at unnatural angles. A crude sign reading, "Thief," hung around each corpse. Wasn't us, Clive said quickly. Found M like this at dawn and we don't know how they get out from the locked cabin we store M into. Either they didn't want to be handed to law or someone didn't want them talking. Caleb examined the bodies. Professional knots. No struggle marks. This was an execution, not frontier justice. But why does that concern him? They would be hanged anyway, and he doesn't want to incur the interest of whoever paid these rustlers. Then he saw Mr. Barlow, who turned out to be a wiry old livestock baron with eyes like flint. He counted out $250 in cash without preamble. Double the reward I offered, he growled. And another 100 if you keep quiet about how this ended. His gaze flicked to the corpses. I don't want it go out and ruin my ranch reputation, got it? Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 6 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 6 out of 10. Charm, 5 out of 10. Luck, 5 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL1. Rifle, LVL1. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL1. Horse mastery, LVL1. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Money, $501.99. Bank, $40, 2 gold bars, and a large bag of jewelry. Chapter 42, 42. Buying some upgrades and Benedict Albright different version. Then he saw Mr. Barlow, who turned out to be a wiry old livestock baron with eyes like flint. He counted out $250 in cash without preamble. "Double the reward I offered," he growled. "And another 100 if you keep quiet about how this ended." His gaze flicked to the corpses. "I don't want it go out and ruin my ranch reputation, got it?" Caleb made the zipping motion across his lips. "Don't worry, Mr. Barlow, I only came here to solve the rustler problem. As far as I'm concerned, this matter is finished." The rancher's shoulders relaxed slightly. "Good man." He turned to bark orders at his men about disposing of the bodies as Caleb turned around and mounted Morgan. Before getting on Morgan, Caleb caught Clive's arm. "Keep your eyes open. Whatever this was, it feels bigger than just rustling. Told your boys to be careful as well." The ranch hand nodded solemnly as after that Caleb rode west following the road toward Valentine. The journey passed uneventfully. Caleb consulted his map function periodically, noting familiar landmarks as he passed the Twin Stack Pass and Citadel Rock. About 90 minutes later, the unmistakable smell of livestock and coal smoke announced Valentine's outskirts as he arrived at the train station and the stock pens. To his surprise, several townsfolk waved as he passed the stock pens. "Afternoon, Mr. Thorne. Good to see you back. That rustler business was mighty fine work." Caleb tipped his hat awkwardly. He hadn't expected to be greeted when he returned back to Valentine, let alone greeted by name. The notoriety of solving Valentine's rustling problem had clearly taken shape and become solid when he left Valentine. As he rode through, he arrived at the main intersection where the church was to his right, and as he turned left, he spotted Sheriff Malloy leaning against the porch post of the sheriff's office. "Morning, Sheriff," Caleb called. Malloy turned, his weathered face breaking into a grin. "Morning, son. You finally decided to grace us with your presence again. Been more than a couple of days since I last saw you around." Caleb reined Morgan to a stop. "Just had some business out of town, Sheriff. Everything quiet here?" "Quiet as a church mouse," Malloy chuckled. Then his expression turned serious. "You keepin' your nose clean out there, son?" "Always, Sheriff." Caleb touched his hat brim. "Just honest work and some errand I had to do." Malloy nodded approvingly. "Good to hear. Don't go breaking any laws now, you hear? Oh, and also visit me if you have time. I have a bounty posted that maybe you would like to see." Hearing that there was some bounty posted, Caleb was intrigued and decided to go to the sheriff's office after this, so with a nod and a final wave, Caleb turned Morgan left toward the gun store, hitching Morgan at the hitching post there, and then he went to enter the store. The familiar bell jingled as he entered. Mr. Dalton looked up from polishing a rifle barrel, his face lighting up. "Well, I'll be. Caleb Thorne, back from the wilderness. What can I do for you today?" Caleb approached the glass counter, his eyes immediately drawn to the display of leather goods. "Hello, Mr. Dalton, good to be back. I've been eyeing those upgraded holsters, that shiny bandolier, and the gun belt since my first visit here at the store. Think it's time I invested in some proper gear." The gunsmith's bushy eyebrows rose. "Lookin' to go full gunslinger, Mr. Thorne?" He chuckled as he moved behind the counter. "Let me get those for you." As Dalton retrieved the items, Caleb added, "Make that 2 holsters actually, I want an offhand rig too. And if you've got another Schofield in stock, I'll take that as well." Dalton nearly dropped the armful of leather. 2 holsters, a bandolier, a gun belt, and a second Schofield. My, someone's planning to make an impression. He then goes to open the cabinet behind him and takes out a gleaming revolver. "You're in luck, just got this beauty in yesterday. Finest sidearm a man could ask for here on Valentine." The nickel-plated Schofield caught the sunlight perfectly, its grip smooth and nice to look at. Caleb tested the action, smooth as butter. "This'll do nicely, I'll take it." "So how much is in total for all, Mr. Dalton?" Hearing that began to lay out the purchases. 1X bandolier was $69.50, 2X upgraded holsters which was $45.50 each, so $91 in total, 1X gun belt was $58, and lastly, 1X Schofield revolver is $84. "So in total it comes to $302.50, Mr. Dalton said, then winked. "But for our local rustler solver? Let's call it $275 even." Caleb took out the bills from his satchel and counted them out without hesitation before giving them to Mr. Dalton. "Much obliged, Mr. Dalton." He immediately strapped on the new gear, putting on the fun belt first, and then the weight of the twin holsters settled comfortably on his hips. The bandolier crossed his chest perfectly, allowing easy access to shotgun shells. Caleb adjusted his new bandolier, realizing with mild embarrassment that he'd forgotten to stock up on shells for his double-barreled shotgun. "I almost forgot, Mr. Dalton. How much for a box of shotgun shells? And how many come in each?" The gunsmith chuckled, already reaching under the counter. $1 per box, 18 shells each." "I'll take 8 boxes then," Caleb said as he counted out $8 on the counter. As Mr. Dalton put the boxes on the counter and retrieved the money, Caleb methodically loaded 2 boxes worth into his bandolier's loops, the remaining 6 going into his satchel. The weight of the shells felt reassuring, preparation that could mean the difference between life and death. The familiar jingle of the doorbell announced his exit as he stepped into the afternoon sun. Stepping back onto Valentine's bustling Main Street, Caleb crossed the muddy thoroughfare toward the sheriff's office. Caleb's mind raced with possibilities. His memory skill recalled Valentine's bounties from the game, Benedict Albright the Miracle Cure Poisoner and Ellie and Swan the Black Widow. But this world had proven more complex than the game's scripted events. The familiar jingle of spurs announced his entrance. Sheriff Malloy looked up from his desk, eyebrows rising. Well. Looks like you're truly interested in this bounty business, son." He gestured to the notice board. "Take your pick, posters are on the board to your right, both need bringing in, one alive or dead." Caleb turned right and looked at the notice board to examine the posters. To his surprise, one familiar face stared back, and one he had expected. The left poster depicted Benedict Albright's smirking visage, the text below detailing his crimes. "Wanted, Benedict Albright. For murder by poisoning. $50 reward, alive only." The second poster showed a hard-faced man Caleb didn't recognize. "Wanted, Drew Dallas. Leader of the Dallas Gang. $100 reward, dead or alive." After handling those rustlers, Caleb mused as he took down Albright's poster, "I figured bounty hunting might be lucrative work. Dangerous, but profitable." Malloy chuckled. "Truer words never spoken, and it looks like Mr. Benedict Albert got your interest." One of his deputies, a grizzled man stood from his chair. "That Albright's a low-down huckster," the deputy spat. "Killed folks from here to Ansburg with his miracle cure. Get some sick satisfaction from watching them die slow. Killed more people than Landon Ricketts ever shot." Caleb's folded the poster and put it inside his satchel. "Even wild cougars show more mercy than that." He turned to Malloy. "Where was he last spotted?" "Saloon drunk, thought he saw him north of here by the gorge," Malloy said, moving to the window. "You think you can bring him in? Alive, mind you. The widows he made deserve to see him dance at the end of a rope." Caleb's memory skill provided perfect recall of Albright's location, a secluded cliff overlooking Cumberland Falls along the Dakota River. "Consider it done, Sheriff. He'll face justice proper." As he turned to leave, Malloy added, "Succeed with this one, and maybe you'll want to try the other. Drew Dallas leads a small-time gang robbing stagecoaches along the upper Montana. Killed 3 guards and 4 people last week." Caleb nodded his head and then left, getting on Morgan who was hitched on the hitching post, and then Caleb rode north at a steady trot, following the road toward Cumberland Forest. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows across the trail, the scent of pines sharp in the cooling air. After around 15 minutes' ride, Caleb spotted the telltale landmarks, the jagged rock formation his memory recognized as the Wolf's Head, then the distinctive twin oaks marking the turnoff toward the river. Dismounting, he tied Morgan to a sturdy pine and continued on foot. The sound of rushing water grew louder as Caleb crept through the underbrush. Peering over a rocky outcrop, he saw it, the ramshackle lean-to from the game, its tattered canvas flapping in the breeze. A thin wisp of smoke curled from a small fire. That where he saw Albright sat on a log, stirring a noxious-looking brew in an iron pot while his house was grazing. The man matched his poster perfectly and was the same as the one in the game as well, with greasy hair framing a somewhat middle-aged face that might have been normal to look at if not for the cruel twist of his lips. He hummed tunelessly as he worked, occasionally taking swigs from a whiskey bottle. He was surprised looking at a somewhat different Benedict Albright, as the one he remembered wasn't humming and didn't have an iron pot, and this shows that there's a chance that some of the game's scene and events have been somewhat incorporated with the twist and sickness of the real world. Not all, but there's a chance, and this one is the first one he encounters. At this time, Caleb's enhanced perception caught three critical details. A revolver was beside Albright on the log and it's within Albright's reach, and he also noticed several empty vials labeled Dr. Albright's Miracle Tonic scattered about. Drawing his Schofields, Caleb considered his approach. Taking Albright alive would be tricky now, since it was slightly different from the one in the game. The man was clearly armed, wasn't like a depressed man, and had the high ground. Then he remembers he had a rope that he had made into a lasso that he could use. Perfect. He goes back to Morgan to take the lasso inside the saddlebag and put it in his gun belt, and returns back to his position laying low so Albright doesn't notice his presence. Using Eagle Eye, Caleb mapped his plan. 1. Disable the revolver beside Albright with a precise shot. 2. Lasso Albright before he could flee. 3. Neutralize any resistance without killing. So after taking a deep breath and releasing his breath, that's when Caleb's first shot rang out, blasting the revolver into the air and fall from the cliff. Albright yelped, scrambling backward as Caleb's lasso snaked out to encircle his torso. What in blazes? Caleb yanked hard, sending Albright face first into the dirt. Before Albright could recover, Caleb was upon him, pressing a revolver barrel to his temple. Benedict Albright, Caleb growled. You're wanted for murder. Make this easy and you might live to see tomorrow. Albright's eyes darted wildly. You don't understand. My tonic helps people. Sometimes the cure is worse than the... Caleb's revolver whipped him into unconsciousness. Save it for the judge. After that, Caleb searched Albright's belongings and found a ledger listing victims and their symptoms and $32 that he put inside his satchel immediately. Trussing Albright like a Thanksgiving turkey, Caleb slung him over Morgan's rump and began the trek back. The poisoner regained consciousness halfway, alternating between whimpering and ranting about persecution. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 6 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 6 out of 10. Charm, 5 out of 10. Luck, 5 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL1. Rifle, LVL1. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL1. Horse mastery, LVL1. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle Eye, LVL1. Dead Eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Money, $258.99. Bank, $40, 2 gold bars, and a large bag of jewelry. Chapter 43, 43. Small celebration, being teased, and vaquero. After that, Caleb searched Albright's belongings and found a ledger listing victims and their symptoms and $32 that he put inside his satchel immediately. Trussing Albright like a Thanksgiving turkey, Caleb slung him over Morgan's rump and began the trek back. The poisoner regained consciousness halfway, alternating between whimpering and ranting about persecution. As Valentine's lights appeared in the distance, Albright made one last desperate play, trying to throw himself from the moving horse. Caleb reacted instantly, grabbing his collar and slamming him back down. "Try that again," Caleb said coldly, "and I'll deliver you piece by piece." The streets were still filled with townsfolk as Caleb rode up to the sheriff's office, and townsfolk stopped to stare as Caleb brought his captive. Caleb hitched Morgan on the hitching post beside the sheriff's office, picked up Albright, and put him on the shoulder, bringing him inside the sheriff's office. When he entered, he attracted the attention of Sheriff Malloy, who was sitting on his chair alongside two deputies, where Sheriff Malloy's eyebrows rose as he looked at the bound figure brought by Caleb. "Well, I'll be damned. You work fast, son. And you actually got him as well." He gestured to his deputies. "Boys, get this trash in a cell where he will rot as he awaits his punishment." As they hauled Albright away, Sheriff Malloy opened the drawer on his table, took out a clump of dollar bills, and counted out $50 before putting it down at the table. "Fine work, son. Here's your payment, and be happy to know that those widows would appreciate what you did." He then jerked a thumb toward the remaining poster. "Still feeling lucky? Dallas ain't no quack doctor like Albright, he's killed several bounty hunters that we know of trying to catch him." Caleb, hearing that, hesitated, thinking that he should do some more preparation first, since he had never heard of this Dallas gang before in the game. "Mind if I take a couple of days before going after Dallas? Need to resupply and check on some things." Malloy nodded approvingly. "Course, smart thinking. Just don't wait too long, we never know if that $100 reward be claimed by someone else. Word is that Drew Dallas and his boys have been holed up somewhere northwest of here around Mount Hagen. They're planning to rob stage coaches that passed from West Elizabeth heading to Annesburg and the other way around." Caleb nodded to Sheriff Malloy, pocketing the bounty money. "I'll look into Dallas soon. Oh, also let Albright know, Sheriff, that I hope he enjoys his stay behind bars." He tipped his hat before stepping back into the bustling Valentine's evening. The night had settled over Valentine, lanterns casting long shadows on the dirt roads, the air thick with the scent of dust, horse sweat, and the distant aroma of grilled meat from the saloon. With a satisfied sigh, Caleb mounted Morgan, deciding to do a little celebration, and nudged him forward. The rhythmic clopping of hooves mixed with the distant sounds of laughter and piano music spilling from Smithfield's saloon. As he hitched Morgan to the post out front of the saloon, he took a moment to glance around. The town was still lively despite the late hour, cowboys walking around, ranch hands drunkenly leaning on each other, and several working girls fluttering around like moths drawn to a flame as they stood outside of the saloon. Pushing open the batwing doors, Caleb stepped into the saloon, and the atmosphere shifted. Conversations paused, heads turned, and whispers spread like wildfire. "That's the rustler hunter. He just brought in Albright. I heard he took down that poisoner like it was nothing." Ignoring the murmurs, Caleb walked up to the bar, where Mr. Douglas was polishing a glass. "Whiskey," Caleb said, placing $5.50 on the counter. "The good stuff. And some lamb's fry as well, Mr. Douglas." Mr. Douglas chuckled as he grabbed a clean glass. "Well, if it ain't the man who cleaned up our rustler problem, finally come back. Now you're tellin' me on your comeback, you went and got that damn poisoner, too?" He shook his head with admiration as he poured. "This one's on the house. And hold tight, I'll get your lamb's fry ordered up." Caleb downed the first whiskey in one smooth motion, the burn warming his chest. "I appreciate that, Mr. Douglas. Let me pay for the next round," he said as he signaled at the 50 cents Mr. Douglas didn't take. The bartender chuckled, took the 50 cents, and poured another shot before heading off to the kitchen to put in the food order. As Caleb took another sip, the scent of perfume and cheap tobacco filled the air as several working girls sidled up beside him. Their smiles were playful, their eyes assessing. "Well, well, look what the cat dragged in, a real live hero," one of them, a brunette, cooed, brushing a delicate hand against his shoulder. Her fingers trailed along Caleb's new gun belt. "Heard you're quite the marksman. I do love a man who knows how to handle his weapons," a redhead giggled, leaning in close. "Maybe you'd like a proper reward for all your hard work, some private celebrating," whispered the girl, her breath hot against his ear. The third, a blonde with knowing eyes, leaned across the bar and pressed herself to his side. "Our rooms upstairs are much quieter than this dreadful noise. Maybe you'd like to inspect the accommodations." Caleb coughed, trying to keep his composure. He wasn't new to this kind of attention, but the sheer enthusiasm of the girls had him a little off guard. He chuckled, offering them a smirk as he tipped his hat. "Ladies, y'all sure know how to make a man feel welcome," he said smoothly, "while I'm deeply flattered." He gently extracted himself, offering compliments in return. "A man could get lost in eyes like yours," to the brunette, "that color brings out your fire," to the redhead, and "you move like poetry," to the blonde girl. His charming yet reserved demeanor only seemed to make them more intrigued. The surrounding patrons erupted in mixed reactions. Some of the other patrons whistled and jeered in amusement, led by a grizzled rancher who slammed his tankard on the bar. "Attaboy, gunslinger. Show 'em how a real man shoots," while a few drunken men grumbled, saying pretty boys stealing all the attention, seeing the attention Caleb was receiving. Before things got out of hand, Mr. Douglas returned, placing a steaming plate of lamb's fry in front of Caleb. "All right, girls, let the man eat in peace," he said firmly. "You can flirt all you want after he's done. Now go on, there's plenty of other fellas needin' company." The girls pouted but obeyed, moving on to other patrons while throwing lingering glances at Caleb. He exhaled in relief, muttering a quiet thanks to Mr. Douglas before carrying his food and drink to an empty table. He ate slowly, savoring the meal, letting the warmth of the whiskey settle in his belly. It had been a good day, $50 richer, another criminal off the streets, and a solid lead on his next bounty. Between bites, he mentally catalogued his next moves, which were first to restock supplies, like some provisions for the road, and second to visit the general store for better camping gear if he needed to stay out in the wild and some warm clothes. Then next check Morgan's shoes at the stable, and lastly research Drew Dallas' gang before heading out. He wasn't foolish enough to rush into the hunt for Drew Dallas. If the sheriff's words were anything to go by, Dallas wasn't just a two-bit outlaw, he was a proficient gunslinger and cold-hearted killer with an expert gang to back him up. As he finished his meal, the working girls attempted another round of flirtations, but Caleb remained adamant in his refusals. After some light-hearted teasing, he managed to slip out of the saloon and make his way toward the hotel. The clerk at the front desk looked up in surprise as Caleb stepped inside. "Mr. Thorne. We were beginning to worry. Was about to pack up your things," the man said. "Thought you might have gone off for good. Your room's still yours for another 2 days. I was wonderin' what to do with your things." Caleb smiled. "My apologies, had some business outside of town and it took longer than expected. Figured I'd be back in time." The clerk nodded. "Good thing, too. Hate to have tossed a paying customer's belongings." Caleb handed over $5 to extend his stay before heading upstairs to his room. As he pushed open the door, the familiar sight of his simple yet comfortable quarters greeted him. He set his satchel on the small desk, loosened his gun belt, and sat on the edge of the bed, rolling his shoulders. He needed a plan, since with the only small information he had got, Drew Dallas was no pushover. If he was holed up near Mount Hagen, that meant cold weather, rough terrain, and likely an ambush if he wasn't careful. With those thoughts lingering, Caleb laid back against the mattress, exhaling as he stared at the ceiling. Tomorrow, he'd prepare. Then, the real bounty hunting would begin, unlike the one he just did hunting Albright. The next day, Caleb woke up from his sleep and stretched to keep his body flexible. He began packing his belongings, and organizing the provisions he had stored in the room. As he prepared to change clothes, he realized he only had 2 outfits, one he was wearing and the other left at the camp in Horseshoe Overlook. Deciding to purchase new clothes along with warm attire, he added that to his to-do list. Before heading out, Caleb continued his morning routine with push-ups, sit-ups, and calisthenics. Once finished, he went for his usual run around town. The townsfolk, accustomed to his habits, resumed their day without much fuss. Completing his exercise, he paid the hotel clerk 25 cents for a hot bath. The soothing heat relaxed his muscles, and after freshening up, he exited the hotel and crossed the street to the general store. As he entered, the bell above the door jingled, and he heard Mr. Worth call from the back room, "Welcome, welcome. Please wait a moment while I finish putting some things away." "Of course, Mr. Worth. Take your time," Caleb replied, making his way to the counter. He browsed the shelves idly until the storekeeper emerged, greeting him warmly. "Well, if it ain't Caleb Thorne. Good to see you back, son. Heard about what you did yesterday, finally getting that no-good Albright." Caleb offered a modest smile. "Good to see you too, Mr. Worth. Just did what needed to be done, brought in a man who deserved justice and small peace for those he had done harm." Mr. Worth chuckled. "Good to hear, and also bounty huntin' ain't easy work. You be careful out there. Now, what can I do for you?" Caleb opened the catalog and flipped to the outfit section. He pointed to the vaquero outfit, deciding it would serve as his new attire. Next, he turned to the coats and jackets, selecting a thick wool coat for warmth. Lastly, he browsed the miscellaneous section for new camp gear, purchasing a bedroll and tent. Mr. Worth nodded. "Good choices. Now, let's see. The vaquero outfit would normally be $85.50, but for you, I'll knock it down to $70 even. The wool coat is $20 with a discount, and the camp gear will be $23 in total. Comes to $113 in total for all." Caleb grimaced slightly at the price but counted out the money and handed it over. Mr. Worth placed it in the register before retrieving the ordered items. Caleb took his new clothes to the changing room and donned the vaquero outfit. Checking his reflection, he saw a young man in his early 20s, black-haired and black-eyed, his slightly toned frame clad in rugged yet stylish attire. Smirking at his own reflection, he stepped out, carrying his old clothes and boots. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 6 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 6 out of 10. Charm, 5 out of 10. Luck, 5 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL1. Rifle, LVL1. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL1. Horse mastery, LVL1. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Money, $185.25. Bank, $40, 2 gold bars, and a large bag of jewelry. Chapter 44. Gathering information and remembering the free weapons, Caleb grimaced slightly at the price but counted out the money and handed it over. Mr. Worth placed it in the register before retrieving the ordered items. Caleb took his new clothes to the changing room and donned the vaquero outfit. Checking his reflection, he saw a young man in his early 20s, black-haired and black-eyed, his slightly toned frame clad in rugged yet stylish attire. Smirking at his own reflection, he stepped out, carrying his old clothes and boots. Looking sharp, Mr. Worth commented. "That outfit suits you." Caleb nodded in appreciation. "Thanks, Mr. Worth. See you around." Gathering his purchases, Caleb returned to his hotel room, setting the items on the bed. His old clothes rested on the chair, boots placed beside them. Now outfitted and prepared, he set off for the saloon, intent on gathering information. If he was going after Drew Dallas and his gang, he needed every bit of knowledge available. The morning sun beat down as Caleb crossed the street toward Smithfield Saloon, and with his goal in mind, he pushed open the saloon doors, ready to start digging for leads. As soon as he enters, even at this hour, the establishment buzzed with activity, ranch hands on early some breakfast, traveling salesmen nursing drinks, and a few working girls chatting idly near the piano. Mr. Douglas looked up from wiping glasses as Caleb approached the bar. "Back so soon? Didn't get enough attention last night?" The bartender's eyes twinkled with amusement. Caleb chuckled, placing 50 cents and $1 on the counter. "Whiskey, and some information if you've got it." The bartender poured a generous measure after taking the money. "That depends on what you're asking, Mr. Thorne." Leaning in, Caleb kept his voice low. "Drew Dallas and his gang. Heard they've been causing holding up around Mount Hagen, and robbed stagecoaches around New Hanover." Douglas's expression darkened. He glanced around before responding. "That's dangerous talk to have, Caleb. Dallas ain't some small-time outlaw, he's killed more men than Cougar's done in a month." He refilled Caleb's glass without being asked. "Word is he's got at least 8 men riding with him, all crack shots. They hit a stagecoach heading to Annesburg twice last month, left the guards swinging from trees." From the corner of his eye, Caleb noticed an old patron at the end of the bar perk up at the mention of Dallas. The man's gnarled fingers tightened around his whiskey glass. "Excuse me a moment," Caleb murmured to Mr. Douglas. Carrying his glass of whiskey, he approached the weathered patron. "Mind if I join you, mister?" The old man's milky eye fixed on Caleb. "Heard you a skin 'bout Dallas. You one of them bounty hunters?" Caleb nodded. "You could say that, I'm looking for information. Anything you can share would be helpful." The man, who introduced himself as Jeremiah Pike, was a retired stagecoach driver, and he proved to be a goldmine of intelligence, where he gave information concerning the Dallas gang, where the Dallas gang, composed of 8 to 10 men, from what he heard some were former army members, and that their favorite tactics were ambushing stages at river crossings or remote places. "Last time they hit a coach," Pike rasped, "they made the passengers dance at gunpoint before putting bullets in their knees. Took the strongbox and left him to bleed out." He spat. "Animals." Caleb's jaw tightened. "Any idea when they might strike next?" Pike shrugged. "I heard from my friend that there's gonna be several stages from Strawberries heading to Annesburg in 3 days. If I was bettin', I'd say they'll hit it around Cattail Pond, since it would be a pretty remote place and not many people pass through frequently." Thanking the old man with a second whiskey, Caleb retreated to a corner table to process the information. His memory skill confirmed Cattail Pond's location northwest of Valentine, rough, wooded terrain perfect for an ambush. If Dallas was indeed planning to hit tomorrow's stage, that gave Caleb limited time to prepare. Mr. Douglas, who had been listening to the conversation between Caleb and Pike, set down the glass he was cleaning. His expression was unreadable, but there was a flicker of concern in his eyes. He moved from behind the bar, weaving through the scattered tables until he stood before Caleb. "Caleb," he began, his voice low but firm, "word of advice, think it through before deciding to go after Drew Dallas. You just started your career by capturing Albright, a man who killed with poison and lies. Dallas ain't that kind of snake. He'll shoot you dead before you even blink." Caleb looked up from his whiskey, meeting the bartender's gaze. He appreciated the warning. Mr. Douglas wasn't the type to meddle unnecessarily, and if he was speaking up, it meant the danger was real. A small, grateful smile touched Caleb's lips. "Thank you, Mr. Douglas. I'll keep your advice in mind. Right now, I'm just collecting information and poking around. If it's truly more than I can chew, I'll back off." Mr. Douglas studied him for a moment, then gave a slow nod. Good. Don't let pride and overconfidence get you killed. With that, he turned away to serve another patron who had just called for a beer. Caleb exhaled, swirling the remaining whiskey in his glass. The saloon's noise, the clinking glasses, the occasional burst of laughter, and the piano's off-key notes, faded into the background as he mulled over the information. He decided to subtly ask around, hoping for more concrete details. But after an hour of discreet inquiries, he realized most of the rumors were either exaggerated or outright nonsense. One drunkard claimed Dallas could summon wolves to do his bidding, while another insisted the outlaw had a secret hideout inside a mountain. Caleb dismissed the wilder tales, sticking to what Pike had told him. With no further leads in the saloon, Caleb stepped out into the midday sun. The heat was relentless, but the dry air made it bearable. He adjusted his hat and made his way toward Old Bob's butcher stall near the market. Old Bob, who was a grizzled man with a thick beard and a stained apron, greeted him with a nod. "Ah, the boy who looked for a job in the last has come back. What'll it be today, son?" "Hello, Old Bob, 3 salted venison and 3 salted beef," Caleb said, counting out the coins. The total came to $9, a fair price for provisions that would last him a while. Bob wrapped the meat in waxed paper and handed it over. "Heard you bagged Albright." "Nice work." Caleb shrugged. "Just doing my job." "Still, not many would have tracked him down like you did." Bob leaned in slightly. "Word is you're asking about Dallas now." "That true?" Caleb tensed. "News traveled fast in this town." "Just keeping my ears open." Bob's expression turned grave. "Be careful with that one. He ain't like the others." Caleb nodded, tucking the meat into his satchel. "I'll keep that in mind." "Thanks, Old Bob." With his supplies secured, Caleb whistled for Morgan. She trotted over, her coat gleaming under the sun. He patted her neck before mounting up and guiding her toward the only stable in Valentine. Mr. Levi, the stablemaster, was brushing down a chestnut stallion when Caleb arrived. The older man's face lit up in recognition. "Well, if it ain't the man of the hour." Mr. Levi grinned, setting aside the brush. "Heard you brought in Albright. Town's buzzing about it." Caleb dismounted Morgan with a chuckle. "Just got lucky, Mr. Levi." "Luck don't catch outlaws, son. Skill does." Levi gestured for one of his stable hands to take Morgan. "You want the usual care package?" "Yeah, including a horseshoe check." Caleb handed over $3.40. Mr. Levi pocketed the money and called out to Stu, his assistant. As the younger man led Morgan away, Levi turned back to Caleb, his expression softening. "You've come a long way, kid. Remember when you first stumbled in here, looking for work? Now you're bringing in bounties." Caleb scratched the back of his head, suddenly becoming self-conscious. The memory of his first days in this world rushed back full of excitement with a system, the disorientation, the fear, the nausea after his first kill. Back then, he had been a man out of time, struggling to adapt while excitement coursed through his veins at the same time. Now, he was slipping into the role of a bounty hunter with ease. Humans really are creatures of adaptation, he mused. "I'm just trying to survive," he said finally. "Honestly, I'm surprised I can even do half the things I'm doing now. Never thought I'd be able to shoot, track, or ride like this." Levi clapped him on the shoulder. "You've got talent and grit, kid. That counts for a lot out here." With Morgan taken care of, Caleb retreated to his hotel room to strategize. He spread out the worn map of New Hanover he had bought before he got the map function on the small table, tracing the route from Strawberry to Annesburg, as in his map function he hadn't unlocked those areas yet as he hadn't passed through. Cattail Pond. The location was remote from places with civilization, with the only nearby place filled with civilization was Wallace Station, surrounded by dense woods and rocky outcrops, perfect for an ambush. If Dallas was indeed planning to hit the stagecoach, Caleb had 2 options, which was 1. Intercept the Dallas gang before they ambush the stage coaches, by finding their camp at Mount Hagen and strike first. 2. Wait for the ambush to happen and then help the guard of the stagecoach do a counterattack, letting the Dallas gang make their move, then take them by surprise as they fight the guard. The first option was riskier. Dallas's gang outnumbered him, and if he failed to take them by surprise, he'd be dead before he could realize it. The second option gave him the advantage of preparation, but it also meant innocent people could get hurt if things went wrong, and it had a 99% chances of it could go wrong. Caleb exhaled sharply, running a hand through his hair. I need more firepower. After thinking so, Caleb stared at his weapons laid out on the hotel bed, 2 Schofield revolvers, a worn carbine repeater, the double-barreled shotgun, and his hunting bow. For most bounty jobs, this arsenal would suffice. But facing 9 hardened killers? These might as well be pea shooters. His fingers traced the carbine's pitted barrel and scratches on its stock. The repeater had served him well during the Valentine Rustler's ambush. This relic couldn't hit the broad side of a barn past 50 yards. The shotgun packed punch but required constant reloading, a death sentence in a prolonged firefight. Against hardened killers, he needed reliability. That's when his past life memory flickered like a struck match, revealing 3 golden opportunities that could help him gain free upgrade for his arsenal. 1. Rhodes Gunsmith's Lancaster repeater, where the delusional gunsmith kept a teenager chained in the basement of his store, believing him to be his dead son. In the basement, there's a weapon box with an untouched Lancaster in pristine condition. 2. Shea Porter's pump-action shotgun, where a family of inbred highway robbers lived on their secluded farm northwest of Window Rock, which had the shotgun on the second floor of their decaying farmhouse inside a weapon box in a bad condition needing some maintenance. 3. Watson Cabin's semi-auto shotgun, where the infamous old lady who was the mother of the infamous Watson boys had kept one in the basement of her cabin, which was to the north of Lithgow Creek River and to the west of Wallace Station. The Lancaster was the easiest grab. But the pump-action's rapid-fire capability called to him, as it would be devastating in close combat, and it's not that the double-barrel's stopping power was undeniable, but 2 shells wouldn't cut it against 9 men, even if it meant tangling with the porters. 9 against 1. More like 9 against surprise, he thought grimly. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 6 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 6 out of 10. Charm, 5 out of 10. Luck, 5 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL1. Rifle, LVL1. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL1. Horse mastery, LVL1. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Money, $172.84. Bank, $40, 2 gold bars, and a large bag of jewelry. Chapter 45, 45. Pump-action shotgun and money. The Lancaster was the easiest grab. But the pump-action's rapid-fire capability called to him, as it would be devastating in close combat, and it's not that the double-barrel's stopping power was undeniable, but 2 shells wouldn't cut it against 9 men, even if it meant tangling with the porters. 9 against 1. More like 9 against surprise, he thought grimly. Better odds than facing Dallas unprepared. Decision made, Caleb grabbed his hat and headed out. The afternoon sun hung heavy as he mounted Morgan, her coat shimmering with sweat as she was grazing, and Caleb gave her a sugar cube as a treat before he was ready. Let's move, girl. We've got a long ride. With a nudge of his heels, they set off toward Window Rock. The journey north was uneventful at first, open plains giving way to sparse woodland. Caleb kept one eye on his map function, which displayed the terrain he'd already explored. Soon he crossed the river and Window Rock loomed ahead. Its rocky terrain of a cliff could be seen by him with the railways as well. As they neared the landmark, Caleb slowed Morgan to a trot. The forest thickened, the air growing damp with the scent of pine and earth. According to his memory, Shea Porter's farm lay northwest of here, tucked away like a festering wound. 9 inbred killers. One of me. Caleb followed the main road and soon saw a path on his left leading into the forest, the terrain rising slightly. He directed Morgan to take the path, her hooves crunching softly against the undergrowth. The trees thickened, casting long shadows as he neared his destination. Soon, he spotted the farm nestled among the trees. He guided Morgan off the path toward a dense thicket, tying her to a tree near a bush that provided good concealment. She snorted softly but settled as he patted her neck, handing her another sugar cube. "Stay here, girl. Won't take long." After dismounting, he checked his gear. His Schofield revolvers were clean and fully loaded. His carbine repeater was slung over his shoulder, and his double-barreled shotgun sat ready at his side. His knife was secured at his hip. He took a steadying breath, crouched low, and moved toward the farm. His boots made no sound as he crept past the fence, keeping low behind the cover of a hay-filled shed. He peered out, spotting 3 of the inbred standing near the barn, engaged in idle conversation. They laughed in their thick, slurred accents, making crude jokes as they worked around the farm. Caleb readied both Schofields, fingers tightening on the grips. Just as he prepared to strike, a sharp voice rang out from the second floor of the barn. "You lazy bastards, get back to work. Ain't got time for your bullshit." Caleb risked another glance. A woman stood on the barn's upper level, a rifle in hand, barking orders at the men below from the window. Perfect opportunity. He exhaled and activated Dead-Eye. The world slowed, the air thick like molasses. He painted X marks on the woman's chest and head, then marked each of the 3 men below. Time snapped back to normal. Bang. 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 Gunfire erupted in rapid succession. The woman jerked back, her rifle clattering from her hands as she fell down backward. The 3 men below barely had time to react before bullets found their skulls, dropping them like sacks of grain. The echoes of the shots had barely faded before the rest of the Porters sprang into action. Doors burst open on both sides of the cabin. 2 men rushed out from the left, another 2 from the right. An older man, likely the patriarch, shouted in fury as he scrambled onto a horse, attempting to flee. Caleb pivoted, raising his Schofield, and fired. The bullet slammed into the old man's back. He let out a strangled cry before slumping forward, falling from the saddle in a heap. The remaining 4 inbred spread out, taking cover behind fences and barrels. Bullets whizzed past Caleb as he dove behind a water trough, reloading quickly. One of them rushed forward with a shotgun. Caleb popped up and fired, the bullet hitting his shoulder. The man staggered but kept coming. Caleb pulled the trigger again, this time, a clean headshot. The inbred collapsed mid-stride. 3 left. The next attacker peeked from behind a crate, squeezing off a few wild shots. Caleb ducked, rolled, and fired as he came up, hitting the man in the chest. He gasped, clutching at the wound before toppling backward. The last 2 were more cautious, keeping their distance, firing in his direction. Caleb took cover behind a wagon, glancing at his carbine repeater. He drew it, steadied his aim, and squeezed the trigger. Crack. One of them dropped instantly. The last one cursed, making a break for the barn. Caleb switched to his shotgun, flanking around the side. He caught the man scrambling up the ladder inside. Boom. The blast sent the last Porter sprawling onto the barn floor, unmoving. Caleb exhaled, lowering his gun. Silence settled over the farm, broken only by the distant cry of birds and the faint rustling of trees in the breeze. With the fight over, Caleb set to work. He searched the right side cabin first, rifling through drawers and cabinets. A few crumpled bills and loose coins added up to $25. Not bad. Upstairs, he climbed a ladder to a loft where an old wooden box lay beneath dust and cobwebs. He cracked it open. Inside was a pump-action shotgun, dirty but serviceable, where he picked it up and looked at it. He'd clean it up with a gun oil and get it checked at a gunsmith later. Next, he moved to the barn. The dead woman lay where she'd fallen. He searched her pockets, finding another $2.50. Beside her was a locked chest. Breaking it open, he found a neat stack of bills, $100. But he wasn't done yet. Caleb knew from memory when playing the game, that more loot was stashed at the back of the barn. He climbed down and went to work, moving stacked crates and barrels. It took time, but eventually, he uncovered the lockbox hidden in a hole beneath the debris. He pried it open, revealing the real prize, $350 in cold hard cash. Smiling, Caleb took out the money and put it inside his satchel before proceeding to loot the bodies of the inbred. In total, he gained $18.32 alongside 2 silver pocket watches and 2 silver buckle belts. Satisfied with his finds, he moved to the left cabin, a smaller structure compared to the right side cabin. Inside, dust and grime coated every surface. A rat scurried across the floorboards as Caleb rummaged through drawers and cabinets, his experienced hands quickly separating junk from valuables. He found $8 tucked inside a tin box beneath a rotting bed frame. Near the stove, an unopened bottle of Garma rum caught his eye. Popping the cork, he took a few sips, the strong liquor burning his throat but quenching his thirst. Stepping outside, he took a deep breath, letting the cool air clear his head before moving on to the horses. There were 4 of them, all sturdy and well-fed, likely used by the inbred for riding and bringing stolen goods. Caleb checked their saddlebags, coming away with 3 golden nuggets and an additional $11.23. Eyeing the horses, he considered his options. Selling them at the stable would fetch a fair price, but keeping one as a backup was a wise decision. Using a length of rope he found near the barn, he secured them together and led them toward where Morgan was tied. He fastened the rope to a sturdy tree before heading back to the farm to retrieve weapons from the fallen. By the time he was done, his haul included 8 cattleman revolvers, 2 carbine repeaters, and 1 double-barreled shotgun. He carefully distributed the weight, stuffing the revolvers into Morgan's saddlebags and securing the larger firearms onto one of the pack horses. His newly acquired pump-action shotgun rested comfortably in the saddle holster of his mare. Morgan whinnied as he mounted up, her ears flicking back expectantly. He chuckled, patting her neck. Yeah. You always know when I've hit payday. Gathering the reins of the other horses, Caleb gave the farm one last look. The bodies of the porters lay scattered, their reign of terror at an end. Without another thought, he turned Morgan toward the trail and set off, disappearing into the woods as the sun dipped lower in the sky. His destination is Valentine. As Caleb rode into town leading 4 horses behind him, heads turned. Whispers spread among the townsfolk, some recognizing him from his past dealings with rustlers near Valentine. He ignored their curious stares, guiding the horses straight to the stable. Mr. Levi, the stable owner, looked up from his work, his brows raising as he took in the sight. Well. These 4 are mighty fine horses. American paint breed. You lookin' to sell, Caleb? Dismounting from Morgan, Caleb nodded. Yeah, Mr. Levi. But I want to keep one and store it in the stable. I'll sell the other 3. How much are you offering? Mr. Levi eyed him carefully. You got papers for him? Caleb shook his head. Ran into some bandits north of Valentine while hunting. They didn't make it out. Figured I'd bring their horses here instead of leaving him to wander. Mr. Levi sighed, rubbing his jaw. At least you ain't stolen them. Tell you what, $20 apiece for the 3 I'm buyin'. That's $60 total. Deal. Caleb accepted the cash, tucking it away before patting the remaining horse. "And this one, I'll keep. Make sure she's taken care of. Also, can you keep the guns I have on one of the American paint, Mr. Levi? I plan to sell it later." Mr. Levi grinned and nodded his head. "She's in good hands, and don't worry, I will store it myself for you." With business done, Caleb retrieved Morgan's saddlebags, his guns on Morgan's saddle, and slung them over his shoulder, putting them in his hotel room, before making his way toward the saloon. It had been a profitable day, and a hot meal with a drink wouldn't hurt. As he stepped onto the wooden porch, the doors swung open, and a familiar face exited, Sheriff Malloy. The grizzled lawman's sharp eyes locked onto Caleb's. "Thorne. Sheriff." Caleb tipped his hat, keeping his posture casual. "Heard some folks saw you bringing in a string of horses. Didn't happen to stumble into anything unlawful, did ya?" Caleb smirked. "Just did your job for you, Sheriff. The porters won't be terrorizing travelers anymore." Sheriff Malloy studied him for a moment before nodding. "Reckon the town owes you for that. Just keep your nose clean. Oh, also I'll be waiting for when you pick up that bounty for Drew Dallas." With that, the sheriff walked off, and Caleb entered the saloon. The scent of whiskey, sweat, and tobacco filled the air. He made his way to the counter, dropping $4.50 for a lamb's fry and a glass of whiskey. After finishing his meal at the saloon, Caleb returned to his hotel room for some much-needed rest. The events of the day had been profitable, but the ride to Rhodes would take time, and he needed to be sharp for whatever came his way. As he lay down, he briefly went over his plans, mentally mapping out his route and making a checklist of what he needed to do before leaving Valentine. Within minutes, exhaustion took hold, and he drifted into a deep sleep. The morning sun filtered through the window as Caleb stirred awake. He sat up, rubbing the sleep from his eyes before stretching. Today, he had business to take care of before heading south. Slipping into his vaquero outfit, he grabbed the pump-action shotgun wrapped in cloth that he put on the dresser table, and put it under his arm, and headed downstairs. The town was already stirring to life as he stepped out onto the street, Valentine's usual mix of traders, ranchers, and drifters moving about. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 6 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 6 out of 10. Charm, 5 out of 10. Luck, 5 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL1. Rifle, LVL1. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL1. Horse mastery, LVL1. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Money, $733.39. Bank, $40, 2 gold bars, and a large bag of jewelry. Chapter 46, 46. Lancaster repeater slipping into his vaquero outfit, he grabbed the pump-action shotgun wrapped in a cloth that he put on the dresser table, and put it under his arm, and headed downstairs. The town was already stirring to life as he stepped out onto the street, Valentine's usual mix of traders, ranchers, and drifters moving about. Caleb made his way to the gunsmith. The bell jingled as he entered, where Mr. Dalton greeted him with a nod. "Morning, Caleb. What can I do for you?" "Mr. Dalton." Caleb tipped his hat to the wiry gunsmith who stood polishing a Winchester behind the counter. "Got this beauty recently. Needs a bit of maintenance." He unwrapped the shotgun with care, laying it on the glass display case where morning light caught the intricate scrollwork on the receiver. Mr. Dalton's bushy eyebrows rose as he picked up the weapon, running calloused fingers along the barrel and inspecting it with his trained eye. "Well, I'll be damned. A Winchester 1897 pump action." He worked the action with practiced hands, nodding at the smooth mechanism. "Where'd you come across this beauty?" "Took it off some family of outlaws that ambushed me up near Window Rock." Caleb leaned casually against the counter, watching Mr. Dalton's expert inspection. "Figured it needed proper attention before I trust my life to it." Mr. Dalton flipped the gun over, squinting at the firing pin. "Recent cleanin', but it could use some fine-tuning. The magazine spring's weak, and the bores got fouling." He set it down with a decisive tap. $5 gets you a full tear-down, new springs, and a mirror polish." Caleb didn't hesitate, pulling out and placing $5 across the counter. "I'll be back around noon or afternoon to pick it up, no problem." "Ain't my first rodeo, Caleb." Mr. Dalton winked, already reaching for his tools. "Come back this afternoon and you will pick up an almost brand new shotgun." With that settled, Caleb left the store and walked toward the stable. Mr. Levi was tending to a customer when he noticed Caleb approaching. "Mornin' to you, Caleb. Come to pick up Morgan and your guns?" Caleb nodded. "That's right." Levi motioned to one of his stable hands, who promptly went to fetch Morgan. Meanwhile, Levi himself disappeared into the back of the stable, returning shortly with the weapons Caleb had asked to be stored. "Oh, also that American paint you kept is settled in stall 4. Caleb nodded his head, and received the 2 carbines repeater, and the double-barrel shotgun, which had been wrapped in burlap by Mr. Levi. Meanwhile, as soon as Morgan led out, the mare snorted and whinnied upon seeing her rider. Caleb chuckled, taking the lead from the stable hand and patting Morgan's face. "Missed me already, girl?" Morgan flicked her ears and nuzzled his shoulder. Caleb rewarded her with an apple from his pocket before securing the weapons onto her saddle. Once everything was in place, he climbed into the saddle and nodded to Mr. Levi. "Appreciate it, Mr. Levi." "Take care out there, Caleb," Mr. Levi replied as Caleb nudged Morgan forward. With everything squared away, Caleb returned to the hotel, stowed the carbine repeaters and the double barriers in his room, and grabbed his saddlebag, putting it back on Morgan. With his final preparations complete, he mounted Morgan once more and turned south, pulling up his map function for guidance. The journey to Rhodes was a long one, and he planned to take the most efficient route, heading toward Flat Neck Station first before following the road by using the railway heading southeast as guidance, since he hadn't opened up part of the area there yet on his map, but fortunately his memory skill helps him remember the map from the game. If all went smoothly, he'd arrive in Rhodes in about 2 hours. The ride began uneventfully. The dirt roads of New Hanover stretched ahead, the rolling plains gradually shifting to more wooded terrain as he neared Flat Neck Station. Birds chirped overhead, rabbits crossed through the road once in a while, and the occasional deer darted through the underbrush. The rhythmic clatter of Morgan's hooves was the only sound accompanying him as he rode. Upon reaching Flat Neck Station, Caleb slowed Morgan to a trot. The station wasn't particularly busy, just a few travelers waiting for the next train and a couple of drifters playing poker inside the warehouse. He didn't linger, only taking a brief moment to adjust his gear before continuing southeast. The railway was his best guide now, a clear path leading straight to Rhodes passing through Scarlet Meadows. As he pressed on, the scenery changed. The grasslands of New Hanover gave way to the clear open plains of Scarlet Meadow, and then to the moss-covered trees of Lemoyne. The air grew thicker, and more humid, carrying the scent of damp earth and decaying vegetation. The transition was a stark contrast, but Caleb was unfazed. He had a goal in mind, and distractions wouldn't deter him. After nearly 2 hours of riding, the outskirts of Rhodes came into view. The town was small compared to Valentine's but had a distinct southern charm, brick buildings, wooden porches, and a population that moved with a certain slow-paced ease. But Caleb knew better than to assume all was well, because he knew well Rhodes had its share of troubles. Of course, the biggest one notably the ongoing rivalry between the Braithwaites and the Greys that stretched to centuries. He'd keep his business quick and stay out of trouble. Guiding Morgan toward the gunsmith store, he dismounted and secured her to a hitching post in front of the gunsmith store. He then goes to the right side of the store and sees the basement window made of steel bars, and as he crouches down to see inside, he sees the teenage boy wearing some kind of sailor outfit for a boy looking back at him. When the teenage boy saw him, he scrambled his hand out from the bars, his voice urgent and trembling. "Mister! Help me! I've been trapped down here." Caleb crouched down, his gaze narrowing as he studied the boy. "Whoa, easy there, kid. Why are you dressed like that? Are you all right there, kid? It's that crazy gunsmith. He made me dress up like this, mister. Please, help me." Caleb nodded as his jaw tightened. He'd known what to expect from his memories, but seeing the reality turned his stomach. "Stay down and wait. I'll get you out of there." His expression darkened as he stepped back, scanning his surroundings to ensure nobody had seen the interaction before heading to the entrance of the store. Adjusting his stance, he pulled a bandana from his pocket and tied it across the lower half of his face before heading toward the store's entrance. He took a deep breath, pushing the door open with controlled force. A small bell jingled above, announcing his arrival. Behind the counter stood Jasper Freeney, the town's gunsmith, wiping down a Springfield rifle with a rag. His gaze lifted as Caleb entered, eyes flickering with mild curiosity before tensing at the sight of the bandana-covered face. Caleb didn't hesitate, he drew one of his Schofield revolvers and aimed it directly at Freeney. Freeney's posture stiffened, releasing the Springfield to the counter, and his hand twitching near his waist before he stopped himself. Hey. What are you doing? You better put that down, 'cause that's a fool's decision." Caleb kept his voice low and gruff, disguising it further. "I don't care, mister. I want to see what's in that basement of yours. Show me. Right now." Freeney's face paled slightly, and his lips pressed into a thin line. "There's nothing of worth down there, I swear." Caleb stepped closer, the revolver unwavering in his hand. "I don't care what you say. I'll be the judge of that. Open it." Freeney hesitated for only a moment longer before reluctantly reaching for his keys. His hands trembled slightly as he fumbled through them, eventually selecting the right one. "I assure you, mister, there's nothing I'm hidin' down there," he muttered, forcing a weak chuckle. "It's just ma, boy who stays down there. He was sleepin'. Such a shame, wakin' him up." Caleb said nothing, merely gesturing with his revolver. Freeney sighed, moving toward the floor door to his right. He inserted the key and turned it with a metallic clank, then pulled the wooden hatch open, revealing a narrow staircase leading into dimness below. The air down there was stale, thick with the scent of dust, damp wood, and something faintly metallic. Caleb motioned with his gun. "After you." Freeney hesitated before stepping down the stairs, with Caleb right behind him, gun trained on his back. As they descended, the teenager in the sailor suit recoiled, his voice trembling with both fear and defiance. You just stay away from me, monster." Freeney's face twisted into something halfway between anger and mock hurt. "Now, what did I tell you about talking to your pa that way, boy?" Before he could say another word, Caleb stepped forward and cracked the butt of his Schofield against Freeney's temple. The gunsmith groaned before slumping to the ground, unconscious. The teenager gasped before his face lit up with relief. "Oh, thank God. Mister, please. Shoot the chains, free my leg." Caleb lifted a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. His gaze flicked toward the weapon crate to his left. Inside was the Lancaster repeater he wanted, pristine and well-maintained. He reached in, admiring its craftsmanship before slinging it over his shoulder. Then, he turned his Schofield toward the iron shackles binding the boy's ankle and fired. The shot echoed sharply in the basement, but the chain snapped clean. The teenager stumbled forward, rubbing at the raw skin where the shackles had held him. I can't thank you enough, mister. I thought I was gonna rot down here. That sick son of a bitch kidnapped me, and forced me to be his son, so thank you for helping me." "No time for thanks yet, Caleb murmured. We need to get out of here. Can you walk? The boy nodded quickly. Yeah, I think so. Caleb moved toward the stairs, glancing up to ensure no one had come to investigate the gunshot. Satisfied that they were still alone, he gestured for the boy to follow him. Stick close. Keep quiet. The two ascended cautiously. Once in the main store, Caleb scanned the shelves and counter, noting the Springfield rifle that Freeney had been cleaning before on the counter. He quickly took it and slung it over his shoulder, also pocketing 5 boxes of rifle cartridges before leading the boy outside after putting his bandana off. Morgan stood tied at the post, ears flicking as she noticed Caleb. He untied her reins, glancing back at the teenager. You got a place to go, kid? I don't know. I just want to get as far away from here as possible. Caleb exhaled through his nose, considering. He didn't have time to play guardian, but he also couldn't just leave the kid to fend for himself. He climbed into the saddle and extended a hand down. Come on. The boy hesitated for only a second before grabbing Caleb's hand and pulling himself up behind him. Thank you, mister. Really? Caleb nudged Morgan forward. Hold on tight. We're getting out of Rhodes. With the boy behind him, Caleb rode out from Rhodes without attracting anyone's attention, double-checking his surroundings using his high perception stats. Relying on his map function, he retraced his previous route, heading back to Valentine. After 20 minutes of hard riding, Caleb slowed Morgan to a much normal pace. The boy hadn't spoken since they'd left, his breathing shallow against Caleb's back. Caleb glanced over his shoulder at the boy. So, you got any place to go, kid? Where's your hometown at? Maybe I can drop you off there if it's nearby, or help pay for a stagecoach. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 6 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 6 out of 10. Charm, 5 out of 10. Luck, 5 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL1. Rifle, LVL1. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL1. Horse mastery, LVL1. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Money, $728.39. Bank, $40, 2 gold bars, and a large bag of jewelry. Creators. Chapter 47, 47. Taking in the boy. Chapter 48, 48. Bounty hunting. A large possibility of being wounded. His usual vaquero outfit was out of commission, left with the hotel's working girls to be washed and dried, so he slipped into a mismatched set of clothes, a light cotton shirt, a dark vest, worn-out worker pants, and his sturdy boots. Not the flashiest look, but it'd do just fine for a bounty hunt. He holstered both of his Schofield revolvers into his main and off-hand holsters, their weight familiar and comforting. Next, he slung the Lancaster repeater across his shoulder and secured the pump-action shotgun across his body. Reaching into his satchel, he packed extra cartridges for all 3 firearms, along with rifle rounds for his Springfield, which he grabbed with his left arm before heading out. Descending the stairs, Caleb handed over 25 cents to the hotel clerk. "Get my outfit cleaned proper, would you?" The clerk nodded. "We'll have it laundered and dried by afternoon, Mr. Thorne." "Appreciate it," Caleb replied, stepping out into the crisp morning air. Morgan waited patiently at the hitching post, snorting softly. Caleb approached her and carefully placed the Springfield in the saddle holster. Then he checked the saddle bags, rifling through the contents to confirm he had everything he might need: clean bandages, a flask of strong alcohol for disinfecting wounds, a couple of miracle tonics, and a few bottles of snake oil. He gave a satisfied nod. Just as he was closing the saddlebag, a familiar voice called out, "Caleb." Caleb looked up from Morgan's side and turned toward the hotel entrance. There stood Jasper, dressed in a cleaner, more practical outfit than the threadbare sailor suit from before. Brown work shirt, suspenders, rough spun pants, and worn boots, nothing fancy, but it suited him. Caleb smiled. "Well, look at that. Woke up early, did ya? Headin' off to do some work?" Jasper nodded, the beginnings of a grin on his face. "Yeah. First day at old Bob's," Jasper said, rubbing his hands together for warmth. "He's got a big shipment coming in today. Deer carcasses and beef sides. When I said your name, I got the job immediately." He rubbed the back of his neck, a little sheepishly. "Thanks for that." "Don't mention it," Caleb said, closing Morgan's saddle bag and giving it a pat. "You put in the work, folks'll notice. Keep your head down, learn what you can. If Bob gives you grief, just tell him you know how to gut a fish better than he does." That got a chuckle out of Jasper. "I'll try, Caleb," and after he said so he noticed Caleb's arsenal. "You're going after someone dangerous?" Caleb cinched Morgan's girth strap tighter. "Just doing some bounty hunting. Should be back by sundown." Jasper shifted awkwardly. "Be careful out there." "Thanks. Shouldn't be too hard if I catch them right," Caleb said, stepping up into Morgan's stirrups and mounting up. He adjusted the repeater across his shoulder and looked down at the boy. "I'll be back in late afternoon or in the evening. Keep yourself out of trouble." "I will," Jasper said, then turned and jogged off down the street toward the butcher's stall. Caleb clicked his tongue, and Morgan started into a trot, carrying him west down the road out of Valentine. Then he activated his map function. The route was clear, southwest from Valentine, across the Dakota River at Cumberland Falls, then north to Cattail Pond. 1 hour of hard riding if you ride Morgan at fast pace. The mare's hooves clattered on the road as they left town, the first rays of sun painting the eastern sky pink. Caleb nudged her into a ground-eating canter, the familiar rhythm of travel settling his nerves. He then followed the road down west until he met the Dakota River, then head north to Cumberland Falls which roared in the distance long before it came into view, the mist from the cascading water visible above the tree-line. Caleb guided Morgan to the shallow crossing, the icy water swirling around her knees. "Easy girl," he murmured as she balked slightly. A firm nudge with his heels sent her forward, the current tugging at them but never threatening to sweep them away. On the far bank, Caleb dismounted briefly to check Morgan's hooves for stones before remounting and turning north. The terrain grew rougher here, rocky outcroppings and dense stands of pine replacing the open plains of the heartlands of New Hanover as he entered into Ambarino. Caleb squinted toward the horizon, the wind stirring through the pines as he rode deeper into Ambarino. The sky had turned a brilliant shade of blue overhead, the chill in the air reminding him that Ambarino was much colder than New Hanover. Cattail Pond lay just a few ridgelines north, nestled in a basin ringed by rocks and woods. He'd ridden through this area many times before when he plays the game, and the memory sparked a strategy in his mind. If Drew Dallas and his men were planning an ambush, they'd choose a location that offered a narrow pass, something where a coach would be forced to slow down, ripe for the picking. Caleb knew just the spot, a natural bottleneck near the north side of Cattail Pond, where a rocky outcrop overlooked the path and dense underbrush ran close to the trail. It was exactly where he would strike if he were an outlaw. He slowed Morgan to a trot, letting her pace herself as they approached the pond. A thin mist curled off the surface of the water, the area silent save for birdsong and the rustle of wind. Caleb scanned the surroundings with sharp, practiced eyes. There. On the northern side, about 50 feet above the path, a small cliff jutted out from the hillside. It wasn't tall, but it was enough to give him the elevation he needed. Several medium trees were scattered along its crest, offering concealment. From there, he'd have a clean view of the trail leading around the pond. Anyone approaching from the southwest, Strawberry's direction, would walk straight into his sights. Caleb nudged Morgan off the road and led her into a dense patch of evergreens about 100 yards away from the cliff. He took a moment to tie her reins to a low branch and rubbed her neck. "Stay quiet now, girl," he whispered. She snorted once in reply but remained still. Caleb retrieved the Springfield rifle from her saddle holster, then double-checked his gear, Lancaster repeater, pump shotgun, twin Schofields, ammo belt secure. Satisfied, he slung the rifle and began the climb to the ridge. The incline was steep in places, but his boots found solid purchase. By the time he reached the top, he was breathing a little heavier, heart already steadying itself for the fight. He went prone behind a patch of undergrowth, the trunk of a thick pine to his left and a clear sightline of the trail below. He lay in wait. Minutes passed, then more. The wind rustled the branches. A pair of crows circled lazily above the pond. Caleb shifted slightly, testing the sight on his Springfield, running through the plan again in his mind. With dead eye, he could drop 5 men at once, if he made the timer count. That would leave 3, and Drew himself. The shotgun would come in handy when it got close. He'd have to descend quickly and finish the job. Then movement. He saw them, 8 riders filtering through the woods, their horses slow, quiet. Drew Dallas rode in the middle, his thick beard and wide-brimmed hat unmistakable like in the Bounty poster. They dismounted and began spreading out, setting their trap just off the road. A couple of them moved to cover, crouching behind logs and rocks. One set up a rope snare across the trail, rigged to collapse a wheel if it snagged. Caleb's heartbeat slowed. Time stretched. His breath grew shallow. Then he heard it, the rumble of wheels, the steady creak of harnesses. A stagecoach was approaching from the west, 2 horses pulling it at a relaxed pace. Inside were likely merchants or travelers, unaware of what lay ahead. Drew Dallas raised his hand, signaling his men. They began to crouch, eyes locked on the road. Caleb exhaled through his nose and activated dead eye. The world slowed. Time bled into molasses. His pupils dilated as the golden red haze of focus enveloped his vision. With practiced precision, he marked 5 targets, each a vital zone on the head, chest, or neck. The Springfield cracked once, twice, 3 times, 4, 5. The moment dead eye ended, 5 of Drew's men dropped like sacks of meat, never knowing what hit them. Chaos erupted below. Up there. On the ridge, one of the survivors shouted. Caleb ducked back, rolling aside as bullets peppered the treeline near his last position. A round clipped a branch inches from his face. He moved left, raised his rifle again, but the dead eye was still cooling down. "Damn it," he muttered. He squeezed off a shot at a 6th man crouching behind a rock. The shot caught him in the side of the neck. He fell, gasping. The final 2 gang members and Drew Dallas began to retreat toward cover, returning fire with rifles. One slug tore through a nearby trunk, spraying Caleb with bark. Another bullet grazed his ribs, slicing his shirt and skin in a burning streak. Then a huge pain exploded in his left shoulder. Caleb cried out, dropping the Springfield as the round punched through the meat of his left shoulder. He rolled to the side, teeth clenched, blood spreading down his vest and shirt. "Son of a," he growled through gritted teeth. No time to stay put. They'd flank him soon. He slung the Springfield, grabbed the repeater, and began his descent, half sliding down the rocky slope. Adrenaline dulled the pain, but his left arm hung heavier now, sluggish. He could still shoot, but it would take effort. As he reached the bottom, one of the 2 remaining henchmen rounded the side of the trail and raised a shotgun. Caleb fired first. The Lancaster barked twice, slamming both shots into the man's chest. He crumpled backward with a grunt. The last outlaw tried to make a break for it, dashing toward the woods. Caleb raised the repeater again, tracking him despite the pain. 1, 2, 3 shots, 2 missed, but the 3rd hit the man in the back. He stumbled and fell into the underbrush, motionless. Only Drew Dallas remained. Damned bounty hunter! Dallas roared, raising his repeater and firing. Caleb ducked behind a boulder, breathing hard, blood running down his arm and soaking into his glove. He waited for the pause in Drew's shots, then peeked out and fired twice in return. One bullet clipped Drew's thigh, making the outlaw stumble. "Still breathing?" Caleb barked out. "Or do I gotta put another in ya?" Drew snarled, tried to run, but he was limping badly now. Caleb switched to his Schofield and sprinted out from behind the boulder, ignoring the pain as he closed the distance. Dallas raised his gun for a final shot. Caleb fired first. The Schofield's bullet caught Drew in the shoulder, spinning him and sending him to the ground with a grunt. Caleb rushed forward and kicked his gun away. Drew groaned, clutching his arm. Alive, Caleb panted, lowering his weapon. "You're worth more that way." He holstered the revolver, then stumbled back to the boulder, gritting his teeth as he popped the cork on a bottle of Miracle Tonic from his satchel. He downed it, then poured some over his wounded shoulder. The sting was immediate, and the blood kept seeping, but it would do for now. He staggered to Drew, pulled a length of rope from his satchel, and began binding the outlaw's hands and leg. "You and me," Caleb muttered, "we're talking a ride back to Valentine." He whistled sharply, and a minute later, Morgan came trotting from the trees, unscathed and alert. Caleb half lifted, half dragged Dallas to his feet and hauled him into the back of Morgan, then climbed up behind him with a wince. "You so much as wiggle wrong," Caleb said to Drew, "I'll break your nose with the butt of my gun and say you tripped." The outlaw groaned. With the wounded man slumped against him, Caleb turned Morgan back toward the trail south. The sun was just past its peak, casting long shadows across the forest. He had miles to ride, and wounds to treat, but the bounty was his. And in the back of his mind, he couldn't help but wonder what other devils this country might throw his way outside of what he sees in the game. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 6 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 6 out of 10. Charm, 5 out of 10. Luck, 5 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL1. Rifle, LVL1. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL1. Horse mastery, LVL1. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Money, $596.14. Bank, $40, 2 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. Chapter 49, Sorry no update today. Chapter 50, 49. New skills and skills level up. With the wounded man slumped against him, Caleb turned Morgan back toward the trail south. The sun was just past its peak, casting long shadows across the forest. He had miles to ride, and wounds to treat, but the bounty was his. And in the back of his mind, he couldn't help but wonder what other devils this country might throw his way outside of what he sees in the game. The ride back to Valentine was long and painful, Drew Dallas trussed like a turkey over a spare horse. The sun hung low when the town's familiar buildings came into view, the evening light painting everything in shades of gold and crimson. Sheriff Malloy was standing outside of his office, arms crossed. His eyebrows rose at the sight of Caleb's bloodied form and the prisoner that he brought alongside him. "Good heavens, son," the sheriff shouted. "You actually managed to bring Drew Dallas alive, we will handle it for you from here." Caleb dismounted stiffly, dragged Drew Dallas from his horse with his right arm, and then looked at Sheriff Malloy. "Of course, Sheriff. Even if I can bring him dead and still get my reward, many people wanted to see him get hanged properly." Sheriff Malloy approached Drew Dallas, and crouched down examining his face. "They'll be pleased by it. The $100 bounty is yours, and I gave you a bonus of $50 for bringing him in breathing." He then stood up and gestured to Caleb's wounds. "Get yourself patched up first though. Don't need you dying before payday. Boys, get this man off to his cell." As the deputies hauled Drew Dallas away, Caleb caught sight of Jasper standing frozen in front of the saloon, his face pale at the sight of Caleb's bloodied form. The boy recovered quickly, rushing over. "You're hurt." Caleb waved him off. "Just scratches. Help me get to the doctor's." Jasper's shoulder was surprisingly strong as he helped Caleb walk, the boy firing off questions faster than Caleb could answer. "Was it Drew Dallas? Did you get all his men? How many were there?" "Did. Later, Jasper, after I go and treat this, then I will tell you," Caleb grunted. Right now, all he wanted was whiskey, stitches, and a long sleep. The bounty money could wait till morning. With Jasper's help, Caleb entered the doctor's office beside the sheriff's. The familiar creak of the wooden floor echoed as they stepped inside, the air thick with the scent of medicine and something bitter, likely opium tincture. Doc Calloway looked up from a ledger behind his desk, peering over his spectacles with a practiced scowl. "Oh God, what happened to you, Caleb?" the older man said, setting the book aside and standing. "Son, help him in there to the back room to your right." Jasper gave Caleb a nervous glance as he steadied him toward the door, leading him to a modestly outfitted room with a padded leather chair, a tray of gleaming instruments, and a shelf stocked with bandages and bottles. Doc Calloway entered after them, on the chair. "Son. Let's see what damage you've done to yourself this time." Caleb gritted his teeth as he lowered himself while Jasper helped him onto the chair, letting out come grunt, a cold sheen of sweat on his brow as he cradled his wounded left shoulder. Blood had crusted around the torn fabric of his shirt. "Bullet still in there," Caleb grunted, peeling back his blood-soaked shirt, wanting to reveal the wound in his left shoulder, but he failed. Doc Calloway wasted no time. He helped Caleb to peel back his shirt, and it reveals the sound to Doc Calloway. "You're lucky, Caleb," he muttered while examining the wound. "Bullet didn't punch through any major veins. Clean pass through, but it's deep. Gonna need to fish it out and stitch you back together after cleaning the wound." Jasper stood by the side, wide-eyed. "You gonna take the bullet out now, Doc?" "Of course I am," Doc Calloway grumbled, dabbing the wound with some tonic that made Caleb hiss. "Ain't gonna leave it in there like some fool's superstition. Hand me that scalpel and pinch it over there, also fetch that bottle of ether from the shelf to your left. And hold him down, this ain't gonna be pleasant." Caleb braced himself, gritting his teeth as the pain flared with each touch. He tried to focus on something else, anything else, and that was when it happened. Ding! A sound that no one else heard rang sharply in his ears, and in the corner of his vision, a familiar blue glowing interface shimmered to life. "You have acquired 2 new skills. Pain Nullifier, LVL1. Dampens 15% of incoming physical pain, allowing sustained focus and functionality during moderate injury. Physical Regeneration, LVL0. Initiates minor self-repair processes in the body. Fasten the regeneration of your body by 5% outside of combat. Efficiency increases with rest, hydration, and nutrition. Skills level up. Handgun, LVL1 LVL2. Rifle, LVL1 LVL2. Horse Mastery, LVL1 LVL2. A laugh broke from Caleb's throat, raw, surprised, and oddly joyful. The sting in his shoulder suddenly felt duller, and the searing pain reduced to something more tolerable. It was a good haul, no doubt about it. Drew Dallas was behind bars. His gang had been decimated. And Caleb himself, well, he wasn't the same man as the one who rode out this morning. Stronger, a bit tougher, and definitely smarter for it. The sudden movement made Doc Calloway's scalpel slip slightly. "Hold still, damn it. What the hell's so funny? I'm hand deep in your shoulder and you're Logan like a lunatic, Caleb." Sorry Doc, Caleb coughed, breath catching as the doc resumed pulling the slug out. Just remembered something funny, that's all. Duvalloway muttered something unflattering about this that bounty hunters become idiots as he soaked a rag in ether. Bite down on this. Count backward from 10. The world swam as the anesthetic took hold. Caleb focused on the system notifications, marveling at their timing. The pain nullifier skill already seemed to be working, though the bullet wound still burned, the edges of the pain felt much duller, as it became manageable. His musings were interrupted by the sharp sting of metal probing flesh. Even with the new skill, his back arched off the chair as Doc Calloway dug for the bullet. Hold him steady, boy. Doc Calloway barked at Jasper. Caleb's vision whited out for a moment, then cleared just in time to see the doctor drop a misshapen chunk of lead into a metal tray with a satisfying clink. Now the fun part, Calloway said, reaching for his suture kit. The next hour passed in a haze of alcohol burns, needle pricks, and tightly clenched teeth. Through it all, Caleb monitored his new physical regeneration skill. Though still at level 0, he could swear the bleeding slowed a bit faster than normal, and that the flesh around the stitches knit together a bit faster visibly. Finally, Doc Calloway stepped back, wiping his hands on a bloodied towel. Keep it clean, change the dressing daily, and for God's sake Caleb, don't go out or get shot again for at least a month. He rummaged through his cabinets, producing 2 small bottles. Laudanum for the pain. 1 drop when it gets bad, no more. And this, he held up a second bottle, is a tonic of my own making. Helps with blood loss you have. Caleb reached for his money on his satchel with his good arm, wincing a bit at the movement. How much do I owe you, Doc? $15 for the extraction and stitches. Another $5 for the medicines. The price was steep, but Caleb counted out the bills without complaint. The bills for medical assistance from doctors didn't come cheap during this era, especially since Doc Calloway could be said to be skilled ones even though it's still a crude technique. Jasper helped him to his feet, the boy's eyes wide as he stared at the bloodied bandages. You all right to walk? Better than I was before, Caleb admitted. And it was true between the pain nullifier skill and the doctor's ministrations, the wound already felt more manageable than it was before. The evening air was a relief after the stuffy office. Valentine's Main Street bustled with its usual activity, ranch hands heading to the saloon, shopkeepers closing up for the night. None gave Caleb's bandaged shoulder more than a passing glance. Gunshot wounds were commonplace here. Even if the one who got shot was Caleb, maybe just more couple of glances but that's it. As they walked toward the hotel, Caleb fished out $15 and pressed it into Jasper's hand. Get us some lamb fry from the saloon. I'll be in my room. Jasper stared at the money. This is too much for. Keep the change, Caleb interrupted. You've earned it today. He hesitated, then added, and, thanks. For the help. The boy's face lit up like he'd been given a gold bar instead of dinner money. Yes, mister. I mean. Caleb. I'll be quick. Watching Jasper hurry off, Caleb marveled at how quickly the kid had adapted. From a terrified prisoner to a competent assistant in just days. The West had a way of forcing growth on people. His room welcomed him with familiar smells, gun oil, leather, and the faintest hint of the lavender sachets the hotel staff used to keep moths away. Caleb shrugged out of his blood-stained shirt with difficulty, inspecting the bandages. No fresh bleeding. Good. He'd just settled onto the bed when a knock announced Jasper's return. The boy entered balancing 2 heaping plates of lamb fry with roasted potatoes, along with 2 bottles of beer. Figured you could use this, Jasper said, setting one of the bottles by Caleb's bedside. They ate in near silence for a moment. It was far from fancy, but after a long day of gunfire and grit, it was just about perfect. They ate in comfortable silence, just the soft clink of cutlery and the occasional satisfied sigh. The lamb fry was greasy and seasoned well, and the potatoes were perfect. The rich flavors are a welcome distraction from Caleb's throbbing shoulder. Between bites, he caught Jasper staring at his bandages. "Spit it out, kid," Caleb said around a mouthful of potatoes. Jasper hesitated. Was it bad? The fight with Drew Dallas and his gang? Caleb set his fork down, considering how much to share. 8 men total. Took out 5 from the ridge before they knew what hit them. He touched his shoulder. Chapter 51, 50. Some physical training for Jasper. "No problem, kid," Caleb chuckled. "Now hurry, go back to your room and get some sleep after returning those plates." Alone again, Caleb carefully tested his shoulder's range of motion. Still painful, but functional. He dug out the laudanum, considering it before putting it aside. Better to save it for when the pain nullifier isn't enough. As he blew out the lamp and settled into bed, sleep pulled at him like a strong tide, and this time, he didn't resist. The next day Caleb blinked blearily, the dull throb in his left shoulder waking him before the sun had fully crested the distant mountains. The moment he shifted, the pain returned, not as sharp as the day before thanks to the pain nullifier skills, but still enough to remind him that he wasn't invincible. Not yet, anyway. With a grunt, he sat up on the edge of the bed, the room dim and quiet save for the rustle of his movement and the soft groan of the bedsprings. He reached over to the nightstand and grabbed the laudanum. Just a drop this time, he told himself. No sense in building a habit. One careful drop under the tongue and he leaned back, waiting for the bitter tingle to spread into warmth. A moment later, he followed it with a sip of the herbal tonic Doc Calloway had given him. It had a strange, earthy flavor, but the old man swore by it. Said it helped replace blood lost from wounds. His shoulder eased. Still sore, but manageable. Caleb rolled it gently, with limited mobility, but usable. He wouldn't be breaking any saloon brawls today, but he could manage. He decided to forego his usual upper body stretching and instead focused on his legs and lower back. Controlled breathing, slow and deliberate movements. One stretch at a time. The knock came just as Caleb finished his lower body stretches, his left shoulder protesting any upper body movement. "Who is it?" he called, wiping sweat from his brow. "It's me, Jasper," came the boy's voice through the wooden door. Caleb smiled faintly. He crossed the room, undid the latch, and stepped back to let Jasper Indiana. The boy entered quickly, closing the door behind him, only to stop short as Jasper's eyes widened at the sight of Caleb mid-stretch, one leg propped on the bed frame as he leaned into a deep hamstring pull. Jasper's face twisted in confusion. What are you doing?" Caleb chuckled, straightening up. "Morning exercises. Stretching. Helps keep the body fit. Makes you faster, stronger, tougher, and limber." He mimicked Caleb's stretch awkwardly, nearly toppling over. "What exactly are these for?" "Flexibility. Strength." Caleb demonstrated a proper squat, keeping his injured shoulder stable. "Out here, your body's your most important tool. Weakness gets you killed." Jasper's eyes lit up. "Can you teach me? I want to learn." Caleb nodded. "Sure. But fair warning, it ain't easy the first time." Jasper grinned and kicked off his boots. What followed was 40 minutes of basic calisthenics exercises, stretching, sit-ups, push-ups, deep squats, and lunges. Caleb kept it simple, directing Jasper how to move with control rather than speed. The boy tried to follow each motion with a mix of excitement and inexperience. He was drenched with sweat which poured down his face by the time they finished the third set of lunges. By the end, Jasper lay sprawled on the floor like a starfish, his shirt soaked with sweat. "Holy hell, I think I'm dying," he wheezed. "How do you do this every day?" "Pain is part of the process," Caleb replied, helping him sit up with his right arm. "Your body's screaming now, but if you stick with it, you'll be stronger than most men twice your age." Jasper's chest rose and fell with heavy breaths, but he nodded. "All right. I'm in." Caleb grinned. "Good. Now get up, we're going for a run." "A what?" "Run. Round Valentine. Keeps the blood moving. Builds endurance. You'll thank me later." Jasper stared at him, betrayed. But 10 minutes later, the two were out the hotel doors, making their way through the morning streets. The town was just beginning to stir. A few shopkeepers swept their porches, and a sleepy-eyed rancher rode past with a small herd of cattle. Caleb took a slower pace than usual, mindful of his injury, as his shoulder throbbed in time with his footsteps, and of Jasper, who was doing his best to keep up. The boy's legs weren't used to this kind of exertion, but he didn't complain. Jasper kept up for the first block before his breathing turned ragged. "Focus on your breath," Caleb instructed, maintaining an easy jog. "In through the nose, out through the mouth. Don't gasp like a fish." Jasper tried, with limited success. They attracted curious looks from early risers, the hero of Valentine and the new bounty hunter alongside his young charge running laps around town like madmen. At the stable, Mr. Levi paused in mucking stalls to shake his head in bemusement. By their third circuit, Jasper was flagging badly. Caleb slowed to a walk near the sheriff's office, letting the boy catch his breath. "Not bad for your first time." Jasper bent double, hands on knees. "I think." I swallowed, my tongue. Sheriff Malloy emerged from his office, toothpick dangling from his lips. "What in God's name are you two doing?" "Morning exercise, Sheriff," Caleb said, rolling his injured shoulder carefully. Sheriff Malloy snorted. "Exercise. Right." He eyed Jasper's heaving form. "Boy looks like he's been rode hard and put up wet. By the way, you can come and lick up your bounty payment anytime, Caleb." Caleb nodded his head while Jasper managed a weak thumbs up before dry heaving into the bushes. Sheriff Malloy shook his head seeing that and retreated inside. By the time they finished the loop and returned to the hotel, Jasper was red-faced and drenched in sweat. He leaned forward, hands on his knees. This is how you start your days. Most of M. Builds discipline. I feel like my legs are gonna fall off." Caleb patted him on the back. "Good. That means it's working." They went inside, and paid the hotel clerk 25 cents each for a hot bath. Jasper went first while Caleb waited downstairs, enjoying a cool drink and some silence. When his turn came, Caleb brought fresh bandages with him and took his time cleaning the area around his stitched wound. The wound looked better than expected, the edges pink but not inflamed, no sign of infection. His physical regeneration skill must be working faster than normal healing. He cleaned the injury with the harsh lye soap provided, hissing through his teeth at the sting. Fresh bandages went on smoothly, the laudanum taking the worst edge off the pain. The hot water was heaven on his sore muscles. Caleb soaked longer than usual, letting the heat work its magic. By the time he emerged, scrubbed pink, he changed into his freshly laundered vaquero outfit, and the shirt he'd worn during the bounty hunt was ruined anyway, the hole at the shoulder too large to mend. He tossed it out and sent the rest of his clothes to be washed, paying 50 cents at the desk. When both were done, Caleb and Jasper headed over to Smithfield's saloon. The morning crowd was light, mostly locals sipping coffee or chasing away hangovers. Caleb paid $7 for 2 bowls of stew and mugs of milk. They sat near the window, the golden light of morning streaming in. Jasper slurped a spoonful, then leaned back with a sigh. "I don't know if I'm ever gonna walk again." Caleb chuckled. "You'll be fine. Give it a day or two, then we'll do it all over again." "What if I just didn't?" "Then you'll always be tired, weak, and runnin' from the next problem instead of facin' it." Jasper mulled that over. "All right. But I better get strong soon. I wanna be like you one day." Caleb looked at him for a long moment. There was no bravado in Jasper's voice, just earnest determination. Then start by finishing that stew, Caleb said. Jasper nodded thoughtfully, mopping up a spoonful of his stew. How'd you learn all this? The shooting, the fighting, even the exercises? Caleb hesitated. His past life memories from the game and his past life weren't something he could explain. Picked things up here and there. Teaching of my pa mostly. The lie came easily. Jasper seemed to accept it, and then they ate in companionable silence for a while, the warmth of the meal easing the aches in their muscles. Caleb was thinking about the result of his bounty hunting. With Drew Dallas behind bars, he'd earned more money and recognition, increasing his reputation even more in Valentine and even across New Hanover. Since he had taken down what could be said to be a dangerous bounty target, his name now carried weight in Valentine's. Almost all of the townsfolk nodded when they passed him on the street, unlike when he solved the rustling problem. Word was spreading, too, a man who captured Drew Dallas alive, even while wounded, wasn't just lucky. He was skilled. Reliable. Dangerous. That kind of reputation was valuable. And Caleb? He knew the value of a good reputation. In the days ahead, it could be a shield, a key, and a weapon all in one. The more people trusted him, the more he could move freely. Gain favors. Buy time. Ask questions. Avoid the noose when needed. So while the Van der Linde gang remained on the edges of his story for now, a simmering thread he would tug on when the time was right, he wouldn't risk the trust he'd built here. No holdups, no thefts, and no shady business at Valentine's. He had to maintain a clean face in public. There was power in the image of a dependable bounty hunter, something that he could wield just as effectively as a loaded gun. Still, he knew this world. Sooner or later, to change fate, to manipulate the pieces of the board that would shape Arthur's path, and eventually the entire Van der Linde gang, he'd have to get his hands dirty. Real dirty. That meant wearing two faces. For the outlaw work, the necessary jobs that had to be done outside the law, Caleb had a plan. On his next trip east, he'd stop by Emerald Ranch. Seamus, the sharp-eyed fence who pretended to be an honest man, had access to items no honest man should. There, Caleb intended to purchase a full mask, not just a bandana, but something that could fully obscure his identity, like a leather pullover with darkened lenses, the kind that twisted your silhouette into something unfamiliar. Paired with a change in posture and voice, deeper, raspier, like he'd smoked cigars since birth, it would make him unrecognizable to all but the closest of friends or people familiar with him. He'd also need outfits. Not one, but several. Different hats, coats, gloves, boots. A uniform of anonymity. One for riding with the gang. One for robberies, stagecoach heists, or ambushes. One for infiltration or nighttime work. Carefully chosen, deliberately dirted, and never worn in Valentine's or any place he wanted to keep his name clean. The fewer people who connected Caleb Thorne to that masked outlaw, the better. And if worse came to worst, he could always fake the masked man's death later. All part of the long game. But not yet. After they were done eating their stew, Caleb parted ways with Jasper, who returned back to the hotel to take a rest and went to collect his bounty from Sheriff Malloy. The office smelled faintly of stale coffee and gun oil when he entered. Sheriff Malloy handed over a stack of bills without ceremony, which he put on the table, the $100 prize for the bounty, and a $50 bonus included. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 6 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 6 out of 10. Charm, 5 out of 10. Luck, 5 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL1. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle Eye, LVL1. Dead Eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain Nullifier, LVL1. Physical Regeneration, LVL0. Money, $703.61. Bank, $40, 2 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. Chapter 52-51. Teaching Jasper how to shoot. After they were done eating their stew, Caleb parted ways with Jasper, who returned back to the hotel to take a rest and went to collect his bounty from Sheriff Malloy. The office smelled faintly of stale coffee and gun oil when he entered. Sheriff Malloy handed over a stack of bills without ceremony, which he put on the table, the $100 prize for the bounty, and the $50 bonus included. "You did good, son. Drew Dallas and his gang of ragtag was a mean one. You brought him down here cleaner than I expected." Caleb tucked the money away into his satchel, and gave a nod to Sheriff Malloy. "Appreciate it, Sheriff. Just doing what I should do when taking his bounty as my job. Keep doing it like that, you'll be one of the most respected men in New Hanover before long." Caleb nodded his head and left the office, where he stepped out into the street of Valentine's with his satchel a little heavier, his boots coated in road dust and the early afternoon sun cutting shadows long across the wooden porches. His shoulder still ached under the bandage, though the wound had already begun to dull, thanks in part to his rising pain nullifier skill and the ether he had a drop this morning that was still in effect. The saloon was rowdy as ever, and the town buzzed with the usual murmurs of gossip, hoofbeats, and the clatter of wheels. But Caleb made his way straight to the hotel. He thought of Jasper as he walked, and seeing the sunlight stream down golden through the town, he figured it was early enough for one more lesson. The kind that could save Jasper's life one day and also make him into a trusted, skilled companion. He entered into the hotel and went upstairs, where he then paused outside Jasper's door, listening for movement before knocking 3 times. There was a pause before Jasper's groggy and muffled voice responded, "Who is it?" "It's me," Caleb answered, leaning against the doorframe. The door creaked open to reveal Jasper blinking sleep from his eyes, his hair sticking up at odd angles. "What's up, Caleb?" Caleb crossed his arms. "Got a question for you. You got any juice left after this morning, or are you completely wrung out?" Jasper rubbed his sore arms, wincing. "I can barely lift my arms." "Why?" "Thought I'd teach you some shooting today. It's time you learn how to shoot proper." "Revolver. Repeater," Caleb said, watching the boy's face light up immediately. "But if you're too sore." "I'm in." Jasper interrupted, already reaching for his boots. "Just, maybe not too arm-heavy for this first time round." Caleb chuckled. "Fair enough. Come with me to my room, I have a surprise for you." They went to Caleb's room, the wooden floor creaking beneath their boots. Caleb's room was modest but clean, with a rifle resting against the bed frame, and a small wooden chest at the foot of the bed. Caleb knelt beside the chest and opened it. Inside was an impressive if modestly organized collection of the weapons acquired from Shea Porter: 8 cattleman revolvers, 2 carbine repeaters, a double-barrel shotgun, and some ammunition tucked into a corner. Jasper's eyes widened. "You've got all that weapons?" Caleb looked up and gave a slight shrug. "Got 'em fair and square. I got all of this from a gang holdup in a place called Shea Porter Farm, northwest of Valentine. They didn't need 'em after they decided to ambush me." Jasper whistled low. "You're like a one-man army, Caleb. First this gang in Shea Porter and then Drew Dallas and his gang. More like a man who uses the advantage of the surrounding. There's no life in fighting honorably all the time." Caleb stood, picked up a well-maintained cattleman revolver, then one of the 2 carbine repeaters. He held them out toward Jasper. "These are yours now. Learn to use 'em well. Keep 'em clean. And never point 'em at someone unless you mean it," he said, giving both firearms. Jasper's hands trembled as he accepted the weapons. The revolver felt heavier than he remembered, its polished walnut grip cool against his palm. "You're giving these to me?" "Every man needs proper tools," Caleb said, slinging his Springfield rifle over his good shoulder. "Just promise me two things. First, you'll treat them with respect. Second, you'll practice until you can hit what you're aiming at." Jasper nodded solemnly, running his fingers along the repeater's lever mechanism. "I swear." "Thank you, Caleb." "Don't thank me yet," Caleb said, grabbing 2 boxes of revolver and repeater rounds. "You're about to learn how much work good shooting takes. Let's move." They left the hotel, stepping out into the fading sunlight. The town's energy had shifted slightly, the evening lull beginning to settle, though a few voices still called out and wagons clattered through the dusty road. Caleb had Jasper walk along the streets and collect discarded tin cans and empty bottles, plenty of both scattered around saloons, general stores, and old crates. Jasper carried a sack over his shoulder, clinking softly with every step. Once they'd gathered enough makeshift targets, Caleb led Jasper toward the stables. Morgan whinnied when he saw Caleb approach, ears perked and tail flicking. Mr. Levi was tending to another horse, a lean chestnut Mustang, but turned when he heard Caleb's footsteps. "Well now," Levi said, wiping sweat from his brow. "Didn't expect you back so soon." His eyebrows climbed when he saw the weapons. "Teachin' the boy to shoot, Caleb. Every man should know how to defend himself," Caleb said, stroking Morgan's nose. "We'll need that American paint I left with you. Thought I'd name her Stark." Levi chuckled. "Stark, eh? Fittin' name for a horse that survived the porters." He led them to a stall where the chestnut mare stood alert, her coat gleaming. "She's been eatin' her oats regular. Got some spirit, this one." Caleb handed over $2 for the upkeep, then led the American paint mare from her stall. He patted the white stripe on Stark's nose with practiced ease. Then he turned to Jasper and gestured to Morgan. "You'll ride her," Caleb said. Jasper's eyes widened. "Wait, you're lettin' me ride Morgan? Consider this part of your lesson. If you're gonna travel with me, you gotta learn how to ride proper." Morgan's gentle. Smart, too. Jasper gulped, adjusting the repeater sling on his back. "I've only been on a horse twice in my life. You'll be on more by the end of today." Caleb then helped Jasper mount Morgan. The boy clung awkwardly to the saddle horn as the mare shifted beneath him. "Relax," Caleb instructed, adjusting Jasper's grip on the reins. "She can feel your tension. Sit deep, keep your heels down, and follow her movement." With that, Caleb mounted Stark with practiced ease and guided her toward the road. Jasper, after a few awkward tugs and corrections from Caleb, managed to guide Morgan. The horse responded patiently, as if she understood she was carrying a greenhorn. The ride southwest took them out of Valentine proper, past pastures and streams, through a narrow trail flanked by tall grass and scattered pine. The sun dipped lower, casting long rays of gold through the trees. Caleb led them to a forest clearing not far from the Dakota River, a place he'd often used for target practice since arriving in this world. The area was quiet, peaceful, and just remote enough not to attract attention. "All right," Caleb said, dismounting and tying Stark to a nearby tree. "Let's get to work." Jasper followed suit, fumbling with Morgan's reins but eventually securing her. "Not bad," Caleb admitted as he saw Jasper followed suit. "You're a natural rider." Jasper beamed, patting Morgan's neck. "She's gentle. Not like I imagined. Most horses are, if you treat them right." Caleb took the sack of cans and bottles and set up a few along a fallen log, spacing them evenly. He turned and faced Jasper. "Start with the revolver. Grip it like this." He demonstrated using his Schofield, firm but relaxed, and Jasper mirrored the motion using the cattleman. "Now," Caleb continued, stepping behind him, "stand with your feet like this. Right foot slightly back, knees a little bent. You want to be able to roll with the kick. Jasper adjusted. The revolver trembled slightly in his hands. First thing, breathe. Control your breath. Slow in. Hold. Slow out. You feel that? Jasper nodded. Now aim down that sight, and squeeze the trigger when your lung was empty. Don't pull. Squeeze. Jasper inhaled and let the breath out slowly. Then. Bang. The shot cracked through the clearing, echoing among the trees. One of the cans wobbled but stayed upright. Not bad, Caleb said. Again. Keep your aim steady. Jasper flinched each time the gun bucked in his hands. Stop anticipating the recoil, Caleb corrected, steadying Jasper's wrists. Let it surprise you. Smooth press straight back. They went on for nearly half an hour. Jasper missed more than he hit, but by the end of it, he clipped 2 bottles and knocked over 4 cans. His hands stopped shaking. His stance grew firmer. Let's move to the repeater, Caleb said. He showed Jasper how to load the rifle, how to cycle the lever, and how to shoulder it properly. The first few shots knocked him off balance, but with every instruction, he improved. Sweat ran down his face, and the sleeves of his shirt clung to his arms. Caleb watched with a mixture of pride and something deeper, an emotion he didn't quite have a name for. Jasper was still just a kid in many ways, but there was grit in him. Fire. A desperate hunger to survive and learn. After the final lesson with the repeater, Caleb took up his own Springfield and demonstrated proper long-range aiming. Someday I'll show you how to handle one of these, he said. But not today. Jasper flopped onto the grass, breathing hard. I didn't think it'd take so much out of me. Caleb chuckled. That's 'cause you're using muscles you ain't used to. You'll get stronger. The sun was just touching the horizon now, casting the sky in hues of orange and violet. The shadows grew long and the forest took on a different tone, cooler, quieter. Jasper sat up, brushing dirt from his pants. Caleb, thanks. I mean it. For this. For everything. No problem. You're holding up better than I expected, Caleb admitted, slinging the Springfields on his shoulder. Jasper flexed his aching fingers. Pa always said nothing worth learning comes easy. He hesitated, then added, I wish he could see me now. Caleb studied the boy's face, the mix of pride and sorrow in his expression. He'd be proud, he said finally. Not many men your age can say they've faced down what you have. Enough for today, Caleb declared as twilight settled over the clearing. You'll feel this tomorrow. Jasper groaned, standing up and rolling his stiff shoulders. I already feel it now. But there's a grin on his face as he carefully cleaned and stored his new weapons. The ride back to Valentine was quiet, both were lost in thought. Caleb watched Jasper from the corner of his eye, the boy sat taller in the saddle now, his movements more confident. There was steel in him, buried under layers of trauma and loss. Arriving back at the stable, Mr. Levi took one look at Jasper's powder-stained hands and nodded approvingly. Boy's got the look of a shooter about him now. Give him a month, and I will have him outshoot half Sheriff Malloy's deputies, Caleb said, earning an embarrassed grin from Jasper. They parted ways after entering the hotel, Jasper yawning widely as he clutched his new firearms. Same time tomorrow, he asked hopefully. Wouldn't miss it, but let's see if your body can keep up or need rest, Caleb promised. Now get some rest. Tomorrow we work on moving targets, if you can even move. As Jasper disappeared into his room, Caleb lingered in the hallway, his shoulder throbbing dully. The pain was worth it, he decided. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 6 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 6 out of 10. Charm, 5 out of 10. Luck, 5 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL1. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Money, $701.61. Bank, $40, 2 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. Chapter 53, 52. Caleb, take over the mission that changed life, wouldn't miss it, but let's see if your body can keep up or need rest, Caleb promised. Now get some rest. Tomorrow we work on moving targets, if you can even move. As Jasper disappeared into his room, Caleb lingered in the hallway, his shoulder throbbing dully. The pain was worth it, he decided. Caleb returned to his room after bidding Jasper good night. The exhaustion of the day weighed on him, the lingering ache in his shoulder, the fatigue of teaching, and the residual adrenaline from the shootout with Drew Dallas' gang. He uncorked the small vial of ether and let a single drop fall onto his tongue. The bitter, medicinal taste spread across his palate, followed by the familiar cooling numbness that dulled the pain. He stretched his shoulder experimentally, feeling the wound pull but no longer burn. Satisfied, he stripped off his dust-coated shirt, washed his face with the basin's tepid water, and collapsed onto the bed. Sleep took him almost instantly. The next morning, Caleb woke to pale sunlight filtering through the thin curtains. He blinked, disoriented for a moment, before registering that the pain he was feeling was much less compared to yesterday. His left shoulder, which was stiff and tender upon waking yesterday, felt a bit better compared to before. He flexed shoulder a bit, rotated his shoulder slowly, and marveled at how much easier the movement was. He contributed this to his physical regeneration skill. The skill wasn't advanced enough to heal him in just 2 days, but it had clearly accelerated his recovery. He then put on his vaquero outfit after taking it off last night. The bandage around his shoulder was much looser and with less blood seeping out, the wound beneath it begun to scab and healing. Then he left his room and he knocked on Jasper's door. The first 2 raps yielded no response. On the third, the door creaked open to reveal Jasper, bleary-eyed and disheveled, his hair a wild tangle. Dark circles underscored his eyes, and he leaned heavily against the doorframe as if standing upright required monumental effort. "Mornin', Caleb," Jasper mumbled, voice thick with sleep. Caleb smirked. "Morning, Jasper, you look like you got trampled by a herd of bison." Jasper groaned, rubbing his biceps. "Feels like it too. I can't even lift my arms past my shoulders." He attempted to demonstrate, wincing as his muscles protested. Caleb chuckled. "That's what happens when you use muscles you didn't know existed. Still up for moving targets today?" Jasper's face twisted in dismay. "I'd fall flat on my face before I could even lift a gun. Think I'll pass, at least, till this afternoon. Maybe I got some energy then." "Smart choice. Rest up. Just do your job today. We'll pick up where we left off in 2 days." Caleb clapped him lightly on the shoulder, earning another groan from Jasper, who nodded weakly and retreated into his room, the door clicking shut behind him. With Jasper sidelined, Caleb found himself with an unexpected free day. His thoughts drifted to Horseshoe Overlook. He'd been away from camp for nearly a week, long enough for Dutch to maybe grumble about his absence, long enough for Mary Beth to wonder if he'd forgotten his promise. The memory of her hopeful smile when he'd mentioned the fountain pen warmed him. He had found one according to his memory skill from playing the game at the cabin near Emerald Ranch. Back in his room, he rummaged through his satchel and heaved a sigh of relief that the fountain pen was still inside his satchel, nestled in its velvet-lined box. Strapping on his weapons, dual Schofields, the Lancaster repeater, and the pump-action shotgun, he headed downstairs. Outside, Valentine was stirring to life. Me. Worth swept his store porch, stable hands led wagons of supplies toward the stables. Morgan and Stark stood hitched side by side, their coats gleaming in the sun. Caleb hesitated. Bringing Stark to camp would raise questions, like how he got it and he have to store it in camp, which could obstruct some of his activity in Valentine like teaching Jasper. So it's better to ride Morgan and leave Stark in Mr. Levi's care for now. He paid Levi an extra $1 for Stark's upkeep, then mounted Morgan. The mare flicked her ears, eager to run. Caleb nudged her into a trot, guiding her onto the road leading east out of town. The ride to Horseshoe Overlook was peaceful. The morning sun cast golden light over the heartlands, the grass swaying in a gentle breeze. Caleb passed a lone rancher herding cattle, tipped his hat, and rode on. By mid-morning, the familiar silhouette of the camp's wagons appeared on the horizon, smoke curling from the cook fire. As he approached, Pearson's voice boomed across the clearing, "Well, look what the cat dragged in." The camp's activity paused, heads turned, greetings were called. Karen waved from where she sat mending a shirt, Uncle lifted a bottle in salute from his cot. Dutch emerged from his tent, arms spread in theatrical welcome. "Caleb, my boy. We were starting to think you'd gone native in Valentine, since you have been gone for some time." Caleb dismounted, patting Morgan's neck. "El just had some business to settle." He then showed his pump-action shotgun and this Lancaster repeater. "Got to do some snooping around and managed to snag this 2 beauties in return." Dutch's eyebrows shot up as he looked at Caleb's new arsenal with a whistle. "I see that you've been busy, son. Those 2 worth some pretty good price and getting them for free is good. Had a lucky streak." Caleb's gaze swept the camp, searching for Mary Beth. He spotted her near the edge of the clearing, perched on a log with a book in her lap. Her eyes met his, and a shy smile curved her lips. Excusing himself from Dutch, Caleb strode toward her. She closed her book as he approached, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. "You're back, Caleb," she said softly. "Of course I would be. Just got some business to do outside." He reached into his satchel and produced the fountain pen box. "And then I found this, keeping my promise to you." Mary Beth's breath caught. She took the box, and opened it, marveling it as it nestled inside the velvet box, and tracing the fountain pen with her fingertips. "It's beautiful," she murmured. Then, impulsively, she stood and hugged him. "Thank you." Caleb stiffened momentarily, physical affection still felt foreign, but relaxed into the embrace. Her hair smelled like lavender and campfire smoke. "You're welcome," he said, voice low. When she pulled back, her cheeks were flushed. "I've been working on a new story. Maybe you'd like to hear it sometime." "I'd like that." A whistle cut through the air, Karen, grinning shamelessly from across the camp. Mary Beth rolled her eyes but couldn't suppress a laugh. Caleb also let out a small chuckle and then spent the next few hours catching up with the gang. He shared a drink with Charles, listened to Javier's new guitar piece, and endured Uncle's rambling tales. He doesn't see Arthur, but John had told him that he had gone out to do some debt collecting for Herr Strauss, and hearing this Caleb was surprised then head to Herr Strauss who was sitting on his chair near his tent, who was doing some calculation on his debt ledger book. Caleb approached Herr Strauss with an easy gait, the late morning sun warming his back. The sharp sound of quill scratching parchment, where Caleb greets him. The gaunt Austrian looked up from his ledger, adjusting his wire-frame glasses with one ink-stained finger. "Ah, Mr. Thorne. Back from Valentine, I see. What can I help you with?" His accent clipped the words sharply. Caleb leaned against the tent post and his hands resting casually on his gun belt, keeping his voice casual. "Herr Strauss, John mentioned you sent Arthur out collecting debts. That true?" Strauss closed his book with deliberate slowness. "It is, Mr. Morgan is, efficient, when he bothers to do the work. Does this trouble you, Mr. Thorne?" His eyes narrowed slightly. "You disapprove of our loan business?" Dutch approves, it brings stable income for the family. Caleb paused a beat. He met Strauss's cold, calculating gaze, weighing the words he really wanted to say. The loan sharking racket reminded him of things he'd seen in his past life: families ruined, desperation turned to crime, lives crushed under insurmountable interest. But he wasn't in the 21st century anymore. This was 1899. Morality didn't carry the same currency out here. At least he had to pick when to choose between morality and survival. But Strauss, for all his ruthlessness, was fiercely loyal to Dutch. This wasn't the time for moral grandstanding. Caleb shook his head. No opinion on the business itself. I just heard Arthur's not too fond of collecting, so I figured I'd offer to take it off his plate. Next time you've got a debt needs collecting, you can come to me. Strauss tilted his head, clearly intrigued. That is unexpected. His fingers drummed against the closed ledger as he considered it. Mr. Morgan has voiced his dissatisfaction more than once, it's true, he said after a moment, voice as smooth and clipped as ever. And since you offering, I won't refuse. From now on, you will handle the collections. See that you do so thoroughly. Understand, this isn't pleasant work. And remember, leniency doesn't put food on our tables. Caleb gave a short nod, the tension in his shoulders easing. He was just in time. He knew what was coming, what might have come, had he not intervened. Thomas Downs was still just a name right now, not yet a death sentence hovering over Arthur's future. I know how to persuade folks, Caleb said. Better him than Arthur. Better anyone than Thomas Downs coughing blood onto Arthur's face when he goes to collect his debt. Very well. Strauss opened his ledger again. I'll mark you for collection starting tomorrow. There's a farmer near Flat Neck Station. The sound of hooves interrupted them. Arthur had returned. He watched as Arthur dismounted with his usual quiet composure, his worn hat pulled low over his brow. Where is it? Hitched by Morgan, Caleb said. Figured Dutch might want first look before we do anything with it. Wise. Strauss took out some of the cash and divided it into two small stacks, sliding $25 to each of them. Your share. The remainder goes to camp funds. He closed the ledger with finality. I will speak to Dutch about the horse. Dismissed. Sean pocketed his cut with a flourish. Pleasure doin' business, her moneybags. As they walked toward the lockbox near Dutch's tent, Sean nudged Caleb. Easy money, eh? Even with that bastard's horseshoe souvenir. He rubbed his shoulder dramatically. Caleb deposited the gang's portion into the strongbox, the metal lid clanging shut. Could have gone worse. Don't spend it all on whiskey. Sean theatrically put his hand to his chest. No promises, mate. With a laugh, he sauntered off toward the poker table where Javier and Uncle held court. Alone now, Caleb made his way back to Morgan. The mare whickered softly as he approached, nuzzling his chest. Missed me, girl. He pulled an apple and oatcake from his satchel, feeding them to her in slow pieces while brushing her coat with long, even strokes. You're real good with her. Caleb turned to see Jack peeking around a wagon, his wide eyes fixed on Morgan. What you doing there, Jack, not helping your mother? Caleb asked. Jack shuffled his feet. She's helpin' Miss Grimshaw with the washin'. Can I pet your horse, Caleb? Just for a minute. Caleb smiled. Come on, then. But slow, no sudden moves. Jack crept forward like a hunter stalking prey, his small hand outstretched. Morgan lowered her head obligingly, letting the boy stroke her muzzle. Her ears twitched contentedly. She's softer'n I thought, Jack whispered, awestruck. That's 'cause I brush her every day. Caleb hoisted Jack onto the saddle, keeping a steadying hand on his back. There. Now you're a real cowboy. Jack's grin could have powered a city. Can we go huntin' now, Uncle Caleb? Like you promised? Caleb took out and checked his pocket watch at 1:30 p.m. Plenty of daylight left. Tell you what. We'll go today, but just for rabbits or turkeys. And only if your mother says yes. Jack scrambled down from Morgan with surprising agility and Caleb's help. I'll ask right now. He tore across camp, nearly colliding with Charles, who walked across the camp with a bag of chicken feed sack on his shoulder. Caleb chuckled, giving Morgan one last pat. His shoulder ached a bit. The morning's activities had taken their toll, but the thought of disappointing Jack was worse than any physical pain. By the time he'd refilled his canteen and made sure that his bowstring was okay, Jack came sprinting back, Abigail trailing behind with crossed arms. I hear you're talking my boy into the wilderness, Mr. Thorne, she said, her tone sharper than a skinner's blade. Caleb met her gaze squarely. Just to the area around the camp, maybe the valley below. Hunt some rabbits and maybe turkeys if we're lucky. Have him back by supper, I promise Mrs. Roberts. Abigail studied him, the bow, the careful way he favored his left side, the earnestness in his voice. Then remembering she also had promised allowing Jack to go out hunting with Caleb previously, she relented. She sighed. You get him hurt, I'll skin you myself. She adjusted Jack's hat. And you listen to Uncle Caleb, you hear? No wanderin' off by yourself. Jack nodded so vigorously that his hat nearly flew off. Yes, Mama. As Abigail walked away, Jack tugged Caleb's sleeve. Can we start now, Uncle Caleb? I always wanted to ride Morgan. Caleb considered the eager face looking up at him. Of course, Jack, we can start right away. They set out minutes later, Jack perched in front of Caleb in the saddle, babbling excitedly about all the animals they might see. The valley was a short ride northwest near Dakota River, far enough to feel like an adventure, close enough that Caleb felt it was safe for Jack. First rule of hunting, Caleb said as they dismounted near a stand of birch trees. Quiet as a church mouse. You scare M, you don't eat M. Jack mimed, zipping his lips shut. Caleb strung his bow quietly. His shoulder protested for a bit, but the pain nullifier skill dulled it to an almost throb he never felt. See those clusters of bushes, Jack? Rabbits love them. Wheel. A rustle in the underbrush cut him off. Caleb raised a finger to his lips. Jack froze, eyes wide. Slowly, Caleb nocked an arrow. A plump jackrabbit hopped into view, its nose twitching. The bowstring creaked as he drew back. Thwip. The arrow found its mark right on the head. The rabbit barely had time to kick before it was over. Jack's gasp was equal parts horror and awe. You got him. Caleb retrieved the rabbit, showing Jack how to field dress it properly. Your pa teach you any of this yet? Jack shook his head. Uncle Hosea showed me some near camp, but pa's always busy. Something in the boy's tone made Caleb's chest tighten. Well, today you're my apprentice. Next one's yours to shoot. They spent the next 2 hours tracking game. Jack missed 3 shots before finally bagging a turkey with Caleb's help, of course, his triumphant whoop scaring off every other animal within half a mile. Caleb couldn't bring himself to chastise him, the boy's joy was too infectious. As the sun dipped toward the trees, they packed their haul, 3 rabbits and Jack's turkey, into the side of Morgan's saddle. You did good today, Caleb said, ruffling Jack's hair. Next time, we'll work on your aim. Jack beamed. Can we go again tomorrow? Not tomorrow. But soon. Caleb lifted him onto Morgan. Let's get you home before your ma tans my hide. The ride back was slower, Jack leaning sleepily against Caleb as Morgan picked her way through the twilight. The campfire's glow welcomed them home, Abigail's silhouette stark against the flames as she paced near the hitching posts. There you are. She scooped Jack off the horse before Caleb could dismount. I was 5 minutes from sending out a search party for 2 of you. Jack yawned and pointed at his turkey that was stowed to the side of Morgan's saddle. Look, Mama. I got supper. Abigail's fright immediately gone at the pride in her son's voice. She smoothed his hair back, her eyes meeting Caleb's over Jack's head. A silent understanding passed between them, gratitude from her, reassurance from him. Pearson descended on their game like a vulture when Caleb and Jack gave it to him, praising Jack's turkey with theatrical gusto that caused Jack to giggle. After that, Caleb watched Abigail disappear into her tent, Jack already chattering excitedly about their hunt. He turned towards Pearson's campfire, the aroma of wood smoke and simmering stew hanging heavy in the evening air. Beside the cauldron, the ever-present coffee pot gurgled invitingly. He poured himself a mug, the dark liquid steaming in the cool air, and leaned against a nearby wagon wheel, savoring the bitter warmth. The coffee was bitter on Caleb's tongue as he leaned against Pearson's wagon, watching the camp settle into evening routines. The hunting trip with Jack had gone better than expected, the boy's excitement and Abigail's gratitude made him feel like he had done the right thing, keeping that promise. Evening, Caleb. John Marston's voice cut through his thoughts. The man approached with his characteristic stiff gait, his healed scar wound on his face, and he held his own coffee cup as if it might bite him. John. Caleb raised his mug in greeting. How's the wound? John shrugged, touching the healed scat on his face. Yeah, it's better. Still aches some, but I reckon I'll be fit enough to ride out again soon. Can't sit around camp forever, feelin' useless. He then poured some coffee into his mug and took a sip, grimaced, then tossed the dregs into the dirt. Pearson still can't make decent coffee, I see. Caleb chuckled. Tastes like boiled dirt, but it wakes you up. A beat of silence passed between them. John scuffed his boot against a rock, his eyes darting toward where Abigail was putting Jack to bed near their tent. So, heard you took Jack out huntin' today. Caleb kept his tone neutral. That's right, taking another sip of his coffee. Promised him I would a while back. Got Abigail's permission as well before taking him out. He studied John's face. Is there a problem? What? No, no. John waved a hand, then rubbed his neck awkwardly. Just asking. It's just, well, you must have heard around camp, that I ain't exactly been close to the boy, have you? I have mostly kept my distance. Hell, I ain't even sure. Then John's jaw worked silently for a moment before he blurted, You think he's mine, Caleb? Caleb's grip tightened slightly on his mug when he heard that. The question hung between them like gun smoke. Then he exhaled slowly. He'd known this was coming. John's doubts about Jack's paternity were no secret in camp, and as someone who had okayed the game, he remembers all the cutscenes concerning this from the game. But hearing it spoken aloud, with that raw uncertainty, and face-to-face experiencing it himself, was different. I've heard the talk, John, Caleb said quietly, as he saw John looking down on the ground. The information that goes around camp. I can understand why you might feel that way. After that Caleb let that sink in, before continuing, but I know he is. John's head snapped up. How? Look at his eyes. Same shape as Abigail's, but the color. Caleb pointed at John's own hazel irises. And that stubborn set to his jaw when he's frustrated. That's all you, Marston. John opened his mouth, closed it. His fingers twitched toward his holster, a nervous tick Caleb had noticed before. But Abigail was, you must have heard about it. When she and I met. Could have been anyone's. Caleb shook his head. You really think she'd lie? After all this time? He leaned in slightly. I've seen how she looks at you, even when you're being an ass. That ain't the look of a woman who'd trick you. The campfire popped nearby, sending up a shower of sparks. Somewhere in the darkness, a coyote tipped an owl hooting. John stared at the ground like it held the answers to all his problems. Everyone else just tells me to shut up and be a father, he muttered. Like it's that simple. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 6 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 6 out of 10. Charm, 5 out of 10. Luck, 5 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL1. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Money, $675.61. Bank, $40, 2 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. Chapter 57, Sorry I have a bit of family medical emergency. Chapter 58, 56. Tension with Williamson. The campfire popped nearby, sending up a shower of sparks. Somewhere in the darkness, a coyote tipped an owl hooting. John stared at the ground like it held the answers to all his problems. Everyone else just tells me to shut up and be a father, he muttered. Like it's that simple. It ain't simple, Caleb agreed. But it's necessary. That boy needs you, John. He needs his father. That's something only you can give him. Not Uncle Caleb, not Uncle Hosea, but you. John stood in silence for a long moment, his gaze fixed on the flickering campfire. The usual gruffness in his demeanor seemed to soften, replaced by a vulnerability Caleb hadn't seen before. Finally, he nodded slowly. Maybe you're right. He sighed, running a hand through his hair. It ain't easy, you know. That doubt, it sticks with you. I can imagine, Caleb said sympathetically. But look at him, John. Look at the joy on his face when he talks about you, about someday riding alongside you. He wants his father, whether he fully understands it or not. John's gaze drifted towards the sound of Jack's laughter coming from the tent. A faint smile touched his lips. He is a good kid. The best, Caleb agreed. Give him a chance, John. Give yourself a chance to be the father he needs. John nodded again and then let out a bitter laugh. Hell of a thing, comin' from the newest member of the gang. Maybe that's why I can say it. Caleb shrugged. Fresh eyes and all. The older man gave him a firm clap on the back, a silent thanks, the kind of gesture that carried more weight than words ever could. Thanks for opening my eyes, John murmured, his voice low, but honest. Caleb nodded, a soft smile curving his lips. Go be with your family, John. And with that, John turned toward the tent where Abigail and Jack waited. Caleb watched him go, watched the way his shoulders relaxed just a bit as he disappeared behind the canvas flap. The murmur of Abigail's surprised greeting and Jack's excited chatter drifting through the night air. Caleb let the moment settle in his chest like a warm coal. It was something he'd always wanted to see much earlier back when he played Red Dead Redemption 2, John mending his relationship with his son, becoming the father figure Jack needed before it was too late. For a man like John Marston, it would never be easy. But it was worth it. Godspeed, Marston, Caleb muttered and took a final sip of his lukewarm coffee, then wandered over to the wash basin, setting the metal mug down with a soft clink. He made his way toward the main campfire where the rest of the gang had gathered: Sean, Uncle, Charles, Javier, Pearson, and the drunk Bill. Laughter and smoke curled into the night air. So I says to the feller, that ain't no sheep, that's my wife, huh? Uncle's raspy cackle cut through the night, followed by groans and half-hearted chuckles from the others. As Caleb drew near, Sean noticed him first and waved him over. Sean spotted Caleb first. There's our resident gunslinger. Come on over, we was just talkin' 'bout you. Caleb raised an eyebrow and chuckled, as he eased down onto a log near the fire, stretching his legs. "Evenin'. All good, I hope." Javier's eyes flicked down to Caleb's left shoulder, where a bit of bandaging still peeked from beneath his shirt. "That wound healing all right?" Caleb blinked, surprised. "How'd you know about that?" "Only Strauss N. Sean knew." He turned to Sean, who sat cross-legged with a bottle of whiskey in hand and the widest grin on his face. "Oh, don't give me that look," Sean said, grinning like a devil. "What's wrong with a little storytellin'? That wound of yours is a goddamn badge of honor, Caleb. You took on Drew Dallas and his boys alone. Brought the bastard back alive, too." Caleb sighed and shook his head. "Sean the blabbermouth strikes again." "Oh come now," Sean said, slapping his knee. "You should be proud." The others leaned in, curious now. "Drew Dallas?" Uncle asked, scratching his beard. "Ain't that the up-and-coming bastard that's been terrorizing the roads around New Hanover?" "Thought he was already captured, haven't heard about him and his boys for a while," Javier added. Pearson leaned forward with interest, a half-carved chunk of salted pork forgotten on his lap. "Tell us what happened, Caleb. Don't leave out the good bits." Pearson leaned forward. "Is it true you sniped 5 of them from 200 yards? Before Caleb could respond, Bill Williamson slurred from his perch on an overturned crate, "Probably got lucky." The hulking man took another swig from his bourbon bottle, his face flushed with alcohol and something darker. "Ain't no way some greenhorn." "Shut your damn mouth, Bill," Sean cut in. Charles held up a calming hand. "Let the man tell his own story." His deep voice carried quiet authority that even drunk Bill couldn't ignore. Caleb sighed, gave a small nod, and glanced around the circle. "All right. I tell you the short version, then." The fire crackled as the men settled in to listen. "I heard Dallas and his gang were planning to rob several stagecoach from Strawberry to Ansbur near Cattail Pond. Figured I'd cut 'em off. Found a nice little cliff overlooking the path, good vantage point. I waited till they arrive, then took my Springfield and started picking 'em off, one by one." "How many were there?" Javier asked. 8 including Dallas himself, Caleb said. "Took out 5 from above before one of the bastards spotted me. Got a lucky shot off, that's how I took the hit in the shoulder." Sean whistled low. "And you still kept fightin'?" "Had to. Rolled down the hill, switched to my Lancaster, kept moving. 2 more down. Then I pulled my Schofield and shot Drew in the leg and his shooting arm. Tied him up, patched myself enough to ride, then dragged his sorry ass to the Valentine sheriff." "Now that's a damn story," Uncle said, raising a half-empty bottle. "You remind me of me when I was young and handsome and dangerous." A collective groan rose up around the fire. "In your dreams, old man," Javier laughed. Even Charles cracked a smile. "You did good, Caleb. Smart use of terrain." "Damn impressive," Pearson added. "Ain't many can pull something like that off and live to tell it." Caleb gave a modest shrug, but inside, the praise sat awkwardly in Caleb's chest. He'd only survived thanks to his past life knowledge of the game and a hefty dose of luck, but at the same time he felt the warmth of recognition. But not everyone shared the sentiment. Across the fire, Bill Williamson shifted on his crate, his eyes narrow and bloodshot. He took large sip from the bottle of cheap bourbon like it was a grudge, and suddenly he threw the bottle, shattered against the fire pit, spraying glass and bourbon across the dirt. "Enough of this shit." The big man lurched to his feet, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Caleb. "You ain't nothin' special. Just some orphan bastard Dutch took pity on." Silence fell over the group. Sean's hand drifted toward his revolver. Charles positioned himself subtly between Bill and Caleb. Pearson tried to defuse the tension. "Now Bill, let's not." "Shut it, Tubby." Bill's spittle flew as he jabbed a finger at Caleb. "First you cozy up to Mary Beth, then you helped us on a brawl, and suddenly he's Dutch's favorite, gets the trust, gets the praise. Like the rest of us never bled for this gang. His chest heaved. I been with this gang 6 years. Where's my damn respect? Caleb's brow furrowed. I've never claimed. You didn't have to. Bill snapped. You walk around like you belong here. Like you earned it. You didn't fight with us down in New Austin. You didn't hold the line in Blackwater. You weren't there. Caleb remained seated, keeping his voice calm. Ain't looking to take your place, Bill. Just doing my part. Your part. Bill's laugh was ugly. Your part is stayin' the hell out of my way. Sean stood up, hands up. All right, calm down, Bill. Shut up, Sean. Bill shouted, pointing a shaking finger at him. You ain't helping. Always runnin' your mouth. Javier moved between them, arms out. Let's not do this. Caleb stood slowly, meeting Bill's gaze. His voice was calm, measured. I didn't come here to replace anyone, Bill. I don't want the attention. I want to pull my weight, earn my place. That's it. Bill stepped closer, eyes wild. You think you're better than me? No, Caleb said. But I think right now, you're drunk, and angry at things that ain't my fault. Silence. Then Bill scoffed, spit to the side, and turned away. To hell with this. With one last venomous look at Caleb, he staggered off into the dark, took a bottle of beer, and cursing under his breath while swinging the bottle with his hand. The fire crackled in the uneasy quiet that followed. Javier broke it with a dark chuckle. Well. That was dramatic. Sean let out a long breath. Bloody hell. Uncle shook his head. That one's gonna wake up with more than a hangover. Bill's always been a sore loser. Caleb exhaled slowly, gnawed his head, and sat back down, though the tension still lingered in the air. Charles leaned closer. Don't take it personal. Bill's always had a chip on his shoulder. You did good keeping your calm. Appreciate that, Caleb murmured. Hell of a story, mate, Sean said, clapping Caleb on the back. You'll have to tell Mary Beth next time. She loves them bounty tales. Caleb managed a small smile. Maybe. But inwardly, he sighed. Bill's jealousy wasn't new, he remembered it from the game. The insecurity. The rage. It was just, more real now. And more dangerous. Still, the others had his back. That mattered. After the brief explosion of tension and violence, the gang found its rhythm again. Conversation trickled back like a slow-moving stream, cautious at first, then picking up with jokes, quiet laughter, and little stories shared in soft voices. Sean, never one to let things linger too long in silence, told a half-true tale about wrestling a gator near Lemoyne. Uncle claimed it was a pig and that Sean had screamed like a girl, prompting a round of laughter from everyone while Sean protested. Even Javier picked up his guitar and strummed a few calming chords, humming a tune that danced with the fading night. Bill, of course, was nowhere to be seen, and nobody asked after him. The unease he left behind clung to the shadows, but no one wanted to peel it back open. Eventually, one by one, the gang began peeling off, some to their tents, some to their own late-night musings. Caleb sat a little longer, warming his hands near the dying fire, still playing through the scenes of the day like a movie reel on repeat. Jack's wide grin when he hit the tin can in the woods. John's subtle pride afterward. Bill's drunken punch and the weight behind it. And the way everyone had stood beside him, with him. It made everything feel real in a way that hit deeper than he expected. The Van der Linde gang wasn't just some cast of characters anymore. They were broken people bound together by grit, loyalty, and the aching hope for something better. Family, in its rawest form. When he finally slipped into his bedroll beside Arthur's empty cot, the quiet of the night closed in around him. The stars shimmered high above, uncaring and cold. Sleep came slowly, but it came. The campfire's embers had long since cooled when Caleb finally drifted to sleep, the echoes of Bill's drunken outbursts still lingering in his mind. His dreams were fragmented, images of Jack's excited face during their hunting trip, John's hesitant gratitude, Mary Beth's smile in the firelight, all underscored by the phantom sting of his healing wound. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 6 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 6 out of 10. Charm, 5 out of 10. Luck, 5 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL1. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Money, $675.61. Bank, $40, 2 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. Chapter 59, 57. Return to teach. The campfire's embers had long since cooled when Caleb finally drifted to sleep, the echoes of Bill's drunken outbursts still lingering in his mind. His dreams were fragmented, images of Jack's excited face during their hunting trip, John's hesitant gratitude, Mary Beth's smile in the firelight, all underscored by the phantom sting of his healing wound. The first breath Caleb took the next morning was crisp with pine and ash, the kind that pried open his lungs and wiped the last clinging remnants of sleep from his head. The sun hadn't fully crested the trees yet, but the camp had begun to stir, pots clinking near Pearson's wagon, the rhythmic thump of someone chopping kindling, and a few low murmurs as voices began to rise. He blinked up at the sky and rubbed his shoulder instinctively. The pain had dulled to a faint ache, the skin knitting together faster than normal thanks to his physical regeneration skill, and the stiffness had lessened. He flexed it a little as he stood. 2 more days, he thought. Just 2 more and I'll be back to full strength. He then turned to look left and find Arthur's bed still neatly made, untouched since yesterday. It meant that he hadn't returned back from camp since yesterday. And now that he think about it, he also doesn't see Hosea on the camp as well yesterday, meaning there's a high chance that like in the game they head out together to hunt the legendary bear in Amberino. He began his morning routine, doing a series of careful stretches, dropped to the ground doing a quick and controlled sit-ups, followed by a light jog around the perimeter of camp. He passed Kieran, who gave him a small nod, and Miss Grimshaw, who squinted and muttered something about morning energy. Sweat beaded on his brow by the time he returned and moved toward Pearson's water barrel. The icy splash of water across his face and hair was pure relief, and he let out a satisfied sigh as he scrubbed his hands and arms clean. He ran a damp palm down the front of his neck, tilting his head side to side to loosen the muscles. His reflection shimmered in the water's surface, messy hair, faint circles under the eyes, but alive. Stronger. Sharper. He would never see this version of him in his past life. It was then he noticed Karen approached with his freshly cleaned vaquero outfit. Figured you'd want this back, Karen called, handing out the neatly folded pile. Caleb grinned as he took it. Thanks, Karen. Good as new and looks good on you, too, she waved him off with a wink, though how you keep this fancy get-up from getting dirted every time you come back is beyond me. Caleb laughed when he hear this. Trade secret. Mostly involves doing some dirty work and not getting shot. Karen snorted. Tell that to your shoulder. She lingered as he dressed. Bill's an ass, you know. Always has been. Don't take last night personal. I don't, Caleb lied, buttoning his shirt. Just hope he sobers up and cools off. He will. Or he won't. Karen shrugged. Either way, ain't your problem unless you make it one. With that sage advice, she sauntered off toward the cook fire where Pearson was already banging pots together like a one-man marching band. Dressed, refreshed, and armed with his twin Schofields at his hips, Lancaster repeater across his back, and his pump-action shotgun slung on his right shoulder, Caleb made his way to the hitching post where Morgan waited. The mare nuzzled his pocket, searching for her morning apple. Greedy girl, Caleb chuckled, producing an apple that he took from Pearson's wagon. We're heading back to Valentine today. More lessons for Jasper. He patted her neck. Assuming he's recovered from. The sound of approaching hoofbeats cut him off. He turned toward the entrance. Two riders approached, one tall and straight-backed, the other a little more casual, like he'd spent half his life in the saddle. It was Arthur on his brown-coated brand-new American standardbred, Hosea atop his sleek white-faced buckskin. As they drew closer, Caleb could hear the tail end of their conversation. Don't need another, we gotta be out there making money speech from Dutch, Arthur was grumbling as they drew near. Hosea chuckled. We tell him we were scoping a lead. Which is true. He doesn't need to know it was a big furry one. Their laughter carried down the trail, light and easy. They rode up to the hitching posts and dismounted smoothly. Arthur slapped his horse's neck, muttering something soft under his breath, while Hosea removed his hat and wiped the sweat from his brow. Morning, Caleb, Hosea greeted, eyes twinkling behind his usual weariness. Morning Hosea, Arthur, Caleb returned evenly. Then, with a carefully neutral tone, sorry, couldn't help overhearing. You two were out hunting a big furry lead? Arthur arched a brow, then gave a small smirk. Hosea let out a small, good-natured laugh but gave Caleb a look beneath it. Hosea's laugh was warm, but his eyes were sharp as flint. That we were. Though I'd appreciate it if that particular bit of word didn't make its way around camp. Let's just keep that one between us, all right? Hosea said, his tone light but firm. Caleb mimed locking his lips, tossing away the key, and held up his hands in mock surrender. Never heard a thing. My lips are sealed. Good man. Hosea patted his shoulder as he passed, and the two older men made their way toward Dutch's tent, probably to deliver their half-true report. Caleb watched them go. He didn't expect that his thought this morning to be correct. The legendary bear. The same one Arthur could track and possibly kill. Or not, depending on the player's choices. But here, there was no restart. No save file. If things had gone wrong up there, he frowned slightly, but shook it off. They were both back, safe and breathing. That was what mattered. He mounted Morgan and turned the horse toward the trail that led back to Valentine. The ride was smooth, and as the landscape rolled by, his mind shifted on what to train Jasper on today. When he reached Valentine, the town was its usual self, muddy, loud, and bustling with folk already deep into their day. Caleb dismounted and tied Morgan near the stables, giving her an apple from his satchel before heading toward the butcher's. Old Bob was barking at someone behind the stall. Caleb walked around to see Jasper hauling a side of beef, arms shaking under the weight but determined not to drop it. He managed to hook it onto the rail and wiped his brow, turning to grin when he saw Caleb. Hey! Jasper called, beaming. You came back. Of course I would, Caleb replied, stepping closer. Looks like you've been working hard. Jasper puffed out his chest. Old Bob says I'm getting faster. And he even let me chop today. With the real cleaver, asterisk. Old Bob, grumbling as always, nodded from behind the counter. He don't got the strength yet, but he's got the head for it. Picks things up quick. Good to hear, Caleb said genuinely. Jasper nodded his head, eager, and Caleb let him get back to work under old Bob's supervision for a while. He leaned against a post nearby, arms crossed, watching the boy carefully as he moved with a kind of rough-edged determination that reminded him of himself at that age, or at least the version of himself he imagined, had his past life included a butcher's cleaver and a sun-baked frontier town. When Jasper was finished hauling and Bob grumbled a dismissal, the boy wiped his hands on his apron, untied it, and jogged over. "You ready for another round of training with your guns?" Caleb asked with a small smirk. Jasper's eyes lit up at the mention of more training. "Hell yeah, I'm ready." Jasper beamed, brushing sweat from his brow. "Gimme a minute to grab my guns, I left them in my room in the hotel." Caleb gave a short nod. "All right. I'll wait outside." As Jasper sprinted off, he made his way to the hitching post in front of the hotel where Stark stood hitched, calm and composed like a statue with a heartbeat. The brown and white coat of the horse gleamed faintly under the morning sun, and when Caleb approached, the American paint mare lifted her head at his approach, her ears pricking forward in recognition as she let out a gentle, familiar snort and nudged her head toward her master. "You're looking good, girl," Caleb murmured, reaching up to pat the side of the stallion's neck. Stark leaned into the touch, ears flicking back and forth as if listening for any sign of trouble. Caleb scratched beneath the jaw, and the horse huffed in appreciation. Moments later, Jasper came trotting out from the hotel, his cattleman revolver holstered on his right hip and the carbine repeater slung securely across his back. The strap was a little loose, and the holster sat too high, but Caleb said nothing for now. They'd work on that. "Ready when you are," Jasper said, adjusting the repeater's strap. Looking sharp, Caleb said with an approving nod. "Now go bring Morgan over here. You're riding her again today." Jasper perked up. "Really? Again?" "You proved you could handle her yesterday," Caleb replied with a shrug. "We'll see how well you keep doing. Today's about shooting at moving targets like birds, rabbits, maybe a deer if you're lucky. We'll sell what we get back to old Bob after." "All right." Jasper sprinted off, excitement barely contained. Caleb turned and mounted Stark smoothly, settling into the saddle like he was born to it. He watched as Jasper approached Morgan slowly, murmuring to her just like Caleb had shown him. The mare sniffed at the boy's hand, nickered once, then allowed him to take the reins and mount. She moved with ease under his command, and together they rode off through Valentine, making their way north toward the Cumberland forest. The ride was smooth and quiet, save for the soft thudding of hooves and the occasional squawk of birds overhead and Jasper's occasional questions about tracking or firearm maintenance. Caleb answered each one patiently, impressed by the boy's genuine interest. He also glanced to his right occasionally, watching Jasper's posture, his control over Morgan, and how he handled the rhythm of riding. It wasn't perfect, but it was good. The boy was learning fast. 15 minutes later, they arrived at the edge of Cumberland Forest, where the trees grew thicker and the underbrush rustled with hidden life. Caleb reined in Stark near a wide-branched maple and dismounted, tying the reins loosely around a low limb. Jasper followed suit, mimicking the motion with Morgan. "All right," Caleb said, unslinging his Lancaster. "Moving targets are different from cans on a log. You've got to lead your shots, account for wind, and most importantly," he tapped his temple, "think ahead. Animals don't stand still." Jasper nodded, drawing his cattleman revolver, checking its load, and clutching it tight. He looked nervous but determined. "What are we hunting first?" "We'll start with birds," Caleb said, gesturing toward the treetops. "Ravens, mostly. Black shapes against a pale sky. You see one, you call it out, take your time, breathe, then shoot. If you miss, don't rush to reload and shoot again. Just reset. Focus." For the next hour, they tracked through a small clearing surrounded by thickets, listening for the flapping of wings or the cawing of ravens. Caleb pointed out the ones that circled lazily overhead. Jasper took shot after shot, some close, most missing by a few feet, but he didn't get frustrated. He asked questions, adjusted his stance, and tried again. Eventually, a raven spiraled too low, and Jasper took a clean shot that sent it tumbling to the forest floor. "Good!" Caleb called. "That's one. You're getting the hang of it." Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 6 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 6 out of 10. Charm, 5 out of 10. Luck, 5 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL1. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Money, $675.61. Bank, $40, 2 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. Chapter 60, 58. Training on live target. Jasper took shot after shot, some close, most missing by a few feet, but he didn't get frustrated. He asked questions, adjusted his stance, and tried again. Eventually, a raven spiraled too low, and Jasper took a clean shot that sent it tumbling to the forest floor. "Good!" Caleb called. "That's one. You're getting the hang of it." Jasper then manages to shoot 4 ravens with several miss, but at least it helped him in improving his eye coordination for farther moving target. Then they moved on, finding a rabbit trail near underfoot bush. Caleb showed Jasper how to track the tiny creatures by the disturbed brush and droppings. "See that? Fresh sign. Rabbits'll bolt when they hear us, so get ready." They crept forward, Jasper doing his best to step quietly despite his obvious excitement. A twig snapped underfoot, and just as Caleb predicted, 3 rabbits exploded from the undergrowth in different directions. "Now!" Caleb hissed. Jasper brought up his revolver, tracking the closest rabbit. His first shot kicked up dirt behind the fleeing animal. The second grazed its hindquarters, making it stumble but not stop. The third shot missed entirely as the rabbit disappeared into a burrow. "Damn it!" Jasper kicked at the ground. "Don't get frustrated," Caleb advised. "That was good tracking. You just need to lead more." He demonstrated with his Lancaster, waiting until another rabbit emerged before firing a single shot that dropped it cleanly. "See how I aimed where it was going to be, not where it was?" Jasper chewed his lip. "Like, throwing a ball ahead of someone running." "Exactly." Caleb clapped him on the shoulder. "Try again." After that they bagged 5 rabbits over the course of an hour, Jasper getting noticeably better at compensating for movement and leading his target. "All right, hotshot. Let's try something bigger." Caleb led into a location where deer tracks crisscrossed the soft earth. "These are smarter than rabbits. They'll catch your scent if the wind's wrong, hear you if you're loud, and they're faster than you'd think." Jasper swallowed hard, his confidence gained after bagging raven and rabbits wavering. "What if I just wound it? Then we track it and finish the job," Caleb said firmly. "No animal deserves to suffer because of our mistakes." They stalked through the forest, Caleb teaching Jasper how to read the wind by tossing handfuls of dry grass, how to place each foot to minimize noise, and most importantly, patience. That's when they caught sight of a small group of deer grazing in a low meadow. Caleb crouched beside a fallen log with Jasper, whispering. "You want the repeater for this," Caleb said, voice low. "Aim for the head or heart. Don't shoot until they pause. You get one shot, if you miss, they'll scatter, and you'll have to track them all over again." Jasper took a deep breath, lining up his repeater carefully. His hands were steadier now than they had been earlier. One of the deer raised its head, broadside to them. Jasper exhaled and squeezed the trigger. The carbine's report echoed through the trees. The deer dropped instantly, blood blossoming on its head. A second shot wasn't needed, while the rest scattering into the brush. Caleb grinned. Hell of a shot, Jasper. Jasper stared for a moment, stunned. I got it. You got it, Caleb nodded. Let's haul it back before something else comes sniffin'. They field dressed the deer together, Caleb showing Jasper the most efficient techniques. By midday, they'd added 2 more deer, and as they packed the game onto Morgan and Stark's backs, Caleb made a show of inspecting their take. Not bad for half a day's work. You know what this means? Jasper wiped sweat from his brow. Dinner. Profit. Caleb grinned. All this is yours to sell. Should fetch a pretty penny at the butcher's. Jasper's eyes widened. For real. But you helped. And I don't need the money. Caleb tightened the last rope on Stark's load. Consider it payment for being such a quick study. The ride back to Valentine was slower with their heavy load, but Jasper's excited chatter made the time pass quickly. He recounted each shot in detail, analyzing what he'd done right and wrong with surprising insight for someone so new to hunting. Old Bob's eyebrows nearly disappeared into his hairline when they bring their haul for old Bob to see. Hell's bells, boys. He said, pointing at the birds, rabbits, and looking at one of the deers. Clean kill, this one. And not a single mess on the hide. You teach him that? I showed him where to aim, Caleb said modestly. The rest was all Jasper. Bob grunted again, this time in approval. All of this worth some tens of dollars, no doubt. Skins, meat, even the feathers, someone will pay for all this. The butcher inspected each carcass with a critical eye. Clean kills. No meat spoiled. I'll give you $47.35 for the lot. Jasper looked ready to faint. That's more'n I make in several weeks. Old Bob counted out the money and handed over the money to Jasper, who blinked down at the handful of cash in his hand. All yours, Caleb said to Jasper, who was in trance. All of it was your bag except for one rabbit, which was the one I shit to teach you, so just like I said before, I don't need any payment, so keep those money safe. Jasper beamed. Thank you, Caleb. Don't thank me. You earned it. The boy ran off to buy himself something from the general store, a new shirt or maybe a decent trousers or new pair of boots. Caleb lingered near the hitching post, brushing down and patting both Morgan and Stark, to increase his relation with both of his horse. When Jasper returned, he held several folded shirts in one hand and a cloth-wrapped bundle under his arm. Bought several new shirt, he said. And I got you this. He handed Caleb a simple cloth-wrapped bundle. Caleb raised an eyebrow and unwrapped it to reveal some gun oils, 2 packs of cigarette, and a soft bristled brush. Jasper. You've done a lot, the boy said, not meeting his eyes. I just wanted to say thanks. Caleb smiled, touched more than he let show. You're welcome, Jasper. But I'm still making you run laps and doing the morning exercise tomorrow. Jasper laughed and nodded. Deal. The sun dipped low over the rooftops of Valentine, painting the wooden buildings in warm hues of orange and gold as the evening breeze carried the scent of smoke, stew, and horse sweat through the streets. Caleb and Jasper sat at a corner table in the saloon, the place lively but not quite rowdy yet, filled with miners, cowboys, and a few off-duty deputies nursing drinks. The barkeep brought over their meals, 2 steaming bowls of beef stew with thick cuts of potato and carrot, and a bottle of beer each, clinking down on the table with a practiced hand. Man, this smells so good, Jasper said, already digging in like he hadn't eaten in days. Hard work builds an appetite, Caleb replied, sipping his beer before scooping up a spoonful of stew. And you earned it today. They ate in companionable silence for a while, letting the comfort of warm food and cold drink settle in. Around them, the saloon's piano man began playing a light-hearted tune, and laughter rolled from the far end of the bar. Caleb leaned back in his chair with a satisfied sigh, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. After they finished their meal, Caleb paid for both their dinners, $5 apiece, a fair price for good food and better beer. Jasper thanked him again before heading out, saying he'd stop by the hitching post to check on Morgan and Stark, then he will go back to his room at the hotel for the night to take a rest. Caleb, meanwhile, made his way toward the doctor's office to get his shoulder checked out. The wound from the gunfight near Cattail Pond had been stitched up a few days back. With the help of his skill it had healed up pretty fast, but the last thing he needed was an infection could happen, so he wanted to check it out. The doctor's office was tucked between the saloon and the sheriff's office, its black and white painted sign creaking in the wind. Caleb stepped inside to find Doc Calloway adjusting his spectacles and scribbling something in a ledger. The older man looked up and gave a nod. "Back for a follow-up, I reckon." "Yeah. Want to make sure it's healin', right?" "Alright, go to the back room, take your shirt off, and sit at the chair there." Doc pointed to the examination room they go to before. Caleb goes to the room, eased his coat and shirt off, mindful of his left shoulder, and sat down. Calloway washed his hands and then carefully unwrapped the bandage. His brow lifted the moment the wound was exposed. "Well, I'll be damned," Calloway muttered, probing the healing wound with surprisingly gentle fingers. "This should have taken weeks to close up, not days." He squinted at Caleb. "You ain't been putting some Indian poultice on this, have you?" Caleb shook his head. "Just kept it clean like you said." Calloway grunted, applying fresh gauze. "Whatever you're doing, keep at it. Wounds healing straight and clean. No swelling, no redness. Looks like your body's stitching itself together like it's in a hurry." "Huh," Caleb murmured, filing that information away. It looks like the effect of his physical regeneration skill, even if it was still level 0, was pretty good. He wondered what would happen if it reached max level. The doctor hummed, prodding gently at the skin around the stitches. "You'll likely be fully healed in another 2 days, give or take. Still, don't go liftin' wagons or gettin' in fistfights. Give the muscle time to firm up proper." "Got it. I'll take it easy." Doc Calloway then secured the bandage with practiced efficiency and stepped back. $2 for the checkup fee. Caleb handed over the cash without complaint and buttoned his shirt back up, the familiar tug of fabric against his skin reminding him to move cautiously. When he stepped outside into the golden haze of early evening, the town had taken on that strange blend of calm and energy that settled over places like Valentine, where anything could happen, but nothing seemed urgent just yet. That was when he saw them. Arthur Morgan rode into town on his familiar horse, brown coat dusty from the road, and hitched the reins to the post near the saloon. Following close behind him was a younger black man on a bay-colored horse, his posture alert but relaxed. Caleb recognized him immediately from his memories of the game. Lenny Summers. So this was the last gang member he hadn't met yet, aside from Micah Bell, who, if Caleb's memory and the timing were right, had just been arrested in Strawberry after drunkenly killing someone he called a friend. And now Arthur had brought Lenny to Valentine, most likely to take the edge off that event, under Dutch's orders. It was here, at this very moment in the story, that Lenny would get properly sloshed at the saloon in one of the funniest missions Caleb remembered. But Caleb had another thought nagging at the edge of his mind. Micah's in jail right now. Still a few weeks from Garma. Hasn't ratted yet, but, what if I killed him now? What would change? Could I stop all that pain before it happens? He was still mulling that over when he strode over toward Arthur and Lenny. He gave a small smirk as he called out, loud enough for only the both of them to hear. "Mt. Tacitus Kilgore. I didn't expect to see you here in town." Arthur turned sharply, one hand drifting toward his holster before his eyes landed on Caleb. A surprised chuckle escaped him. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 6 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 6 out of 10. Charm, 5 out of 10. Luck, 5 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL1. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Deadeye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Money, $665.61. Bank, $40, 2 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. Chapter 61, 59. The Caleb version of Lenny III. PT1. He was still mulling that over when he strode over toward Arthur and Lenny. He gave a small smirk as he called out, loud enough for only the both of them to hear. "Mt. Tacitus Kilgore. I didn't expect to see you here in town." Arthur turned sharply, one hand drifting toward his holster before his eyes landed on Caleb. A surprised chuckle escaped him. Arthur's head snapped up, hand twitching toward his revolver before recognition smoothed his features. "God damn it, boy. Don't go sneaking up on folk like that." He grinned, tipping his hat back. "What brings you to town?" Lenny, who had started to tense beside Arthur, looked at Caleb with suspicion, knitting his brow, and then leaned toward Arthur to whisper, "Who the hell is this guy, Arthur?" Arthur scratched his jaw. "Right, I forget you two never met. Lenny, this here's Caleb Thorne. Newest member of the gang. Dutch invited him in a little while back, when you and Micah were off scouting. He had helped me and the gang when we come to Valentine for the first time and when we had a saloon brawl. Caleb, this here's Lenny Summers, our youngest rider in the gang." Lenny blinked, his suspicion giving way to curiosity. "Ah. That explains it. Dutch don't usually bring in new folks unless there's a damn good reason." Caleb offered his hand with a small grin. "Caleb Thorne. Good to finally meet you." "Lenny Summers," he replied, shaking his hand firmly. "Arthur had told me about his first visit on Valentine. So you helped Arthur and the girls, huh?" "Had my hands full, yeah. That was a wild day." Arthur chuckled again. "Could say that twice." Caleb here's sharp with his gun and rifle, decent with a horse, and smart enough to not speak things we shouldn't speen. I trusts him." "High praise," Lenny said, eyebrows raised. "Only 'cause I haven't 'cause any trouble yet," Caleb added. They shared a few more words before Arthur patted Lenny on the shoulder. "Come on, let's get that drink Dutch told you to have." "You comin', Caleb?" Caleb considered it for a second. The opportunity to follow Arthur and Lenny into the saloon during that mission was almost too tempting to pass up. But his mind circled back to Micah. That bastard was in jail right now. What if this was the best chance he had to end things before they ever spiraled? His thoughts were focused. Strawberry ain't far. If I leave by morning, I can be there in a day. Maybe a day and a half if I take it easy on Morgan. If I time it right, I could kill Micah and disappear before anyone knows. But killing Micah could change everything or it could backfire in ways he couldn't predict. Still, it was tempting. Caleb was still lost in thought, weighing the consequences of a preemptive strike against Micah, when a hand waved suddenly in front of his face. "Hello." Earth to Caleb. "You in there?" Arthur's voice cut in, laced with amusement. Caleb blinked and came back to the present. "Huh. Sorry Arthur, what did you just say?" Arthur chuckled and shook his head, exchanging an amused glance with Lenny. "I asked if you were comin' with us for that drink Dutch told Lenny to have. You know, unwind a little. Ain't got anywhere to be, do ya?" The opportunity to witness and potentially participate this iconic mission from the game warred with Caleb's desire to deal with Micah. But changing the timeline was a delicate thing, and also he couldn't risk missing this chance to strengthen bonds with Lenny and Arthur. Caleb rubbed the back of his neck, acting like he was still a little embarrassed at zoning out. Right, sorry. Got caught up in my own head there for a moment. He glanced between Arthur and Lenny. I don't got anything better to do right now. And hell, someone's gotta keep an eye on you two in case things get out of hand. Arthur grinned and patted him on the back. Now you're talkin'. Come on. Lenny held up a finger with mock solemnity. I ain't gettin' drunk, though. Just one or two, and that's it. Caleb nearly choked on his own spit. The sheer irony of that statement, knowing how this night would unfold, made his shoulders shake with suppressed laughter. Ah-ha. Famous last words, Lenny. As they stepped through the batwing doors, Caleb noticed it was more packed, tighter than a cattle car, than the last time he'd been here with Jasper in the afternoon when they had some lunch. Men crowded around tables, cards being slapped down, laughter and curses rising and falling like waves. The air thick with tobacco smoke and the sour tang of spilled beer. A piano player hammered out an off-key rendition of "Oh My Darling, Clementine," while a group of ranchers arm-wrestled in the corner. Caleb followed Arthur's broad back as the older man carved a path to the bar, Lenny close behind. Arthur and Caleb gently nudged two patrons who were leaning against the bar to step aside. After a bit of grumbling, they moved off, clearing space for the three of them to lean in with Caleb to the left, Lenny in the middle, and Arthur on the right beside another rough-looking local sipping from a bottle of beer. Arthur tossed a few coins onto the bar, signaling for service. Lenny leaned toward Arthur, voice raised over the noise. Just one or two, right, Arthur? Of course, Arthur said with his eyes on the bar and exaggerated innocence. Just a drink. No big drama. Caleb almost snorted out loud and almost bit the inside of his cheek to keep from laughing. The script was playing out exactly as he remembered from the game. He knew what was coming. And despite everything he'd been through, he couldn't help but smile. This was too good to pass up. Shaking his head, he muttered under his breath, "Sure, no drama." You. Mr. Douglas's eyes narrowed at Arthur as he approached the three of them. I don't want no trouble. Arthur spread his hands. And you'll get none from me. I was defending myself last time. Mr. Douglas looked skeptical. Tommy, He'll be fine, Arthur interrupted, tossing a coin that Mr. Douglas caught reflexively. Here, have one for yourself as well. Mr. Douglas was happy hearing that, pocketed the coin with a happy nod. Thank you. 3 beers coming up. Mr. Douglas takes 3 bottles of beers from below of his bar, and put it in the table for the 3 of them. Caleb picked up his bottle and clinked it gently against Lenny's and Arthur's. To no drama. Arthur laughed. You're never gonna let that go, huh? Nope. They all took a swig. After a hearty swig, the warm beer sloshing down and settling warm in his gut, Caleb leaned one elbow against the bar, letting the hum of the saloon settle over him. The 3 of them stood comfortably shoulder to shoulder, each with a bottle in hand. The moment almost felt peaceful, until Lenny broke it with his words. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and frowned, his earlier suspicion creeping back into his tone. Micah, he seems to know too many people, Lenny muttered, shaking his head. That's the problem. Arthur, who had just brought his bottle to his lips, paused, then lowered it with a grunt, his brow furrowing. What you mean? Caleb saw the opportunity and seized it with the most innocent tone he could muster, feigning ignorance. Oh yeah, by the way, who is this Micah? He tilted his head, playing the part of a man who'd never heard the name before until Arthur just told him when he met with him and Lenny. Lenny opened his mouth to answer Arthur's question, but Arthur raised a hand and beat him to it, his voice laced with disdain. Micah Bell's the last member of the gang you ain't met yet. The bastard who got himself locked up after causing trouble while scoutin' with Lenny here. He took another swig, his grip tightening slightly on the bottle. In my opinion, he's a worth nothing compared to the trouble he bring. Snake with a silver tongue. Better off rottin' in that cell. But Dutch wants him back, so. He trailed off with a shrug. Caleb gave a slow, thoughtful nod, eyes narrowed slightly as if trying to piece together this Micah figure for the first time. He kept up the act with ease. Well, if he's anything like what you just said, Arthur, then I already share your opinion. Sounds like someone who causes more problems than he's worth. He shot Lenny an apologetic glance. Sorry, Lenny, I didn't mean to cut you off before. Go on. Lenny waved him off. Nah, it's fine. He leaned in slightly, lowering his voice. Anyway, what I meant was, I've seen a lot of crazy stuff, but Micah. Just as Caleb remembered from the game, as Lenny finished his sentence, the man to Arthur's right, the rough-looking drunk who'd been sipping quietly from a beer, suddenly leaned closer and slurred in a mockingly loud voice, I seen a lot of crazy stuff. Arthur's jaw tensed. He slowly turned his head toward the man, eyes narrowing beneath the brim of his hat. Will you shut up, before turning to face forward? The drunk blinked, then grinned as if pleased with himself. Will you shut up, he parroted back in the same obnoxious, sing-song tone. Arthur's jaws tightened and he snorted. Be quiet, buddy. The drunkard threw his head back, burst out laughing, his voice grating and ugly. They're dullards. My lord, you men is dull. He cackled again, wiping his mouth with a grimy sleeve, then slapped the bar, nearly knocking over his beer bottle. Lenny sighed, leaned in, and nudged Arthur, just leave this fool alone, Arthur. The man, now swaying slightly on his feet, grinned at Lenny. Leave this fool alone, Arthur, the man mimicked immediately like a parrot with a bad attitude, before adding with a dramatic flourish, people been leavin' me alone for the last 10 years. Caleb knew where this could go. He remembered clearly that in the game, Arthur had the option to intimidate, beat up, or charm the man. Here, in the flesh and blood world, the risk of escalation was real, and Micah's name had already soured the air. Tension was raising fast and Caleb wasn't about to let things escalate unnecessarily. Before Arthur could react, Caleb stepped around Lenny, and angling himself between Arthur and the drunk, just enough to draw the man's attention without making it seem too aggressive. Listen, Caleb said coolly, voice low and even. Why don't you go find somewhere else to be, friend? We're just trying to have a quiet drink. The drunk's glazed eyes slid over to him, blinking as he registered the new face. And who the hell are you supposed to be? Caleb took a slow sip from his beer, then smiled with zero warmth. Name's Caleb Thorne. Nobody important. The name hit like a thrown brick for the man. The drunk's expression shifted subtly, his bleary bloodshot eyes narrowing as recognition stirred. Caleb Thorne, he repeated. Then it clicked. You the one who took down Drew Dallas? Caleb gave a slow shrug, saying nothing more, letting the silence answer for him. The drunk blanched a bit, his confidence slipping. He muttered something under his breath, turned his shoulder, and backed away nearly tripping over his own feet as he retreated into the crowd. Arthur watched him go, then turned to Caleb with an amused smirk. Well, that was easier than I expected. Guess your name's startin' to carry a bit of weight round here. Lenny chuckled. Yeah, that was smooth. Thought we was gonna have to peel that guy off the floor. Caleb returned back to his position, leaned forward against the bar again, putting his bottle of beer into the bar. Sometimes it's not about how loud you bark. It's about what folks think you'll do if they push the wrong button. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 6 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 6 out of 10. Charm, 5 out of 10. Luck, 5 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL1. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Money, $665.61. Bank, $40, 2 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. Chapter Caleb returned back to his position, leaned forward against the bar again, putting his bottle of beer into the bar. Sometimes it's not about how loud you bark. It's about what folks think you'll do if they push the wrong button. Lenny chuckled. Either that or word gets around fast when you're the one who put Drew Dallas in the ground, even though I don't know who he was. Caleb shrugged, feigning modesty. Just saved the law some bullets. Arthur laughed and slapped his hand onto the bar. Either way, I ain't complainin'. Saved me the trouble of knockin' his teeth out. I'll drink to that. They returned to their drinks, the atmosphere lighter now. Lenny took another sip, then sighed. Still. Micah. Dutch ain't usually wrong about people, but. Arthur prodded. Lenny hesitated, then shook his head. Nothin'. Just, be careful when you go get him, Arthur. Arthur grunted. Oh, I plan to be. Caleb stayed quiet, swirling his beer. His earlier thoughts about riding to Strawberry resurfaced. If Arthur was already planning to break Micah out, that changed things. Killing Micah now would mean going against Dutch's orders outright, something that could get him cast out or worse. As Caleb was thinking, his mind juggling possibilities like poker chips in the hands of a desperate gambler, he heard Arthur speak up beside him, his voice tinged with warmth and mischief. Let's have one last drink, Arthur said, lifting his half-empty bottle of beer and looking between Lenny and Caleb with a half grin. Lenny, already a little flushed and swaying just slightly, chuckled and raised his own bottle. Yeah, just one more, he agreed, his tone carrying the unspoken promise that it wouldn't be just one. The two clinked their bottles together, and Caleb sighed and chuckled at the same time, a tired but amused sound. To hell with it, he muttered with a smirk, lifting his bottle and clinking it gently against theirs. Last one. The three of them toasted in loose unison, the clink of glass the beginning of what Caleb already knew would be a chaotic night. Arthur downed his beer in one go, slamming the empty bottle onto the counter. Bartender. Another round. The rest of the evening unfolded exactly as what Caleb remembered from the game, equal parts funny, chaotic, and wildly unpredictable. Arthur and Lenny bought another round of beers, their enthusiasm contagious. Caleb nursed his first bottle still, not in any rush to match their pace. The night was still young, and he had no intention of drinking himself into a stupor, not when he knew exactly how this night ended. But watching it happen in real time. That was something else entirely. Another round followed. Then another. Caleb just watched as Arthur and Lenny slowly descended into the stages of intoxicated merriment. Eventually, they made the switch, beer turned to whiskey. The two outlaw brothers, comrades in arms, now comrades in drink, moved from the bar to an empty table. Caleb followed, dragging a chair around and settling in beside them. Lenny sloshed whiskey into his glass, missing some of it. Arthur, you're a terrible influence. Arthur barked a laugh. Me? You're the one keepin' up. Caleb smirked, finally cracking open his second beer. Pretty sure you're both disasters. Here's to friends, Arthur mumbled, lifting his glass after pouring some whiskey on it. And no goddamn Micah tonight. To no Micah, Lenny agreed, slurring slightly. And no law dogs neither. Caleb gave a half smile, raising his bottle instead of a glass. "I'll drink to that." They went on, Arthur and Lenny polishing off a full bottle of whiskey together, their words becoming looser, their laughter louder. Caleb was sipping his second bottle of beer slowly as he watched the show unfold with amused detachment. He was here, but not lost in it like them, an observer with a front row seat to a scene burned into his gamer memory. Eventually, the two stood up, staggered up, and grabbed another beer each. Caleb didn't follow this time. He leaned back in his chair, watching as Arthur and Lenny took their new drinks and flopped down on the bottom steps of the saloon staircase, lying on their backs like overturned turtles as they drank their beer. Arthur held his beer above his face, pouring it directly into his mouth and mostly onto his shirt. Lenny copied him, coughing when he inhaled half of it. Then the two of them lifted their bottles again, and emptied them in a single go, their faces twisted in grimaces as the alcohol burned down their throats. Arthur let out a loud, theatrical exhale. "Now that's good," he declared, voice half hoarse. "Burns like fire," Lenny croaked. "Good fire." Caleb seeing this laugh and pinched the bridge of his nose at the same time. "Christ." The two of them pulled themselves back to their feet and wandered over to where the piano man was playing a lively ragtime tune. The pianist, a wiry man with suspenders and a worn cap, glanced briefly at them but didn't miss a note. Arthur clapped the top of the piano in rhythm, laughing as he bobbed his head along with the tune. "That's great, partner," Arthur said, giving the pianist a hearty slap on the shoulder. "Keep it goin', you got the whole place jumpin'." The pianist nodded his head, thanking Arthur for his kind words. Caleb couldn't help but grin. This was exactly how it played out. The saloon bathed in amber light, the piano belting out a cheerful tune, Arthur's loud antics, Lenny's disappearing act. He put his elbows on the table in front of him, sipping his beer and watching. Sure enough, Lenny began to wander off, disappearing from Arthur's side like a ghost in the night. Caleb didn't move. He knew what came next, and damn if it wasn't still funny. Arthur was still looking at the pianist, and when turned back to look at Lenny, he realized Thag, his partner in crime, was no longer beside him. He turned slowly, confusion on his face. "Lenny?" Arthur called out, glancing left and right. "Lenny, where are you?" He pushed through the crowd, gently nudging aside a drunk patron. "You seen a black feller I was with? 'Bout this tall? Loud? Drunk?" "Nope," came the reply. Arthur moved on, staggered forward, bellowing, "Lenny! Lenny, where are you?" Caleb let out a low laugh, shaking his head. "And here we go." Arthur kept it up, wandering from table to table, shouting Lenny's name, peering into faces as if one of them might be wearing a Lenny disguise. Arthur's search grew increasingly absurd. He checked under tables, behind the bar, causing Mr. Douglas to shout at him, "Ain't hidin' back here, mister," and even peered into a potted plant like Lenny might have shrunk to the size of a squirrel. When he got no answers on the first floor, he stomped upstairs, still yelling. "Lenny! Come on now, quit messin' around." Caleb finished his second beer and finally stood up. He didn't go looking, just leaned on the bar to get a better view of the second floor. The patrons up there gave Arthur confused and sometimes annoyed looks, but none of them stopped him. Then he saw it, Lenny, standing on the second floor's balcony, a glass in hand, looking down at the saloon with glazed eyes and a big grin. "Hey Arthur," he called out, lifting the glass high like it was a trophy. "You know what?" "I don't know." Arthur joined him at the railing, half laughing, half exasperated. "There you are, you little drunk bastard," he beamed. Then the glass slipped from Lenny's head where he'd perched it, falling over the railing. Both men reached out like they could catch it, but it was too late. It crashed below, shattering, making a couple of patrons glance upward in alarm. Arthur and Lenny just laughed like kids breaking a window. They went right back to drinking, another bottle of beer each. Then another. Caleb leaned against a pillar now, just watching, his grin wide. This was his favorite part, his favorite damn scene. Arthur was suddenly bouncing up and down like a child who had too much sugar, arms flailing loosely as he hopped in place and his boots thudding against the floorboards as he hooped. Lenny, equally drunk, began pounding his chest with one of his fists, letting out a wordless cry like a gorilla in the jungle while coughing. The two of them danced in their own worlds, oblivious to everything else. Caleb burst out laughing. "Oh my God," he muttered. "It's exactly the same." To anyone else, it looked like madness. But to Caleb, it was a memory come to life. A surreal, immersive echo of a game that he used to play lovingly, scene that he could only hope to enjoy in game but now he can enjoy it real life. As he thought so, Caleb saw Lenny slipping away from Arthur once again and heading downstairs to the bar, wobbling slightly as he held the railing for balance. Alright, time to intervene before they drink Valentine dry. Caleb waited for Lenny as he leaned on the bar counter, watching at Lenny who made his way over, and intercepting him just as he reached the bar counter. Lenny leaned heavily on the bar, grinning like a fool, and waved at Mr. Douglas. "Bartender. Another glacé that, the brown fire stuff." Before Mr. Douglas could respond, Caleb stepped in and placed a steadying hand on Lenny's shoulder. "Whoa there, Lenny," he said with a half-smile, guiding the glass out of Lenny's reach. "I think you've had enough." Lenny pouted, his eyebrows knitting together in drunken offense. "Oh come on, Caleb, hick, just one more. Just, one lil more." His words slurred together like molasses. Caleb chuckled but shook his head. "No, Lenny. You've already had enough. I think Dutch wouldn't want us attracting more attention than we already did last time with that saloon brawl." Lenny, despite his inebriated state, seemed to register the mention of Dutch and the previous trouble. He sighed dramatically, a sound thick with whiskey fumes. All right, he conceded, leaning heavily on the bar. Just then, Arthur's voice boomed from upstairs, "Lenny? Lenny? Where you at?" followed by the thunder of boots stomping across the second-floor landing. Unlike in the game, where Lenny was preoccupied with fending off two men, his path unblocked now, he drunkenly shouted back, "Down here, Arthur. I'm with Caleb at the bar." Caleb smirked. "Good. No fight, no mess." But fate, it seemed, had a different kind of chaos in store. As Lenny turned, intending to wave at Arthur, he staggered and clumsily bumped into a burly man standing beside him. The man, who was carefully holding a full glass of amber whiskey, cursed as the liquid sloshed over his hand and onto his expensive-looking vest. "Silence. Watch it, you clumsy oaf," the man growled, glaring at Lenny. His equally large companion stepped closer, his eyes narrowed. Lenny, in his drunken haze, simply giggled. "Oops. Sorry, mister," he slurred, his apology laced with far too much mirth. This only served to further infuriate the two men. "Sorry ain't gonna cut it, you little pest," the first man said, reaching out to grab Lenny's arm. His friend mirrored the action on Lenny's other side. They clearly intended to teach him a lesson. Lenny, surprisingly agile despite his intoxication, managed to slip out of their grasp with a surprised yelp. Caleb, seeing the situation escalate, quickly stepped between Lenny and the two angry patrons, raising his hands in a placating gesture. Caleb stepped between them, hands raised. "Gentlemen, I apologize for my friend, he didn't mean it. Just a drunk accident. No harm intended." The first man shoved Caleb back. "Ain't your business, stranger." It was then Arthur appeared at the foot of the stairs like an avenging drunk angel, his hat crooked, his glare lethal. "Leave the kid and the young man alone," Arthur snarled, pointing his finger at them. "You goddamn animals," he roared, his voice echoing through the saloon. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 6 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 6 out of 10. Charm, 5 out of 10. Luck, 5 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL1. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Money, $665.61. Bank, $40, 2 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. Chapter 63, 61. Different drunken ending. It was then Arthur appeared at the foot of the stairs like an avenging drunk angel, his hat crooked, his glare lethal. "Leave the kid and the young man alone," Arthur snarled, pointing his finger at them. "You goddamn animals," he roared, his voice echoing through the saloon. The first man turned his attention from Caleb to Arthur, his face contorted in disbelief and anger. "Who the hell do you think you're talking to?" he spat. Arthur continued his descent, his eyes locked on the two men. He stopped on the last few steps and said, his voice deceptively quiet, "Nobody. I'm talking to nobody." The man's face flushed crimson. "What did you say, mister?" he demanded, taking a menacing step forward. Arthur, never one to back down from a confrontation, yelled back, "What?" "I said, what did you say, mister?" the man repeated, his fists clenching. Arthur responded by pointing a finger at the man and saying with a dangerous edge to his voice, "Get lost, buddy." The second man, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up, his voice thick with menace. "Shut up, mister." The first man nodded in agreement. "Yeah, shut up, mister." Caleb braced himself. This was it. The prelude to a brawl that turned into a line dance, just like in the game. He tensed, ready to defend his Arthur and Lenny, in case it doesn't go out according to the scenario in the game. But then, something that he expected and not expected happened at the same time. Instead of throwing punches, the first man suddenly took a step back and began to sway slightly. A strange grin spread across his face. His friend mirrored his expression. Then, the first man started to lift his legs in a jerky, exaggerated fashion, mimicking some kind of bizarre dance step. His friend followed suit, his movements equally uncoordinated and comical. A ripple of confusion went through the nearby patrons. What in the world was going on? And then, it started. Others, caught up in the strange energy of the moment, began to join in. A drunken jig, a spontaneous eruption of bizarre movement, took over a section of the saloon floor. Legs kicked out, arms flailed, and laughter filled the air. Caleb stared in bewildered amusement. This wasn't a brawl. This was something else entirely. And then, he saw him. Mr. Douglas, the usually stoic and perpetually grumpy owner of the saloon, his face surprisingly animated, was also participating in the ridiculous dance just like in the game. He lifted his legs with surprising enthusiasm, a wide, almost manic grin plastered across his face. Caleb pinched the bridge of his nose, a disbelieving chuckle escaping his lips. "No freakin' way," he muttered. The line dancing scene, the one he thought he had inadvertently prevented, was happening anyway, unfolding in an even more surreal and unexpected manner. Arthur and Lenny, completely oblivious to the near fight they had instigated, were now enthusiastically joining the impromptu dance, their movements even more exaggerated and off-beat than the others. Lenny let out a whoop of pure, unadulterated drunken joy as he nearly tripped over his own feet. Arthur roared with laughter, his booming voice adding to the cacophony. Caleb simply leaned against the bar, shaking his head and a wide grin spreading across his face. This was better than he could have imagined. The sheer absurdity of the situation, the way a potential conflict had devolved into this chaotic, hilarious display, was truly something to behold, as the game scene doesn't show the transition but on the line dance. He watched as the drunken revelry continued, the line dance becoming increasingly intricate and nonsensical. People bumped into each other, stumbled, and erupted in fits of laughter. The piano player, seemingly unfazed by the sudden shift in the saloon's atmosphere, kept playing his lively ragtime tune, the music somehow perfectly soundtracking the bizarre spectacle. Caleb took a slow sip of his beer, the amber liquid tasting particularly good in this moment of unexpected levity. He had come here tonight with a plan, a mission to gather information and potentially eliminate a threat. But instead, he was witnessing a scene of pure, unadulterated chaos and drunken camaraderie. He glanced at Arthur and Lenny, who were now attempting some kind of synchronized kick, their efforts ending in a tangle of limbs and a burst of laughter. They were completely lost in the moment, their worries and the dangers of their outlaw life momentarily forgotten in the haze of alcohol and the absurdity of the dance. A strange sense of warmth spread through Caleb. Despite the inherent danger of their situation, there were moments like these, fleeting glimpses of joy and camaraderie, that bound them together. Moments that reminded them of their shared humanity, even in the midst of violence and desperation. He knew that the night was far from over. Arthur was still intent on breaking Micah Bell out of jail, a decision that could have serious consequences. And Caleb still had to decide what decision he would make. But for now, he allowed himself to simply enjoy the spectacle, the unexpected twist in the familiar narrative. The world of Red Dead Redemption 2, it seemed, still had the capacity to surprise him, even in the most familiar of scenes. The revelry died down slowly, like embers cooling after a blaze. One by one, the dancers staggered back to their seats or leaned against nearby furniture, catching their breath amid drunken chuckles and flushed cheeks. Even Arthur and Lenny, red-faced and winded from their chaotic footwork, began to show signs of winding down, though not entirely. Another round. Arthur bellowed, swaying slightly, but his enthusiasm undimmed. Lenny echoed his sentiment with a cheerful, if somewhat slurred, "Yeah. Another one." "I wanted to drink a beer," Lenny continued breathlessly, raising a hand toward the bar like a sailor saluting a distant lighthouse. Arthur let out a hiccuping laugh, nearly tripping over a chair. "Whiskey for me," he slurred, making a half-hearted attempt to head back in the direction of the bartender. Caleb intercepted them with the practiced ease of a man who'd wrangled drunk friends before. "All right, you two," he said, wedging himself between them and the bar. "That's enough drinking for one night. Trust me." Arthur blinked at him, swaying slightly. "What are you talking about, Caleb? We're just getting started." Lenny, leaning heavily on Arthur, chimed in with a pleading whine. "Come on, Caleb, just one more, hiccup, for the road." "Exactly why it needs to end, Arthur, and co can do, Lenny," Caleb said, half chuckling, half serious. "I've seen how that story ends, and it ain't pretty. Next thing you know, one of you's passed out in a pig pen and the other is missing his boots." Lenny frowned, then shrugged. "Well, that sounds about right." Arthur muttered something unintelligible and looked away, either embarrassed or too far gone to argue. Caleb turned to the bar and waved over Mr. Douglas, the still giddy saloon owner who was wiping down a glass, looking as if he'd just remembered what fun felt like after years of grumpiness. He then caught Mr. Douglas's eye and, with a polite nod, said, "Mr. Douglas, could you please put their tab under the name of Mr. Tacitus Kilgore?" He gestured towards Arthur with a wry smile. Mr. Douglas, after a moment of processing, simply nodded. "Tacitus Kilgore," he repeated, making a note on a piece of paper. "Right. Thank you, Mr. Caleb said, offering a small, genuine smile. He then turned back to his two increasingly disgruntled companions. "Come on, you two. Let's get you somewhere you can sleep it off." Guiding Arthur and Lenny out of the saloon proved to be a task in itself, less like escorting and more like corralling a pair of oversized toddlers. Lenny was mostly pliable, albeit prone to sudden bursts of drunken singing and declarations of undying friendship towards a nearby lamppost. Arthur, however, was a more significant challenge. His jovial mood had taken a stubborn turn, and he insisted that he was perfectly capable of having just one more little drink. Despite the flailing and staggering, the protest and clumsy resistance, Caleb managed to shepherd them across the street to the hotel. The clerk, a lanky young man with a bored expression, looked up from his ledger as they entered. Zone room. 1 night. 2 people, Caleb said, reaching into his pocket and handing over $1. The clerk raised an eyebrow at the condition of the pair behind him, but said nothing. He simply handed over a key and gestured toward the stairs. 2nd floor. 3rd door on the left. Caleb nodded his thanks and began the exhausting task of hauling the pair up the narrow staircase. Getting Arthur and Lenny upstairs was an ordeal worthy of Greek myth. Lenny was bit easier, even with him kept giggling and the awkward way he leaned against Caleb's left side, his weight manageable enough not to aggravate Caleb's healing injury too much, but Arthur was a different story. His larger frame built like a brick wall and surprising bursts of drunken energy made him a wobbly, unpredictable load. Caleb had to use every ounce of strength he had to keep Arthur upright, muttering under his breath about needing 2 days of recovery after this. After several bumped elbows, nearly falling backward once, and Arthur loudly complaining about the stairs being too steep for civilized folk, they reached the room. By the time Caleb brought them inside, he was sweating and out of breath. He helped both of them to the bed. Lenny flopped like a sack of potatoes, snoring almost immediately, while Arthur mumbled something about Micah and a bucket of stew before drifting off with a dramatic sigh. Caleb found a scrap of paper from Arthur's satchel and quickly scrawled a note. Brought you both here. 1 night stay, already paid. My room is down the hall. Caleb. He left it on the table and gave the room one last glance, ensuring they weren't about to choke on their own tongues or stumble back into the hallway. Satisfied, he gently closed the door behind him and trudged down the hallway to his own room. The second he entered, he kicked the door closed, collapsed onto the bed, and didn't even bother to take off his boots. His shoulders ached, his arms throbbed, and the dull throb in his left shoulder, aggravated from Lenny's weight, throbbed like a warning drum. But despite the pain, Caleb couldn't help the smile that spread across his lips. Worth it, he thought. Sleep claimed him in seconds. The next morning arrived rudely, courtesy of loud, persistent knocking. Bang! 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 Caleb! You alive in there? Arthur's voice carried through the door. Caleb groaned and rubbed the sleep from his eyes, the dream he'd been having about winning a poker tournament in St. Denis and win $1,000 evaporating like mist. He sat up, boots still on, and shuffled over to the door, dragging himself upright, wincing at the protest from every muscle. When he opened it, Arthur's squinting, hungover face filled the doorway. Lenny stood beside him, rubbing his temples like he was trying to press the headache out through his skull. Ugh, good mornin', Caleb, Arthur groaned, his voice thick with the residue of beer and whiskey. Morning, Caleb. Lenny offered a weak, shaky smile. 2 of you look like death's left boot, Caleb said with a smirk. Arthur chuckled dryly, holding his forehead. Feels like it too. Lenny groaned beside him. I think I swallowed a tumbleweed. Caleb chuckled, stepped aside, and motioned for the 2 of them to come in. They did, gingerly, each moving like their bones were made of glass. Thanks, Arthur muttered after sitting on the edge of the bed. You know. Last night. Didn't expect to wake up in a bed, much less with boots still on and no black eye. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 6 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 6 out of 10. Charm, 5 out of 10. Luck, 5 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL1. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Money, $664.61. Bank, $40, 2 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. Chapter 64, 62. Decision made and making plans. Caleb chuckled, stepped aside, and motioned for the two of them to come in. They did, gingerly, each moving like their bones were made of glass. "Thanks," Arthur muttered after sitting on the edge of the bed. You know. Last night. Didn't expect to wake up in a bed, much less with boots still on and no black eye." Lenny grunted in agreement. "You really pulled us out of the fire there, Caleb." Caleb grinned and shrugged. "Just doing what I should do. We're family, right?" Arthur gave him a long look, then nodded. "Damn right." "Oh, and before I forget," Caleb said, pointing a finger at Arthur, "you owe the bar tab." Arthur blinked. "Huh. I told Mr. Douglas to put it under the name Tacitus Kilgore." Arthur's groan was pure suffering. "Oh, God damn it. Dutch is gonna skin me." Lenny patted his shoulder. "Worth it." Caleb leaned against the window frame and grinned wider. Like Lenny said, it was worth it. "And don't worry too much, if Dutch really does decide to kill you, me and Lenny will be the ones digging your grave. Proper too. We'll even put up a nice headstone, maybe with a little drawing of a whiskey bottle." The morbid humor, delivered with Caleb's easygoing grin, that did it. Both Arthur and Lenny let out dry chuckles, just brief, ragged sounds, but it was enough to trigger the demons pounding inside their skulls. Their laughter twisted into groans, shoulders hunching in tandem, eyes squinting shut as the throbbing in their heads intensified. Arthur held his temple as his head throbbed. "Jesus, don't make me laugh." Lenny, clutching his temples, muttered, "Feels like my brain's trying to punch its way out my skull." Caleb couldn't help but laugh then, a short, clean burst. "It's bad, huh? The headache?" Arthur gave him a murderous look through one cracked eye. "Like somebody's using my skull as a drum." Lenny slouched further into the bed frame, muttering something that sounded like, "Kill me now." "Yeah, I know the feeling," Caleb said, scratching his temple. "Hold on." A flicker of memory danced in the back of his mind, past life memory, LVL Max, coming in clutch. He remembered an old night back in his previous world, some bad vodka, a failed party, and him googling hangover remedies while cradling a toilet bowl. Several things had stuck and one of them was ginseng. You can peel it, slice it, and chew it. Said to help with hangovers due to its antioxidants and all that jazz. American ginseng. Alaskan too. He remembered there were variations growing around in the game. "Actually," he said slowly, acting like the idea had just popped up. "I heard somewhere, you can try chewing on some ginseng. Peel it and chew a little. Heard it helps with headaches and, general misery." Arthur gave him a sidelong glance. "Ginseng? Where'd you hear that?" Caleb shrugged. "Somewhere. Some traveler passing through Valentine said it worked wonders. Figured it can't hurt, right?" Lenny groaned and forced himself upright. "General store should have some. Or maybe the doctor's office. If it gets rid of this headache, I'll buy the whole damn plant." Arthur grumbled as he stood. "If it doesn't work, I'm coming back and shootin' that traveler." Caleb waved them toward the door. "Go on, get some. And get water while you're at it. I'll be here, enjoying the quiet." With some muttered curses and shuffling feet, the two hungover outlaws made their way out, heading toward the general store in search of salvation. Caleb watched them go, then rolled his shoulders and stretched. His back cracked with a satisfying pop. He'd slept fine. A little sore, sure, but better than those two. After a few minutes of breathing in the morning air filtering through the window, he went downstairs, tossed 25 cents on the hotel clerk's desk, and signed the register for a hot bath. The man nodded and motioned toward the back. The bath was hot, almost too hot at first, but it quickly sank into his bones like comfort incarnate. Caleb leaned back, let the heat wrap around his bruises and aches, and sighed. He soaked until his muscles unknotted. There was something sacred about a good bath in the Wild West. No gunfire, no cold wind, no dirty faces or muddy boots. Just steam, still water, and a few fleeting moments of peace. Afterward, wrapped back into his vaquero outfit that he had let get some wind and steam of the hot bath, boots freshly brushed, he then methodically cleaned his weapons. Each piece was disassembled, oiled, and reassembled with practiced ease. Then he ensures that his twin Schofields were truly cleaned and oiled. The Lancaster repeater glinted in the morning light, barrel pristine, lever smooth. His pump-action shotgun, sturdy and deadly, hung across his back, ready for whatever came his way. By the time he stepped out of the hotel, the sun was high in the sky. He stepped outside just as Arthur and Lenny came riding up on their horses, looking a little less like death warmed over. Lenny was chewing on a peeled ginseng root with a contemplative expression. "There he is." Lenny called out, raising a hand in greeting. "You missed the finest ginseng Valentine has to offer." Arthur scowled from his saddle. "Still tastes like dirt. But, headache's fading a little." Caleb chuckled. "Told you. You boys heading back to camp?" Lenny nodded. "Yep. Figured we'd better check in back before Dutch sends a search party. Since we never actually planned to sleep in town." Arthur looked Caleb up and down. "You look ready and dandy. Coming with us?" Caleb shook his head. "Nah. Still got things to take care of in town. You boys go on ahead. I'll come back later when I'm finished here." Arthur gave a slow nod. "Suit yourself." "Safe ride," Caleb added as they turned their horses. But just as they started to guide their mounts away, Caleb stepped forward and approached them. "Hey, Arthur," he said, voice low, quiet enough that only the two of them could hear. "When you planning to go and save Micah?" Arthur froze. The morning breeze seemed to still for a moment. He didn't look at Caleb right away. Just stared ahead, jaw working, lips pursed. The silence stretched. "Maybe in 3 days," he said finally. "Why? You wanna come?" Caleb kept his expression neutral. "Figured you might need backup. But I got my own business first to handle. We'll see in 3 days." Arthur studied him for a long moment, then nodded. "All right. You sure?" Caleb gave a faint smile. "We'll see in 3 days. Like I said, got things to do." Arthur nodded once, then clicked his tongue to his horse. "All right. See you then." Lenny gave Caleb a lazy salute. "Thanks again for the ginseng idea. And the room. And saving our asses. Don't mention it." With that, the two rode off, leaving Caleb standing in the dusty Valentine Street. Caleb exhaled slowly, watching their figures shrink in the distance. 3 days. 3 days until Arthur would ride to Strawberry. 3 days until Micah Bell, the rat, the traitor, the man who would eventually destroy the gang, was pulled back into the gang like how the plot should be. Caleb's fingers twitched toward his revolver. A decision he hadn't made his mind up from yesterday, and he had decided what to do now. I could ride there now. Strawberry wasn't far. He could ask for direction, then track the direction with his map system, and be there by nightfall. 1 bullet. 1 less problem. But Dutch's orders was clear and absolute: Micah was to be broken out, not left to rot. Going against that would burn every bridge Caleb had built with the gang. And yet, the image of Arthur's grave, lonely and marked, thanks to Charles he could even be buried, in his memories of the game, flashed in his mind. 3 days. Time enough to prepare. With that in mind, Caleb returned to his room in the hotel. The door clicked shut behind him with a soft finality. He took off his hat, the familiar weight lifting from his head, and placed it on the night table beside the bed. The moment he sat down, the springs groaned beneath him, but he barely noticed. His mind was already turning, a swarm of thoughts forming patterns and fragments of plans. He leaned forward, elbows on his knees, and exhaled through his nose. Killing Micah Bell. Not just out of spite. Not just because of the betrayal. But because of what it meant, what it prevented. Arthur dying in the mountain. Dutch descending into madness. The gang splintering. Sadie turning into a lone ghost of vengeance. John barely making it out alive. Jack growing up with only fading stories. All of it spiraled from the moment Micah Bell rejoined the gang. He had a chance here. A real one. But if he got it wrong, if he botched this, he'd either be swinging from a noose in Strawberry or hunted across the state by every deputy wearing a badge. The most obvious idea was simple. Wait outside the window of the sheriff's office, that window, the one where Micah could be seen glaring out into the street. In the game, that's where Arthur triggered the mission. If Caleb could just get a clean shot through the window with a revolver. But the second he pulled that trigger, the entire damn town would be on him like hornets on a kicked nest. Even with a mask, even with distance, it was too loud, too fast, too risky. And getting away through the open area of Strawberry with the entire population had guns and will go out to investigate after gunfire? No. Not without planning an exit route, maybe with his horse already beside him when he shoots and ride away, maybe even a second shooter as a distraction. No, even that was too unstable. He scratched his temple, frustration tugging at his jaw. A knife, maybe. Go the window, silent it, lure Micah near the window bars, then jab the blade right through the gaps of the bar, maybe straight to the throat, or the eye socket. Brutal. Quiet. But then what? The other prisoners would shout. The sheriff would come running. Deputies too. Best case, he escapes wounded. Worst case, he gets caught, the gang learns of his betrayal, and he ends up shot between the eyes not by law, but by Dutch himself. It wasn't clean. He needed clean. And then it happened, just a flicker in his mind. That sensation, like a dream being remembered mid-thought. Past life memory, LVL Max, activated, drawing forward a dusty, buried scene from his old world. A YouTube video, he could even hear the narrator's voice, smug and too upbeat, a video he was watching due to his work at the firearms factory. How to make a makeshift suppressor using common household items, warning, for educational purposes only. His eyes widened. Suppressor. But this was 1899. Modern suppressors wouldn't exist for decades. But makeshift ones? His firearms knowledge, LVL2, immediately kicked in, building on the memory with practical application. He could make one. It wouldn't be perfect, it wouldn't turn his Schofield into a whisper, but it could reduce the sound enough to avoid instant panic. Especially if timed with thunder, or during a middle of the midnight when the streets were nearly dead. A suppressor was just an expansion chamber to slow and cool escaping gases. In theory, he could cobble one together with something like a sturdy metal tube or pipe, short enough to fit over a revolver barrel without affecting the front sight. Maybe a rubber padding, leather could do in a pinch. Cloth or wool for stuffing. Some sort of a cap or end plug with venting holes. Some screws, clamps, or straps to keep the thing in place. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 6 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 6 out of 10. Charm, 5 out of 10. Luck, 5 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL1. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Money, $664.61. Bank, $40, 2 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. Chapter 65-63. Creating the makeshift suppressor. A/N. I don't really know if what I do makes sense or not in terms of creating a makeshift suppressor and the steps, so I hope for everyone's understanding. Something like a sturdy metal tube or pipe, short enough to fit over a revolver barrel without affecting the front sight. Maybe a rubber padding, or leather could do in a pinch. Cloth or wool for stuffing. Some sort of a cap or end plugs with venting holes. Some screws, clamps, or straps to keep the thing in place. The biggest hurdle? Precision. A bad seal meant back pressure could blow the damn thing apart or worse, his hand. He stood abruptly, mind buzzing. 1.5 days to prototype, test fire, and adapt. 2 if he pushed it. Arthur wasn't always exact with his timing, he could delay, or go early, depending on how Dutch pressed him. Time wasn't on Caleb's side. He crossed the room, opened the drawer, and pulled out a folded scrap of paper and a pencil. He started sketching ideas, notes scribbled in shorthand. 1. A hollow tube like a brass or iron piping from the blacksmith. 2. Baffles, a stacked washers, or mesh. 3. A secure mount which was a threaded adapter to fit his Schofield. 4. Test with a live round outside town, distance fire. Once he had the plan drafted, he pocketed the paper and reached for his coat. He adjusted his gun belt around his waist, positioned his twin Schofields at their holster on his hips, and then grabbed his hat. This might actually work. But there was one final detail to consider. Even with the makeshift suppressor, even with the shot fired at close range from the side of the building, he had to see Micah. Predict his position. In the game, Micah looked out that window only once Arthur got close. Would the same happen here? Would Micah move to the window randomly? He didn't know. Which meant he needed to scout. Caleb made for the door, his boots thudding on the wood floor with purpose now. First stop, the blacksmith store, then the general store. Maybe even ask around the stable for spare scrap metal. After that? Ride out west, find a secluded grove, and test fire his invention. He exhaled sharply and stood. No time to waste. Valentine's blacksmith was a burly big man named Fergus, his apron streaked with soot and his forearms scarred from sparks. He squinted at Caleb's request. Iron tubs. I got some offcuts. What you need it for? I want to do some experiment, mister, Caleb said smoothly, handing $1 for him to take. Creating some sort of new sight for a gun. Fergus snorted but took the money. He rummaged around his work area and produced a 1/2-foot long iron tube, its diameter just wider than a cattleman barrel. This'll do. Perfect. 2 of those please, mister. Next stop, the general store. Caleb bought a box of assorted washers that he says to repair a wagon and a small roll of fine wire mesh to build a chicken coop patch. Mr. Worth didn't bat an eye and proceeded to take the items for Caleb and said it was $5 in total. Back in his room, Caleb laid out his haul on the bed. 2 iron tubing as the primary chamber, with one he stored just in case of failure in using it. Steel washers for its baffles. Wire mesh for additional sound damping. Spare leather strips from his saddlebag, for sealing. Some gun oil as a lubricant for threading. His hands moved with methodical precision. Using his knife, he carved grooves inside the tube to seat the washers. The mesh was cut into discs and packed between them. A painstaking hour later, he'd assembled a crude but functional baffle stack. The real test came next, fitting it to one of the cattleman revolvers he had taken from Shea Porter. But it was functional enough for a test. And more importantly, expendable. Caleb unscrewed the revolver's front sight, exposing the barrel threads. With careful strokes of his knife, he notched the iron tube's interior to match. "Please don't explode." He smeared gun oil on the threads and twisted the suppressor into place. It seated snugly, the extra weight tipping the barrel forward slightly. With that, it was finished. He ran a hand over the finished suppressor. It wasn't pretty. The iron tube had minor dents, the seams where washers and mesh stacked were slightly uneven, and the leather straps he'd used for sealing the barrel to tube connection looked rough, but it was tight. Secure. And, if the gods of crafting were kind, functional enough to test. The inside was packed with alternating layers of steel washers and discs of fine mesh, all held by tension and friction grooves he'd carved with his hunting knife. He gave it a final twist, locking the assembly in place. The suppressor hugged the barrel just shy of the front sight post, not obstructing aim. It looked mean. Improvised, ugly, but something that might have been built in a frontier laboratory by some outlaw tinkerer with too much time and not enough sense. Caleb chuckled at that thought. As he adjusted the final leather strap around the muzzle, pulling it taut with a grunt, something shifted in his peripheral vision. Ding! A soft, ethereal chime echoed in his skull like a memory being pulled from the depths of a dream. His eyes snapped toward the middle of the room, nothing was there. But inside his head, something bright flared against the black. His system interface blinked open, startling him even though he should have expected it by now. New skill acquired. Crafting, LVL1. Description: due to successfully creating a makeshift suppressor, you have grasped fundamental concepts of crafting and can create primary items easily, with the chances of the result being a perfect creation, 15%. The more you craft items, the higher the perfection chance for that specific item. Increments are small but permanent. This skill will evolve with the diversity and complexity of crafted items. Caleb blinked. Crafting? That was new. He thought skills needed repetition, trials, or guided learning to emerge. But here it was, full level 1, not 0, and all from one single yet functional innovation. He tapped on the skill again, this time inspecting the deeper interface. A simple line graph showed suppressor, improvised logged as the first crafted item under his repertoire. Below that, a faint progress bar hinted at incremental mastery. It was almost like the system remembered his inventions. It didn't reset after failure. Damn right, he murmured with a small, proud grin tugging at the corner of his mouth. Looks like I'm the damn Benjamin Franklin of the West. As the grin stayed across Caleb's face, he knew this skill changed everything. Not just for today's mission, this skill could revolutionize his entire approach to survival in this world. The potential applications spun through his mind: concealed weapons, survival gear, and even better explosives. Satisfied, Caleb slipped the revolver with its attached suppressor into his satchel. He strapped his belt tighter around his waist, adjusting the weight of his twin Schofields, then grabbed his coat and hat. Time to test the future. Valentine's streets were still as busy even though the sun began to dip toward the west. The afternoon crowd had come out, mostly folks heading home from the fields, stable hands washing horses, or the exhausted ranchers entering into the saloon. Caleb nodded at a passing farmer and made his way to the hitching post in front of the hotel where Morgan waited. His mare let out a soft huff as Caleb approached. "All right, girl," he said, patting the steed's neck. "Got something new to try. Just you and me." He mounted and clicked his tongue, and Morgan trotted into motion, hooves echoing lightly on the packed dirt. Caleb turned westward, away from the farms and roads, cutting through the thickets behind the stable until the scent of manure and tobacco was long gone. They rode for nearly 30 minutes, weaving through the woods and shallow streams, until Caleb spotted a secluded grove surrounded by tall pines, just west of the Dakota River bend. Perfect. He needed to ensure that his experiment remained a secret for as long as possible. The advantage of possessing such advanced, for this time, technology was immense, both in terms of personal combat effectiveness and potential future opportunities. The thought of the monetary value of such an invention also flickered in his mind, but for now, his focus remained on its immediate application. He dismounted, tying Morgan loosely to a branch, and pulled the cattleman from his satchel. The suppressor still sat firm on the muzzle. He could feel the weight of it in his hand, unbalanced slightly toward the barrel but not unwieldy. He checked the cylinder. Loaded. He picked a tree 10 paces away, took a breath, raised the gun, and... crack! A muffled pop spat from the revolver, barely louder than a heavy book dropping to the ground. The gun jolted, the recoil tamed by the weight of the suppressor. Smoke leaked slowly from the muzzle end, curling through the tiny holes he drilled into the cap. It worked. Not silent, no, not like one he played in games, but it reduced the noise enough that no one outside the grove would hear. He grinned, thumbed the hammer back, and fired again. Poof! The gun hiccuped. The suppressor stayed intact, but a thin seam of smoke burst from one of the gasket edges. Still manageable. Third shot. Crack. This time, something gave. A soft ping. And the end cap snapped off, spiraling into the grass like a bottle top. Caleb ducked instinctively, though no fragments followed. He stared at the barrel, half the mesh inside had torn, the baffle stack was crooked, and the inner walls were blackened with soot. It wasn't destroyed, but it was done. Still, he laughed. Hell. I'll take it. He sat down on a stump, the broken suppressor in one hand, the revolver in the other. For a first draft, that had gone far better than expected. He leaned his head back, looking up at the canopy above as the wind rustled the pine needles like whispers of approval. The broken suppressor sat in Caleb's hand like a medal earned through grit and improvisation. He turned it over a few more times before slipping it back into his satchel. There were lessons to be learned from its failure. Reinforce the cap. Better sealing on the mesh. More careful shaping of the washer grooves. He had enough left in him for another go, but first, he needed supplies. And daylight wouldn't last much longer. Come on, girl, he said softly to Morgan, untying her reins. The mare let out a gentle breath and stepped forward obediently. Caleb mounted and gave her a small kick, guiding her back toward Valentine. By the time the town came into view, the last sliver of sunlight had dipped below the hills, painting the sky in a moody palette of lavender and steel. Valentine's buildings glowed with warm lamplight, their flickering a soft contrast to the darkening horizon. He dismounted in front of the general store, tethering Morgan loosely again before stepping inside. The bell above the door gave a short ring. Hello again, Caleb, I'm about to close up, what do you want to buy? Mr. Worth behind the counter said with a smile when saw Caleb. Caleb returned the smile and ordered the same items he had bought before. Hearing that, Mr. Worth moved to grab the wire mesh and the small washers. Caleb nodded. That, and a bit more gun oil. Good stuff this time. Of course, Caleb, wait a moment, Mr. Worth replied, laying the items out on the counter and putting them with practiced ease. Caleb reached into his coat, pulling out a few bills. How much, Mr. Worth? $7.34 in total, Caleb. Caleb handed over the money. Stepping back out into the cooling evening, he slung the supplies over his shoulder and walked the short distance to the hotel. He gave a brief nod to the desk clerk, who nodded back in return with a smile. In his room, Caleb set the bag on the table and lit the lamp, its yellow glow illuminating the rough walls and his collection of tools. He rolled up his sleeves and got to work. He followed the same process as before, but this time, more carefully. He used his knife to recurve the grooves inside the iron tube, this time with shallower cuts that would hold better without risking a split. He reinforced the end cap with a leather washer soaked in oil, fitting it snug before sealing it shut with 2 extra wraps of twine and a thin leather strap. He packed the mesh discs with tighter compression, layering them between the steel washers and tamping them in. It was still crude, he wasn't building clockwork, but this second suppressor looked more refined. The seams were tighter. The metal bore fewer dents. The cap was secure. By the time he was done, nearly 2 hours had passed. He gave the new suppressor a slow twist onto the threaded muzzle of the second Cattleman revolver, watching as it seated smoothly and aligned straight. Perfect. He pulled open the chest at the foot of his bed, placed the revolver inside, suppressor attached, and shut it. 2 brass latches clicked into place, and he slipped the small iron key into his coat pocket. The weight of fatigue hit him all at once. His arms ached from the carving, and his back was stiff from leaning over the table. But more than that, his stomach growled. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 6 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 6 out of 10. Charm, 5 out of 10. Luck, 5 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL1. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1, new. Money, $651.36. Bank, $40, 2 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. Chapter 66, 64. Mapping out Strawberry. A/N, I just found out one of my earliest readers and supporters by the name DeathGun24 made his own novel based on Dragon Age, Inquisition. The name of the novel was Dei, Becoming the Inquisitor. Just wanted to give him a shout out and also support since I know he needs all the support in making a novel, based on my own experience, of course LOL. He pulled open the chest at the foot of his bed, placed the revolver inside, suppressor attached, and shut it. 2 brass latches clicked into place, and he slipped the small iron key into his coat pocket. The weight of fatigue hit him all at once. His arms ached from the carving, and his back was stiff from leaning over the table. But more than that, his stomach growled. He threw on his coat and hat and made his way down the stairs and onto the now lamplit street. Valentine's saloon glowed warmly in the distance. Inside, laughter and the soft murmur of piano filled the air, along with the scent of beer, wood smoke, and the day's last frying meat. Mr. Douglas glanced up as Caleb entered. Caleb. Lamb fry and a beer, I reckon. Caleb dropped a $5 bill and 25 cents onto the bar. You reckon right, Mr. Douglas. The man poured him a mug and shouted back to the cook. Caleb took a seat at one of the corner tables and waited, stretching his legs beneath the worn wood and sighing through his nose. His thoughts drifted. Micah. The name curdled in his stomach like sour milk. That bastard was still alive. But not for much longer. The suppressor changed the game. 3 shots, quiet enough that in the dead of night, no one would know who fired them, or even from where. He could put 1 shot in the gut, 1 in the throat, and 1 between the eyes, but he needed to do it fast. The plate of lamb fry arrived, crispy, hot, spiced just right, and Caleb dug in without ceremony. Each bite was like warmth in his chest. The beer followed it down, cooling the heat with bitter satisfaction. He leaned back in his chair, chewing slowly as his mind mapped the next steps. Nighttime. That was key. Few eyes. Few ears. No chance for alarm. The northern entrance of Strawberry, he remembered from the game. His past life memory skill buzzed softly in the back of his brain, a sensation like déjà vu cracking into full clarity. The gallows. The sheriff's office. Both just after the northern gate. Less population density there. Fewer people pass through from there. He'd have to scout the place first, of course. Unlock the map and plan his angles. He pulled open the map function in his system interface. Just as expected, his exploration ended at Wallace Station. Beyond that, the route blurred with the fog of war. But he remembered. From Wallace Station, ride south. A 3-way fork, turn right. Follow that path until another split, left and right. Take the left. Head south again. Small hills and mountains with forest to its left and right, with narrow roads. Eventually, the valley opened into Strawberry. He would ride there tomorrow. Unlock the entire area. Make note of every alley, every rooftop, every path in and out. Then return to Valentine. Buy new clothes. Something simple. Forgettable. A brown duster, maybe. Plain hat. Worn boots. Something that wouldn't scream Caleb Thorne. He'd wear them for only an hour, then discard them on the way out and change into new clothes after killing Micah. He took his final bite of lamb fry and washed it down with the last gulp of beer. His jaw tightened as the final pieces of the plan clicked into place. Tomorrow was for scouting. The day after. Judgment Day for Micah. He rose from the table, dropping a small tip beside his plate, and walked out into the cool night. The stars above Valentine sparkled coldly, as if watching his resolve take shape. The street was quiet now. Morgan waited near the post, but Caleb walked past her, heading back to his room. He needed rest. His body agreed as he climbed the stairs, each step heavier than the last. He stepped inside, locked the door, checked the chest once more, and lay back on the bed. His last thought before sleep claimed him was of Micah's grin vanishing under a sudden, quiet flash of fire and steel. Tomorrow, he will begin his ride to Strawberry. The next morning, Caleb woke up feeling refreshed. The soft light of dawn crept through the small gap in the curtains, spilling across his bed. He stretched, arching his back and letting out a quiet sigh as the usual stiffness he had grown accustomed to over the days was nowhere to be found. He rolled over and reached for the bandage that had been wrapped around his left shoulder. When he peeled it back, he was stunned to find that his wound had completely healed. Not a scar, not a mark, just smooth skin where the bullet had once lodged itself. His breath caught in his chest, and for a moment, he just stared at his left shoulder, dumbfounded. A smile crept onto his face. A small one, but enough to spark a sense of satisfaction deep inside him. Finally, fully healed. No more aching. No more reminders of that blasted shootout. He stood and stretched his arms, feeling the rush of energy flow back into his muscles. It was as though the wound had never been there at all. Caleb felt a surge of pride, he had come through it all, and now he was back to full strength. After a moment's pause, he pulled on his shirt, quickly followed by his boots, and moved over to his workout space. He had always been disciplined in keeping up his routine, and it had become an ingrained habit. With a few deep breaths to focus his mind, he began his morning workout. Some calisthenics, stretching his limbs and working the muscles on his left shoulder that had been neglected for weeks, then sit-ups, push-ups, and squats. His arms and chest were sore from the effort, but they grew stronger with every repetition. After completing his exercise routine, Caleb felt rejuvenated, as if a layer of fog had been lifted from his mind. His body had shed the last remnants of exhaustion. The sun was just beginning to peek over the horizon when he decided to take a jog around Valentine. He had always enjoyed running. It cleared his head, grounded him, and allowed him to think with a sense of clarity he couldn't find elsewhere. The cool morning air cut through his clothes, refreshing him as he made his way through the sleepy streets of Valentine. There weren't many people about yet, just the occasional rooster crowing or a few of the early risers tending to their chores. As he jogged along, his thoughts naturally drifted to the task ahead. Micah. The name still burned in his mind like an open wound, but now, with his shoulder fully healed and the plan set, Caleb felt an odd sense of anticipation. Today, he would ride to Strawberry to scout and expand his map, and tomorrow, he'd execute the plan to silence Micah once and for all. His pace quickened as he pushed himself, the steady rhythm of his footsteps matching his thoughts, almost like he was preparing for battle. After completing his jog, Caleb made his way back to the butcher stall where he had planned to meet Old Bob and Jasper. As usual, Old Bob was already up, working the meat, and Jasper was by his side, prepping the knives. The familiar smell of fresh cuts filled the air, mixing with the warm scent of the early morning. Jasper looked up as Caleb approached, a grin breaking out across his face. "Morning, Caleb," he greeted, wiping his hands on a rag. Old Bob just gave him a gruff nod. "Mornin', Caleb. Good to see you lookin' better, seeing as you done your running much longer," he added in his usual gruff voice. Caleb returned the greeting, nodding to both of them. "Morning, Old Bob, Jasper. Jasper, I'm leaving town for a couple of hours today, so there won't be any training. If you want, you can train by yourself. Take Stark out for a ride, find a clearing, and work on your aim." He paused, giving the boy a moment to digest the information before adding, "You'll be fine. Just don't go too far." Jasper nodded enthusiastically, his eyes bright with determination. "Got it, Caleb. I'll be careful." Caleb gave him an approving look. "Good. You'll find your pace. You've got potential." He turned to Old Bob then. "I'll be back later. Don't let him get too cocky while I'm gone." The butcher let out a small chuckle, giving Caleb a sharp glance. "I'll keep an eye on him," he grunted, "you know I won't let him get too far ahead of himself." With the exchange finished, Caleb bid them farewell, his mind already on the tasks ahead. He returned to the hotel, went up to his room, and gathered his equipment. His Lancaster repeater was slung across his back, and the pump-action shotgun rested at his side, then checked his 2 Schofields, adjusting them at their holster. The weight of the firearms felt familiar and comforting, his tools for the job. He also tucked a few extra rounds into his pockets and donned his hat, ensuring that everything was within easy reach. Once he was geared up, he headed downstairs and out the front door of the hotel, where Morgan, his trusty horse, was hitched to the post. The mare's ears perked up when she saw him, and Caleb gave her a gentle pat. "Ready for a ride, girl?" he asked softly, his voice steady. He mounted her, feeling the soft muscles beneath him as Morgan shifted her weight, ready to move. Caleb clicked his tongue, and they started toward the southern road out of Valentine. The journey began quietly. He followed the road south for a while, the early morning mist hanging in the air, before taking a right turn to head west. The road was narrow but well-traveled, cutting through the dense wilderness. As he passed the familiar landmarks of the Dakota River and the towering Cumberland Falls, the sound of rushing water was almost deafening. Morgan navigated the rocky terrain with ease, her hooves clicking against the stone and dirt as they crossed through the river. When they finally reached Wallace Station, Caleb felt a renewed sense of purpose. He'd passed through this area many times in his past life when playing the game, but now, it felt different, almost like he was stepping into a memory that he could still touch. He followed the road south from Wallace Station, eventually coming upon the three-way fork. As he had mapped out in his mind, he turned right and followed the path that led him deeper into the wilderness. Caleb's senses were on high alert as he passed through dense hills and narrow roads, the trees on both sides pressing in like silent sentinels. Eventually, after what felt like hours, he reached the outskirts of Strawberry. The small town stretched out in front of him, nestled in a valley, a picture of quiet solitude. He passed through the northern entrance, where the gallows stood to his right, a chilling reminder of justice and retribution. To the left was the sheriff's office, a two-story building with an imposing presence. Caleb's eyes narrowed as he studied it. He knew the layout from his memory, but now, with the town in front of him, it felt different. He continued his ride, mapping the area in his mind. The hotel was easy to spot, right near the center of town. Across from it, the general store stood like a reliable landmark, and to the south, near the outskirts of town, was the post office. Caleb made sure to take mental notes of everything. He spent some time riding around Strawberry, taking in every detail. As the sun began to rise higher in the sky, Caleb felt confident that he had unlocked the key parts of the town. His mind already began to form a plan. It would be tomorrow night before he would strike, but for now, he needed to return to Valentine, gather his thoughts, and prepare. After taking one last look around, he turned Morgan back toward Valentine, retracing the path he had taken earlier. The quiet of the wilderness surrounded him as he made his way back, the weight of the plan settling in his chest. Tomorrow, he would finish this. Tomorrow, Micah would be no more. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 6 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 6 out of 10. Charm, 5 out of 10. Luck, 5 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL1. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Money, $646.11. Bank, $40, 2 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. Chapter 67, 65. Final preparation. After taking one last look around, he turned Morgan back toward Valentine, retracing the path he had taken earlier. The quiet of the wilderness surrounded him as he made his way back, the weight of the plan settling in his chest. Tomorrow, he would finish this. Tomorrow, Micah would be no more. When he finally reached Valentine's, it was already afternoon, the sun dipping lazily westward as the town bustled in its usual, unhurried rhythm. Caleb dismounted Morgan at the familiar hitching post in front of the general store, patting the gelding's neck fondly before tying the reins loosely. Morgan snorted, shifting her weight but remaining calm. The long ride had worn them both out, but there was still work to be done. Pushing open the door, Caleb entered the general store to the familiar scent of wood polish, leather, and faintly lingering tobacco smoke. Mr. Worth, the graying yet spry shopkeeper, was stacking tins on a high shelf behind the counter. He turned at the sound of the bell above the door, a warm smile splitting his weathered face. "Hello there, Caleb," Mr. Worth called out, setting down a tin with a soft clatter. "What can I do for you today?" Caleb returned the greeting with a polite nod and an easy smile. "Hello, Mr. Worth. I'm looking to buy the cheapest boots, vest, coat, shirt, trousers, and hat you've got in stock." That made Mr. Worth blink in surprise. He cocked his head slightly, wiping his hands on his apron. "Cheapest, huh? That's a far cry from the fine things you usually pick out. I remember you springe in for that vaquero outfit some time back. Good quality stuff. Mind if I ask why the sudden change?" Caleb chuckled softly, an easy, practiced sound as he thought quickly on his feet. "Ain't for me," he said smoothly. "Helped out someone a little ways outside town. Poor fella's been havin' a rough time. Need some clothes to get back on his feet." Mr. Worth's expression softened immediately, and he nodded, setting down the rest of the tins. "Well, ain't that somethin'? Good on you, son. Let me get you sorted proper." The old shopkeeper disappeared into the storeroom behind the counter, leaving Caleb to browse the shelves idly. He didn't have to wait long. Mr. Worth soon returned, his arms laden with various garments. He laid them out carefully: a rough linen coat, plain cotton shirt, sturdy but worn trousers, a scuffed but serviceable vest, simple work boots, and a floppy brown hat that had clearly seen better days but would still provide shade from the sun. "Picked out the best of the cheap stuff," Mr. Worth said with a grin. "Should hold together for a good while, even if they ain't fancy." Caleb nodded appreciatively. "I'm mighty grateful, Mr. Worth. How much for the lot?" The older man waved a dismissive hand. $12. "And don't you argue with me, Caleb. Think of it as me chip in for a good cause." Caleb's heart gave a twinge of guilt. Mr. Worth believed him so wholeheartedly. But, well, a discount was a discount. He offered a sheepish smile and pulled out a handful of bills, counting out $12 exactly. "Thank you, mister," Caleb said sincerely, handing over the money. "Don't mention it," Mr. Worth said, already tucking the bills into his cash register. "World could use a few more folks like you." Caleb gathered up the clothes into a neat bundle and left the store, giving Morgan another reassuring pat as he climbed the steps of the nearby hotel. He nodded politely at the working girls, who were dusting the windowsills outside, and made his way up to his rented room. Inside, he set the clothes down on the bed and carefully folded each item, making sure they were as compact and neat as possible. He intended to store them inside Stark's saddlebags, as people in Strawberry surely more or less notice him and Morgan, so by riding Stark, he hoped it would disguise himself even further as a newcomer in town. Tomorrow, Stark would carry him to Strawberry and to Micah's final reckoning. Caleb sat down heavily in the worn wooden chair by the window, resting his chin in his hand as he stared out over Valentine's muddy streets. The plan played over and over in his mind like a well-oiled machine. He'd memorized the layout of Strawberry. He knew the timings, the flow of townsfolk, the patterns of the lawmen. Micah Bell wouldn't know what hit him. He stayed seated there for a while, watching the townspeople go about their afternoon routines, a woman carrying a basket of apples, a pair of young boys chasing a mangy dog, and the clatter of a wagon hauling supplies toward the stables. Normal life. And he would disrupt it, but not here. In Strawberry, and only for one man. As the sun dipped lower, Caleb forced himself up. He spent the rest of the evening preparing meticulously. He packed Stark's saddlebags with the new clothes, carefully layering them so they wouldn't get damaged. He checked his weapons with methodical precision, his twin Schofield revolver, his Lancaster repeater, and his Catalam revolver with the suppressor, making sure each was cleaned, loaded, and ready. He even sharpened his knife, though he hoped he wouldn't have to use it. When night fell, Caleb ate a simple meal of stew and bread in the saloon, spending $4, nodding along to the quiet chatter but saying little himself. Afterward, he returned to his room, locking the door behind him. He sat at the edge of the bed, staring down at his hands. They were steady, and strong. He would need that steadiness tomorrow. He slept lightly. The dreams that came to him were swift and fevered, flashes of gunfire, Micah's sneering face, and the smell of blood in the air. Caleb woke before dawn, heart pounding, the room still cloaked in darkness. He swung his legs over the bed and sat there for a moment, letting his breathing steady itself. He steadied his breath as he could already feel the day's heat beginning to seep into the town of Valentine, the dry dirt roads, and the occasional gust of wind sweeping through the streets. He had woken early, a deep-seated determination coursing through him like wildfire. He needed to make sure his body was prepared for the day ahead. He left his hotel room, his boots making soft thuds on the wooden floors, and went outside into the cool morning air. He could see the faint outlines of townfolk stirring, but for now, the streets were still quiet, with only the occasional creak of a wagon wheel or the distant sound of chickens crowing. Caleb made his way to a small patch of dirt by the outskirts of town. This was where he decided to do his morning calisthenics, with some fresh air unlike when he did it inside his room. For the next half hour, he pushed his body through an intense regimen, push-ups, sit-ups, and a series of stretches that helped him limber up. Each push-up was a deliberate effort, his muscles straining against his own body weight. As he moved through the exercises, he could feel the burn in his muscles, but he also noticed a small difference today. There was a slight ease to his movements, as if his body had grown stronger overnight. After completing his set, Caleb jogged around the perimeter of Valentine, the ground beneath his boots feeling firmer than usual. His breath came easier, and his heart rate stayed steady, even as he pushed himself harder, running faster, his feet thudding against the dirt road in a rhythmic pattern. By the time he finished his jog, a light sheen of sweat covered his body, and he paused, taking a moment to catch his breath. The muscles in his legs felt different. Stronger. More powerful. He knew it had to be the result of his consistent exercise, but there was something more, something inside him had shifted. Suddenly, as if on cue, Caleb felt the familiar presence of the system interface flash in front of his mind's eye. His heart skipped a beat. System update. Strength, 6-7. Stamina, 6-7. Caleb's eyes widened as he read the changes. The implications of these upgrades were not lost on him. His combat power had just increased significantly. He could feel it in his hands as he clenched and unclenched them. His grip was stronger, and he felt less fatigued after his workout. This wasn't just a physical change, it was a game changer. He would be able to throw harder punches, lift heavier objects, and endure more physical strain. It was exactly what he needed for the day ahead. He let out a deep breath, a smile tugging at the corner of his lips. This was exactly the kind of progress he needed. Caleb took a moment to enjoy the rush, but he knew it wouldn't last long. There was still work to be done. He continued with his morning routine, stretching out the soreness in his muscles before heading back to the hotel. Once inside, he paid 25 cents for a hot bath, feeling the warm water envelop his tired body. The steam helped to relax him, but his mind was already racing toward the task at hand, dealing with Micah. That's what he had come here for. After the bath, Caleb changed into his vaquero outfit. It fit him well, he'd gotten used to wearing the sturdy, functional clothes during his travels. The weathered leather and wool felt right against his skin as he slid his boots on and tightened his belt. He felt like himself again, ready for the challenge. He made his way down the stairs and out into the saloon, where the afternoon crowd was starting to gather. Caleb ordered a beer for 25 cents and sat at the bar, taking small sips as he ate some salted venison from his own supply. He chatted with a few patrons, Mr. Douglas among them, but kept his words few, his mind far away from the idle gossip of the saloon. Once his meal and drink were finished, Caleb made his way toward the sheriff's office. As he walked, a sudden idea struck him. A bounty. It could be a good excuse to leave Valentine. He figured it might provide some cover for his real mission, finding and killing Micah Bell. When he entered the sheriff's office, he saw Sheriff Malloy sitting at his desk, a cigarette hanging from his lips. The sheriff looked up as Caleb walked in, nodding his head in acknowledgement. "Looking to hunt some more bounty, Caleb?" Sheriff Malloy asked, eyeing him curiously. Caleb gave a small nod, glancing at the bulletin board in the corner of the room. Sure enough, there was a new wanted poster tacked to the wall. Caleb stepped closer, inspecting it closely. The poster read, "Wanted, Paul Coarque. Murderer. $45 reward dead or alive." Caleb smirked. It was a good enough bounty to make it seem like he was leaving town for a legitimate reason. He could kill two birds with one stone. He could track down this Paul Cork, collect the bounty, after he heads into Strawberry, and kill Micah whose reckoning will come. Mr. Cork, he was last seen around Emerald Ranch. You better be careful, Caleb, he had killed more than 5 people with his knife. Sheriff Malloy said to Kaliba he saw him look at the poster. "Thanks for the tip, Sheriff," Caleb said, taking the poster off the board and tucking it into his jacket. "Anytime," Sheriff Malloy replied, his voice gruff. With the bounty in hand, Caleb left the sheriff's office and returned to the hotel. He retrieved the bundle of clothes he had folded last night, carefully slipping them into Stark's saddlebags. He tightened the straps, checking everything twice to make sure nothing was missing. He would change into these clothes during his ride to Strawberry, allowing him to become a new stranger who comes into town when he arrives. He spent a few more minutes making sure his gear was ready. His revolvers were clean and loaded, his repeater was secured, and the cattleman with a suppressor was safe inside his satchel. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 6 out of 10 greater than 7/10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 6 out of 10, 7 out of 10. Charm, 5 out of 10. Luck, 5 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL1. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Money, $629.61. Bank, $40, 2 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. Chapter 68-66. Dead of the Rat. He would change into these clothes during his ride to Strawberry, allowing him to become a new stranger who comes into town when he arrives. He spent a few more minutes making sure his gear was ready. His revolvers were clean and loaded, his repeater was secured, and the cattleman with a suppressor was safe inside his satchel. He slipped his knife into his belt and adjusted the bandolier across his chest. Every piece of gear was where it should be. Everything he might need was ready. "You ready for a ride, girl?" he murmured. Stark whickered softly, pawing at the dirt. They set out, leaving Valentine behind, heading west toward Strawberry. The ride was peaceful at first. The trails were familiar but mostly empty, just the occasional rider passing by or a wagon loaded with items creaking along the road. Caleb kept his head down, tipping his hat politely to anyone who looked his way but otherwise minding his own business. He passed through the winding trails that led toward Strawberry, his eyes shifting between the landscape and the map function in his system interface. The winding trails were familiar, carved into memory from earlier travels, but he wasn't about to take chances. Roads could change with weather, with construction, or simply with the fickle nature of the wild frontier. As he rode, the sun dipped low, the sky painted in golden orange and dusky rose, throwing long shadows through the trees and across the dirt paths. He passed through the Dakota River, Cumberland Falls, and Wallace Station just like before. It was just past 5:30 p.m. when he reached the outskirts of Strawberry's northern entrance. He could see the top of the gallows and the sheriff's office silhouetted against the amber sky. Not wanting to draw any attention or risk being recognized, Caleb guided Stark off the main road and into the woods that hugged the hill slopes just outside town. Here, among the underbrush and whispering pines, Caleb made camp. He unsaddled Stark carefully, brushing her coat with long strokes and offering a sliced apple treat, murmuring praise as he worked. "You did good today, girl." "Real smooth," he said as he rubbed down her sides. Stark whickered contentedly, leaning into the brush with half-lidded eyes. Once she was secured and fed, Caleb turned to his own needs. He chewed slowly on salted venison, still flavorful, if a bit dry, and drank deeply from his water canteen. The fire he started was modest, its orange glow barely reaching beyond the small clearing. He sat close to it, staring into the flickering flames. Soon when it turned to night, sound surrounded him, chirping insects, the soft rustling of leaves, and the distant murmur of the river near the town. It was peaceful. It gave him time to think. He stood up after finishing his meal and began to stretch, then stepped away from the firelight and threw a few practiced jabs and short combinations. A few minutes passed, sweat beginning to bead on his forehead as he shadowboxed, throwing hooks and ducking imaginary counters. Still no level up, he muttered after a while, checking his skill list through the interface. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1, stubbornly refused to tick upward. Time passed slowly. He occasionally checked his pocket watch, watching the minutes crawl by. Caleb checked his pocket watch for the 10th time and it was 11:30 p.m. The world was swallowed in full darkness, the moon high and half-veiled behind drifting clouds. The sounds of town like talk, clatter, and music, had all faded into silence. It was time. He put out the fire, burying the coals under dirt and scattering leaves to cover the blackened spot. Then he returned to Stark and opened one of her saddlebags. His fingers moved with practiced precision, changing out of his dusty vaquero outfit piece by piece. He donned the rough linen coat, slipping it over a plain cotton shirt. He buttoned up the scuffed vest, pulled on worn trousers, and tied the laces on his simple work boots. The wide-brimmed brown hat topped it all off, floppy and forgettable. Now he looked the part of some drifter. Nobody would link this man to the well-armed, clean-cut rider who'd left Valentine earlier that day. With his bandana ready in his pocket and the suppressed cattleman revolver tucked carefully inside his satchel, Caleb mounted Stark once more. They rode into town under cover of night. The northern entrance was eerily quiet. The gallows loomed like a skeletal giant to his right, and the second-floor windows of the sheriff's office were light, likely the sheriff and deputies took their nightly watch today. The road sloped down slightly, gravel crunching under Stark's hooves. To the right stood the hotel, its windows shuttered for the night. Beside it, the alley waited, tight and dark, with stacked logs along the side and the distinctive silhouette of the steam donkey partially illuminated by a nearby lantern. Caleb steered Stark into the alley and turned her to face outward, in case a fast getaway was needed. He dismounted silently, pulling the bandana up over the lower half of his face and adjusting it tightly behind his head. Reaching into his satchel, his hand wrapped around the grip of the suppressed cattleman revolver. He hadn't drawn it yet, but his fingers rested on it with silent anticipation. Then, crouching low and slow, he crept toward the barred window on the right side of the sheriff's office. The iron bars were cold to the touch. Caleb's eyes adjusted to the gloom. No one was at the window. No snarling voice. No slurs or complaints. He furrowed his brow, crouched beside the wall, and smeared a streak of mud across his forehead and around his eyes for extra camouflage. Then he rasped out in a gruff, almost gravelly whisper. "Micah. Micah Bell. You still breathin' in there?" There was a moment of silence. "Who's a skin?" The voice was unmistakable, raspy, arrogant, and laced with the promise of violence. Then the shadow moved, and a bruised, grime-covered face came into view. Micah Bell, gaunt and sneering, approached the bars. His eyes narrowed suspiciously. "Who the hell are you?" Caleb stepped slightly into the light, making sure the mud and shadows kept his features obscured. "Someone sent to get you out," he said, lying smoothly. "Ain't got time for questions." Micah's eyes gleamed like a rat finding a scrap. His grin twisted into something wide and wicked. "Well, ain't that just the best thing I've heard after staying here, and music to my ears," he hissed, chuckling under his breath. "Let's not dawdle, friend. Hurry up and spring me loose from this shithole, I'm getting sick of the stench in here." Caleb returned the smile, but only internally. "With pleasure," he said softly. The suppressed revolver cleared the satchel in a flash, and two muffled pops cracked through the still air. Micah's expression didn't have time to change. The first bullet took him in the left cheek. The second tore through his forehead. He dropped like a sack of potatoes, collapsing backward without a sound. Blood pattered onto the windowsill. But the other prisoners saw it all and shouted in alarm. "What the hell? Sheriff! Sheriff! Someone just shot a person here." Shouts echoed through the cell block. And upstairs, the loud sound of footsteps could be heard. "Go! Go!" came the sharp bark of the sheriff above. Caleb didn't wait. He shoved the revolver back into his satchel, turned on his heel, and sprinted toward Stark. Already, boots were pounding across wooden floorboards above. He vaulted into the saddle and dug his heels in. "Yah!" Stark bolted into motion, hooves clapping on cobblestone as they sped away from the sheriff's office. Gunshots rang out behind him, deputies firing blindly from the front door, but none found their mark. Caleb didn't look back. He tore through the northern road, swerving past boulders and weaving between trees, the cool night air slicing against his face. Within minutes, Strawberry was behind him, and he was galloping into the forested slopes east of Wallace Station. By the time he reached the outer tree line, he slowed Stark to a trot. He patted her neck, steadying his breathing. "You did perfect, girl," he murmured, pulling her reins to lead her into a thicket where they'd be hidden from the road. He made a second camp in the same quiet fashion, no fire this time. Just the rustling of grass, the distant call of an owl, and the steady beat of his own heart finally slowing to normal. Micah Bell was dead. One more future threat was removed from the board. He didn't feel joy. He didn't feel regret. Just a cold satisfaction. He knew what Micah would have become. The betrayal, the deaths he would have caused, the friends he would have sold out. Caleb had stopped all that in one clean moment. One more path was carved into the strange second life he was building. As he was thinking so, suddenly Caleb saw his system interface flicker into existence in front of him. The blue-tinted frame filled with white letters that shifted and pulsed softly in the dark. World trajectory altered, Micah Bell eliminated. Due to the death of Micah Bell, the trajectory of the world has shifted dramatically. Attribute increased, luck 5-6. Skill level up, sneaking LVL1 LVL2. New skill acquired, persuasion, LVL2. Caleb blinked at the screen, then let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. A grim smile tugged at the corner of his mouth, one not born from joy, but from validation. He'd done it. He'd killed Micah Bell and the world noticed. The rarest attribute of all, luck, had finally climbed a notch. Caleb had tried nearly everything over the past weeks to find ways to increase it, challenges, poker bets, blind fire shots, dangerous hunts. But nothing had worked. And now, just like that, fate had answered in the form of blood. And persuasion? That was a skill he could put to immediate use. The system had called it a reward, likely linked to the way he'd lied so convincingly to Micah moments before killing him, or a skill he gained as Micah at the latter part of the game, persuade Dutch to believe him. "Damn right I earned it," he muttered under his breath, eyes narrowing with renewed purpose. He closed the system with a thought. The glowing interface faded, leaving only the soft rustle of wine through the trees and the distant hoot of an owl. After basking in that feeling for a moment longer, Caleb stood, brushing his hands off on his trousers. Time to clean up. He stripped off the plain clothes piece by piece, the linen coat, the worn vest, the loose boots, the forgettable hat, and wiped the mud off his face using the dirty cotton shirt. Once his face was clean, he retrieved his vaquero piece by piece. Caleb Thorne put it on himself. He looked like the man who'd left Valentine again, but nobody would believe that same man had crept through Strawberry and assassinated a man behind bars. That drifter had been someone else entirely. He gathered the dirty clothes and placed them in a shallow fire pit. With flint and steel, he lit the edge and stepped back as the flames slowly consumed the garments. The fire crackled softly, eating away the final traces of the disguise. Once only embers remained, he buried them under soil and leaves. Caleb mounted Stark once more and took the trail eastward, riding through the moonlit woods in steady silence. By the time he reached Cumberland Falls, the sky had begun to pale with the first hints of dawn. The waterfall roared nearby, a veil of mist trailing across the river's edge. Caleb crossed the Dakota River and guided Stark into a grove where the tree-line thickened, offering him cover. There, in that quiet solitude, he made camp again, no fire this time. He pitched his tent low and set his bedroll inside, stripping down only to his shirt as he collapsed onto the worn canvas with a long exhale. Micah Bell was dead and no one knew. That thought comforted him as he finally drifted into sleep, his breathing steady and deep, the sound of the river in the distance like a lullaby. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 7 out of 10. Charm, 5 out of 10. Luck, 5 out of 10, 6 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL1, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2, new. Money, $629.61. Bank, $40, 2 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. Chapter 69, 67. Capturing Paul Cork for disguised reason. He pitched his tent low and set his bedroll inside, stripping down only to his shirt as he collapsed onto the worn canvas with a long exhale. Micah Bell was dead and no one knew. That thought comforted him as he finally drifted into sleep, his breathing steady and deep, the sound of the river in the distance like a lullaby. Morning sun dappled through the trees, golden and warm. Caleb's eyes opened, and he immediately reached to his coat. From the inside pocket, he withdrew his pocket watch and flicked it open. 9 a.m. Late start, he murmured, sitting up and running a hand through his dark hair. He stood, stretched, and packed up camp with practiced efficiency, tent folded, bedroll tied, gear checked. He mounted Stark and clicked his tongue. "Let's get movin', girl. We got another bastard to find." He pulled the last piece of salted meat from his satchel and chewed on it as they rode, washing it down with a sip from his canteen. He activated his map function and he used it to guide him toward Emerald Ranch. He will hunt down Paul Cork now, just like he had planned. The bounty served 2 purposes. First, the pay was good. Second, and more importantly, it would plant Caleb officially in the area, giving him an excuse for his presence should anyone from Strawberry come asking questions about the jailhouse incident in Valentine and also when Arthur reported to Dutch about Micah's demise in the jail. Smart cover stories were as vital as any weapon. He followed the Dakota River for a time, then veered southeast across the rocky paths of Caliban's Seat. Twin Stack Pass came next, and from there the road smoothed, winding through wheat-colored fields and broken fences. Travelers passed by, people in wagons, a few hunters with their game tied on the back of their horses, and once a lone train rumbling in the distance. At last, Emerald Ranch came into view. The midday sun glinted off the tops of buildings and the iron rails of the train line that cut along the northern edge. The chickens pecked around the muddy yard as dogs barked and horses whinnied. Sound of cows and sheep also could be heard. Caleb dismounted and hitched Stark at the hitching post across the Seamus barn. Then he goes toward the section Bayade the barn, where Seamus the fence, smuggler, and quiet man of information, was standing behind his counter. The middle-aged man looked up from his ledger when he heard footsteps and his eyes flicked to Caleb, and a flicker of recognition crossed his face. "Mornin', mister," Seamus said, his voice gruff but not unfriendly. You lookin' to buy that thing you asked me about before? Caleb shook his head once, keeping his tone level. Not today. Seamus arched a brow. Changed your mind about the dynamite, eh? Caleb stepped closer, lowering his voice just slightly. Came for something else. I'm lookin' for a man by the name of Paul Cork. Got a bounty on his head out of Valentine for murder. Last seen in these parts. You heard anything? Seamus leaned back, scratching at his chin thoughtfully. Cork, huh? That scraggly son of a bitch with the twitchy eye. Caleb's lips thinned. It could be him, but I don't know if he got a twitchy eyes. Well, if he the same guy you're asking, I've seen him last week. Came round tryin' to sell some silverware, looked like hotel stuff. Told him to piss off. But he's been seen near the old Lonigan place, east of here. An abandoned farmhouse. Folks say it's haunted. Personally, I think he's just squattin' there. Caleb nodded once. Appreciate it. Sure you don't want that dynamite though? Seamus smirked faintly. Could come in handy, depending on what you're plannin'. Caleb returned the smirk with a glint of amusement in his eyes. Might be back for it later. He left the fencer and mounted up. Stark whinnied softly as he turned her toward the west, following the dirt road that trailed toward the railroad and beyond it, heading east of Emerald Ranch. Caleb followed the dusty path leading westward out of Emerald Ranch, his figure cutting a solitary silhouette against the rolling grasslands and gentle hills. Stark's hooves thudded steadily beneath him, rhythmic and sure. He guided her with subtle movements, reins held lightly, allowing the mare to pace herself as they passed fields gone to weed and skeletal remains of old fence posts. The road bent around a gentle slope, past a small grove of dry birch, and eventually the abandoned farm Seamus had mentioned came into view. It was a lonely structure, a weather-beaten wooden cabin slumped slightly to one side like a drunk too tired to stand straight. The roof sagged. One window was boarded up. The other still had the cracked remnants of a curtain fluttering like a forgotten ghost. Off to the side stretched the remnants of fields that once grew corn or barley, now choked with tall grass, thistle, and brambles. Caleb dismounted quietly and approached the fence. He tied Stark loosely to a post, whispering a soft, "Stay, girl," before unbuttoning his coat to reveal both of his Schofield revolvers nestled snugly in their holsters. With practiced ease, he drew both weapons, testing the weight in his hands. He crouched low and began moving silently across the yard, each footstep deliberate, each breath slow and controlled. He activated his eagle-eye skill. His vision shifted, a subtle change in perception more felt than seen. The world dulled, and in the midst of the color-drained view, white tracks shone bright on the muddy earth boot prints leading from the rear of the barn to the front porch. Caleb followed them cautiously, keeping both guns ready, his body crouched to avoid being seen from the windows. The tracks ended at the steps of the porch. He moved silently up the creaking wooden planks. That's when he heard it, the sound of glass breaking. It was quick and sharp, the unmistakable sound of a bottle hitting the floor. Caleb froze, leaning against the wall just beside the door. His ears strained. "Shit," came a gruff voice, followed by more shuffling and what sounded like someone scooping up broken pieces. A few more curses in a slurred, irritable voice. That voice belonged to someone with a short fuse. Likely drunk. Possibly dangerous. Caleb's eyes narrowed. He holstered both his Schofields, mind already working through a plan. Surprise was his best weapon now. He knocked firmly on the front door with the back of his hand, then called out in a friendly, lost traveler drawl. "Hello? Anyone inside? I need a little help. I think I took a wrong turn out at Emerald Ranch. Never been out this way before." There was silence. Then the sound of clattering inside. A chair scraping. Caleb's high perception picked up the subtle sound of metal against wood, like a knife being picked up or moved across a table. Then, after a few heartbeats, the door creaked open. A man stood behind it, middle-aged, rough-looking, greasy hair pulled back, and a twitch in his left eye. A short goatee, and the exact same narrowed brow and scarred cheek from the bounty poster hanging in the Valentine Sheriff's office. Paul Cork. Caleb offered him a lopsided, seemingly polite smile. Cork's own smile was strange, teeth yellowed, voice too sugary. "Well now, stranger, you do look lost. How about you come on in, pour yourself a drink? We can talk nice and proper about the direction you take wrong." Caleb's eyes flicked briefly. Cork's left hand was behind his back, tense. He had a knife there. But Caleb didn't flinch. Didn't betray a thing. He stepped forward, only slightly, as if considering the offer. Then, with a sudden snap of motion, Caleb clenched his right fist and drove it hard into Cork's jaw. Crack! The blow connected flush, sending Cork reeling backward, blood spraying from a split lip. The knife in his left hand dropped with a metallic clatter onto the wooden floor. Cork screamed, part pain, part outrage, "What the hell?" But Caleb was already inside. He kicked the door shut behind him and stepped over the threshold, delivering 2 savage kicks to Cork's gut. The man groaned, doubling over, clutching his stomach. "Paul Cork," Caleb growled, voice like gravel under boot, "you're under arrest for murder and bounty listed out of Valentine." Cork spat a gob of blood and curses. "You piece of shit bounty hunter. You don't know who you're messin' with." "I know exactly who I'm messin' with, a murderer," Caleb interrupted flatly. He knelt beside him, pulling his rope from his saddlebag and working efficiently. Cork fought, wriggled, shouted, but it was useless. In moments, Caleb had his arms lashed behind his back, wrists and elbows bound, ankles trussed. He pulled the man into a sitting position against the wall, then took a step back, breathing heavily. Cork glared up at him. "You think this is over? You just wait, till the men I run with find you. They'll cut you up and feed you to the hogs. Then I'll make sure to shoot the hogs next," Caleb muttered, brushing dust from his coat. He took a quick look around the cabin. Empty bottles. A broken crate filled with what looked like silver spoons and forks, matching Seamus' earlier statement. There was no real furniture, just an overturned table, some crates, and a moldy mattress shoved against the wall. Caleb opened a drawer in the crate near the broken bottle and found a small satchel. Inside he gained $75 in cash, 1 silver pocket watch, and 2 gold teeth. He smiled at the loot and pocketed the cash and items. Nothing Cork would be using anymore. Then he went outside and whistled. Stark trotted up dutifully, ears forward. Caleb retrieved his saddlebag and began securing Cork onto the back of the horse, tied and gagged for good measure. The criminal spat more curses through the gag, writhing like a caught boar. "Keep Flop pinned around like that, Mr. Cork," Caleb warned, "and I'll let Stark decide herself how fast we ride back. She ain't got much sympathy for killers." Hearing that Cork finally stopped struggling, Caleb gave the man a last glance over his shoulder. The outlaw was slumped slightly forward in the saddlebag restraints, muttering something unintelligible through the cloth gag stuffed in his mouth, but the fire had gone out of his eyes. The fight was over. Caleb mounted Stark with an ease born of long habit, settling into the saddle with Cork's trussed-up form securely strapped to the rear. He patted the mare's neck gently. "Good girl," he murmured. "One more ride. Then we get that oat sack I promised you." He took a deep breath and activated the map function, look at the most efficient route back to Valentine. A pale icon hovered over the sheriff's office. Caleb locked the waypoint and nudged Stark into motion. They trotted back the way they came, the fading sunlight casting long shadows across the land. The wind picked up a little, rustling the tall grass and brushing Caleb's face with dust and the scent of wild sage. They retraced the trail eastward, past the now familiar skeletal birches and the curve of the old rail line that marked the path west of Emerald Ranch. By the time they reached Twin Stack Pass, the sun had dipped low behind the cliffs. Shadows grew long and the sky began to bleed into twilight purples and dusty oranges. Caleb passed under the twin columns of rock that gave the pass its name, eyeing the terrain with quiet focus. It was a place known for bandits and ambushes, but this time, no trouble stirred. Just the sound of hooves and the occasional groan from his captive. He followed the main road past Citadel Rock, the iron-streaked cliffs glowing faintly in the last light of day. The landscape gradually shifted, more fences, scattered ranches, and smoke trailing from distant chimneys. Civilization wasn't far now. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 7 out of 10. Charm, 5 out of 10. Luck, 6 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Money, $704.61. Bank, $40, 2 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. Chapter 70, 68. Reinforcing for alibi just the sound of hooves and the occasional groan from his captive. He followed the main road past Citadel Rock, the iron-streaked cliffs glowing faintly in the last light of day. The landscape gradually shifted, with more fences, scattered ranches, and smoke trailing from distant chimneys. Civilization wasn't far now. Finally, as stars began to peek from the darkening sky, the familiar outlines of Valentine came into view. The warm lantern light from the train station flickered in welcome, and a distant whistle called from a passing train to the east. Caleb guided Stark over the road and into the town proper. The streets were quieter now, with only a few townsfolk lingering about, a drunk leaning against the saloon's post, a woman walking briskly with a basket of laundry, and a ranch hand lighting a lantern outside the barn. He passed by the train station, giving a short nod to a young porter who glanced up, wide-eyed at the bound man flopping awkwardly behind him. Then he continued through town, the iron shoes of Stark's hooves ringing against the muddy road of the main street. He drew up in front of the sheriff's office and hitched Stark to the hitching post outside, tightening the knot just in case. Cork let out a muffled, exhausted grunt as Caleb dismounted and untied him. He threw the outlaw over his shoulder with a practiced lift, ignoring the squirming weight. The door to the sheriff's office creaked open with a push of his boot, the familiar scent of tobacco and old coffee greeting him. Inside, Sheriff Malloy sat behind his desk, a cigar clamped between his teeth, going over a stack of reports. The older man looked up as Caleb stepped in, one bushy brow arching. Well, he said, standing up and setting the papers aside. Caleb, looks like you are a great bounty hunter for sure, already capturing your third bounty for us. That the murderer Paul Cork you got there? Caleb nodded, dropping the outlaw unceremoniously into the iron-barred holding cell to the right. Caught him squattin' in an old farmhouse west of Emerald Ranch. Tried to gut me with a knife. Sheriff Malloy let out a low whistle, stepping closer to the cell. Cork glared at them, blood crusted on his lip, the gag still stuffed in his mouth. Looks like you gave him a proper introduction to justice, Sheriff Malloy muttered with a satisfied grunt. Caleb leaned against the wall, arms folded. Tried to play nice at first. Offered him a chance to talk. He chose a knife instead. Well, that's his mistake, Sheriff Malloy said, went back to his desk and opened the board, took out a stack of dollar bills, and put it on the desk. That's your $45. Caleb took the dollar bills and checked them to count them before nodding. Appreciated, Sheriff. Then suddenly Sheriff Malloy's gaze sharpened. Heard about Strawberry? Caleb kept his expression neutral. Strawberry? What happened at Strawberry? Somebody shot a convict by the name of Micah Bell in his cell last night. Clean through the bars. Malloy spat. Goddamn coward's way, if you ask me. Caleb feigned surprise. What? That's definitely a big news. Maybe I haven't heard of it since I was in Emerald Ranch and the news reached Valentine first. Surely by now all over New Hanover heard about it. Yeah, all over New Hanover must have heard the news by now, Sheriff Malloy nodded. Strawberry Sheriff over there's fit to be tied, no witnesses, no tracks. That's why he sent a letter to us, in case there was someone suspicious in town, and captured them to help him in his investigation. Caleb still acted like he didn't know a thing, giving Sheriff Malloy a serious nod of agreement. I'll keep my eyes and ears open, Sheriff, he said with a low drawl. If I see or hear anything suspicious, you'll be the first to know. Sheriff Malloy gave a satisfied grunt, puffing on the end of his cigar. Good. If your report turns out valid, connected to this whole mess in Strawberry, I'll see to it you get paid for your trouble. That fair to you? Caleb gave another nod, tipping his hat slightly. Fair enough, Sheriff. With that, he turned and stepped back out into the cooling night air. The air had grown still, with only the hum of crickets and the soft clatter of a horse's hooves echoing down the main road. He approached Stark, the sturdy mare raising her head slightly and nickering at his return. You earned yourself a good rest, girl, he murmured, rubbing her neck fondly. He untied the reins and mounted her once more, guiding her gently across the road toward the Valentine stable. The wooden sign creaked faintly above the entrance, the lanterns casting a mellow amber glow over the barnyard. Inside, Mr. Levi was tending to a roan stallion, brushing its mane with practiced hands. The stablemaster looked up as Caleb approached, his weathered face cracking into a half-smile. Evenin', Caleb. Stark lookin' a little worn out there. Been out huntin' again? Caleb nodded, patting the mare's flank. She ran hard today, and helped bring in a bounty. Figured she earned some grummin' and rest. Mr. Levi stepped over, giving Stark a quick once-over with his eyes. She's got good muscle on her. Strong back. I'll see to it she gets the works. Caleb reached into his coat, pulled out 8 crumpled dollars, and handed them over. That should cover her care for the night. Mr. Levi accepted the bills and put them inside his pocket. You don't worry about a thing. I'll keep a good eye on her. With a final rub on Stark's neck, Caleb whispered, Be good now, before turning away. The walk back through Valentine was quiet. A few lamps still burned in the windows, and the sound of distant laughter drifted faintly from the saloon. Caleb stepped up the creaking wooden steps of the hotel and entered the front lobby, where the same tired-eyed clerk sat behind the desk. Evenin', Mr. Thorne, the clerk said with a nod. I'd like to prolong my stay, Caleb said, reaching into his satchel this time. About 10 nights. That'll be $10. Caleb handed over the money without argument, and then turned toward the stairs. His legs felt heavy as he climbed them. When he entered his room, the familiar creak of the floorboards and a faint scent of wood polish greeted him. He pulled off his coat, unbuckled his gun belt, and carefully set down his Lancaster repeater and pump-action shotgun beside the wardrobe. Boots came off next, then his hat, which he set gently on the side table. With a groan, he fell into the bed, the straw mattress creaking under his weight. Sleep came quickly and dreamless. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the cracks in the curtains, casting golden lines across the room. Caleb opened his eyes slowly, blinking at the brightness before swinging his legs over the side of the bed. He dressed in silence, coat, boots, and hat, then reached for his gun belt. He checked the load on his twin Schofields first, the chambers rotating with a clean click. Fully loaded. Satisfied, he slung the belt low on his hips and strapped it tight. Next, he lifted the Lancaster, giving it a brief once-over. The wood was still clean, the iron sight straight. He slung it over his shoulder, followed by the pump-action shotgun across his back. Both weapons sat snug against his coat. Ready. He left the room and made his way out of the hotel, the morning air brisk and refreshing. Morgan snorted as she saw him approaching, pawing the ground lightly. Time to ride, girl. He mounted up and nudged her forward, guiding her out of town and toward the trail leading southeast, back toward Horseshoe Overlook. The ride was peaceful, filled with the scent of pine and damp soil. Birds chirped overhead, and deer scattered at the sound of hooves. He turned left entering into the cluster of trees, ducked beneath hanging branches, and followed the winding path past the cluster of trees that marked the edge of camp. As he neared, familiar sounds drifted through the air, chatter, the clink of pots, and the low murmur of someone strumming a guitar. He saw the wooden sign marking the gang's encampment just ahead. Caleb dismounted and hitched Morgan to the post. Javier was leaning against a tree, repeater in hand. Lenny stood beside him, sipping from a tin cup with his repeater beside him. "Morning, boys," Caleb greeted with a nod. "Morning, Caleb," Javier replied, eyes scanning the woods beyond. "You just get back?" "Yeah. Been out on a job. Looking for Arthur. He's over by the fire. Just finished breakfast, I think." Caleb walked into the heart of the camp, where a few of the gang milled about. Tilly was helping Mary Beth with laundry. Uncle was already half dozing on the wheel of one of the wagons. Arthur sat by the stew pot near Pearson's station, wiping the last bits of meat from his tin plate with a hunk of bread. Caleb approached, offering a casual wave. "Morning, Arthur." Arthur looked up and gave a small nod. "Caleb. Good to see you back." "Likewise. Figured I'd check in." Arthur tilted his head slightly. "You still up for that thing we talked about before? Breaking Micah out of jail in Strawberry?" Caleb kept his face neutral and nodded. "Yeah. That's part of why I came back. Figured I'd lend a hand if you're still set on doing it and since I'm free." Arthur gave a low grunt and stood up, brushing crumbs from his pants. Good. Eat something. Pearson's stew is still warm. We'll ride out when you're done. Caleb stepped over to the stew pot and ladled a healthy portion into a tin bowl. The meat was tough, but filling, probably some stringy venison Pearson got the day before. He sat near the fire and ate quickly, knowing the real work lay ahead. By late morning, the two men mounted up, Arthur on his sturdy brown stallion, and Caleb back on Morgan. They rode out through the winding forest trail, sun peeking through the high trees as they kept a steady pace westward toward Strawberry. Caleb glanced sideways at Arthur. "You sure this is worth the trouble, Arthur? That fella rubbed me the wrong way the moment you and Lenny told me about him." Arthur sighed, jaw clenched. "Yeah, I ain't exactly fond of the bastard either. But Dutch wants him back. Says he is part of the family and would done the same for us, even though I doubted it." "From the stories you told me, I agreed with you, I doubted he would done the same for us," Caleb echoed flatly. "You ever wonder if maybe Dutch's judgment on Micah was wrong?" Arthur didn't answer right away. "I wonder a lot of things these days." The rest of the ride was spent mostly in silence, save for the occasional bird call or rustle of movement in the underbrush. As Strawberry came into view, tucked neatly between tall pines and sloping red rock hills, Caleb felt a slight tension return to his shoulders. He played his role well, though. There could be no cracks, no suspicions. Just another outlaw, loyal to the gang. Just another helping hand. They entered into the town through the southern entrance, where the rushing water of the river to their left somewhat masked the faint bustling of the town folk going on doing their daily activities. But Arthur and Caleb could feel the high tension simmering in the town, where they saw several deputies stand guard along the road. What's more, they feel the eyes of many people laid upon them. Arthur was confused as he felt even if strangers came into town, they wouldn't receive this kind of reception. Only Caleb knew why this happened, because he had killed Micah in his jail 2 days ago and caused Strawberry to be on high alert now looking for the suspect, not knowing who killed the captive. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 7 out of 10. Charm, 5 out of 10. Luck, 6 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Money, $731.61. Bank, $40, 2 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. Chapter 71, 69. Informing Dutch about the news, Arthur was confused as he felt even if strangers came into town, they wouldn't receive this kind of reception. Only Caleb knew why this happened, because he had killed Micah in his jail 2 days ago and caused Strawberry to be on high alert now looking for the suspect, not knowing who killed the captive. As they rode through the dusty streets of Strawberry, the air felt thick with suspicion. Caleb could feel it like a second skin prickling against his neck, the slow tilt of heads, the narrowed eyes following their every step, the deputies stiffening at their posts as if their spines were iron rods. Arthur, riding just slightly behind, shifted uneasily in his saddle, his brows furrowed in quiet puzzlement. They passed the general store, the wide windows reflecting the morning light, and just ahead loomed the familiar facade of the hotel. Caleb cast it a glance, noting a few figures watching them from the porch, old-timers with pipes clutched between teeth, a few travelers nursing mugs of coffee. But it was the building just beyond that drew their attention now, the sheriff's office. Caleb gently tugged on the reins, guiding Morgan toward the hitching post outside. Arthur mirrored the movement, dismounting with a grunt as he tied up his own horse. For a heartbeat, the only sound was the rush of the river, cutting faintly through the tension hanging in the air. Arthur opened his mouth as if to speak, but Caleb raised a hand, eyes flicking to the window where he could already see grim faces staring out at them. "Let me do the talking, Arthur," Caleb murmured under his breath. Arthur gave a small nod, lips pressing into a tight line. When they stepped through the door, the atmosphere hit them like a wall. Inside, the Strawberry sheriff, Sheriff Hanley, stood behind his desk, arms crossed over his chest like a man carved from old oak. 2 deputies flanked him, both armed, both tense, their gazes sharp as flint. Arthur, to his credit, caught himself before offering his usual easy-going greeting, but his discomfort was plain in the way his shoulders squared, his fingers twitching once toward his gun belt. Caleb, however, slipped into the role he'd rehearsed in his mind. He moved slightly in front of Arthur, shoulders relaxed, mouth curved in a polite, practiced smile. With the new gained skill of his persuasion, LVL2, he delivered his lines smoothly, voice pitched just right to sound disarming without groveling. "Hello there, Sheriff." "Gentlemen." Caleb gave a courteous nod. "Name's Rycork Humphrey, this here's my partner Luis Correa. We're bounty hunters outta Blackwater, trailin' a dangerous gang, Colm O'Driscoll's boys. Heard you might have had some trouble in town, figured we'd offer our help." For a moment, there was only the faint creak of floorboards as Sheriff Hanley shifted his weight. Then came a sharp snort, thick with disdain. "We don't deal with bounty hunters here, son," Sheriff Hanley growled, eyes narrowed. "Especially not now, after the mess we've had." Arthur's brows lifted slightly, curiosity outweighing his tension. What kinda mess, Sheriff? We only heard there was some incident. Didn't get the details. Sheriff Hanley's gaze flicked between the two men, his face carved with the kind of weariness only a man in his position could know. Finally, he spoke, voice low and grim. Convict by the name of Micah Bell. Killed a man, we caught him, locked him up. Was set to hang. Hanley's jaw tightened. 2 days ago, somebody shot him clean through the jail window. Killed him on the spot. Shooters still out there. Town's on edge, and I ain't got patience for strangers nossin' around. Caleb let his eyes widen in well-feigned shock. Inside, he could feel the tight coil of satisfaction in his chest, but he masked it expertly. Meanwhile Arthur's shock was genuine, his jaw tightened, his breath hitching. What? I didn't realize the incident was that serious, Sheriff. You sure you don't need some extra help tracking the shooter? We're good at what we do. Before Sheriff Hanley could open his mouth, one of the deputies cut in, voice sharp as a whip. We don't need help from bounty hunters. Best you two turn right back round before we decide you're causing more trouble than you're worth and we toss you in a cell. The other deputy, gray-haired and much calmer, restrained his partner. Easy, Eli. They ain't done nothin'. Sheriff Hanley studied them, his gaze lingering on Arthur's calloused hands, gunfighter's hands, before flicking to Caleb's too casual stance. You two bounty hunters just happened to ride into town days after a killing? Caleb spread his hands. Pure coincidence, Sheriff. We're after Colmo Driscoll's, we heard they've been robbing coaches near Rigg Station. The sheriff exhaled through his nose. Fine. But you ask one more question, about our incident, you will meet my cells. He jerked his thumb toward the door. Now get lost. Arthur shifted his weight, mouth tightening as if ready to argue, but Caleb touched his arm lightly, shaking his head. Arthur huffed quietly, but he stayed silent. Caleb dipped his head politely. Understood, Sheriff. Deputies. We'll be on our way. With a turn smooth as silk, Caleb guided Arthur back toward the door. Only when they were outside, the heavy door thunking shut behind them, did Arthur let out a breath and run a hand over his jaw. Micah's dead, God damn it, Arthur murmured, almost to himself. Damn fool. Dutch ain't gonna take kindly to that. Caleb glanced around subtly, noting the watching eyes from porches and windows, the deputies still loitering along the road. His mind ticked fast behind a calm expression. He needed to keep Arthur focused, away from suspicion, away from asking the questions that might stir dangerous waters. We need to leave town, Caleb said quietly. Now. Arthur's brow furrowed. You don't want to check around first? Maybe see if there's something useful to pick up. Caleb shook his head. I don't think today the right time to do that, Arthur. You saw their faces, they're looking for any excuse to lock us up. Let's head out, circle back later if we need to. Arthur hesitated, then nodded, giving one last glance toward the sheriff's office before swinging up into his saddle. Caleb followed smoothly, taking a slow breath as he felt the familiar weight of the reins in his hands. As they rode back through town, the tension seemed to follow them like a shadow, pressing in from all sides. Caleb kept his posture easy, eyes casually sweeping over the townsfolk, the deputies, the corners where trouble might lurk. Arthur, for his part, stayed quiet, the news of Micah's death clearly weighing on his mind. It wasn't until they reached the edge of town, the buildings falling away to open country, that Arthur finally spoke again. Didn't peg you were such a smooth talker, Caleb, he remarked, giving Caleb a sidelong look. Caleb offered a faint grin. Hey, I just tried my best, didn't know that it would work good. Arthur snorted playfully, then sighed. Dutch ain't gonna like this. Micah's dead, even though I felt good for a bit, would bring a huge blow to the morale of the gang, even though not many people like him. Caleb's fingers tightened slightly on the reins. No, he won't. And maybe the others will feel sad for a while. But maybe, maybe it's not such a bad thing, Arthur. Arthur turned his head sharply, eyes narrowing. What's that supposed to mean, Caleb? Caleb held his gaze steady, the faintest flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. I'm just sayin', from the way you and Lenny had told me about what kind of men Micah was, sometimes in the long term, the gang's better off without the kinds of men like him. Arthur studied him for a long moment, then huffed a breath and looked away, shaking his head. Hell, Caleb. You're a strange one. The ride back to camp was quiet, the land rolling out before them in a patchwork of green and gold. Birds scattered from the trees as they passed, and the sun hung low on the horizon, painting the sky in shades of amber and violet. Caleb let his mind wander as they rode, the familiar rhythm of hoofbeats a soothing background to his thoughts. He had done what needed doing. Micah was gone, a rot cut out before it could spread deeper. But that was only the first step. There was still so much to be done, so many loose threads to weave together. And as the campfires of the Van der Linde gang came into sight when they reached Horseshoe Overlook, Caleb felt the familiar tightening in his chest, a reminder that the most dangerous game was still ahead. Dutch would have questions. So would Hosea. So would Arthur, if Caleb wasn't careful. As they rode into camp, the first murmurs rippled through the gang, curious glances, nods of greeting, a few raised eyebrows at their return as they accept to see Micah return with them. Dutch emerged from his tent, arms spread wide in welcome, but even from a distance, Caleb could see the sharp glint of curiosity in his eyes. Arthur. Caleb. Good to see you boys back in one piece. Dutch's voice was warm, but his gaze was calculating. How is it? Have you boys finally got Micah free? Arthur and Caleb exchanged a brief glance, an entire silent conversation passing between them in that one moment. Arthur, grim-faced and tight-lipped, gave a short nod before turning back toward Dutch. His voice came out low, carrying the weight of unwelcome news. Dutch, we got bad news. His voice was gravel rough. We found out what happened in Strawberry. Micah's dead. Killed in jail. Some stranger shot him through the iron-barred window 2 days ago. Sheriff and his men are turning the whole town upside down trying to find the shooter. For a moment, Dutch stood there frozen. His face twisted as if trying to process the words, eyes narrowing, jaw clenching. Then his fists curled at his sides, then. God damn it. Dutch's roar sent birds scattering from nearby trees. He kicked a can, sending it against a wagon wheel. The outburst echoed across the camp like a gunshot. A flock of crows scattered from a nearby tree, cawing into the darkening sky. Heads turned all over camp, John, Bill, Javier, Abigail, Lenny, even little Jack playing near the wagons, everyone froze, watching Dutch. How the hell could this happen? Dutch roared, pacing 2 steps, then back, his boots grinding into the dirt. Caleb stepped forward calmly, voice measured, his persuasion skill kicking in almost instinctively. We don't know, Dutch. We got there, heard the news from the sheriff. Place was tense, law sniffing around for anyone to throw in a cell. Figured the 2 of us, strangers in town, weren't gonna be welcomed hanging around. Dutch let out a string of curses under his breath, clenching and unclenching his fists. His face was a storm of anger, frustration, and if Caleb looked closely enough just the faintest flicker of uncertainty. That was something Caleb made note of, storing it away in the back of his mind. The camp had fully gathered now, the murmurs rising into a soft chorus. Hosea emerged from the SDE, calm as always, a bottle in hand. His lined face was thoughtful as he walked up to the group. What's going on, Dutch? Arthur? Caleb? Hosea asked, voice gentle but firm, cutting through the rising tension like a knife through soft bread. Caleb wisely fell silent, shifting just slightly to let Arthur or Dutch answer first. Arthur, looking weary, opened his mouth, but Dutch beat him to it. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 7 out of 10. Charm, 5 out of 10. Luck, 6 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Money, $731.61. Bank, $40, 2 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. Chapter 72, 70. Bit of tension, what's going on, Dutch? Arthur? Caleb? Hosea asked, voice gentle but firm, cutting through the rising tension like a knife through soft bread. Caleb wisely fell silent, shifting just slightly to let Arthur or Dutch answer first. Arthur, looking weary, opened his mouth, but Dutch beat him to it. Arthur and Caleb went to break Micah out. Turns out, no need. Some damn stranger got there first. Shot Micah dead through the jail window. Now the whole damn town's crawling with law looking for whoever did it. There was a pause. And then Hosea chuckled. It was quiet at first, but unmistakable, a dry, almost relieved laugh. The sound caught Dutch flat-footed, his head snapping toward Hosea. Jesus, Hosea, Dutch barked, how can you laugh at that? He was one of us. He was family. Hosea's eyes twinkled just faintly. Yes, Dutch. He was part of the gang. But let's not pretend he wasn't a walking disaster. You know it. I know it. Hell, half the camp knows it. You know damn well he nearly got Lenny jailed too with his stupidity. Micah was a powder keg looking for a match. And if we're lucky, that stranger just saved us from burning the whole camp to the ground. Dutch's face turned an angry shade of red. His mouth opened, no doubt ready to unleash a storm of protest, but Arthur cut in fast. Enough, Arthur said firmly, stepping between them. Not here. Not in front of everyone. His gaze swept across the camp, meeting the eyes of Lenny, Javier, Sean, Mary Beth, Tilly, and the rest, all watching with rapt attention. We'll talk about this in private. Dutch exhaled hard, his shoulders heaving once, twice, and for a breathless moment, Dutch's eyes flashed with something dangerous, and then it vanished behind a mask of calm. He straightened his vest with sharp tugs. You're right, Arthur. The words were smooth as oil over broken glass. We'll discuss this privately. Before he then turned on his heel with a harsh huff and stomped toward his tent. The crowd slowly began to disperse, the murmurs fading as people drifted away, though Caleb caught snippets here and there, Bill grumbling under his breath, Mary Beth whispering to Tilly, John lighting a cigarette and shaking his head. Hosea exhaled through his nose, watching Dutch go. Well. That went about as well as expected. Arthur scrubbed a hand over his face. Christ, Hosea. You couldn't have waited 5 minutes. Waited for what? The eulogy. Hosea shook his head. That boy was trouble, Arthur. You know it. I know it. Hell, even little Jack probably knew it. Arthur let out a long sigh, dragging a hand through his hair. Hosea clapped Arthur on the shoulder, offered Caleb a brief, knowing glance, and then followed after Dutch, no doubt to discuss this even further in private. Susan Grimshaw approached, her arms crossed. So it's true. Micah's really gone. Arthur nodded. 2 bullets. Professional job. Susan's lips thinned. Good. One less troublemaker mouth to feed. She walked off before anyone could respond. As the sun dipped below the hills, casting long shadows across Horseshoe Overlook, the gang slipped back into their routines, cooking over the fires, tending to the horses, mending clothes, sharpening knives. But the air was different now. Tense. Edgy. Caleb walked over to the hitching post, giving his horse, Morgan, a gentle pat on the neck. "You did well today, girl," he murmured, feeding her a sugar cube from his pocket. Arthur joined him a moment later, leaning on the rail. "You were right, you know," Arthur muttered, voice low. "About Micah. The gang might be better off without him now that it thinks of it." Caleb looked at him, surprised. "Didn't expect you to say that." Arthur gave a weary half-smile. "I mulled it over, and what happened at Blackwater was around 60% because of him, so maybe what Hosea said helped me make up my mind." They shared a quiet moment, the kind only men who've seen too much can appreciate. Inside Dutch's tent, the heavy canvas walls muffled the noise of the camp outside, the clatter of pots at the fire, murmured conversations, and the occasional horse snort. The lantern hanging from the tent pole cast a soft glow, flickering slightly with the faint breeze slipping in under the edges. Dutch sat hunched on the edge of his cot, elbows on his knees, hands clasped tightly together as if in prayer. His usually sharp blue eyes were distant, shadows under them making him look far older than his years. Across from him, Hosea sat calmly in the battered wooden chair they'd hauled from the last camp, legs crossed, fingers steepled in his lap. For a long while, neither spoke. The tension between them softened, stretched thin like cooling wax, as both men let the storm of their earlier clash settle. Finally, Dutch cleared his throat, his voice low, rough. "I'm sorry, old friend," he murmured, his words slow and deliberate, as if tasting each one before it left his mouth. "For snapping at you like that back there. I shouldn't have," he exhaled sharply, shaking his head. "It's just, losing Micah, it stirred up a lot. Reminded me of Blackwater. Of the Calendar boys. Of Jenny." His voice cracked faintly on the last name. Hosea's brows softened, and he uncrossed his arms. Dutch continued, "We've been bleeding people, old friend. And now, another one, right when we're still licking our wounds." He ran a hand back through his dark hair, disheveled now. "It's a heavy toll." Hosea nodded slowly, then sighed, his chest rising and falling in a weary rhythm. "It's okay, Dutch," he said quietly. "I understand your outburst. We've all been carrying this weight." He paused, his eyes narrowing faintly. "But, you know as well as I do, Micah wasn't exactly good for this gang. From the day he rode in with us, he stirred up trouble. And the others, they didn't trust him. Not Lenny, not Charles, not John. Not even Arthur. Especially Arthur, you know his opinion about Micah." Dutch's jaw tightened, his teeth clenching for a beat. He inhaled through his nose, steadying himself. Hosea's words were careful, and measured, but beneath them, Dutch could hear the real meaning, the unspoken judgment. That Dutch's instincts had been wrong about Micah. Dutch almost snapped again. He almost spat back that Hosea didn't understand, that no one did, that Micah had been more than what they saw, but something in the old man's calm gaze stopped him. Dutch swallowed the words, forcing them down like bitter medicine. "I understand," Dutch said softly, a touch strained. "I know no one liked him. I know his mouth ran too fast, his fists flew too quick. But I saw a man trying, Hosea. Beneath all that bluster, beneath the filth and fury, there was a good heart somewhere in there. Maybe he just didn't know how to show it." Hosea's lips twitched faintly at the corners, not quite a smile, not quite agreement. More the soft tolerance of a man who'd known Dutch for decades, who had seen the bright flame of idealism burn in him even when it scorched the ground beneath their feet. That flame had drawn them all together once. And now it burned dangerously close to consuming them. Hosea pushed up from the chair with a quiet grunt, smoothing his vest. I suppose that's why we follow you, Dutch. You still see the good when the rest of us have stopped looking. Dutch stood as well, resting a hand on Hosea's shoulder. And I suppose that's why you've always been at my side, old friend. You see the cracks before they turn into breaks. For a moment, their eyes met, the years between them, the countless miles, the gunfights, the heists, the betrayals, all hanging in the silence. Dutch gave Hosea's shoulder a gentle squeeze. We should bring Micah home, he said quietly. Give him a proper burial. Not one of those butchered civilized affairs. Something real. Something ours. Hosea gave a resigned nod. All right, Dutch. We'll do it your way. He knew better than to argue now. Some things you couldn't pry loose, not even from Dutch. As they stepped out of the tent, the last traces of sunlight had disappeared, leaving only the firelight and lantern glow around camp. People cast glances their way, watching but pretending not to, curiosity burning in every face. Arthur stood by the fire, Caleb beside him, both falling quiet as Dutch and Hosea approached. We'll ride at first light, Dutch announced, his voice firm again, the mask of command sliding neatly back into place. Arthur, Caleb, I want you two with me. Javier, Charles, you'll come too. We'll ride quiet, no banners, no noise. We bring Micah back and we put him on the ground. Proper. Arthur's jaw tightened slightly, but he gave a small nod. Caleb stood beside Arthur with leisure, and simply said, understood Dutch. The gang settled again, but the tension didn't truly leave. They all knew that this wasn't the end of anything. If anything, it was just another stone added to the pile they were already carrying uphill. Morning came cold and pale. The small group rode out just as the sun cracked the horizon. Dutch led, his coat flaring behind him, Hosea at his side. Arthur rode quietly, his hat pulled low, and Caleb followed, eyes sharp, every sense alert. Behind them, Charles and Javier brought up the rear. Caleb kept his expression neutral, but his grip on the reins was tighter than usual. He didn't want to be here. Not for Micah. The man had been nothing but trouble. Reckless, cruel, and a liability to the gang. But Dutch had made his decision, and no one, not even Hosea, could sway him now. As they rode, Caleb turned the situation over in his mind. If they were going to do this, they needed to do it smart. Dutch, Caleb spoke up, keeping his voice steady. Arthur and I were in Strawberry just yesterday. If we ride in again today, especially after what happened, it's gonna draw eyes. Might be better if we stay outside, keep watch. That way, if things go south, we can cover your retreat. Dutch glanced at him, his sharp eyes assessing. After a moment, he nodded. Smart thinking, son. You're right, no need to push our luck. Hosea, riding beside Dutch, gave Caleb a knowing look. Practical. I like it. Arthur, who had been silent for most of the ride, exhaled through his nose. Makes sense. Less chance of the law recognizing us twice in 2 days. Dutch clapped Caleb on the shoulder. See? This is why I keep you around. You think ahead. Caleb forced a small smile, though the praise sat uneasily with him. He wasn't doing this for Micah. He was doing it for the gang, for Arthur, for Hosea, even for Dutch, despite the man's stubbornness. When they reached the outskirts of Strawberry, the town was already stirring. Smoke curled from chimneys, and the distant murmur of voices carried on the wind. The law would still be on high alert after Micah's murder, and the last thing they needed was another shootout. Dutch turned to the group, his voice low. Javier, Charles, you're with me and Hosea. We'll slip in quiet, grab Micah's body, and get out. No fuss. Javier gave a curt nod, his hand resting near his revolver. Charles, silent, simply adjusted his bow, his sharp eyes scanning the town ahead. Arthur and Caleb dismounted near the tree line, pulling their bandanas up over their faces. Caleb checked his revolver, then his repeater, ensuring both were loaded and ready. "Keep sharp," Arthur muttered, crouching behind a thick oak. "If this goes bad, we'll need to move fast." Caleb nodded, settling into position. His heart pounded, but his hands were steady. He'd been in enough tight spots by now to know how to handle the rush of adrenaline. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 7 out of 10. Charm, 5 out of 10. Luck, 6 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Deadeye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Money, $731.61. Bank, $40, 2 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. Chapter 73, 71. Trouble from taking the corpse. Arthur and Caleb dismounted near the tree line, pulling their bandanas up over their faces. Caleb checked his revolver, then his repeater, ensuring both were loaded and ready. "Keep sharp," Arthur muttered, crouching behind a thick oak. "If this goes bad, we'll need to move fast." Caleb nodded, settling into position. His heart pounded, but his hands were steady. He'd been in enough tight spots by now to know how to handle the rush of adrenaline. Dutch, Hosea, Javier, and Charles ride their horse like they were tourists through the road of Strawberry, passing through the gallows and sheriff's office, circling around Strawberry first to truly look like tourists. They could see that the town was still tense, deputies patrolling with rifles in hand, their eyes scanning every stranger with suspicion. Hosea led the way, his expression that of a harmless old man. He got down from his horse and struck up a conversation with townsfolk, trying to dig some sort of information from him while Dutch and the others rode toward the sheriff's office. The sheriff's office was still cordoned off, a deputy standing guard outside. Micah's body had been moved to the undertaker's, but the law wasn't taking any chances. Javier and Charles flanked the building, watching for any sign of trouble. Dutch, ever the showman, adjusted his coat and strode toward the deputy with an air of authority. "Excuse me, son," Dutch said smoothly. "I'm looking for an associate of mine. Heard there was some trouble here yesterday." The deputy eyed him warily. "Who are you, mister?" Dutch chuckled. No. Just a concerned citizen. My associate was in custody when he passed, and I was hoping to arrange for his proper burial." The deputy hesitated. "You mean Micah Bell?" Dutch's expression darkened just slightly. "That's the one." The deputy sighed. "Ain't no one claimed him yet. The body's at the undertaker's. But you'll need to speak with the sheriff first." Dutch smiled, but there was no warmth in it. "Of course." Meanwhile, Caleb shifted his weight, the leaves rustling softly beneath his boots. He scanned the tree line opposite them, his eagle-eye skill allowing him to pick out the slightest movements, the unnatural stillness of a hidden observer. Nothing. Yet. Arthur, leaning against a thick oak, was equally watchful, his gaze sweeping across the open road and the buildings in the distance. "Think they'll run into trouble?" Caleb finally murmured, breaking the silence. Arthur shrugged, his eyes never leaving the road. "Hard to say. With Dutch talkin'. Always a chance. The image of Micah's lifeless body, falling backward onto the ground of the prison, flashed through Caleb's mind. A violent end to a violent man. He felt no remorse, only a pragmatic understanding of the complications it had now created for them. Another long stretch of silence. The sun climbed higher in the sky, casting dappled shadows through the leaves. Caleb checked his pocket watch. Almost an hour had passed since Dutch and the others had entered Strawberry. The longer they were inside, the greater the risk. Suddenly, a faint but distinct sound reached their ears, the unmistakable crack of a gunshot, followed by another, and then a rapid succession of fire. "Damn it," Arthur hissed, pushing himself off the tree. "Something's gone wrong." Caleb's heart pounded in his chest. He gripped his Lancaster repeater tighter, his senses on full alert. "Ready?" "Born ready," Arthur replied, his carbine repeater already drawn. They moved swiftly and silently through the trees, positioning themselves at the edge of the tree-line, overlooking the northern road into Strawberry. They could now hear shouting from within the town, the frantic barking of dogs, and the continued exchange of gunfire, though it sounded further in. Then, they saw them. Dutch, Hosea, Javier, and Charles burst out of Strawberry on their horses, riding hard, their faces grim. On the back of Charles's horse was a body, which Caleb and Arthur it was Micah's body which at least they managed to retrieve. They were being pursued by several mounted lawmen, their shouts echoing in the morning air. "Cover them!" Arthur yelled, dropping to one knee and leveling his repeater. Caleb did the same, sighting down the barrel of his Lancaster. He picked out the lead rider, a burly man with a shotgun, and squeezed the trigger. The repeater bucked against his shoulder, and the lawman grunted, clutching his chest before tumbling from his horse. Arthur fired in quick succession, his shots finding their mark. One of the pursuing horses reared in pain, throwing its rider. The remaining lawmen hesitated for a crucial moment, giving Dutch and his group a precious few seconds to gain distance. "Fall back!" Dutch roared, glancing over his shoulder. "Get to the rendezvous point." Caleb and Arthur continued to lay down covering fire as they retreated deeper into the trees, keeping pace with their fleeing companions. The lawmen, though initially aggressive, were now more cautious, and wary of the unseen shooters in the woods. They whistled for their horses, then them mounting swiftly. "Rendezvous is the old cabin west of here," Arthur told to Caleb as they spurred their horses through the dense undergrowth. The ride was a chaotic blur of trees and branches, the sounds of pursuit fading behind them. They eventually reached the dilapidated old cabin, a crumbling stone structure partially hidden by overgrown vegetation. Dutch, Hosea, Javier, and Charles were already there, their horses heaving. "You two are here good. I didn't expect the law in Strawberry to be so many for such a small town," Hosea said grimly, as he helped Charles ensure Micah's body which was wrapped in a cloth tied tightly. "Damn fools must have had more guards than we expected," Dutch growled, his face a mask of fury. "Did you two see how many?" "At least 5 or 6 came after you," Arthur replied, reloading his rifle. "Probably more still in town." "Thanks to you two, we got out of there," Javier said, nodding his head in gratitude towards Caleb and Arthur. "We need to move," Hosea said urgently, his voice strained as he finished ensuring Micah's body was covered and Charles put the body back on the horse. "They'll be tracking us." "Agreed," Dutch said, his eyes hardening. "We head back to camp, best if we split up. Hosea, Javier, you two follow me, we will head south to Riggs Station and cross the Dakota River. Arthur, Caleb, Charles, you 3 return back to camp through Cumberland Falls." Everyone nodded in acknowledgement of Dutch's order. Without further words, the 6 of them split into the 2 groups as assigned. Caleb spurred Morgan into motion, riding at the forefront with Charles beside him and Arthur bringing up the rear. The cool morning air rushed past their faces as they galloped northeast, following the rough road toward Wallace Station. The rhythmic drumming of hooves on dirt filled the air, punctuated now and then by the call of a hawk circling high above. They passed the outskirts of Wallace Station without slowing, the small cluster of buildings and telegraph lines a blur in their periphery. The station hands and people there barely gave them a glance. Riders on the road were hardly an uncommon sight. Beyond Wallace Station, they veered toward Cumberland Falls, aiming to cross the Dakota River at the shallows. The tension was palpable, though none of them spoke at first. Finally, from the back of the group, Arthur raised his voice just enough to carry over the thundering hooves. "Charles! What the hell happened back there? Why'd it all go to hell and turn into a goddamn shootout?" Charles glanced sideways at Caleb before glancing back over his shoulder toward Arthur. "I don't know for sure," he called back. "Javier and I were covering Dutch outside of the sheriff's office. Dutch was talking to a deputy outside, then went in. We waited, kept an eye on the street, and then we heard the shots." Arthur frowned. "Shots? Inside the office?" Charles nodded grimly. "Yeah. When we busted in, Dutch had already shot the sheriff and that same deputy he was just talking with. Hosea came running up by then. Dutch grabbed us, and said we were talking Micah's body and getting the hell out. We didn't have time to argue." Caleb tightened his grip on the reins, his brows furrowing beneath his bandana. He hadn't expected that, not from Dutch, not yet. He'd always imagined that without Micah's poisonous influence, Dutch might have stayed sharp, careful, and controlled. But here he was, already tipping over the edge, already losing patience, already making violent, reckless calls for the sake of ego or loyalty, he didn't know. Arthur muttered under his breath, "I can't believe Dutch would go that far. Not without that bastard Micah whispering in his ear like in the ferry at Blackwater." Charles shrugged slightly in the saddle. "You can ask Javier when we get back. But I saw it myself. Dutch shoot both men and from the looks of it didn't hesitate. As the guns of the sheriff and deputy were still holstered. Up front, Caleb spoke up, his voice level but laced with unease. "Charles is right. We can sort this all out back at camp, but right now, I'd rather we get there fast. The sooner we're back, the sooner we're rid of the stink of Micah's rot-tin corpse." His nose wrinkled slightly under his bandana. Even wrapped and tied, the smell of decay had begun to seep into the air, riding the breeze toward them. Arthur gave a grunted acknowledgement. "Fair enough." And so, the rest of the ride stretched out in silence, the only sounds the soft jingle of tack, the occasional snort from the horses, and the muffled splash when they crossed the shallow bend of the Dakota River at Cumberland Falls. The spray of the falls misted them lightly as they passed, but none of them spoke, each man caught in his own thoughts. For Caleb, the quiet ride was anything but peaceful. His mind turned over what Charles had said, what he'd witnessed, and what it all meant. Could it be that Dutch's descent into paranoia, vanity, and violence had less to do with Micah than he'd believed? Was Dutch's own pride and craving for control the true rot at the gang's core, simply waiting for the right moment to surface? He recalled Micah's fawning, his constant praises and affirmations, the way he'd fed Dutch's ego like a master stoking a fire. Now that Micah was gone, perhaps Dutch wasn't unraveling because of grief or loyalty, but because there was no one left feeding that fire. Losing the one person who fed his worst instincts, was that making him worse, not better? Caleb's stomach twisted. If Dutch was already slipping, then the gang was in more danger than he'd thought. Arthur, riding quietly behind, seemed equally troubled. Caleb could almost feel the tension rolling off him in waves. Arthur had always believed, wanted to believe, that Dutch was fundamentally good, just misled. But maybe, Caleb thought grimly, Dutch was already walking that dark road without no one noticing as the outlaw life catching up on him, and Micah had only been the excuse. They reached Horseshoe Overlook by late afternoon, the sun dipping low and casting golden light across the camp. The familiar sight of the wagons, tents, and campfires brought a small measure of relief, but it was short-lived. The moment they dismounted, several gang members rushed over. Abigail, Tilly, and Marybeth stared wide-eyed at the cloth-covered body tied to Charles's horse. Uncle scratched his head, muttering under his breath, and even Pearson emerged from his chuckwagon, apron smeared with grease, peering curiously. "What the hell happened?" Bill barked, pushing through the gathering crowd. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 7 out of 10. Charm, 5 out of 10. Luck, 6 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Money, $731.61. Bank, $40, 2 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. Chapter 74, 72. Confirming the moment they dismounted, several gang members rushed over. Abigail, Tilly, and Marybeth stared wide-eyed at the cloth-covered body tied to Charles's horse. Uncle scratched his head, muttering under his breath, and even Pearson emerged from his chuckwagon, apron smeared with grease, peering curiously. What the hell happened? Bill barked, pushing through the gathering crowd. Where's Dutch? John asked. Arthur raised his voice sharply. Enough. Dutch'll be back soon with the others. We'll explain everything then. Charles carefully handed the reins to Caleb and began untying Micah's corpse. Caleb held Morgan steady, nose wrinkling at the worsening stench. The gang watched in tense silence as Charles and Arthur hauled the body down and dragged it toward the edge of camp, well away from the tents and wagons. I'll help dig the grave, Caleb volunteered, earning a brief, grateful nod from Charles. They set to work at the tree line, their shovels biting into the earth as the sun slipped lower. The sweat on Caleb's brow wasn't just from the labor, it was from the gnawing uncertainty curling in his gut. By the time Dutch, Hosea, and Javier rode into camp, the grave was ready. The gang assembled, faces shadowed by firelight and worry. Dutch dismounted with his usual flourish, sweeping his coat back to address the group with that old, familiar charisma. The moment Dutch lifted his arms, the flickering campfire casting long shadows across his face, the gang fell into an uneasy hush. Caleb shifted his weight, folding his arms across his chest as Arthur stood silent beside him, face grim and tight with suspicion. The grave yawned open at the edge of camp, Micah's body laid inside with rough respect, his presence gone but his stench lingering in the cool evening air. Dutch's voice rolled over them, warm and practiced. My fellow brothers, sisters. He swept his eyes across them, Abigail clutching Jack a little tighter with John beside them, Marybeth and Karen rubbing Tilly's arm, Sean and Lenny holding a repeater in his hand. Uncle swaying slightly with a bottle in hand, Susan put out her cigarette, Swanson faceplace and swaying, Strauss was silent, and Pearson watching from near the chuckwagon, arms crossed over his stained apron. Bill scowled down at the dirt, but his head lifted as Dutch's tone deepened, as if the words alone could bind him again. Today, we've suffered a great loss, Dutch continued, his voice honeyed with just enough sorrow to sound genuine. Micah was a complicated man. A faint scoff rippled through the camp, but Dutch kept talking. But he was one of us. He fought for us, bled for us, took risks when many wouldn't. And now, we lay him to rest. Arthur let out a breath through his nose, jaw ticking. Caleb felt the knot in his stomach tighten, not from grief, but from the bitter taste of a truth that Dutch wouldn't admit, and every word rang hollow to him. We mustn't let this loss shake our belief, do not let Micah's death shake your faith in me, in us. Dutch pressed on, stepping forward, his arms stretched wide like a preacher on Sunday. Now, more than ever, I need your faith. Your trust. I have a plan for us, all of us, and soon, this situation will turn much better. We'll come out of this stronger. Together. For a heartbeat, there was silence. Then, slowly, a few claps, Javier, Bill, then Pearson, then Mary Beth, Karen, and Tilly, hesitant but swayed. Abigail gave a tight, reluctant smile. Susan nodded firmly. Even Uncle managed a half-hearted cheer. Caleb watched it all with cold detachment. He'd seen it before when playing the game, how Dutch wrapped them up in his words, polished and smooth as river stones, until they forgot the cracks beneath and how slowly it wouldn't matter anymore as the crack was too big to ignore. Arthur's shoulders were stiff, his mouth pressed thin. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment, and Caleb knew that Arthur's doubt was no longer a flicker, it was a fire starting to burn. When the grave was filled and the last clumps of earth patted down, the gang drifted away in twos and threes. The night settled over camp with the smell of wood smoke, sweat, and the sharp bite of suspicion. But Arthur lingered. Javier, Arthur called out softly. Javier, halfway to his tent, paused, puzzled. Yeah, Arthur. Caleb and Charles didn't move, exchanging a quick glance but staying back. Arthur's voice was quiet, but edged with something sharp. Mind stayin' a minute? Got something I need to ask. Javier tilted his head, eyebrows knitting. Sure. What's on your mind? He walked back, arms swinging casually, but his eyes flicked between the three of them. Arthur crossed his arms, weighing his words. Back in town, when you and Charles went into the sheriff's office. Is it true, from the way it looks, Dutch was the one who shot first? At the sheriff. And the deputy. And that their gun was holstered. The question hung in the air like a blade. Javier blinked, glancing at Charles, who stood silent, arms folded. Yeah, Javier admitted, scratching his jaw. From how it looks, Dutch shot first. Arthur's jaw tightened. Caleb saw his fingers flex, then curl into fists at his side. But, Javier added quickly, I think there's more to it. You know Dutch, he wouldn't just draw like that. No, I think they goaded him. Mocked him. Mocked Micah's death. You know how Dutch gets when someone disrespects him. Disrespects the gang. Arthur exhaled slowly, the weight of the words pressing down on him. Caleb could see it, the conflict tearing through him, with the seed of doubt that had been planted now took firm root, its tendrils reaching into the very core of his loyalty to Dutch. He wrestled internally as the loyalty, trust, and faith built over years warring against the creeping realization that Dutch wasn't the man he once believed in. Caleb stayed silent, watching. To him, Javier's words were the desperate reach of a man trying to patch the cracks in his world. He recognized the familiar pattern of denial, the desperate attempt to reconcile the Dutch he admired with the increasingly erratic and violent actions he had witnessed, something Caleb had seen in the game. Charles remained stone-faced, but Caleb caught the subtle shift in his eyes, the quiet calculation behind them. Charles was thinking. And unlike Javier, Charles had the will to face the truth when it came, and confront the uncomfortable realities in his face. After a heavy and long pause, Arthur finally nodded. All right. Thanks, Javier. I understand and, you may be right. Don't share this with anyone else. I talked to Hosea about this. Javier gave a half smile, half frown, then clapped Arthur lightly on the shoulder. Sure thing, hermano. You know where to find me. He drifted away into the night, whistling softly under his breath. As soon as he was out of earshot, Arthur let out a low sigh and rubbed his face. Charles spoke first, voice low. You don't believe him. Arthur shook his head, a tired chuckle escaping his throat. I don't know what I believe anymore. He looked at Caleb, eyes sharp. But you seem to have a pretty good read on all this. What do you think? Caleb met his gaze steadily. I think Javier's lying to himself. And you know it too. Arthur let the words hang between them. The fire crackled in the distance, voices rising and falling around camp as the others tried to forget the weight of the day. Charles stepped forward, folding his arms. "Dutch is acting strange, Arthur. Since Blackwater, I think we've all seen it. But we need to be smart about this. Hosea first. Then, we figure out what we do next." Arthur let out a rough laugh. "Ain't that the truth?" He scrubbed a hand through his hair. "All right. Get some rest, both of you. Tomorrow we talk to Hosea, asterisk." As the three of them drifted apart, Caleb's mind buzzed with 1,000 thoughts. He slipped back to his tent, Morgan already settled near the edge of camp, tied and content. Caleb's fingers itched to check his revolver, his rifle, his supplies. The night felt heavy, like the calm before a storm. Lying on his bedroll, staring up at the stars through the thin canvas, Caleb reflected on all he'd seen, on Dutch's speeches, Arthur's crumbling faith, and the path that lay ahead. He knew how it played out in the game, the betrayal, the heartbreak, the collapse of everything they'd built. But this time, it was different on how it plays out. And from now, how things play out could be very different to what he knew in the game. The fire crackled low outside, and the camp slowly fell into restless sleep. Caleb closed his eyes, fingers brushing the grip of his revolver, and let the darkness take him. The morning came fast, the pale light of dawn slipping through the thin canvas of Caleb's tent. The air was sharp with the chill of early morning, heavy with the mingled scents of dew, wood smoke, and horses. Caleb stirred as a rough hand shook his shoulder. "Come on, up," Arthur's voice rumbled low above him. Caleb blinked his eyes open, the blurry world sharpening into focus. Arthur stood over him, already dressed, his hat tilted low, a familiar grim line set into his mouth. With a grunt, Caleb sat up, stretching his arms over his head and rolling his shoulders until they popped. His muscles ached faintly from the tension of the night before, but the restless edge in his mind was sharper. Today was not going to be a quiet day. Arthur waited without impatience, watching as Caleb stood, stretched his back with a crack, and tugged on his boots. Together, without exchanging much more than a nod, they made their way across the waking camp. The sun was only beginning to crest the hills, casting golden light across the grass, making the dew shimmer like scattered diamonds. The camp was coming alive slowly, Pearson banging around the chuck wagon, Uncle snoring still under his hat, Abigail fussing with Jack near the fire, and Susan already wrangling Swanson into some form of decency. They saw Charles near her Strauss tent, stripped to his undershirt, methodically chopping logs for the campfire. Each strike of the axe was precise, clean, and efficient. A small stack of split wood sat to one side, neat and orderly, just like Charles. Arthur raised a hand. "Mornin', Charles." Charles paused mid-swing, looking up with a small, quiet smile. "Arthur." "Caleb." "Mornin', Dot." He set the axe down, wiped his hands on his trousers, and stepped toward them. "Time to talk to Hosea," Arthur murmured. Charles gave a short nod. "I'm ready." The three of them made their way across the camp, boots crunching over frost-hardened grass, toward the edge of the cliff where Hosea liked to sit in the mornings. Hosea was there, as expected, perched on a fallen log, a tin cup of coffee cradled in his hands, his sharp eyes watching the sun rise over the valley below. The faint lines of age around his eyes and mouth were softened by the quiet peace of the morning, but when he heard their approaching footsteps, he turned slightly, a small, knowing smile tugging at his lips. "Well, good morning to you boys," Hosea greeted, voice warm with the gravelly smoothness of someone who'd smoked for years but never quite let it slow him down. "Though judging by those long faces, I'm guessing this ain't just a friendly hello." Arthur, Charles, and Caleb exchanged glances. Arthur took a breath, stepped forward, and scratched at his jaw. "No, Hosea. There's something you ought to hear." Hosea raised an eyebrow, his cup halfway to his lips. "Oh. And what might that be?" Arthur exhaled through his nose, crossing his arms. "It's about yesterday. The shootout in Strawberry." At that, Hosea's hand paused. Then he took a slow sip before responding with his gaze sharpened, locking onto Arthur. Go on. Arthur laid it out, voice steady but edged with quiet frustration. When we split up at the old cabin, you went one way with Dutch, Javier, and Charles, me and Caleb went back toward camp. On the ride back, Charles told me something. Said from the looks of it Dutch shot first. Sheriff and deputy didn't even draw. And when I checked with Javier last night, he confirmed it, more or less. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 7 out of 10. Charm, 5 out of 10. Luck, 6 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Money, $731.61. Bank, $40, 2 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. Creators. Chapter 75, 73. Continue telling the plagiarized story. Arthur laid it out, voice steady but edged with quiet frustration. When we split up at the old cabin, you went one way with Dutch, Javier, and Charles, me and Caleb went back toward camp. On the ride back, Charles told me something. Said from the looks of it Dutch shot first. Sheriff and deputy didn't even draw. And when I checked with Javier last night, he confirmed it, more or less. A long, heavy silence fell. Hosea stared at Arthur, his expression frozen somewhere between surprise and dread. He slowly lowered the cup, resting it on a rock beside him. Charles, Hosea said quietly, turning his head. Is that true? Charles gave a firm, quiet nod. It's true, Hosea. I saw it myself. Dutch was the only one who had his gun drawn. The sheriff and deputy gun wasn't drawn. Hosea leaned back slightly, eyes narrowing as he exhaled long and slow. For a moment, the only sound was the wind rustling through the trees, the distant murmur of the camp, and the soft clink of Hosea's ring tapping against his cup. I didn't know, Hosea murmured at last, voice low, almost to himself. I was on the street, talking to folks, picking up news and gathering information about Micah's dead. When the shooting started, I ride to join Dutch and the boys, caught up halfway through as they were leaving the sheriff's office. On the ride back, Dutch and Javier didn't say a word about how it started. He ran a hand over his face, a flicker of weariness seeping into his posture. Damn it, Dutch. Arthur's jaw clenched. Javier tried to say they must have goaded him. That Dutch wouldn't just shoot like that. Hosea's lips thinned. And you don't believe that? It wasn't a question. Arthur shook his head. No. I don't. Arthur's face filled with frown, stepped closer. You think he's losing his grip, Hosea? You been with him longer than any of us, hell even before I was taken in by you two. Hosea gave a hollow chuckle, shaking his head. I don't know, Arthur. I've seen and heard Dutch talk himself out of more bad spots than I can count. But this feels different. Caleb watched Hosea carefully. He could see the weight settling on the older man's shoulders, the flicker of doubt stirring behind his eyes. Hosea was the glue that kept this gang from falling apart outright, but even glue cracked under enough strain. We need a plan, Hosea, Charles said quietly, arms folded across his chest. We can't ignore this. Not anymore. Not after Blackwater and now this. Hosea looked up sharply, his mouth tightening. No, we can't. He rose slowly to his feet, brushing dust from his coat. Arthur, Caleb, Charles, you three keep this to yourselves for now. Last thing we need is panic running through camp. Let me think on this. See how Dutch moves next. Arthur gave a short nod, though the tight line of his jaw didn't ease. Caleb caught the quick glance he flicked toward him, a silent agreement passing between them. All right, Hosea, Arthur murmured. But you know this can't stay quiet forever. The others will try to find out what happened sooner or later. I know, Hosea said softly, eyes on the horizon. Believe me, Arthur. I know. The three men drifted away after that, leaving Hosea to his thoughts. As they walked back toward camp, Caleb felt the restless knot in his stomach twist tighter. He'd seen this unraveling before in the game, Dutch's charm twisting into paranoia, Arthur's loyalty bending until it snapped, Hosea trying desperately to hold it all together until his death at St. Denis. But this wasn't the game. This was real. Back near the horses, Caleb paused, running a hand over Morgan's mane, feeling the warmth of the animal under his fingers. Arthur leaned against the hitching post, watching him thoughtfully. You all right, Caleb? Arthur asked, voice low. Caleb lifted his eyes, a faint smirk tugging at his mouth. I'm not the one I'm worried about. Arthur gave a rough laugh. Fair point. Charles approached, rolling his shoulders. I'm riding out later, he said. Doing some hunting. I saw a herd of bisons near the plains yesterday. We could get anything from them, I can show you two how to hunt one. It also helped clear our heads. Wanna come? Arthur nodded, pushing off the post. Good idea. Caleb, you in? Caleb hearing that gave a sharp nod, as it remembered him of Charles' companion activity from when he plays the game. Yeah. Count me in. Hearing that, Charles gave a satisfied nod, his arms folding across his broad chest as a faint smile flickered at the corners of his mouth. Good. Let me prepare several things. Meet me here at noon, we'll mount up and ride together toward the plains at Twin Stack Pass, west of camp. Caleb and Arthur both gave small nods, the weight of their conversation with Hosea still pressing on their shoulders, though the promise of a good hunt offered some welcome distraction. Caleb felt a faint tug in his chest, the tension of the morning, the anxiety curling in his gut over Dutch's unraveling decisions, all threatened to overwhelm him if he stayed too long in his own head. Charles turned, walking away with measured, purposeful steps, his silhouette soon swallowed by the gentle bustle of the camp. Arthur with that, his stomach evidently deciding breakfast took precedence over brooding. Arthur clapped Caleb on the shoulder. Don't be late. He strode off toward Pearson's stew pot near Pearson's wagon, drawn by the promise of hot stew and coffee. Caleb remained where he was, his fingers brushing gently over Morgan's mane, feeling the solid warmth of the horse beneath his palm, the quiet huff of her breath as she nudged his shoulder. It was in this moment of stillness that a soft, familiar voice called out behind him. Caleb. Turning, Caleb's gaze landed on Mary Beth. She approached with a notebook cradled in one hand and the delicate fountain pen Caleb had found for her clenched in the other. Her cheeks were faintly pink, a small smile tugging at her lips as she came closer. The sunlight filtering through the trees caught in her hair, turning the golden strands into something almost ethereal. The faint pink in her cheeks made his pulse skip. For a moment, Caleb found himself staring. His chest tightened unexpectedly. Good morning, Mary Beth, he greeted, his voice softening without conscious thought. Anything I can do for you? Mary Beth's fingers tightened slightly around her notebook. She shifted her weight from foot to foot, the shyness in her posture endearing rather than awkward. Well, since you're free right now, I was wondering. She bit her lower lip briefly, eyes glimmering with quiet excitement. Could we maybe continue the story? About Harry Potter? You left off at the Quidditch match, when Harry caught the snitch with his mouth. Caleb's heart gave a small, almost embarrassing flip. The anticipation shining in her eyes, the way she leaned forward just slightly, notebook clutched like a lifeline, it stirred something inside him. Something warm. Something dangerous. Something real. A grin tugged at his mouth despite himself. Yeah, of course. We can pick up right where we left off. He tilted his head slightly. You planning to continue write it all down? Help me tell it to Jack and the others. Mary Beth nodded quickly, the movement sending a loose strand of hair slipping across her cheek. I thought it'd be nice. You tell it so well, Caleb. Caleb felt heat creep up his own neck, coughing lightly into his fist. Well, lucky for me, I've got a good memory. Together, they walked toward one of the logs near the scout campfire, tucked at the back of the wagons where the ladies' tents formed a kind of protective semicircle. The smell of food cooking, the soft laughter of Tilly and Karen in the distance, the low murmur of Abigail scolding Jack over something or other, all of it wove together into the familiar tapestry of camp life. They settled on the log, close but not quite touching. Caleb began to narrate, his voice slipping into an easy rhythm as he described the next part of Harry's journey, Harry's triumph at the Quidditch match, Hermione's cleverness with the Devil's Snare, Ron's chess mastery, and the mystery of the Sorcerer's Stone. Mary Beth wrote with swift, sure strokes, occasionally glancing up with wide, delighted eyes. Time melted away. Caleb didn't know how long they'd been sitting there, but at some point, Mary Beth's knee brushed against his, and neither of them pulled away. She was leaning in now, caught up in the excitement of the story, her pen scratching furiously against the page. And then, Caleb murmured, lowering his voice slightly for effect, Harry, Ron, and Hermione realized the only way forward is to go through the trapdoor. Mary Beth gave a quiet gasp, her hand darting to flip a page in her notebook. In her enthusiasm, she tipped too far forward, the log shifting slightly beneath her. She let out a soft, startled sound as her balance faltered. Without thinking, Caleb reached out, his hand closing gently around her wrist to steady her. The world seemed to narrow for a heartbeat. Mary Beth froze, her breath catching. Her fingers relaxed slightly under his touch, her wide eyes lifting to meet his. There was a faint flush creeping up her throat now, a tremor of something unspoken hovering in the air between them. Caleb's own heart was pounding, his fingers tightening just slightly before he forced himself to let go, retreating as if burned. Sorry, Mary Beth whispered, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Caleb gave a small, sheepish smile, rubbing at the back of his neck. No, it's all right. Didn't want you tumbling into the fire. For a moment, neither of them spoke, the soft sounds of camp life filling the space between them like a delicate thread. And then. Caleb. You ready? Charles's voice cut cleanly through the stillness, snapping the moment in half like a twig underfoot. Caleb turned, exhaling as he spotted Charles striding toward him, rifle slung over his shoulder. Behind him, Arthur waited by the horses, Morgan stamping a hoof against the dirt. Yeah, Caleb called back, pushing up from the log. His gaze flicked once more to Mary Beth, who offered him a shy, lingering smile. Caleb shoot Mary Beth an apologetic glance. I'll, see you later, Mary Beth. She nodded, closing her notebook carefully against her chest. Be careful. We'll continue sometime soon. Count on it, Caleb promised. Caleb turned, forcing his feet to carry him toward the horses, feeling a strange lightness and tightness battling inside his chest. As he approached, Charles gave him a knowing glance but didn't comment. Arthur just smirked faintly as he mounted up, giving Morgan's reins a tug. Got yourself an admirer, huh, Caleb? Arthur drawled, eyebrow quirked. Oh, shut up, Arthur, Caleb muttered, though the corner of his mouth twitched despite himself. Together, the three men rode west, the sun climbing higher in the sky, the trees thinning out as the landscape opened into the wide, rolling plains of Twin Stack Pass. The wind picked up, tugging at coats and hats, carrying the faint scent of grass and earth and distant water as they reached there. Charles led Caleb and Arthur off the main road to the left, guiding their horses onto a narrow game trail that snaked through the edge of the trees. The morning sun hung just past its zenith now, casting long shafts of golden light through the canopy. The crisp air smelled of pine and distant water, and the faint creak of saddles and soft clop of hooves were the only sounds as they ascended a gradual hill. When they reached the top, the trees gave way to a breathtaking expanse of open plains. Twin Stack Pass stretched out before them, a vast sweep of grassland dotted with low shrubs, its namesake stone spires jutting out of the earth like the jagged fingers of some ancient giant. And there, grazing calmly in the distance, was a small herd of bison. Charles pulled his horse to a halt, raising a hand. "Look over there," he murmured, his voice carrying just enough over the wind. He gestured with a nod of his head. "You see them all? Incredible creatures, aren't they?" Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 7 out of 10. Charm, 5 out of 10. Luck, 6 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Money, $731.61. Bank, $40, 2 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. Chapter 76, 74. The Companion Quest of Charles. And there, grazing calmly in the distance, was a small herd of bison. Charles pulled his horse to a halt, raising a hand. "Look over there," he murmured, his voice carrying just enough over the wind. He gestured with a nod of his head. "You see them all? Incredible creatures, aren't they?" Caleb felt his breath hitch slightly at the sight. The bison were massive, dark, hulking shapes moving slowly through the grass, their coats shaggy and thick, heads low as they grazed. There was something timeless in their presence, something that reached down into the bone. Charles turned slightly in his saddle, his dark eyes flicking between Caleb and Arthur. "We should only kill one of them. I'll keep them ringed in and see if the two of you can bring one down. Keep it clean, okay?" Arthur gave a small nod, his usual smirk replaced with a flicker of quiet respect. "Okay." Caleb felt the familiar weight of his Springfield rifle across his back, and his fingers twitched with a mix of anticipation and steady focus. He drew in a slow breath, exhaling through his nose. "Okay," he echoed, his voice low. Without another word, the 3 men nudged their horses forward, riding down the slope toward the herd. As they approached, Charles peeled off to the right, his horse cutting a wide arc through the grass to corral the bison, guiding their movement without spooking them into a stampede. Caleb and Arthur eased to the left, moving in tandem. Caleb's pulse quickened as they drew closer, the heavy smell of the animals reaching them on the wind. His eyes darted across the herd, picking out a large bull slightly on the fringe, its thick horns curving like a crown above its massive head. "That one," Arthur murmured, pointing with his chin. Caleb nodded, sliding smoothly from his saddle. He dropped into a crouch, steadying his rifle against his shoulder, the polished wood cool beneath his cheek. His breath slowed as he lined up the shot, sighting just behind the bull's broad forehead. One squeeze of the trigger. The shot cracked through the air, the bison jolted, bellowing in surprise. Caleb stayed steady, racking the bolt, firing again, and again. 3 sharp reports rang out, and the bull shuddered before crashing heavily to the ground, kicking up a plume of dust as its legs gave out. Arthur gave a low whistle, easing his horse closer. "Well, you don't waste time, do you?" Caleb exhaled slowly, rising to his feet as Charles rode up from the far side, his horse tossing its head. A faint smile curved at the edge of Charles's mouth. "Well done," Charles said simply, glancing down at the massive animal sprawled in the grass. "All right, skin and butcher it. Take the horns too, Caleb. It all can be used." Caleb nodded, already moving to sling his rifle across his back as he pulled his knife free from its sheath. The bison's massive body radiated warmth, and for a moment, Caleb just knelt beside it, laying a hand against the coarse hide. There was a pang in his chest, a small flicker of sorrow, but also gratitude. He murmured something under his breath, a quiet thanks, before setting to work. The knife bit into the thick hide, peeling it back with practiced care. Arthur joined in, helping to turn the carcass while Charles dismounted, pulling out a small hatchet to help sever bone and joint. The horns were sawed free carefully, wrapped in a cloth for Caleb to carry. By the time they were done, sweat clung to Caleb's brow, and the metallic tang of blood lingered on his fingers despite his best efforts to wipe them clean. Charles stretched, rolling his shoulders with a faint grunt. "That should feed the camp for a while," he said with quiet satisfaction. "Good work, both of you." Arthur let out a short laugh, clapping Caleb lightly on the back. "Not bad for a morning, huh?" Caleb gave a small smile, though his mind was half elsewhere, the weight of Dutch's unraveling, the uncertainty threading through camp, the way Mary Beth's smile had lingered in his mind longer than he cared to admit. But here, in this moment, there was a kind of simplicity he could hold on to. The work, the hunt, the quiet camaraderie, it steadied something inside him. They loaded the meat and hide onto their horses, dividing the weight evenly before mounting up again. Charles pulled gently on his reins, slowing his horse as they reached a gentle rise in the landscape. He turned in his saddle, glancing back at Caleb and Arthur with a subtle nod. "Okay, let's go over here," he said, his voice calm but edged with a note of purpose. Caleb felt a flicker of familiarity curl in his chest, a memory from the game rising unbidden to the front of his mind. He knew exactly where this conversation was headed. He shifted slightly in his saddle, adjusting his grip on the reins, watching as Arthur rode up alongside Charles. "Where are we going?" Arthur asked, his voice curious but light, the wind tugging at the brim of his hat. Charles glanced ahead, his dark eyes narrowing slightly as he tilted his head toward the horizon. "I thought I saw some scavenger birds in that direction," he said, his tone tightening just a touch. "Just wanted to see what attracted them." Without waiting for a reply, Charles gave his horse a gentle nudge and rode ahead at a steady trot. Caleb and Arthur exchanged a brief glance before following, their horses' hooves thudding softly against the grass and dirt as they moved across the wide, open plain. The land stretched out around them, an endless sea of gold and green, the grass whispering in the wind. As they crested a gentle rise, the sharp cawing of birds reached their ears, dark shapes wheeling in the sky, circling lower over something half hidden in the tall grass. When they drew closer, Caleb felt his stomach tighten. The scavenger birds, ravens and vultures, flapped and shrieked over the carcasses of 3 bison, their bloated bodies half decayed, flies buzzing thick in the air. Their hides torn open, rotting in the sun, the stench hit them next, a sour, rotting tang that made Caleb instinctively draw his scarf up over his nose. Charles reined in, his posture stiffening. His voice came low, a grim undercurrent running through it. "No, look. Bison. Shot and left for dead, it looks like." Arthur pulled up beside Charles, his brows furrowed, a frown creasing his face. "Why would someone do that?" Caleb brought Morgan to a halt on the left side of Charles, his own breath catching slightly as his eyes swept over the scene. It was worse than he remembered from the game. The bison were grotesque in death, their great hulking forms slumped in the grass, eyes glazed and skin pulling tight over ribs. Flies clouded in black clouds over open wounds, and a pang of pity twisted in Caleb's chest. Charles turned his head, scanning the ground. "I don't know," he murmured. His gaze sharpened as he pointed. "But I see horse tracks heading in this direction. I say we follow them." Caleb gave a small nod, his voice quiet but resolute. "All right, Charles. Lead the way." Without another word, Charles guided his horse forward, following the faint tracks through the grass. Caleb and Arthur fell in behind him, the three of them riding in measured silence as the plains gave way to a narrow dirt road flanked by two massive stone hills on either side. The rocks loomed high, casting long shadows over the trail, and Caleb felt the landscape press in around them, the stillness deepening. As they rode, Arthur broke the quiet, his voice thoughtful. "Could it be an animal that killed those 3 bison?" Charles shook his head slightly, eyes on the trail ahead. "No," he said firmly. "They'd just been shot. I just don't know why anyone would leave them to rot like that." Caleb rode in silence, his mind flickering between the familiar and the unfamiliar, the game he'd once known and the flesh and blood reality around him now. The weight of the rifle across his back, the heat of Morgan's body beneath him, the scent of dust and grass and decay, it was all vivid in a way the screen had never captured. Charles's sharp intake of breath snapped Caleb back to the present. The man pointed abruptly to a small hill off to the right, his voice edged with surprise and a hint of restrained anger. "Look! Another dead bison, on the hill to the right. Come on." Without hesitation, the three of them angled their horses and rode up the incline, the grass flattening beneath hooves as they crested the hill. There, sprawled just beyond the rise, lay another bison, its body fresh, blood still dark and tacky around the entry wounds. "Shot and left for dead again," Charles murmured, dismounting swiftly. His jaw tightened, and Caleb saw the flicker of frustration in his eyes. Arthur had dismounted as well, his sharp gaze sweeping the area. His boot kicked lightly at the dirt, eyes narrowing as he crouched beside a small circle of blackened stones. "There's a camp over here," he called. "I'm going to take a look." Caleb slid off Morgan, his boots landing softly in the grass. "I'll join you, Arthur," he said, already striding toward the old campfire. The camp was barely more than ashes now, the embers long gone cold. Caleb crouched beside Arthur, his fingers brushing lightly over the ground, the remnants of a meal, the faint imprint of boots, a few spent cartridges half buried in the dirt. "Whoever it was," Arthur muttered, "they weren't here long. Logs haven't got cold yet." He glanced up at Caleb, his blue eyes thoughtful. "Maybe half's a day since they left." Caleb listened to Arthur's assessment, absorbing the details. He didn't possess the same honed skills of observation, the ingrained knowledge of the land that Arthur and Charles seemed to carry within them. He felt a pang of longing, a desire to learn these arts, to read the subtle language of the wilderness as fluently as they did. Perhaps, by paying close attention, by watching and listening, some of their expertise would rub off on him. Tracking, he mused, would be an invaluable skill. Arthur and Caleb rose and walked back towards their horses, joining Charles near where he stood, his gaze still fixed on the dead bison. "Camp's not too old," Arthur reported, swinging himself back into his saddle. "Maybe half a day since they left." Charles nodded, his expression grim. "This bison's been dead about the same amount of time." He looked from Arthur to Caleb, his dark eyes narrowed in thought. "They could still be in the area. Let's get up higher, see if we spot anything." With a shared understanding, the three men urged their horses further up the hill. "This way," Charles directed, guiding his mount towards the crest. "We should have a good view from up here." Reaching the summit, they reined in their horses, their gazes sweeping across the vast expanse of the landscape. The wind whipped gently at their hats, carrying the distant scent of pine and damp earth. "See anything?" Charles asked, his voice low, scanning the horizon. Caleb's gaze immediately drifted north. The memory from his past life, the countless hours spent navigating this virtual world, flickered in his mind. He recalled Charles's observation, the telltale sign of smoke on the northern horizon. And sure enough, there it was, a thin column of gray smoke rising lazily into the clear blue sky. "Arthur, Charles," Caleb said, pointing. "Look there to the north. There's smoke. There could be another camp." Arthur's head snapped in the direction Caleb indicated, his eyes narrowing as he followed the line of Caleb's outstretched arm. "You're right," he murmured, a hint of urgency entering his voice. "Let's go check it out." Without hesitation, the three men wheeled their horses around and spurred them into a trot, heading north across the rolling terrain towards the distant plume of smoke. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 7 out of 10. Charm, 5 out of 10. Luck, 6 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Money, $731.61. Bank, $40, 2 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. Chapter 77, 75. Letting the man go. Arthur's head snapped in the direction Caleb indicated, his eyes narrowing as he followed the line of Caleb's outstretched arm. "You're right," he murmured, a hint of urgency entering his voice. "Let's go check it out." Without hesitation, the three men wheeled their horses around and spurred them into a trot, heading north across the rolling terrain toward the distant plume of smoke. As they rode across the plains, the warm afternoon sun beat down on their backs, glinting off their saddles and tack. The air was dry and filled with the faint scent of grass and dust, mingled now with the acrid, unmistakable scent of smoke drifting from the north. Caleb, his sharp eyes locked on the distant plume, felt his heart quicken, not just from the impending confrontation, but from the rush of life in this brutal world that had become his new home. Charles, who was riding slightly ahead on his sturdy horse, turned his head slightly and called back over the rhythmic thudding of hooves, his voice raised so they could hear, "Bastards, just killing for fun." Arthur, gripping his reins with a practiced ease, gave a grunt and called back, "You think we can talk, Charles?" Charles shot a look over his shoulder, a flicker of frustration in his eyes. "I didn't kill for fun," he said firmly. "I kill when I need to." Caleb, riding on Arthur's right, nodded and added in his own voice, calm but edged with steel, "Yeah. I also don't kill for fun. I kill people who deserve it, and also to survive. And until now, I've never killed innocent people." Arthur snorted softly, his lips pulling into a wry, knowing smile as he turned his head briefly toward Caleb. "Yeah, sure, Caleb. I also kill to survive, and those who deserve it. But we can't know for sure if they deserve it or not sometimes. But we kill anyway." Caleb just smiled faintly, a warmth spreading through his chest, not from Arthur's words, but from the quiet satisfaction of knowing his own truth. In his old world, before this strange and impossible transmigration into the world of Red Dead Redemption 2, he'd never even been in a real fight, let alone taken a life. Here, though, here was different. And every man he'd put in the dirt so far had been a bandit, a killer, an outlaw whose crimes he knew, both from the game and from the word of locals. It didn't make it easy, but it made it bearable. They rode in companionable silence after that, the mood heavy, as the three figures moved across the rolling plain, weaving between low rocky hills and stretches of tall grass. The smoke was closer now, dark and thick, and the scent of burnt hide mixed with the metallic stench of death hit their nostrils. Suddenly, Charles raised himself slightly in his saddle, eyes narrowing. He pointed ahead, urgency cracking his voice. "Look! More dead bison, it has to be them. Come on." Without waiting, Charles spurred his horse forward, leaving Arthur and Caleb scrambling to match his pace. "Wait up!" Arthur shouted, his voice half annoyed, half laughing, as he and Caleb urged their horses to gallop, hooves pounding over hard-packed earth. They raced across the ground, the wind whipping at their clothes and hair, past two more carcasses, massive bison lying crumpled and lifeless, their dark eyes wide and empty, flies already buzzing thick in the air. Caleb grimaced as they passed, the pit of his stomach tightening at the waist. Bison were majestic creatures, and their slaughter like this felt like a senseless wound on the land. Turning slightly right, they ascended a small hill. Rocks jutted from the earth on their right, casting sharp shadows in the fading afternoon sun. As they reached the top, the scene below came into view, a crude camp, a small fire crackling at its center, with two men seated nearby, their rifles resting lazily across their knees. Charles was the first to swing down from his saddle, his boots hitting the ground with a soft thud. Without hesitation, he strode forward, tension radiating from his tall frame. Arthur followed next, then Caleb, his fingers twitching near his holster, the weight of his revolver a familiar reassurance at his side. As they approached, Charles's voice cut through the still air, sharp and demanding. "Did you fools the one shoot those bison?" One of the men, sitting on the left with a scraggly beard and narrow eyes, looked up with an annoyed sneer. "What's your problem?" Charles's voice rose slightly, his frustration evident. "I said, did you fools the one shoot those bison?" The man on the right stood abruptly, knocking over a tin cup near the fire. His face was hard and sunburnt, and his eyes glinted with the cold arrogance of a man used to taking what he wanted. "Calm down, you black or red bastard, whatever the fuck you are," he said, his lip curling. His companion, emboldened, rose as well. Charles took a step closer, his voice now hard and edged with barely contained fury. "Did you shoot them?" The man on the right smirked. "Yes, we did. We shoot them like we'll shoot you and your friends too if you don't get the hell out of here." The other man snickered, his hand drifting a little too close to his rifle. "What's it to you, huh? What's your business if we shot those bison?" For a heartbeat, the world held still, the crackling of the fire, the buzz of flies, the quiet creak of leather as Arthur shifted on his feet. Then, with a speed and finality that shocked even the two hardened outlaws, Charles drew his sawed-off shotgun and fired. The blast echoed across the plain like a thunderclap. The man on the right's head erupted in a spray of red, his body crumpling to the ground in a lifeless heap, blood and what's inside of the man's head pooling into the dry dirt. "Is that business of mine?" Charles roared, his voice reverberating with righteous anger. Arthur jerked slightly, his brows shooting up in surprise, while the remaining outlaw stumbled backward, his hands raised in a desperate, trembling plea. "Good God, you're crazy. Look, I got a family. So please, don't shoot me." Caleb wasn't surprised, not really. He'd seen Charles angry in the game before, but seeing it here, in flesh and blood, was something entirely different. There was a ferocity to Charles in person, a storm that could break loose in an instant, and Caleb felt a shiver pass down his spine. Arthur raised a hand slightly, his voice measured. "Charles, that's enough. Stand back, let me get some answers for you." Caleb stepped forward, his eyes cold as winter ice, stopping Arthur from approaching the man. "Wait, Arthur. Let me be the one to do it, I haven't done much to help anyway." Hearing that, Arthur slowly nodded his head and took a step back, his hand falling away from his holster. His eyes lingered on Caleb for a moment, gauging the younger man with an unreadable look before he gave a slight nod, as if silently giving his blessing. "All right, Caleb," Arthur murmured, "he's yours." Caleb stepped forward deliberately, boots crunching over the dry dirt. His face was calm, the kind of calm that came from a quiet, simmering determination rather than indifference. The trembling man's eyes widened as Caleb crouched in front of him, close enough that their breaths mixed in the warm air. With a slow, deliberate motion, Caleb drew his knife, a simple, sturdy hunting blade, and, without a word, pressed the cold steel against the man's crotch. "If you still want to have your manhood," Caleb said softly, his voice even and almost conversational, "you better answer me, mister. Why are you killing the bison and leaving them to rot?" The man's face twisted with panic, his mouth working soundlessly for a moment before he managed to choke out, I don't know what you're talking about." Caleb let out a low chuckle, shaking his head slightly, his eyes never leaving the man's. "Wrong answer." The knife moved. Not to the throat. Not to the chest. Instead, Caleb dragged it slowly, deliberately along the outlaw's thigh, just deep enough to break the skin and unleash a thin rivulet of blood. The man screamed, a high, panicked sound, jerking against the ground as if he could writhe away from the blade. Arthur winced slightly, crossing his arms as he stood back, watching. Charles, standing stiffly to Arthur's left, showed no such restraint, his eyes were hard, his jaw clenched, fists curled at his sides. Caleb stopped the knife, pressing it lightly against the man's leg. His voice remained calm, but there was an edge now, sharp as the blade itself. "Come on, mister. You better tell us truthfully. Because if you don't," he gave the knife a slight nudge, just enough to make the man flinch, "this blade's going somewhere a lot worse next." The man squeezed his eyes shut, his body trembling, a whimper escaping his throat. For a moment, it seemed like he might hold out. But then Caleb leaned just a little closer, and the pressure of the knife on the already bleeding thigh deepened. Another scream tore from the outlaw's throat. "All right. All right," he gasped, his words tumbling over one another in a desperate rush. It wasn't about the meat or the hides. It was to make it look like the Indians did it. That's all. Please, please, I swear." Charles let out a sharp, harsh sound, half growl, half curse, and took a step forward, his boots kicking up dust. "Kill the bastard, Caleb," he barked, his voice raw with fury. "Kill him." The man's eyes flew wide open, his face pale and streaked with sweat. "No. Please. Don't kill me," he wailed, his voice cracking, terror rising like a wave. "I got a family. Please, I'm begging you." Caleb remained crouched, breathing steadily. His fingers tightened around the handle of the knife, and for a long moment, he said nothing. The image of the man's family flashed through Caleb's mind unbidden, woman, maybe a couple of children, waiting somewhere, not knowing what their husband and father really did when he was away. Caleb's lips pressed into a thin line. He wanted to kill this man, God, he wanted to, for the bison, for the land, for Charles and all the people who would pay for this senseless act. But another part of him, a part shaped by memories from his old world, held him back. With a low exhale, Caleb rose to his feet, slipping the knife back into its sheath. "Get out of here," he said flatly. The man blinked up at him, confusion flickering through his terror. "What?" "I said, get out of here," Caleb repeated, his voice hardening. "Run. Don't look back. Please, don't shoot me, mister," the man stammered, scrambling backward on his hands and knees. I got a family." Arthur, watching from a few steps away, lifted a hand and gestured sharply toward the horizon. "Go on, get," he said, his voice rough but not unkind. "Before I change my mind." The man didn't need to be told again. He scrambled to his feet, nearly tripping over himself as he bolted, his footsteps kicking up a trail of dust as he vanished into the distance. Charles let out a disgusted huff, turning sharply toward Caleb and Arthur, his eyes flashing with frustration. "Why the hell did you let him go?" he demanded, voice rising. "You heard what he said. He was just killing for fun, which killed many families of my people. And you let him run?" Caleb met Charles's eyes evenly, his shoulders squared. I wanted to kill him, Caleb admitted, his voice low and calm. God knows I wanted to. But I kept thinking about the family he said he had. About the people who'd be left behind if I gutted him here and now. Sometimes. He drew in a breath, exhaling slowly. Sometimes revenge isn't the answer. Charles. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 7 out of 10. Charm, 5 out of 10. Luck, 6 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Money, $731.61. Bank, $40, 2 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. Chapter 78, 76. Bill broke another moment. Caleb met Charles's eyes evenly, his shoulders squared. I wanted to kill him, Caleb admitted, his voice low and calm. God knows I wanted to. But I kept thinking about the family he said he had. About the people who'd be left behind if I gutted him here and now. Sometimes. He drew in a breath, exhaling slowly. Sometimes revenge isn't the answer, Charles. Arthur, who'd been watching quietly, gave a small nod, a wry half-smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Maybe since we let him live, Arthur said, he'll go back and tell his friends what happens to poachers when they mess with the wrong people. Might save us some trouble down the line. Charles let out a sharp breath through his nose, shaking his head as if trying to dislodge his anger. I've seen enough of this, he muttered. I'm heading back to camp. Arthur clapped a hand lightly on Charles's shoulder. All right, you go on ahead. I'm gonna stick around, see if there's anything worth looting here. Might as well not let everything go to waste. Caleb glanced at Arthur, then at the scattered bison carcasses, the stench of rot thick in the air. He shook his head. I'll go with Charles. Don't want the meat I'm carrying to go bad. Arthur gave a casual wave as he crouched by the campfire, already rummaging through a half-empty saddlebag. See you two back at camp. Charles was already mounted by the time Caleb reached the horses. The older man didn't speak as Caleb swung into the saddle, his expression unreadable beneath. They rode in silence for a while, the only sounds the creak of leather and the steady rhythm of hooves against dirt. Finally, Charles spoke, his voice quieter now, the anger banked to embers. You really think letting him live was the right call? Caleb considered his answer carefully. I don't know, he admitted. But killing him wouldn't have brought those bison back. And if he's got kids, they don't deserve to lose their father over this. Charles was silent for a long moment. Then, grudgingly, maybe. They reached camp just as the stars began to prick the sky, the fires crackling to life and voices murmuring in the cool night air. Pearson was the first to spot them, his booming voice cutting through the evening air. Well, look what the cat dragged in. And with enough meat to feed an army. The gang gathered as they dismounted, unloading the bison meat and hides. Hosea approached, his sharp eyes missing nothing. Successful hunt, I see. Caleb grunted. Yeah. And we ran into some trouble. Hosea's brows rose. What kind of trouble? Charles's voice was low. Poachers. Killing bison just to leave them rotting. A shadow passed over Hosea's face. I see. Mary Beth appeared at Caleb's side, her voice soft. You're covered in dirt. And, is that blood? Caleb looked down at his hands, the stains dark against his skin. Yeah. It's been a long day. She hesitated, then reached out, her fingers brushing his arm. Come on. Let's get you cleaned up. Caleb let her lead him away, the warmth of her touch cutting through the lingering chill of the hunt. Mary Beth guided Caleb toward the washing basin near Pearson's wagon, the steel basin brimming with clean water that had just been drawn from the nearby creek. The evening chill was settling in, and the flickering glow of the campfires painted long shadows across the clearing. Caleb sat on a crate beside the basin, watching quietly as Mary Beth dipped a cloth into the cool water, wringing it out with delicate hands before kneeling beside him. Neither of them spoke at first. The only sounds were the crackling fire, the murmur of distant voices, and the rhythmic swish of the cloth as Mary Beth worked. Her brow was furrowed, her lips slightly pursed in a rare look of concentration as she gently wiped the blood from Caleb's hands and arms. Her touch was soft but sure, moving with a practiced grace that betrayed how often she tended to the hurts and scrapes of the gang. Caleb found himself watching her face, the delicate line of her jaw, the way her brows smoothed when she paused to glance up at him, the light freckles across her nose that the lamplight made glow faintly, and the firelight caught the red in her hair. Something stirred in his chest, unexpected and unfamiliar, and before he quite realized what he was doing, the words slipped out. Mary Beth, you're very beautiful. The effect was instant. Mary Beth froze, cloth hovering mid-air, her wide, startled green eyes locking onto his. For a heartbeat, there was only stunned silence between them, the soft murmur of camp life fading into the background. Then, color flooded into her cheeks, a brilliant beet red that made her duck her head, a shy laugh escaping her lips. Oh, see Caleb, she breathed, voice barely above a whisper, thank you, that's very kind of you. Caleb's own face flushed with heat as the weight of his impulsive words hit him. Damn it, he thought, inwardly berating himself. Why'd you have to say that now, you idiot? Outwardly, he could only manage a sheepish, lopsided smile, scratching the back of his neck in a rare display of awkwardness. But the fragile moment between them shattered like glass under a boot as a loud, slurred voice tore through the quiet. Well, well, ain't this just sweet? The slurred shout shattered the moment. Bill Williamson stumbled out of the shadows, the bottle in his hand sloshing dangerously. His hat was askew, his shirt half untucked, and his face flushed a ruddy red from too much whiskey. His boots crunched over the dirt as he swaggered closer, the smell of liquor heavy in the air around him. Caleb tensed, rising slowly to his feet. Mary Beth straightened, her expression shifting from surprise to wariness, her hands knotting the cloth in her fingers. Look at you, Bill sneered, spitting into the dirt near Caleb's boots. Didn't I tell you, city boy? Told you not to get too cozy here. And what do I find? You making eyes at Mary Beth like you've been here 10 years. His eyes glittered with mean amusement. Guess you need a lesson. Mary Beth's hands clenched around the wet cloth. Bill Williamson, she said, her voice sharp as a whip, you drunken fool. Caleb stood, placing himself slightly between Mary Beth and Bill, as he exhaled calmly and his shoulders squared. Mr. Williamson, he said, keeping his tone even, you're drunk. Don't do something you'll regret. Go to your bedroll. Get some sleep. Bill threw his head back in a barking laugh, loud enough to turn a few heads near the main fire. You think you scare me, boy? You think you can talk down to me? You ain't nothin' but a stray Dutch picked up, same as 100 others. Don't go thinkin' you're special. The tension in the camp thickened, voices lowering as more eyes turned toward the brewing confrontation. Javier had appeared near the wagons, watching warily, while Charles lingered just beyond the firelight, arms crossed. Caleb's voice was measured, his gaze steady. Bill, I don't want trouble. Walk away. But Bill, predictably, didn't. The argument flared, Bill blustering and spitting curses, Caleb answering coolly, his words sharp and precise. The more Caleb spoke, the more Bill fumbled, his drunken mind failing to keep pace. The gang was fully watching now, with Javier joined by. Lenny leaned against the wagon, Hosea sat forward on a crate, and Uncle sipped from his cup with one eye narrowed. Even Dutch emerged from his tent, his sharp gaze flicking between the two. At one point, Caleb's patience snapped. And you? The man who can't go a day without drinking himself stupid. The one everyone tolerates but no one respects. Hearing that, red-faced and humiliated, Bill finally snarled, "I've had enough of your damn mouth," and lunged forward, swinging a wild punch. Caleb was ready. He sidestepped neatly, the punch sailing harmlessly past, and drove his fist into Bill's stomach with a solid thud. The drunk doubled over, gasping, but fury burned away his pain. With a wordless roar, Bill swung again. "Mary Beth, get clear." Caleb snapped, eyes never leaving his opponent. Mary Beth hesitated only a second before scurrying backward, retreating toward the fire where Pearson and Susan Grimshaw were already rising to intervene. The second punch came fast, but Caleb slipped aside once more, his instincts sharp. But before the fight could escalate further, a chorus of voices rang out. "Enough." Dutch's voice cut like a whip crack. "Break it up." Javier and Charles moved swiftly, grabbing Bill's arms. Lenny darted in, seizing Caleb by the shoulder, though his grip was more to steady than restrain. Uncle and Pearson rushed over, and even Hosea rose to his feet, his boots tapping sharply against the ground. "Bill, you damn fool, what the hell's gotten into you?" Dutch barked, stepping between them. Bill tried to shake free, spitting curses, but Charles's grip was iron. "I warned him, Dutch. I told him. Let me go. I'll kill him." "And now you're making an ass of yourself in front of the whole camp," Hosea snapped sharply. "You're drunk, Bill. Go sleep it off before you do something really stupid." Meanwhile, Lenny, who holds Caleb, releases him and says. "Easy, man," Lenny said. "Ain't worth it." Dutch's hand landed on Caleb's shoulder, firm but not unkind. "Caleb, son, easy now. No need to fan the flames. Just, walk away. Bill's not in his right mind." Caleb exhaled, his fists unclenching. "I wasn't looking for a fight, Dutch. He came at me. He was the one who started it. I know. He'll regret it when he sobers up." Dutch offered a tight-lipped smile, though his eyes flicked briefly toward Bill with cool disapproval. "But we're family. We don't brawl like animals." Caleb wanted to argue. Wanted to point out that Bill had been the one acting like an animal. But Mary Beth's hand brushed his arm, her eyes pleading. "Let it go." With a slow exhale, Caleb nodded. "Fine." Dutch clapped him on the shoulder, relief flashing across his face. "Good man." With much effort, the group dragged Bill away, grumbling and thrashing, until they shoved him toward his bedroll near the edge of camp. Only when the drunk finally collapsed did Dutch turn back to Caleb, his expression softening. "You all right, son?" Dutch asked quietly. Caleb nodded. "Yeah. I'm fine." "Good man." Dutch clapped his shoulder. "We're a family here, son. We keep the peace when we can. I trust you understand." "I do," Caleb murmured. As the crowd slowly dispersed, Mary Beth, who was standing beside Caleb, had her voice barely above a whisper. "You sure you're all right, Caleb?" Caleb offered her a small, weary smile. "I'm all right." Her lips curved in a faint smile of her own, her eyes lingering on his face for a heartbeat longer than necessary. "Thank you, for keeping your head." "Could say the same to you," Caleb said softly. Then he hesitated, before adding, "about what I said earlier." She smiled, small but genuine. "I liked it. Their eyes met, something unspoken passing between them before a sudden shout from the fire drew Mary Beth's attention away. "I should go help with the food," she murmured, tucking a lock of hair behind her ear. "Good night, Caleb." "Good night, Mary Beth." As she slipped away, Caleb let out a long breath, rolling his shoulders to release the tension coiled tight in his muscles. That night, as Caleb settled on his bedroll, he felt the weight of the day settle into his bones, the long ride, the bitter encounter with the poachers, the adrenaline of the fight. But as his eyes drifted across the camp, pausing where Mary Beth knelt beside the cooking pot, laughter on her lips, a warmth flickered in his chest that even Bill's drunken fury couldn't smother. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 7 out of 10. Charm, 5 out of 10. Luck, 6 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Money, $731.61. Bank, $40, 2 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. Chapter 79, 77. Pouring forth oil with Caleb. That night, as Caleb settled on his bedroll, he felt the weight of the day settle into his bones, the long ride, the bitter encounter with the poachers, the adrenaline of the fight. But as his eyes drifted across the camp, pausing where Mary Beth knelt beside the cooking pot, laughter on her lips, a warmth flickered in his chest that even Bill's drunken fury couldn't smother. As he pulled over his thoughts, Caleb saw Arthur return to camp, his silhouette framed against the dim glow of the campfires. The crickets chirred in the night, the murmur of the gang's chatter weaving into the sounds of the wilderness. Arthur moved with the weariness of a man who had seen too much in a day, his boots stirring up little puffs of dust as he approached. On the way to his bed, which was to the side of Caleb's bedroll, Arthur was stopped by Dutch near the main campfire. Dutch's voice was low but firm, his hands gesturing with an unmistakable authority. Caleb couldn't hear the words, but he didn't need to. He saw Arthur's brow furrow, his face shift from confusion to something sharper, seriousness. Dutch's gaze flicked toward Caleb's direction briefly, then toward Bill, who was snoring like a bear beside the whiskey bottles he'd drained dry. Caleb tensed slightly but forced himself to remain casual, watching the exchange without staring too hard. Dutch finally clapped Arthur on the shoulder, murmured something, and walked off toward his tent, leaving Arthur to continue toward his bedroll. Caleb waited until Arthur sat down, exhaling as he took off his hat. "You're back, Arthur," Caleb greeted, his voice soft but carrying in the quiet night. "What did you gain from the poacher's camp?" Arthur looked down, his tired face breaking into a faint smirk. "Not much, kid. A couple of dollars and some change. Got myself a bottle of bourbon, though, so I'd call it a half-win. Oh, and a letter." Caleb chuckled, nodding. "Better than nothing." Before he could say more, Arthur leaned forward, elbows on his knees. "Dutch just now told me you and Bill came to blows." Caleb sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. "Bill was drunk, and started flapping his gums. Told him to sleep it off, but he wouldn't let it go. One word led to another. Well, you probably know the rest from Dutch about what went on." Arthur nodded thoughtfully. "Yeah. Bill's a fool, a drunken fool, but he's got his uses. He's insecure, Caleb. Wants to prove himself all the time. The best thing you can do with men like him is let most of it slide. But if he pushes again, hell, teach him another lesson like today. Don't take none of his nonsense." Caleb smiled faintly, warmth creeping into his chest despite the exhaustion. "Thanks, Arthur. Appreciate the words." "Get some sleep," Arthur murmured, settling back onto his bed. Caleb did the same, listening to the quiet hum of the camp until it lulled him into darkness. The next morning came on fast, roused by the bustle of camp life, the clang of pots, the crackle of the fire, the low rumble of conversation. Caleb rose, shaking off the stiffness in his limbs. He rolled his shoulders, stretched out his arms, and went through his morning exercise with practiced precision. Push-ups, sit-ups, calisthenics, and stretches to keep his body limber. Finally, he jogged around the wooded perimeter of camp, feet thudding softly on the earth as the sun crept over the horizon, casting long, golden fingers across the trees. When he returned, a light sheen of sweat on his brow, Caleb caught sight of John Marston leaning casually against a tree, a large piece of paper unfolded in his hands. Arthur stood nearby, crossing over to John as the two began talking in hushed tones. Caleb paused mid-step, his sharp perception picking up just enough. He knew this scene. Uncle had gotten word to John, who picked it up from Mary Beth while they were all in Valentine during their first visit there, the news of the train carrying rich people that would pass through Scarlet Meadows in the night. It was a fat score for the gang since it passed through Quiet Plains, but it will also become the one that alerted Leviticus Cornwall of their presence around Valentine or in New Hanover at large, so Caleb knew it was going to be a dangerous game. But he also knew this was the moment, the prelude to the gang's plan to rob that same train. And Caleb wanted to change some of the outcomes and how they do it. He approached casually, not wanting to intrude but determined to make his intentions known. "Morning, John." "Arthur." The two men glanced his way. John grinned faintly, tipping his head in greeting. "Morning, Caleb. You're up early." "Not early, just disciplined," Caleb quipped lightly, eyes flicking to the map in John's hands. "Looks like the two of you got something cooking." Arthur gave John a look, then shrugged. "Not we, but John here wanted to rob a train that passed through Scarlet Meadows. I ain't even sure of doing it, since stopping a train is a pain in the ass." Caleb nodded his head as he crossed his arms loosely. "Stopping anything is a pain in the ass, Arthur. Also, if the two of you agree, I would like to help with this plan since you would need more than 2 men to rob a train. I got a good head and a good shot myself." Arthur and John looked at each other, their eyes silently weighing Caleb's words, and after a heartbeat, they both gave small, almost imperceptible nods, a mirror of motion that spoke of hard-earned understanding between two outlaws. "Of course, Caleb, you can join in," John said with a grin, folding the map and tucking it under his arm. "Much better having you along than, say, Bill or Sean, no offense to either of them. Hell, we might actually pull it off clean." He shot Arthur a sly glance. "Now maybe you can help me convince this bull of a man to stop dragging his boots and get with the program." Arthur groaned, a deep, grumbling sound from his chest, and rubbed his forehead like a man fending off a hangover. "Like I said, John, stoppin' a train's a pain in the ass. If we don't time it right, they'll all be on us faster than a dog on a steak bone. And we ain't in a position to stir up a hornet's nest, not now." Caleb, feigning ignorance even though his mind flashed back to the countless hours he'd spent playing out this exact mission, furrowed his brow and nodded in agreement. "Arthur's right. If that train's passin' through quiet country like Scarlet Meadows and we don't manage to atop it, we'll be bringing the law right down on us. We need to lie low, not light a bonfire that says, 'Hey boys, we're right here.'" John, to his credit, listened carefully, his mouth pulling into a tight line before the edges lifted in a wry grin. "But what if," he began, eyes glinting, "we could force the train to stop?" Arthur gave a sharp bark of laughter, shaking his head. "Well, of course," he drawled sarcastically. "Why didn't I think of that?" Ignoring Arthur's ribbing, John pressed on. We get ourselves a wagon, full of something flammable, oil, kerosene, I don't care what. Put it right on the tracks. The driver sees it, he either stops or dies. There ain't a trainman in the world who wants to be cooked alive. Arthur's brows lifted, surprise flickering over his rugged features. He gave a slow, appreciative nod, rubbing his chin. Well, I'll be damned. That's actually, kinda brilliant. I agree with Caleb here, John, you're a damn genius. John puffed up slightly, a smug grin spreading across his face. Thank you, Caleb. Arthur chuckled and gave John a playful punch on the chest. That's a real idea. I think it's the first time you never had one of them. John shoved him back. Shut up. Caleb watched their banter with amusement, as Arthur leaned in mockingly to trade John. You might be the first bastard ever to have half his brain eaten by a wolf and end up more intelligent. John rolled his eyes, spreading his arms. So, we doing this or what? Arthur gave a final grunt of concession and nodded. Yeah, we're gonna need some ammunition, plenty o' guns, look real frightening, and some dynamite to open up the train. John slapped his hands together. All right then. I'll get the supplies, I gotta head into town anyhow for Abigail. Don't even ask. He shot Caleb and Arthur a half-amused, half-exasperated look. You two, go find us an oil wagon. Arthur smirked, tilting his head. Yeah, I know just the place. They're always headin' into that refinery. Before leaving, John turned to look at Arthur and Caleb. Leave it at the abandoned shack on the border, just north of a place called Dewberry Creek. Got it? Arthur waved him off. Yeah, we got it. Go on, play house with Abigail. John snorted and strode off, the map tucked under his arm, whistling to himself as he disappeared between the trees. Caleb let out a quiet laugh, watching the interplay, feeling the warmth of camaraderie fill his chest. This was why he'd always been drawn to the Van der Linde gang, their messy, flawed, infuriating humanity. He turned to Arthur. So, the refinery? Arthur tipped his hat back and gave Caleb a grin. Yup. You ready for a little bit o' mischief, partner? Always, Caleb replied, his eyes gleaming. The ride to the Heartland oil fields was long but uneventful, the sun rising higher and beating down on their backs as they crossed rolling hills and open plains. Arthur led the way, his figure steady in the saddle, while Caleb kept pace, eyes sharp for any sign of trouble. As they approached the refinery, the rhythmic clang of hammers and hiss of steam filled the air. Wagons rumbled to and fro, laden with barrels of oil, and workers moved like ants across the dusty yard. Arthur pulled his horse into a grove of trees just beyond sight, motioning for Caleb to do the same. All right, Arthur murmured, eyes scanning the operation. We need one o' those wagons. Best not stir up too much noise if we can help it. You any good at sneakin' around, Caleb? Caleb grinned faintly, rolling his shoulders. I've been known to be quiet when I need to. Good. Arthur's eyes sparkled with a touch of mischief. We ain't lookin' for a shootout if we can help it. Let's keep this clean. They slipped from their horses, crouching low as they moved toward the edge of the refinery. Caleb felt the familiar thrill of adrenaline in his veins, the edge between risk and reward, the sharp hum of purpose. Together, they darted between stacks of barrels and crates, weaving through the shadows. Caleb's heightened perception and combined with his eagle eye, allowed him to track the movements of the workers with uncanny precision, noting the gaps in their patrols, the moments when eyes were turned away. Arthur gave him a brief nod of appreciation as they reached the wagon. All right, you get up there, I'll keep watch, Arthur murmured. Caleb climbed swiftly onto the driver's bench, taking up the reins as Arthur slipped into the shadows. With a quiet flick, Caleb urged the horses forward, heart thudding as the wagon rolled out onto the main path. A shout rang out behind them, a worker had spotted the movement, but Arthur emerged from the side, waving his hat and whooping like a madman. Woo! Go, Caleb, go! The horses surged forward, hooves pounding, wheels rattling over the dirt road as Caleb drove them hard, Arthur leaping onto his own horse and falling in beside the wagon. Bullets cracked through the air behind them, but Caleb kept his head down, focusing on the road, the thunder of hooves filling his ears. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 7 out of 10. Charm, 5 out of 10. Luck, 6 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Money, $731.61. Bank, $40, 2 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. Chapter 80, 78. Hunting with Jack and Arthur. Woo! Go, Caleb, go. The horses surged forward, hooves pounding, wheels rattling over the dirt road as Caleb drove them hard, Arthur leaping onto his own horse and falling in beside the wagon. Bullets cracked through the air behind them, but Caleb kept his head down, focusing on the road, the thunder of hooves filling his ears. They didn't stop until they were miles away, pulling up near the designated abandoned shack to the north of Dewberry Creek. Caleb hopped down, breathless but grinning, as Arthur swung off his horse and clapped him on the back, while Morgan, Caleb's horse, followed behind Arthur's horse and stopped there. "Damn fine work, Caleb," Arthur said, shaking his head in amusement. "Damn fine work." Caleb caught his breath, feeling a surge of satisfaction. "Thanks, Arthur." "Whoa, that was one hell of a run." Arthur leaned against his saddle, glancing at the wagon. "We'll leave it here for John. He'll be along soon enough to put the supplies here. In the meantime." He stretched his arms overhead, back cracking audibly. "I say we head back to camp, get ourselves some rest before the big job." Caleb agreed. The two of them got on their horse, and together they began the slow ride back to camp. The two of them reached back at camp in the afternoon, the golden sunlight slanting westward through the trees, casting long, sleepy shadows over the clearing. The sounds of camp life drifted through the air. Bill and Lenny stood guard at the entrance of the camp, Marybeth giggled with Karen near the wash basin, Uncle snored against a tree, Miss Grimshaw was drinking a cup of coffee, and Charles sharpened his tomahawk by the fire. Arthur and Caleb rode in at a relaxed trot, their horses trailing dust as they reached the hitching post. Caleb patted Morgan's neck, whispering a soft, "Good girl," before looping the reins over the post and giving his horse a brief rub between the ears. Morgan snorted and dipped her head in response, already nosing toward the trough. Arthur did the same with his own mount and stretched his arms above his head, joints popping as he gave a satisfied grunt. "All right," he said, casting a glance toward the center of camp, "let's see what Pearson's got brewing." The two ambled over to the campfire where Pearson's pot hung above a low flame. The aroma of stew wafted through the air, meaty, earthy, but oddly flat. Caleb wrinkled his nose as they approached, though his stomach still growled in anticipation. Lunch was lunch, and they'd earned it. Each of them took a full bowl of stew and a tin cup filled with warm coffee. With their meals in hand, they found a spot at the round wooden table near the pot. Caleb plopped down on a wooden crate, its edges worn smooth from years of use, while Arthur settled onto a low stool, legs splayed, his hat pushed back on his head. They dug into the stew with wooden spoons. The taste hit them immediately. Caleb paused, spoon halfway to his mouth, and furrowed his brow. "What the hell is that?" he mumbled under his breath, chewing slowly. It was edible, barely, but bland and gamey with a weird aftertaste that made his tongue curl. Arthur grimaced, looking like he just swallowed a mouthful of mud. Sweet Mary, that's worse than all of the stew he had cooked. He forced down another spoonful with a shake of his head. Damn near crime against nature, this stew. The two men exchanged a glance, mutual pain shared without words, and then, without speaking, downed their coffee in long gulps to wash the taste away. The warmth of the brew wasn't enough to erase it completely, but at least it gave their tongues a break. Sighing, they stood and walked over to Pearson, who stood behind his usual table of knives, tin pots, and hanging slabs of questionable meat. The rotund camp cook was polishing a pan, humming some sea shanty tune to himself, when he spotted them approaching. "Ah! Mr. Morgan! Mr. Thorne!" Pearson called out, puffing his chest and straightening his stained apron. "How can I help you today, gentlemen?" Caleb and Arthur looked at each other. There was a brief, silent standoff, an entire conversation played out in shared eye contact, head tilts, and smirks. Finally, Arthur took the lead, stepping forward with his hands on his hips. "Pearson," he said, voice rising with exasperation, "that stew we just ate is the worst you've ever cooked. What shit did you put in it?" Caleb couldn't help himself. He burst out laughing, quickly smothering it behind a cough as Pearson's face turned red with offense. "Well, I never." Pearson huffed, puffing out his chest like a sailor about to shout mutiny. "That's a very rude thing to say, Mr. Morgan." Arthur shrugged. "Ain't sayin' it wasn't true." Pearson jabbed a thick finger toward the campfire. "The only reason that stew doesn't taste like your mama's Sunday roast is because I haven't had a damn moment to properly prepare it. I've been running myself ragged, forcing people to bring in meat, half of it's bad, and still expected to cook up miracles with squirrel guts and bones. As for the bison meat, they weren't perfect for a stew and much better to be made steak, so I had store it for special occasion and sell much of the meat after receiving Dutch's permission, sending Lenny to Valentine to sell it." He pointed his ladle accusingly at them. "If you gentlemen want the finest stew this side of the country, you can go out and hunt me some decent venison or rabbit. Let me handle the cooking once you bring back something worth cooking." Arthur groaned, rubbing the back of his neck. "Huntin's hard work, Pearson. Much rather rob a man with a full pantry than chase critters through the woods." Caleb leaned against the table, arms crossed casually. "I'll go," he said. "Ain't got much else to do today anyway." Pearson lit up, clearly pleased by the response. "See? That's the spirit. Mr. Thorne, always dependable and someone with sense." Then he pointed at Arthur, "Unlike some folks who've been here longer but still act like layabouts." Arthur rolled his eyes. "You gonna keep flap-pin your gums, or you want us gone already?" Pearson sniffed indignantly. "Just don't bring back any skunks this time." Caleb gave Arthur a teasing nudge. "Come on, partner. Let's bag us some deer. A little hunting won't kill you." Arthur grumbled the whole walk back to the horses, but Caleb could tell he wasn't truly upset. More like grumpy in the way a man gets when he knows he's going to end up doing something anyway. As they were preparing their horses, Caleb checked the chamber and loading lever on his Lancaster repeater. He wiped down the stock with a cloth, making sure the barrel was clean and oiled. Across from him, Arthur leaned against Morgan while rummaging through his saddlebag, pulling out a small pouch of arrows. "Here," Arthur said, tossing the bundle to Caleb. "You still got that bow Charles gave you?" "Wouldn't leave camp without it," Caleb replied, catching the arrows and tucking them into his satchel. "Got it strung and ready." Just as Caleb was tightening the cinch on Morgan's saddle, a high-pitched voice rang out. "Uncle Caleb. Uncle Arthur. Wait for me." The two men turned toward the sound. Little Jack Marston was barreling toward them at full sprint, his small legs pumping, a determined look on his face. Just a few yards behind him came Abigail, shouting after him, clearly exasperated, her hands on her hips as she called out, "Jack Marston, you stop running this instant." Caleb stood up from his crouch and smiled. He brushed the dust off his hands and crouched down again as Jack reached them, the boy panting but grinning wide. "Hey there, Jack," Caleb said, ruffling the boy's hair affectionately. "What's wrong? You want me and Arthur to save you from your mother?" He shook his head in mock solemnity. "'Fraid we can't do that, Jack." Arthur chuckled, arms folded. "That's true, Jack. Your ma's scarier than a grizzly with a toothache when she's riled up, and we ain't brave enough to cross that front." Abigail finally caught up, out of breath but glaring at both men. "You two," she said, hands on her hips, "stop making me out like some monster in front of my boy." Arthur raised his hands in mock surrender. Caleb laughed, but both men sobered a bit when Abigail fixed them with her signature piercing stare. Even Arthur, who'd faced down Pinkertons and bounty hunters, knew better than to poke the bear too long. Jack tugged at Caleb's shirt. "I didn't come here to ask for help. I want to go huntin' with you too." Caleb blinked. "You do, huh?" Arthur arched a brow. "Where'd you hear about us going out hunting?" Jack shrugged. "Heard it when I was playing near Uncle Pearson's wagon. Heard you talkin' about huntin' deer and rabbits. I want to come too." Arthur looked at Caleb. "Well, he's not wrong." Caleb nodded slightly. "He's got ears sharper than a fox." Arthur leaned forward. "I dunno, Jack. Huntin' ain't a game. Could be dangerous. You'd have to ask your ma first." "I will listen to both of you," Jack said quickly, turning to his mother. "Please, Ma. I went hunting before with Uncle Caleb. You said that was fine. Please let me go again, but this time with both of them." Abigail hesitated, glancing at Caleb and Arthur. Caleb nodded, his expression calm and sincere. Arthur gave her a crooked, almost boyish smile. "Yeah, sure," he added. "We'll keep an eye on him. Won't go far from camp. Just lookin' to stretch our legs and put Pearson in his place with some proper meat." Abigail sighed. "All right, fine. But only if you promise to listen to them, Jack. Not a word of backtalk. You do what they say, and you do it right away. Got it?" "Yes, Ma. I promise." "Good." With her approval, Caleb lifted Jack up and settled him in front of the saddle on Morgan. Abigail helped adjust his coat, smoothing out the collar and making sure he was secure. "Stay close to him," she told Caleb. "Always," he assured her. The trio rode out from camp at a steady pace, the afternoon sun climbing high over the trees. The leaves rustled with a gentle wind as the forest canopy shifted around them. Caleb took the lead, Morgan's hooves thudding softly against the packed dirt trail. Arthur rode slightly behind on Boadicea, whistling a lazy tune, watching the tree lean with an expert's eye. Jack couldn't contain his excitement. "I'm gonna catch a rabbit. Maybe even two. Like before when we go out hunting." "Let's not get ahead of ourselves," Caleb chuckled. "Rabbits are quick and hard to hit, we are lucky last time they were standing still. Just keep your eyes open." They reached a glade just beyond a shallow creek, a familiar hunting ground they'd used before. Caleb dismounted, helping Jack down gently. Arthur tied up his horse to a nearby tree and began scanning the ground. "Tracks here," he murmured. "Rabbit or possum maybe. Real fresh." Caleb nodded and slung his bow from his back. "I'll take the north patch. You go south. Jack can come with me. We'll circle around and meet at the rock ridge." Arthur nodded and moved off. Jack walked beside Caleb, mimicking his every move, crouching when he crouched, stepping light when he stepped light. Caleb found himself smiling more often than he expected. "How do you know where the animals are hiding, Uncle Caleb?" Caleb tapped 2 fingers to his temple. "You look for signs. Tracks, broken twigs, fresh scat. Sometimes even the smell gives it away. They walked quietly through a stretch of brush when Caleb spotted movement. He held a hand out to stop Jack. "There," he whispered, pointing to a pair of deer grazing in a clearing ahead. He slowly nocked an arrow, drew back, and took a breath. The bowstring creaked faintly before he let the arrow fly. It struck true, hitting the deer just behind the shoulder. The animal bolted, stumbled, and collapsed a few feet away. "Whoa! That was amazing!" Jack whispered loudly. "Stay here," Caleb said. He approached carefully, making sure the deer was dead before waving Jack over. The boy touched the hide reverently. "Is it always like this?" he asked. Caleb shook his head. "No. Sometimes they get away. Sometimes they bleed out and it ain't pretty. But this was clean." Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 7 out of 10. Charm, 5 out of 10. Luck, 6 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Money, $731.61. Bank, $40, 2 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. Chapter 81, 79. Bonding and doing camp activities. He approached carefully, making sure the deer was dead before waving Jack over. The boy touched the hide reverently. "Is it always like this?" he asked. Caleb shook his head. "No. Sometimes they get away. Sometimes they bleed out and it ain't pretty. But this was clean." Jack nodded solemnly, a little more grown up at that moment. They met Arthur at the ridge a short while later. He had a rabbit hanging from his belt and a grin on his face. "Didn't let me have all the fun, I see." Caleb gestured to the deer. "One clean kill. Should feed the camp right." Arthur nodded. "Let's haul it back before Pearson gets another idea to cook shoe leather stew." They tied the deer over Morgan's saddle, and Arthur let Jack ride on his horse this time, the boy grinning from ear to ear. When they returned to camp, Pearson came waddling out with a dish towel over one shoulder. "Back already?" Arthur tossed the rabbit toward him. "You said bring you something worth cooking. Here's a starter." Caleb patted the deer. "And the main course." Pearson's eyes lit up. "Well, now. This'll do nicely. Thank you, gentlemen, and Master Jack, of course." Jack beamed. Abigail came over, kneeling beside her son. "Did you behave?" "I did. I watched Uncle Caleb shoot a deer. It was amazing." Caleb chuckled. "He did well. Quiet, observant. Didn't once get in the way. Just like he had hunted with him before." "Well, you earned yourself a treat, then," she said, guiding Jack back toward the campfire. Arthur patted Caleb on the shoulder. "Nice shot. Guess Pearson'll have no excuse now." Caleb smiled, then pulled out a coin from his satchel and flipped it in the air. "Let's just hope he remembers what salt is." That night, the stew was better, full, rich, hearty, the meat tender and flavorful. Even Arthur had to admit it. As they ate by the fire, Mary Beth slipped onto the log beside Caleb, her shoulder brushing his. "Heard you saved us from another night of Pearson's mystery stew," she murmured, smiling. Caleb shrugged, though his chest warmed at her nearness. "Just doing my part." Mary Beth smiled warmly at Caleb as they finished their stew. "Well, thank you for saving us from Pearson's mysterious concoction," she said, her voice light with amusement. Caleb grinned, scooping another spoonful from his bowl, before nudging her shoulder playfully. "My pleasure. Figured I owed everyone something better than shoe leather soup or other mysterious stew he prepared." They ate together on the log near the fire, shoulders occasionally brushing, the evening cool but pleasant. Caleb, usually more reserved, found himself telling light-hearted jokes, little observations about Pearson's cooking, the way Arthur always scowled when reading, even a quick impression of Dutch's flowery speeches that made Mary Beth giggle, hiding her mouth behind her hand. "That was awful," she said between laughs, her eyes shining in the firelight. "That's the point," Caleb replied with a grin. "If I ever talk like that, shoot me." "I'll hold you to that," she teased, bumping her shoulder against his. Arthur, arms crossed over his chest, grunted in agreement. "I actually think so. But for a while, I figured they'd keep flirting with each other until the world ended. Still, since you said so, Hosea, I reckon it'll happen now." He smirked. "Less something gets in the way." He let out a soft laugh, sipping from his cup. Dutch, however, remained silent. His eyes, usually filled with fire and philosophy, now looked a bit dim. His jaw tightened just slightly, the expression subtle but clear enough for a man like Hosea to notice. The leader's gaze was fixed on Caleb and Mary Beth, his face oddly ashen under the flickering firelight. "Dutch?" Hosea asked after a pause. "You got a take on the young lovers?" Arthur nudged Dutch lightly. "Or you just plannin' on starin' holes into the poor boy all night?" The question pulled Dutch from his silent contemplation. He blinked, then turned back toward his friends with the familiar charismatic smile stretching across his face. "Oh, of course," he said warmly, voice returning to that smooth, almost musical tone. "It's a fine thing, seeing young folks find peace in this kind of life. Young love is a beautiful thing. Makes you believe in something better, doesn't it?" Then his tone shifted, darker, though still wrapped in that smooth charm. "But Caleb, best be careful. If he ever breaks that sweet girl's heart." Dutch let the threat hang in the air, his smile not quite reaching his eyes. "Well, let's just say he'll have the entire camp to answer to." The warning came with a theatrical flourish, but the edge in his voice lingered just a second too long. Hosea chuckled, catching the undertone, but brushing it off. "Hell," Arthur added, "Pearson alone would skin him and serve him for dinner." The three men shared a laugh, as the fire crackled from the campfire. Meanwhile, Caleb and Mary Beth finished their meal, scraping the last of the stew from their bowls. The flavor lingered, tender venison, perfectly seasoned for once, warm and filling. They both stood, walking to the camp's washing basin together. Caleb rinsed his bowl, and Mary Beth did the same beside him. She glanced up at him once more, eyes lingering. "I'm glad you're here, Caleb," she said softly. He paused, a rare vulnerability flashing across his face. "Me too." A moment of silence passed, comfortable and unhurried. Then Mary Beth smiled, gave a little wave, and returned to her tent. Caleb stood there a moment longer, bowl in hand, before turning away and making his way across camp. Arthur met him halfway, separating from Dutch and Hosea, and the two of them fell into an easy stride together. "You two looked very cozy," Arthur said, just loud enough to be heard over the gentle murmur of camp. Caleb shot him a sidelong glance. "You jealous, Mr. Morgan?" Arthur smirked. "Maybe. Don't tell Mary Beth." They shared a chuckle before their expressions turned more serious. "Ready to fill John in?" Arthur asked, adjusting his hat. Caleb nodded. "Let's go." They found John near his tent, cleaning his revolver with meticulous care. He looked up as they approached, raising an eyebrow. You two look like you got something to say. Arthur smirked. Got the oil wagon stashed at that abandoned shack like you said. Now we just need to know, when's that train comin' through? Then I owe you both for working so hard, John said. Saved my stomach. John wiped his hands on a rag, then pulled out a folded piece of paper from his satchel, a train schedule. Tomorrow night. Around midnight. Lines private, but lightly guarded. Perfect for a hit. Caleb crossed his arms. We're thinking of bringing in one more. Just to be safe. Arthur rubbed his chin. Could ask Charles. Man steady in a fight. He's quiet, strong, and he doesn't miss. John nodded. I like it. 4's better than 3 for this kind of job. Caleb agreed. All right. I'll talk with Charles in the morning, let him know. Good, John said. Let's make sure this one goes smoothly. Later that night, Caleb lay in his bedroll beneath the stars, the soft murmur of crickets in the grass and the occasional crackle of the dying fire his lullaby. But sleep didn't come easily. He stared up, hands behind his head, thinking about Mary Beth's smile, and it made him smile. He had joined this gang because he wanted to change Arthur's life and, if possible, the gang as well, guided by a system interface and memories of his past life. But more and more, it wasn't survival that drove him. It was people. The bonds. The fragile connections that made this harsh life feel worth it. He closed his eyes, forcing the thoughts away, choosing instead to dream of laughter, of stolen glances by firelight, and a future he hoped he could earn. The next morning, Caleb woke to the golden hush of dawn stretching its fingers across the camp. The birds were already singing, and the air was cool but promising warmth later in the day. Normally, he'd start his morning with stretches and light exercise, but today he felt a pull towards something else. Maybe it was the peaceful night before, or Mary Beth's smile lingering in his mind, or maybe it was just the desire to help, to give back more than bullets and plans. Instead of his usual regimen, he rolled up his sleeves and got to work. The first task was chopping logs for the campfire. The small stack near the fire pit had dwindled after several chilly nights. Caleb retrieved the hatchet from the tool wagon and carried an armful of small, dry logs over to the chopping block. The rhythm was grounding, lift, strike, split. The smell of wood and morning dew filled his lungs. After finishing a healthy pile, he moved on to the chicken feed. A couple of the burlap sacks had been left on a wagon near the girls' tent, and Pearson had grumbled the evening before about them needing to be moved. Caleb hefted the sacks, one under each arm, and carried them over to Pearson's chuck wagon, setting them down near the crates of seasoning and dry goods. Next came the hay bales for the horses. He hauled them across the camp, placing them in small stacks near the hitching posts and water troughs. The horses whinnied appreciatively as he laid the bundles down, swatting their tails lazily. Lastly, he returned to the supply wagon Pearson used for storing larger provisions. Caleb took the heavy canvas sacks, flour, beans, salt, and carried them one by one to their proper place near Pearson's cooking station. The sun had climbed higher by then, and sweat slicked his brow, dampening the collar of his shirt. Once finished, Caleb stood and pulled a cloth from the clothesline strung between two trees. He wiped the sweat from his face, breathing deeply, feeling good in a way that didn't come from training or fighting. Just honest labor. Purposeful. Real. Then, from the corner of his eye, movement. A soft hand extended from his side, holding a tin cup filled to the brim with clear water. He turned, startled for just a heartbeat. Mary Beth. Her hair was pulled back, and her dress still held the creases of sleep, but her face glowed with the warmth of morning sun and something gentler, appreciation. Thank you, she said, her voice light as the breeze. For working so hard this morning. Caleb blinked, momentarily caught off guard. Then he smiled, reaching for the cup. Their fingers brushed for the briefest second. Thanks, he said, raising the cup and drinking in one long gulp. The water was cool and clean, and it soothed the heat in his chest and throat. He handed the cup back. "Just doin' my part." Mary Beth accepted the empty cup, watching him with those ever-observant eyes of hers. "How's the drawing going?" Caleb asked, letting his hands rest on his hips. "For the Harry Potter story. Figured you'd have a few sketches by now since I haven't had a chance to finish telling it." Mary Beth lit up at the mention. "I did. I've been working on some of the scenes you described. That flying game, the one with the broomsticks and the golden ball. Quidditch?" She chuckled, a little embarrassed. "I had to make up a few things, of course, but it's been fun. Though I'm running out of ideas without more of the story. You'll have to keep going soon or I'll just be making things up." Caleb laughed. "Can't have that. Wouldn't want you turning Hogwarts into a cowboy saloon." "I might," she teased, then glanced toward her tent. "Anyway, I should get this cup back before Pearson starts barking. Don't work too hard." Caleb nodded, watching her leave, a warm feeling blooming in his chest. It took effort to pull himself away, but duty called. He had a job to do, and it started with Charles. He headed through the camp, boots soft in the morning dirt, until he found Charles at the edge of the clearing, calmly repairing a broken arrow with quiet focus. Caleb approached and crouched beside him. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 7 out of 10. Charm, 5 out of 10. Luck, 6 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Money, $731.61. Bank, $40, 2 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. Chapter 82, 80. Robbery start and stopping the train. Caleb nodded, watching her leave, a warm feeling blooming in his chest. It took effort to pull himself away, but duty called. He had a job to do, and it started with Charles. He headed through the camp, boots soft in the morning dirt, until he found Charles at the edge of the clearing, calmly repairing a broken arrow with quiet focus. Caleb approached and crouched beside him. "Morning, Charles," Caleb said. Charles looked up, his dark eyes steady. "Morning, Caleb. You're up early." Caleb nodded. "Figured I'd get some things done around camp before heading out. Actually, I came to talk to you about a job." Charles paused, indicating that he was listening. "There's a train coming through the quiet Scarlet Meadows this night," Caleb continued. "It's a private line and lightly guarded. John's been planning it. Me, him, and Arthur are in, but we figured 4 men are better than 3. You interested in joining us?" Charles finished tying the arrowhead back into place and put it inside his arrow sleeve at his lower back before replying. "When and where?" "We meet at the old shack north of Dewberry Creek at the south border. Tonight. We'll go over the plan again, make sure everyone knows their role." Charles gave a slow nod. "All right. I'll be there." Caleb clapped his shoulder. "Appreciate it." The day rolled on quietly after that, filled with the mundane routines of camp life. Javier strummed his guitar near the fire. Abigail scolded Jack for wandering too close to the horses. Bill and Uncle argued about who left the last whiskey bottle empty. But Caleb remained on the periphery, conserving his energy, occasionally cleaning his weapons, checking his satchel, and counting rounds. Evening came quickly. The sun dipped low, casting long shadows as the camp dimmed to orange and gold. Caleb gathered his gear, his repeater, shotgun, revolvers, bow, and his rifle. He changed into the clothes that he borrowed from John through Abigail, checked his gun belt, slung his satchel over his shoulder, and adjusted his hat. Arthur joined him near the edge of the camp. "Ready?" Caleb nodded. "Let's ride." John was already waiting at the shack when they arrived. The crumbling structure was nestled against a small rocky rise north of Dewberry Creek, hidden from the main road. Charles leaned against the wall of the abandoned shack, arms crossed. "Nice of y'all to join us for our great heist tonight," John greeted. Caleb smiled at John's teasing remark, leaning casually against one of the old shack support beams. Charles, standing stoically with his arms crossed, gave no verbal response, just the usual calm, unreadable expression on his face. It was Arthur who broke the silence with a snort and a dry, sarcastic tone. "Of course, great Mr. Marston," Arthur said, sweeping his hand with a mock flourish. "We come here to grace your foolish presence and maybe line our pockets while we're at it." Caleb chuckled at that, his mood lightened by Arthur's sarcasm. John raised an eyebrow at Arthur and replied in mock offense, "Hey, that's not nice." "Wasn't trying to be nice," Arthur muttered. John let it go and turned serious, his voice steady and low. "You boys ready for this?" The three of them, Caleb, Arthur, and Charles, nodded in unison. The air shifted. There was something about that shared nod among men who were about to face danger that bound them tighter than any words could. Arthur spoke again, more serious now. "Everything ready?" John grinned and walked over to a worn wooden crate stashed beneath the half-collapsed window. "Yeah. Got everything prepped." He flipped open the lid and revealed stacks of ammo boxes, cloth-wrapped bundles, and a few extra gun belts. "Guns, ammo, and this." He reached into the crate and pulled out 4 small brown sacks. Without another word, he tossed them, one each, to Arthur, Caleb, and Charles, keeping one for himself. Caleb caught it with a surprised grunt and turned it over in his hand. The texture was rough, burlap, with small slits cut for eyes and a slightly larger one for the mouth. Caleb was turning it over in his hands. A sackcloth mask. His eyebrows shot up in surprise. This hadn't happened in a game. In the original timeline, the gang had grown sloppier, more reckless, masks were an afterthought, if they were used at all, and the gang only used bandana masks. He'd already prepared his own mask in his satchel, just in case, but he hadn't expected John to take the initiative. Arthur raised an eyebrow and held his up like it offended him. "What the hell is this?" "As you see yourself, Arthur," John said with a grin, "it's a mask. Sackcloth. Used to hide our faces. Is this some kind of joke?" Arthur asked, though there was a hint of approval under the surface. John shook his head, growing a little more serious. "Got this idea since you and Caleb keep saying that one misstep could bring the law down on us. You're not wrong. Posters of all of us, well, except Caleb, are all over Blackwater and likely spread to the Lemoyne Sheriff's offices too." Caleb nodded, slipping his mask halfway over his face to test the fit. "That's a good idea, John. Hiding our faces and avoiding extra heat from the law is a smart move. We screw this up, we can at least delay anyone connecting it back to the gang and searching Garage New Hanover and Lemoyne, buying us time to move the camp." He pulled the mask back off and tucked it into his belt for later. "I'd also suggest we alter our voices, make them deeper, raspier, maybe even higher. Anything to make it harder for witnesses to identify us and to throw off anyone who might recognize us." Arthur scoffed, but there was a gleam in his eye. "Well damn, Marston. I'm almost impressed. You actually thought something through for once. I suggest you had your brain eaten by a wolf hole, and you will truly be a genius." John chuckled. "Even a blind squirrel finds a nut once in a while." Charles gave a quiet nod. "Good ideas. Both of them. Less chance of being tracked." A short silence followed, the kind of silence that meant the planning phase was over and reality was beginning to settle in. Arthur was the one who broke the silence by saying, "All right then. Gentlemen, let's make some money." As he spoke, he climbed onto the oil wagon's driver's seat, settling in with the reins in hand. Caleb moved without hesitation, climbing up beside him and taking the shotgun seat, resting his repeater across his lap. While John and Charles positioned themselves on either side of the wagon, gripping the wooden slats for balance, were each hanging off the frame with practiced ease, like shadows preparing to move. Arthur gave the reins a flick. The horses grunted and began trotting forward, pulling the creaky oil wagon out of the clearing. The wheels clattered lightly over rocks and old tree roots before catching the smoother dirt of the main road. The scent of oil wafted faintly in the air, thick and greasy. As the wagon turned left onto the main trail, heading southwest, Charles spoke up from the right side. "Are all of the horses untethered?" John, still scanning the brush like a hawk, replied casually, "I think so." "Good," Charles nodded. "They should follow us from behind." The makeshift escape mounts, left untied in the brush earlier, would trail them discreetly. Caleb looked over his shoulder and caught sight of his black gelding, Morgan, trotting at a calm distance behind them, ears perked and alert. Arthur glanced over his shoulder toward John. "So, you found us a good spot to put our wagon, Wolfman?" "Yeah," John said with a confident smirk. "Follow the road southwest, there's a spot, remote, but should give him enough time to spot the oil wagon." Arthur nodded. "They see this thing blocking the tracks, they'll stop soon enough." "And," John added, "apparently their guards are really few. I mean, really few. They're picking up a new set at the state line. Till then, we should be facing only a handful of guns to deal with." Caleb, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up, voice steady. "So we're putting the oil wagon on the tracks to stop him, and then what? What's each of us doing when the train stops?" Arthur took charge as he laid it out. "Charles, you handle the engineer. Get that train stopped and keep it that way. John, you secure the passenger cart fast. Grab any charitable donations and make sure everyone behaves. Caleb, you're with me. We'll secure the cargo holds from any friendly guards who need some, greetings." Caleb gave a slow nod. "Sounds good." Each of them offered small affirmations in response, no wasted words, just the quiet understanding of men preparing to walk the line between violence and necessity. The ride continued in silence, the sky slowly fading to the deep bruises of twilight. Cicadas chirped, and an owl hooted somewhere far off. Caleb's eyes stayed sharp, constantly scanning the trees and brush. He adjusted his mask on his belt again, rehearsing the steps mentally: get on the train, clear the guards, take the goods, no unnecessary bloodshed. They reached the site not long after, where the terrain dipped slightly and the tracks bent gently through a shallow gully flanked by thick woods and rocks. It was a good ambush point. Caleb felt a slight twist of adrenaline stir in his gut. "Here's good," John called out. "Stop the wagon over the tracks. And remember, there are innocent folks. We handle this right, nobody needs to die here." Arthur slowed the wagon, guiding it with precision until the wheels rolled up and over the iron rails and halted dead center across the tracks. He pulled the rein, and the horses exhaled in unison, their breath ghosting in the cooling evening air. The four of them dismounted quickly. Arthur turned to them, voice brisk but calm. "Masks on." Caleb pulled the burlap sack over his head, the rough cloth scratching lightly against his cheek. The eye slits gave him a narrow, warped view, but good enough to see and shoot. His breathing sounded louder inside the mask, more real somehow. Arthur, John, and Charles also pulled through the rough cloth over their face, the slits for eyes giving them an eerie, anonymous appearance. Charles and Arthur moved quickly to unhitch the horses, slapping their rumps to send them trotting away. "Mr. Marston, Mr. Smith, and Mr. Thorne," Arthur called, his voice muffled by the mask. "Get over there. When she slows, board her. I'm gonna make sure she stops." Without another word, the three of them peeled off, moving with fluid coordination. Caleb ducked behind a thick sycamore tree near the edge of the tracks. John crouched behind a large boulder, and Charles took cover behind a copse of bushes just off the rail. Arthur turned back, climbing atop the oil wagon with a practiced motion. He took position at the center, carbine repeater in hand, silhouetted against the last vestiges of daylight. The wind had picked up. A faint whistle broke the stillness. Then they heard it. The distant churning of steel wheels grinding against track. The approaching roar of a train cutting through the silence of the wilderness. Caleb exhaled slowly and reached for his repeater. The headlamp of the train cut through the dimming blue haze, growing larger. The horn gave a blast. Then another. The engineer must have seen the wagon. But Arthur didn't budge. The train grew closer, too close, until the hiss of brakes screamed against the rails. Steam burst from the undercarriage, and the train groaned as it slowed violently, coming to a hard stop just a dozen feet from the oil wagon. Arthur leapt down from the wagon and hit the dirt, as he saw the train engineer get down from the train as well. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 7 out of 10. Charm, 5 out of 10. Luck, 6 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Money, $731.61. Bank, $40, 2 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. Chapter 83, 81. Train job goes well, but Arthur didn't budge. The train grew closer, too close, until the hiss of brakes screamed against the rails. Steam burst from the undercarriage, and the train groaned as it slowed violently, coming to a hard stop just a dozen feet from the oil wagon. Arthur leapt down from the wagon and hit the dirt, as he saw the train engineer get down from the train as well. The train engineer's face was aghast and full of surprise. With a high voice, he looked at Arthur. "Hey! What's going on here? What's going on?" Due to the light of the train engineer doesn't realize that Arthur was wearing a sackcloth mask. Meanwhile, he also doesn't realize that Charles was creeping toward him from his behind, and when he hears the footsteps, it was too late, as when he turns around and sees Charles with a sackcloth mask, he lets out a scream. Charles knocks him out cold with the handle of his revolver. "Nothing good," said Charles after hitting the train engineer and couched down to loot him. Arthur walked past Charles with this carbine repeater while saying, "I need to go up toward the train. Finish up here and join us there as soon as possible." Charles nodded at Arthur's order, his voice dropping into a much deeper and gruff tone. "Go on, get up there." Arthur didn't look back. With his carbine repeater held close, he walked toward the passenger car, boots thudding against the hard-packed dirt beside the train tracks. The hiss of steam still lingered in the air, curling up like ghostly fingers under the moonlight. As Arthur neared the passenger car, he saw Caleb already standing beside the metal steps, tall and calm, silhouetted in the light bleeding from the train windows. Caleb's sackcloth mask flapped slightly in the breeze, and the glint of his Lancaster repeater caught Arthur's eye. Then the passenger car door creaked open, and a uniformed train guard stepped out, holding a repeater in his hands. His voice was sharp with confusion. "Hey!" But Caleb was faster. He stepped forward like a ghost and spun the guard around, slamming the butt of his repeater into the side of the man's head. The guard collapsed instantly, his weapon clattering to the ground beside him. Caleb grunted. His high-pitched voice, made deeper by the mask but still with a hint of youthful sharpness, disguising his natural tone, called to Arthur, "Captain, I think some change needs to be made. You help John gain some charitable donations, and I'll go ahead and greet the friendly guards on the cargo cars." Arthur chuckled, just a little, and made his voice higher and much more raspy. "All right, you take care now. Don't take too long." With that, Arthur climbed the steps and disappeared into the front of the passenger car. Caleb turned and headed further down the train, boots thumping lightly across the connecting gangway. 2 luxurious passenger cars followed, their windows dimly glowing, curtains drawn tight to keep out the dark. Then came one plainer car with hard benches and poor men inside. Caleb ignored them. The cargo was what he came for. He reached the first cargo car and paused. He knew the layout already, thanks to his past life memory. There were 4 guards, 3 inside, and 1 up top. He grinned behind the mask. Same as the game, he thought. Caleb climbed up to the roof of the car. Sure enough, the guard was prone with a repeater, scanning the area beyond the train as it had stopped, unaware of Caleb's presence until it was far too late. Caleb crept forward and then stomped hard, boot to skull. The man crumpled without a sound. He quickly dropped down between the 2 cargo cars, crouching low. He turned and slipped to the front door of the second cargo car. Inside, 2 guards were talking, one sipping from a flask. Caleb's eyes narrowed. He adjusted his grip on his repeater. Soft steps, hard hits. He pushed the door open, crept inside, and smashed the first one's face with the butt of his gun. The second man shouted and raised his weapon, but Caleb pulled the wounded guard in front of him as a human shield. "Drop it," Caleb warned, voice level but tight. "Now." The second guard hesitated, eyes wide, before slowly lowering his repeater. Caleb shoved the wounded guard aside and lunged forward, cracking the other guard across the jaw. The man collapsed like a sack of potatoes. All clear. 3 down, 1 to go. The 4th guard who stood at the front section of the first cargo car was smarter than the other 3. His repeater half raised, eyes darting. He'd heard something. Caleb didn't give him time to investigate. He burst through the door, using one of the unconscious guards as a human shield. The third man spun, his repeater coming up. "Drop it if you want your friend to live," Caleb snarled, his voice a disguised growl. The guard hesitated. Caleb shoved the limp body forward, forcing the man to stumble back. In that split second of confusion, Caleb lunged. His fist connected with the guard's jaw, snapping his head back. A second punch to the solar plexus doubled him over. A final elbow to the back of the neck dropped him like a sack of flour. Caleb exhaled, rolling his shoulders. All 4 guards neutralized. Meanwhile, as all of that happened, at the same time, inside the first luxurious passenger car, Arthur stepped in from the front door just as John entered from the rear. John's revolver barked once, a loud warning shot to silence any screams before they started. "Everybody stay calm and nobody'll get shot." John yelled, his voice clear but not overly gruff, enough to command but not enough to panic, and disguise his voice as well. A tall man in a gray bowler hat stood quickly at the front of the car, shouting, "This is." Arthur didn't hesitate. He lunged forward, grabbed the man by the shoulder, and spun him around. The butt of his carbine repeater cracked into the man's face, and he dropped with a groan, unconscious. John didn't flinch. He reached into his saddlebag and pulled out a large burlap sack, waving it in front of the passengers. "Come on, give me everything you got. Money. Valuables." The passengers, wealthy businessmen, overdressed ladies, and one terrified priest, began fumbling into their pockets, opening purses and satchels. Arthur and John moved steadily through the car. When someone hesitated, a plump banker with a monocle, a young lady hiding a necklace, Arthur stepped in. He leaned in close, voice low and dangerous, but different from his natural voice. "Don't make me ask again." Then he grabbed the man by the collar, spun him around, and cracked the stock of his carbine repeater across his temple. The man dropped like a stone. That always worked. Every time. John barely glanced at the unconscious figure, already moving down the aisle with a burlap sack held open. "Come on, folks. Money. Valuables. Don't make this harder than it needs to be." By the time they reached the rear of the car, the sack was beginning to fill up. John tossed it over his shoulder with a satisfied nod. "That's one done." They pushed through to the second car. This time, Arthur raised his voice with a deeper bass and gruff tone. "All right, same thing. Empty your pockets." A portly gentleman in a striped suit clenched his fists. "I won't be robbed by the likes of." Arthur didn't let him finish. He grabbed the man's wrist, twisted it just enough to make him yelp, and shoved him back into his seat, then slapped the man across the face with the side of his carbine. What was that? The man's defiance crumbled. He fished out a wad of bills from his coat, tossing them into the sack with a glare. John laughed. "Man's got a strong teachin' hand, huh?" They moved quickly through the rest of the car, gathering more cash, watches, rings, and earrings. No one resisted after that. By the time Caleb finished securing the cargo holds, Arthur and John had cleared the passenger cars. Charles rejoined them near the rear of the train, dragging a tied-up engineer behind him. "Train's ours," Charles grunted. Arthur nodded, pulling his mask down just enough to spit. "Good. Let's get what we came for and ride out." The next 10 minutes were a blur of activity. Crates were pried open, safes cracked, and valuables stuffed into saddlebags. Gold watches, cash bundles, jewelry, and anything of worth were taken. Arthur let out a surprised voice as he pulled a stack of bonds from a wealthy-looking passenger's briefcase. "Now this is a damn payday." John smirked. "Told you this'd be worth it." Caleb, meanwhile, found something unexpected in the cargo hold, a locked strongbox. A few well-placed shots from his revolver shattered the lock, revealing stacks of crisp banknotes and 3 shiny gold things that caused his breath to catch. 3 gold bars. Well, he muttered, pocketing 2 of the hold bars to his satchel for himself, before showing the gold bar to the others, putting it inside John's sack that was filled with money and valuables. With the loot secured, they moved quickly. Arthur gave a signal to Charles, who moved to uncouple the last 2 cars from the rest of the train. "Make it look like a mechanical error," Arthur said. As the coupling came loose and the brakes were set, the team gathered at the tree line. Their horses were ready. The loot was secured. "The job is done." Arthur looked at Caleb. "You did good, Caleb." Caleb shrugged. "Thanks, Arthur. I played this part before." Arthur blinked. "Say what?" "Nothing," Caleb replied quickly, hiding the smirk under his mask. John hooted. "That went smoother than I thought." Charles grunted. "Let's not jinx it." The gang spurred their steeds into a gallop, vanishing into the night just as the first shouts of "looks like lawmen" rose from the train behind them. The return to Horseshoe Overlook was triumphant. Dutch clapped Arthur on the back, his grin wide. "Now this is how you do a damn train job. Good work, all of you." Hosea chuckled as he looked at the take and deduced the total worth, before smiling. "Enough here to keep us comfortable for quite a while, after storing some of it and splitting some for the 4 of you." Caleb smiled as he saw Dutch and Hosea studying the pile of loot with the kind of gleam in their eyes usually reserved for poker wins and a bottle of fine whiskey. Arthur stood nearby, hands on his hips, recounting the events of the job to the two older men with the satisfaction of a man who just walked away from a prizefight with all his teeth intact. "It went smoother than a greased hog down a muddy slope," Arthur said, his voice rough but pleased. "We rode out just in time, and heard shouts behind us, probably lawmen. Caleb took down 4 guards without firing a single shot. Just one shot the whole time, and that was John letting off a warning inside the passenger car to keep 'em all quiet." Dutch gave a low whistle, eyebrows raising beneath his black hat. "Only one shot fired on a train job? That's damn near miraculous." Hosea chuckled, leaning on his cane. "And it wasn't even a kill shot. That's discipline. And smarts. That's how we keep the Pinkertons and whoever teaching us off our tail. And the masks? Whose idea was that?" John walked up at that moment, swinging the half-full burlap sack they'd stuffed with bills, watches, and jewelry. "My idea. Figured it'd keep our faces hidden. But Caleb here," he gestured toward the younger man, "he suggested we change our voices too. Rough it up, drop it low, and sound like someone else. Just in case any of those rich bastards try to get clever and hire someone to match our voices with rumors or bounties." Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 7 out of 10. Charm, 5 out of 10. Luck, 6 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Money, $731.61 and 2 gold bars. Bank, $40, 2 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. Chapter 84-82. Conversation with Hosea. John walked up at that moment, swinging the half-full burlap sack they'd stuffed with bills, watches, and jewelry. "My idea. Figured it'd keep our faces hidden. But Caleb here," he gestured toward the younger man, "he suggested we change our voices too. Rough it up, drop it low, sound like someone else. Just in case any of those rich bastards try to get clever and hire someone to match our voices with rumors or bounties." Dutch gave a short, surprised laugh and clapped Caleb on the shoulder. "Son, you got brains on you, I'll give you that. I've been running jobs for 20 years, and it never even crossed my mind. Smart, real smart." Hosea chuckled. "Neither mine. That's the clever kind of thinking that keeps us ahead of the law." Caleb gave a modest shrug, hiding the slight swell of pride behind a neutral expression. "Just thought it might help keep attention off us. This job was loud in terms of what we took, a train full of rich passengers and valuable cargo. Someone's gonna come looking. Better not give them more to go on than they already have." "Exactly," Hosea agreed. "You boys left no prints, no names, and no faces. No bodies either. Just one warning shot, and a lot of empty pockets. Bunch of you are just like ghosts." Dutch grinned widely, teeth gleaming in the firelight. "Ghosts who walk away with more money than this camp's seen in a damn season." Arthur gave Caleb a sidelong glance, his smirk pulling higher on one side. "You're truly a great addition, Caleb. fit right in with the way we do things. Dutch doesn't lose his touch in choosing people. John snorted. Hell, you might be too good for us. Caleb let out a short chuckle. Don't say that, or Dutch might start gettin' ideas. Dutch raised a finger with mock solemnity. No ideas, just recognition. Caleb here's got a mind for the long game. That's what I like to see. With the praise still hanging in the air, the gang settled into the natural rhythm that followed a successful heist, counting loot, sharing drinks, and letting the tension melt away like snow in spring. As the others busied themselves with inventory and celebration, Caleb stepped slightly away from the firelight, taking a seat on a log and letting the cool night breeze brush his face. His fingers brushed against the satchel at his side, feeling the weight of the 2 gold bars tucked safely inside. He hadn't lied about sharing with the gang, he'd made sure one of the bars went into the communal hall, but he'd kept 2 for himself. Insurance. Better to have something stashed away, he thought, just in case the whole world comes down onto the gang like it always does, and having my own secret stash of funds for my own activity. His thoughts were interrupted as Charles walked up, quiet as ever. He stood for a moment, looking toward the fire before speaking. You handled yourself well today, he said simply. Quiet. Efficient. Unlike the others in the gang, for example, Bill. Thanks, Charles, Caleb replied as he chuckled. You too. Charles nodded once. Most people don't do as smooth as what you did in situations like that. And it's just like you knew what to expect. Caleb shrugged. I've been through it before. Charles gave him a long look, thoughtful, but didn't press. He simply nodded again and moved on, melting into the darkness like a shadow. The night carried on, filled with the low hum of celebration. Javier strummed a lazy tune on his guitar. Uncle sat on the log, Pearson heaved a sigh of relief as he finished with the day's work, Bill was already half drunk, swaying next to Sean, who was loudly retelling the events of the robbery, despite not having been there. I kicked in the door, Sean said, holding up an imaginary rifle, and said, give us your gold or we'll turn your heads into soup. That's not even close to what happened, John muttered, laughing. Let him talk, Arthur said, shaking his head. He's just wishin' he got to join. Dutch eventually called everyone's attention back to the fire. Alright, listen up. Hosea's got the numbers. Hosea stood, holding a ledger, glasses glinting in the firelight. After expenses, stockpiling, and cutting a fair share for the 4 men who pulled this off, we're sitting on just shy of $1,800, not including bonds and gold. That's without fencing the rest of the valuables. A collective cheer erupted from the gang. And Caleb, Hosea continued, you came out of this job with no casualties, creative thinking, and a quiet approach that saved us a mess of heat. I say you've earned your share and maybe a bit more. Dutch raised his hands. Seconded. Caleb, we'll keep the split even for now, but you've proven yourself. Keep this up, and you'll have as much say in this outfit as anyone. Caleb dipped his head, accepting the praise with a quiet grace. He didn't need the attention, but it felt good to be recognized for more than just brute force or fast hands. As the night wore on, Caleb eventually slipped away from the fire and walked up the edge of the cliff that helped look at what was below Horseshoe Overlook. He sat down near a patch of brush, looking up at the moon. As he sat there looking at the moon, its pale light shimmering like silver across the tops of the trees and the rippling bend of the Dakota River far below, Caleb Thorne felt the strange and familiar ache of 2 lives pressing at his chest. He wasn't the same man who had played Red Dead Redemption 2 from the safety of a couch, and he certainly wasn't the man these outlaws believed him to be. Caleb had died, literally, and had somehow awakened in this world, 23 and fit, with nothing but a vague user interface in his mind and the memories of a video game that felt more real now than it ever had on screen. And now here he was, wrapped in the same air as Arthur Morgan, Dutch van der Linde, Hosea Matthews, and the Van der Linde gang, legends and ghosts of a doomed story he once adored. Footsteps crunched softly behind him. Reflexively, His right hand moved toward the revolver at his hip, but the moment he turned, he relaxed. It was Hosea, looking at him with that warm, familiar smile the old man always wore when he wasn't scheming. The grizzled conman held a small stack of dollar bills in his right hand, fingers loose around them like they weren't even real money. "Why are you alone out here, Caleb?" Hosea asked, his tone gentle and edged with concern. "Not in the mood to celebrate the cleanest train robbery ever done? Or bringing in the biggest cash for the gang after our disaster in Blackwater?" Caleb chuckled and patted the log beside him. "It's not that I'm not in the mood to celebrate, Hosea. I just wanted to enjoy some quiet, white, and fresh time alone. The people we robbed today, they weren't Pinkertons or rival gangs or criminals. They were just folks. Innocent folks. I need to adjust myself, that's all." Hosea sat down beside him, giving a slight grunt as his knees bent. He patted Caleb's shoulder once with a knowing hand. "I understand, son. It's hard on yourself when you know the people you rob are innocent. But this is the life you chose. And at least you didn't kill any of them. No grieving children, no widowed wives, no revenge-seeking husbands. That counts for something." Caleb nodded, keeping his expression neutral, though inside, he felt a quiet satisfaction. Persuasion, LVL2, might have been doing its part here, but it wasn't just skill, it was experience. A well-crafted lie told with a measure of truth. Hosea was no easy man to lie to, as he was an experienced con man. The truth was, he just needed space. Time to think. The gang's energy, while infectious, could be overwhelming. Outwardly, he sighed. "Of course, Hosea," Caleb said, meeting the older man's eyes. "It's just that I need to adjust, that's all." He hesitated, then ventured carefully, "But, have you ever thought about leaving this life behind? Starting new somewhere else?" Hosea's face stilled. For a long moment, the fire behind them cracked and popped while the camp celebrated. Finally, he let out a slow breath. "I do," he said quietly. "In fact, before all the mess at Blackwater, I did leave this life for a while. I leave this life behind with the love of my life, Bessie. She understood me, Caleb. She knew me. But I just couldn't stay gone, I came back." His voice faltered briefly. "Bessie understood. She supported me, even though it meant putting this damn life before her. And sometimes, I wonder, what if I stayed gone? What if we'd found a cabin in the Grizzlies or a patch of land near St. Denis and just lived? Spending the rest of my days with her, just the two of us." Caleb turned to look at Hosea, heart-tugging. He knew about Bessie, of course, the woman who tamed the legendary swindler's heart, how she died before the game truly began. He knew what Hosea lost, what Arthur mourned for him. But he had to pretend he didn't. "You'll live a wonderful life with her," Caleb said softly. "I'm sure of it. Anne. I'm sorry." Hosea looked over, startled. "Sorry? What for, son?" Caleb met his gaze, eyes somber and voice low. "The hurt, longing, and sadness in your eyes. It says it all. I know where she is now." Hosea chuckled bitterly, the sound carrying the weight of years and regrets. He looked up at the sky. "She's in a much better place now. And I know, she'd have liked you. Just like she liked Arthur. If she were still here, she'd be sittin' right beside us, telling me to stop talkin' and just watch the moon." He stood up with a groan and placed the money gently in Caleb's lap. "Here's your share. $300. Don't spend it all in one place. And thank you for listening to an old man ramble." Caleb smiled, taking the money and tucking it into his satchel. "Thank you, Hosea. Don't worry. I'll save it for now. And, no problem. Thank you for the company as well." With a wave, Hosea walked back toward the firelight, joining the others in the chorus of songs, laughter, and drunken hollering. Caleb looked back at the moon, his fingers still wrapped around the warmth of the bills. He made a mental note, tomorrow, I'll head to Valentine. Store the 2 gold bars and $300 in the safety deposit. Gold in the box, cash in the savings account. Better to keep it safe there, rather than bringing it everywhere with me. The camp was quieter than usual. Most were still asleep, nursing hangovers or curled in bedrolls with snores echoing through the trees. The sky was clear, streaked pink with the promise of a new day. Caleb rose early, packed his satchel with the 2 gold bars and his cash, and quietly saddled Morgan, his dependable horse. The horse gave a quiet nicker as he mounted. Charles, who was on guard duty, gave him a wave from his post near the supply cart. Heading to Valentine? Yeah, Caleb said. Need to do some things around and also about for some lead. Charles nodded. Ride safe. With a final nod, Caleb urged Morgan forward and disappeared into the morning mist. He rode for tens of minutes before he reached the familiar town. Horses clomped through mud-caked roads, and the scent of manure, tobacco, and smoke filled the air. He tied Morgan to the hitching post outside the bank and stepped inside. The interior was cool and clean, the walls lined with polished oak paneling. Behind the barred counter stood a middle-aged man in a vest, an eye monocle, and rolled sleeves. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 7 out of 10. Charm, 5 out of 10. Luck, 6 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Money, $1,031.61 and 2 gold bars. Bank, $40, 2 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. Chapter 85-83. Thoughts for the future. Horses clomped through mud-caked roads, and the scent of manure, tobacco, and smoke filled the air. He tied Morgan to the hitching post outside the bank and stepped inside. The interior was cool and clean, the walls lined with polished oak paneling. Behind the barred counter stood a middle-aged man in a vest, an eye monocle, and rolled sleeves. Morning, mister, the banker said. Need help with a deposit or a withdrawal? Deposit to my savings accounts, and I also want to deposit some valuables in my safety deposit box, Caleb replied, drawing the $300 bills from his satchel and carefully placing it on the counter. The banker whistled. Well now, someone's been doing good business. Caleb offered a polite smile. Just good investments. The clerk nodded and deposited $300 into Caleb's savings account, adding to the $40 already there. And then led Caleb to the vault. Inside, Caleb unlocked his safety deposit box and added the 2 gold bars from last night's haul. He'd already stashed the other gold bars and golden nuggets he had here. As he relocked the box, the clerk cleared his throat. Interesting times, ain't they? Heard there was a train robbery at Scarlet Meadows last night. Caleb kept his expression neutral. That so? Folks say it was professional. They stopped the train with an oil wagon. No deaths, just a lot of missing valuables. The clerk chuckled. Almost admire the efficiency, sadly, it poses a threat to us banks. Caleb tipped his hat. World's full of surprises. After that, Caleb walked back outside, took in the sights of the town, the general store, the saloon, the stable, the gunsmith, and debated heading into the general store for some supplies or not. It was at this time that he heard his name being called. Caleb. The familiar voice turned his head, and he looked to his left. Sure enough, walking toward him from the direction of the general store, was Jasper Granger. The boy, no, the young man now, wore a wide-brimmed hat that had seen better days and a light, dust-speckled jacket with sleeves rolled up. His holster hung neatly at his side, his cattleman revolver resting within it. His step had more spring than before, more confidence too, and Caleb felt a genuine smile tug at his lips as he raised a hand in greeting. "Morning, Jasper," Caleb said. Jasper returned the smile. "When did you get back into town?" "Just this morning," Caleb replied, adjusting the strap of his satchel. "Had a few things to drop off at the bank." Jasper glanced at the building behind Caleb with a knowing grin. "Bank must like you real good. Anyway, I was hopin' to run into you." "Oh." Caleb arched a brow, hands resting casually on his belt. "Yeah. I just wanted to let you know, I've been trainin'. Took my repeater out into the woods, been doing some proper hunting. Got enough meat and pelts to earn myself a little money. Bought some more ammo with it too. Didn't even need to ask old Bob for extra coin." Jasper's eyes shone with pride. "And workin' at the butcher stall? It's goin' real smooth now. I'm faster at slicin' and cleanin'. Old Bob even said I could manage the stall on my own sometimes." Caleb chuckled warmly. "Sounds like you're becomin' a self-sufficient man." "I reckon I am," Jasper said, standing a little straighter. "And it's all thanks to you, Caleb. You helped me when no one else would. Took me in after I got out of that damned basement in Rhodes. Gave me a roof, money, and even advice. I owe you more than I could ever repay." Caleb's smile softened. He patted Jasper on the shoulder with genuine pride. "Ain't no need to go gettin' sentimental on me now," he said with a small laugh. "I just did what my pa and ma would have wanted. Help a soul in need, especially one with the guts to keep goin' after all that." Jasper looked down a moment, grateful and bashful in equal measure. "But now that you're on your own 2 feet, Caleb added, you ought to start thinkin' ahead. Hunting and butchering's a damn fine start, but the world's full of surprises. If you want to stay alive and stay ahead, you gotta broaden your outlook on this world." Jasper tilted his head. "How you mean?" "I mean," Caleb said, stepping to the side so they could walk together, "don't just stick to one thing. Ask around town. Lend a hand at the general store, sweep floors at the saloon, muck stalls at the stable, assist the doc or the gunsmith. You'll pick up bits and pieces, different skills, different knowledge. Might not seem like much at first, but when the world kicks you, having more tools in your kit gives you a better chance to kick it with the strap of his satchel." Jasper blinked. That's a lot. I'd be busy all the time." "That's life, Jasper. Busy means you're alive," Caleb said with a grin. "But the more you learn, the more you're worth. Not just to others but to yourself." Jasper fell quiet for a few paces, thoughtful. "You know, I think you're right. I never thought of it that way. All those jobs, they're pieces of the bigger part of my life, huh?" "Exactly." Of course, Caleb also had another reason, a selfish one. Jasper had potential. He was loyal, sharp, and had the fire of youth tempered by trauma and survival. Caleb saw in him not just a grateful kid but a future ally. And if he was going to build his own circle, his own gang, of sorts, though not outlaws, he needed men like Jasper. People who'd stand with him when the Van der Linde gang eventually collapsed, as Caleb knew it inevitably would, one way or another, as the wild what time had come to an end slowly. It wasn't just about protection or loyalty. It was about survival. Building something lasting in a world where most things crumbled. "So," Jasper asked after a beat, "where you headin' now?" Caleb glanced at the general store across the street. Was thinkin' of stockin' up. Need ammo, maybe some canned goods, dry rations. You wanna tag along? Sure thing, Jasper said eagerly. The two crossed the street and stepped inside the general store. The bell above the door chimed gently as they entered. The scent of spices, leather, and faint molasses greeted them. Behind the counter stood Mr. Worth, reading a ledger. Ah, Caleb. Good day to you, McAllister greeted. And you too, Jasper. Heard you've been bringin' in some fine deer and rabbit cuts for old Bob. Jasper beamed at the compliment while Caleb nodded. Just need some supplies today. 10 cans of assorted food, rifle cartridges, revolver ammo, and some coffee. Right away, Mr. Worth said, bustling into the back. As the storekeeper prepared the order, Caleb turned to Jasper. How's your shooting, really? I'm better than I was, Jasper admitted. Still not fast like you. But I don't flinch anymore, and I'm gettin' used to lining up my shots. Shot a fox square in the head at 30 yards. Good, Caleb said. Next time we go huntin', I'll show you how to snipe with a scope. I wanted to attach one on my rifle soon. Jasper's eyes lit up. Once the supplies were packed, Caleb paid the total, $10.25. He tucked the tins and cartridges into his satchel and thanked Mr. Worth. Jasper held the door open for him as they stepped back into the mid-morning sun. Caleb paused outside. His eyes scanned the horizon, past the bustle of wagons, gossiping women, and loitering men. Jasper asked at this time. You're not thinkin' of leavin' town again, are you? Not yet, I will stay in town couple of days or probably more, Caleb said with a smirk. As they walked toward the hitching post in front of the bank to check on Morgan, Caleb's mind spun with plans. His bank stash was growing. His skills were sharpening. And now he had the beginnings of something more, someone to rely on who wasn't part of Dutch's gang. One day, the gang would fall apart. Dutch was losing control slowly, and the cracks were showing. When that time came, Caleb didn't want to be caught holding nothing but a satchel and a revolver. He wanted options. And Jasper. He was the first brick in that foundation. After stepping out into the midday sun with his supplies in tow, Caleb and Jasper lingered for a moment by the hitching post, exchanging a few more words. Morgan, Caleb's horse, huffed lightly, her head swaying lazily as the two men chatted. Jasper's face was beaming still, the pride of self-sufficiency new and intoxicating. It reminded Caleb of the first time he had earned money back in his old life, delivering pizza in high school. Funny how the feeling was universal across worlds. Well, I should get back to the stall, Jasper said, slapping his palm lightly against his thigh. Old Bob'll think I've run off from town or something. Caleb smirked. Don't want the old man chewing your ear off. Jasper chuckled. Nah. But I will start a skin around. Mr. Worth's a decent fella, I'll see if he needs someone sweepin' or storin' goods. If he doesn't, I'll try the saloon. Caleb gave him a nod of approval. That's the spirit. Keep buildin' that. Jasper tipped his hat, then turned and jogged lightly down the road, calling out greetings to a couple of passers-by as he went. Caleb watched him for a moment longer, an odd warmth in his chest. A sense of pride, sure, but also investment. Jasper wasn't just another kid anymore, he was the first stone in something that could last. Something beyond gangs and gun smoke. With that thought, Caleb turned and strode across the dusty road, stepping up the stairs to the Valentine Hotel. The clerk looked up from his register. Room still yours, Mr. Thorne? The clerk asked, already knowing the answer. Yeah. Extend it for 15 more days, Caleb replied, pulling out a folded wad of bills and peeling off $15. The man nodded and stamped the ledger. Done. Second floor, same room. Caleb gave a dry chuckle and trudged upstairs. The room greeted him like an old friend. Clean linens, a soft mattress, and a window that let in just enough light without blinding him. Compared to sleeping on the hard-packed earth with just a bedroll under the stars or worse, in the gang's ever-moving camps, this was luxury. He set his satchel down, locked the door, and took off his boots. It didn't take long for the plush bed to lull him into a nap. The weight of the morning's thoughts, the comfortable room, and the slight ache in his muscles all combined into the perfect recipe for a short, deep rest. A little while later, Caleb blinked his eyes open. The sun had barely shifted its position, but his body felt notably lighter. More relaxed. He stretched, hearing the pop of his shoulders and neck before sitting up with a low grunt. He rummaged through his satchel and pulled out 2 canned food he had not from the store, a meat and vegetable ones. With a quick flick of his knife, he opened it and used the same blade to eat. It wasn't the fanciest meal, but it was hearty, and warm enough after letting it rest on the windowsill where sunlight poured in. As he ate, his mind turned back to earlier thoughts. A side business. A real one. He had funds, $721.31 on him, $320 in the bank, and more importantly, for gold bars, a stash of jewelry, and gold nuggets. He had Jasper, a loyal and capable ally. With all that, he could realistically seed something stable, something lasting. Outlaw work was bloody, chaotic, and rarely ended well. Dutch's dreams were admirable but flawed, and Caleb knew that the gang's story would end eventually, even if Micah was out of the picture, as the Wild West time also came to an end slowly. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 7 out of 10. Charm, 5 out of 10. Luck, 6 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Money, $716.36. Bank, $320, for gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. Chapter 86, 84. Thinking of business ideas. With all that, he could realistically seed something stable, something lasting. Outlaw work was bloody, chaotic, and rarely ended well. Dutch's dreams were admirable but flawed, and Caleb knew that the gang's story would end eventually, even if Micah was out of the picture, as the Wild West time also came to an end slowly. Something real. And in this world, this wild, untamed echo of the Old West, knowledge was power, even more than bullets, and was done very right. Soap crossed his mind first. The current kind, lye soap, was harsh, corrosive, and reeked like overcooked bacon fat. He remembered how often people in town itched at their skin, and how expensive proper bathing could be in St. Denis. A gentler formula, even just with added fat ratios and herbs, could be a luxury item for townsfolk and travelers alike. But soap required chemical knowledge, lye production, proper balance of oils, maybe lavender or lemon balm for scent. It could be dangerous if not done right. Insect repellent was next. Every damn time he passed through swampy areas or dense woods, he remembered the sheer annoyance of the mosquitoes. If he could recall even the basics, citronella, crushed peppermint, and lemongrass oil, that might work. The challenge? Where to get the materials? How to extract oils? He might need a proper distiller. Maybe he could find a local herbalist, or better yet, learn it himself and gain the skill in the process. Then came a tastier idea, a candy. Not just sugar lumps or chocolate candy, but something akin to peppermint chews or breath mints. A proper treat that freshened the breath. Even the rich in St. Denis would kill for something like that. And then the next idea that came into his mind was pastries. Caleb remembered baking in his past life with his grandma before she passed away. Cookies. Pound cake. Sweetbread. Back then, it was to spend time with his grandma and also to kill time. Here. That knowledge was a goddamn gold mine. If he could make something simple, like sweet rolls or jam-filled bread, he could start selling them discreetly, maybe through the hotel kitchen or general store. His thoughts spiraled. Toothbrushes. Basic ones could be carved, with wooden handles, or with horsehair. Pair that with a basic toothpaste made of crushed charcoal, mint, and baking soda, if he could find some, and he had a product no one else in town was offering. Hell, Caleb muttered aloud, taking another bite of his food, I could open the first general hygiene shop in Valentine's if I had the right people and tools. But therein lay the problem. Materials. Steady supply. Time. Labor. Knowledge. He knew of these things. But he wasn't a chemist or apothecary. He'd need help. Maybe an old tinkerer, a woman skilled in herbs, someone literate and smart enough to grasp these half-modern ideas. And Valentine. Valentine was ideal. Far enough from big players like Angelo Bronte in St. Denis or the Gray and Braithwaite feud in Rhodes. Enough travelers, drifters, and ranchers to form a base clientele. Plus, the sheriff at least kept a modest order, and corruption wasn't nearly as widespread as in larger towns, especially since O'Driscoll's hidden business in her had been destroyed by him. Caleb leaned back, staring at the ceiling. Maybe he should start with something small. Candy. Pastries. Toothbrushes. Easier to control, test, and sell. He could bake a batch, and offer samples at the general store, maybe even through Jasper at the butcher stall. And from there, expand. The dream began to take shape. A little network. A small operation. Nothing flashy, nothing illegal. Not yet. Just the slow and quiet build-up of something new in a dying age. And with Jasper already showing promise, maybe it was time to find more people. Not outlaws. Just good folk. Capable. Reliable. Desperate, even desperation, made people loyal if you treated them right. From there, Caleb began to think about the people he could possibly recruit. People he could trust and also doesn't follow him blindly with idealism, someone who could say what's on their mind, and if he does something wrong, warn him and not just let it go. He didn't want another Van der Linde situation, where the idealism of the members turned to ego for the leader, and ego bled into betrayal. But a crew or a team that had folks who could help him lay the foundations of something real, something lasting. That, he could get behind. And the first one that came to mind was Mickey. The old veteran. A man haunted by the Civil War, missing an arm, living rough in the streets of Valentine. But Caleb remembered him. Remembered his kindness, how he shared what his story, and the touching moments he had with Arthur when he played the game. Most people in this world looked at Mickey and saw a broken man, but Caleb saw potential. Loyalty. Grit. Given the right tools and care, Mickey could be a rock in the labor force. He might not be able to fight or hunt like the younger men, but he had lived through hell. That counted for something. It meant something. Then there were the Wapiti tribes. Rain falls. Eagle flies. Their tribe had been forced to move, survive, resist, and adapt in a land that was no longer theirs. Charles could help there. With his heritage, his honor, and his empathy, he could bridge that gap. Caleb wouldn't exploit them, never that, but an alliance of some sort. Trade. Mutual support. If anyone could make that happen with grace, it was Charles. The comedic duo came next to his mind next, Samson Black and Wendell White. Runaway convicts, yes, but under that constant bickering and slapstick troublemaking, Caleb always sensed something more, brotherhood and loyalty. They just needed a firm hand, someone who believed in them. Caleb thought back to their wild prison breaks and their strange code of ethics. Sure, they were impulsive, but also brave, and they could keep things light when life got too heavy. And then Josiah Trelawney. Now there was a man of charm and smoke. A showman, a talker, a schemer. But not evil. Caleb had always liked Josiah in the game. He had a family that he had to leave behind sometimes to look for money. He cared in his own way for his friends. For all the illusions he spun, Trelawney had integrity underneath it all. If Caleb could offer him a better life, a chance to use those silver-tongued skills in a legitimate business, one with low risk and steady profits, he was sure the man would take it. Hell, he could even manage the storefront one day. Let him smooth-talk investors or oversee logistics while Caleb focused on the bigger picture. These were the people he knew from the game. People with potential. Good hearts. But there would be others, people who didn't appear in the game, those the original story never focused on. Locals. Drifters. Hidden talents. The world might be built on code and history, but Caleb had already changed things just by existing. That ripple was widening. He'd keep an open mind, stay watchful. For now, though, he needed to focus. First things first was to ironclad Jasper's loyalty to him. The boy had shown promise. Sharp, adaptable, eager. But loyalty wasn't just about favors, it was about connection, shared vision, and trust. Caleb would make sure Jasper was looked after, maybe teach him more survival skills, and give him more responsibilities. Trust him. That bond would be important later. As he finished the last bite of beans and cornbread, he stood and cleaned up the empty tin, tucking it neatly into his satchel to toss later. He exhaled sharply, brushing off his pants and checking the 2 Schofield revolvers at his hip. Time to stop thinking for now. Time to act. He left the hotel room, descending the creaky staircase to the first floor. The innkeeper gave him a small nod, which Caleb returned before stepping out into the fresh Valentine air. The wind carried a faint scent of manure and tobacco, with a touch of wildflower that lingered from the hills beyond. Valentine was lively tonight. The saloon was buzzing with drunken laughter, the clink of glasses, and the ragtime melody of a battered upright piano. Lanterns glowed warmly from the windows, and horses stamped their hooves outside, tied to the hitching posts. Caleb adjusted his hat and stepped through the swinging doors. Inside, the saloon was its usual storm of sweat, whiskey, and wood polish. Locals sat in clusters, arguing over cattle prices, railroad expansions, and politics. At the far side, near the back window, was the poker table. 3 men sat around it, one in a black suit with a string tie, another with his sleeves rolled up and dirt under his nails, and the third a bearded fellow nursing a cigar and a flask. Caleb approached with an easy smile. "Mind if I join?" "Buy-in's $5, the dealer said, nodding toward the stack of coins in front of him. "You lookin' to play serious or just pass time, Caleb?" Caleb reached into his coat pocket, pulled out a $5 bill, and laid it down. "I'm here to play. And maybe learn a thing or two, just like before when I played last time." The men chuckled, shifting in their seats to make room. Caleb took the empty chair and settled in, letting his fingers run over the worn felt of the table. The cards were slightly bent, the chips scuffed, real, not pristine. Perfect. The first few hands were cautious. Caleb folded early, watched the others, paid attention to their tells, the way the man in the suit adjusted his cuff when bluffing, how the bearded one scratched his chin when he had a good hand. His memory worked fast. Patterns formed. After half an hour, Caleb began to play more aggressively. He won a small pot with a pair of 7s. Lost the next with a busted straight. Won another by bluffing with absolutely nothing but a confident look and a sip of watered-down whiskey. The bearded man cursed under his breath, and the others laughed. "Got a bit of luck on ya, stranger," the dirt-stained man said, pushing his hat back. "Name's Elijah." "Caleb," he replied, tipping his head. "Looks like Lady Luck favors me today, sorry about that." "Not just luck, you've got a good read," the suited man said with a raised brow. "Most folks around here just play to drink. Guess I like to play for the long game." The hours passed. Caleb lost some hands, one more. His poker skill clicked upward in front of him. The interface, barely visible unless he focused, flashed briefly as he sensed a subtle shift in his understanding of the game. Poker skill upgraded to level 2. He could read people better now. Know when to fold, when to press. It wasn't just cards, it was people. Tension. Confidence. Bluff. Memory. By the end of the night, he'd earned a net profit of $35.57. Not bad for an evening's work, and better than anything he would have learned drinking himself blind. He cashed out, nodding politely to the dealer and the other players, who looked at him with a mixture of respect and mild irritation. Outside, the air was colder. Stars glittered overhead, and the moon hung low and fat, casting a silver sheen over the rooftops. Caleb walked slowly back toward the hotel, his satchel heavier with coins and his mind sharper from practice. He paused at the edge of the road, looking out at the quiet town. This place, he thought, could be the beginning of something. Not just survival but stability as well. The ideas he'd had earlier, soap, candy, pastries, toothbrushes, they weren't just flashes of inspiration. They were viable. The poker game had reminded him of a simple truth, which is that you don't win by throwing everything at once. You won by knowing when to act. When to fold. When to build the pot. And then when to strike in and gain the pot you built. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 7 out of 10. Charm, 5 out of 10. Luck, 6 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL1, LVL2. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Money, $746.93. Bank, $320, for gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. Chapter 87, 85. Upgrading weapons. The ideas he'd had earlier, soap, candy, pastries, toothbrushes, they weren't just flashes of inspiration. They were viable. The poker game had reminded him of a simple truth, which is that you don't win by throwing everything at once. You won by knowing when to act. When to fold. When to build the pot. And then when to strike in and gain the pot you built. Maybe he'd start with pastries first. It was much easier and more familiar for him. Try baking a small batch of sweet rolls, for example. Then test the reaction. Maybe Jasper could also help him find out what folks liked. If it sold, he could fund the next venture, candies, or even toothbrushes and toothpaste. Bit by bit. By the time he reached his room again, the dream felt less like fantasy and more like a plan. He smiled, closing the door behind him, and slipped the lock shut. Caleb then lay down on the mattress, its springs creaking softly beneath him. The walls of the hotel room were still, the only sound was the occasional muffled hoofbeat from the street below or the call of a drunk stumbling past. But his mind didn't race. For once, it didn't whirl with second-guessing or fears. It just laid out the next steps, like a map forming in the dark behind his eyelids. Soap, candy, toothbrushes, those could come later. Pastries first. Small, manageable. Familiar. He let out a long, slow breath, as he closed his eyes, and let sleep take him. The next day, the sunlight filtered in past the window, golden and warm on Caleb's face. He blinked a few times, groaned softly, then sat up with a quiet grunt, rubbing the back of his neck. The scent of dust and pine drifted through the slightly cracked window. Another day in Valentine's. Caleb swung his legs off the bed, the wooden floor cold underfoot, and began his daily routine. Stretching first, arms overhead, a slow twist of his torso, joints cracking in protest. Then came calisthenics, jumping jacks, squats, and lunges. His muscles burned, but it was the good kind of burn, the reminder that he was alive and in control. Push ups followed, knuckles pressing against the wood as he exhaled through each rep. 1, 2, 3. He counted out 80 before moving to sit-ups, legs hooked under the foot of the bed. 80 crunches later, he sat panting, shirt damp with sweat, heart thudding like a steady war drum. The exercise didn't just hone his body. It kept his mind sharp. Grounded. Then he combed his fingers through his hair and strapped his gun belt and holsters in place. His Schofield sat snug on his hips, his iron twins, as he called them. He grabbed his hat, stepped into his boots, and made his way out. The town was already stirring. Blacksmith's hammer clanged from across the main road, and the scent of food from the saloon drifted into the morning air. Caleb broke into a light jog, taking to the dirt roads for his morning run. He passed the stables, waving briefly at Mr. Levi, who was tending to a skittish mare. He kept a steady pace, lungs drawing in the cool spring air, his boots kicking up dust behind him. As he looped around the sheriff's office, he caught voices drifting out of an open window. "I'm tellin' ya, they used an oil wagon. Just placed it right there in the middle of the track like they owned the damn rails. They didn't kill anyone. No one. Beat the hell out of the guards, knocking them unconscious, some passengers as well, to teach them a lesson. But no killings. That's the thing. Worked fast, clean, efficient. Damn shame no one got a good look at them. Not even the engineer. Said they wore sackcloth masks with slits so narrow you couldn't even guess their eye color. Moved like shadows. Like a ghost gang. The law and Rhodes's got their hands tied, huh? Hell, there ain't nothin' to tie to. No trace. No boot prints. No shells. Even the wagon was just left behind there, and the law surely wouldn't go investigate Cornwall refinery. It would be like telling Leviticus Cornwall one of his workers was involved in the robbery. Caleb jogged past, keeping his face neutral, expression unreadable. The conversation behind him continued, mixing into the clamor of morning bustle. But he'd heard enough. Satisfaction pulsed behind his calm mask. No names. No identities. No clues. No bodies. We did good, he thought. Real good. They were just like ghosts, at least for now, since he got a nagging feeling that the Pinkertons would head there to investigate, and find out slowly who was involved in the robbery. After returning to the hotel, Caleb dropped 25 cents at the counter and requested a hot bath. The water was ready in 10 minutes, steaming and scented faintly with lye and pine oil. He scrubbed off the morning sweat and the lingering dust from his run, soaking until the ache in his shoulders dulled into a mellow hum. By the time he dressed and rearmed himself, he felt refreshed and focused. He retrieved his rifles and shotgun from his room. The Springfield slung over one shoulder, the Lancaster over the other. The pump-action shotgun was strapped across his back horizontally, and his Schofield still nestled in their holsters like loyal hounds. It was time to tend to his tools. The bell above the door jingled as Caleb stepped inside. The familiar scent of gun oil, metal, and powder welcomed him like an old friend. "Morning, Caleb," Mr. Dalton said, glancing up from behind the counter where he was polishing the barrel of a rolling block rifle. "You're armed to the teeth this morning." "Need some upgrades for these beauties," Caleb replied with a half smile. "Improved rifling on all of M, iron sights for the Schofields, extended barrel for the shotgun, and scopes, short range for the Lancaster, medium for the Springfield." Mr. Dalton raised his eyebrow and whistled. "That's a pricey list. You got the money for all of that, I take it." "Actually, I got something else in mind," Caleb said. He stepped forward and laid the guns across the counter. "What if I did it myself? I know my way around metal and machinery. Let me do the work, under your supervision, of course, and I'll pay half price on each part one use." Mr. Dalton was surprised when he heard that. "You know gunsmithing, Caleb?" "Just the basics really, something that my pa taught," Caleb said with a grin, lying without blinking his eyes. "But I learn quick. Figured it'd save you labor, and I get to improve my skill." Mr. Dalton rubbed his chin, then shrugged. "Hell, why not? Long as you don't blow my shop up." The hours passed quietly, the occasional whir of a grindstone, the metallic clink of a chisel, and the hiss of steam from boiling water used to temper the metal. Caleb rolled up his sleeves and got to work. He started with the Schofields, fitting them each with precision iron sights, aligning them so they'd give him better draw and fire accuracy in closer engagements, and then improving their rifling. He also took extra care not to scratch the polished frames, cleaning and oiling each joint before reassembly. Next came the pump-action shotgun. He extended the barrel slightly, giving it a tighter spread and more punch at range, improving its rifling, and added a simple iron sight. The work required focus and dexterity, but Caleb felt himself settling into it naturally. Then the Lancaster repeater. He carefully placed the short-range scope beside the standard sight, making it an ideal weapon that could be used for medium and close encounters. The scope was fixed tightly, calibrated to shift with the recoil. Finally, the Springfield. He also does the same as in his Lancaster, where the medium-range scope was placed beside the default sight, making the rifle better suited to be used for sharpshooting. Then he carefully rifled the barrel, using Dalton's custom lathe and bore polish kit. By the time he was finished, his hands were black with oil and soot, but his guns looked and felt transformed, becoming much deadlier than they were previously. To the side, Mr. Dalton inspected the guns and then nodded approvingly. "Not bad work, Caleb. For a greenhorn." Caleb wiped his hands on a rag. "How much do I owe you?" "For the parts?" $68 in total. Normally, it'd be $167 with labor. Caleb handed over the cash without complaint after taking it out from his satchel. The experience he gained for his crafting skill and the upgrades for his guns were worth every penny he spent. "Oh, also," Mr. Dalton added after receiving the money from Caleb, "if you're ever thinking of smithing on the side, I could use a hand sometimes. Just say the word." "Appreciate it, Mr. Dalton," Caleb said. "Might take you up on that." After that, he stepped out into the warm afternoon sun of Valentine. Caleb Thorne walked at a steady pace back toward the hotel, his boots striking the packed dirt of Valentine's main street with quiet resolve. The warm afternoon sun glinted off his newly tuned firearms, his Springfield, Lancaster, and pumped action now gleamed under the sun like polished tools of justice. But more than the hardware, his mind was shifting, simmering with thoughts of what to do next. He had upgraded his tools, fine-tuned his body with a run, cleaned himself in a bath, and now, his stomach was grumbling with the desire for a proper meal. He cut left toward the saloon. The air inside was warm and thick with the aroma of alcohol, tobacco, and sizzling meat. A fiddler plucked at a cheerful tune in the corner, while a pair of drunks loudly debated who'd win in a fistfight, a man named Jeremiah Shaw or a grizzly bear. Caleb approached the bar and nodded at the barkeep. Fried lamb chop and a bottle of beer, he said, placing a $5 bill and a quarter on the counter. Mr. Douglas took the money without a word. A few minutes later, Caleb was seated at a table near the window, steam rising from the plate before him. The beer was cold, the lamb crisp and seasoned, and the fat rendered beautifully. As he ate, he savored each bite in silence, letting his mind wander. Then he heard it. "Found another one this morning," said a gravelly voice 2 tables over. "Just like the others. The body was torn up really badly. Said he was missing his, well, parts. You know." "Jesus Christ," muttered another. "Where'd they find this one?" "Out by Caliban's seat. Same way, they found that boy last spring. No tracks. No prints. Just a mangled corpse and that strange note pinned to a tree nearby." "A note again? What did it say?" "Same as always, look upon my works and despair." Caleb froze with his fork halfway to his mouth. The voices faded beneath a sharp ping in his skull, his past life memory skill activated, flooding his consciousness with vivid recollections from his previous life. Mr. Edmund Lowry Jr., a name etched into his memory with bile. A name synonymous with horror. The serial killer who had haunted the territory for years, preying on the lonely, the forgotten, the unloved. He had left no pattern but plenty of clues, scraps of maps hidden in grotesque locations, each leading to his lair, Lucky's cabin, south of Valentine. In the game, Caleb had solved the mystery, tracked the killer, found his hideout, and was ambushed by the maniac, only to hand him over to Sheriff Malloy after knocking him out and receive a mere $20 for the ordeal, which included saving Sheriff Malloy's life. He'd been furious then. In a world of outlaws and scum, Edmund had felt like something worse. Something inhuman. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 7 out of 10. Charm, 5 out of 10. Luck, 6 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL2. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Money, $673.43. Bank, $320, for gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. Chapter 88-86. Capturing Mr. Edmund Lowry Jr. In the game, Caleb had solved the mystery, tracked the killer, found his hideout, and was ambushed by the maniac, only to hand him over to Sheriff Malloy after knocking him out and receive a mere $20 for the ordeal, which included saving Sheriff Malloy's life. He'd been furious then. In a world of outlaws and scum, Edmund had felt like something worse. Something inhuman. Now, it was no longer a game, it was reality. Caleb wiped his mouth with a napkin and pushed the plate away, his appetite extinguished by the thought of the horror awaiting him. Would it be the same? Would the sight of Edmund's victims in the basement make him sick? He'd killed before. Yes. But always with reason, always with justice on his side, or survival. Edmund didn't kill out of necessity. He enjoyed it. The worst kind of evil, deliberate, practiced, precise, and for his own twisted satisfaction. The patrons behind him continued whispering, oblivious to Caleb's racing thoughts. He swallowed the last of his beer in one long swig, grabbed his hat, and stood up. He had made up his mind on what to do. He was going to Lucky's cabin. Not for the bounty, not for any coin. He wanted to end this evil now, before another body turned up in a ditch. He didn't need to solve the puzzle of Edmund's map fragments that were placed with his victims, not when he remembered the combination to the basement door. 6:34:32. He left the saloon and crossed the street in long strides, the weight of his upgraded arsenal comforting on his back and hips. Morgan, his loyal horse, neighed softly as Caleb approached the hitching post. "Easy, girl," Caleb muttered, untying the reins and stroking the horse's neck. "We've got something foul to deal with, hope you're ready like I am." As he climbed into the saddle, a thought stuck with him like a thorn, that is, Mr. Edmund Lowley Jr. ambushed Arthur in the game. That means he'll try the same here for whoever manages to love his puzzle, which was his way of bringing more victims to him. He'd have to be ready for that. The ride out took around 15 minutes from Valentine's. The winding trail toward the rundown cabin dipped through wooded groves and continued to head deeper as sunlight dappled through the pines. The air smelled of damp earth and pine resin, deceptively peaceful, while the trees were tall and quiet like sentinels guarding an ancient evil. Caleb dismounted just beyond a bend, tying Morgan to a low-hanging branch. He checked his weapons, ensuring all were loaded, both Schofields holstered, pump action on his back, Lancaster slung tight and Springfield ready on the side. His newly installed iron sights and scopes were pristine. He took the lantern he had from Morgan, drew a deep breath, and let it out slowly. The run-down cabin appeared just ahead, weathered wood, only left with two sides of walls. There's a stone chimney or what's left of it, clusters of wood planks scattered across the floor of the cabin, and the two big basement doors made of sturdy wood right in front of him. It looked innocent and like any other rundown cabin that could be found anywhere. But he knew better. He approached the basement door, boots soft on damp ground. A bit of fishy stench hit Caleb long before he reached the basement door. Caleb knelt before it, fingers brushing away the dust and grime, revealing the old combination dial and inputting the combination lock. 6:34:32. The lock clicked open. He exhaled sharply and slowly lifted the heavy basement door, opening it wide. A cold gust of damp air rose from below, bringing with it the faint fishy scent of rot and chemicals. He drew one of his Schofield revolvers and held his lantern in his other hand, keeping it ready as he descended the narrow wooden steps into darkness. The moment his boots hit the basement floor, he was struck by the fishy stench, and when he turned right, just like in the game, he saw several skulls on the upper and middle of a steel shelf. Shaking his head at seeing these skulls, he saw the lump of meat to the ground left of the shelf, and he wanted to throw up but held it, walked, and turned left. There he saw a wooden table with candles on it to light up the room, a pack of premium cigarettes, a piece of white paper that was a letter, a Kentucky bourbon, and there's a knife as well. Above the table was a wooden frame filled with tools such as a saw, axe, scissors, knife, and many other tools that were used by Mr. Edmund on his victims. And above the tools frame, there was a severed hand and a piece of human flesh being nailed onto a map of New Hanover. Seeing the hand, Caleb threw up a bit to the ground before managing to get hold of himself. As he approached the table, to his left, he saw a small wood crate with a steel pot on top of it, a bucket filled with meat left of the crate, and a bedroll to the right of the crate with a small candle beside it, not providing enough light for the room. Caleb ignored the bedroll and the quiet candlelight flickering beside it. The rest of the room held no comfort, no warmth, only the grotesque, silent remnants of death. He knew what lay ahead, remembered it from the game, but memory alone couldn't dull the dread rising in his chest like bile. He stepped forward. The narrow space behind the wooden divider felt like entering another world, a crueler one. Even in the dim glow of his lantern, Caleb could make out the two bodies hanging from meat hooks bolted into the overhead beam. One was missing its lower half entirely, nothing beneath the ragged tear of a torso. The other was worse. Headless. Its chest and stomach sliced open, entrails dangling like wet ropes of meat, swaying slightly as if stirred by a draft. A wet slap echoed in the small chamber as something slipped from the body to the ground. Caleb stumbled back a step, nearly slipping on the damp floor. His eyes widened in horror. A dozen heads, skulls, and rotting visages, some with faces twisted in eternal pain, were scattered across a butcher's table, a chair, and a rack lined like trophies. He couldn't tell how many were men or women. Some skulls had hair, others were clean white bone. But all of them stared in the same accusing silence. His breath hitched. The lantern shook in his hand. Then came the heave. Caleb dropped to one knee and vomited, hard, everything he had in him splattering the cold floor with sick. He gasped for air between retches, his entire body quivering not from fear, but from the sheer wrongness of this place. And then a loud ping. His system interface flashed softly in his mind. Skill gained, mental fortitude, LVL max. Description: you've faced one of the most gruesome scenes that this time could offer, and experienced mental trauma and sickness. Gain resistance against fear, horror, and mental manipulation. Improves focus in critical moments. He blinked. The message faded. His stomach was still twisted in knots, but he could breathe again. A skill, from this, he muttered, voice hoarse. He leaned against the wall, wiping his mouth with his sleeve. If there are other skills that maybe I could gain from such a scene as this, God please help me. He stood slowly, heart still pounding in his ears. The faint candlelight barely illuminated the room's full horror, but Caleb didn't need to see more. He'd seen enough. He stood slowly, heart still pounding in his ears. The faint candlelight barely illuminated the room's full horror, but Caleb didn't need to see more. He'd seen enough. Then, without warning, a hand gripped his left shoulder. Strong fingers dug in. Not like a warning, but like a hold meant to twist him around violently. Caleb's eyes widened. He knew that grip. He knew what was coming. Arthur had been ambushed like this in the game. And now it was happening to him. Edmund Lowry Jr. was trying to knock him out. But Caleb didn't let himself be spun. He planted his feet. As Edmund tried to yank him, Caleb ducked the expected blow, a big right swing with the butt of a knife. The weapon whistled past his head. Caught off guard, Edmund staggered forward. That was all Caleb needed. With a growl, Caleb spun on his heel and drove a punch into Edmund's gut. The air left the killer's lungs in a rush. Then came the uppercut, a brutal, rising strike that snapped Edmund's head back. His knees buckled, and he collapsed to the blood-slicked floor with a heavy thud, unconscious. Breathing hard, Caleb stared down at the man who'd left behind so much horror. He'd done it. He caught him. Alive. Not today, you sick bastard. Caleb whispered, still panting. Caleb wasted no time. He rummaged around the basement and quickly found several coils of rope, no doubt used on victims. He used them now for justice. He bound Edmund's wrists behind his back, then tied another rope around his biceps and elbows. His ankles were bound next, and finally, Caleb looped a thicker rope around his torso and cinched it tightly. The man was going nowhere. Once secure, Caleb leaned back on his heels and finally let himself breathe. He had done it. He stopped him. Still, his eyes drifted back to the hanging bodies. His jaw tightened. He couldn't save them. But maybe he could speak for them now. With Edmund subdued, Caleb began searching for valuables or evidence that might offer more insight into this nightmare. He avoided the bourbon on the table, he didn't trust it. It could be drugged, like whatever Edmund used on his previous victims. He also ignored the cigarettes. He did, however, find money, about $100 in bills and coins, hidden behind the shelf with the skulls. Caleb wasn't sure if it was Edmund's earnings or remnants of what he stole from his victims. Either way, he took it. It was either going to rot here or help fund his survival. Just when he thought he was done, his eyes caught something unusual. Below the wooden table, the one with the candle and letter, was a lockbox. One he didn't remember from the game. Curious, cautious, and a little nervous, Caleb knelt down and pried it out. It was heavy, iron-bound, with a faded design etched into its lid. He wedged his knife between the lock and gave it a few sharp twists. Clack. It opened. Inside lay a revolver. Not just any revolver, this one was bigger, heavier and longer than his Schofield's. The silver color down from its barrel, but its beauty was marred by what looks like permanent blood stains, smudged into the grooves and dried like dark varnish. It looked like something used often. Too often. He held it up, testing its weight. It felt good in his hand. He didn't know what kind of evil had been committed with it, but he was sure of one thing, it was his now. "I'll cleanse you with purpose," he murmured, sliding it into a holster. One bastard down. More to go. He walked back to the bound figure of Edmund Lowley Jr., slung the unconscious man over his shoulder with a grunt, and made his way out of the basement. The moment he lifted the doors open to daylight again, fresh air hit his face. Sweet and cold. The stench of rot seemed to cling to his clothes, but he didn't care. He'd faced it, and he'd won. He tied Edmund to the back of Morgan, securing him over the saddle like a heavy sack of grain. "Let's ride," Caleb whispered. Morgan whinnied, as if sensing the weight of the man tied to her back was something she didn't approve of. Caleb climbed into the saddle and set off down the trail. Back through the quiet trees. Back to civilization. Back to Valentine. The 15-minute ride felt longer this time. Every bend in the path brought with it a wave of relief, and a question. Would Sheriff Malloy believe him? Would this be enough? Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 7 out of 10. Charm, 5 out of 10. Luck, 6 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL2. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Mental fortitude, LVL max, new. Money, $773.43. Bank, $320, for gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. Chapter 89-87. Reward, Navy revolver, and being talked about. Morgan whinnied, as if sensing the weight of the man tied to her back was something she didn't approve of. Caleb climbed into the saddle and set off down the trail. Back through the quiet trees. Back to civilization. Back to Valentine. The 15-minute ride felt longer this time. Every bend in the path brought with it a wave of relief, and a question. Would Sheriff Malloy believe him? Would this be enough? The sun was sinking low when Valentine's roofs came into view. He reached the sheriff's office and pulled up the reins. Several townsfolk paused as he dismounted and untied the bundled figure from Morgan's back. "What do you think happened?" someone whispered. "Good Lord, what happens to the man, full of blood?" muttered another, backing away. Caleb hauled Edmund's limp body to the office door and banged on it hard. The door creaked open. Sheriff Malloy, gray-haired, and tired-looking, holding a cigar in his hand, peered out. The moment he saw what Caleb carried, his face turned grim. "The hell?" "The name's Edmund Lowry Jr., Caleb said, entering into the sheriff's office and dumping the killer at Sheriff Malloy's feet. "You're a serial butcher around the 3 states." Sheriff Malloy's face went pale. You're sure? Basement's full of proof. Lucky's cabin, the broke-down cabin. South of here, on the road to the falls. Bring a strong stomach. The sheriff stared, then swallowed hard. Holy hell. We've been hunting this bastard for years. Caleb nodded his head slowly and said, well, Sheriff, you and the deputies better brace yourself for what you'll see down there. This sick son of a bitch ain't right in the head, and, well, you'll believe me when you see it for yourself. Sheriff Malloy's lips tightened as he let out a low breath through his cigar. His face, already pale, churned further at Caleb's tone. The weight in the younger man's voice was heavy, too heavy to be exaggerated. That gruesome, son? The sheriff asked, eyes narrowing. Caleb nodded again. It's hell in a hole. Worse than what I imagined, even in my darkest thoughts. Then, as if summoned by their voices, Edmund Lowry Jr. stirred. The limp, bloodied form twisted faintly on the jail floor. A twitch at first, then a soft groan like wind dragging through dead grass. His head lolled, and his eyes fluttered open. Edmund's cracked lips curled. Name's Edmund. Edmund Lowry Jr. and you too. You'd best remember it. I'm a name that'll echo. Sheriff Malloy's lip curled in disgust. We sure shall, my friend. You're a real frightenin' feller, I tell you. Edmund gave a breathy laugh, raspy and raw, like a broken accordion. Oh. I'll behave, sir. Behave just as expected. It was a moment of quiet horror, the kind that slithered beneath the skin like a chill. Even the cigar seemed to die in Sheriff Malloy's hand. But then the sheriff turned back to Caleb with a different edge in his voice, firm, decisive. Cut his arm and hand loose, son. I'll put him in the cell. Caleb blinked. You sure, Sheriff? He's unstable. We don't know what he'll do if we cut those ropes. A man like him, he doesn't fear death, nor pain. Might try something wild. The sheriff froze. His jaw tightened, his eyes locked with Caleb's. A few seconds passed in thought before he nodded, slower this time. You're right. You're damn right. No telling what he's capable of. So they left the bindings as they were, tight and firm. With some effort, the two men hauled Edmund's squirming body into the jail cell, the killer muttering the entire way. More nonsense about friends beneath the dirt, about voices that hummed lullabies in the walls. The cell door clanked shut, iron and final. Caleb and the sheriff stood in silence as Edmund laughed to himself, curled up on the bed like a coiled serpent still tied tight. Well, you better behave, Sheriff Malloy muttered, one hand on the bars. Don't you worry, I'll get you a lawyer, if there's any fool out there willing to defend you. Don't you worry about that. Oh, how thoughtful, Edmund replied, and then giggled again like a child watching ants burn under glass. Sheriff Malloy shook his head and turned away. He walked back toward his desk, opened a drawer, and took out a small stack of dollar bills wrapped in a twine band. He counted off the bills, then slapped them together and handed them to Caleb. Here's your reward, $200. You done this town a great justice, son. Caleb arched a brow and looked at the money. Such a generous reward, Sheriff. Thank you kindly. Malloy barked a low laugh. Generous? You just did what a dozen lawmen couldn't, son. That's something to be proud of. Now go get some rest. You've earned it. With a respectful nod, Caleb tucked the money away in his satchel and made his way to the door. As he stepped outside, the cool evening air met him like a balm. The sky was painted in hues of orange and pink, with the first shadows of night curling at the edge of town. It was beautiful, the kind of scene that might have made him stop, if not for the smell of blood and sweat still clinging to his nose. He reached into his coat and drew the revolver he'd taken from Edmund's lockbox, the one stashed beneath the wooden table in the cabin. He looked across the street. The gunsmith's shop stood tall and inviting. Warm yellow light spilled through the windows, silhouetting racks of rifles and tools. Caleb crossed the road and stepped inside. The familiar chime rang overhead. Mr. Dalton looked up from his workbench, brow furrowed in surprise. "Well, I'll be back again, Caleb. Thought you were headed out of town this morning. Was wonderin' if you'd run off to New Hanover or got yourself eaten by wolves." Caleb gave a crooked smile. "Had a change of plans. Found myself doin' a bit of bounty huntin'. Ran into, well, someone special." Mr. Dalton chuckled, rubbing grease from his hands with a cloth. "That's so. What brings you in this late, then?" "I need your eye," Caleb said, walking up to the counter. He set the revolver down carefully. "Found this tucked away. Wanted to ask, what kind of revolver is this?" Mr. Dalton leaned forward, pulling a magnifier from his pocket. He examined the weapon in silence for a while, rotating it in his calloused hands, eyes squinting behind the lens. After a minute, he nodded to himself. "Well now, this here's a Navy revolver. Real fine piece, .36 caliber. Cap and ball. Was a favorite among officers during the war. That grip's ivory, probably aftermarket. Got some weight to it, too. Whoever had this once, he cared for it." Caleb exhaled slowly. "Guess I'll hold on to it then." "Me." Dalton looked up. "You clean it?" "Just wiped the stains of blood off." Mr. Dalton narrowed his eyes, but didn't ask further. "Well, she's functional. Just make sure you use the proper rounds if you're modding the cylinder. These old types are picky. You keepin' it?" "For now," Caleb said, tucking the revolver away. He thanked Mr. Dalton and left the shop. The wind was picking up now, sending dust swirling down the main street. The sun had nearly disappeared, leaving only a golden sliver on the horizon. Lights flickered to life in windows, the town of Valentine settling into its night rhythm. Caleb turned toward the hotel. His muscles ached from the ride, the fight, and the dragging of Edmund's weight. But more than that, it was his mind that reeled, the sick things he'd seen in that basement, the smell, the blood. He passed by the saloon, where laughter and piano music drifted from behind swinging doors. Tempting, but not tonight. He needed rest, not whiskey. At the hotel, he greeted the clerk with a nod and made his way to the second floor. Jasper's room was quiet. Caleb paused by the door. He raised a hand to knock, then lowered it. The kid didn't need waking, not tonight. Inside his own room, Caleb lit a lamp and sat on the edge of the bed. The revolver was still in his lap. He studied it under the light, thinking of the way Edmund's eyes had gleamed when he spoke to the corpses like friends. Men like that didn't get made overnight. Something had poisoned Edmund long ago. A wound left to rot. Caleb's hands trembled slightly as he unbuckled his gun belt and set it aside. He stretched out on the bed and stared at the ceiling for a while. Thoughts swirled like dust in lamplight. Edmund was behind bars now, but there were others out there. Always more trouble, more monsters. But for tonight, Valentine was a little safer. And that was enough. The next day, Caleb woke to a soft knocking at the door. For a moment, he lay still, his limbs sore and his mind fogged by dreams he couldn't quite recall. His back ached from the ride and the fight, and somewhere deep in his bones was a weariness no bed could fix. The knock came again, gentler this time, more hesitant. He sat up, stretching his arms overhead and cracking his neck. Morning light bled through the thin curtains, bathing the room in a sleepy gold. He rose, shook out the stiffness from his legs, and then walked to the door. When he opened it, Jasper stood there, wide-eyed, hair tousled, and cheeks flushed like he'd sprinted across town. "Morning," Caleb muttered, rubbing at his jaw. Jasper blinked. "Is it true?" he asked, his voice quiet at first, but with a nervous urgency behind it. "Is it true that you're the one who caught that psycho?" The one who's been kidnapping and cutting people up. Caleb met his eyes, then gave a single, solemn nod. Jasper exhaled, almost in disbelief. He leaned against the doorframe, his hands clenched into fists. Whole town's talkin'. You brought him to the sheriff yesterday, right? Well, last night, the sheriff and his deputies rode out to a cabin south of town. When they came back, they looked like they'd seen hell itself. Pale as ghosts, carrying all sorts of awful things, tools, knives, jars filled with, well, nobody wants to know what was in them. Caleb exhaled slowly. He hadn't expected Sheriff Malloy to move so fast. But then again, a killer like Edmund? No lawman would let that sit. Jasper's face twisted. God. You saw it? The bodies? Yeah, I do, I saw everything. I hope you never saw such a thing. Caleb said, his voice was solemn. Jasper entered slowly, eyes scanning the room, then settling on the revolver lying on the nightstand beside Caleb's bed. The boy sat on the edge of a wooden chair, resting his arms on his knees. Jasper leaned in. How'd you even find him? That bastard's been hidin' for years. Caleb hesitated. He couldn't exactly say, oh, I remembered from a video game. So he did what any good outlaw would, he embellished. Sit. I'll tell you what I can. Jasper entered slowly, eyes scanning the room, then settling on the revolver lying on the nightstand beside Caleb's bed. The boy sat on the edge of a wooden chair, resting his arms on his knees. Found clues, he said, sitting down on his bed. 3 separate maps, hidden near bodies. Gruesome stuff. Led me right to that cabin. Jasper's face paled slightly, but his curiosity won out. And then what? Caleb sat on the edge of the bed, rubbing his temples. Then I went into the basement and unlocked the door with the code I found from the maps. That basement was worse than anything I've ever seen, Jasper. Blood on the walls. Body parts, stacked like firewood. Bodies hanging from hooks, jars full of things. Edmund was waiting for me. Tried to ambush me with a knife. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 7 out of 10. Charm, 5 out of 10. Luck, 6 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL2. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Mental fortitude, LVL max. Money, $973.43. Bank, $320, for gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. Chapter 90, 88. Called back to camp by her Strauss. Caleb sat on the edge of the bed, rubbing his temples. Then I went into the basement and unlocked the door with the code I found from the maps. That basement was worse than anything I've ever seen, Jasper. Blood on the walls. Body parts, stacked like firewood. Bodies hanging from hooks, jars full of things. Edmund was waiting for me. Tried to ambush me with a knife. Folks went missing from here, from Ansburg, St. Denis even. And no one knew where they'd gone. Turns out they were all taken by the same lunatic. Jasper's eyes widened. Jesus Christ. Knocked him out cold, tied him up, and dragged him back here. Caleb shrugged, as if it were nothing. Sheriff gave me $200 for bringing the lunatic in alive. Jasper whistled. $200. That's more than most make in several months. Caleb smirked. Guess many people were real eager to see him caught. A beat passed. Then Caleb stood. Come on. I need breakfast after skipping dinner last night. You. Jasper blinked, then smiled faintly. Yeah. I'll eat. I could eat a whole pig after that story. Caleb chuckled dryly. Let's not eat anything with bones for a while. I don't want to remember what I saw yesterday ever again. The two made their way down to the saloon, where Mr. Douglas served them their order, a premium beef steak and a bottle of beer costing $8.25 for each of them, and then they went to take a seat at the table near the piano. Jasper devoured his food, still occasionally glancing at Caleb as if not quite believing the man he shared a table with was a man who had dragged a butcher to justice just hours before. You ever think about bounty hunting full-time? Jasper asked between bites. Caleb shook his head. Maybe for now, but not for too long. Too unpredictable and dangerous. Besides, I've got other plans. Like what? Like starting a business. Caleb leaned in slightly. Pastries, maybe. Something folks in town would pay good money for. Jasper blinked at Caleb, chewing the last of his steak with a look of faint disbelief. You. Baking, he finally said, brows raised. Caleb chuckled and speared another piece of meat with his fork. Stranger things have happened. I used to help my ma back when I was younger. She had her own special recipes. Folks around her said she could bake the devil himself into a pie if she wanted. Jasper's eyebrows shot up, and he snorted at Caleb's baking revelation. But to his credit, he didn't question it and wiped his mouth with a napkin. Didn't take you for the baking type, he admitted as he stabbed a piece of imat. No offense, but you seem more, well, the type to put holes in folks and shoot their kneecaps than knead dough. None taken, Caleb said with a dry smirk, chewing slowly. I'm not saying I'm gonna be full-time wearing an apron. Just an idea. Open up a place that sells real good pastries, and some hot coffee. If it catches on, I'll hire folks to bake while I manage things, make sure the quality's up to my standards. Jasper nodded thoughtfully, his brows furrowed. Well, I can't say no to that. I'd help if you need it, lifting sacks of flour, cleaning, running errands. Whatever it takes. Caleb paused, studying Jasper's earnest face. He gave a slow nod, his voice low and sincere. Thanks, Jasper. I appreciate that. Inside, he was more than just pleased, he was satisfied. Jasper had come far from the scared, thin boy he'd pulled from that basement. The initiative he was showing now, offering help without being asked, proved something important. His loyalty had reached a firm threshold. Caleb didn't know exactly what the future held, but Jasper was proving himself useful and dependable, and that mattered more than gold. After finishing their breakfast, the two parted ways. Jasper wiped his mouth one last time and stood. I gotta get moving. Old Bob's expecting me at the stall this morning, then I've got a shift with Mr. Worth at the general store in the afternoon. And tonight, well, I'm on a probation shift at the saloon. Caleb blinked. The saloon? Jasper grinned sheepishly. Figured I might as well do something in the night, expanding my skills and also gaining more experience, like you said. So I talked to Mr. Douglas after hours. He said he'd give me a try. Caleb chuckled, surprised and mildly impressed. Damn, Jasper. You're busier than I am. Just trying to do right by myself, Jasper replied with a shrug, then smiled. And maybe earn enough to buy a pair of boots that don't talk back every time I walk. Caleb laughed, nodding in approval. Keep it up. That kind of drive will take you far. Jasper tipped his hat and turned toward the market street. Caleb lingered outside the saloon for a few moments, letting the morning sun warm his shoulders. He was about to head back up to his hotel room when he heard someone familiar call his name. Caleb Thorne. He turned. Lenny Summers stood across the street, waving him over with a casual smile. Caleb's face lit up with a knowing grin. He walked over and clasped Lenny's hand. "Mr. Callahan," he said in a mock formal tone, eyes twinkling. "Fancy seein' you in town. What brings you here?" Lenny leaned in slightly, dropping his voice. "Our German friend sent me. He knows you've been layin' low around here thanks to our Indian friend back at camp. Says you promised to help with his lending work. He's got a special client he wants dealt with." Caleb's smile faded, replaced by a calm nod. "Right. I remember. Just let me grab my gear from the hotel. I'll head back to camp right after." Lenny nodded. "Good. I've got some errands in town, so I'll meet you back there later." "See you soon," Caleb said. He watched Lenny walk away, then turned and headed upstairs to his room. Once inside, Caleb closed the door and made for the big chest just at the feet of his bed. The old wood creaked as he pulled it open. He reached for the Navy revolver he'd taken off Edmund, the deranged butcher he'd captured the night before. He turned the weapon over in his hands. The revolver was old but well kept, heavy in the grip, longer barrel. A quick inspection using his firearms knowledge skill, confirmed it was in good condition, no rust, no misfires, and more firepower. He nodded, satisfied. "You'll do, deadlier than the Schofields," Caleb muttered, spinning the cylinder, and holstered the Navy, placing one of his Schofields into the chest as backup. Next, he slung his Lancaster repeater over one shoulder and his pump-action shotgun over the other. The upgrades he'd made at the gunsmith, the improved rifling, the new scope, and shotgun longer barrels, made both weapons feel like extensions of himself. Before stepping out, he threw on his coat and tied the gun belt snug around his waist. Then he gathered a few extra shells, slipping them into his satchel. Downstairs, the morning bustle of the street had thickened. He stepped outside, squinting against the sunlight. Morgan neighed softly from the hitching post, ears twitching. "Morning, girl," he muttered, patting her flank. He tightened her saddle straps, checked the bags, then mounted up. With a tug of the reins, they trotted off down the muddy main street, hooves clopping rhythmically against the boards. The ride back to Horseshoe Overlook was familiar, trees rustling, the occasional deer darting off into the brush, distant cries of birds echoing across the hills. Caleb kept his eyes sharp, his thoughts sharper. Caleb kept a steady pace, his mind turning over the events he had gotten into from yesterday and today, the capture of Edmund, Jasper's eagerness to help with the bakery, and now Strauss's summons. The camp came into view as Morgan passed through the grove of trees. Tents and wagons dotted the clearing, smoke curling from the central fire. Javier's guitar drifted on the breeze, mingling with the occasional burst of laughter. As he dismounted and hitched Morgan, a few heads turned to greet him. Uncle raised his hand lazily from his chair. Well, if it ain't the long-lost son of Fortune. You been out makin' money or makin' trouble?" "Bit of both," Caleb answered with a smirk, tying Morgan to the post. He made his way toward the wagons and spotted Strauss near his tent, surrounded by his ledgers and notes, looking up as Caleb approached. "Ah! Mr. Thorne," Leopold said with his usual clipped accent. "I trust you are well rested and ready to help me in collecting debts." "Herr Strauss." "More or less," Caleb said. "Heard you needed help with a particular client of yours." "Yes, I do. In fact, I have visited him personally for him to pay his debt, but he is very slick about not repaying his debt. If you're still interested." Caleb, hearing that, knew who Strauss meant and nodded. "Just tell me who he was and point me in the direction where he was." Strauss handed over the price of paper with the man's name. "His name is Thomas Downs, a farmer and also a preacher whom I met in Valentine," Strauss said, tapping the name of Thomas Downs. He's more slippery than he seems, and I think a bit sick, since he was coughing non-stop. I'm done being polite with him, so don't take any nonsense with him and beat him if he doesn't pay." Hearing the name Thomas Downs from Strauss's mouth didn't surprise Caleb in the slightest, though he masked it behind a well-practiced poker face. He had expected this, hell, he'd been waiting for it. Thomas Downs was the third part of the money-lending chain, and if fate hadn't twisted and tossed Caleb into this world, it would have been Arthur Morgan riding out to the ranch with a heavy hand and heavier conscience. And it was that encounter, Arthur began to cough and cough and cough until he was coughing blood, that ultimately signed his death warrant. But not this time. This time, Arthur would live. Because Caleb was taking this job, and he intended to play it differently. Still, he had to act the part. Caleb blinked in mock surprise, tilted his head, and let his brow furrow just enough to sell it. "Thomas Downs?" he asked with mild disbelief. "The man who collects money for charity back in town. I've seen him in front of the church, talkin' about the Lord's work and feed in the poor. Never figured him for the debt kind." Strauss nodded, straightening his posture. "Yes, yes. That Thomas Downs," he said, a bit of disdain in his clipped tone. "You see how he pretends to be a man of the people, yet lives off borrowed funds and never returns them. I visited him, and he was all coughs and excuses. Disgusting." Caleb pretended to digest that information slowly, then asked, "How much does he owe?" $80, Strauss said. "With interest, that comes to $115. Caleb raised his brows. That was a decent sum of money for most folks in the region. Not impossible, but certainly weighty. He rubbed the back of his neck and exhaled. "Well, no wonder he's in trouble. That kind of coin ain't easy to cough up if you're giving it away to every empty hand in town." If he didn't act like a saint while swimming in debt, Strauss scoffed, his family would not be living in such wretched conditions. Caleb nodded thoughtfully as he heard what Strauss said. It was true enough. He then glanced over at the rest of the camp, gauging if anyone was paying attention, before turning back to look at Strauss. "You got an idea where I might find the man to collect his debt?" "Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 7 out of 10. Charm, 5 out of 10. Luck, 6 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL2. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Mental fortitude, LVL max. Money, $965.18. Bank, $320, for gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. Chapter 91, 89. Telling Thomas Downs as it is. Caleb nodded thoughtfully as he heard what Strauss said. It was true enough. He then glanced over at the rest of the camp, gauging if anyone was paying attention, before turning back to look at Strauss. "You got an idea where I might find the man to collect his debt?" Strauss was already flipping through his notes. "Yes. Down southwest of Valentine. On the road toward Cumberland Falls. His ranch is just off the main trail. You can't miss it, the most pitiful ranch in the territory." Caleb gave a casual nod, though he didn't need the directions. His map function had already saved the place from a prior scouting ride. He'd even passed the small ranch once on his way to check a hunting site near the falls. The place was easy to miss if you weren't looking for it, a weather-beaten house, barely holding together, fields mostly fallow, the fence half-rotted. "All right," Caleb said, tipping his hat. "I'll go have a word with the man." "Good luck, Mr. Thorne," Strauss said coolly, already returning to his ledgers. Caleb turned without another word and walked back toward Morgan. His mind churned like river water after a storm. He knew what was waiting for him. The real danger wasn't a gun or a knife, it was microscopic, airborne, and slow to kill. But kill it would. He reached Morgan and untied her reins. "We got a delicate one ahead of us," he murmured, patting her neck. "No bullets. No physical altercation. No blood. But one wrong breath, and we're looking at a slow death." He mounted up and turned her south. With a gentle kick, they left Horseshoe Overlook behind, heading back down the ridge trail toward Valentine. The sky above was clear, the morning sun rising higher, burning off the mist that still clung to the tree line. Birds chirped overhead, and Caleb's ears caught the far-off rustle of deer bounding through the brush. Despite the beauty around him, his thoughts were steel-sharp and locked on the task. He remembered clearly, in the game, Arthur's interaction with Downs had been brief but brutal, an act of annoyance more than cruelty. But it was that moment that changed the trajectory of Arthur's life. If only it wouldn't lead to his death and there was a cure for tuberculosis at this point of time, Caleb would let it happen, as this illness was the one who molded Arthur into the real him. As he was faced with his own mortality, which began to change his perception and outlook on life, making him the good man he truly was. As Morgan's hooves pounded rhythmically over packed dirt and shallow mud, Caleb reached into his saddlebag and pulled out his bandana. He tied it snug across his mouth and nose, pulling his hat lower over his brow. "Step 1, he muttered. "Don't breathe the same air." He had no plan to beat Thomas. The man was already dying, coughing up his life a little more each day. His retribution was already in motion. What good would a punch do, except speed up the inevitable and not let the man suffer first? By the time Caleb reached the outskirts of the Downs ranch, the sun was directly overhead, and he slowed Morgan to a trot, keeping his eyes forward. The ranch came into view as a dilapidated farmhouse with peeling paint, a barn missing half its roof, and a few scrawny chickens pecking at the dirt. A gaunt man in threadbare clothes knelt in a patch of wilted vegetables around gathered fence post, working a hoe into the soil, his body racked by violent coughs. The one and only Thomas Downs. Caleb dismounted a good 20 paces away, keeping his distance. Then he spoke, keeping his voice calm. "Mr. Downs." Hearing his name being called, the man froze. The Downs slowly looked up, his sunken eyes widening at the sight of an armed stranger. "Can I help you, mister?" Thomas rasped, wiping his mouth with a stained handkerchief. Caleb took a few steps closer but maintained at least 10 feet of distance. "You probably know why I'm here. You owe money to Mr. Leopold Strauss. $115. Thomas's face grimaced and went pale. I was afraid of that." Caleb, hearing that, said evenly. "He says you've had plenty of time to pay." Thomas's face went even paler and coughed again, harder this time. When he recovered, his voice was weaker. "I don't have it. My family's got nothing. I gave too much away. I thought I was doing God's work, helping people. But now with the sickness, and the farm failing," his voice trailed off into another coughing fit. Caleb didn't speak right away. He took in the man's pale skin, the sweat on his brow, the tremble in his hands. Thomas was a dying man, and he knew it. "I ain't gonna beat you," Caleb said finally, his voice firm. "It'd just kill you faster." Thomas blinked, confused. "But, aren't you supposed to?" Caleb shook his head. "You'll pay in your own way, Mr. Downs. And I got no intention of taking your life for a sum of $115. Keep your charity. Keep your ragged breath." But know this, your choices put your family in this hole. And if you care about them at all, you'll find a way to settle your debts before it gets worse for them when you suddenly leave this world. Thomas swallowed, clearly too stunned to reply. Caleb turned, walking back toward Morgan. Just before he mounted, he called back over his shoulder. I'll tell Mr. Strauss you ain't got it. For now. But someone else might come next and they won't be as kind. Thomas hearing that woke up and called after him, Who are you, mister? Caleb didn't look back. Nobody important. The ride back to camp was quiet. Caleb didn't push Morgan too hard, letting her set a gentle pace. As he entered through the tree groves and spotted the smoke of camp, he exhaled deeply and removed the bandana, stuffing it into his satchel. He dismounted, hitched Morhan, and approached Strauss, who looked up from his ledger expectantly. Well? You got the money, Mr. Thorne? The man asked. Caleb shrugged and shook his head. He's got nothing. Sick as a dog and twice as poor, didn't have any valuables to take. Said he's still tryin'. I didn't beat him. Thought you'd rather a man eventually pay you than die with nothing and we just lose our money. Strauss frowned, but only for a moment. Fine. I suppose your approach might yield results later. But we can't afford too much sympathy, Mr. Thorne. I ain't in the business of mercy, rest easy, Herr Strauss, Caleb replied. Just ain't in the business of wasting our time and money on corpses either. Strauss mulled it over and then gave a reluctant nod, because what Caleb said was true, dead men didn't pay debts. All right, keep me updated if anything changes. Caleb nodded his head and promised Strauss, I'll keep you up to date. I'll swing by the Downs ranch again soon. Maybe the man'll find a way, or maybe his widow will. Strauss didn't seem particularly moved by the morbid implication, but he gave a short nod before returning to scribbling in his ledger. Caleb turned and walked away, leaving the smell of Strauss's stale cologne and pipe smoke behind. His stomach gave a low grumble, reminding him he hadn't eaten since the morning coffee and steak. Before riding out. As he made his way through the camp, he caught the familiar scent of Pearson's cooking wafting in the warm afternoon air. The thick, greasy aroma of stew drifted across the clearing, mixing with the scent of pine and dust. Pearson's wagon was cluttered as always, piles of tin plates, sacks of potatoes, hanging game, and a wide iron cauldron bubbling over a modest fire. Caleb grabbed a dented tin bowl from the ground beside the cauldron and gave it a shake to dust out a few pine needles and a bug. He then took the wooden ladle from the hook above the cauldron and gave the thick stew a stir before scooping out several hearty spoonfuls into his bowl. Chunks of salted beef, a few soggy carrots, and some mystery greens floated on the surface of the greasy broth. Replacing the ladle, he raised the bowl to his lips and blew gently, letting the steam drift off as he stood near the edge of the wagon, eating quietly. A spoonful passed his lips, it was good and cooked well, but filling. He took another mouthful when his eyes caught movement to his left. Kieran was crouched near the wash basin by the laundry line, scrubbing at dishes with a sour expression, his sleeves rolled up and a streak of soap on his cheek. The former O'Driscoll was doing his best to prove his worth, though most of the gang barely acknowledged him unless it was to mock or threaten. Caleb smirked as he called out in a teasing tone, well, if it ain't Mr. Duffy himself, our resident former O'Driscoll. Kieran froze mid-scrub. He turned slowly, looking back at Caleb with narrowed eyes. I've told you a dozen times, mister, I ain't no O'Driscoll. Not anymore. I'm with the Van der Linde gang now, same as you. Caleb chuckled and shook his head as he took another spoonful of stew. Yeah, I'm not sure Dutch would stamp that on your name just yet. But I gotta admit, you've been pulling your weight. Cleaning up, tending the horses, taking orders without whining. Looks like maybe having you around ain't the worst thing after all. Kieran blinked, caught off guard. He straightened up and opened his mouth, probably to deliver another angry rebuttal, but stopped short. Caleb's words weren't mocking. They weren't warm exactly, but they carried something unexpected, which is fairness. Except for Mary Beth's occasional kindness, no one in camp had spoken to him without a sneer, a threat, or a joke at his expense. Even his life-saving favor on Arthur and his information about Colm's hideout hadn't earned him much goodwill. That's the kindest word anyone here said to me since I got here," Kieran muttered. "Thanks, mister." Caleb shrugged, swallowing another bite of stew. "Just telling it how I see it, Mr. Duffy. And you can stop calling me mister. Caleb's fine. We're in the same gang now. Least we can do is be civil until there's a reason not to be." A quiet moment passed. The words carried an unspoken edge, a warning that civility had its limits. But to Kieran, it was more than he'd gotten from anyone else. He nodded again, more firmly this time. "All right then. Caleb. You can call me Kieran." Before Caleb could say more, he saw Arthur passing by. The older man walked with a bit more heaviness than usual, heading toward his tent wagon. Something in his posture caught Caleb's eye, shoulders low, boots dragging slightly in the dirt. Caleb tilted his head, curious, and finished the last spoonful of his stew before setting the bowl down in the wash basin Kieran had just rinsed out. "I'll catch you later, Kieran," he said, already turning toward Arthur. Kieran gave a simple wave, returning to his chores as Caleb walked after the gang's gruff enforcer. He stopped in his tracks a few feet from Arthur's tent when he saw him pick up a letter from the small table just outside. Arthur's fingers trembled slightly as he unfolded the page, his eyes scanning over the inked words. Then Caleb saw it, the shift in Arthur's expression. It was subtle at first, but then it was like a flood hit Arthur's face. It shows a flash of sorrow, a furrow of pain, a clench of the jaw that screamed of old regrets. There was love in his eyes, buried deep beneath anger and confusion. Caleb didn't need to ask who the letter was from, it was from Ms. Mary Linton. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 7 out of 10. Charm, 5 out of 10. Luck, 6 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL2. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Mental fortitude, LVL max. Money, $965.18. Bank, $320, for gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. Chapter 92, 90. Wake-up call. Then Caleb saw it, the shift in Arthur's expression. It was subtle at first, but then it was like a flood hit Arthur's face. It shows a flash of sorrow, a furrow of pain, a clench of the jaw that screamed of old regrets. There was love in his eyes, buried deep beneath anger and confusion. Caleb didn't need to ask who the letter was from, it was from Ms. Mary Linton. Arthur stood motionless, staring at the letter as if it had come from a ghost. Caleb stepped forward quietly, not wanting to startle him. "Arthur," he said gently. Arthur turned his head slightly, not looking at him yet. "What do you want, Caleb?" Caleb glanced at the letter but said nothing about it, like he didn't know the content of the letter. Instead, he spoke calmly, "Just saw you heading over here and then stood still. Wanted to check in. You all right?" Arthur gave a low grunt. "No. Not really. Some bad news, I take it?" Caleb asked, both of his hands on his gun belt. Arthur's gaze now flicked to him, more sharp and guarded. "Nothing that concerns you, Caleb. Is it someone from your past then? A woman named Mary? That got a reaction. Arthur's eyes narrowed. The hell do you know about Mary? Caleb put his hand up in a calming gesture, palm open, voice as steady and easygoing as he could manage. Relax, Arthur, he said with a calm tone. I was just guessing, looks like I guessed right. Arthur's eyes remained fixed on him, intense and unwavering, but something shifted in his jaw. He didn't speak right away. Instead, he folded the letter in his rough, calloused hands, hands that had pulled triggers, swung fists, and held on to people he loved only to lose them. With deliberate care, he slid the letter into his satchel, never taking his eyes off Caleb. Then he took a single step forward. Guessin', huh? Arthur muttered. So how'd you know it was from her, and guessed it at first try? Caleb's heart kicked up a beat. He hadn't expected that to be Arthur's next move. There was still some edge in Arthur's voice, not a full threat, but not far from it either, more than just curiosity. Suspicion, maybe. A kind of reflex honed from years of betrayal and pain. Caleb's mind spun like a roulette wheel. Arthur was sharp, but so was he, and with an above-average luck stat and a finely tuned perception stat, he relied on instinct more than most. And right now, that instinct kicked into high gear as he utilized his persuasion skill as well. He lowered his hand slowly, kept his stance neutral but respectful, and spoke, tone measured. Honestly? Caleb said. I've heard bits and pieces around camp. The girls talk sometimes. Pearson, too, he runs his mouth when he's had enough to drink. Talked about some girl you were real fond of, named Mary. Didn't say much else. And as for the letter. He shrugged, I put two and two together when I saw the look on your face. Hurt, anger, affection, all mixed up. Figured it had to be someone from your past. Arthur blinked. His shoulders sagged a little, and then he looked away, down at the dirt beneath their boots. A long, slow breath escaped him, and it wasn't laced with tension this time. Just tiredness. Memories. What Caleb said made sense to Arthur. Camp gossip was inevitable, and he was also someone who wasn't exactly subtle with his emotions. Damn, Arthur muttered, rubbing his face with one hand. Didn't think it showed. Thought I kept it all in. Caleb gave a small chuckle and wiped at the sweat on his brow, not realizing until that moment that it had broken through his skin, and also let out a slow breath he hadn't realized he was holding. The pressure in his chest slowly began to ease. That was too damn close. A wake-up call, for sure. Caleb realized that he had been riding high since helping out in Valentine, defusing tension with the law, helping the girls settle in, and proving his worth. Folks in the gang warmed to him fast. Even Dutch was the first one who give him approving nods and invite him to the gang, even though Caleb knew he also had interior motives. But deep down, he knew he was still the new guy. And this? This was a mistake. Speaking too quickly about something that wasn't his business. The others didn't know about his past life memory, LVL Max, his knowledge of their lives from another time. He'd gotten too comfortable, too fast. It took seeing Arthur, the usually calm and brotherly Arthur, wear the mask of an outlaw for him to realize it. It had been a stark reminder, these weren't just characters from a story. They were real outlaws, with real tempers. If Arthur hadn't calmed, if Caleb hadn't thought quick. He gave a slow exhale and glanced back at Arthur, who now seemed to be mulling over everything. Caleb decided to gently break the silence. You want to talk about it? He asked. I'm a good listener. And I'm not like the others, I don't have a stake in any of this. I'm impartial. Arthur looked at him for a long moment. Then he nodded, slowly. Yeah. Sure. Let's go somewhere quieter. He gestured toward the back of the camp, toward the cliffside behind the main campfire. It was a quiet stretch where few wandered unless they wanted space to think. Caleb followed in silence, boots crunching lightly on the dirt and pine needles, the sounds of camp life fading behind them. They reached the edge of the cliff, where the land fell away into rolling hills and misty forests in the far-off distance. The sun had begun its slow descent, painting the sky with brushstrokes of gold and blood orange. Arthur stopped, lifted his head slightly toward the heavens, and breathed in deeply. Caleb stood a short distance away, hands resting lightly on his belt, waiting. At first, he thought they'd just stay like this, bathed in the quiet. But then Arthur spoke, his voice low, gravelly, tinged with bitterness, sorrow, and something else too. Longing, maybe. She wrote to me. Out of the blue, Arthur began. Said she saw some of the girls in town. Heard about someone that sounded like me. Asked if I could come see her. He paused, eyes scanning the horizon. Said she's been livin' in Valentine. At Chadwick Farm. Just north of town. Said she's been there for a few months now. Not saying her reason why she was here, saying that it was a long and uninteresting one. Caleb raised an eyebrow to act like he was surprised but said nothing, letting Arthur talk. And all I could think was, why now? Arthur continued. Why the hell now? After everything she said. She was the one who told me to stay away and that we shouldn't speak again. Chose to marry some fool with money, some respectable life that was chosen by her family. Said I'd never be the kind of man who could provide her the security she wanted. That it was over. His voice dipped low with a tremble of anger. Part of me's furious, Arthur admitted. She doesn't get to waltz back in like she ain't the one who left. But the other part. He trailed off, scowling. The other part's weak. Wants to see her. And I hate that. Arthur exhaled, short and sharp. As for Caleb, he nodded slowly, eyes thoughtful. You feel like she's trying to pick up where things left off, he said quietly. And you don't know if you want that, or if you can even trust it. Arthur chuckled, bitterly. I don't know what I feel. I'm mad, yeah. But I want to see her again. Even if it's just once. Even if I gotta get my heart broken again. Caleb gave a small smile. Love's like that. Don't matter how much it burns you, sometimes you can't help reaching for the fire again. Arthur shot him a sidelong glance. You sound like you speak from experience. Maybe, Caleb smirked. Or maybe I just read too many books. Arthur snorted, but some of the tension left his frame. So what would you do, genius? Ignore her. Ride into Valentine like some damn knight in Shining armor? Neither, Arthur, Caleb said. You go because you want to. Not for her, for you. Either you see her and close that door for good, or you find out there's something still there. But you don't let fear or pride or any emotions make the choice for you. Let your mind decide it himself. Arthur was silent for a long time. Then, grudgingly said, Ain't bad advice, Caleb. I'm full of Caleb said dryly. Arthur chuckled, but his expression sobered quickly. Problem is, Dutch has got plans. We're supposed to be looking for leads while he found a way out for us, and he had been tense since Micah's death. If I ride into Valentine for personal business and not scouting leads even though it concerns Mary. Then don't tell him, Caleb said simply. Tell him you're scouting leads. I'll back you up. Arthur raised an eyebrow. You'd lie to Dutch for me? I'd lie to the devil for a friend, Caleb said. And yeah, Arthur. I consider you one. Arthur stared at him, then shook his head with a faint smile. Hell, maybe you are too smart for your own good, Caleb. They stood there together in silence for a while, watching as the sun dipped lower and the sky burned brighter with color. As they began walking back toward camp, Arthur looked at him and said, You got a good head on your shoulders. Just, be careful what you say sometimes. This gang's got a long memory, and not all of us are as patient as me. Caleb nodded seriously. I hear you. Lesson learned. The next morning, Caleb was cleaning his Navy revolver with a gun oil when Arthur approached him. "Changed my mind," Arthur said without preamble. "I'm ridin' to see Mary. But I ain't goin' alone." Caleb looked up. "Oh. Then with whom you're going with?" "You're comin' with me," Arthur said. "Consider it payback for the advice. Plus, if things go sideways while I'm in Valentine, I'd rather have someone watchin' my back, and who better than the local hero, Mr. Caleb Thorne." Caleb's eyebrows shot up at Arthur's request. Holstering his freshly cleaned Navy revolver, he stood and brushed dirt from his pants. "Arthur, I ain't sure I should be there for that. This is between you and Mary. There's other ways you can pay me back. Hell, buy me a drink next time we're in town." Arthur's shoulders stiffened for a moment, then relaxed as he exhaled. "You're right. My apologies, Caleb. Didn't mean to drag you into my mess." He rubbed his neck, frustration flickering across his face. He turned to go, the conversation seemingly over, but then stopped and looked back. "But look, my offer still stands, just not the same way. I don't want you at the farm." "But Valentine? That's another story. You said it yourself, people like you there." "Me? Folks still give me the stink eye since that saloon brawl. If something happens while I'm there, if someone recognizes me, or some drunkard wants a rematch, I'd rather have you nearby. Just back up. Nothing more." Caleb nodded slowly, the logic settling into place. "That's more reasonable." Arthur gave a small, grateful nod. So. We got a deal." Caleb smirked and offered a hand. "Deal. Just don't make me bail you out if she throws a lamp at your head." Arthur chuckled as he shook his hand. "No promises." They had just finished strapping their gear onto their saddlebags when a familiar voice rang out from the main tent. "Arthur? Caleb? Where the hell you two off to?" "Dutch." Caleb turned slightly, brushing some dust off his coat, letting Arthur take the lead. Arthur turned toward the voice and answered without hesitation. "Valentine. Heard rumors about a bank wagon passing through, maybe today, maybe tomorrow. Figured we'd go scoutin', see if there's truth to it." Dutch stepped out of his tent, cigar smoldering between his fingers, eyes narrowed but not suspicious yet. "A bank wagon, huh?" he mused, chewing the edge of his cigar. "Well, that could be promising. Stay sharp. Don't cause a mess unless there's gold at the end of it." Arthur gave a nod. Dutch waved them off, returning to his maps and mumblings, and the two men mounted up their horse, heading toward Valentine. As they entered into Valentine, a few townsfolk milling near the general store spotted Caleb and tipped their hats. "Mornin', Mr. Thorne," one called. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7 out of 10. Agility, 6 out of 10. Perception, 8 out of 10. Stamina, 7 out of 10. Charm, 5 out of 10. Luck, 6 out of 10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL2. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Mental fortitude, LVL max. Money, $965.18. Bank, $320, for gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets.